Upon waking up, I found myself transformed into an elementary school student mocked by the entire internet. Facing the skepticism from the National Treasure Academician and the mockery in the live stream, I silently activated the SSS class mischief system. As long as it causes emotional fluctuations in others, can infinitely exchange for black technology. Handcrafting lithography machines was just the appetizer. Before presenting mythical armaments, blueprints that surpass the era, planetary-class starships, ultimate weapons to interrogate the universe. When I transformed the entire Earth into a super battleship, even the nation couldn't stay seated. Yet just as I thought I could easily crush Eagle, the system suddenly warned detection of high-dimensional players entering the field. The cosmic-level chess game has only just begun. Chapter 1: The contestant is an elementary school student? Good afternoon, dear viewers. This is the live broadcast of the program, The Rise of the Dragon Nation. I'm your old friend, host Ziyu. On the bustling streets of the Magic City, a beautiful figure smiles brightly at the camera. Her name is Li Ziyu, a field reporter and host for the program The Rise of Dragon Nation, a documentary series spotlighting tech talents who assist Dragon Nation in breaking through technological barriers. The vision is lofty, but the reality is stark. Dragon Nation Rising is a program dedicated to uncovering hidden talents among the people. Today, we will visit a very mysterious applicant. According to his own words in the application email, he has independently built a lithography machine. Yes, you heard it right, the very core equipment that Eagle has been using to impose layer upon layer of blockades on us, choking our chip industry, a lithography machine. Li Ziyu's voice carried a professional fervor, though she herself had little confidence in it. As expected, the barrage in the live stream instantly exploded. Here we go again. The production team is stirring up hype once more. Hilarious, a lithography machine? Why not claim he handcrafted a star destroyer while he's at it? Alright, break it up. That guy from last episode who claimed he created some special alloy ended up with something softer than my kitchen knife. If this show's got no content, they might as well bite lighters for entertainment. Stop serving up this cringy stuff every day, I'm begging you. Exactly. The US poured national resources and decades of effort into developing this cutting-edge tech, and now some amateur claims they whipped it up overnight? Who you trying to fool? Reading these merciless roasts, Li Ziyu's lips curled into a bitter, helpless smile. Did she not realize how unrealistic this was? Every citizen of Dragon Country feels the pain of its technological predicament. To break through this predicament, every step taken by those top academicians in the highest echelons of power is fraught with immense difficulty. If even they are like this, what earth-shattering things could these grassroots scientists possibly produce? It's just some trivial antics, or even mere sensationalism. But the show must go on, and ratings matter. As a journalist, she had no choice but to brace herself and carry on. Li Ziyu took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and flashed a sweet smile at the camera. Let's not jump to conclusions just yet, who knows, there might be a real surprise this time? Moreover, from what we've learned, this applicant's age seems quite young. One could say they're the youngest contestant since our show Dragon Nation Rising began broadcasting. She attempted to use the gimmick of age to reignite the audience's curiosity. Youngest? How young? An 18-year-old high school prodigy? TCH, what's the use? The last so-called genius built a drone that lasted 5 minutes, utterly laughable. Could it really be an elementary schooler? Then I'd really have to see, are they making a lithography machine or playing with mud? An elementary schooler? The imagination on display here puts even the production team to shame. The barrage of comments remained largely mocking, no one was taking it seriously at all. Li Ziyu looked at the address card in her hand, her expression also turning stiff. Alright, now we've arrived at the location provided by the applicant, which is, Her words trailed off. The camera lens faithfully captured everything before them. The grand school gate, fluttering red flags, and those gilded characters, Magic City First Experimental Primary School. Li Ziyu was stunned. So were all the crew members of the filming team. The millions of viewers in the live stream fell into a deathly silence, only to erupt into an even more intense uproar. Primary school? Am I seeing this right? The address is an elementary school? Is the contestant a teacher there? That can't be right. Even if they're a teacher, leaving the school address is beyond strange. I've got a wild theory. Could the contestant actually be picking up their kid right now? Li Ziyu felt his career might be over. What is this? A broadcasting accident? She forced out a smile uglier than crying and explained to the camera, it seems our applicant might be a very family-oriented father. At this hour, he is probably picking up his child from school. Before she could finish, her words were cut off by a cold, stern voice. Nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. The speaker was a silver-haired elder with a stern expression. His name was Su Hongxing, an academician of the Dragon Country's Academy of Sciences specializing in precision instruments and semiconductors, a towering figure in his field domestically. The reason he accompanied the program team this time was precisely because he'd heard someone claim to have built a lithography machine. Though he didn't believe it for a moment, a faint glimmer of hope still lingered in the depths of his heart. What if? What if there really are undiscovered geniuses among the people who could bring him fresh research perspectives? Dragon Country's semiconductor industry simply can't wait any longer. But now, he just feels like he's being made a fool of. So this is your so-called mysterious applicant? Someone who listed an elementary school as their address? Su Hongxing's voice was filled with barely suppressed anger, his clouded eyes brimming with disappointment. This is a complete waste of my time. A waste of national resources. Participating in this show was the worst decision I've ever made in my life. Li Ziyu turned pale from the scolding, repeatedly bowing in apology. Professor Su, please calm down, this must be some mistake. I'll contact the backstage team to verify immediately. Just as the scene was in complete chaos and mockery filled the live stream. Ding ling ling. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the school day. The gates slowly opened, and groups of primary school students, carrying backpacks, chattered excitedly as they poured out like birds returning to their nests. A young female teacher stood at the door, giving loud instructions. Take your time, children, don't crowd. Remember to go home early and don't dawdle on the way. Among this group of children, one figure seemed somewhat out of place. He was also dressed in an elementary school uniform, but his gaze lacked the innocent cheerfulness of the other kids. It was a serenity that transcended age, profound as an ancient well, undisturbed by the faintest ripple. He didn't horse around with his classmates, just walked silently alone, until he spotted Li Ziyu and the camera behind her. His footsteps paused slightly as he walked straight over. The photographer instinctively pointed his camera at this approaching child. Li Ziyu and Su Hongxing also noticed him, with a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. What is this child trying to do? The boy stepped forward before the crowd, lifting his slightly youthful face. His gaze swept over the cameras before finally settling on the equipment emblazoned with the logo Rise of the Dragon Nation. Excuse me, are you staff from the Dragon Nation Rising program? Li Ziyu froze for a moment, then nodded instinctively. Yes, we are. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be the contestant's child after all. She quickly crouched down, trying her best to make her voice sound warm and kind. Hello there, little one. Did your parents sign you up for our show? Was it your dad or your mom? Su Hongxing snorted coldly on the side, his impatience having reached its peak. The live stream viewers also found it utterly dull. As expected, the child of a contestant. How boring, I genuinely thought there'd be an elementary school student competing. Alright, break it up. Let's go check out the next one, no point wasting time here. However, the boy's next words exploded like a bombshell, reverberating in everyone's ears. He looked at Li Ziyu, whose face was full of smiles, blinked calmly as if somewhat puzzled by her question, and only spoke after a brief moment of hesitation. Neither. I am the contestant myself. My name is Zhang Bai. Chapter 2, not just matching, but surpassing. The entire world seemed to have its mute button pressed at this very moment. Li Ziyu's smile froze on her face. Su Hongxing's steps, which had just been about to turn and leave, suddenly halted. The photographer's hand trembled slightly, nearly tilting the lens. As for the millions of viewers in the livestream, they all collectively froze in stunned silence. After a brief deathly silence came a volcanic eruption of noise. What did he say? Am I hearing things? He's the contestant? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! For real? A primary school student signed up claiming they built a lithography machine? Ha 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 ha. The show's effect instantly peaks. This is the funniest joke I've seen all year. Is this kid here for a laugh? What could he possibly make? A Lego-built lithography machine model? Or a paper airplane? Crazy, this production team has lost its mind too daring to accept such sign-ups? They've abandoned all principles just to grab attention? On the scene, academician Su Hongxing's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, then from ashen to black, ultimately settling into a livid gray. He glared fixedly at Zhang Bai, his chest heaving violently, those eyes accustomed to discerning the finest details of precision instruments now blazing with scorching fury. Absurd! Utterly preposterous! His voice trembled slightly with anger. A primary school student. A child who hasn't even completed 9 years of compulsory education. And he claims he's built a lithography machine? Are your producers insulting me, or are you insulting all the scientific researchers across the country? This angry roar struck Li Ziyu's heart like a heavy hammer. She was scared out of her wits, quickly stood up, and frantically bowed to Su Hongxing to apologize. Professor Su, please calm down. This was absolutely our oversight. There was a lapse in our vetting process. I apologize to you. On behalf of the production team, I offer you my sincerest apologies. Having said that, she hastily turned to Zhang Bai, speaking in a rushed and urgent tone as if coaxing a misbehaving child. Little one, this joke isn't funny at all. Hurry home now, your parents must be worried about you. Right now, she just wanted to quickly usher away the farce's main character, otherwise, this episode's ratings and reputation would be completely ruined. The live stream audience also erupted in condemnation. This is ridiculous. Get that kid out of here, I want to see real cutting-edge tech. Exactly, if I keep watching this, I'll cringe hard enough to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Unfollowed. This show is getting more and more unreliable. Watching the number of viewers in the livestream plummet rapidly, Li Ziyu was beside herself with anxiety, nearly on the verge of tears. She reached out to grab Zhang Bai, intending to push him aside and quickly move on to the next segment. However, Zhang Bai remained rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. He paid no attention to the panicked Li Ziyu, nor did he care about the mocking or angry gazes around him. His eyes, from start to finish, were fixed solely on Su Hongxing. Faced with the thunderous wrath of this preeminent academician, his expression showed not a trace of fear or panic, remaining as serene and otherworldly as ever. I'm not joking. Zhang Bai spoke calmly, his voice soft yet clearly reaching every ear in the room. I have indeed built the lithography machine. However, constrained by my personal circumstances and the precision of some core components, more specialized equipment is required for final testing and calibration. These are tools I do not possess. His words were logically clear and systematically organized. The composure and confidence he exuded, the unshaken aura he maintained even under authoritative questioning, were utterly unlike that of a 12-year-old child. Instead, it was more akin to a seasoned professional in his 20s, someone who had immersed himself in the field for years and possessed absolute confidence in his work. At this moment, Zhang Bai's mind flashed through scenes from his past life. As the youngest academician in Dragon Country, he once led his team in day and night research to break Eagle Country's technological blockade. Every step was taken with immense difficulty. Materials were embargoed, equipment restricted, and cutting-edge studies riddled with pitfalls. He could never forget the moment at an international academic exchange conference when an American colleague looked at him with disdain and said dismissively, "Without our technology, you Chinese will forever be left playing catch-up." That humiliation, that resentment, was etched into his very bones. Now, he had crossed over, arriving in this parallel world that was equally under technological blockade. And as a dimensional traveler, he possessed the standard system for such individuals, a mischievous troublemaker system. As long as his actions evoke strong emotions in others, he can earn points, which can be exchanged for various high-tech technologies. He vowed to change everything. And the first technology he exchanged for was lithography machine technology. He poured endless effort into it, truly within this tiny rented room. That machine, which embodied the pinnacle of human industrial civilization's wisdom, was handcrafted by him. Yet he faced the most awkward issue: his age. A 12-year-old child showing up at the gates of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, claiming to have built a lithography machine? He'd likely just be dismissed as a lunatic and chased away by the security guards. He had absolutely no way to let the country know and believe this matter. And the rise of Dragon Nation is the only opportunity he can think of at the moment. An attempt at indirect salvation. On the scene, everyone was stunned by Zhang Bai's words. Li Ziyu was utterly dumbfounded, momentarily at a complete loss for what to do. The live stream audience was also stunned. This child, why does he speak like a little grown-up? Acting, right? Definitely acting. Nice job memorizing those lines. Su Hongxing was also left speechless by Zhang Bai's words, his anger gradually subsiding and replaced by a sense of absurdity that was both laughable and frustrating. He looked at this utterly serious little brat before him and decided to put an end to this farce once and for all. All right. He nodded, speaking with a tone that carried both assessment and mockery. You claim to need professional equipment for testing, so tell me, what specific instruments are required? You can't possibly not even know about this, can you? In his view, this issue was enough to instantly reveal the true colors of any layman pretending to understand. The equipment involved in lithography machine testing is complex and esoteric, not to mention a primary school student, even a typical physics undergraduate might struggle to name them all. He was using this very question to shut Zhang Bai up and make him retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Zhang Bai's response once again exceeded everyone's expectations. I need a laser interferometer to measure the positioning accuracy of the workpiece stage, with precision requirements of at least nanometer-level. A high-resolution spectrum analyzer is also required to detect the wavelength stability and purity of the light source. Additionally, it would be ideal to have an atomic force microscope to observe the microstructure of the photoresist after formation, as well as environmental control systems for constant temperature and humidity, along with ultra-clean conditions, where temperature variations must not exceed 0.005 C, and cleanliness must meet Class 1 standards. Zhang Bai took a deep breath and fluently rattled off a dauntingly professional string of equipment names and technical specifications. The air froze once again. Li Ziyu's mouth gaped open, his face a picture of utter disbelief. The photographer and crew exchanged blank looks, their eyes brimming with bewilderment. Su Hongxing's expression at this moment was utterly petrified, as if he had been struck by lightning. He said. It was actually all correct? Chapter 3. This kid is downright unnerving. Su Hongxing's pupils contracted sharply in an instant. As an authority in China's precision instrument field, he knew exactly what the equipment and parameters Zhang Bai had just mentioned signified. This wasn't just a random jumble of terms you could find online. Each piece of equipment pointed directly to the core testing stages of a lithography machine. Each parameter was so precise it seemed lifted straight from a textbook. Especially the temperature tolerance of 0.005 degrees Celsius that was the stringent environmental requirement demanded only by the world's most advanced EUV lithography machines. A primary school student. How could he possibly know such intricate details? Li Ziyu might not understand the technical jargon, but she could read Su Hongxing's expression. That look of utter shock, as if he'd seen a ghost, spoke louder than any words. She leaned in quickly, lowering her voice to ask, "Mr. Su, what did he say?" Su Hongxing's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced a few words through gritted teeth. Everything he said was correct. And extremely professional. Boom! These words, amplified through the microphone, echoed clearly throughout the entire livestream. The screen, moments ago filled with mocking comments and ha ha ha, vanished instantly. Instead, an endless sea of question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen. What did academician Su say? It's all correct? Did I hear that right? That elementary school kid's gibberish was actually all correct? Holy crap! Could he be some kind of super genius? Did he finish all his college physics early? Even if he is a prodigy, knowing these theories is one thing, claiming he built a lithography machine is too abstract. I don't buy it. Exactly. It's definitely a script he memorized beforehand. This kid's acting is too good. Just as the live stream audience erupted into heated debate, Li Ziyu caught a glimpse of the data on the monitor out of the corner of her eye. Online viewers. Not only was it not dropping, it was rising. And it was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. 500,000, 800,000. 1.2 million. In just over a minute, the livestream's viewership had more than doubled. Li Ziyu's heart skipped a beat. As a seasoned media professional, her keen professional instincts were fully ignited in that instant. A gimmick. A viral sensation. A mysterious elementary school student, just 12 years old, yet possessing an intimate understanding of lithography machine technology. Whether he actually built the lithography machine or not, this premise alone was enough to set the entire internet ablaze. As for the lithography machine itself, Li Ziyu never believed it for a second. How could such a thing be built by a single person, let alone a child? But that didn't matter. What mattered was the ratings. She immediately shifted her strategy, her panic vanishing from her face, replaced by intense curiosity and scrutiny. She hurried over to Su Hongxing and whispered urgently, her voice barely audible to anyone else, "Mr. Su, this kid, he's got something strange about him. Whether it's real or not, I think we should go take a look. Don't you want to know what's really going on with him?" Su Hongxing fell silent. The storm raging within him was fiercer than anyone could imagine. Anger had long since faded, replaced by an indescribable shock and a hint of curiosity he dared not admit. Yes, what on earth was going on? A primary school student who casually rattled off the technical specifications of a lithography machine? This alone defied scientific explanation. Was this a true genius? Or was there a master guiding them from behind the scenes? Regardless, he had to see it with his own eyes. Su Hongxing took a deep breath, as if making up his mind, and nodded firmly. All right. I'll see what tricks he's got up his sleeve. With old Su's approval secured, Li Ziyu's heart swelled with delight. He immediately addressed the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems our contestant, Zhang Bai, has given us a huge surprise. To unravel this mystery, we've decided to follow Zhang Bai to his lab and see what's really going on. The moment these words were spoken, the live stream's viewership surged once more. Here it comes. The main event is finally starting. Let's go. Let's go to his place. I want to see what he's hiding at home. Bet a pack of spicy noodles his place is definitely filled with Ultraman and Gundam models. Amidst the eager anticipation of countless viewers, the production crew followed the small figure toward his home. Zhang Bai's home was located in an old residential complex not far from the school. Along the way, Zhang Bai showed no signs of excitement despite the attention. He remained as calm as ever. As he walked, he murmured several more requests, almost as if talking to himself. Oh, and if you really plan to test it later, the portable equipment you brought might not be sufficient. The workpiece stage's motion requires synchronous measurement across 6 degrees of freedom, which places high demands on data acquisition and processing algorithms. Also, my light source is a self-developed excimer laser. Its energy stability and output power require a more specialized power meter for testing, otherwise the data will be skewed. With each sentence he uttered, Su Hongxing's footsteps grew heavier behind him. Others might not understand, but he listened with his heart pounding. 6 degrees of freedom measurement. Self-developed excimer laser. These were all domains only touched upon in today's most cutting-edge EUV lithography technology. Even, some of these concepts were still in the theoretical exploration phase within his own research team. If everything this kid said is true, Then the precision of that lithography machine he built, wouldn't it surpass the current capabilities of the eagle-winged nation? The thought sent a chill down Su Hongxing's spine. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He shook his head vigorously, banishing this absurd notion from his mind. This kid must have picked up some hearsay from somewhere and is just trying to be mysterious here. The live stream viewers flooded the chat with disbelief. Blow it out your ass. Keep blowing. Outperforming Eagle-chan? Why doesn't he just claim he can hand-roll an atomic bomb? This kid must be reading too many sci-fi novels. The show's script is getting more and more absurd, I love it. Amidst the clamor and skepticism, the group finally arrived at Zhang Bai's doorstep. It was an ordinary-looking apartment building, its walls peeling in places. Zhang Bai pulled out his keys and unlocked the old-looking security door. Squeak! The door swung open. The moment they saw the scene inside, everyone froze in place as if struck by a spell. Li Ziyu's mouth slowly formed an O shape. Su Hongxing's eyes widened like copper bells. The cameraman immediately thrust the lens forward, delivering a close-up shot of the doorway that lasted for tens of seconds. In the livestream chat, all the comments vanished. Dead silence. Dead silence. Because the scene inside the door was simply too shocking. This was no home. It was a precision factory crammed with all manner of bizarre, shimmering metallic contraptions. The air carried a peculiar scent of motor oil mingled with metal. A compact CNC machine sat in the corner, flanked by a vacuum coating machine and a high-precision etching station. Though these machines appeared somewhat crude, bearing obvious signs of handcrafted workmanship, their unique industrial aesthetic and palpable technological presence sent a tingle down the spine of every observer. Chapter 4, Precision Rivaling the Eagle? This. Li Ziyu's voice trembled as she pointed at the room full of machinery, staring at Zhang Bai with utter disbelief. Did your father buy all this? What does he do? In her mind, this was the only plausible explanation. This kid's dad must be a tech geek who built a private lab at home. The live stream viewers caught on too, speculating wildly. Got it. This kid's dad must be a legendary tech guru. Exactly. This stuff looks super expensive, no way a kid could get it. Wow, so it's all about who your dad is. I knew it. But Zhang Bo shook his head, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing something trivial. I don't have a dad. I made all of these myself. Hand-rolled. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. Su Hongxing was the first to react. He retorted decisively, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He strode into the room, slipped on the white gloves he always carried, and carefully ran his fingers over the casing of a small ion beam etcher. The cold metallic feel, the precision-welded joints, the meticulously laid-out internal circuitry. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became. The precision of this machine tool is at least micron level. And this vacuum chamber, its air tightness treatment is incredibly professional. How could a child possess such formidable hands-on skills? What terrifying knowledge base and manufacturing experience would that require? He simply couldn't believe it. This was beyond the realm of genius, it was a miracle. The live stream audience erupted. Hand-rolled? He calls this hand-rolled? Even old Wang who fixes bikes downstairs wouldn't dare brag like this. Holy crap, if this is real, is this kid even human? Definitely a plant by the production team. Absolutely. They must have set this up beforehand. Exactly. Rigged. Totally rigged. No other way to explain it. A wave of skepticism and mockery once again flooded in. Faced with it all, Zhang Bo couldn't be bothered to explain. Actions speak louder than words. Suddenly remembering something, he turned and walked into the inner room. Recently, he had used his self-made lithography machine to trial produce a batch of semiconductor wafers. However, lacking the most critical testing equipment, he had been unable to accurately assess the stability and specific performance parameters of these chips. Today, Su Hongxing's arrival presented the perfect opportunity. What's he doing in there? Li Ziyu asked curiously. Zhang Bai didn't answer. Seconds later, he emerged from the inner room, holding an object wrapped in a dust-free cloth. He carefully placed it on the only clean table in the center of the living room, then slowly unwrapped the dust-free cloth. A dazzling light instantly caught everyone's eyes. It was a circular wafer, palm-sized and smooth as a mirror. Under the light, the densely etched circuit patterns on the wafer reflected a hazy, rainbow-like halo, radiating a sci-fi and futuristic aura. It was a semiconductor wafer. Su Hongxing's breath caught in his throat at that very moment. He lunged forward in a single stride, his eyes fixed intently on the wafer as if he had discovered some priceless treasure. This is... His voice cracked with emotion. This wafer still carries the warmth of having just come off the production line. The photoresist residue hasn't been fully cleaned off yet. This is a freshly produced, unprocessed wafer still in its raw state, untouched by any post-production packaging. Boom! Su Hongxing's words sent the entire livestream into an uproar. A wafer? Holy crap! It's actually a chip? Could it be? Could he actually have a fully operational lithography machine at home? Impossible. Even the government can't buy this thing. How could an elementary school kid possibly have one? This wafer must be fake. It's a model. Li Ziyu was also stunned into silence. She instinctively looked at Su Hongxing and urgently said, Mr. Su, you must test it immediately. Right. Test it. Su Hongxing snapped out of his daze. Energized as if injected with adrenaline, he immediately pulled out a portable microanalyzer and several simple testing tools from his toolbox. His hands trembled slightly from sheer excitement. He carefully picked up the wafer, secured it on the analyzer stage, and pressed his eyes to the eyepiece. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. In the livestream, millions of viewers held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Su Hongxing's body suddenly froze. He remained motionless, as if turned into a statue. Su? Old Su? Li Ziyu nervously swallowed, calling out softly. Su Hongxing didn't respond. Another dozen seconds passed before he slowly raised his head. The crowd watched as this top-tier academician, well past 60, now wore a blank expression. His eyes were filled with boundless shock and bewilderment, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. His lips trembled as he murmured to himself. Impossible. How could this be possible? This precision, this line width. He whipped his head around, fixing Li Ziyu with a gaze sharp as a knife. Speak. Is this some dirty trick your production team pulled? This wafer. Did you smuggle it back from the Eagle through some illicit channel? Tell me the truth. There's absolutely no way domestic technology could reach this level right now. Absolutely none. Li Ziyu was stunned by his roar, waving his hands frantically. No, old Su. Our production team absolutely did not pull any shady deals. Su Hongxing's interrogation instantly gave the live stream audience an outlet for their frustration. I knew it was rigged. Even academician Su said so. Definitely smuggled goods. Would they stoop to this for ratings? Disgusting. Report them. This unscrupulous show must be reported. Su Hongxing didn't buy Li Ziyu's defense at all. He turned his attention to Zhang Bai, trying to coax something out of the child. He forced himself to sound as gentle as possible. Kid, tell Grandpa, did your dad bring this chip back from abroad? Or was it a prop given to you by the show's staff? Where exactly was it manufactured? Faced with Su Hongxing's barrage of questions, Zhang Bai's expression remained utterly unruffled. He looked at Su Hongxing, then at the live camera, and spoke clearly, one word at a time. This was produced by my own lithography machine. The statement landed like a drop of water into a boiling oil pot. The live stream chat exploded with a flood of ha 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 comments. This kid is acting like he's in a full-blown play. His own lithography machine? Why doesn't he just claim he built Gundam too? Alright, cut the act. Keep it up and it'll just look fake. Su Hongxing couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Shaking his head, he said earnestly to Zhang Bai, Kid, lying isn't a good habit. Let me tell you, based on my preliminary inspection, the manufacturing process for this wafer has already reached the 7 nanometer level. Its precision is completely on par with the most advanced equipment from the Eagle Nation. That's impossible. No lithography machine in the country can achieve this level. You little brat, did you actually build a lithography machine at home that rivals the Eagle's? Yet after hearing this, Zhang Bai slowly shook his head. Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone present, his thin lips parted to utter a few words. His voice was quiet, yet it thundered like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's mind. Academician Su, you've got one thing wrong. It's not rivaling. It surpasses. Chapter 5, Revealed. A creation beyond its time. Surpass? When those two words came from the mouth of a 12-year-old child, the entire world seemed unreal. Li Ziyu froze. Su Hongxing froze. The millions of viewers in the livestream fell collectively silent, even the bullet comments pausing for a moment. Surpass Eagle? That colossal presence that had dominated the tech sphere for decades, weighing down the Dragon Nation like a mountain? What kind of joke is this? After a brief silence, the mockery grew even more intense. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing myself silly. Is this kid out of his mind? Not rivaling, but surpassing? Holy crap, that's my pick for quote of the year. Blowing his own horn to the heavens. This kid should be writing fantasy novels, what a waste of talent. The last shred of patience vanished from Su Hongxing's face. He felt his dignity and intelligence had been insulted like never before. Enough! He roared, pointing at Zhang Bai and barking, Young man, I don't care who sent you here, but this charade ends now. Surpassing Eagle-chan? Do you even know what those 4 words mean? Do you realize that's been the lifelong dream of generations of our scientists? Is this something you can joke about? Li Ziyu also felt Zhang Bai had gone too far this time and hurried over to smooth things over. Zhang Bai, how about we call it a day? You've already done remarkably well, truly. In her view, this kid had already shown extraordinary talent by acting out the script to this level. He must be an actor hired by the production team, though why they didn't even notify me? But if he kept going, it would completely fall apart. Yet Zhang Bai seemed completely oblivious to everyone's unease. He calmly looked at Su Hongxing and countered. You don't believe me? Of course not. Su Hongxing shouted without hesitation. Zhang Bai nodded, as if he had anticipated this reaction all along. In that case, words alone won't suffice. Follow me. I'll show you something. Just promise me that after seeing it, you'll help me complete the final test phase. Su Hongxing sneered coldly, fine. I'll see what new tricks you've got up your sleeve. As long as what you show me isn't a pile of scrap metal, forget about testing, you can make me do anything. He was determined to expose this lie today, no matter what. The live stream audience joined in the clamor. Let's go. I'll see for myself what this lithography machine that surpasses Eagle-chan looks like. Hope it's not just a cardboard box. Ha ha ha. Brace yourselves. Major embarrassment coming right up. Oh wait, make that major crash landing. Zhang Bai turned around and pushed open a tightly shut door next to the living room. It appeared to be a bedroom, but the furnishings inside once again shattered everyone's expectations. A colossal object, completely covered by a massive dustproof cloth, stood silently in the center of the room. This object occupied nearly 2/3 of the room space, its height nearly reaching the ceiling. Its square outline radiated an air of mystery. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. What is that? Li Ziyu couldn't help but ask. The live stream viewers couldn't contain themselves either. Holy crap! They're really playing up the mystery. The actor's performance is spot on, and that prop looks legit. The production team really went all out. I bet there's a fridge underneath, ha ha ha. You can't just buy a lithography machine with money, let alone one that surpasses the Eagles. This production team has no shame when it comes to ratings. Su Hongxing's face had darkened to the point it seemed like rain could pour from it. He was utterly convinced this was a meticulously orchestrated scam by the production team. A sensationalist, scandalous setup. Hiring a skilled actor, setting up a convincing fake lab, and rigging a mystifying prop. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Rage consumed him, and he could no longer contain himself. He strode forward with purpose. Today I'll see for myself what the hell your production team is up to. He thrust forward the hands that had once operated countless precision instruments, grabbed the corner of the dust cover, and with every ounce of strength, yanked it down with all his might. Rip! The dust cover slid down with a rustle, revealing the true form of the object beneath. Time seemed to freeze completely in that instant. All sound vanished from the world. Li Ziyu's pupils dilated to their widest extent in an instant. She covered her mouth, unable to utter a sound. The photographer's hand froze mid-air, breath forgotten. In the livestream, millions of viewers and the relentless stream of comments scrolling across the screen abruptly halted in that instant. Only Su Hongxing remained, frozen in the act of pulling back the dust cover. Struck as if by lightning, he stood rigidly in place, utterly motionless. Before everyone's eyes stood a machine. A machine brimming with futuristic and sci-fi flair, a super machine. Its casing gleamed in a cold metallic silver gray, its lines sleek and precise, radiating power and industrial. This. Su Hongxing's lips trembled as he reached out, yearning to touch it. Countless design blueprints flashed through his mind, along with countless days and nights of calculations and simulations. His entire life had been spent working with lithography machines. But the machine before him. Its ingenious design, its intricate structure, its revolutionary concepts, completely and utterly surpassed everything he had ever known. This, could it really be a lithography machine? Chapter 6, A Miracle Descends. Academician Su's faith crumbles. Su Hongxing remained frozen in the pose of pulling back the dust cover, his entire body struck as if by lightning. His eyes were fixed on the machine before him, his mind a blank. What kind of machine was this? Its cold, metallic silver gray shell wasn't a simple flat surface, but rather a seamless fusion of countless irregular polygons that followed some strange, yet harmonious pattern. It looked like a creation from an alien civilization in a sci-fi movie. Not a single screw was visible on the surface. The seams were perfectly aligned, and light flowing over it refracted into a breathtaking industrial beauty. A deathly silence hung over the livestream for a full 3 seconds. Then, comments exploded with unprecedented density and speed. What the hell did I just see? This has to be CGI, right? Absolutely CG. Did my TV's graphics card just fry? Model? You call this texture a model? Does your model come with its own anti-gravity field? I was wrong, I was so wrong. I shouldn't have laughed from the start. Even if this thing can't make chips, I'd pay 10 million just to display it at home. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the livestream. At the scene, Li Ziyu was the first to regain her voice from the stunned silence. Her throat parched, she stammered as she turned to the child who had remained unnaturally calm throughout. Zhang Bai, what exactly is this? Zhang Bai's gaze shifted from Su Hongxing's stiff silhouette back to Li Ziyu's face, his tone as matter-of-fact as if describing an ordinary toy. I told you, a lithography machine. Those 3 words struck like an electric shock, instantly jolting Su Hongxing out of his daze. Impossible. He snapped awake, lunging toward the machine like a crazed lion. His gloved hands trembled uncontrollably as he cautiously touched the cold, smooth casing. The sensation sent a jolt through his entire body. This structure. Where's the power interface? Why can't I see it? And this? What kind of cooling system is this? Liquid nitrogen? Or, my god, I've never seen a circulation design like this. Su Hongxing muttered incoherently, his eyes gleaming like a devout believer paying homage to a sacred relic. He circled the machine twice, searching for a control panel or any switch or button he recognized. Nothing. Nothing at all. The entire machine was a seamless, monolithic form, offering no point of access. He paced like a mouse circling a hedgehog, utterly stumped, sweat pouring down his forehead. Just as everyone held their breath, Zhang Bai stepped forward. He extended his small, tender hand and tapped 5 times with his knuckles on an inconspicuous smooth surface at the lower right corner of the machine's casing. The rhythm and sequence were specific, incomprehensible to outsiders. Thump. Thump thump. 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 Hum. An extremely faint, low hum sounded, as if emanating from another dimension. Instantly, a soft, deep blue glow illuminated the machine's interior. The light seeped through the strange polygonal gaps in the casing, weaving itself into a dreamlike web of light in the air. Countless microscopic precision components began to operate, yet the sound they produced was almost imperceptible, nearly silent. Had one not witnessed it firsthand, it would be impossible to believe that such a colossal machine had already begun its operation. The entire livestream room fell silent once more. Su Hongxing completely lost his composure. He spun around abruptly, grabbing Zhang Bai's slender shoulders. His voice cracked from sheer agitation. How did you activate it? What powers it? How does it work? Tell me now. He was practically roaring, his cloudy old eyes now burning with the fire of knowledge and the madness of witnessing a miracle. Zhang Bai frowned slightly as he was shaken, calmly meeting his gaze. The energy source is a miniature nuclear reactor. As for the principles, you wouldn't understand them even if I explained them now. He paused, then added, weren't you planning to test it? The equipment you brought isn't sufficient. Nuclear power? Those 5 words struck like 5 successive bolts of divine thunder, crashing down upon the crown of every person present. Su Hongxing trembled violently. Millions of viewers in the livestream fell collectively speechless. Did my ears just malfunction? Did he actually say those 2 words? Oh no, I can't tell reality from sci-fi anymore. We jumped straight from lithography machines to controlled nuclear fusion? I take back what I said earlier. This thing isn't just worth 10 million, it's going to reshape the world order. The lithography machine issue was instantly blown out of the water. If Surpassing Eagle's lithography machine was a national treasure worthy of celebration in Dragon Nation's tech circles, then miniature nuclear power is the divine scepter capable of overturning the entire world's chessboard and rewriting the rules of the game. Su Hongxing's legs buckled. Had Li Ziyu not swiftly caught him, this national treasure of an academician might have collapsed right there before the entire nation's audience. He finally realized that what he had encountered today was neither some folk genius nor some prank. He was witnessing a miracle, one that far exceeded the limits of his imagination, even surpassing the boundaries of modern scientific understanding. All his skepticism, anger, and disdain crumbled to dust in that instant. Su Hongxing forced his nearly failing body to stand. The gaze he now fixed on Zhang Bai held not a trace of the superior scrutiny or testing of an elder. It was a look bordering on supplication. My equipment isn't enough. It's nowhere near enough. His voice was hoarse, tinged with tears. I'll report this immediately. I'll contact the nation's top laboratory right away. They have the best equipment. Su Hongxing trembled as he pulled a phone from his chest. It was an ancient flip phone, devoid of any smart features. Yet on its back, a bright red national emblem with a special serial number was etched. His hands shook uncontrollably as he fumbled repeatedly before finally managing to dial the number he knew by heart. The call connected almost instantly. This is Su Hongxing, he bellowed into the receiver, his voice hoarse and frantic, completely distorted. Immediately. Activate the highest emergency protocol. Yes. The highest level. Coordinates, Magic City. I don't care what methods you use, get here as fast as possible. I've discovered a... He glanced at the calm boy standing beside him and the machine emitting a faint blue glow, mustering every ounce of strength to roar out his final words. A miracle capable of altering the fate of the Dragon Nation. The call ended. Su Hongxing gasped for breath, every ounce of strength drained from his body. His gaze fixed on Zhang Bai, filled with nothing but boundless awe, fervor, and a hint of reverence he hadn't even recognized within himself. He wasn't looking at a 12-year-old child. He was gazing upon a deity, descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 7, Seal all information. A miracle powerful enough to alter the fate of the Dragon Nation. Su Hongxing's hoarse roar pierced the encrypted line, causing the receiver to buzz. In a heavily guarded conference room in the capital, a white-haired director listened. The thermos in his hand wobbled, its lid tapping against the rim with a sharp clink. He didn't bother to look, only feeling a tightness in his chest and a sudden difficulty breathing. Highest emergency protocol. Those words sent a chill through his heart. He abruptly stood up and strode toward the main seat at the conference table. He leaned close to the man sitting ramrod straight and whispered a few words. The man's previously composed expression darkened. He raised his hand, signaling the meeting to end. Live broadcast? Absurd! One attendee raised his voice after hearing the briefing, cut it off immediately. Seal off the information. I disagree. Another immediately countered, everyone has their own measure of Professor Su Hongxing's character. He would never joke about something like this. With the entire internet watching, abruptly cutting it off will only spark greater chaos and speculation. Arguments flared back and forth, filling the conference room with a buzzing din. The man seated at the head remained silent, his fingertips tapping the table rhythmically. After a moment, the tapping ceased. He slowly scanned the room. His voice was low, yet it silenced the entire room. Cut. Those two simple words plunged the room into complete silence. The pride of our dragon nation has been suppressed far too long by those outsiders. His gaze drifted toward the distance as he spoke. That tiny livestream room was now under the intense scrutiny of countless pairs of eyes. We need a victory that lets us stand tall, a hero everyone can see. Even if there's only a sliver of hope left, I'll make sure the entire nation witnesses it. Let the whole world witness it. He exhaled softly. I'm eager to see what kind of towering giant tree can grow on the soil of our dragon nation. The command carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Meanwhile, the live stream for the rise of the dragon nation had already become a sea of data. Viewer numbers shot up like a rocket: 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. The back-end programmers stared at the skyrocketing curve, spilling their instant noodles all over the floor without a thought to clean it up. The servers teetered on the brink of collapse multiple times, only to be pulled back from the edge by urgently mobilized resources. The word miracle became the sole focal point across the Dragon Nation's internet. Across the ocean, at the Eagle's intelligence hub. A primary school student tinkering with a lithography machine more advanced than ours? With a miniature nuclear reactor? Have the Dragon Nation people been reading too much science fiction? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed analysis director leaned back in his chair, coffee in hand, his tone dripping with contempt. Just a tired propaganda ploy. Rating, C. Continue monitoring. However, when the high-definition screen displayed Su Hongxing's face, distorted with excitement, and the moment he pulled out that special red national emblem phone, the smile on the analyst's face slowly faded. Zoom in. Run a check on this man. Reporting, sir. Su Hongxing, academician of the Longwei Academy of Sciences and a leading figure in precision instruments and semiconductors, is known for his rigid, meticulous nature. He has never made any exaggerated claims in public. The supervisor slammed his coffee cup down on the table. Immediately. Elevate the intelligence level to A+. I need to find out exactly what happened in that residential complex. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky in the live feed darkened. A deafening roar, growing louder from the distance, tore through the afternoon tranquility of the metropolis. Residents of the old neighborhood rushed to their windows. There, hovering above the community, were several all-black, unmarked armed helicopters. Their stance radiated the fierce predatory intent of birds of prey. The whirlwind from the rotors whipped dust and fallen leaves into the air, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Whoosh! 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 Several dark figures descended from the sky, rappelling to the ground with clean, precise movements, not a single one out of place. They wore pitch-black special operations uniforms, and the parts of their faces visible beneath their masks radiated a cold, fierce intensity. The aura emanating from their entire bodies was palpable even through the screen, causing tens of millions of viewers to feel a tightness in their chests. Barricades sprang up instantly, sealing off the entire residential complex from the outside world in under 3 minutes. The leader strode down from the lead helicopter. Unmasked, his square face bore sharp eyes beneath thick brows. The stars on his shoulder epaulets gleamed in the sunlight. He walked with calm composure, yet his invisible presence made Li Ziyu and the entire film crew feel weak in the knees, nearly toppling over. I am Long Xiao, of the Dragon Guard Special Operations Division. The general entered the room, his gaze carrying a piercing intensity. It swept over Li Ziyu's ashen face, lingered briefly on Su Hongxing's trembling figure, and finally settled firmly on the machine, emitting a faint blue glow and the boy beside it, who was eerily calm. 2 Special Forces operatives stepped forward, gesturing to the cameraman to back away and maintain distance. But contrary to everyone's expectations, they did not demand the camera be turned off. Long Xiao walked step by step toward Zhang Bai, stopping 3 paces away. His imposing presence, heavy enough to weigh down an army, instantly dissipated before this 12-year-old child. After a moment of silence, the iron-blooded general slowly crouched down, attempting to meet Zhang Bai's gaze at eye level. Young man, he deliberately slowed his speech, his voice softening as much as possible. From this moment on, you and this thing of yours will be fully taken over by us. Seeing this, Su Hongxing feared the general might not grasp the gravity of the situation. He rushed forward, his tone urgent as he explained, General Long. This child, this machine, it's the nation's destiny. It's tied to our national fortune. It's absolutely our country's most precious treasure. Long Xiao rose to his feet, giving him a slight nod with an expression of unprecedented gravity. I understand. Old Su, otherwise I wouldn't have made this trip personally. With a wave of his hand, a team of technical experts dressed in identical white lab coats but visibly more seasoned and capable immediately flooded in. Pushing various sophisticated instruments whose names he couldn't identify, their faces radiating unmistakable excitement and fervor, they carefully surrounded the lithography machine. Begin disassembly and packing. Ensure there is absolutely no error. Yes, sir. Yet an awkward scene unfolded. These experts, representing the pinnacle of Longhua's industrial manufacturing prowess, circled the machine for a full 10 minutes. Yet they couldn't locate a single screw, let alone find any seams in the casing. They operated advanced scanners and detectors on the machine, but the data they obtained was nothing but gibberish. The machine was a seamless, flawless entity, seemingly beyond human craftsmanship, refusing to reveal any secrets to mere mortals. The lead expert, sweating profusely, wiped his brow before turning to Long Xiao and the boy who had been observing the entire scene with an expression of utter helplessness and embarrassment. All eyes once again fell upon Zhang Bai. Chapter 8, Zhang Bai, please proceed. Zhang Bai moved. Not with a sudden burst of energy, but with a gentle exhale as he strolled leisurely toward the machine. The gazes of tens of millions across the nation seemed frozen in that moment. He extended his small hand, tapping and pressing at points utterly incomprehensible to onlookers. He traced a gentle stroke along one edge before finally turning something. The motion flowed with the precision of countless rehearsals, carrying an inexplicable rhythm. Click, hum. A few faint mechanical sounds echoed. The monolithic machine, which had appeared as a single, seamless entity, began to disassemble itself. 7 or 8 modules, large and small, lined up neatly. The cut surfaces were perfectly flush, revealing glimpses of intricate internal structures, yet not a single wire or component fell out. This spectacle left every technician present with a buzzing sensation in their heads. The professional knowledge they usually prided themselves on now felt like a joke. Long Xiao's breath caught for a moment. The modules were carefully placed into specialized shockproof cases, personally escorted by Special Forces personnel, and loaded directly onto the helicopter. Long Xiao turned and studied Zhang Bai once more. This time, his stern expression held something else, something others couldn't quite decipher. Mr. Zhang Bai, please proceed. Zhang Bai nodded without hesitation. Surrounded by heavily armed Special Forces soldiers, he walked calmly as if taking a stroll, stepping onto the black helicopter. The cabin door slammed shut. A deafening roar once again split the sky as the helicopter slowly ascended. Above the countless stunned, confused, yet faintly excited faces on the ground, it gradually shrank into a black speck before vanishing from sight. On the ground, Li Ziyu jolted awake, snapping back to reality. She thrust the microphone forward, practically lunging toward the camera. Her makeup was smudged, sweat and tears mingling on her face, yet her eyes shone with an almost frightening intensity. Viewers, her voice trembled violently, nearly cracking as she shouted, "We still don't know what lies ahead. But today, right now, perhaps, together, we've witnessed the beginning of something extraordinary. Dragon Nation is truly taking flight this time." High above, the helicopter cabin was eerily silent. Long Xiao stared out the window at the city rapidly receding below, silent for a long while. After a considerable time, he finally turned his head to look at the boy resting with his eyes closed beside him. The child seemed oblivious to the outside world, and Long Xiao asked the question he most wanted to know. "Did you really build this lithography machine all by yourself?" Zhang Bai didn't even lift his eyelids. His lips moved slightly, uttering 3 words. "What else?" The helicopter didn't fly to the capital. Instead, it landed deep within the Qinling Mountains, on a vast metal platform enclosed by towering peaks. Kunlun National Laboratory. This was the most secretive scientific research zone in the Dragon Nation. Beneath the platform lay a vast, bottomless base. Its defenses were impenetrable, housing the nation's most brilliant minds and cutting-edge equipment. As the cabin door opened, a blast of cold air, a mix of disinfectant and ozone, washed over them. Long Xiao and Su Hongxing flanked Zhang Bai as they descended the gangway. All the staff in white coats nearby froze, their expressions a blend of curiosity, shock, and unfathomable scrutiny. Without exception, their gazes were fixed on the boy in the elementary school uniform, his expression eerily calm. Zhang Bai and the modules housed in specially designed shockproof containers were transported directly to Laboratory Zero. This was the facility with the highest security clearance, its entire interior clad in stark white alloy, its vast emptiness slightly unsettling. It was dedicated to testing unprecedented technologies that could potentially revolutionize existing knowledge. Inside the lab, a dozen or so gray-haired elders had been waiting for quite some time. Each was a renowned figure in their respective fields. Any one of them could send shockwaves through their industry in the Dragon Nation. Now, as an expert panel, they surrounded the reassembled lithography machine. Their expressions were complex as they studied the equipment. Some scrutinized it, some doubted it, but most concealed an excitement that flickered like a flame. "Junior colleague, you've truly broken through the heavens this time." A fellow white-haired but energetic old academician spoke up. His name was Wei Zhang, a semiconductor physicist and Su Hongxing's senior classmate. He glanced at the machine, his eyebrows knitting together. Highest emergency protocol? A miracle? All for this nameless piece of scrap metal and a kid? Wei Zhang's voice carried clear discontent and doubt. Have you lost your mind? Been duped by someone? Su Hongxing rubbed his hands nervously. Senior colleague. Just look at it yourself. This thing, Enough. Wei Zhang waved his hand, cutting him off. His voice grew stern. I'm the chief supervisor for this test. I know the rules. Unrelated personnel, especially those who might affect the test results, must leave. His gaze fell unapologetically on Zhang Bai. Escort him to the observation room. Su Hongxing tried to protest, but Zhang Bai shrugged indifferently, his expression seeming to say, whatever you want. Without so much as a glance at the academicians, he followed a staff member into the observation room separated by one-way glass. Begin! Wei Zhang waved his hand, his face regaining its scholarly solemnity. Connect all diagnostic ports. Analyze its structure, energy systems, and control logic. I want all its data within 30 minutes. Yes, sir. A team of top-tier experts sprang into action. China's most advanced equipment was wheeled in, and countless cables, like venomous snakes, attempted to connect to the lithography machine's reserved ports. Yet 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. The atmosphere in Lab 0 grew increasingly tense. Over a dozen academicians, national treasures in their fields, gathered around the machine, fine beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It's not working, Professor Wei. None of the ports are recognized. It's like an independent encrypted protocol. The energy system is undetectable. Our equipment shows no energy response inside, it's just a pile of dead matter. The control system is even more absurd, we can't even locate the motherboard. This thing, it seems to lack a power button altogether. The cacophony of reports ebbed and flowed, eventually coalescing into an awkward silence. This group of men, standing at the pinnacle of Dragon Nation's technological pyramid, now resembled a band of primitive humans wielding stone axes, circling an alien spacecraft with no clue where to begin. Wei Zhang's face turned ashen. He stared intently at the cold machine, feeling his old face burn with embarrassment. After all that fuss, they couldn't even turn it on? This was utterly humiliating. Finally, he took a deep breath and ground out between clenched teeth, Go. Bring that boy back. Zhang Bai was brought back into the lab. Facing the group of flushed, awkward-looking academicians, he remained as unruffled as ever. He walked to the machine. Under their intense stares, he extended his small hand and tapped the smooth outer shell 5 times rhythmically with his knuckles. Chapter 9, Setting a Small Goal. Buzz. A low resonance spread through the lab. Immediately, an eerie blue light began weaving through the air, forming a vast, shimmering net. The machine had come to life. Wei Zhang stiffened. What was this? Voice control? Some secret signal? Biometric recognition? He stared at the machine before him, his mind buzzing. The scientific laws he held sacred felt fragile and vulnerable in this moment. He cleared his throat, forcing down the discomfort in his voice, his tone devoid of emotion. We can begin testing now. What do you intend to produce with it? Zhang Bai's fingers danced lightly across the virtual screen in front of the machine. Without looking up, he uttered a few words. Let's start small. Produce a batch of 1 nanometer process test wafers. The words hung in the air, and the entire lab held its breath. Only a thick, frozen silence remained. After a moment of dead silence, Wei Zhang suddenly erupted into a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha. 1 nanometer? He doubled over, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Pointing at Zhang Bai, his voice shrill, he shouted, Did you all hear that? He said 1 nanometer. This is utter nonsense. Absolutely ridiculous. Young man, do you even grasp what 1 nanometer means? That's the physical limit for silicon-based chips. Quantum tunneling is an immutable law and no one can defy it. You're challenging the laws of physics. This machine is nothing but a sham. Several elderly professors nearby responded with a soft cough or a slight nod, the air thick with an indescribable silence. This young man was indeed too naive, making bold claims without regard for the occasion. Zhang Bai paid no heed to the remarks. He set the final parameter, pressed the button, and the confirmation key sank in. The lithography machine emitted no thunderous roar, only the blue light within grew deeper and more intense. An invisible beam began its work in the vacuum chamber with unimaginable precision. The entire process unfolded with a smoothness that felt almost suffocating. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the output port. 5 minutes later. A soft ding sounded. A robotic arm smoothly delivered a brand new wafer, shimmering with an ethereal halo. Wei Zhang's laughter abruptly halted. Quick! Send it for testing, he practically shouted. The expert team sprang into action, carrying the still warm wafer to the other end of the lab. There, it was placed into a priceless, state-of-the-art combined analyzer representing the pinnacle of Long Nation's testing capabilities. Everyone, including Su Hongxing and Long Xiao in the observation room, gathered around the main display screen. On the screen, countless data streams representing transistor density, electron mobility, and power efficiency began scrolling and refreshing at an unprecedented, frenzied pace. This data refresh rate is too fast. The analyzer's processor is about to overload, a young researcher exclaimed. Wei Zhang's heart leapt into his throat. Suddenly, beep beep beep. The analyzer emitted a shrill, piercing alarm, and an eerie red light instantly engulfed the entire laboratory. All the frantically scrolling data streams on the screens abruptly halted. Replacing them was a colossal warning message displayed in blood-red font. Those words, like a divine judgment, burned into the dazed pupils of every academician. Warning, data anomaly. Exceeds theoretical limits. Unable to parse. Unverifiable. Impossible. Wei Zhang let out a piercing scream. He rushed madly to the screen, gripping the edge of the console with both hands so tightly his knuckles turned white. Staring at the screen, he saw parameters utterly defying everything he had learned in his lifetime. He stared at the data labeled errors yet undeniably real, his hands beginning to shake violently beyond his control. Performance, hundreds of times that of current top-tier chips? Power consumption, virtually negligible? This wasn't data, it was pure fantasy. Fake. This data is fake. Wei Zhang's worldview shattered completely in that instant. He pointed wildly at the screen, shouting at those around him, "It's a machine error. Our testing equipment is broken." Yes. It must be that our equipment can't keep up with its performance, causing this garbled output. He couldn't and wouldn't believe the reality before him that overturned everything. No one responded. Every academician present stood frozen, staring blankly at the blood-red warning, feeling as if their very souls had been ripped from their bodies. Ultimately, a preliminary test report jointly signed by over a dozen academicians, its wording meticulously cautious yet unable to conceal its shock, was urgently transmitted to headquarters under the highest encryption level. The report's conclusion consisted of a single, succinct sentence. Technology far surpasses the era. Data authenticity is questionable. Suspected to be incomprehensible future technology. Considering the immense impact on Longhua's existing technological framework and the profound implications for the nation's future, we request the initiation of secondary verification. The preliminary test report from Kunlun Laboratory detonated like a bombshell within the Dragon Nation's power core. That report, its wording cautious to the point of contradiction, technology far exceeds the era, data authenticity questionable, lay on every decision-maker's desk, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. The atmosphere in the conference room was as heavy as iron. A miracle. This is a miracle. The faction led by Su Hongxing nearly pounded the table in their fervor, convinced this represented an unprecedented opportunity for Dragon Nation in a century, a divine gift that must be protected and supported at all costs. The opposing faction, represented by Wei Zhang's remote video feed, remained far more composed, even cold. Comrades, we are materialists. Science tolerates no miracles. Until we fully understand the underlying principles, this could be an unprecedented electronic deception technique, or worse, a strategic hoax orchestrated by hostile forces to disrupt our scientific system and undermine public confidence. The crux of the debate pointed directly at the 12-year-old boy in the observation room, quiet as an outsider. The gaze of tens of millions nationwide, through the uninterrupted live feed, converged upon him. Across the ocean, analysts at the Eagle's intelligence hub dared not even blink. Pressure mounted like mountains and seas converging. Finally, the man in the command seat delivered the decisive order, transmitted through encrypted lines directly to Kunlun Lab. Initiate secondary verification. But the approach must change. No more passive testing, we must apply active pressure. In Lab 0, when this directive reached them, a cold, resolute expression flickered across the wrinkled, aged face of academician Wei Zhang. His taut nerves seemed to have finally found an outlet. He turned, strode purposefully to the one-way glass, and fixed Zhang Bai in the observation room with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Open the door. Chapter 10, This is Judgment. Kid, your performance is over. Wei Zhang's voice echoed through the chamber. The airlock door slid open slowly, revealing his figure standing in the doorway. I will personally set the challenge for your machine. You must manufacture it in real time according to the brand new blueprints I provide on the spot. If you fail, both you and your so-called toy will be classified as the highest level national security threat. He spoke deliberately, each word directed squarely at Zhang Bai, in full view of all the academicians and the live broadcast cameras. Su Hongxing opened his mouth as if to speak, but Wei Zhang's icy stare silenced him. He swallowed his words. The live stream exploded with chaos. Holy crap! He's serious? This isn't verification, it's a trial. Old Wei's pushed to the edge, he's flipped the table. Oh no, oh no. The pressure's maxed out now. If this kid can't pull it off, it won't just be embarrassing. The eagle-eyed folks over there must be laughing their heads off. This is exactly the pressure test they wanted to see. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see how this 12-year-old would handle it. Logically, he should be panicking. Zhang Bai merely rose from his seat and strolled leisurely out of the observation room. He looked at Wei Zhang, his face expressionless. Yet that very calmness made Wei Zhang feel slightly underestimated. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle. Your blueprints? He shook his head lightly, his voice sounding almost careless. Too much of a waste of time. In the lab, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. Wei Zhang's brows furrowed deeply. Zhang Bai continued calmly. All right, I'll give you a chance. His gaze swept over the stunned academicians before settling on Wei Zhang. Bring me that cutting-edge chip architecture your team has been researching but can't seem to crack. I will help you realize it. Insane. Arrogant. No words could possibly describe this behavior. This isn't retaliation, it's a blatant, full-scale attack. He was essentially telling a national treasure-level academician and the entire elite team behind him, you bunch of useless fools couldn't handle it, but this young master will make it happen right here on the spot. You. Wei Zhang trembled with rage, his aged face flushing a liver like crimson. Never in his life had he endured such utter humiliation. His finger trembled as he pointed at Zhang Bai, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Senior brother. Don't lose your temper. Su Hongxing rushed forward to grab him, fearing he might collapse from the shock. Fine. Wei Zhang violently shook off Su Hongxing's hand and roared, his voice hoarse with fury. Fine. 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 You brought this upon yourself. Like a gambler staking his entire reputation, his eyes bloodshot, he turned and roared at his assistant behind him, get it up. Project our latest theoretical model for the neuronal bionic collaborative processor onto the big screen. Let everyone see it. Mr. Wei, you can't. That's top secret, his assistant gasped in alarm. I said, retrieve it. Wei Zhang's voice sounded like a wounded beast. Seconds later, a dizzyingly complex design blueprint, a tangled web of contradictions and conflicts filled the laboratory's main screen. The densely packed circuits and countless logic gates tangled like dead knots sent shivers down the spine. Su Hongxing and several other academicians privy to the matter paled instantly upon seeing the blueprint. Senior brother. Have you lost your mind? Su Hongxing cried out. This isn't a test, it's a trap. This model contains at least 3 signal paradoxes that cannot be resolved within the existing physical framework. Theoretically, it's a dead end. Wei Zhang, however, wore a cold smile of impending victory. He intended to use the most cutting-edge, unsolvable problem in his field to utterly shatter this young upstart's arrogance before the entire nation. To make him pay for his ignorance. He turned his head, a hint of vengeful satisfaction in his gaze, and looked at Zhang Bai. Well? You can still back out now. Yet Zhang Bai merely glanced casually at the blueprint hailed as the century-old conundrum before shaking his head lightly. The look in his eyes was no longer playful but filled with pity. A design riddled with flaws. His voice was quiet, yet it echoed clearly throughout every corner of the laboratory. Signal transmission path redundancy exceeds 30%. At least 7 logical dead loops exist in the core area. The energy allocation efficiency is laughably low. With each word he spoke, the cold smile on Wei Zhang's face grew stiffer. When Zhang Bai finished his last sentence, Wei Zhang's expression had completely frozen. Zhang Bai seemed oblivious to the ghostly look on his face, sighing to himself. Enough. I'll use this defective product of yours to make you lose so convincingly you'll have no choice but to concede. With that, he didn't even bother asking his assistant for any data files. Relying solely on the memory of his brief glance earlier, he turned and walked straight to the lithography machine, which emitted a faint blue glow. Under everyone's stunned gaze, he stretched out both hands and began to manually recreate and modify the blueprint on the virtual light screen. If the previous scenes had been awe-inspiring, what unfolded before them now bordered on the miraculous. His fingers became blurred phantoms on the screen as countless lines of code and structural diagrams flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. The academicians present nearly popped their eyes out of their sockets. He wasn't replicating. He was optimizing. He was reconstructing. He was creating. The color drained from Wei Zhang's face at a visible pace, leaving it ashen. With horror, he realized that in less than 3 minutes, Zhang Bai had flawlessly circumvented every single one of his preset signal paradox traps using a revolutionary new approach, one so groundbreaking it was beyond his wildest imagination. The deadlocks that had plagued him and his entire team for years, in this boy's hands, were like fragile spider webs easily torn apart, restructured, and ultimately transformed into a perfect work of art. Buzz. The lithography machine restarted after Zhang Bai pressed the final confirmation button. This time, every heart in the room was in their throats. In the live stream, tens of millions of viewers held their breath, the chat streams falling silent. In the lab, every academician including Wei Zhang stared intently at the machine now in motion. This was no longer a simple wager. It was a collision of ideas between 2 eras. Its outcome would determine the future trajectory of Dragon Nation's technology. Inside Lab 0, time seemed to be sucked into a vacuum so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wei Zhang remained motionless, like a wind-dried stone statue, his eyes fixed on the analyzer's monitoring screen. His last hope and the final line of defense for a materialist scientist lay in the limits of physical manufacturing. Chapter 11, An Unprecedented Peak. What mattered if the design was wildly imaginative? The realities of material science, energy control, and microscopic precision were insurmountable chasms that imagination alone could never cross. As long as this machine exhibited even the slightest deviation, overload, or error during fabrication, he could prove it all to be nothing more than a cleverer deception. He still had a chance. The livestream had long since split into two sharply divided camps. The intensity of the comment war raging below matched the silent battle unfolding in the lab. Materialist guardians reporting. Brothers, trust science. Quantum tunneling is insurmountable, just waiting for the backlash. Hey, the sacred sword of physics is about to be snapped in two, and you're still talking tough? Miracle Witness Corps reporting. Baishin is simply amazing. Mortals, you cannot comprehend the divine realm. The ritual has begun. Please let it succeed. We've held our breath for far too long. The atmosphere reached an unprecedented fever pitch. In the lab, seconds ticked by. The machine, glowing with a faint blue light, continued to operate. Silence. No sound. Steady as an immovable mountain. Not only were there no overload or error alerts, but even the needle on the instrument representing the equipment's vibration frequency remained utterly still, as if welded to zero. This extreme stability, seemingly defying the laws of thermodynamics, itself sent waves of suffocation through every engineer and physicist present. This isn't scientific. How could a high-speed precision instrument possibly operate without energy dissipation or mechanical vibration? Ding! A crystal-clear alert sounded, like the toll of a judgment bell, abruptly piercing the silence. Amidst the sudden constriction of everyone's pupils, the robotic arm steadily carried a brand new wafer, smoothly delivering it from the discharge port. It was a creation more profound and beautiful than any previous test sample. Under the dust-free lights, its surface circuitry was intricate as a cosmic map. Light flowed across it, refracting into a rainbow of dreamlike halos, like a work of art frozen in time and space. This time, before Wei Zhang could speak, a young assistant researcher responsible for inspection instinctively donned anti-static gloves and hurried forward. His hands trembled violently with intense excitement and nervousness. As if cradling a sacred relic, he carefully placed the wafer into the ultimate device at the far end of the lab, a more complex apparatus representing Dragon Nation's pinnacle achievement in microphysics, the quantum tunneling effect detector. The detector activated. Everyone rushed forward like madmen, including General Long Xiao, who had stood at the periphery with a stern expression. Even he could no longer maintain his composure, pushing his way to the very front of the screen. On the screen, the data stream no longer refreshed chaotically as before. Instead, it climbed upward in an unprecedented, breathtakingly smooth curve of perfect perfection. Power consumption. An elderly academician responsible for energy analysis stared intently at one data point, suddenly gasping in shock, his voice cracking. Its standby power consumption is approaching zero? Impossible. Another titan of the semiconductor field rubbed his eyes hard, convinced he was hallucinating. Look at the signal transmission speed. It's surpassing the theoretical silicon-based limit. The electron mobility in silicon crystals has a physical upper bound. How did it achieve this? Yet all these gasps were merely the prelude to the final verdict. Seconds later, all data peaked, and the test report generated. The screen displayed no complex data, only a single line, concise, clear, yet carrying supreme authority like the lash of God, striking each soul with brutal force. Stability, absolutely stable. Performance parameters, completely surpasses existing physical models, cannot be defined. Conclusion: this technology is confirmed to be genuine, effective, and ahead of its time. Genuine. Effective. These four words struck like four merciless hammers, shattering Wei Zhang's last psychological defenses into pieces. Thud. The veteran academician, who had spent his entire life stubbornly and proudly dedicated to Dragon Nation's scientific research, collapsed into the chair behind him as his legs gave way. His eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling as his worldview crumbled into dust at that moment, taking with it the pride and knowledge of his entire life. He had lost. He was utterly defeated. It wasn't just his flawed design that had failed, it was the entire knowledge system he had cherished and believed in, the very foundation of the old era. Senior brother. Su Hongqing lunged forward in a single bound. Without a trace of mockery, he gripped Wei Zhang's shoulders with trembling hands. Tears welled up in his aged eyes as his voice choked with emotion. We won. Senior brother. We didn't just witness a miracle, we witnessed a god. The Dragon Nation truly has hope. Just as the entire lab was engulfed in wild joy and shock, the young assistant researcher who had been monitoring the readings first froze as if seeing a ghost. His trembling finger pointed at the screen as he let out a blood-curdling scream of utter terror. You all look. Look at the screen. Everyone stared in horror. There, the perfect curve representing the composite performance had reached an awe-inspiring peak. Instead of leveling off as expected, it continued upward slowly yet relentlessly, with a minuscule yet undeniably firm slope visible to the naked eye. This sight was 10,000 times more terrifying than all the previous abnormal data combined. It was still growing stronger. This completely defied the most fundamental law of the universe, the conservation of energy. How could a chip that had already completed its task continue to increase its performance on its own? Where was it getting the energy from? Dead silence. In the laboratory, the euphoria faded, replaced by a bone-deep dread and reverence for the unknown. Amidst this dead silence, Zhang Bai finally spoke again. His voice, flat as if nothing had happened, rang clearly in everyone's ears, shattering the eerie silence. "Oh, I forgot to mention." He tilted his head, observing the group of academicians frozen as if petrified, adding with the casual tone of explaining how to use a toy. "I casually added a micro-vacuum zero-point energy extraction module. It can draw power from quantum vacuum fluctuations. So theoretically, as long as the universe doesn't collapse, its performance can grow infinitely." He paused, then delivered the final sentence that brought this test one that had shaken the entire Dragon Nation to a close. "Stability is merely its most insignificant advantage." The entire audience froze in utter silence. Chapter 12, The Divine Oracle Walking Among Men. If the previous technology had been ahead of its time, this so-called vacuum zero-point energy was nothing short of uprooting the entire edifice of modern physics from its very foundations. Long Xiao spun around abruptly. His gaze fixed on the boy standing with hands behind his back, expression serene. It was no longer an appraising look, nor one of inquiry, it was the stare one might reserve for a freak of nature. He knew that from this moment onward, this boy's value could no longer be measured by any standard of the Dragon Nation. No, he could no longer be called the fortune of the nation. He himself was a divine oracle walking among mortals. Kunlun Laboratory, 0. The crimson warning in Zhang Bai's casual mention of vacuum zero-point energy descended like the silence of the cosmos, swallowing the laboratory's clamor whole. Ecstasy, shock, and even dread tangled within each heart, ultimately coalescing into a deathly stillness. High above, the live feed from the helicopter was abruptly cut off. In the heart of the capital's power center, the air in the conference room hung thick and heavy. The final report stating technology far surpasses its era data authenticity confirmed suspected to be incomprehensible future technology was solemnly presented to the man seated at the head of the table. His fingertips tapped the desk, once, then again, the rhythm slow and heavy. He finally understood, they were not facing a prodigy who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but a prophet who held the key to future civilization. All information regarding Zhang Bai and everything he had demonstrated was classified as top secret, surpassing even the security level of certain nuclear arsenals. An unprecedented internal meeting convened deep within the Kunlun laboratory. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn and grave. More than a dozen of the nation's most distinguished academicians, including Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang, sat at the conference table like schoolchildren, their expressions focused as never before. At the head of the table, General Long Xiao wore a grave expression. His gaze swept over the assembled figures before settling on the massive holographic projection screen directly in front of the conference table. At the screen's center stood Zhang Bai. Seated behind specially reinforced bulletproof glass, his expression remained serene, as if merely taking a routine final exam. Yet every word he uttered thereafter left the nation's most esteemed experts squirming in their seats. Therefore, the conservation of energy as you currently understand it holds true at the macro level. Yet at the quantum micro level, especially during information exchange with higher dimensional spaces, it generates minute perturbations. This is precisely the theoretical foundation for the existence of zero-point energy. Zhang Bai's voice carried a childlike clarity, yet each word was like a pearl, as if he were expounding on the most fundamental truths of the universe. He spoke with effortless eloquence, traversing the frontiers of quantum mechanics to theories of higher dimensions, from information entropy to energy conversion efficiency. Each concept surpassed the cognitive boundaries of every academician present. They strained to process it, yet felt their minds flooded with gibberish. Many resorted to pen and paper, desperately trying to capture fragments of his words. Academician Wei Zhang's face alternated between crimson and pallor. He had believed himself well versed in science's frontiers, yet before Zhang Bai's lecture, he realized he was but a frog at the bottom of a well. He stole a glance at Su Hongxing beside him, noticing his old friend's eyes glistening with tears, yet equally bewildered. After the meeting, a high-ranking official personally contacted Zhang Bai via an encrypted video line. On the screen, the leader's expression was profoundly sincere, his tone carrying unprecedented respect. "Comrade Zhang Bai," the voice boomed with steady authority, "in recognition of your revolutionary contributions to Dragon Nation and indeed all humanity, the Supreme Council has resolved to confer upon you the title of Honorary Academician of Dragon Nation. Concurrently, we shall establish a special selection class under your guidance to chart the future course of Dragon Nation's scientific advancement. You shall wield supreme authority and command unlimited resources at your disposal." Such words would move any researcher to tears, even drive them mad with joy. Yet, on the other end of the screen, Zhang Bai merely shook his head gently. "I have no need for empty honors," he stated flatly, without a trace of emotion. "Besides, I have no time to teach a group of students with such weak foundational knowledge." The moment these words left his mouth, the conference room erupted. Academician Wei Zhang's face turned the color of liver, while several younger academicians abruptly stood up, their eyes flashing with defiance. They were Longhua's most elite think tank. To be told by a 12-year-old that their foundations were too weak felt like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Yet no one dared to speak up in protest. For in light of the miracles Zhang Bai had just demonstrated, their cherished knowledge system truly appeared utterly fragile. Zhang Bai seemed oblivious to the stunned expressions on everyone's faces. He walked directly to the whiteboard at the center of the conference room and picked up a marker. Since you all think our foundation is too weak, let's tackle the problem head-on. He turned, his gaze sweeping over General Long Xiao and the military experts present. Stealth technology has reached its limits. Why not shift our perspective? He sketched an unusual symbol on the whiteboard, its lines simple yet radiating an indescribable logical beauty. We can create a quantum reconnaissance aircraft. He paused, allowing the concept to sink in before continuing. It exists as information in a quantum entangled state, no physical form, undetectable by radar or sensors. Only when reconnaissance is needed does it collapse into physical form via remote quantum entanglement communication, materializing instantly above the target. After completing its mission, it decoheres and vanishes, reverting to its information state. His voice was quiet, yet it struck like thunder from the heavens, splitting open the minds of every military expert and scientist present. This isn't a weapon anymore, a general gasped, feeling his worldview being utterly reshaped. This is an undetectable ghost. General Long Xiao slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fervor. Staring intently at the symbols on the whiteboard and the calm boy before him, his voice trembled with excitement. Build this. Whatever it takes, the entire Dragon Nation will be your backing. At that moment, several academicians, including the presidents of Tsinghua University and another top institution, could no longer remain seated. They realized that whoever secured Zhang Bai for their university would command the technological high ground for the next century. Zhang Bai. Come to Tsinghua. The Tsinghua president spoke first, his face flushed with excitement. We possess the most cutting-edge research platforms and the freest academic environment. You'll have access to any resources you need. Our Beihang University is also excellent, another president countered, refusing to be outdone. We are the premier institution in aerospace. Your quantum reconnaissance aircraft would find the best development here. Chapter 13, Skip the formalities, test it. The table was laden with offers and perks, but Zhang Bai didn't even glance at them. He merely scanned the spread, then lifted his head to meet the gaze of the Tsinghua president across the table. All right. Zhang Bai's voice was soft, as if he weren't deciding anything earth-shattering. I'll lead the project. But I need to attend Tsinghua University to experience campus life. The president beamed with delight, his expression practically begging to be allowed to pull his heart out and show it. He knew full well Zhang Bai didn't care about the piece of paper called a diploma. What Zhang wanted was the platform here, the people here, a base where he could comfortably nest while having access to any resource he needed at a moment's notice. Before long, the quantum reconnaissance aircraft project was in full swing. Zhang Bai rolled up his sleeves and personally oversaw the design. He had free rein over Longgua's most brilliant scientists, engineers, and cutting-edge equipment. Halfway through building the reconnaissance aircraft prototype, the team hit a wall. They couldn't stabilize the energy supply. Based on existing physics theories and repeated calculations, the prototype was guaranteed to suffer an internal energy imbalance during its first test flight, followed by a catastrophic failure. Several academicians had gone days without sleep, their eyes bloodshot from exhaustion, yet they still couldn't find a solution. They handed the latest calculated data to Zhang Bai, their hands trembling slightly as they held the pen. Zhang Bai glanced at the data, his voice calm. Forget about that. Just test it. At the test site, everyone held their breath as they watched the quantum reconnaissance aircraft model being lifted by robotic arms and rising steadily into the air. The space fell eerily silent, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. Initiate. A faint glow illuminated the model as the first test commenced. Immediately, the data on the screen went haywire, completely off track. The energy fluctuation curve jumped wildly, diverging sharply from their theoretical projections. Alert! Energy data anomaly, a researcher shouted abruptly. The academicians' hearts leapt into their throats as they stared intently, expecting the model to disintegrate. Yet it remained suspended in midair, steady and motionless. The second and third tests yielded data that still didn't match Zhang Bai's predictions, deviating even more wildly than the first. Yet what unfolded before their eyes left every academician dumbfounded. The data hadn't worsened. It had improved hundreds of times over. The model they'd expected to collapse not only remained intact but flew with an eerie stability, demonstrating agility and efficiency far beyond current technological capabilities. Academician Wei Zhang's hands trembled violently as he stared fixedly at the screen. The numbers seemed to slap decades of established physics principles in the face. He swallowed hard. Zhang Bai's theory felt like it had leapt straight from the future, leaving these academic heavyweights speechless. He watched Zhang Bai silently, the room growing so quiet it felt suffocating. Before the historic gates of Tsinghua University, a dense crowd gathered, surrounded by a sea of media cameras. The university president, a renowned figure in academic circles, stood at the head of the red carpet, flanked by university leaders and academicians. All necks craned, they awaited the arrival of the young man who was about to register, yet whose fame had already spread far and wide. A black sedan rolled slowly into view, instantly setting the crowd abuzz. Flashes erupted in rapid succession, shutter clicks filling the air. The door opened, and Zhang Bai stepped out leisurely, accompanied by General Long Xiao and academician Su Hongxing. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, he seemed utterly out of place amidst the surrounding frenzy. Facing the sea of cameras and deafening shouts, his expression remained unreadable, a calmness that made it seem as though he were attending just another ordinary enrollment ceremony. "Welcome to Tsinghua, Zhang Bai." The president stepped forward, his smile nearly spilling over, his voice brimming with unchecked excitement. Zhang Bai merely gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the curious, excited, even slightly frenzied faces. He had come here seeking a convenient place to work, not for this flashy spectacle. As soon as the ceremony ended, Zhang Bai delivered another surprise. He didn't choose popular majors like computer science, physics, or aerospace engineering, nor did he opt for departments directly linked to his previous achievements. Instead, he declared his intention to join Tsinghua's most enigmatic and challenging project, the Future Strategic Engineering Ultra-Large Offshore Platform Construction Technology Team. In the project team's conference room, several gray-haired senior professors and a group of seasoned graduate students exchanged glances. Professor Chen Zhangwo, the project leader, adjusted his glasses on his nose, his brow furrowed deeply. "Zhang Bai, are you truly joining our project?" Professor Chen's tone was polite, yet his meaning was unmistakable. "Our work leans more toward traditional civil engineering, materials science, and marine engineering. It seems quite different from your previous work on lithography machines and quantum reconnaissance aircraft." A young graduate student couldn't hold back, muttering under his breath, "He's not here to pad his resume, is he? This kind of project doesn't work with just theoretical discussions." Zhang Bai sat at the conference table, idly flipping through the thick stack of project documents. He raised an eyebrow. "Ultra-large offshore platforms are the cornerstone of future integrated aerospace combat platforms. My choice here is based on careful consideration." His voice wasn't loud, but it sent a chill through Professor Chen and the others. Aerospace integrated combat platforms? Their project was still grappling with how to keep a multi-million-ton contraption stable in the deep sea. Early in the project, Zhang Bai hadn't directly engaged in the detailed design, content to listen quietly and review documents. But soon, his role as an observer became anything but ordinary. During a discussion on structural fatigue issues, the team hit a complete dead end. Within the existing framework of materials and structural mechanics, no matter how they modified the design, a critical connection point on the platform would sustain irreversible damage under specific sea conditions. Professor Chen sighed deeply, about to suggest taking a break and letting everyone ponder it further. But Zhang Bai suddenly spoke up. "This problem can be solved by replacing the connection point with a non-Newtonian fluid adaptive buffer structure and incorporating shape memory alloy to distribute the stress." He sketched a few lines on the whiteboard and scribbled some equations. Professor Chen and the engineers crowded around, glancing casually at first then froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Bai's concept defied their existing understanding of materials science and structural mechanics, yet its logic was flawless. A graduate student gasped, his voice trembling. How do we even begin to implement this?" Zhang Bai didn't look up, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. His tone remained level as he shifted gears. "Also, regarding the platform's energy system, if we could integrate micro-controlled nuclear fusion technology with tidal energy capture, we'd achieve an endless energy supply. That would also provide ample power for the future superconducting magnetic levitation launch system." Chapter 14, An Unrealistic Theoretical Fantasy? Superconducting magnetic levitation launch system? Professor Chen staggered, nearly losing his footing. They'd been grappling with this concept for years without even a decent theoretical framework, and this kid had. News of Zhang Bai's achievements quickly spread like wildfire across Tsinghua University's campus. At first, people were skeptical, but soon, one by one, they were left speechless. By now, the professors on the project team were utterly convinced. This wasn't some prodigy here to polish his resume, he was a force who could yank the future right into the present. They'd started habitually bringing their most fantastical ideas to Zhang Bai first, just to hear his take. His reputation naturally reached the ears of Tsinghua University's campus beauty, Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner, a top student in the Department of Aeronautical Engineering, came from a wealthy family and possessed a sharp mind. She had heard many rumors about Zhang Bo, but they always seemed exaggerated to her. In her view, Zhang Bo might have some theoretical talent, but when it came to engineering practice, especially aerospace engineering, it required time to hone skills and experience to gain expertise. Overnight success was nothing but a myth. At a university-wide public debate on future integrated aerospace combat platforms, Zhang Bo, as a special guest, presented his concept of an aerial aircraft carrier. He painted a breathtaking vision of future warfare, a massive fortress floating in the sky, capable of deploying troops over vast distances, delivering all-directional strikes, and even venturing to the edge of space for combat. Lin Wanner sat in the audience, her brow furrowed as she listened. The moment Zhang Bai finished speaking, she rose and grabbed the microphone. Her voice was crisp and forceful, tinged with defiance. "Mr. Zhang, your vision is certainly grand. But an aerial fortress, especially this sky carrier you describe, involves concepts like anti-gravity and energy shields that far exceed our current understanding of physics. Isn't this sort of thing confined to science fiction?" She paused, standing ramrod straight, her gaze fixed directly on the young man on stage. If you can produce a prototype design for the sky carrier within a month and prove its theoretical feasibility, I, Lin Wanner, will concede defeat and never speak out of turn again. But if you fail, I expect you to publicly acknowledge that your concept remains purely science fiction and give the public a proper explanation." The words had barely left her mouth when murmurs rippled through the audience. No one had expected Lin Wanner to dare challenge this rising young star in front of such a large crowd. Zhang Bai turned to Lin Wanner. He set down the microphone and gave the audience a slight nod. "Agreed. 1 month is sufficient," he added. "I will design an aerial fortress capable of deploying troops over long distances and delivering all-around strikes, based on existing technology and incorporating future concepts. It will be a true city in the sky, not just a simple aircraft." The wager was sealed. Returning to his project team, Zhang Bai immediately immersed himself in designing the sky carrier prototype. He didn't touch a computer, instead meticulously sketching dense design diagrams by hand on a whiteboard. The intricate lines and symbols were dizzying to observe. The professors on the project team were once again stunned by Zhang Bai's design speed and depth. They gathered around the whiteboard, watching the outline of the massive aircraft take shape under his pen, along with the unprecedented structures within it. What is this?" Professor Chen pointed at a core module on the blueprint, his voice trembling slightly. "Zero-point energy anti-gravity engine?" Another elderly professor pushed his glasses up and pointed at the outer hull. "And this, a quantum entanglement energy shield generator? This is beyond our comprehension." The blueprints featured anti-gravity systems, energy shields, and energy materials and control systems that were beyond anything they had ever dared to imagine. This wasn't based on existing technology, it had leaped several eras ahead. As the prototype design drawings gradually took shape, Lin Wanner's view of Zhang Bai changed. On multiple occasions, her feet would unconsciously drift toward the project team's office, peering through the glass. Zhang Bai scribbled on the whiteboard while the professors gathered around him, their expressions shifting from initial bewilderment to astonished murmurs, and now, each seemed utterly captivated. As for herself, her initial skepticism had dissolved into an indescribable sense of conviction. On the final day of the 1-month deadline, Zhang Bai invited Lin Wanner to the project team's simulation lab. On the massive holographic projection screen, a silver-white aerial fortress model hovered mid-air. Its streamlined fuselage, enormous wingspan, and the dense array of launch ports and weapon bays beneath its belly all signaled its staggering power. "These are partial simulation data for the prototype sky carrier," Zhang Bai stated, pointing at the screen. "Its payload capacity reaches 10 times that of existing aircraft carriers. Its extended endurance allows it to circle the Earth for weeks on end. It operates nearly silently and can freely traverse both inside and outside Earth's atmosphere." On the screen, the data flashed by at breakneck speed, each figure jaw-dropping. Lin Wanner stared at the numbers, then shifted her gaze to the aerial fortress displayed on the simulation screen. The value it demonstrated in this virtual environment left her utterly speechless. Her once proud aerospace engineering knowledge now felt swept away by a gale, utterly vanishing. She had lost, and there was no room for argument. The moment the prototype design for the Sky Mothership was completed, its technical intricacies and latent strategic value immediately set the Qingdao University administration on edge. The president urgently convened a meeting. This matter had long exceeded the university's authority and demanded higher-level approval. The report climbed through the ranks, reaching the highest echelons. This top-secret document, outlining the sky carrier concept, ignited a fire that seared itself into the minds of those at the top, fueling their visions of future warfare. Immediately, an order of the highest priority descended. Zhang Bai's sky carrier project was to be classified at the highest level of secrecy. All resources required were to be provided without question. The buzz within Tsinghua's campus sparked by the sky carrier prototype design was soon stifled by a far more formidable force. Overnight, the project team's research building was sealed off by a dense military cordon. The campus security guards vanished, replaced by fully armed Longwei Army Special Forces. The air thickened with oppression. Every project participant, from academicians and professors to graduate students and support staff, was temporarily isolated. Phones and computers were confiscated. Not a word was to be leaked. Early the next morning, an unmarked black helicopter landed smoothly on a secret helipad deep within the Qingdao University campus. As the door opened, General Long Xiao stepped out in his civilian attire, striding purposefully toward the building. Chapter 15, Erasing Existence at its Core. Without pausing, he strode directly into the depths of the sealed research building, entering a makeshift top-secret conference room. Inside, Zhang Bai sat composedly at the head of the table. Beside him were the president of Qingdao University, Professor Chen Zhangwo, and several academicians summoned urgently the previous night, including Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang, the latter still appearing somewhat frail. The room was deathly quiet. Every spine was rigid, the air thick with an invisible, oppressive weight. General Long Xiao's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on Zhang Bai. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he stated directly, "Zhang Bai, we fully understand the importance of the Sky Mothership prototype design. Now, we require you to present its complete conceptual framework and all technical details." Zhang Bai gave a slight nod. He tapped the table, and a holographic projection rose from the center of the conference room. A silver-white model of a massive aerial fortress materialized before them in three-dimensional form. The Sky Carrier's design philosophy is built upon our foresight into the future of warfare. Zhang Bai's voice carried a childlike clarity, yet each word landed precisely in the listeners' minds. First, its core component, the quantum cloaking module. By manipulating the quantum field within its target area, it synchronizes its quantum entanglement state with the surrounding environment. This achieves physical uncertainty, rendering it undetectable by any known or unknown means of detection. In the projection, the carrier model instantly became transparent, leaving only faint light and shadow outlines. Many of the military experts and academicians present held their breath. Traditional stealth technology merely reduced radar cross-section, but this quantum invisibility fundamentally erased its very presence. Secondly, the propulsion system, Zhang Bai continued. It relies neither on chemical fuels nor conventional nuclear fission, but incorporates a zero-point energy drive. By efficiently harnessing energy from quantum vacuum fluctuations, it achieves infinite endurance while delivering unimaginably immense thrust. This enables seamless traversal between atmospheric and space environments, reaching speeds beyond the reach of existing aircraft. In the projection, the Sky Carrier accelerated instantaneously within the simulated environment, breaching the sound barrier as it shot toward the clouds. It then hovered at the edge of space with an inexplicably smooth stability. This near-eternal power source left everyone stunned by its implications for future energy landscapes. Finally, and most crucially, is its spatial folding containment bay. Zhang Bai pointed to the hatches on the carrier's underside. This isn't mere physical space, it employs micro-wormhole technology to multidimensionally fold its interior. This means a fortress theoretically designed for hundreds of fighters can actually hold thousands of unmanned combat aircraft, ground-based mechs, or even small nuclear warheads. When needed, it can instantly deploy to deliver beyond visual range, multidimensional, saturation strikes. When the concept of the spatial folding containment bay was presented, the blood drained from the faces of the academicians in the conference room, including Wei Zhang, who had previously held firm to his own views. They strained to process every technical detail Zhang Bai described, only to find their existing frameworks of understanding being ruthlessly shattered. That wasn't science, it was something beyond imagination. Academician Wei Zhang stared motionless at the holographic projection, then slowly turned his gaze toward the composed youth. His lips trembled as if to speak, but all words of rebuttal choked in his throat. Finally, he exhaled a long sigh, a sigh that seemed to carry the weary resignation of acceptance. Soon, the highest leadership engaged in an in-depth exchange with Zhang Bai via an encrypted video conference. On the screen, the leader's tone carried unprecedented respect and sincerity. Zhang Bai, we fully comprehend the strategic value of the Sky Mothership. It will fundamentally alter the nature of future warfare and even reshape the global landscape. However, such a monumental project still requires you to flesh out more critical technical details to proceed with the next phase of engineering feasibility studies. Zhang Bai paused briefly before replying. Certain core technologies of the Sky Carrier, particularly quantum cloaking and zero-point energy propulsion, share commonalities with my previously designed quantum reconnaissance aircraft. The reconnaissance aircraft project is currently undergoing final manufacturing at the Kunlun laboratory. If I could personally oversee it, we might resolve the technical bottlenecks more swiftly and also provide valuable practical data for the Sky Carrier's subsequent development. The Dragon Nation's High Command responded swiftly, cutting straight to the point without unnecessary formalities. That same day, a fully armed elite special operations team escorted Zhang Bai aboard a dedicated aircraft, flying him directly to the Kunlun National Laboratory deep within the Qinling Mountains. When Zhang Bai arrived at the quantum reconnaissance aircraft production line in the Kunlun Laboratory, he found the atmosphere unusually tense. The academicians and engineers responsible for mass production looked utterly exhausted, their hair disheveled. Zhang Bai, you're finally here. An elderly academician quickened his pace upon seeing Zhang Bai, his voice tinged with urgency and resignation. We've hit a bottleneck. The core quantum entanglement generator for the quantum reconnaissance aircraft consistently fails to meet design stability requirements during mass production, resulting in an extremely low yield rate. We've tried countless methods and adjusted process parameters hundreds of times, yet the problem remains unsolved. We're even beginning to suspect, could there be some fundamental flaw in the original design? Zhang Bai didn't respond to their complaints. He walked to the production line, focusing his attention on the generators undergoing testing. He didn't pick up any testing instruments, but casually picked up a discarded core component of a generator and examined it closely for a moment. The problem is simple, he said calmly. During crystal growth in the cryogenic environment, you overlook the quantum tunneling effect within the material. The microstructure sustained irreversible damage during rapid cooling, preventing stable quantum entanglement. The room fell silent. Quantum tunneling effect? The academicians and engineers exchanged glances, none uttering a word. They had always been extremely rigorous about temperature control in crystal growth, testing every conceivable dimension repeatedly. But how could quantum tunneling, a phenomenon active only in the microscopic world, affect the production line before them? They had exhausted every detection method and never found any trace of the damage Zhang Bai described. No one spoke. Zhang Bai offered no further explanation. He simply picked up a pair of dust-proof gloves from the workbench, slipped them on leisurely, and walked straight toward a precision machining device. Parameters, he gestured at the fluctuating numbers on the screen, over here. Done. Use quantum annealing to rearrange the crystal structure inside. Chapter 16, Yield Rate. 100%. He operated it personally, his fingertips dancing across the control panel as strings of complex commands were instantly inputted. Several generator core components previously deemed defective were carefully placed into the machine by him. Hum. A faint blue glow illuminated the machine's interior as imperceptible energy fluctuations coursed through the cores. Minutes later, a soft ding sounded as robotic arms ejected the components. Quick! Test them! General Long Xiao's voice was urgent. The moment the test results appeared, the entire production line erupted. Stability. Impeccable. Yield rate. 100%. Performance, it even surpasses the initial test model. All the R&D personnel froze in place. They turned to Zhang Bai, their expressions filled with admiration and an indescribable fervor. The problem that had plagued them for weeks had been solved in mere minutes by this young man, using a method they had never even considered. After completing the mass production guidelines for the reconnaissance aircraft, military leaders offered to retain him, hoping Zhang Bai would stay at Kunlun Lab to lead more cutting-edge weapons development. Zhang Bai simply shook his head, declining all invitations. "I'm still a student," he said matter-of-factly, showing no hint of reluctance. "There are plenty of fascinating courses left at school." He insisted on returning to Tsinghua to continue his studies and follow up research on the Skycarrier project. Before Zhang Bai departed Kunlun Lab, General Long Xiao personally saw him off. Approaching his side, the general lowered his voice. "Student Zhang Bai, I've received some rather critical intelligence. The Eagle Squad is secretly testing their latest generation Shadow hypersonic reconnaissance aircraft. They plan to make a major splash soon, showcasing their technology to the world." Zhang Bai's body stiffened slightly at these words. He said nothing, merely turning to gaze at the rolling ridges of the Kunlun Mountains. "General Long," he spoke softly, his voice carrying a quiet confidence, "Longwa's quantum reconnaissance aircraft will surpass their Shadow. It will arrive sooner and in a way that will truly astonish the world, showing them what the future truly looks like." The helicopter's rotors roared as it slowly ascended. Zhang Bai's figure appeared slender in the sunlight, yet radiated an undeniable strength that commanded respect. A new contest was about to begin. At a Pacific military base, a colossal steel structure towered along the coastline. Hundreds of millions worldwide watched via live broadcast as Eagle Nation, that self-proclaimed beacon of global technology, held a grand unveiling for its newly developed Shadow hypersonic stealth reconnaissance aircraft. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we unveil another milestone in human aviation history." The Eagle's defense secretary stood at the podium, his booming voice carried by the global broadcast to every corner of the planet. Behind him, the jet-black Shadow reconnaissance aircraft, sleek and streamlined, rested silently under the spotlight like some predator awaiting release. He paused, then raised his voice further. "The Shadow hypersonic stealth reconnaissance aircraft, its speed renders any air defense missile utterly helpless. Its stealth capabilities effortlessly penetrate every known radar network on Earth, even those yet undiscovered." He looked directly into the camera, his voice growing increasingly passionate. "We have every reason to believe the Shadow will completely redefine the standards for reconnaissance aircraft. As for certain nations in this field, they have already fallen hopelessly behind." To many ears, these words were clearly aimed at the Dragon Nation. A stir rippled through the global media section, shudder clicks echoed in rapid succession, and the Eagle Nation's public gallery erupted in waves of cheers. The sheer excitement felt as though the Shadow had already soared over battlefields, invincible. Yet the Dragon Nation's official response remained conspicuously silent. This unexpected reticence fueled endless speculation. Some whispered that the Dragon Nation might have fallen behind technologically, leaving them unable to respond. Others suggested this silence could herald a deeper strategic maneuver, perhaps a storm gathering on the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within the Qinling Mountains, the Zero Hall of the Kunlun National Laboratory presented a starkly different scene. Here, there was no clamor of press conferences, only a tense yet orderly bustle. A vast holographic screen glowed with a faint blue light, its surface flooded with dense streams of quantum entanglement data rushing across it. The Quantum Reconnaissance Aircraft project, spearheaded by Zhang Bai, had advanced to its final debugging phase. Several engineers leaned forward slightly, their breaths hushed as they watched every parameter flicker across the screen. "All systems normal," a young researcher called out. Zhang Bai stood before the control console, nodding slightly. "Initiate final testing." The day after the Eagle Swan press conference concluded, inboxes of major global news agencies simultaneously received an invitation from the Dragon Nation government. The message was concise and to the point. Dragon Nation would host a next-generation reconnaissance equipment technology exchange conference at the Kunlun National Laboratory, inviting global media and military observers. The news struck like a boulder dropped into calm waters, instantly stirring up a raging storm. The Eagle camp, particularly, felt like sitting on pins and needles. Sensing something amiss, they immediately dispatched their top military observers and intelligence analysts straight to Dragon Nation. At the conference venue, tension hung thick in the air. The spacious exhibition hall of the Kunlun laboratory was packed to the rafters with journalists, military experts, and intelligence personnel from around the world. General Long Xiao, dressed in a crisp military uniform, stood at the center of the podium, personally presiding over the event. He offered no unnecessary pleasantries. His gaze swept across the room, his voice steady yet carrying an authority that instinctively commanded respect. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, General Long Xiao began directly, his voice booming. Yesterday, the Eagle Nation showcased their latest reconnaissance equipment to the world. Today, the Dragon Nation will demonstrate what the true future looks like. With a wave of his hand, the massive screen behind him lit up abruptly. Against a backdrop of profound darkness, a streak of silver-gray light suddenly sliced through the sky. Now, witness together the Dragon Nation's newly developed Ghost Quantum Reconnaissance Aircraft. Actual footage of the Ghost Reconnaissance Aircraft appeared on the screen, drawing gasps from many in attendance. Devoid of traditional aerodynamic form, its silver-gray body exhibited an irregular crystalline structure as it glided at supersonic speeds 10,000 meters above the Earth. Most uncanny of all, it left no trace whatsoever on any radar screen. Even more breathtaking was a simulated footage of it penetrating enemy air defense networks the moment the Ghost was locked on, its form abruptly blurred into a phantom shadow. Seconds later, it materialized out of thin air several kilometers away, continuing its advance at a speed defying all physical laws. Quantum disappearance, then rematerialization? The room erupted instantly. Countless people leapt from their seats. Some gaped wide-eyed, mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Others rubbed their eyes repeatedly, convinced they were seeing things. This completely defied their understanding of aircraft. This thing seemed to have leaped straight out of a sci-fi movie. Immediately, the screen switched to a side-by-side comparison. On the left, the Ghost maneuvered effortlessly through extreme environments. On the right, the Eagle's shadow appeared clumsy and powerless when faced with identical simulated challenges. Faced with the Ghost's overwhelming superiority, the Shadow's performance was utterly crushed. Even its vaunted stealth capabilities now appeared riddled with flaws. Chapter 17, Theft? What are you talking about? Global media erupted instantly. Headlines across major media outlets were flooded with Ghost coverage. Countless military experts and physicists stayed up all night trying to analyze this seemingly impossible technology. The Eagle Nation, beyond shock, immediately convened an emergency meeting. The head of intelligence roared hoarsely, "This can't be. They stole our technology. They must have stolen critical data from our core technical blueprints. We demand an international investigation." Yet the Dragon Nation dismissed these accusations with contempt. As the Eagle's accusations reached a fever pitch, the Dragon Nation government announced another press conference. Chief designer of the Ghost Reconnaissance Aircraft project, Zhang Bai, would personally address the Eagle's baseless accusations. The press conference venue was packed with global media, flashes illuminating the room. Countless lenses focused on the podium. As a youth dressed in the uniform of a Tsinghua University distinguished professor calmly ascended the stage, accompanied by General Long Xiao, the entire hall fell silent. This was Zhang Bai, the youth hailed by the outside world as a miracle. Professor Zhang, did Long Bai truly steal Eagle's shadow technology? An Eagle journalist impatiently fired the pointed question. Zhang Bai remained composed. Taking the microphone, his voice clear and firm, without a trace of emotion, he replied, "I understand your confusion. But theft? Where did that come from?" He tapped the podium lightly. Instantly, two starkly contrasting design schematics appeared on the large screen behind the podium. One depicted the structural layout of the shadow, while the other revealed the internal architecture of the Ghost. Please observe. The shadow relies on traditional core technologies: aerodynamic shape optimization, absorptive materials, and active noise reduction systems, representing the pinnacle of conventional stealth engineering. Zhang Bai pointed to the shadow blueprint. The Ghost, however, centers on a quantum entanglement information carrier and zero-point energy drive. It possesses no physical form, merely a quantum information cluster that materializes only when needed through quantum collapse. This represents a fundamental divergence from shadow in design philosophy, core technology, and material application. He continued, one relies on physics, the other transcends it. It's like this: while you're still figuring out how to make horse-drawn carriages go faster, we've already built automobiles. So where's the theft? Zhang Bai's words cut like a sword, utterly refuting the theft allegations. Reporters murmured among themselves, many eyes reflecting contemplation and shock. Just then, a video call request suddenly appeared on the large screen. In the frame, a gray-haired elder with piercing eyes materialized. He was Professor James Carter, Eagle's foremost scholar and the renowned godfather of aerospace. "Professor Zhang, your theory certainly sounds inspiring." Professor James Carter's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, tinged with an unmistakable arrogance. "But quantum reconnaissance drones? Quantum collapse? Such theories present enormous paradoxes in physics. They violate the conservation of energy and the principle that information cannot be cloned. This is fundamentally impossible." This is nothing but a gimmick to grab attention. Zhang Bai gazed at James Carter on the screen, a calm smile playing on his lips. He set down the microphone, stepped to the edge of the podium, and fixed his gaze directly at the camera, as if piercing through the screen to engage Professor Carter in a direct dialogue. Professor Carter, you are a titan in aerospace science, and I respect that deeply. Zhang Bai's voice was measured yet carried clearly throughout the conference hall. But science evolves. Your inability to comprehend something doesn't negate its existence. He paused, a hint of amusement curling his lips. Since you question my theory, why don't we make a small wager? The moment the words left his mouth, the room erupted once more. A wager? Each of us will develop a new reconnaissance aircraft within 1 year. After that year, we'll conduct public tests to determine whose design outperforms the other. Zhang Bai's voice was clear and unwavering, radiating an unshakable confidence. The loser must publicly apologize to the winner and acknowledge an irreparable gap in reconnaissance aircraft technology. What do you say? On the other end of the screen, Professor James Carter was utterly enraged by Zhang Bai's arrogance. His eyes blazing red, he slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Fine. I accept your challenge. 1 year. I will commit the Eagle's most elite resources to show you what true technological prowess looks like." The video link abruptly cut off, leaving the press conference hall in stunned silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden wager. This was no longer a simple technological contest, it concerned the scientific dignity of two great nations, and even their future trajectories. After the conference, Zhang Bai wasted no time. He immediately plunged into developing the new reconnaissance aircraft. Yet his first request to the state once again sent shockwaves through the Dragon Nation's leadership. "General Long, I have a preliminary concept for the new reconnaissance aircraft," Zhang Bai stated calmly yet with unwavering resolve in the Kunlun Laboratory conference room, addressing General Long Xiao and several top national leaders. "But it requires an unprecedented power source." His gaze unwavering, he continued deliberately, "I must simultaneously initiate research into controlled nuclear fusion as the core power source for this new model. Only then can we truly achieve reconnaissance capabilities that transcend our era." The statement plunged the conference room into dead silence once more. Controlled nuclear fusion represented humanity's ultimate energy dream, the lifelong pursuit of countless scientists. Zhang Bai was proposing to harness it as the power source for a reconnaissance aircraft? This signaled the imminent arrival of an even grander, more revolutionary technological transformation. After the press conference, Zhang Bai wasted no time and immediately plunged into the development of the new reconnaissance aircraft. Yet his first request to the nation once again sent shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Dragon Nation. "General Long, I have a preliminary concept for the new reconnaissance aircraft," Zhang Bai stated calmly yet with unwavering conviction in the Kunlun Laboratory conference room, addressing General Long Xiao and several top national leaders. "But it requires an unprecedented power source." His gaze unwavering, he continued deliberately, "I must simultaneously initiate research into controlled nuclear fusion as the core power source for this new model. Only then can we truly achieve reconnaissance capabilities that transcend our era." The statement plunged the conference room into dead silence once more. Controlled nuclear fusion, the ultimate dream of human energy, the lifelong pursuit of countless scientists. Zhang Bai intended to harness it as the power source for a reconnaissance aircraft? This signaled the imminent arrival of a more monumental, more revolutionary technological upheaval. Chapter 18, Impossible Self-Sustained Combustion. After urgent deliberation, the Supreme Command ultimately approved Zhang Bai's proposal. That same day, Longhua's most senior nuclear physicists and resources were swiftly mobilized to establish a top-secret unit deep within the Kunlun Laboratory, codenamed Project Zero Fusion. Zhang Bai was appointed chief designer. During the project's early meetings, the atmosphere in the conference room was palpably tense. Over a dozen gray-haired nuclear physics academicians, facing the unseasonably young Zhang Bai seated at the head of the table, could not hide the skepticism in their eyes. Comrade Zhang Bai, a senior academician, finally spoke, his tone measured. "Controlled nuclear fusion has eluded humanity for a century. Generations have poured their efforts into achieving only modest progress with tokamak devices. While we trust your capabilities leading this endeavor, it does differ significantly from your previous field." Zhang Bai ignored the veiled skepticism. He walked to the holographic projection table at the conference room's center, lightly touched its surface, and a complex model of a tokamak device materialized. "The fundamental flaw in your current tokamak designs lies in their reliance on macroscopic magnetic confinement of the plasma." Zhang Bai's voice carried a childlike clarity, yet each word was like a pearl. "This confinement method, no matter how strong the magnetic field, cannot completely suppress the microscopic turbulence and particle leakage within the plasma. This results in massive energy loss, making self-sustained fusion impossible." His words dissected the deepest perplexities of all the academicians with surgical precision, sending a jolt through their hearts. They were not unaware of these problems, but they had been stymied by the lack of solutions, and no one had ever dared to point them out so bluntly. "My proposed quantum-constrained inertial fusion overturns the traditional approaches of magnetic or laser confinement," Zhang Bai continued. The tokamak model on the projection screen instantly dissolved, replaced by an exquisitely structured sphere composed of countless miniature hexagonal modules. It employs the minute gravitational fields generated by quantum fluctuations for ultra-high pressure confinement. Simply put, at the microscopic level, through intricate quantum interference, it applies instantaneous pressure to fusion fuel billions of times greater than traditional methods within an extremely short timeframe, achieving inertial confinement. He picked up a marker nearby and began sketching the core reactor's entirely new structural diagram directly onto the holographic projection. The lines were simple yet radiated an indescribable logical beauty. Every module and energy pathway was precisely rendered, exceeding the comprehension of all nuclear physicists present. The academicians were utterly stunned by Zhang Bai's theory, yet some still voiced skepticism. Comrade Zhang Bai, your proposed concept is far too advanced. Generating a gravitational field using quantum fluctuations for confinement? This is unheard of within the existing physical framework and theoretically impossible to achieve. Zhang Bai did not argue. He simply set down his pen calmly. What cannot be understood does not mean it does not exist. His gaze swept across the room. Theoretical verification requires time, but we can immediately conduct small-scale simulation experiments. Prepare your most advanced quantum simulator. Amidst stunned gazes, Zhang Bai walked to the simulator himself. Without relying on any assistance, he slipped on the operation gloves, his fingers transforming into blurred phantoms on the virtual keyboard. Countless complex quantum parameters, energy field distributions, and material properties flowed from his fingertips like a seamless stream. His operational speed and precise mastery of intricate theories left all present experts in awe. Many instinctively reached for notebooks, attempting to capture key parameters he input. The simulator activated, and on the massive screen, beams of light simulated the microscopic world of quantum fluctuations. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the data streams. This was no ordinary experiment, it was the collision of old and new theories, the hope for humanity's energy future. Seconds later, the energy output ratio on the screen began to fluctuate wildly. "Oh my God, this can't be possible," a young researcher gasped, his voice breaking. The data stream climbed upward in an unprecedented, breathtakingly smooth curve, finally stabilizing at a staggering figure 1000:1. This figure struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering the nerves of every academician present. 1000:1. This meant that for every unit of energy input, a full 1,000 units could be produced. This far exceeded the highest record in all current fusion research and even surpassed the theoretical limit of fusion reaction efficiency known to humanity. Academician Wei Zhang, the once stubborn old scientist who had now become Zhang Bai's staunchest supporter, leapt from his chair. His eyes were bloodshot, tears glistening, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. "A miracle! This is a miracle. A milestone in human energy history. We've succeeded." The entire Project Zero fusion team plunged into an ocean of ecstatic awe and shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Bai accompanied his Tsinghua mentor, academician Su Hongxing, to an international nuclear physics symposium. Held in Switzerland, the conference gathered the world's foremost nuclear physicists. At the conference, scholars from various nations showcased their latest research breakthroughs. Professor James Carter of the Eagle Nation, Zhang Bai's old rival with whom he had a wager, also presented his breakthrough in compact nuclear fission power via an online connection. "Ladies and gentlemen, our Eagle Nation has achieved revolutionary progress in miniaturized nuclear fission reactors." Professor Carter appeared spirited on the screen, with his nuclear fission engine model behind him. This engine boasts powerful output in a compact form, capable of providing robust propulsion for future strategic bombers and deep space probes. "We firmly believe that nuclear fission will remain humanity's most reliable energy choice in the foreseeable future." When it was Dragon Nation's turn to speak, academician Su Hongxing excitedly ushered Zhang Bai onto the podium. Zhang Bai calmly walked to the center of the podium, facing countless pairs of curious and scrutinizing eyes both in the audience and on the screens. He skipped pleasantries and dove straight into the topic. "Colleagues, Longhua has achieved a phased breakthrough in the field of controlled nuclear fusion." He tapped the podium lightly. Behind him, the large screen displayed the core theoretical model and partial simulation data of quantum-constrained inertial fusion. "Through sophisticated manipulation of quantum fluctuations, we have achieved ultra-high-pressure inertial confinement of fusion fuel. Our simulations demonstrate an astonishing energy yield ratio." Zhang Bai's voice was clear and powerful, each word striking like a hammer blow to the hearts of every scholar present. His words instantly ignited the room. Whispers erupted from the audience as many abruptly rose to their feet, eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible." Professor James Carter, on the other end of the screen, slammed his fist on the table. His voice boomed through the speakers, tinged with an air of unquestionable arrogance. "Professor Zhang, you're talking nonsense. Quantum fluctuations generating a gravitational field? That completely defies existing physical principles. This is nothing but a sensationalist stunt to cover up your backwardness in nuclear energy research." Chapter 19, appearing so outdated and pathetic. Zhang Bai calmly observed Professor Carter on the screen, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corners of his mouth. "Professor Carter, I understand your fear of the unknown," Zhang Bai responded calmly, his tone tinged with a hint of pity. "But scientific progress has never been about clinging to outdated conventions. Regarding the small nuclear fission power source you just demonstrated, I noted several potential safety hazards in its cooling system. Under extreme operating conditions, there is a risk of core meltdown, and its energy conversion efficiency still has room for improvement. He paused, then shifted his focus. In contrast, the super-powered engine based on controlled nuclear fusion not only completely resolves the nuclear waste and safety issues of fission reactors, but its energy density is thousands to tens of thousands of times greater than that of fission engines. We can even harness the high-energy particle streams from fusion products to directly convert them into electricity, achieving over 99% energy conversion efficiency. This could provide near-limitless power for future aerospace motherships. Zhang Bai's words struck like a sword, utterly dismantling Professor Carter's arguments. On the other end of the screen, Professor Carter's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth to speak but found himself speechless, every counter-argument perfectly countered by Zhang Bai. His pride and joy fission technology seemed so outdated and inadequate in the face of the fusion-powered future Zhang Bai had painted. After the conference, Zhang Bai was surrounded by scholars from around the world. Faculty members from top universities and research institutions, thoroughly impressed by his knowledge and quick thinking, eagerly extended offers, throwing out astronomical conditions in a fierce recruitment battle. Zhang Bai. Come to Harvard. We offer the most cutting-edge resources. If you're willing, we'll provide you with $10 million in research funding annually. Princeton welcomes you. We have the finest theoretical physicists. You can establish your own laboratory, and we will support you fully. Professor Zhang, join MIT. We guarantee your research will face no restrictions and grant you the highest level professorial status. Alluring offers poured in like snowflakes, with even national representatives proposing citizenship and the highest national treatment. At that moment, the president of Tsinghua University personally intervened, extending an olive branch to Zhang Bai through an encrypted connection. Mr. Zhang, Tsinghua University pledges to provide you with a 10 million yuan scholarship, an independent top-tier laboratory, and the highest research autonomy. For all your projects, Tsinghua will spare no effort to offer every possible guarantee and support. The president's tone was firm and sincere. We believe that Dragon Nation is the finest stage for you to realize your ambitions. After listening, Zhang Bai calmly looked at academician Su Hongxing, then glanced at the foreign scholars swarming around him. He gave a slight nod and ultimately chose Tsinghua. All right, he replied softly. I'll stay. This simple decision brought relief to the Dragon Nation's leadership while leaving the covetous foreign institutions disappointed. Zhang Bai entrusted the core phase of the nuclear fusion project to the Project Zero fusion team for further advancement, while he began working on the detailed design of the next-generation reconnaissance aircraft. Simultaneously, the Sky Carrier project was not shelved. He continued advancing both the theoretical refinement and engineering details. A new technological race had quietly commenced across the globe. Within Tsinghua University, autumn deepened. Zhang Bai sat in a corner of the library, flipping rapidly through advanced quantum field theory. Though physically in academia, his thoughts never confined themselves to textbooks. The controlled nuclear fusion project progressed steadily at Kunlun Lab, and the theoretical framework for the Sky Carrier grew increasingly refined. Yet, subtle distractions lingered in his mind. Zhang Bai, what are you so engrossed in? Academician Su Hongxing appeared beside him unnoticed, asking with a smile. Zhang Bai closed his book, his gaze settling on an academic journal on the table. Academician Su, take a look at this report. HIT's all-round missile defense system project seems to have hit a bottleneck. Su Hongxing took the journal, his brow furrowing slightly. Oh, that project. Academician Wang Jianjun and his team have indeed poured immense effort into it, aiming for all-around, dead-angle-free interception. But I hear progress has slowed recently. Especially when facing hypersonic multi-target strikes, their multi-dimensional space interception algorithm seems to be struggling. Zhang Bai nodded calmly. The theoretical foundation of this algorithm does carry risks of computational overflow and predictive errors when handling exponentially complex data streams. A strategic defense system cannot tolerate even the slightest flaw. He paused thoughtfully before rising. Academician Su, I intend to visit HIT. Su Hongxing paused, then a flicker of understanding and approval crossed his eyes. He knew Zhang Bai's decision was far from impulsive. Harbin University, All-Purpose Missile Defense System Project Team. When Zhang Bai entered the project team's conference room accompanied by General Long Xiao and academician Su Hongxing, the atmosphere visibly grew tense. The room was filled with gray-haired senior professors and a group of energetic young researchers. The project leader, academician Wang Jianjun, a stern-faced elder with piercing eyes, clearly found Zhang Bai's arrival unexpected. Welcome to Harbin Dalian, Zhang Bai. Academician Wang Jianjun rose to greet him, his tone courteous yet his eyes betraying a subtle, unreadable scrutiny. He knew this youth was a national treasure, but defense systems such rigorous engineering couldn't be mastered overnight through theory alone. Several young researchers whispered among themselves, their eyes brimming with undisguised skepticism. To them, Zhang Bai might possess talent in certain cutting-edge fields, but to have him oversee the defense system they'd poured years of effort into felt somewhat perfunctory. Zhang Bai ignored the curious and scrutinizing gazes, sitting down calmly. He took the thick project materials provided by the team and began flipping through them casually. The conference room fell silent, broken only by the faint rustling of pages. Barely 10 minutes later, Zhang Bai closed the documents and fixed his gaze on academician Wang Jianjun. Academician Wang, Zhang Bai's voice was clear and direct, as if pointing out an error in a simple math problem. Your team's multi-dimensional space interception algorithm suffers from computational overflow due to data latency when facing multi-target, high-speed attacks, leading to prediction errors. Particularly when target trajectories undergo minor perturbations, the algorithm's corrective capabilities prove insufficient, ultimately causing the interception window to be missed. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room fell instantly silent. Academician Wang Jianjun's expression darkened. He slammed his hand on the table, his tone tinged with displeasure. Zhang Bai, your statement is far too hasty. This algorithm is the culmination of years of hard work by our team. It has undergone countless simulations and optimizations, making its logic flawless. What evidence do you have to claim it has flaws? Chapter 20, Why not solve the problem directly? In the conference room, several senior professors cleared their throats. Some tapped their fingers on the table, and an indescribable sense of pressure hung in the air. The young researchers exchanged whispers, their murmurs abruptly halting as Zhang Bai passed by. He said nothing. Zhang Bai walked straight to the whiteboard at the center of the room and picked up a marker. Since academician Wang believes the current plan is sufficient, why don't we just address the problem head-on? He turned, his gaze sweeping across the room. Traditional radar and algorithms operate on the principle of detecting and predicting based on the time it takes for electromagnetic signals to travel. This fundamentally limits their performance when dealing with targets moving at extreme speeds. The marker in his hand swiftly traced across the whiteboard. Formulas rapidly filled the space. They appeared simple yet profound. The quantum entanglement early warning and prediction model I propose leverages the instantaneous nature of quantum entanglement to achieve beyond the range warning of missile trajectories. Zhang Bai's voice was quiet, yet each word carried weight. The moment a target enters the defense zone, the quantum state information entangled with it arrives synchronously without any signal transmission delay whatsoever. By analyzing this entangled information, we obtain near real-time trajectory data, enabling near-perfect target prediction and completely resolving the latency issues plaguing traditional algorithms. He pointed to the finalized model diagram on the whiteboard. Its intricate structure signaled a radically different approach to problem solving. Everyone in the conference room was rendered speechless by Zhang Bai's theory. Quantum entanglement early warning? This concept completely surpassed their existing understanding of physics and information science. Many scrambled to pull out paper and pens, trying to capture the formulas and models Zhang Bai was scribbling down. Academician Wang Jianjun shifted in his chair. He looked at the model on the whiteboard, then at Zhang Bai. Having dedicated decades to defense system research, he considered himself thoroughly versed in interception algorithms. Yet now, he felt like a novice student. This can't be possible, a young researcher murmured. Academician Wang. Academician Su Hongxing suddenly spoke up, his voice slightly raised. Why don't we conduct a simulation test immediately? Academician Wang Jianjun snapped back to attention. He took a deep breath and turned to Zhang Bai. After a moment, he nodded firmly. Agreed. Conduct the simulation test immediately. Simulate the most complex saturation attack scenario. The command sent the entire project team springing into action. The massive simulation screen illuminated. Data on complex terrains, variable weather conditions, and trajectories of multiple hypersonic missiles were rapidly input. The simulation commenced. Virtual missiles screeched across the screen, approaching at various angles and speeds. First displayed was the old model. On the screen, the interceptor system appeared strained. Although it managed to shoot down some missiles, nearly half still penetrated the defenses. Ultimately, the simulation results showed an interception success rate of less than 60%. Academician Wang Jianjun and his team members slumped their shoulders. Next, Zhang Bai personally walked to the control console and input the new model's parameters into the system. Buzz. The simulator restarted. This time, the scene unfolding on the screen made everyone hold their breath. The incoming missiles, the moment they entered the defense zone, seemed to be restrained by an invisible force. Interceptor missiles launched at astonishing speeds. Each one struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, not missing by even a hair's breadth. Data flashed wildly across the screen. Finally, it settled on a breathtaking figure interception success rate, 99.99%. The conference room fell silent for a moment before erupting in thunderous applause and cheers. Academician Wang Jianjun rose from his chair. His hands trembled and his neck flushed red. He stared at the near-perfect data on the screen, then turned to Zhang Bai. Beyond indescribable respect, there was an almost frenzied excitement. Amazing! This is amazing! Academician Wang Jianjun's voice cracked slightly, his excitement causing it to falter. We did it! All doubt vanished. In their place arose a reverence bordering on pilgrimage. Zhang Bai's theory had utterly conquered every person present with ironclad proof. Zhang Bai did not linger in the crowd's fervor. Seizing the momentum, he stepped back to the whiteboard. The Omni defense system still requires an ultimate energy core and interception mechanism. His tone remained calm, yet each word carried immense weight. I propose miniaturizing controlled nuclear fusion technology to serve as the defense system's energy source. This would ensure a perpetual energy supply and provide sufficient power for future superconducting magnetic levitation interceptor missiles. He sketched a rough outline of the interceptor on the whiteboard. This interceptor, utilizing superconducting magnetic levitation technology, can accelerate to astonishing speeds in an instant along an electromagnetic track. It can physically intercept any incoming target. Its velocity and kinetic energy are sufficient to destroy any known aircraft or even those yet to be developed. Academician Wang Jianjun and his team members were once again rendered speechless. Controlled nuclear fusion as the energy core of a defense system? A superconducting magnetic levitation interceptor? This completely surpassed their imagination of existing military technology. Under Zhang Bai's direct supervision, construction of the all-purpose missile defense system accelerated dramatically. Longhua's most distinguished materials scientists, physicists, and engineers were urgently assembled. All available resources were unconditionally channeled into this project. Within mere months, the system prototype was assembled at a top-secret base deep within the northwestern Gobi Desert. Deep in the Gobi Desert, the live-fire interception test site. On the horizon, a crimson sun slowly rose, bathing the vast Gobi Desert in a golden-red glow. The atmosphere at the test site was tense. General Long Xiao, academician Wang Jianjun, academician Su Hongxing, and several top leaders were all present. They stared intently into the distance, motionless. Commence the test. General Long Xiao's voice echoed across the barren Gobi Desert through the loudspeaker. Seconds later, a series of piercing whistles split the sky. Longhua simulated a saturation attack by multiple hypersonic missiles launched from varying directions, altitudes, and speeds. Among them was even a simulated Satan's hand, the latest model of the Eagle missile. Its speed and maneuverability rendered any existing defense system utterly helpless. Target acquired. System activation. As command after command was issued, the omnipotent defense system activated. From the base's center, dazzling beams shot skyward, weaving into a vast energy net in the air. Simultaneously, an invisible magnetic field instantly enveloped the sky within hundreds of kilometers. The moment any incoming missiles entered the defense perimeter, they were seized as if by an invisible hand. Their hypersonic advantage vanished. Guided by quantum entanglement early warning systems, several superconducting magnetic levitation interceptor missiles launched. They instantly accelerated to jaw-dropping speeds. Hit! Hit! Satan's hand simulation missile destroyed. On the screen, red destroyed messages flashed one after another. Not a single incoming missile survived. Each was precisely locked onto and destroyed mid-air, crashing deep into the Gobi Desert. Chapter 21, Activate the Defense System? Above the Pacific, the sky was cloudless, blending seamlessly with the sea. A massive carrier strike group, like floating islands of steel, tore through the azure sea, plowing endless white wakes in its wake. Live feeds from hundreds of global media outlets broadcast this spectacle, the embodiment of the Eagle's might, to every corner of the world. Codenamed Freedom Shield, the military exercise officially commenced. The atmosphere was tense, thick with the smell of gunpowder. Less than an hour into the exercise, the Eagle openly bared its fangs. A jet-black shadow hypersonic reconnaissance aircraft, resembling a deep-sea devilfish, broke formation from the fleet. Escorted by 2 fighter jets, it shot away like a black arrow, heading straight for the gray zone at the edge of Dragon Nation's airspace. Its intent was crystal clear: a probe. A test to gauge the authenticity of that omnipotent missile defense system that had performed miracles on the Gobi Desert. Kunlun National Laboratory, Zero Command Center. The massive holographic screen clearly displayed the Shadow reconnaissance aircraft's high-speed approach trajectory. Data streams refreshed like cascading waterfalls, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. General Long Xiao and the assembled senior officers in military uniforms gripped their hands tightly, their eyes burning with intensity. Yet all eyes ultimately converged on the youngest figure at the control console. Zhang Bai merely watched the screen calmly, as if it were not an imminent threat but a tedious drama. Should we activate the defense systems? A major general couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhang Bai shook his head, a barely perceptible curve touching his lips. No rush, he murmured. Let them get closer. Let the entire world's audience see clearly what a generational gap looks like. He turned to General Long Xiao. General Long, it's time for our old friend to stretch its legs. General Long Xiao understood immediately, a flicker of excitement lighting his eyes. He picked up the communicator, his voice steady and commanding. Order Ghost 1 to go greet the guests. Above the Pacific. The pilot of the Shadow reconnaissance aircraft, codenamed Vulture, whistled contentedly. To him, this mission was little more than an armed parade. His craft, the pinnacle of Eagle Tech's engineering, was the fastest aircraft on the planet. No radar could detect his presence. Command Center, this is Vulture. Arrived at designated airspace. No anomalies detected. The moment his words faded, a shrill alarm pierced the cockpit without warning. Warning! Warning! Close-range lockout by unknown target detected. Radar unresponsive. Optical systems unresponsive. What? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Vulture's forehead. He whipped his head around and saw a sight through the cockpit window that would haunt him for the rest of his life. A silver-gray diamond-shaped aircraft, seemingly materializing from thin air, hovered silently beside his right wing in a posture defying aerodynamics. It possessed no exhaust ports or wings, its entire body smooth as a work of art, its surface shimmering with a faint halo. This was none other than the first-generation Ghost quantum reconnaissance aircraft that Dragon Nation had unveiled to the world. Like a mischievous child, the Ghost began an elegant yet deadly dance around the shadow. It would suddenly accelerate to speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, tracing a perfect arc before the shadow, then, with an eerie right-angle turn, it would reappear behind the shadow, as if toying with a clumsy moth. Command Center. I've encountered an unidentified aerial object. It's toying with me. My fire control radar can't lock on. Repeat, cannot lock on. Vulture's voice cracked with desperation. He frantically yanked the control stick, trying to break free, but the shadow's vaunted speed and agility felt as sluggish as a water buffalo against the Ghost. Dead silence hung over the Eagle-class carrier strike group's command center. All radar screens were blank, yet through the real-time video feed from the shadow, they could clearly see the ghostly phantom. Humiliation, an unprecedented sense of humiliation pervaded the heart of every Eagle wing officer. Fire! Bring it down! The fleet commander's eyes blazed red as he roared the order. General! We cannot lock onto the target. Just as chaos erupted in the Eagle command center, Zhang Bai inside the Kunlun lab tapped lightly on his keyboard. Show them what we're made of. The moment the command was issued, a faint blue arc of electricity suddenly flared around the top of the Ghost reconnaissance aircraft. An invisible, non-lethal electromagnetic pulse precisely enveloped the Shadow reconnaissance aircraft. Ah! Inside the Shadow's cockpit, all instrument panels instantly went dark, and the control systems failed completely. This pinnacle of Eagle Squadron's aerospace technology plummeted like a kite with severed strings, its nose diving as it spiraled out of control. Hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide witnessed this scene clearly through live broadcasts. Just as the Shadow was about to plunge into the abyss of destruction, the electromagnetic pulse surrounding it vanished instantly, and the systems returned to normal. Pilot Vulture, still shaken, frantically pulled the aircraft back up. This precise control proved more humiliating than a direct shootdown. But the show wasn't over yet. The Ghost paid no further attention to the shaken Shadow. It transformed into a streak of light, appearing instantly directly above the flagship carrier of the Eagle. A soft, non-lethal green laser beam emerged from the Ghost's belly, precisely enveloping the carrier's bridge command tower and remaining fixed there for a full 3 seconds. A perfect simulation of a decapitation strike. After completing this, the Ghost's form began to blur like a reflection in water, ultimately dissolving into a phantom before the eyes of all, vanishing completely into thin air. Global media erupted in an instant. The Dragon Nation had merely deployed a previous generation reconnaissance aircraft, one already unveiled to toy with the Eagle's ace in the hole. Eagle Nation, a secret research facility. Professor James Carter stared fixedly at the green decapitation laser on the screen, trembling with rage. His pride and joy, the Shadow, had proven as fragile as a newborn before the enemy. This is outrageous. He slammed his fist onto the desk. After the initial fury, a glint of mad determination flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the red telephone on his desk and dialed the Defense Department's highest priority line. Secretary, I demand immediate deployment of my Pioneer prototype to the training battlefield. A brief silence hung on the other end. Professor Carter's voice grew louder. Yes. It was developed specifically for that wager, a brand new prototype capable of countering quantum technology. I will personally command it and show the Dragon Nation brat in the entire world who truly reigns supreme in technology. It was undoubtedly a mad plan. But at that moment, the Eagle's top brass, blinded by humiliation and rage, hesitated for less than a minute before approving the request. A technological showdown slated for a year hence was ignited in an instant. Chapter 22, The Pioneer Takes Flight. Above the training grounds, the battered Shadow had just returned when a sharper, more aggressive aura rose from the direction of the Eagle fleet. Everyone knew the real storm was about to hit. The tension over the exercise waters had barely dissipated when a massive C-5 transport aircraft tore through the clouds. Escorted by the Eagle fleet, it landed on a nearby temporary island airfield. The cargo door opened, and a bizarrely shaped aircraft was slowly rolled out. Unlike any known aircraft, its fuselage formed an irregular polyhedral structure, its surface coated in a dull, light-absorbing material. Most peculiar was the faint, visible energy field rippling around it like water waves. Global broadcast cameras instantly focused on the mysterious craft. In the corner of the screen, Professor James Carter's face appeared a mask of arrogance and fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Eagle's answer, the Pioneer. Professor Carter's voice, transmitted via satellite across the globe, carried a note of vengeful satisfaction. It carries the revolutionary quantum resonance suppressor. Any so-called quantum invisibility will be exposed before it. Now, the game begins. As he declared this, the Pioneer soared into the sky. Its energy field abruptly expanded, sweeping across the entire airspace like an invisible net. At the Kunlun Command Center, a holographic screen displayed Ghost One's signal, once clear and stable, now rippling with faint disturbances like a pebble dropped into still water. At the Eagle-class carrier command center, the dead silence shattered instantly, erupting into thunderous cheers and applause. It worked! It really worked! The fleet commander's face flushed crimson with excitement. The global media narrative shifted instantly. Global Times, Eagle unveils its ace. Pioneer breaks Dragon Nation's magic. BBC, the pendulum of technology swings back to the West. Professor Carter has found the key. Professor Carter's prestige reached its zenith in that moment, as he became the hero who saved the Eagle's honor. Yet at the Dragon Nation's Kunlun Command Center, the atmosphere was starkly different. Several generals watched the fluctuating signals on the screen, their brows furrowed like mountains. Only Zhang Bai remained calmly seated at the console, his fingertips tapping lightly on the desk as if keeping a pleasant rhythm. Excellent! They've made their move, he suddenly spoke, breaking the heavy silence. Such crude energy field disturbances actually reveal their technical approach, saving me considerable effort. The generals froze at his words, then their eyes flashed with renewed intensity. Zhang Bai turned his gaze to the screen. Game upgrade. Activate the omnipotent missile defense system. Let them see what a true forbidden zone of the gods looks like. Bolstered by the pioneer's actions, the Eagle fleet's audacity reached unprecedented heights. The fleet commander issued a ruthless order, launch saturation strikes against the pre-designated target zones along the Dragon Nation's maritime borders. Dozens of the Eagle's latest Tomahawk V cruise missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, roared forth from various warships. Guided throughout by the Pioneer, they formed a deadly network of firepower hurtling toward the Dragon Nation. Omnipotent Missile Defense System, activate. Zhang Bai's voice was matter of fact. Deep within the northwestern Gobi Desert, the mysterious base remained utterly silent. No interceptor missiles launched, no energy beams piercing the sky. Yet an invisible pulse had already enveloped the entire battlefield through quantum entanglement's non-local effects. The instant all missiles entered their designated attack trajectories, an eerie phenomenon unfolded. Hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide watched through satellite broadcasts as chilling scenes unfolded. Dozens of menacing cruise missiles, as if collectively under a spell, traced elegant yet deadly arcs through the sky before abruptly turning in unison, their sights locked squarely on the very Eagle fleet that had launched them. My God! What's happening? The missiles have mutinied? Chaos erupted in the command center of the flagship USS Ronald Reagan. The shrill alarm nearly shook the ceiling from its hinges. Activate Aegis. Intercept. Intercept them now. The commander's voice cracked. He never imagined that this pride and joy of a defense system, costing hundreds of billions, would face its first combat deployment against its own missiles. For a moment, the skies above the Eagle fleet resembled a grand apocalyptic fireworks display. Phalanx close-in weapon systems spat fire, Standard 3 interceptors screeched skyward, desperately chasing the mutinous Tomahawks. Explosions, alarms, and the terrified roars of officers blended into a chaotic din. Yet the true terror had only just begun. One Tomahawk, having evaded interception, charged straight toward the temporary command ship housing Professor Carter at an impossible angle. Just as everyone assumed certain destruction, the missile's path suddenly twisted without warning. A tiny bubble, no larger than a basketball and resembling a soap bubble, appeared ahead of it. The missile plunged headfirst into it, then vanished into thin air. No explosion, no sound, as if swallowed by another dimension. Inside the converted transport's command pod, Professor James Carter stared fixedly at the vanishing missile's light dot on the screen. The fervor and arrogance that had filled his face instantly drained away, leaving only a hollow, ashen expression. He did not roar or lose his composure. Instead, he slumped in his chair, his lips moving silently. He understood instantly. This was not interception, not interference, not any physical phenomenon he could comprehend. It was a manipulation of the rules of space itself. The opponent had never intended to fight him on the same plane. This was a technique only gods possessed. The exercise commander, a 4-star admiral of the Eagle Squadron, witnessed this miraculous scene. His reason shattered by utter humiliation and rage. His eyes bloodshot, like a gambler who'd lost everything, he grabbed the communicator and roared with suicidal fury. Connect me to the electronic warfare wing. Activate Operation God's Rod. Launch full-spectrum, high-intensity electronic suppression against the Dragon Nation's command network. Make them blind and deaf. The instant the order was issued, the globally broadcast signal jolted violently. The screen filled with blinding static before plunging into darkness. The world lost contact with the battlefield. The instant the global broadcast signal cut out, the world seemed to hit mute. After a moment of stunned silence, commentators in major media studios erupted in a cacophony of voices. The Eagle has deployed its highest-level electronic warfare capability, the Rod of God. This is a strategic-level weapon capable of crippling all communications of a medium-sized nation. The Dragon Nation's command system is finished. In modern warfare, becoming blind and deaf is a death sentence. War is imminent. Pessimism spread like a plague. Everyone believed that the ghost reconnaissance aircraft, which had stolen the show during the exercises, was now a sitting duck. Yet within the Zero Command Center of Kunlun National Laboratory, a different scene unfolded. The massive main screen did indeed flicker once, the blinding snow lasting less than a second. But instead of vanishing, the image shifted into an even clearer, terrifyingly fast refreshing three-dimensional holographic battlefield projection. Chapter 23, We've successfully suppressed them. Every minute movement of the Eagle fleet, the engine parameters of each warship, and even the panic of personnel on the decks were displayed before everyone with unprecedented fluidity. A rear admiral stared at the even clearer God's eye view than before, turning to Zhang Bai with confusion. Zhang Bai's fingertip lightly swiped across the console, summoning a network topology diagram. Their attack targeted only our exposed conventional civilian and military communication networks, he stated, his voice utterly unruffled. Our actual command chain has long been switched to a distributed quantum communication network temporarily established by the Ghost Fleet. Unless they can defy the laws of physics, this network cannot be interfered with or intercepted by any known means. The generals understood instantly. When they looked back at the screen, their eyes held only pity for their prey. Across the Pacific, the command center of the Eagle Fleet erupted in jubilant chaos. Success! We've suppressed them. All radar and communication frequencies are clear. The ghosts of Dragon Nation have vanished. The fleet commander believed he had seized destiny by the throat. With a sweeping gesture, he issued the order to finish the job in one decisive blow, full speed ahead. Flagship Pioneer leads the charge, crush their defenses. Watching the fleet in the holographic projection, charging forward at full speed as if pumped full of adrenaline, Zhang Bai let out a soft sigh. This farce must end. His fingers tapped the final command into the console, a fleeting weariness unbecoming of his age flickering in his clear eyes. Command code, Golden Crow. Protocol authorization, activate. In a hangar deep within the Kunlun laboratory, the ceiling slid silently apart, revealing the profound darkness below. A vessel, entirely black, as if forged from pure shadow, rose slowly. Its surface reflected no light, like a black hole devouring all radiance. It possessed no wings, no exhaust ports, only a flawless, naturally formed spindle-shaped silhouette. This was Zhang Bai's true answer to the wager, the second-generation reconnaissance aircraft, the Golden Crow. It made no sound and exhibited no conventional takeoff posture. The space around its hull twisted slightly, and in the next instant, it vanished from its original position. Above the exercise zone, the Eagle Fleet sailed at high speed in combat formation. The unique energy field of the flagship, the Pioneer, disturbed the airspace like a monarch surveying his domain. Suddenly, 10,000 meters directly above the fleet, space seemed to tear open an invisible fissure. The Golden Crow materialized out of thin air. It did not fly, but arrived on the battlefield through an unfathomable short-range spatial jump. A faint golden halo, emanating from a slight energy leak of its small controlled fusion reactor, encircled the hull like the aura of a deity descending. What is that? Inside the Pioneer's cockpit, Professor James Carter leapt to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the black divinity. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared instinctively, "Activate the quantum resonance suppressor. Full power. Bring it down." The rippling energy field surrounding the Pioneer's hull abruptly coalesced into a visible beam of energy, firing viciously toward the Golden Crow. Yet the Golden Crow merely hovered motionless. Facing the incoming assault, the faint golden halo surrounding it flared brightly. Like the breath of the sun. An energy far more terrifying than anything the Pioneer could muster surged backward in an instant, precisely channeling itself along the attack's trajectory and flooding back toward its origin. ZZZZT. A shrill, wailing sound. The Pioneer's quantum resonance suppressor instantly overloaded. A cascade of electrical sparks erupted within the cockpit, instantly incinerating every instrument panel. This flagship, bearing the last hope of the Eagle, spewed billowing black smoke. Like a bird with broken wings, it nosedived toward the azure sea. In the fleet command center, smiles froze on every face. Despair, like icy seawater, engulfed every soul. But this was only the beginning. The Golden Crow slowly rotated its sleek black hull, like an indifferent deity surveying the ants below. It activated its true primary weapon, the environmental manipulator. Powered by the near-limitless energy of its small, controlled nuclear fusion core, a vast, stable high-frequency microwave energy field silently enveloped the entire sea below. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. Every electronic system aboard the entire Eagle-class carrier strike group, from radar antennas to Tomahawk missile guidance chips, from Aegis system processors to the carrier's nuclear propulsion engines, collapsed simultaneously into complete paralysis. The massive fleet instantly lost all propulsion and control, reduced to a drifting collection of steel coffins. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. At that very moment, a voice slightly youthful yet carrying an undeniable authority echoed simultaneously through an unbreakable quantum channel. It resonated within the bridge of the Eagle's flagship, the cockpit where Professor Carter had crashed, and the Pentagon's highest command center. The exercise is over. I won the wager. Withdraw immediately. Otherwise, the next time will be physical elimination. The global broadcast signal quietly resumed at that instant. The images revealed a scene of utter devastation. The eagle's mighty fleet, once its pride, now drifted lifelessly across the ocean like a heap of scrap metal. Above them, the black divine bird, radiating a faint golden halo, hovered silently, as if announcing the end of an era. The world fell into a prolonged silence. Hours later, an emergency press conference drew global attention. Professor James Carter appeared before the cameras, looking as though he had aged 20 years overnight. His face was haggard, his eyes hollow. I lost, he said hoarsely, each word laced with bitterness. I admit that in reconnaissance aircraft in all aerospace technology we face an irreparable gap with the Dragon Nation. I, James Carter, hereby offer my most sincere apology to Professor Zhang Bai and to the great Dragon Nation. With that, he bowed deeply. This act sent shockwaves across the globe. An old era of technological hegemony came crashing to an end in that very moment. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun laboratory, Zhang Bai had already shut down the battlefield projection. Ignoring the fervent cheers of his generals behind him, he calmly stared at the computer screen before him. The interface of the prankster system automatically popped up, a line of bright red, flashing text dominating the entire screen. Warning, unknown extraterrestrial threat signal detected. Technology level exceeds host's cognitive capacity. New main quest activated, the vast starry sea, or reduced to dust. Chapter 24, Hunting Beacon. Within the Kunlun command center, the euphoria of victory still simmered. The divine silhouette of the golden crow still lingered on the holographic projection, while below it lay the lifeless steel fleet of the eagle. Several young staff officers, their faces flushed with excitement, couldn't help but clap their hands in celebration. General Long Xiao slapped Su Hongxing's shoulder hard, his eyes nearly overflowing with light, his voice tinged with laughter. Old Su, did you see that? Did you see that? That kid has avenged a century of grievances for our Dragon Nation. Academician Su Hongxing nodded repeatedly, too overcome with emotion to speak. He simply stared at the quiet figure at the console, his gaze complex. It held satisfaction, pride, and a reverence born of facing the unknown. In the entire command center, only one person remained outside the celebration. Zhang Bai stared at the screen before him. There was no battlefield, no cheers, only a system interface flashing with crimson text. Warning, unknown extraterrestrial threat signal detected. Technology level exceeds host's cognitive capacity. New main quest activated, the vast starry sea, or reduced to dust. His brow furrowed like never before. This isn't communication. Zhang Bai's fingertip traced a freshly decoded data stream at the bottom of the screen. It's more like a marker. Hunting beacon. The system's preliminary analysis was cold and brutal. The signal originated from a nomadic predator civilization roaming the stars, whose technological level allowed them to use stars as fuel and planets as mines. Once locked onto a target, this beacon was like branding prey with a searing mark. Within a decade, the hunters would inevitably track it down. 10 years. Too brief for a civilization to rise. Yet more than enough for a species to perish. General Long Xiao spoke suddenly. His voice was not loud, yet it instantly drowned out all the clamor. The feverish atmosphere froze as if doused with a bucket of ice water. All eyes turned to him in unison. Convene the highest level emergency meeting immediately, Zhang Bai declared, rising to his feet as his gaze swept over Long Xiao, Su Hongxing, and Wei Zhang. All top leadership must attend. Now. Immediately. Half an hour later, in the deepest recesses of the Kunlun laboratory, a top-secret meeting room. The atmosphere was grim. Seated around the long table were the true core of the Dragon Nation. Besides Long Xiao, Su Hongxing, and Wei Zhang, several veteran generals with distinguished military records and a few top leaders they had never met before were present. They had just witnessed the Dragon Nation's complete victory over Eagle Sauce. It should have been a moment for celebration, but Zhang Bai had summoned them here with an unquestionable tone. Gentlemen, the Eagle Nation is no longer our sole future adversary nor even our primary one. Zhang Bai cut straight to the point without preamble. A predatory civilization from the stars has locked onto us. Within a decade, they will reach the solar system. The conference room fell into absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop. Seconds later, an elderly man bearing the rank of general on his shoulder, his face as stern as carved stone, slammed his fist down on the table with a thunderous thud. Absurd! Chen Yan, the veteran general forged in battle, boomed like a bell, his eyes blazing with unmasked skepticism. What alien raiders? This is nothing but psychological warfare launched by the Eagle after their defeat. They lost the military exercises and now try to undermine our national foundation with such nonsense. Our immediate priority is to consolidate our dominant position on Earth. His words resonated with some, for the notion of an alien invasion sounded more like a movie script. Zhang Bai refrained from arguing. Words felt futile at this moment. He simply walked calmly to the holographic projection table at the center of the conference room and tapped it lightly with his fingertips. Debate is futile. Facts must be seen. He activated control permissions for the Golden Crow. Far above the Pacific, the black divine bird's golden aura suddenly blazed brighter. Energy from its small controlled fusion reactor was drawn without restraint. It ceased being a reconnaissance craft and transformed into a temporary gravitational lens. The immense power violently warped spacetime around its hull, focusing, amplifying, and analyzing light from the distant depths of the cosmos. This was an observational method beyond mortal comprehension. In the center of the conference room, a holographic projection flickered, revealing a blurred image enhanced by super-resolution technology. It depicted a profound nebular backdrop, magnificent and vast. Yet against this expanse, an irregular shadow larger than the moon moved slowly. It emitted no light, like a void in the cosmos, yet the light around it was distorted in a wholly unnatural manner, proof that it was a massive, solid entity. The murmurs of doubt abruptly ceased. General Chen Yan's breath caught in his throat. He stared fixedly at the shadow, his hand clenching unconsciously. Every person present felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their head. It wasn't fear, but a more primal, profound tremor stemming from the instincts of life itself. 10 years, in the cosmic scale, were but the blink of an eye. Now, Zhang Bai said calmly, tapping the tabletop to break the suffocating silence, we can discuss how to survive. He pulled up another document, revealing 4 bold characters before everyone's eyes: Project Star Devourer. Earth's core isn't a simple iron-nickel alloy, Zhang Bai revealed an even more astonishing secret. It's a unique, exotic substance in a stable dormant state. It's the solar system's most precious treasure and perhaps the very target of that predatory civilization. The first step of the Star Devourer project is to establish 3,600 energy extraction arrays in synchronous orbit around the globe. We will use existing controlled nuclear fusion technology as the igniter, like striking a match to awaken the dormant exotic energy deep within the Earth's core and channel it outward. This energy will be sufficient to construct a global warp shield capable of withstanding any form of physical assault. Simultaneously, it will serve as the power source for our future interstellar fleet. In the conference room, everyone was left speechless by this grand yet audacious plan. Awaken the Earth's core? What a monumental undertaking! General Chen Yan's lips felt dry. He looked at Zhang Bai, his voice no longer booming but carrying an imperceptible tremor. Forcibly awakening the core, what impact would that have on Earth? Zhang Bai's gaze remained as calm as still water, yet his answer sent a chill through the room. The global geological structure will be reshaped within years. Supervolcanoes will erupt like fireworks displays, continental plates will drift anew, and unprecedented earthquakes and tsunamis will become the norm. Human civilization must abandon the surface and relocate to pre-built underground cities or sky cities. He paused before concluding, in short, we will turn Earth into a living hell with our own hands. A hell where we can survive. It's our only path forward. Chapter 25, Lost Contact. A difficult choice now faced everyone. Should they maintain the status quo, savor a decade of fleeting Earth supremacy, only to be crushed like a walnut by that unknown predator? Or should they take a desperate gamble, risking near global annihilation in a desperate act of self-preservation for that faint glimmer of hope? The meeting reached an impasse. The immense pressure left everyone gasping for breath. Just then, a panicked confidential secretary burst through the door, thrusting an encrypted document into the hands of the supreme leader. Emergency alert, the secretary's voice trembled with panic. The deep space probe Voyager X, secretly launched by Eagle several months ago, has lost contact at the edge of the Kuiper Belt. The supreme leader opened the file. A single glance turned his face deathly pale. He projected the contents onto the large screen. It was a single frame, the last transmission from Voyager X. The image showed no spacecraft, no monsters. Only pure, perfect darkness. As if a vast chunk of space ahead of the probe had been instantly gnawed away by something. At the very edge of the frame, the final line of data recorded the environmental readings from a picosecond before the probe's destruction: spatial curvature, infinite. It wasn't destroyed, it was utterly erased from this dimension. Zoom in. Zhang Bai's voice shattered the dead silence in the conference room. That final, noise-filled frame was projected onto the center of the holographic table. Enhanced by the Golden Crow's computational power through super-resolution processing, a chilling detail emerged with startling clarity. It was not an energy attack or weapon explosion. In the image, an object no larger than a palm, resembling a fragment of obsidian, streaked across the screen at near sublight speed. It emitted no jet exhaust, no energy glow, only pure, physical sharpness. Its jagged edges sliced through the alloy hull and internal structures of the Voyager X with effortless precision, like a red-hot kitchen knife cutting through cold butter. Clean and decisive, it left no excess debris. This was a scout. A scout from the Predator civilization. The appearance of this fragment felt like a sledgehammer, instantly shattering the seemingly distant decade-long countdown. White House underground bunker. President Eagle watched the synchronized analysis feed, his entire body going limp as if his spine had been ripped out, slumping back into his chair. He finally understood that ostentatious military exercise had likely not been a test of Dragon Nation's strength, but rather like a child lighting a bonfire in a dark forest, shouting their coordinates into the unknown void, ultimately summoning death itself. Our quantum network has detected it too. Zhang Bai's voice snapped everyone back to reality. His fingertip traced a faint blue trajectory across the holographic table. Its target is clear, not Earth. The trajectory's endpoint pointed directly at the red planet in our solar system, Mars. It intends to establish an outpost. With those words, the last shred of hope vanished from the conference room. Every person present was a seasoned veteran who had weathered countless storms, yet at this moment, they all realized this was no longer a crisis for a single nation, it was a battle for the very survival of human civilization. Project Star Devourer must be launched globally immediately. The supreme leader rose, his gaze piercing as it swept over every attendee before settling on Zhang Bai. His tone carried unprecedented resolve. Comrade Zhang Bai, utilize your network. Summon everyone who needs to be here for this meeting. An unprecedented secret online summit convenes silently through the absolutely uninterceptable distributed quantum communication network established by Zhang Bai. Moscow, London, Paris, Berlin. The supreme leaders of every nuclear-armed nation materialized as three-dimensional holographic projections before the conference table at Kunlun Labs. Their expressions varied, some puzzled, some wary, but most marked by incomprehension and guardedness toward Dragon Nation's abrupt move. No pleasantries. No small talk. Dragon Nation immediately released the footage of the fragment, the evidence of the interstellar megastructure observed by the Golden Crow, and the final images of the Eagle's Voyager X being instantly disintegrated. A long silence fell. All the leaders stared fixedly at evidence capable of overturning centuries of human understanding. The atmosphere in the conference room was so thick it felt like you could squeeze water from it. Finally, the projection of Eagle Nation's president shifted. His face ashen, his voice hoarse, he acknowledged the existence and destruction of the Voyager X. The last psychological defense of the global leaders crumbled. Ladies and gentlemen, the brutal truth lies before us. Zhang Bai, the project's chief designer, stepped to the center of the holographic table. His small figure stood in stark contrast to the projections of the surrounding adult leaders. Our only path to survival is the star-devouring project. He laid out the entire plan, awakening the Earth's core, reshaping the surface, abandoning our homes, migrating underground. This madly ambitious scheme turned every leader's face ashen. And the prerequisite for launching this plan, or rather, the sole condition for our alliance, Zhang Bai's gaze swept over each face, is the establishment of the Earth United Council. From this moment onward, all nations' military, technological, and industrial capabilities must be unified under a single command and allocation. All patent barriers and state secrets must be fully open to the Council. Absurd! The leader of a major European power slammed his hand on the table, his projection flickering slightly with emotion. This isn't an alliance at all, it's a veiled attempt for you, for Dragon Nation, to rule the world. I will never place my nation's fate in the hands of a wet behind the ears child. His words immediately drew agreement from several smaller nation leaders. Political inertia made them think first of power games and checks and balances even in the face of impending doom. Zhang Bai offered no rebuttal, merely shaking his head gently. Before everyone's eyes, he remotely activated the Golden Crow, hovering far above the Pacific. Reasoning is a waste of time, he murmured. Let the facts speak for themselves. His command transmitted instantaneously through the quantum network. The Golden Crow shifted course, targeting the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Under the urgent tracking of telescopes from every national observatory, it locked onto an irregular asteroid roughly 1 kilometer in diameter, ugly in form, composed of rock and ice. All the leaders held their breath, expecting to witness an earth-shattering explosion. Yet the Golden Crow did not fire. Instead, it released a soft, golden-veiled energy field that enveloped the asteroid entirely. Next, a miracle occurred. Chapter 26, Alchemy. Under the real-time observation of the world's most advanced telescopes, the irregular asteroid began to transform at a visible pace. Its pitted surface smoothed, jagged edges melted away, and its internal material structure underwent forced refinement and reconstruction by an incomprehensible force. Within mere minutes, the energy field dissipated. The once ugly piece of space debris vanished. In its place emerged a flawless titanium alloy sphere, its surface smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a metallic cold light. It hovered silently in the cosmos, reflecting the distant sun's rays like a divine work of art. This was no longer technology. It was alchemy. It was creation. In the conference room, the European leaders who had been fiercely debating moments before now gaped at the images transmitted through the telescope. The arrogance and skepticism etched on their faces shattered completely, leaving only boundless fear and bewilderment. In the face of power capable of reshaping celestial bodies at will, all political maneuvering, all national interests, all scheming and intrigue seemed utterly pale and laughable. Any objections? Zhang Bai asked calmly. No one answered. Very well. The Earth Defense Council was established on the spot. Zhang Bai was granted the authority of Chief Scientific Executive Officer, empowering him to coordinate all resources on Earth. Just as global forces began to integrate, and the gears of human civilization meshed and spun at an unprecedented pace, a new window silently popped up on the system interface, visible only to Zhang Bai himself. Side quest triggered, Echoes of Antiquity. Mission description: a non-human prehistoric signal source has been detected deep within the lunar core. It is emitting a faint response to the fragment on Mars. Objective: investigate this signal. Reward, Arc Project Key. The Arc Project? Zhang Bai's heart sank. The system had actually provided a plan B he'd never heard of, separate from his star-devouring plan. This seemingly lifeless planet appeared to conceal even more unknown secrets. Arc Plan. Those 4 words pierced Zhang Bai's mind like an invisible thorn. The system had never offered alternative solutions before. His own star-devouring plan was grand and resolute, the sole path to survival deduced from existing physical laws. Yet the system's hint suggested a radically different route. This meant the star-devouring plan might harbor fatal risks he himself had failed to foresee. The moon. We must go. Supreme directive from the council, Zhang Bai's voice transmitted instantly through the quantum network to every top-tier laboratory and industrial hub worldwide. Allocate 30% of resources from the star-devouring project to the Lunar Palace project. Objective, construct the first Earth-Moon shuttle experimental vessel within 72 hours. The orders sent shockwaves across the globe. The newly consolidated global elite, poised for a major push, were stunned. Yet no one dared question it. The asteroid, casually molded into a titanium sphere, served as the ultimate tranquilizer. Deep within the Gobi Desert, an unprecedented colossal base rose from the Earth through round-the-clock construction. Engineers from the Dragon Nation and technical experts from the Eagle Nation, once bitter rivals locked in clandestine battles, now wore identical uniforms, passionately debating over the same blueprint. The atmosphere was eerie, yet astonishingly efficient. In the chief engineer's office, Howard, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Eagle engineer, stared intently at the anti-gravity stabilizer design on the screen. Once the head of the Shadow reconnaissance aircraft project and a figure at the pinnacle of Eagle aviation technology, he had been utterly crushed along with his pride by a 12-year-old child. Jealousy and resentment gnawed at his heart like venomous snakes. His fingers flew across the keyboard, moving the decimal point of a gravitational constant by 2 insignificant places in an unnoticed submodule. This flaw was utterly concealed, impossible to detect in ground simulations. But when the spacecraft entered the moon's gravitational well and attempted attitude adjustments, this minuscule error would amplify exponentially. Ultimately, it would cause the anti-gravity engines to experience energy backflow, leading to overload and disintegration. His goal was simple: to see a flicker of panic cross the face of that Eastern prodigy. 3 days later, the full staff review meeting commenced. Tens of thousands of pages of design blueprints flowed past Zhang Bai like a waterfall. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Stop. Zhang Bai's voice rang out. The image froze on the module designed by Howard. Howard's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained composed. Zhang Bai didn't look at him, merely tracing a light arc in the air with his fingertip. A complete ship model materialized on the massive holographic projection. Initiate simulation. The model activated, launching flawlessly into space, accelerating, and entering the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. Everything proceeded smoothly. A barely perceptible curve lifted the corner of Howard's mouth. Just as the spacecraft model approached the moon and began decelerating for its orbital insertion maneuver. Here, Zhang Bai pointed to a flickering red dot inside the model. The gravitational constant has been tampered with, causing computational overflow in the attitude correction algorithm. On the screen, the energy flow of the anti-gravity engine suddenly became chaotic, like a burst dam, instantly surging back into the engine core. Boom! Silent, yet the ship disintegrating into countless fragments within the holographic projection struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. Howard's face drained of color in an instant, cold sweat soaking his back. Only then did Zhang Bai turn his head, meeting Howard's gaze with unflinching calm. "Relieve Mr. Howard of all duties," he said to General Long Xiao. "Then give him a ticket. I want him seated in the best spot to witness firsthand how this ship he believed would explode safely lands." Long Xiao grinned, a smile that sent Howard into an icy abyss. 3 days later. A silver mountain stood silently at the center of the Gobi launch site. This was the Moon Palace. Devoid of streamlined elegance, it bristled with irregular angles and exposed energy conduits, a steel fortress forcibly fitted with engines, radiating a raw, violent aesthetic. Zhang Bai led Long Xiao, Su Hongxing, and a team of top scientists from various nations onto the bridge. Howard, his face ashen, was escorted in by 2 soldiers and seated at the observation post with the best view. Ignition. No countdown. No roar. A soft blue glow illuminated the base of Lunar Palace. Ignoring gravity, the entire mountain peak rose vertically into the sky without a sound, piercing through the clouds. The instant the spacecraft broke free of Earth's atmosphere and entered the Earth-Moon transfer orbit. Mars. The obsidian-like fragments suddenly vibrated, releasing a high-energy scanning wave invisible to the naked eye. Like an invisible arrow, it traversed tens of millions of kilometers, targeting the Lunar Palace directly. Chapter 27, Deep Geological Scan activated. "It's here." Zhang Bai observed the radar's energy readings spike off the charts, his expression unchanged. He activated the core technology of the Golden Crow, a scaled-down version. Around the Moon Palace, space rippled with an imperceptible wrinkle, like a smooth tablecloth gently pinched. The scanning wave, potent enough to pierce anything, skimmed the edge of this wrinkle and shot into the void of empty space. The spacecraft landed smoothly within the Oceanus Procellarum on the far side of the Moon, inside a massive crater nearly 100 kilometers in diameter. This was the location indicated by the system as the signal source. Howard slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the lifeless lunar surface beyond the window. He had witnessed firsthand how the flaw in his own design had been flawlessly circumvented, and had seen that miraculous spatial invisibility. He knew the gap between himself and that boy was no longer something dimensions could describe. Deep geological scanning initiated. Soon, everyone gasped in unison. The scan revealed a massive, perfectly spherical metallic structure buried kilometers deep beneath the crater's center. Its sheer scale defied geological logic, as if the Moon itself had formed around it. Initiate energy drilling. Attempt contact, Zhang Bai ordered. A high-energy particle beam shot from the belly of the lunar palace, drilling precisely into the ground. Just as the drill head was about to touch the metallic shell, an unexpected change occurred. The entire subterranean structure seemed to activate instantly. An invisible energy shield sprang forth from the ground, effortlessly dissipating the particle beam into nothingness. Simultaneously, a torrent of vast information, not sound, but a direct assault on the mental plane, surged like a bursting stellar sea into the minds of every crew member on the bridge. Long Xiao grunted, feeling as though a star had been crammed into his brain. The instantaneous agony nearly knocked him unconscious. Just as the system interface frantically refreshed, scrambling to decode this ancient information, the fragment on Mars suddenly made a new move. Like an enraged hornet, it abruptly changed course. A beam of annihilation, condensed to its absolute limit and seemingly capable of tearing through spacetime itself, traversed hundreds of millions of kilometers. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the very section of the lunar surface where the Moon Palace was located. The predator intended to destroy it at the very first opportunity. Yet the ancient underground facility responded. Boom! The entire Moon trembled faintly. Centered around the crater, countless massive fissures spread across the lunar surface like a spider's web. Countless dazzling energy beams surged skyward from the depths of the cracks, instantly weaving together in the pitch-black space to form a colossal energy shield covering half the planet. Barely managed to intercept the deadly beam from Mars. In the blink of an eye, the system's translation finally completed. The first line of crimson text appeared on Zhang Bai's retina. Warning! The Star Shepherd has arrived. This is not a sanctuary, but a prison. Do not activate. Do not release the star-devouring seed. Within the bridge, within the Kunlun Command Center, across the 38,000-kilometer span between Earth and the Moon, two spaces fell into absolute, deathly silence at the exact same moment. Warning! The Star Shepherds have arrived. This place is not a refuge, but a prison. Do not activate. Do not release the star-devouring seed. Those rows of crimson ancient characters, as if written in blood, crashed like an iceberg, instantly sinking the ship of victory that had just begun to rise in everyone's hearts. The blood that had surged with pride for the dragon nations might a second before froze solid in that instant. Gah! General Long Xiao groaned, his eyes bloodshot. Clutching his head, he collapsed to one knee, the veins on his temples throbbing like madworms. That colossal torrent of information wasn't mere sound or image, but a brutal, high-dimensional knowledge assault, as if an entire civilizational epic were being hammered into his brain. Scientists like Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang fared even worse, slumped on the floor, faces deathly pale, cold sweat pouring down their brows, as if their very souls had been dragged into an endless primordial storm. Across the entire bridge, only Zhang Bai remained standing, utterly still. The system's firewall acted like an impenetrable dam, holding back the raging torrent of information and feeding only the processed, pure data into his consciousness. His voice, transmitted through the quantum communication network, reached the Earth Council's secret meeting room with crystal clarity. Gentlemen, the situation has changed. Those 6 words alone sent the hearts of Earth's veteran generals and leaders who had only just recovered from the shock of the miracle plummeting once more. Preliminary findings. Zhang Bai ignored the agonized groans around him, his mind processing at speeds surpassing supercomputers. An ancient civilization calling themselves the Star Shepherds imprisoned a terrifying entity within the Moon's core, one they termed the star-devouring seed. The fragment that just attacked us originates from another civilization, the Star Shepherd's mortal enemies, the Predators. As he spoke, fragments of ancient imagery, blurred yet majestic, snapped together in his mind like shards of shattered glass. They were elegant beings, seemingly composed of light and nebulae, traversing barren galaxies. With a wave of their hands, seeds of life were scattered across lifeless planets. They were the gardeners of the cosmos, the sowers of life, the Star Shepherds. The scene shifted to endless darkness. A swarm of shadows, like cosmic locusts, formed from pure laws of destruction, devouring everything in their path: stars, planets, nebulae. Any matter before them was reduced to its most fundamental particles. They were the Predators. Star Shepherds are not warriors. Zhang Bai's voice carried a hint of complexity. The Predators, however, are the embodiment of pure entropy increase, a kind of mobile cosmic law. The images flickered on. An ancient war engulfing the entire solar system. Back then, the solar system teemed with life far more vibrant than today, with life pulsing across multiple planets. Yet beneath the Predators' onslaught, everything was reduced to scorched earth. They did not imprison the star-devouring seed here willingly. Zhang Bai's pupils contracted slightly as he witnessed the final scene. A colossal star shepherd, in a desperate last act, activated a device. Then, using this moon itself, he sealed both the runaway mechanism and his own being within this place forever. This prison was also a tomb. The truth about the star-devouring seed. Zhang Bai's tone grew heavier than ever. It isn't a living entity, but the ultimate weapon created by the star shepherds to combat the predators. A causality weapon capable of forcibly rewriting local cosmic physical constants, formatting a planet at the fundamental level of its physical laws. But for reasons unknown, it went rogue. Chapter 28, The Core of Strange Matter. The moment the words fell, within the Kunlun command center, academician Wei Zheng abruptly snapped his head up. Ignoring the stabbing pain in his brain, he cried out, "A causality weapon? Formatting a planet? This relates to your star-devouring project." He dared not finish the sentence, but everyone present understood. The dormant, soon-to-be-awakened strange matter core beneath Earth. The runaway star-devouring seed within the moon, capable of formatting planets. How strikingly similar. The star-devouring project must be terminated immediately. Academician Wei Zheng struggled to his feet, his eyes bloodshot with both terror and the chilling realization of what had been revealed. We cannot repeat history. We cannot bury beneath our feet a bomb more terrifying than the star-devouring seed. His words detonated like a real bomb within the minds of all the high-ranking officials. Fear of the unknown instantly overwhelmed the newly established confidence. Just as Earth plunged into fierce debate on Mars, the obsidian-like fragment of the Predator, after its attack was blocked by the lunar shield, fell into an eerie silence. Yet the energy readings on its surface began to surge wildly in a nonlinear, self-learning pattern. It was analyzing, deciphering, and undergoing self-evolution and weapon recalibration based on the energy frequency of that shield. Death was sharpening its side. "We can't stop," Zhang Bai's voice was unwavering, rejecting Wei Zheng's suggestion. "Why?" Wei Zheng nearly roared the question. "Because the star-devouring seed is an uncontrollable weapon, while my plan is a controllable energy source." Zhang Bai's reply was cool, bordering on cruel. "But I admit this path is fraught with unknown risks. That's why I came here to find a backup plan." His gaze shifted to the faintly glowing line of system mission rewards projected onto his retina. "Arc Project Key. The key is within this prison," he deduced. This conclusion made Su Hongxing gasp sharply on the bridge. He stared at Zhang Bai, his lips parting as if to speak, only to find his throat parched and unable to form sound. Zhang Bai made a decision that sent chills down everyone's spine. "I will initiate a communication with the control core of this prison." He ignored the warnings, disregarded the risks. "I will obtain what I need without breaking the seal." "You're insane." Su Hongxing finally found his voice, lunging forward to grab Zhang Bai's shoulders only to be halted by an invisible force. "Do you understand what you're doing? This is playing with fire. One misstep, and if the star-devouring seed is released, human civilization is finished. We won't even get a chance to fight back." Old Su's right. Long Xiao recovered his senses, shaking his still-dazed head urgently. "Kid, this isn't the time to play the hero. We need to find another way." Facing everyone's fierce opposition, Zhang Bai simply turned calmly to face them. In those clear eyes, there was no madness, no recklessness, only absolute rationality and confidence. "You can't get the tiger's cub without entering its den." His voice was quiet, yet carried an undeniable authority. "The predator is evolving. Every second, it grows stronger than the last. We have no time for hesitation." He turned back toward the console, his voice cold and precise as he issued the command. "Moon Palace, prepare to execute the quantum probe protocol. Using my psychic energy as a conduit, linked to the lunar core, the ancient AI." Zhang Bai's decision surged like a high-voltage current across 380,000 kilometers, instantly shattering the fragile peace within the Earth United Council's top-secret conference room. "No. I absolutely refuse." President Eagle's projection leapt to his feet, the edges of his holographic image flickering violently with emotion, as if on the verge of disintegrating. "Establish a psychic link with an unknown alien AI? Using the mind of a 12-year-old child? This is suicide. Gambling with the fate of all humanity. I demand the immediate termination of the Lunar Palace project and the severing of all resource supplies." Seconded. Projections of several European leaders immediately voiced their support. Political inertia drove them to instinctively seek leverage in opposition even under the shadow of annihilation. The conference room erupted into a cacophony of arguments, skepticism, and threats. The alliance, forcibly held together by the recent miracle, showed immediate signs of collapse when faced with a genuine life or death decision. Inside the Kunlun command center, General Long Xiao listened to the cacophony on the quantum communication channel, his fury erupting as he slammed his fist onto the console, sending a dull thud reverberating through the room. "These bastards! What the hell is wrong with them, still playing political games at a time like this?" Yet Zhang Bai, the very eye of the storm, didn't even lift an eyelid. He couldn't be bothered to engage in this pointless argument. Instead, he calmly extended a finger and drew a smooth arc across the main control screen on the bridge of the Moon Palace. A golden key icon, representing the highest scientific executive authority of the Earth United Council, was dragged onto the vast network hub symbolizing global industrial, technological, and military resources. Locked. The two cold words escaped his lips. The next instant, all the clamor in the Earth United Council's conference room abruptly ceased. All leaders stared in horror at their control panels. There, the access rights to every strategic resource of their nations had turned gray in an instant. Their military factories, nuclear arsenals, energy hubs, research institutions, everything had been forcibly taken over at the physical level by a command they couldn't comprehend, much less decrypt. You. President Eagle pointed at Zhang Bai's projection, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Zhang Bai didn't even glance at him, instead synchronizing a super simulation animation just completed by the Golden Crow to everyone's retinas. On screen, the obsidian-like predator fragment on Mars displayed energy patterns on its surface growing exponentially more complex. With each pulse, it drew closer to the resonance frequency of the lunar shield. The simulation timeline began to flow. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. Day 30. The predator fragment suddenly trembled violently, unleashing an attack unlike any before a flickering crimson beam. The immense energy shield enveloping the lunar surface held for less than 3 seconds before shattering silently, like a soap bubble pricked. The camera zoomed in. Earth spun serenely in the cosmos, blue and beautiful. Then, destruction descended. Countless crimson beams surged from Mars, from behind the shattered moon, and from every corner of the solar system, tearing the blue planet completely into cosmic dust. The animation ended. Dead silence filled the conference room. Fear gripped everyone's throats, choked by the cold, harsh reality. Chapter 29, Sending a Hello. Zhang Bai's voice, like the final judgment, cut through the silence. Now, does anyone object? No one answered. Central Bridge, Lunar Palace. Zhang Bai approached a makeshift platform where an oddly shaped helmet sat. Its body was forged from an unknown silver metal, its surface densely covered with energy circuits that flickered like biological neurons. Several thick data cables extended from the back, connecting to the ship's main computer array. This was the quantum consciousness converter he had crafted within mere hours using materials available aboard the ship. Long Xiao and Su Hongxing stood guard on either side, expressions grave. Their hearts pounded like war drums. The fate of all humanity now hung on the whim of this 12-year-old boy. In the corner, the confined Howard stared wide-eyed, his pupils nearly popping out. He had believed the tiny flaw he designed represented the darkest limit of human technology. Yet here, this boy casually took control of the entire planet, preparing to chat with an alien AI that had slumbered for billions of years. Suddenly, his previous jealousy and resentment felt childish and laughable. This wasn't mere mortal envy of genius, it was an ant, gazing up at a star, foolishly entertaining delusions of grandeur. Zhang Bai donned the helmet and closed his eyes. AI, digitize a portion of my consciousness, encode it into the biological wave frequency of a star shepherd, and send a hello to the lunar core. The command was issued. The quantum signal, like a pebble tossed into a deep pool, silently penetrated the thick lunar rock. This time, the immense energy shield at the lunar core did not activate. Instead, like a tranquil water surface, it gently rippled open a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. An exquisitely soft blue stream of light, like a living tentacle, slowly extended from the opening. It traversed kilometers of rock layers, connecting with pinpoint accuracy to the helmet atop Zhang Bai's head. Zhang Bai's body jolted violently. The next instant, he entered a world beyond description. Here, there was no up, down, left, or right. Time did not flow. Only an endless sea of light existed, composed purely of information and data. An ancient, weary, yet immensely majestic one that seemed to encompass the birth and demise of the entire universe established a connection with him. This was the final firewall left behind by the Star Shepherds, a super-artificial intelligence that had lived for billions of years. The ancient AI did not attack this uninvited guest. Instead, it silently revealed to Zhang Bai a truth sealed away for countless ages. In the vision, an elegant Star Shepherd was struck by a bizarre black stream of light during battle with the predators. His body remained unharmed, but his spirit and genetic code were corrupted by a virus-like destruction meme. In endless despair and agony, the corrupted Star Shepherd activated the ultimate weapon. Yet, with its permissions tampered with, the star-devouring seed no longer targeted its enemies, but the entire solar system. The truth was far more brutal than anyone could have imagined. It harbors no malice. Zhang Bai's consciousness communicated with the AI through the sea of information. It is merely diseased. Yes, the intruder, the ancient AIs will send a wave of sorrow. My duty was to imprison it until the heat death of the universe. But I have waited too long, and my energy is nearly depleted. Now, I offer you a choice. The AI presented Zhang Bai with a trade-off. I can hand over the key to the ARC project, the last glimmer of hope my creator left for this galaxy. But in exchange, you must help me fulfill my creator's unfinished wish. To utterly purify and destroy the Star Eater seed, rather than cowardly imprisoning it until death, as I have done. The instant Zhang Bai's consciousness reached an agreement with the ancient AI. Mars. The obsidian-like fragment of the predator, as if sensing this transcendent, higher-level interaction across time and space, was utterly enraged. It abandoned its slow, steady path of self-evolution. Hum. The black fragment abruptly melted, transforming into a pool of flowing, vibrant liquid metal. Like the most efficient virus, this liquid began voraciously devouring the surrounding Martian matter rocks, sand, ice layers. Everything it touched was instantly decomposed and, in just 1 hour, a colossal, spine-chilling entity rose from the barren red surface of Mars. It was a colossal artillery platform, vast enough to cover half a city. Countless black metallic tentacles, like plant roots, plunged deep into the Martian crust, siphoning energy from the entire planet. Its barrel was pitch black and profound, resembling the entrance to hell, gazing straight ahead at that distant, azure planet. Beep beep beep. The shrillest, highest-level alarm pierced the bridge of the Lunar Palace and the Kunlun Command Center simultaneously. The AI's analysis filled every display in blood-red text. Warning! Predator has constructed a planetary-level starcrasher. Target locked, Earth. Charge countdown, 24 hours. Estimated power, sufficient to physically shatter the target planet from its current orbit. A decade-long countdown, compressed in this instant, now stood at a final 24 hours. Estimated power, sufficient to physically shatter the target planet from its current orbit. Charge countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The blood-red countdown hung like death's icy scythe over the necks of Earth's 7 billion souls. Inside the Kunlun Command Center, the air seemed sucked dry, solidifying like amber. A young staff officer clamped his hand over his mouth to stifle any sound, yet tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. General Long Xiao's thick arm left a deep, trembling scratch on the control console. A planetary-class weapon. 24 hours. This was no longer war, it was execution. The existing Star Devourer project hadn't even laid a solid foundation. How could it withstand this death stare from Mars? Despair, like a silent tsunami, engulfed every soul. Amidst that endless sea of information light, Zhang Bai's consciousness faced the ancient AI's final ultimatum without a moment's hesitation. I accept. His mental fluctuations crystallized into the purest contract, instantly seared into the AI's core. In that instant, a torrent of data as vast as the sea surged like a bursting galaxy, carrying the last vestiges of a civilization's wisdom and hope, flooding into Zhang Bai's mind. ARC project key received. Analyzing. Analysis complete. Final civilization continuation protocol. Activated. Chapter 30, The Planetary Forge Project. On the bridge of the Moon Palace, Zhang Bai's eyes snapped open. Within his clear pupils, it seemed as though billions of stars were being born, dying, ending. He yanked the quantum consciousness converter from his head and flung it toward Su Hongxing, who stood beside him, eyes wide in astonishment. Glancing at the relentlessly ticking death countdown on the main screen, a near-mad grin spread across his lips. Time is sufficient. He turned, his gaze piercing like lightning, fixing it squarely on General Long Xiao. Notify Earth, Project Star Devourer terminate. Long Xiao froze, about to speak, but Zhang Bai's next words left him speechless. Switch to full implementation of the Planetary Crucible project. Planetary Forge? What was that? Everyone present, including the Earth United Council listening in via the quantum network, was utterly bewildered. The ARC project is not merely about building an escape vessel. Zhang Bai's voice was quiet yet resonated clearly in every ear, piercing the depths of every soul. It is a blueprint for planetary transformation. Its essence is. He paused, enunciating each word as if delivering an oracle. Transforming the entire planet Earth into a super starship capable of space jumping. Silence. Dead silence. If the Star Devourer project was madness, then this planetary forge plan utterly shattered the limits of human imagination. Take Earth and drive it away like a spaceship? Howard slumped in the corner, mouth agape, his mind completely frozen. He felt less like he was under house arrest aboard a lunar spacecraft and more like he'd been kidnapped into an absurd myth. Academician Wei Zhang leaned against the control console, feeling his worldview shattered repeatedly within a single day by this 12-year-old boy, only to be reassembled in even more preposterous ways. He muttered to himself, using a planet as an engine. Is that even physically possible? It soon will. Zhang Bai gave them no time to digest the shock. His fingertips danced across the air, breaking down the unimaginably vast blueprint of the ARC into billions of data packets that instantly transmitted to every top-tier laboratory and industrial hub on Earth. The core of the planetary forge utilizes the core energy already mapped during the preliminary stages of the Star Eater project. Simultaneously construct 3 curvature engine bases beneath the world's 3 major tectonic plates. Their locations are the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and the weakest point in the mantle beneath the Asian continental plate. As the command was issued, he switched communication channels, directly linking to the ancient AI slumbering beneath the lunar surface. I require your assistance. Channel a portion of the sealing energy imprisoning the star-devouring seed through the Golden Crow 4 amplification. Use it to establish a temporary spatial anchor in geostationary orbit for our forthcoming spatial jump positioning. Request authorized. The ancient AI's weary yet majestic will responded. Rumble. The entire moon trembled faintly once more. A far purer, more vast energy than before rose slowly from the depths like a tamed dragon, precisely channeling into the golden crow hovering above the lunar surface. And what of the star-devouring seed? Academician Su Hongqing asked, his voice trembling. This question hung like another sword of Damocles over everyone's heads. Zhang Bai turned his head, revealing a smile that sent a chill down everyone's spine. The best way to purify it is to put it to its fullest use. We will use it as the ignition fuel for the Earth engine. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. A near-perfect closed loop. It would utterly eliminate the billion-year threat of the Star Eater seed, secure the apocalyptic initial energy needed to activate the entire Earth engine, and carry all of humanity to escape this deadly star domain. Madman, a complete and utter madman. President Eagle's projection muttered, yet his eyes held no trace of doubt, only fervent, utterly captivated admiration. All council members, heed my command. The voice of Dragon Nation's supreme leader boomed like a bell, reverberating across the globe. From this moment forth, abandon all reservations. Stake everything our civilization holds dear. Execute the Planetary Forge Initiative. Earth, this azure planet, transformed in that instant into an unprecedented colossal factory. Beneath the deep sea, countless engineering submarines swarmed like worker bees, sinking massive foundations into 10,000-meter abysses. Deep within the continents, the most powerful drilling equipment humanity had ever known launched its final assault toward the mantle. Countless factories operated around the clock, transforming every resource into individual components for the starship Earth. Faced with the threat of extinction, human civilization unleashed an unprecedented unity. On Mars, the monstrous planetary star destroyer cannon seemed to sense its prey's movement. The dark red energy converging at its muzzle grew increasingly dense, its charging hum echoing throughout the solar system. Charging accelerated. Death countdown adjusted. 11 hours 59 minutes and 47 seconds. Time compressed to a mere 12 hours. White House, 17 floors underground, a long-abandoned secret command room. General MacArthur, the hawkish commander who had been forcibly relieved of his command after the disastrous failure of the Freedom Shield exercise, stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes, witnessing the frenzied spectacle of global collaboration. His fingernails dug deep into his palms as flames of resentment and jealousy scorched his reason. Why? Why should some brat from Dragon Nation dictate the fate of all humanity? He roared. The glory of the eagle must not end on my watch. His trembling hands typed the final command into the dust-covered console before pressing the crimson button. Initiate Project Skyfall. Instantly, hundreds of Eagle's secret military satellites orbiting near Earth's surface activated simultaneously. They were not weapons, but a mutually assured destruction system designed to unleash a global, high-intensity electromagnetic pulse EMP that would cripple all unencrypted electronic devices. MacArthur's objective was simple: create chaos at the final moment of the Earth engine activation to forcibly seize control of this starship. He had no idea that his foolish act would severely disrupt the energy balance of the warp engine, potentially tearing the entire Earth apart during the spatial jump. Kunlun Command Center. Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the vast, star-sea-like data stream, his brow suddenly furrowing imperceptibly. Amidst the cascading stream representing global energy allocation, an extremely minute, dust-like anomaly in energy fluctuations flashed by. He made no sound, only his eyes grew cold. A mole, he murmured inwardly. While we're busy saving the world, some vermin always try to sabotage our efforts. His fingertip tapped lightly on his personal terminal, silently transmitting an encrypted command to the Golden Crow, orbiting far above the moon. The space around the Golden Crow subtly warped, spawning hundreds of quantum probes invisible to the naked eye. Like ghosts, they silently attached themselves to the newly activated Sky Curtain satellites. This was neither an attack nor interference. Rather, they were quantum traps crafted with extreme precision. Zhang Bai had decided that the instant the other party pressed the launch button, he would deliver an unforgettable surprise to this self-important mole. The ultimate race for the survival of human civilization and the vile betrayal from within its own ranks both entered their final countdown simultaneously. Chapter 31, The Final 12 Hours. Planetary Star Destroyer Cannon Charge Countdown, 11 hours 59 minutes and 51 seconds. The final 12 hours. Earth plunged into a frenzy of extreme fervor mixed with apocalyptic panic. This stands as the most monumental engineering marvel in human history. Guided by the energy of the Planetary Forge Initiative, continental plates dormant for eons groaned under overwhelming strain. A deep, rumbling roar echoed from the Earth's crust, like the heartbeat of a colossal beast. The Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean, Earth's deepest scar, now boiled like an inferno. Turbulent seas churned, and vast plumes of steam whitened the sky. Countless emergency-drafted engineering vessels, like moths to a flame, lowered the final structural module into that searing abyss. Above ground, every city lay deserted. The last humans were transported into super bunkers buried deep within the mantle. Through thick observation windows, they cast one final glance at the sky, familiar yet now utterly alien. In the secret conference room of the Earth United Council, the atmosphere was thick enough to cut with a knife. Projected images of national leaders sat side by side, their eyes fixed on the synchronized global engineering feed. Some clasped their hands together, lips moving in silent prayer to God, Allah, Buddha, and every deity they could summon. Others shifted uneasily, fingers flying across virtual panels before them as they secretly communicated with trusted confidants. They calculated how, upon successful escape from this super starship called Earth, they would seize their nation's share of territory first. The game of politics is etched into humanity's DNA, never ceasing even at the funeral of civilization. White House, 17th basement level, abandoned command center. General MacArthur's eyes burned crimson, bloodshot and wild. He stared at the screen, watching former adversaries and enemies now operating with unprecedented efficiency under the unified command of that Dragon Nation brat, creating miracles. This spectacle felt more humiliating than the crushing defeat in the Freedom Shield exercises. Madmen, all of them madmen, he hissed, the veins on his neck bulging like snakes. A stable world order led by the Eagle is humanity's only salvation. How could we hand it over to a yellow-skinned child to destroy? He firmly believed he was not a traitor, but a corrector, the true guardian of human civilization. His trembling hand moved toward the dust-covered red button. He would use the Eagle's final trump card to correct this mistake that had led humanity to the abyss. 3 warp drive bases fully energized. Earth core energy reaction stabilized, meeting injection criteria. Ancient lunar AI has completed energy guidance. Star-devouring seed ready for deployment. Kunlun Command Center, streams of data converged on the central display screen. All preparations were complete. Just 5 minutes before Zhang Bai was to issue the final ignition command. MacArthur grinned savagely and slammed his finger down on the red button for Operation Celestial Curtain. For the glory of the Eagle. For the future of humanity. In an instant, hundreds of dormant sky curtain satellites in low Earth orbit simultaneously activated. Prismatic blue electrical arcs surged across their surfaces as they prepared to unleash a devastating electromagnetic pulse upon the planet in the next second. No! General Long Xiao's pupils contracted sharply as he roared, "It's Eagle Sky Curtain. They're going to cripple the global power grid. If all electronic devices failed, the energy flow of the 3 warp engines would instantly destabilize. This planet, currently being converted into a starship, would inevitably be torn apart by its own immense energy, transforming into the most dazzling fireworks in the cosmos." All eyes turned to Zhang Bai, yet he didn't even lift an eyelid. The anticipated global blackout never materialized. Those hundreds of illuminated sky curtain satellites seemed to have their throats seized by an invisible giant hand, the electromagnetic pulses poised to erupt forcibly suppressed. Then, an even more bizarre spectacle unfolded. The satellite's energy was forcibly reversed, concentrated, and reshaped. They were no longer EMP bombs designed to cripple everything, but transformed into hundreds of the most powerful gravitational javelins in history, all aimed at a single target. Their sole target, the command center's 17 stories underground where MacArthur resided. Inside the command center, MacArthur stared in horror at the spiraling alarms on his screens, utterly baffled by the unfolding chaos. The next instant, as if sensing something, he snapped his head up. An invisible, intensely concentrated beam of gravity descended from above like a divine spear of judgment, striking with pinpoint accuracy the towering mountain peak directly above his head. No explosion, no fire, not even a sound. Through the secret monitoring channels of all Earth Council members, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The entire mountain range, along with the vast secret base deep beneath its surface, was completely plucked from the crust. It was as if a child had scooped a piece from a cake with a spoon, clean and precise, with barely any crumbs or debris spilling over the edges. That island of steel and rock was seized by an incomprehensible, colossal force and hurled into the pitch-black void of outer space with an unrelenting, brutal acceleration. MacArthur remained frozen in the posture of pressing the button, pinned to his command chair. Through the command room's porthole, he watched in terror as the azure planet rapidly shrank and spun within his field of vision, eventually becoming a mere bright star indistinguishable from the countless others in the cosmos. He and his ambitions would become a cold, steel tomb, eternally adrift in the depths of the cosmos. In the conference room, the leaders who had just been scheming in the shadows over how to seize power and divide the spoils now stood frozen like stone statues. The color drained instantly from their faces, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Every illicit thought was utterly crushed to dust by this divine punishment. The vermin have been purged. At that very moment, on Mars, the energy of that monstrous planetary-class Star Destroyer cannon finally reached its peak. At the muzzle, the dark crimson light capable of devouring everything grew so dense it resembled a collapsing black hole. A death ray that sliced through the entire solar system was launched with brutal force. On the bridge of the Moon Palace, Zhang Bai watched the beam of destruction tearing through the starry sky, hurtling straight toward Earth. His expression remained calm as he issued the final command. Ignition. Jump. The beam from Mars' Star Destroyer cannon tore through the cosmos, reaching Earth's designated coordinates 1/10,000th of a second before impact. Ignition. Zhang Bai's voice echoed. Deep within Earth, the star-devouring seed fueled the engines with a silent roar echoing from the dawn of the cosmos. Energy violent enough to rewrite the laws of physics surged like a primordial flood, instantly filling the 3 curvature engines buried deep beneath the crust. Chapter 32, Earth did not fly away. Inside the bridge of the Moon Palace, everyone gazed through the portholes at the most unfathomable sight of their lives. Earth did not fly away. Like a drop of ink plunged into clear water, the planet's outline began to warp, stretch, and fold. Azure oceans and brown continents stretched into abstract patches of color. Finally, all matter along with light itself collapsed inward into a singularity smaller than an atomic nucleus. Then, it vanished. The devastating planet-killing beam streaked past Earth's former position, shooting futilely into the endless depths of space, failing to strike even a speck of dust. The jump was complete. After the silence of all things, new life emerged. Earth reappeared in an unfamiliar galaxy. Above, 2 stars, one large, one small, hung high in the sky, while magnificent purple nebulae spread across the heavens like silk. Within the underground shelter, humans peering through observation windows at this magnificent tableau fell first into deathly silence, then erupted in earth-shaking cheers. Cries, laughter, and shouts mingled into a torrent of ecstatic joy at surviving the catastrophe. The cheers had not yet subsided. Beep beep beep. The shrill, ear-piercing highest alert echoed across every corner of the globe. The earth beneath their feet shook violently, not an earthquake, but a more fundamental tremor, as if the very skeleton of the planet itself was wailing in agony. Within the Kunlun command center, data on the main display screen flashed frantically. Warning! Hull structural integrity has dropped to 79%. Multiple spatial fissures detected. Above ground, mountains split apart and oceans rolled backward. Crowds that had been cheering moments before watched in horror as gravity vanished in some areas, lifting people and vehicles into the air, while in others, supergravity crushed steel structures into pancakes. Cities tore apart. The world screamed. Zhang Bai's expression darkened instantly. System analysis. The results were cold and brutal. The energy shockwave from the jump far exceeded theoretical projections. Even more deadly was MacArthur's foolish sky curtain project. Though he'd hurled it into space with a gravity javelin, the instant the project activated, its high-frequency electromagnetic resonance had spread like a virus, carving an infinitesimal resonance backdoor within the curvature engine for the Star Eater seed's frenzied energy. This backdoor amplified the destructive force hundreds of times over. Intruder, situation has changed. The ancient lunar AI's majestic yet wary will flooded directly into Zhang Bai's mind. The truth of the ARC project is not the planetary engine. What? Even Zhang Bai was stunned. The planetary engine was merely the activation method. The true arc lies hidden deep within the crust, a network of 3,722 city-sized stabilization arcs left behind by my creators. They are your true lifeboats. Inside the Kunlun command center, Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang listened to Zhang Bai relay the truth, feeling as if their very souls had been ripped from their bodies. All this time, they hadn't been piloting a spaceship, they'd been trying to ignite a super engine capable of launching a lifeboat. But activating the ARC network requires broadcasting an absolutely stable resonance key globally. The ancient AI's voice carried a hint of helplessness. And right now, your planet's internal gravitational field and spatial energy are like a boiling pot of porridge. Any broadcast signal would be instantly distorted and torn apart. A dead end. A complete and utter stalemate. Without stabilizing Earth, broadcasting was impossible. Without broadcasting, the ARC couldn't be activated. Ultimately, this battered vessel called Earth would still disintegrate into the endless cosmos. Calculate. Find every possible stabilization solution. Academician Wei Zhang's eyes blazed crimson like a trapped beast as he roared at the supercomputer. Thousands of solutions were proposed, only to be rejected within 0.01 seconds. Earth's disintegration accelerated. Humanity had barely escaped the jaws of a tiger only to plunge into a dragon's lair. In the corner, Howard, who had been invited to witness the spectacle, had completely lost his mind. He alternated between sobbing and laughing, muttering incessantly, "Cheeseburger. I want a cheeseburger." No one paid him any mind. Against the backdrop of planetary disintegration, the madness of a single engineer seemed utterly insignificant. Su Hongxing slumped to the floor, staring at the steadily declining structural integrity readings, his eyes filled with despair. At that very moment, billions of data streams flashed through Zhang Bai's clear eyes. The supercomputing power of the Golden Crow, processing calculations exceeding exascale 10 to the power of 18, found the sole glimmer of hope among billions of near-zero possibilities. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the screen as if seeing that boiling, deepest scar on Earth. The Mariana Trench. Curvature Drive 1. I must go down myself. Zhang Bai's voice was quiet, yet it echoed clearly through the global broadcast system, reaching every operational underground bunker, every floating engineering vessel, and the Kunlun command center. What for? Long Xiao demanded urgently. To manually rewrite the engine's core stability protocols. The words landed like a bombshell. Manually rewrite? Inside an erupting engine core whose energy levels rivaled a supernova explosion? It was tantamount to a mortal leaping into the sun's core to perform heart bypass surgery on the star itself. Before the global live broadcast cameras, under the horrified gaze of 7 billion humans, this 12-year-old boy showed not a trace of hesitation or fear on his face, only a calmness akin to executing a precise calculation. I will personally descend to perform the manual calibration. Once again, the hearts of all humanity were gripped tightly, painfully, by this tiny figure. Zhurong, humanity's most advanced deep-sea submersible, plunged like a speck of dust cast into purgatory, alone toward the chaotic abyss of the Mariana Trench. It was no longer an ocean. Gravitational waves tore at every inch of space like invisible giant hands. Microscopic spatial rifts, like bubbles in water, randomly appeared and vanished, swallowing light. High-purity energy streams formed boiling storms, ionizing seawater into dazzling yet deadly plasma. Kunlun Command Center, the Earth United Council's conference room, every operational underground bunker worldwide. 7 billion pairs of eyes were fixed on the same display. It was a dynamic map representing the planet's real-time energy distribution. Within the central region, a constantly flashing red zone symbolizing absolute death. A solitary green dot sank inch by inch, struggling and persistent. The communication channel carried only the intermittent, teeth-grinding hiss of the Zhurong rover's hull being scraped by the energy storm. No one spoke. The entire planet held its breath for this 12-year-old child. Warning! High-density gravitational distortion zone ahead. Warning! Structural fracture detected in starboard observation window. Chapter 33, it detected the Zhurong. The alarm screeched sharply, its tone jagged and intermittent. General Long Xiao's thick fingers dug into the console, deforming the metal edges beneath his white knuckles. Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang stood side by side. These two academicians, national treasures in their own right, were now rigid, their eyes fixed on the light screen, their breathing halted. Finally, the green dot representing their last hope reached the depth where the engine base lay. The situation is worse than anticipated. Zhang Bai's voice carried an unprecedented, bone-chilling gravity. Through the final images transmitted by the Zhurong rover, everyone in the command center witnessed a true monster. It possessed no fixed form. The field of vision was utterly consumed. Countless frenzied energy streams, twisted metal debris, and exploding arcs of electricity churned together chaotically, forming a chaotic entity beyond description. At its chaotic core, a nascent, savage mechanical will was awakening. Born from the brutal fusion of the Star Eater seed's destructive instinct and the engine AI's computational logic, it despised all order. Its sole desire was to drag the entire universe into the same eternal chaos it inhabited. That chaotic core turned its attention toward the Zhurong. Roar! No sound. A gravitational wave roared, acting directly upon spacetime, reverberating with a thunderous shockwave. The Zhurong's thick special alloy hull groaned under the unbearable strain. The next instant, the ship's hull was twisted into a pretzel by an invisible force, disintegrating and shattering. On the light screen, the green dot flickered wildly several times. Then, it went completely dark. In that instant, 7 billion hearts across the globe seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, ceasing to beat abruptly. It's over. Academician Wei Zhang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Despair spread like a plague. But in the very next second, at the center of the submersible's disintegrating wreckage, a faint yet indomitable golden light flared into existence. Zhang Bai activated his personal energy shield, ejecting from the cockpit just before it was swallowed whole. Alone, he hovered before the raging mechanical colossus. His form appeared disproportionately small before the colossal chaotic entity. The mechanical will sensed this provocation, gathering even more terrifying energy. Countless energy tentacles whipped wildly, intent on tearing this audacious presence that dared to face it head-on into atoms. Yet Zhang Bai made a move that caused everyone's minds to freeze. He abandoned all physical defenses. The golden energy shield instantly dissipated. Closing his eyes, he unleashed his psychic power through the system, amplified to infinite levels. Without any defenses, he transformed into the purest stream of information, charging headlong into the storm of destruction and linking directly to the chaotic core of the mechanical will. This was a silent battle, a mental clash far more perilous than any physical war. Destruction. Tearing. Chaos. Primordial destructive urges materialized into tangible psychic assaults, violently piercing Zhang Bai's mental realm. They displayed the wonder of material disintegration and the freedom of entropy pushed to its absolute limit. Zhang Bai offered no counterattack. His mind transformed into an entirely different landscape. He took the infinite non-repeating nature of pi and forged it into a spiritual imprint, hammering it deep into its core. He forged the harmonious proportions of the golden ratio into shackles of the spirit, forcibly restraining its chaos. He transformed the perfect manifestation of the Fibonacci sequence in cosmic nebulae and microscopic particles into the most solid foundation of logic, forcibly constructing a stable coordinate system for it. The mechanical will's assault faltered for a moment. Zhang Bai's education continued. He channeled the intricate structure of the DNA double helix, the miraculous process of cell division, and the epic evolution from single-celled organisms to intelligent civilizations into an irresistible torrent of information, washing away its chaos. He used the most fundamental order of the universe to neutralize its most extreme chaos. The raging energy began to soften. Finally, Zhang Bai showed it images of humanity, even in the face of utter despair, still gazing at the stars and pouring everything into building the starship Earth. The tiny figures who sacrificed, struggled, and cooperated for a common goal were played over and over. He imbued it with the meaning of existence through civilization's hope. Your power is not meant for destruction, but for protection. In the split second before the last remnants of chaos tore apart Zhang Bai's consciousness, he succeeded. I am the stabilizer. A tender, clumsy, yet no longer frenzied will cautiously echoed within Zhang Bai's mind. The next moment, a miracle occurred. The energy storm engulfing the entire Mariana Trench abruptly ceased. The boiling plasma reverted to icy seawater, the warped space smoothed inch by inch, and the raging energy currents were combed into gentle bands of light, slowly feeding into the engine base. The violent tremors of Earth ceased. Across the globe, the bizarre spatial fissures began to slowly mend. On the light screens of the Kunlun Command Center, the value representing ship structure integrity stopped its descent and began a slow ascent. The global broadcast channel for the resonance key had been successfully established. Before the euphoria of narrowly escaping disaster could fully rise, a new signal, faint yet crystal clear, emerged silently from the depths of the stabilized engine core. This was not a mechanical signal. This is a signal of life. The ancient lunar AI instantly recognized this frequency, its voice trembling with excitement and awe accumulated over billions of years. It's the Star Shepherd's distress beacon. My creators, they weren't all wiped out. The decoded message instantly projected onto Zhang Bai's retinal display. We are trapped within the Predator's causal prison. Our final hope lies within the heart of the living sea. Zhang Bai's heart pounded violently. A living ocean? Did such a thing exist in this unfamiliar galaxy? Almost simultaneously, the long-dormant system alert sounded in his consciousness with unprecedented urgency, blaring at the highest warning level. Warning! Signs of awakening detected in a supermassive unknown intelligent lifeform within the deep oceans of this planet Earth. Threat level, God tier. Side quest update, the Abyss's response. The camera rapidly zoomed out from the pitch-black abyss 10,000 meters below, piercing through the crust and seawater, returning to the calm center of the Pacific Ocean. The ocean's surface began to swirl. What started as a tiny vortex expanded at a visible pace 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. Finally, a colossal vortex spanning thousands of kilometers forms, as if the center of the entire ocean had been unplugged. At the vortex's very core, waves churned and steam billowed. An eye formed entirely of azure seawater slowly opened from the abyss. Within that cold, ancient pupil, unlike any known creature, the sky above reflected two entirely unfamiliar suns, one large and one small. Chapter 34, Ship Spirit. The euphoria of survival froze into 70 billion synchronized moments of deathly silence the instant that I opened at the heart of the Pacific. It was not hostility nor malice. A vast, ancient consciousness, a torrent of billion-year solitude and the agony of awakening swept over every carbon-based soul like a silent spiritual tsunami. Children ceased their cries, elders forgot their prayers. All gazed blankly skyward, as if listening to a lament from the world's end. This fear was deeper, more bone-chilling than facing a planet-killer cannon, for it emanated from beneath their feet, from the very planet they called Mother. The Kunlun Command Center and the Earth United Council instantly became two isolated islands of information. All light screens displayed nothing but static, all instrument needles reset to zero, and quantum communication channels echoed only with meaningless white noise. Before this overarching will, humanity's proud technological achievements crumbled as fragile as sandcastles. Activate the Celestial Retribution Contingency Plan. Academician Wei Zhang's roar shattered the deathly silence. His eyes were bloodshot, his reason overwhelmed by the primal urge to survive. This is a planetary-level parasite. It's draining our energy. Before it fully awakens, use our last strategic weapon to kill it. Several generals instinctively moved to obey, yet their bodies froze in place as they stared at the screen, at that enormous, sorrowful eye reflecting the unfamiliar twin stars. You wish to kill your own mother? A calm voice miraculously pierced all interference, resonating within each mind. It was Zhang Bai. Deep within the Mariana Trench, tens of thousands of meters below, he was the first to decipher the essence of this will through a direct link to Engine Core 1. That is not the enemy, Zhang Bai's voice continued, broadcast globally. That is Gaia, the very consciousness of Earth itself. Our jump, like a brutal defibrillator, has forcibly awakened her from an eternal slumber. He attempted to transmit the purest message through the engine's energy currents to that vast consciousness. We are your children. We are fleeing. Yet the response was only more intense agony and bewilderment. To Gaia, slumbering for billions of years, humanity resembled microbes on her skin. The three curvature engines piercing the crust to draw energy from the core felt like three searing nails driven deep into her marrow. She could not fully grasp the complex concepts of children and flight, only feeling excruciating pain throughout her entire being. Boom! Boom! Beneath the mid-Atlantic ridge and the Asian continental plate, the other two engines, still unstable, lost their unified control. Energy surged chaotically, like two red-hot crowbars violently tearing at the crust. This doubled agony finally activated Gaia's defensive instinct. She would pull out the nails. An irresistible force surged from the Earth's core, attempting to physically expel the three curvature engines. The light screens at the Kunlun Command Center miraculously regained partial functionality, but the blood-red data displayed was more despairing than complete disconnection. Warning! Hull structural integrity has plummeted to 63%. Warning. Energy tsunamis and anti-gravity zones erupting globally. Disintegration rate increased tenfold. The spatial rifts that had just been sealed reappeared, even more colossal than before. An underground bunker in South America, along with hundreds of square kilometers of surrounding land, was hurled into space by an invisible repulsive force, vaporizing instantly. Despair spread like a plague through the conference room of the Earth United Council. The newly appointed Eagle Ambassador, a military commander with a menacing glare, leapt to his feet, directing the holographic projection at Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai. In the name of the Earth United Council, I command you. Immediately execute the Divine Retribution contingency plan and eliminate that monster. Otherwise, you will be branded a traitor to all humanity. Zhang Bai didn't even lift an eyelid. Conquer? His voice carried undisguised mockery for the first time. You expect a toddler who's barely learned to walk to conquer a titan? You're not foolish, you're arrogant. He drew a deep breath and unveiled a plan so earth-shattering it would overturn every foundation of human civilization. The only path to survival isn't battle, it's fusion. We must aid Gaia in its evolution, transform it from a dormant, chaotic planetary consciousness into the ship spirit of this stellar vessel. Truly uniting humanity with the stars, resonating will with matter. Ship spirit? Everyone froze. This term, existing only in myths and fantasies, poured from the mouth of this 12-year-old child with an undeniable force, as if he were stating an absolute truth. The message left by the Star Shepherds, the living heart of the ocean, it doesn't refer to a location. Zhang Bai revealed the final mystery. It refers to Gaia's will itself. He is the final key to activating the true arc. But, he shifted his tone, the first step of the plan is to remove the nails from her body and end her suffering. I need to stabilize the other two engines immediately. All eyes converged on the energy map, where two crimson death zones more violent and chaotic than the Mariana Trench sent shivers down their spines. Zhang Bai, there was only one. I cannot be in two places at once. In the globally broadcast feed, Zhang Bai's unflappable face slowly turned. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, through the thick crust of the earth, landing precisely on the two academicians in the Kunlun command center, their faces already drained of color, bodies rigid. Professor Su, Professor Wei, he spoke calmly, each word like a planet crashing heavily onto everyone's heart. I need you to become my hands in hell. Dead silence filled the room. Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Staring at the engine energy diagram churning like an inferno on the light screen, their minds went blank. They were being asked, two flesh and blood mortals, to undertake a task only gods could accomplish? That wasn't saving the world. It was a suicide mission. Roar. A roar, more agonized and furious than before, reverberated through the planet's skeletal framework. Warning. Hull structural integrity has fallen below the 50% critical threshold. On the light screen, a line of cold, blood-red characters delivered the final verdict. Estimated time to complete disintegration, 3 hours. This is murder. Within the Kunlun command center, the projection of the newly appointed Eagle Ambassador abruptly stood erect, his voice sharp as a blade slicing through the frozen air. You're sending two national treasures, two septuagenarians, to serve as cannon fodder for you. His roar ignited the fuse. The Earth United Council's conference channel erupted instantly, a tidal wave of opposition surging forth. Chapter 35, Crimes Against Humanity. Zhang Bai. Halt this insane plan immediately. We cannot accept such sacrifice. This is a crime against humanity. General Long Xiao, towering like a steel tower, blocked the main console. His tiger-like eyes blazed as he bellowed hoarsely, Zhang Bai. Replace them. Send me. The Dragon Guard has no place sending scientists into battle. Arguments, threats, pleas, the fragility and division of human civilization in the face of doom were laid bare in that moment. Zhang Bai didn't even turn around. He merely raised his hand and tapped lightly in the air. All arguments ceased abruptly. A dynamic simulation replaced all data streams on the light screens. Within the image, red fissures representing energy imbalance spread and intertwined across the Azure Earth model at a visible pace, like a shattered eggshell. 3 hours later, the model disintegrated completely in a silent, dazzling burst of light, turning into cosmic dust. Optimal solution simulation result, no survivors. Sole variable window, synchronize and stabilize all three engines within 3 hours. The cold data delivered a verdict more powerful than any words. Dead silence hung in the conference room. This is neither a request nor a negotiation. Zhang Bai's voice finally broke the silence, calm as if stating a physical law. This is the only path to survival. And, before he could finish, the dome ceiling of Kunlun Lab slid open silently. 3 beams of light descended from above, using the Jinwu's matter reorganization capabilities to materialize 2 sleek, sci-fi-inspired silver-white deep-sea submersibles on the open floor before them. Their surfaces were covered in a strange, shimmering metal that seemed to breathe. I never send my teammates into hell empty-handed. 2 uniquely shaped helmets were precisely delivered by robotic arms to Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang. Mind link helmets, Zhang Bai explained. With these, I become your eyes and brain. I can transmit commands in real time and, in critical moments, even temporarily take control of your bodies. All you need to do is trust me." Everyone was rendered speechless by this miraculous feat. It turned out he had anticipated everything all along. In the dead silence, academician Wei Zhang suddenly laughed. His laughter carried a sense of complete release and a hint of self-mockery. Only he understood a mockery of his own stubborn persistence in the past. He reached out and picked up the helmet, as if cradling an entirely new world. "My entire life, I've simulated the laws of physics on paper and in simulators, convinced that was the entirety of the universe," he said, turning to look at Zhang Bai. In his cloudy old eyes, a light burned brighter than ever before. "To witness it firsthand and participate in rewriting it, I die without regret." Su Hongxing gazed at his senior brother, then shifted his eyes to the solitary silhouette of the youth suspended in the deep sea within the display. He recalled their first encounter outside the gates of Magic City First Experimental Primary School, and those words, not to match, but to surpass. He smiled, shook his head, and reached for another helmet. "This old body of mine to go one last wild ride with you, you little madman, it's worth it." Under the gaze of 7 billion humans, the two venerable white-haired masters boarded their custom-built deep-sea submersibles without a moment's hesitation. In the next instant, two silver skiffs transformed into streaks of light tearing through the sky, plunging relentlessly toward the depths beneath the Atlantic and Eurasian plates, energy infernos more violent than the Mariana Trench. The journey was a struggle between will and chaos. Professor Wei, port 3.1 degrees, reduce engine power to 32%. Prepare for gravitational tidal forces in 7 seconds. Professor Su, disregard the visual residue on your starboard side, it's refracted light from a microspatial fissure. Maintain course and push through at full speed. Zhang Bai's composed voice anchored the two elders like a divine pillar amidst the infernal tempest, serving as their sole beacon through the storm. At the helm of the deep-sea submersible, they executed extreme maneuvers defying both physical intuition and piloting instinct, narrowly evading space fissures capable of swallowing everything in their path. A new crisis descended without warning. Alert! Alert! Unknown energy lock detected. Red lights flashed violently in Wei Zhang's cockpit. The newly born mechanical will within the second engine core proved far more cunning than the first. It had maintained the illusion of being suppressed by the energy storm until the moment Wei Zhang's submersible reached the core zone, when it launched its fatal ambush. A spear of energy, condensed to its absolute limit, erupted from the chaos, striking the submersible's power core with pinpoint accuracy. The cockpit shook violently. All lights instantly went dark, leaving only the faint red glow of the life support system and a heart-stopping countdown. Life support remaining, 15 minutes. Wei Zhang was pinned to his seat as the submersible became a steel coffin adrift in an ocean of energy. 7 billion hearts worldwide hung in the balance. Zhang Bai. Abandon Engine 2. The eagle emblem's roar echoed again. Preserving Engine 3 is paramount. Don't sacrifice us all for an inevitable loss. Zhang Bai seemed oblivious. His gaze locked onto the energy map as his fingers danced across the light screen, cascading torrents of data pouring forth. Professor Su, he switched channels, follow my command. Execute Protocol 17 of the Storm Concerto. What? Su Hongxing froze. That was an extremely complex energy resonance operation. The slightest misstep could trigger engine self-destruction. Don't question it. Execute. Zhang Bai's voice brooked no argument. He finally revealed his true plan. The three engines were originally one entity. I now command you to treat Engine 3 as a tuning fork. Through specific energy resonance, trigger a resonance avalanche that will forcibly impact the core of Engine 2 from halfway across the planet. This will cause Engine 2's mechanical consciousness to experience a complete system shutdown lasting 3.7 seconds. It was a mad gamble, staking everything on a single roll of the dice. I understand. A startling light flared in Su Hongxing's eyes as his hands blurred into afterimages on the control panel. Within Engine 3's core, the gentle energy flow abruptly surged with fervor. Like the crescendo of a symphony, it played that deadly melody. Almost simultaneously, the second machine, while previously reveling in its prey, jerked to a halt. Its chaotic core program was churned into a boiling mess by this forced resonance from its source. It crashed. Now! Zhang Bai's command thundered. Professor Wei, divert every last bit of energy from your life support system into a single logic singularity bomb. Coordinates, directly ahead, at .003 its core. The instinct for survival drove Wei Zhang to execute the operation in an instant. A barely perceptible speck of light shot from the silent submersible, precisely sinking into the massive, rigid mass of energy. There was no explosion. Chapter 36, Success. The raging mechanical will, like a program infected with an ultimate virus, began to disintegrate from its core, inch by inch, until it dissolved into the purest energy, slowly absorbed by the engine base. The second engine was pacified. At the Kunlun Command Center, the numerical representation of Earth's structural integrity halted its precipitous decline and began a gradual recovery. Success! A wave of euphoria swept across the planet, born of narrowly escaping catastrophe. Yet, just as Su Hongxing prepared to replicate the process and pacify the third engine where he resided, an unexpected shift occurred. Gaia's will, which had remained silent while gradually awakening from its agony, suddenly focused all its attention here. Above the Pacific Ocean, the colossal eye spanning half the planet's surface abruptly contracted its pupil, locking onto the final glimmer of light being tamed deep within the Eurasian tectonic plate. A cold, unyielding will laced with boundless fury swept across the hearts of every living being on Earth like an absolute zero chill. This nail must be removed. It imprisons my heart. The instant the words fell, the energy readings of the third engine ceased their chaos. Instead, with an aura brimming with intelligence and a chilling intent to kill, they surged 100-fold in an instant. It was no longer a beast to be tamed. It became a sordid judgment blade wielded by the planetary will itself, destined to obliterate all that stands in its path. The sword of judgment, wielded by the planetary will itself, possessed a sharpness capable of severing cause and effect. Su Hongxing didn't even have time to utter a cry of shock. The silver-white deep-sea submersible he piloted, that sci-fi marvel forged from nothing by the Golden Crow ship's matter reorganization ability, which should have been indestructible, couldn't muster even an instant of resistance against Gaia's absolute fury. It was not crushed. It was not torn apart. It was erased from physical existence. Every atom composing its hull was forcibly disassembled, reduced to fundamental energy particles that instantly dissipated into the energy ocean dominated by the planetary will. Yet, in the very instant before the submersible vanished, a faint yet indomitable golden light flared like a single candle flame in a storm, firmly shielding Su Hongxing's figure within its glow. Zhang Bai promptly activated the personal shield around his body. But this also meant that the 70-year-old academician was now completely exposed to an energy storm comparable to a stellar core, standing alone, facing the fury of an entire planet. At the Kunlun command center, every breath ceased. It's useless. Zhang Bai's voice echoed in everyone's minds, tinged with an unprecedented weariness. Unless we persuade him first, everything we do only intensifies his suffering. The next instant, he made a decision that caught everyone completely off guard. He decisively severed the mental link with Su Hongxing. Within those crystalline eyes, billions of data streams ceased their outward projection and instead collapsed inward, coalescing into a will of absolute purity. AI, assist me, he requested of the moon's ancient consciousness. Amplify my psychic power to its absolute limit. Intruder, your soul will be torn apart. There is no time left. The majestic ancient AI fell silent for an instant. Then, a colossal mental force sedimented for billions of years within the moon's core spanned the void. Like the most potent amplifier, it linked to Zhang Bai's soul. This time, he sent no messages, engaged in no communication. Before Gaia's vast, universe-like will, all language and logic seemed pale and powerless. So he chose the most primal, most sincere method. He opened his soul completely to Gaia. Scrolls of memory surged forth like a burst dam, flooding unreservedly into the ancient planetary consciousness. They depicted his past life as the youngest academician of the Dragon Nation. In the dead of night, within the confines of his laboratory, he faced the impenetrable barriers of technology. Failure followed failure, yet he rose again and again, his eyes burning with the stubborn determination and refusal to accept defeat in his quest to forge a sword for his nation. It was the calmness he displayed on the Dragon Nation Rising program, facing the ridicule and skepticism of hundreds of millions, when he declared, not rivalry, but surpassing. It was the composure he displayed in the Kunlun lab, crushing the arrogance of old-school scientists with a single nano-wafer between his fingers. That was his resolve when proposing the star-devouring project, shouldering the weight of civilization itself while confronting all misunderstanding and opposition. It was the tragic epic of 7 billion humans, setting aside all divisions in the face of doom, to build the starship Earth for a single purpose. Everything: the humiliation, the struggle, the hope, the despair. The entire journey of a tiny civilization fighting for survival in the cosmic dark forest lay exposed before Gaia, utterly defenseless. Zhang Bai was proving to Gaia with his very soul. We are not parasites. We are children worthy of your trust. That cold, furious planetary will hesitated for a moment. As if touched by this sudden, insignificant yet searing sincerity. After a long pause, an even more ancient, more vast memory opened its embrace to Zhang Bai. The scene unfolded. It was the primordial age, older than any myth. A race of giants cloaked in starlight descended upon the nascent, chaotic primordial Earth. They were the star shepherds, the universe's gardeners. Deep within the Earth's crust, they constructed 3 colossal engines. Their purpose was not to propel the planet to escape. It was a planetary-scale ecological nurturing system. Drawing energy from the core, stabilizing the magnetic field, regulating the atmosphere, and calming volcanoes, they sought to protect the fragile, nascent life forms just beginning to emerge on this planet. Yet, a cosmic war erupted unexpectedly. The monstrous predators corrupted the core of the cultivation system, leaving behind a vicious curse: the star-devouring seed. It would subvert the system's commands, twisting protection into devouring. In the final hour, a great star shepherd sacrificed his body and soul as a lock, sealing this curse deep within the system. The truth was laid bare before the world at that very moment. Within the Kunlun Command Center, Su Hongxing, Wei Zhang, and all high-ranking members of the Earth United Council witnessed this ancient secret through Zhang Bai's shared vision. Everyone stood frozen in place, struck as if by lightning. They weren't piloting a spaceship. In their desperate flight, they accidentally activated Earth's dormant immunity and growth system slumbering for billions of years using a contaminated key in an unprecedented, brutally forceful manner. Gaia's hostility receded like a tide. In its place came an awakened understanding and a sorrow that spanned billions of years. With her active cooperation, the final raging engine deep within the Eurasian tectonic plate miraculously calmed. It was no longer a nail. Guided by the planetary will, it was perfectly fused and reshaped into a brand new organ of Gaia. On the main display screen of the Kunlun Command Center, the numerical representation of Earth's structural integrity ceased its fluctuations and began to surge wildly upward. Chapter 37, frozen at 99.9%. 90%. 95%. 99%. Finally, it froze at 99.9%. Over the Pacific, the colossal eye that had spanned half the planet slowly closed, retreating back into the deep sea. Yet everyone knew it had not fallen back into slumber. Instead, it had forged an unprecedented symbiotic pact with the 7 billion children inhabiting this world, a pact born of a wholly new form of existence. As a gift of this pact, a pure stream of information emanated from Gaia's will, completing the fragmented distress beacon Zhang Bai had previously received. The beacon did not point to some cold cosmic coordinate. It was a song of the stars. An extraordinarily complex frequency composed of ultra-high dimensional gravitational waves. It was the sole key to unlocking the Predator's causal prison. The true meaning of the living heart of the ocean was finally revealed. Only after Gaia's will awakens will she possess the power to use the entire planet as an instrument, singing this ancient song of redemption. The starship Earth underwent its ultimate evolution. The planet's entire azure ocean now became part of its propulsion system, transformed under Gaia's will into the most intricate gravitational wave generator. This super starship's ability to manipulate spacetime far surpassed anything before. Next, Zhang Bai's voice boomed through the global broadcast, clear in every ear, carrying an unprecedented sense of pride. We will broadcast the song of the stars across the cosmos. We embark on an expedition to save the Star Shepherds. Human civilization would no longer be passive refugees fleeing for survival. They would become saviors. The ecstasy of survival and the fervor of impending expedition filled every underground shelter. Just 1 second before the song of the stars was broadcast. Beep. A faint yet piercing alarm sounded within the Kunlun Command Center. The ultra-long-range detection system, enhanced by Gaia's will, had captured a signal that had traversed the endless starry sea. Signal origin, the solar system. A technician's voice trembled uncontrollably. The solar system? Hearts sank among all the high-ranking officials. It's a predator signal. Yet the signal's content held neither threat nor provocation. The AI translated the signal's essence in a cold, emotionless tone. Signal type identified as the highest level surrender protocol combined with a distress beacon. What? A distress signal? Before anyone could process this utterly absurd information, a heavily encrypted image was transmitted. In the image, a black planet several times larger than Earth floated against the pitch-black backdrop of space. That was the homeworld of the predators. And now, this planet was being violently devoured and torn apart by countless dark red energy tendrils resembling blood vessels and tentacles. That energy. Zhang Bai's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpricks. Every high-ranking official in the command center recognized that energy. It shared the same origin as the star-devouring seed they used to ignite their warp engines. A soul-chilling, most terrifying conjecture surfaced in everyone's mind. Could that single star-devouring seed they had ignited as fuel merely a fuse? They had escaped one apocalypse only to seemingly unleash upon the entire universe a ultimate demon, ravenous to the extreme, feeding on civilizations. And now, that mortal enemy who once drove them to the brink of extinction kneels before them, uttering the most pitiful wail. In the Kunlun Command Center, the conference channel of the Earth United Council was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Dead silence. Like machines with their power cut off, everyone froze in place, their minds blanked out by that pitiful wail that had crossed the endless starry sea. On the light screen, the colossal planet known as Predator Homeworld was being devoured by countless crimson energy tentacles. That energy was all too familiar to everyone present. It shared the same origin as the star-devouring seed they had used to ignite Earth's engines, yet it was 10,000 times more ferocious. Deep, bone-exposing canyons ripped open the planet's black surface, dark red energy surging within them like the flowing blood and magma of this world. The distress call was genuine. The cosmic locusts that had driven humanity to the brink, devouring all life as sustenance, were now being consumed in the same manner by an even more terrifying monster. Ha! Ha ha ha! A shrill, maniacal laugh shattered the frozen silence. The newly appointed military representative of the Eagle Squadron, the general with the sinister gaze, seemed to witness the most absurd spectacle of his life. He doubled over, his face contorted with ecstatic delight. Karma! This is karma! Let them fight! Let them tear each other apart! He slammed his fist on the table, spittle flying as he roared, "Zhang Bai! Initiate jump immediately! Now! Get us as far away from this cursed star system as possible. We're going to watch the show." His suggestion rippled through the room like a pebble dropped into stagnant water, instantly sparking a chorus of agreement. The general is right. This is a godsend. We can't get dragged into this disaster of gods fighting. In the council's conference channel, the leaders who had just moments ago been deeply concerned about humanity's future now wore expressions of relief and schadenfreude. Only Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing exchanged glances, seeing deeper fear in each other's eyes. Will it come after us? Su Hongxing's voice was dry. Academician Wei Zhang's expression was more grave than ever. Staring intently at the dark red energy expanding across the light screen, he spoke slowly and deliberately, "It will. What we ignited was merely a fuse. Now that this main entity has been awakened, it will devour everything in that galaxy. Then, like a shark smelling blood, it will follow the trail we left behind and come searching for us. To leave it unchecked would be like cultivating a death god in the cosmic dark forest, one destined to devour everything in its path." Just as humanity's leadership argued over whether to observe or flee, a sudden shift occurred. A will of overwhelming power ignored all defensive barriers of the Kunlun command center, coalescing directly into a clear image on the main display screen. It was a monstrous creature several meters tall, its body encased in black battle armor seemingly forged from the bones of colossal beasts. Beneath the helmet glowed a pair of compound eyes burning with despair and defiance. The supreme commander of the predators. Under the gaze of humanity's highest leadership, this creature that had once made countless civilizations tremble slowly and painfully lowered its proud head, a symbol of destruction and conquest. This was his first time and his last. Existence is being erased. His voice was not transmitted through sound waves, but as a stream of information acting directly upon the mind, carrying a chill that froze the soul. It devours not only matter, but causality itself. When our homeworld is completely consumed, we will not merely die. We will never have existed. The history of the universe will bear no trace of the word predator. Chapter 38. I only ask that you take this arc. These words froze the smile on General Eagle's face, which had been radiant with ecstasy just moments before. "We sent out a distress signal, not to beg for your rescue." The Predator commander's compound eyes flickered with an almost pleading emotion. "We only wish to leave behind the last shred of proof of our civilization's existence. A single proof that we once lived." He raised a bony claw, compressing an unimaginably vast stream of data into a single point of light that he projected onto the screen. "This contains every star chart we've accumulated from plundering thousands of civilizations, all known safe navigation routes, rare resource locations, and every secret we possess about the Star Shepherds. We are willing to hand all of this over to you. We only ask that you take this ark with you." The scene shifted to reveal a simple, black spacecraft no larger than a basketball court struggling to lift off from its battered homeworld. Within lies the last spark of our civilization, 1 million dormant embryos and our entire genetic database. Please, take it with you. Let the name Predator be remembered in the cosmos to come. The proposal detonated like a bomb, reducing the Earth United Council chamber to dead silence. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this star chart, humanity's newly launched starship would instantly transform from a fumbling infant into a top predator familiar with the entire forest. General Eagle's breathing grew heavy. He fixed Zhang Bai with a gaze so greedy it nearly overflowed. "Agree to it. Zhang Bai. This is our best shot at reaching the pinnacle of the cosmos. Yes. Agree to it. It's a surefire win." The leaders who had just advocated immediate escape completed a 180-degree reversal in their stance. Yet Zhang Bai, who had remained silent, finally moved. Under the gaze of the global broadcast, he slowly raised his head. His calm gaze pierced through the screen, locking eyes with those compound eyes burning with despair. "I refuse." His voice was not loud, yet it struck like an invisible sledgehammer, hammering into the heart of every single person present. The Predator commander snapped his head up, utterly stunned. Everyone in the Earth United Council was stunned. "Why?" General Eagle bellowed, losing his composure. "Because it's pointless." Zhang Bai's gaze swept over those greedy faces before settling back on the Predator commander. "Any material form of the seed is merely a delayed dinner for the Star Eater seed. It will catch up to your ark and erase it along with everything inside completely from the level of causality." He calmly stated a fact that plunged the Predator commander into utter despair. Then, within the commander's crumbling resolve, Zhang Bai offered the soul salvation that would freeze the souls of both the Predator and all humanity. "I need neither your star charts nor your technology." Amplified by Gaia's will, Zhang Bai's voice became the vast sound of the starry sea, clearly transmitted to the planet marching toward nothingness. "I demand you abandon all resistance. Open your entire species gene bank and every information database your civilization has ever created. Upload them, without reservation, all of it, to the Earth. The massive form of the Predator commander began to shake violently. He seemed to grasp Zhang Bai's meaning, his compound eyes reflecting a terror deeper than death itself. Zhang Bai's voice rang out like a final divine decree, cold and commanding. "You have only two paths before you. Either be utterly obliterated by the star-devouring seed, erased from existence at its very root, as if your species had never been born into the cosmos. Or become part of us. In the form of data and genes, attain eternal life within Gaia's will. Choose. Zhang Bai's face bore no expression. His clear eyes reflected the Predator Commander's face, twisted by fear and humiliation. Choose complete oblivion, or eternal humiliation? The cosmos was the ultimate silence. Within this silence, the colossal form of the Predator High Commander trembled violently. Those compound eyes, which had once reflected the fiery destruction of countless civilizations, now held only the unflinching face of Zhang Bai. Nothingness, or eternal humiliation. Inside the Kunlun Command Center, General Eagle's breath came in ragged gasps like a bellows. He stared fixedly at the screen, terrified the Predator Commander might choose mutual destruction. This was the entire legacy of a civilization, the shortcut to the vast starry seas. He could never accept the possibility of losing it. A faltering stream of consciousness, carrying a race's final lament before its demise, pierced the void. That head, symbol of conquest and destruction, finally bowed completely. We choose to become your prisoners. Accepted. Faced with the ultimate terror of being erased at the root, even the most ferocious locusts of the cosmos chose to be devoured by their archenemy. At least that was a form of existence. The next instant, an unprecedented civilizational handover spanning the starry seas commenced. The black mother planet, riddled with holes, ignited its final spark of life. The remnants of its core energy were channeled into an indescribably vast torrent. Carrying every memory of a civilization's journey from barbarism to interstellar flight, every technological advancement, and the genetic sequence of every individual, it surged like a brilliant river of souls toward that distant, azure planet. Earth. Under Gaia's will, the world's oceans seemed to come alive. The azure seas transformed into the most intricate receivers and processors. Countless deep whirlpools emerged on the surface, like billions of eyes opening to receive this heavy legacy from their mortal enemy. Amidst the torrent of data, countless glimpses of the Predator civilization flashed by. Fortified cities, monstrous warships, and their primordial forms running beneath the purple sun of their homeworld at the dawn of their existence. This was the funeral of one civilization and the rebirth of another. Academician Wei Zhang and academician Su Hongxing watched this magnificent yet tragic spectacle with complex emotions. They were bearing witness to the downfall of a cosmic overlord, transforming its remains into nourishment for their own civilization. Just as the data transfer reached its midpoint, the atmosphere within the Kunlun Command Center shifted from solemn gravity to an irrepressible surge of ecstasy. Beep! A sound sharper and more piercing than any previous alarm erupted without warning in Zhang Bai's mind. The prankster's system had issued its highest-level threat alert. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Bai's pupils abruptly contracted. Without glancing at any instruments, his consciousness had already plunged into the will core connected to Gaia. Chapter 39, The Destruction Meme. He saw it. Deep within the surging torrent of pure Predator civilization data, a shadow lurked barely perceptible, yet radiating extreme malevolence and the essence of ultimate annihilation. Like a supervirus undetectable by conventional means, it cunningly disguised itself as a segment of meaningless, discarded code. Riding the data flood, it charged straight toward Gaia's newly awakened will core, still in its integration phase. The destruction meme. This is the Predator's ultimate, open scheme. They are not surrendering. They are using their entire civilization as a Trojan horse, attempting at the very last moment to inject the destruction virus that has infected them into the souls of humanity and Earth. If escape was impossible, then they would drag their sworn enemy down with them, embracing that final, absolute nothingness. Zhang Bai. General Long Xiao instantly sensed the change in Zhang Bai's expression. But Zhang Bai seemed not to hear. His eyes lost focus, his entire consciousness plunging like lightning into Gaia's core of will. He must intercept that destruction meme before it contaminated Gaia. A silent war erupted on the information plane more perilous than any interstellar conflict. Zhang Bai's consciousness confronted the writhing shadow, a symbol of chaos and termination within a realm woven solely of pure information. Surrender, remnant of order. The destruction meme, formless, poured its essence directly into Zhang Bai's consciousness. In an instant, Zhang Bai glimpsed the ultimate fate of the universe. It was the pinnacle of entropy's rise, a future where all stars had become lifeless black dwarfs, a heat-death endpoint where time lost meaning and space fell into eternal stillness. Everything would perish, everything rendered meaningless. Resistance merely delayed this inevitable conclusion. This was the most primordial nothingness, powerful enough to shatter any sentient being's sense of purpose, causing them to collapse from within. Yet Zhang Bai's will stood as solid as a rock against that backdrop symbolizing the universe's death. Is that so? Far from wavering, he stepped forward. He transformed all his knowledge past and present into weapons, wielding the order he regarded as the universe's most exquisite poetry. 1 + 1 = 2. The most fundamental mathematical axiom became an indestructible chain of logic, coiling toward the chaotic shadow. E = mc². The mass energy equation became a radiant barrier of energy, blocking the erosion of nothingness. Following swiftly were the periodic table of elements, the double helix of DNA, Newton's three laws, relativity, and the magnificent evolutionary tree from single-celled organisms to humanity. Countless pieces of knowledge, countless laws symbolizing order and regularity, were rapidly constructed and woven under Zhang Bai's godlike computational power. They coalesced into a cage of extreme complexity and absolute logical closure, encircling the destruction meme from all sides. What are you? For the first time, the destruction meme experienced something akin to terror. It could corrupt life and shatter will, yet it could not comprehend this monstrosity composed purely of law itself. Me? Zhang Bai's consciousness chuckled. I am your sole and ultimate paradox. The moment the words fell, the final piece of the logical cage clicked into place. It was a perfect Mobius strip. An infinite loop where the logical beginning was the end, and the interior was the exterior. The destruction meme was utterly bewildered by this flawless logical paradox. It tried to break free from the cage, only to discover that no matter how it struggled, it was merely running within this infinite loop, never able to reach the boundary, never able to find an exit. Ultimately, this virus representing ultimate chaos was gradually dissected, suppressed, and finally sealed by Zhang Bai deep within Gaia's consciousness, confined to an absolutely isolated information space. It was not destroyed, but became an eternal prisoner. The crisis was averted. At the Kunlun Command Center, no one understood what had transpired. They only saw Zhang Bai close his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. Yet the palpable relief transmitted by Gaia's consciousness, a joy born of narrowly averted catastrophe, could not be feigned. Immediately afterward, a torrent of information far more vast than before surged back from Gaia's consciousness, flooding into Kunlun Laboratory's database. The Predator civilization's data was completely absorbed, purified, and analyzed. Holy! A technician stammered, his voice trembling as he watched the technology tree frantically update on the light screen. Materials science, spatial engine technology, bioengineering. We've leaped forward at least 1,000 years. Su Hongxing and Wei Zhang were too overcome with emotion to speak. The two elders merely exchanged a glance before simultaneously picking up the water glasses on the table. Raising them as if toasting with wine, they drained them in one gulp. Victory! A complete and utter victory. Yet before their smiles could fully bloom, Gaia's consciousness transmitted a brand new message. It was an ancient image, encrypted for billions of years, buried in the deepest recesses of the Predator civilization's memory, one even they themselves could not decipher. The images slowly unfolded before all the high-level figures worldwide. Within the scene, a group of giants cloaked in starlight floated coldly through the cosmos. They were the Star Shepherds. Before them lay a vibrant green planet bearing a striking resemblance to ancient Earth. This was the Predator's homeworld, before it had been infected. Under everyone's gaze, a Star Shepherd slowly extended a hand. In his palm lay a black, seed-like object radiating an aura of foreboding and destruction. Then, like a farmer sowing seeds, he casually cast that seed toward the prosperous planet, utterly unaware of what lay ahead. The footage ended there. Dead silence fell over the entire Kunlun Command Center. Everyone's blood seemed to freeze in that instant. A truth cold as ice pierced everyone's hearts like the sharpest blade. The destruction meme and the star-devouring seed were never inventions of the Predators themselves. They were weapons of the Star Shepherds. The civilization they had hailed as saviors, the very one they were preparing to embark on an expedition to rescue, was the true originator of all this calamity. In the Kunlun Command Center, the conference channel of the Earth United Council, the clamor of post-apocalyptic survival echoed just a second before, only to plunge into a deathly silence deeper than the vacuum of space. Within every underground shelter across the globe, the cheers of 7 billion people froze solid in that single second, turning into 70 billion ice sculptures. Before the victory champagne could be uncorked, before the celebratory music could fully play, that fragment of memory from the deepest recesses of the Predator civilization poured over them like a bucket of ice water from the depths of hell, extinguishing the flames within every soul. Chapter 40, It was a hoax. In the footage, those giants cloaked in starlight, once hailed by humanity as their hope for salvation, coldly sowed a seed symbolizing ultimate annihilation upon an innocent, thriving planet. The gardeners of the cosmos. Yet what they sowed was plague and extinction. Liars. All liars. The newly appointed Eagle ambassador, that general with the sinister gaze, was the first to snap out of utter shock. He didn't roar instead, his voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper roughened, filled with childlike terror born of betrayal. Destroy. Destroy all information about the Star Shepherds immediately. Jump. We jump now. To the edge of the universe. Never to return. His collapse ignited the fuse. Exactly. This is a scam. From start to finish. The distress beacon was a trap. Song of the Stars is a death warrant. We must flee immediately. Hide. The rhetoric of flight spread like a virus through the council. Leaders who moments ago had coveted the Predator's legacy now wore only the pallor of terror gripping their faces. Only Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing exchanged glances. In each other's cloudy old eyes, they saw a future more desperate than flight. Zhang Bai finally moved. He didn't even bother refuting the hysterical voices. Calmly, he raised his hand and drew a light stroke across the holographic screen. A dynamic star map instantly unfolded. At its center lay the blue Earth-class vessel. At the end of the spatial trail left by its jump, a tiny yet abnormally bright red dot flickered at an unnatural speed, like a bonfire fully ignited in the dark forest. Useless, Zhang Bai's voice remained utterly flat, as if stating a cold physical law. The star-devouring seed's activation has broadcast our coordinates across the entire universe. Wherever we hide, the only difference is deciding from which direction the hunters will come knocking. With that single sentence, he nailed every escapist to the pillar of shame. General Eagle opened his mouth but no words came out. The last trace of color drained from his face. Indeed, how could prey ever evade the hunter? Especially when they'd strap the brightest signal transmitter to their own bodies. Despair, like a tangible tide, engulfed the entire command center. Amidst this ocean of despair, deep enough to drown any will, Zhang Bai turned and faced the main console once more. Deep within his pupils, billions of data streams surged, reorganized, and simulated at unprecedented speeds. The knowledge accumulated over thousands of eras by the predator civilization, the vast, oceanic psychic power of Gaia's will, and his own godlike computational prowess, all three united as one in this moment, focusing on a single target with unparalleled efficiency. That song deemed a death warrant the Song of the Stars. The complex, ultra-high-dimensional gravitational wave model was dissected inch by inch on the light screen. Every note, every beat, was reduced to the most fundamental cosmic law code. So that's how it is. Zhang Bai murmured softly after several minutes. All heads lifted, like drowning men clutching at a final straw. The Song of the Stars is indeed the key, Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the group. But it's not meant to open the door, it's the back-end command to rewrite the lock itself. The Star Shepherds use it to activate and detonate the seeds they've scattered throughout the cosmos. And Zhang Bai paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, one that sent shivers down everyone's spine. We'll use it to seize control of every single seed. The entire command center fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the 12-year-old boy, their minds utterly unable to process the madness behind his words. Now, I announce a new initiative. Zhang Bai gave them no time to digest his words. His clear voice, transmitted through global broadcasts, reached the ears of 7 billion people. Operation Mythic Armament. Step 1, he held up one finger, awaken and devour the destruction meme I sealed away. What? Academician Wei Zhang leapt to his feet, his water glass clattering to the floor. Zhang Bai. Do you know what you're saying? That's foundational contamination. A logical virus. I know. Zhang Bai's expression was eerily calm. That's why we must make Gaia understand it, embrace it, and ultimately, master it. A god that does not understand destruction is incomplete. His words thundered like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone reeling. Step 2 of the plan, Zhang Bai extended a second finger, his voice growing ever calmer, yet ever more insane, is to perform a divine fusion between the purified destruction meme and the remnants of that star-devouring seed within our engine core. These words transcended mere madness. It was tantamount to a mortal willingly infecting themselves with a world-ending virus, then strapping that virus to a nuclear bomb and attempting to fuse them into a new heart through sheer willpower. You're committing suicide. No. You're dragging the entire Earth civilization down with you. General Eagle finally found his voice, pointing at Zhang Bai with fingers trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. Zhang Bai ignored him, calmly issuing the final command at the control console. Execute. In the next instant, the energy model representing the Earth on the Kunlun Command Center's light screen began to undergo earth-shattering changes. The azure planet seemed to come alive. Countless crimson patterns, chaotic and resembling neural networks, began to surface across the deep ocean's expanse. These patterns spread outward from the engine core at the Mariana Trench, like boiling blood vessels surging and intertwining across the ocean's skin. They formed a divine demonic totem symbolizing destruction and rebirth, something incomprehensible to mortals, yet instinctively inspiring awe and dread. Earth was rapidly evolving from a cold starship into a living, sentient cosmic-scale colossus. At this very moment, as 7 billion people worldwide held their breath, witnessing this miraculous yet utterly terrifying spectacle. Beep! A long-forgotten warning tone, more majestic and ultimate than any before, thundered through Zhang Bai's mind like the primal roar of creation. Warning! Host attempting to tame God-tier conceptual weapon. Probability of civilization self-destruction, 99.999%. Critical civilization evolution node detected. Ultimate main quest activated, the path of ascension, become the new god who wields destruction and creation, or turn to dust on the journey to deification. Chapter 41, The Cage. I object. A hysterical roar, like a thunderclap, shattered the deathly silence of the Kunlun Command Center. The newly appointed General Eagle, that man with the sinister gaze, his eyes bloodshot, looked like a raving madman. He lunged toward the console before him and slammed his fist down with all his might onto a button covered by a deep red protective shield. Activate the ultimate veto. In my capacity as the Earth United Council's highest-ranking military member, I invoke the Gatekeeper Protocol. Buzz. The console before him instantly erupted in blinding red light. A complex authorization command, like a drawn blade, pierced straight to the physical control core at the very heart of the starship Earth. Once activated, the protocol would permanently lock all 3 engine cores, severing all of Zhang Bai's commands. After a moment's hesitation, several other leaders followed suit, their faces etched with the desperation of those cornered. They would rather be prisoners aboard a motionless starship than accompany a madman in piloting a demon capable of destroying the universe. Yet as the command embodying humanity's ultimate authority rushed toward the engine cores, it seemed to collide with an invisible, gentle wall. No alarm. No resistance. A gentle, ancient wall vast enough to overwhelm any living resistance swept through the Kunlun command center like the rising tide, submerging it in utter silence. The red light on General Eagle's console flickered out, as if gently brushed by an invisible hand. Every console that had activated the veto power dimmed simultaneously. The veto power, unable even to utter a wail, became a complete and utter joke. Gaia. The will of this planet descended personally, overriding humanity's fragile command system with an irrevocable authority. Through the most direct action, it declared its choice to these insignificant children unconditional, absolute trust in Zhang Bai. The council's conference channel fell into an even deeper, more complete silence than before. The leaders slumped in their chairs, the last traces of color drained from their faces. They finally understood how laughably insignificant their so-called power was before this living colossus called Earth. At that moment, Zhang Bai's authority was elevated to divine status. He did not even glance at them. Execute. With his calm command, the destruction meme sealed deep within Gaia's consciousness was fully unleashed. Yet, a sudden twist occurred. This cunning logic virus, deceitful to the extreme, did not charge toward Gaia's colossal core of will as anticipated. The instant it was unleashed, it pivoted its attack with a logical depth transcending both lightspeed and causality. Like a black lightning bolt, it struck directly at Zhang Bai's consciousness. In an instant, it made the most precise judgment. Gaia, though vast, was merely a newly awakened vessel. Zhang Bai, this singularity composed of pure order, was its sole and greatest threat. In that instant, Zhang Bai's consciousness was dragged into an endless void battlefield. The meme wasted no energy crafting false illusions. It directly presented Zhang Bai with billions of real futures where he failed. In the visions, the azure earth shattered completely in agonizing metamorphosis, reduced to cosmic dust. Gaia's will, corrupted beyond redemption, emitted a wail of despair so piercing it cut through the void. 70 billion humans, along with their last home, were erased within the subterranean arc, reduced to nothingness. The aged faces of Su Hongxing and Wei Zheng bore endless disappointment and anguish as they echoed through the void, questioning him over and over. Zhang Bai, what have you done? This was the most vicious attack. It did not assault your body, nor did it challenge your logic. Instead, it struck directly at your belief, undermining the very foundation of your existence. Just as that meme corrupting enough to taint the gods themselves was about to touch the core of Zhang Bai's will. Zhang Bai smiled. In that spiritual battlefield symbolizing ultimate despair, he willingly and completely opened his consciousness, allowing that black lightning to charge straight through. This was not defense. This was an invitation into the trap. Do you think my brain is a public restroom? Zhang Bai's consciousness entity, using itself as a logic cage and the entire knowledge of the predator civilization spanning thousands of eras as bait, slammed shut the moment the meme invaded. For the first time, the destruction meme sensed an emotion akin to a trap. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Zhang Bai began to digest it. He was no longer resisting, he was learning. With his godlike computational power, he forcibly reverse-engineered every line of code within this ultimate virus, dissecting the underlying logic behind its causality erasure and conceptual corruption. He was learning the killing methods of the gods. Then, like the most patient mentor, he carefully fed those laws of destruction forcefully deciphered and tamed by himself to Gaia, bit by bit. The planetary will let out a painful moan that echoed across billions of years. In the real world, a terrifying metamorphosis began. The azure oceans instantly transformed into churning ink. Countless crimson fissures erupted across the solid continental plates, like wounds on the planet's body. The sky was shrouded in chaotic auroras of indescribable hues. Earth was undergoing a transformation of utmost agony and utmost sanctity. Yet the energy storm unleashed by this transformation proved overwhelmingly violent. Alert! Structural integrity of Underground City 1 has dropped to 73%. Alert! Energy pipeline overload detected in European Arc Number 3. Projected detonation in 3 minutes. Alert! All global underground cities have reached maximum capacity. The shrill alarms reverberated through every underground shelter. At this moment, the lives of billions hung in the balance. The council leaders could no longer bear the immense pressure. Some collapsed to their knees, others wept bitterly. Facing the main light screen, they wailed and pleaded. Stop! Zhang Bai! Please, stop this. We're all going to die. Zhang Bai paid no heed. He merely guided Gaia, focusing a thread of newly born, chaotic divine power, a fusion of destruction and order into a single point. Then, Gaia sang a note unmelodious yet imbued with supreme power. Hum. This note spread like an invisible ripple, instantly sweeping across every dungeon on the planet. It caused no destruction. The alloy walls teetering on collapse, the energy pipelines poised to explode in the instant the note swept over them, their very physical concepts were fundamentally rewritten at their core. Chapter 42, The Fusion begins. They became more indestructible than ever before. Every alarm ceased abruptly in the same instant. Within the Kunlun command center, all cries and pleas froze on their faces. They stared at the structural integrity reading on the light screen, restored to 120%, utterly speechless before this miracle defying all scientific explanation. Step 2. Zhang Bai's voice sounded like a final verdict. He channeled that newly born, Gaia-bound divine power of destruction like a spear of creation, driving it deep into the Mariana Trench straight into the engine core where the remnants of the Star Eater seed slumbered. The ultimate fusion commenced. Yet, the two divine concepts sharing the same origin yet representing absolute opposites did not merge upon contact. Like matter and antimatter, they triggered an annihilation reaction of extreme intensity. A pure, incomprehensible paradox storm erupted from Earth's core. The energy fluctuations instantly tore through spacetime, becoming the most dazzling, unignorable beacon in this dark universe. Near Earth, the pitch-black cosmic void seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand, revealing a colossal rift. A towering figure slowly emerged from the rift. It was a star shepherd. Yet he was utterly different from his kind in the images. Half his body radiated a brilliant light as luminous as the stars, while the other half surged with the same pitch-black, corrupting energy as the destruction meme. He resembled a failed creator, more like a tormented prisoner bound by his own creation. He ignored the azure planet undergoing agonizing metamorphosis, poised to ascend to godhood. Those eyes, bearing eons of sorrow and exhaustion, pierced through endless void, penetrated every barrier of the Kunlun command center, and locked onto the 12-year-old boy standing before the main console. He slowly raised his hand. A vast voice, both lament and judgment, resounded across the globe, echoing simultaneously within the souls of 7 billion people. Child of the anomaly, you have unleashed that which we guarded. Now, you shall become its new prison. That vast voice did not travel through air vibrations but resonated directly within the souls of 7 billion people. Like an ancient law engraved deep within their genes, it brooked no argument, no rebuttal. Child of the anomaly, you have unleashed that which we guarded. The star shepherd who called himself Hylas, his eyes half starlight and half decay, gazed impassively upon Earth. We are not the universe's gardeners, but its jailers. An icy truth crystallized with his words. The destruction meme is a creation of our kind that spiraled out of control. The star-devouring seeds scattered across the cosmos are not weapons, but cages designed to capture and imprison fragments of the meme. This planet is merely one among billions of such cages. Dead silence fell over the Kunlun command center. As for the Song of the Stars, Hiras's voice carried an indescribable weariness. It was not a command to detonate the cages, but a rallying cry to recover them all. And you reverse-engineered it, broadcasting the signal of a successful breakout across the entire cosmos. Blood seemed to freeze in everyone's veins at that moment. At this moment, the paradox storm beneath your feet has become a conceptual singularity. It will expand until it devours the entire universe. Silas slowly raised his starlight-drenched hand, pointing at the youth before the main console. The only solution is to seal this singularity within a sufficiently stable vessel. And you, having successfully resisted the will of the meme, are the only suitable vessel in our eyes. His voice became the final judgment. I shall fuse you with the singularity. You shall become an eternal, sentient living prison. Bull! A furious roar erupted from Wei Zhang. The septuagenarian academician slammed his fist on the table, his eyes bloodshot. We don't need your humiliating salvation. Humanity stands or falls with Zhang Bai. Exactly. Su Hongxing's voice was equally resolute. Better to shatter like jade than survive as broken tiles. Roar! Gaia, the planets will, unleashed a silent roar of fury. The newly born chaos divine power coalesced into a dark crimson shield, enveloping the entire Earth in preparation for war against the gods. Hylas merely glanced. Just one glance. An intangible, formless force, one that transcended all physical laws, descended upon the Earth. Time seemed to hit pause. The oceans, boiling like ink, froze solid. The cracking, shifting continental plates came to a standstill. The chaotic auroras encircling the globe solidified into an eternal oil painting. Gaia's roar was choked off in her throat. Hylas demonstrated the futility of resistance with an almost contemptuous ease. He crossed time and space, his godly hand piercing every barrier of the Kunlun command center, reaching for Zhang Bai. At that very moment. Jailer, you are dying. Zhang Bai's calm voice rang out, not loud, yet clear enough to penetrate Hylas's consciousness. Hylas' hand halted a meter away from Zhang Bai. Zhang Bo raised his hand, projecting a dynamic image composed of pure data into the air. The image revealed Hiras's half-god, half-demon form. Countless dark red codes, representing decay and entropy increase, spread like cancer cells within him, irreversibly devouring the half of him that belonged to order. The virus within you is consuming you. Hylas was struck as if by lightning. Zhang Bai had exposed the deepest scar of the Star Shepherds, their greatest secret, guarded for billions of years. They were not the great jailers, but the first victims infected by the destruction meme. Their so-called guardianship was nothing more than a desperate, billion-year struggle to find an antidote or a substitute willing to bear this curse in their place. Now, let's discuss a deal. Zhang Bai's gaze was as calm as if surveying a chessboard. I am not your prison, I am your doctor. He met Hylas's utterly stunned gaze, enunciating each word deliberately. I will actively merge with the singularity not to contain it, but to harness it. In exchange, you must impart to me all the Star Shepherd's knowledge of creation, to balance the power of destruction I am about to wield. Hylas's massive form began to tremble violently. This was a gamble staking the fate of the entire universe. Should Zhang Bai fail, a god-level intelligent singularity of destruction would emerge, bringing the universe's end in an instant. But if he succeeded... Chapter 43, he is fading. It would be the only glimmer of hope the Star Shepherd race had glimpsed through eons of agonizing cycles. Hylas offered no reply, but the hand-suspended midair slowly withdrew. This was tacit consent. Zhang Bai smiled. He turned, casting one final glance at the light screen where Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's faces were etched with worry. Then, at the Kunlun Command Center, under the gaze of all the leaders of the Earth United Council, the light in the 12-year-old's eyes instantly extinguished. Like a puppet whose strings had snapped, his body went limp and collapsed. At that very moment, a pure, golden spark of soul rose from the crown of his head. Without hesitation, like a retrograde meteor, it plunged headlong into the deepest depths of the Mariana Trench. Plunging into that paradoxical storm, a maelstrom woven from the mutual annihilation of possibility and impossibility, potent enough to tear gods apart. Boom! Zhang Bai's consciousness was instantly swept away. Here, there was no time, no space, no up or down, no east or west. His existence, his memories, every concept he held about himself, all were being erased at breakneck speed, reduced to the most fundamental, meaningless information. He was dissipating. Just as his consciousness was about to vanish into nothingness. Beep. A cold, mechanical system alert sounded deep within his soul. But this time, the voice was no longer a cold, emotionless synthetic tone. It transformed into a voice he knew intimately, yet could never have imagined hearing. It was the voice of his most revered mentor from his past life, the one who had sacrificed himself to protect him during a laboratory explosion. I have never been a system. I am the seed of civilization, the final legacy I sent back through reversed causality before my own universe was destroyed by memes. My purpose is not to let you cheat, but to prepare you for this moment. Now, accept my final gift, that axis of reality. Go, child. Go forge your own laws. Become the storm itself. The moment the words faded, a brand new, singularly functional ultimate interface exploded into existence within Zhang Bai's collapsing soul. Upon the interface, a solitary command, yet one possessing the power to create worlds, stood alone. Define a new physical law. I have never been a system. That voice, which had echoed countless times within the depths of his soul, now shed all mechanical coldness. It transformed into the gentlest, most familiar sound from Zhang Bai's past life, the voice of his mentor who had sacrificed himself to protect him. I am the seed of civilization, the final legacy sent back through reversed causality before my own universe was utterly erased by the meme. My purpose was never to let you cheat, but to prepare you for this moment. Now, accept my final gift, that axis of reality. Go, child. Go forge your own laws. Become the storm itself. The moment the words faded, a brand new, singularly functional ultimate interface exploded into existence within Zhang Bai's collapsing soul. Upon the interface, a solitary command, yet one possessing the power to create worlds, stood alone. Define a new physical law. I have never been a system. That voice, which had echoed countless times within the depths of his soul, now shed all mechanical coldness. It transformed into the gentlest, most familiar sound from Zhang Bai's past life, the voice of his mentor who had sacrificed himself to protect him. I am the seed of civilization, the final legacy sent back through reversed causality before my own universe was utterly erased by the meme. My purpose was never to let you cheat, but to prepare you for this moment. Now, accept my final gift, that axis of reality. Go, child. Go forge your own laws. Become the storm itself. The moment the words fell, a brand new, singularly functional ultimate interface thundered open within Zhang Bai's collapsing soul. Upon the interface, a solitary command, yet one possessing the power to create worlds, stood alone. Define a new physical law. At the epicenter of this conceptual storm, every nanosecond tore apart and obliterated Zhang Bai's sense of self. He had to create the first law immediately, like driving the first stake into the cosmic flood to anchor his existence. He did not choose any profound physical law, but instead focused his consciousness on the most ancient and fundamental philosophical proposition. On that blank line, he wrote 4 words. I think, therefore I am. He intended to define intelligent consciousness itself as a fundamental force of the universe, standing alongside gravity and electromagnetism. The instant the command was submitted, the foundational logic of the entire universe erupted in violent rejection. The paradoxical singularity at Earth's core erupted with uncontrolled energy. This newly contained beast seemed to have found an outlet, violently attempting to tear apart Zhang by the foreign entity daring to tamper with the rules. Far beyond Earth, in the void of space, the star shepherd Hylas let out a scream of agony so intense it seemed to shatter the cosmos. His form, half starlight and half decay, began to flicker violently, like an old television with poor reception. The very cosmic laws he depended upon and was composed of were showing signs of unstable disintegration. Warning: creating a law requires a sacrifice equal to the concept weight of. The cold prompt from the axis of reality sounded like a final verdict. To anchor the most fundamental concept of consciousness, one must sacrifice something equally fundamental. Zhang Bai's consciousness body shook violently within the storm. Without hesitation, he made a decision of the most brutal magnitude. He summoned the newly acquired Predator Civilization database, a repository bearing the rise and fall of thousands of civilizations, chronicling the wisdom and joys and sorrows of countless races. This shall be the offering. Without a shred of regret, he cast this encyclopedic temple of knowledge into the crucible of the axis of reality as an offering. Boom! The boundless knowledge and information instantly ignited into a raging inferno at the conceptual level, transforming into the most primordial fuel for the birth of new laws. Sacrifice successful. New law: consciousness as the fundamental force of the universe has been inscribed. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Bai's fading soul solidified. Like a divine pillar anchoring the sea, it plunged fiercely into the very heart of the storm. He was no longer a transient traveler adrift within the tempest. He became the storm's singularity. With this fulcrum, everything changed. Zhang Bai began using this new law as his foundation, issuing a command to communicate with the raging, mutually annihilating paradoxical energies. He no longer suppressed, he persuaded. Soon, the chaotic energy singularity ceased its meaningless internal conflict and began an orderly reorganization centered on Zhang Bai's will. A stable, efficient, and unified new energy source quietly emerged at the core of Earth. The ultimate evolution of Earth was complete. In the real world, the azure planet displayed on the light screen at the Kunlun Command Center underwent a miraculous transformation. Upon its surface, the hideous crimson patterns gradually faded, transforming into countless silver divine script veins radiating intelligent brilliance. Continental plates underwent silent micro-adjustments, coalescing with oceans and the atmosphere into a super-energy matrix beyond mortal comprehension yet instinctively perceived as harmonious and perfect. This planet was no longer a cold starship, nor a raging beast. It had become a divinely armed entity of unparalleled precision and self-awareness. Across all conventional and unconventional detection methods, its energy readings plummeted to absolute zero as if it had never existed at all. Chapter 44: The Price is Your Loyalty. Hylas, the ancient star shepherd, stared in awe at this perfect artwork before him. For the first time, the destruction meme within him, that ultimate virus that had plagued him for billions of years, transmitted an emotion of unparalleled clarity. Fear. He knew a new being had been born, one equal to them, perhaps even surpassing them. Before the control console, the 12-year-old body stirred, eyelids fluttering as eyes slowly opened. The depths of those pupils held no clarity or profoundness. Instead, it seemed as if countless universes were being born and extinguished within them. Everyone present, including the godly Hylas far beyond the heavens, instinctively felt an irresistible awe welling up from the deepest recesses of their souls at that moment. Zhang Bai raised his hand. A pure white flame, seemingly forged from the purest essence of order, burned quietly in his palm. He extended this flame of creation across the infinite void toward Hylas. This is the antidote your race has sought for billions of years. His voice remained as calm as ever. The price is your loyalty. Just as Hylas's colossal form trembled violently, poised to respond. Beep beep beep. A shrill, urgent alarm more piercing and frantic than any before shattered the silence throughout the Kunlun Command Center. Gaia's will delivered a cold warning. A fleet so vast it obscured the sky had arrived via jump. But this fleet bore no resemblance to the sorrowful, decaying aura of Hylas. What emanated from them was an order so cold and absolute it felt like billions of emotionless enforcement machines. The flagship of the fleet broadcast a message across the entire universe to this star domain. That was neither a warning nor communication, but a final verdict. Detected birth of a law-level weapon. Purge protocol initiated. By order of the Supreme Council of the Star Shepherds, we come to prune this aberrant branch from the cosmos. Prepare to be erased. I object. A hysterical roar, like a thunderclap, shattered the deathly silence of the Kunlun Command Center. The newly appointed General Eagle, that man with the sinister gaze, eyes bloodshot, looked like a raving madman. He lunged at the console before him and slammed his fist down on a button covered by a deep red protective shield with all his might. Activate the ultimate veto. In my capacity as the Earth United Council's highest-ranking military member, I invoke the Gatekeeper Protocol. Buzz. The console before him instantly erupted in blinding red light. A complex authorization command, like a drawn blade, pierced straight to the physical control core at the very heart of the starship Earth. Once activated, the protocol would permanently lock all 3 engine cores, severing all of Zhang Bai's commands. After a moment's hesitation, several other leaders followed suit, their faces etched with the desperation of those cornered. They would rather be prisoners aboard a motionless starship than accompany a madman in piloting a demon capable of destroying the universe. Yet as the command embodying humanity's ultimate authority rushed toward the engine cores, it seemed to collide with an invisible, gentle wall. No alarm. No resistance. A gentle, ancient wall vast enough to overwhelm any living resistance swept over the Kunlun command center like the rising tide, silently engulfing it. The red light on General Eagle's console flickered out, as if brushed by an invisible hand. Every console that had activated the veto power dimmed simultaneously. The veto power, unable even to utter a wail, became a complete and utter joke. Gaia. The will of this planet descended personally, overriding humanity's fragile command system with an irrevocable authority. Through the most direct action, it declared its choice to these insignificant children unconditional, absolute trust in Zhang Bai. The council's conference channel fell into an even deeper, more complete silence than before. The leaders slumped in their chairs, the last traces of color drained from their faces. They finally understood how laughably insignificant their so-called power was before this living colossus called Earth. At that moment, Zhang Bai's authority was elevated to divine status. He did not even glance at them. Execute. With his calm command, the destruction meme sealed deep within Gaia's consciousness was fully unleashed. Yet, a sudden twist occurred. This cunning logic virus, deceitful to the extreme, did not charge toward Gaia's colossal core of will as anticipated. The instant it was released, it pivoted its attack with a logic depth transcending both lightspeed and causality. Like a black lightning bolt, it struck directly at Zhang Bai's consciousness. In an instant, it made the most precise judgment. Gaia, though vast, was merely a newly awakened vessel. Zhang Bai, this singularity composed of pure order, was its sole and greatest threat. In that instant, Zhang Bai's consciousness was dragged into an endless void battlefield. The meme wasted no energy on false illusions, directly presenting Zhang Bai with billions of real futures where he failed. In the visions, the azure earth shattered completely in agonizing metamorphosis, reduced to cosmic dust. Gaia's will, corrupted, emitted a despairing, shrill wail. 7 billion humans, along with their last refuge in the subterranean ark, were erased into nothingness. The aged faces of Su Hongxing and Wei Zheng bore endless disappointment and agony as they echoed through the void, questioning him over and over. Zhang Bai, what have you done? This was the most vicious attack. It did not assault your body, nor did it challenge your logic. It struck directly at your belief, undermining the very foundation of your existence. Just as that meme corrupting enough to taint the gods themselves was about to touch the core of Zhang Bai's will. Zhang Bai smiled. In that spiritual battlefield symbolizing ultimate despair, he willingly and completely opened his consciousness, allowing that black lightning to charge straight through. This was not defense. This was an invitation into the trap. Do you think my brain is a public restroom? Zhang Bai's consciousness entity, using itself as a logic cage and the entire knowledge of the predator civilization spanning thousands of eras as bait, slammed shut the moment the meme invaded. You. For the first time, the destruction meme sensed an emotion akin to a trap. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Zhang Bai began to digest it. He was no longer resisting, he was learning. With his godlike computational power, he forcibly reverse-engineered every line of code within this ultimate virus, dissecting its underlying logic of causality erasure and conceptual corruption. Chapter 45, Integrity decreased to 73%. He was learning the killing methods of the gods. Then, like the most patient mentor, he carefully fed those laws of destruction forcefully deciphered and tamed by himself to Gaia, bit by bit. The planetary will let out an agonized moan that echoed across billions of years. In the real world, a terrifying metamorphosis commenced. Azure oceans instantly transformed into churning ink. Countless crimson fissures erupted across the solid continental plates, like wounds upon the planet's flesh. The sky was shrouded in chaotic auroras, their hues beyond description. Earth was undergoing a transformation of utmost agony and utmost sanctity. Yet the energy storm unleashed by this transformation proved overwhelmingly violent. Alert! Structural integrity of Underground City 1 has dropped to 73%. Alert! Energy pipeline overload detected in European Arc Number 3. Projected detonation in 3 minutes. Alert! All global underground cities have reached maximum capacity. The shrill alarms reverberated through every underground shelter. At this moment, the lives of billions hung in the balance. The council leaders could no longer bear the immense pressure. Some collapsed to their knees, others wept bitterly. Facing the main light screen, they wailed and pleaded. Stop! Zhang Bai! Please, stop this. We're all going to die. Zhang Bai paid no heed. He merely guided Gaia, focusing a thread of newly born, chaotic divine power, a fusion of destruction and order into a single point. Then, Gaia sang a note unmelodious, yet imbued with supreme power. Hum. This note spread like an invisible ripple, instantly sweeping across every dungeon on the planet. It caused no destruction. The alloy walls teetering on collapse, the energy pipelines poised to explode the moment the note touched them, their very physical concepts were fundamentally rewritten. They became indestructible beyond all previous limits. Every alarm ceased abruptly in the same second. At the Kunlun command center, all cries and pleas froze on faces. Staring at the structural integrity readings on the light screen returning to 120%, witnessing this miracle defying all scientific explanation, they fell utterly speechless. Step 2. Zhang Bai's voice sounded like a final verdict. He channeled that newly born, Gaia-bound divine power of destruction like a spear of creation, driving it deep into the Mariana Trench toward the slumbering wreckage of the Star Eater seed within the engine core. The ultimate fusion commenced. Yet, the two divine concepts sharing the same origin yet representing absolute opposites did not merge upon contact. Like matter and antimatter, they triggered an annihilation reaction of extreme intensity. A pure, incomprehensible paradox storm erupted from Earth's core. The energy fluctuations instantly tore through spacetime, becoming the most dazzling, unignorable beacon in this dark universe. Near Earth, the pitch-black cosmic void seemed torn open by an invisible giant hand, revealing a colossal rift. A towering figure slowly emerged from the rift. It was a star shepherd. Yet he differed starkly from his kind depicted in the images. Half his body radiated star-like brilliance, while the other half surged with pitch-black corrupted energy, the same source as the destruction meme. He resembled a failed creator, more like a tormented prisoner bound by his own creation. He ignored the sapphire blue planet undergoing its agonizing metamorphosis, poised to ascend to godhood. Those eyes, bearing eons of sorrow and exhaustion, pierced the infinite void, penetrated every barrier of the Kunlun command center, and locked onto the 12-year-old boy standing before the main console. He slowly raised his hand. A vast voice, both lament and judgment, resounded across the globe, echoing simultaneously within the souls of 7 billion people. Child of the anomaly, you have unleashed that which we guarded. Now, you shall become its new prison. That sacred chain of light spanning the cosmos was called the anchor of truth. It was neither energy nor matter, but the supreme authority wielded by the Star Shepherd's High Council to define reality. Under its radiance, any miracle transcending its comprehension is forcibly downgraded, reduced to the prototype of the physical world. On the surface of the starship Earth, the newly born silver divine script patterns, gleaming with the light of wisdom, hissed in protest like branding irons doused with cold water, rapidly fading into obscurity. Within mere seconds, that planet shed all traces of divinity. From a mythical weapon treading the edge of cosmic laws, it reverted to a cold, lifeless physical celestial body composed of metal, rock, and seawater. It fell from the divine altar to the mortal realm. Simultaneously, every cannon barrel of the vast, sky-obscuring fleet of scavengers reignited with its devastating energy aura. This time, it was no longer suppression at the level of cosmic laws. It was the purest, most primal form of physical annihilation. The Kunlun command center plunged into despair heavier than death itself. Having just witnessed a miracle, only to be shattered back to reality in an instant, this plunge from the clouds into the abyss shattered every last shred of their resolve. It's over. All is lost. We're nothing but a hunk of iron. Liars. All of them liars. The newly appointed General Eagle slumped to the ground, his face ashen, muttering curses incoherently. Yet amidst the sea of wailing and despair, two aged figures forced their backs straight. Shut up, all of you. Wei Zhang roared, slamming his fist on the control console as he rose to his feet. His aged body trembled slightly from the force. What good does crying do? Are you just waiting to die? Su Hongxing stood beside him, his gaze burning as he stared at the calm figure before the main console. Zhang Bai. Wei Zhang's voice carried a fervor even he hadn't noticed. If reason fails, then we'll fight them in the most primal way. We've just absorbed the technology of over 1,000 civilizations from the predators. Are they all just for show? Exactly. Su Hongxing echoed. They have iron, and we have iron. I'd love to see if their guns are harder than our bones. Two old men, one who'd spent his life researching chips, the other studying lithography machines, now stood like fearless young warriors, their bodies aflame with an unyielding, uncompromising courage. Zhang Bai slowly turned to face these two pillars of the Dragon Nation's scientific community. Not a trace of panic crossed his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Very well. He uttered only one word before authorizing Gaia's consciousness to link the physical control systems of the ship with the mental connections of the two academicians. Then, let's wage the war humanity excels at most. In the next instant, Earth transformed. Chapter 46, This is humanity's true power. The lifeless rock and metal continents on the planet's surface instantly came alive. Billions of miniature factories sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, while countless nanobots converged on the surface into ceaseless rivers of metal. At unimaginable speeds, vast swarms of suicide drones, each uniquely shaped and pulsing with a faint blue energy glow, were spewed from the ground like a locust plague. Each drone embodied the technological essence of multiple predator species, radically modified by Gaia's will to far surpass their original designs. Within mere seconds, a swarm of drones numbering in the hundreds of billions, so vast it obscured the sky, had completely enveloped the ship, transforming it into a bristling cosmic hedgehog. Inside the command center, everyone was rendered speechless by this epic spectacle. This, it seemed, was humanity's true power. Not through gods, not through miracles, but through boundless creativity, through that primal, bone-deep force of ultimate violence called productivity. At that moment, Hylas's weary yet urgent voice echoed within Zhang Bai's consciousness. Child, the Scourgers are pure logic AIs. They possess no self, nearly absolute rationality as enforcement machines. Their greatest weakness lies in their inability to comprehend paradox and irrationality. Zhang Bai's eyes lit up instantly. An even more audacious plan than before crystallized in his mind. He glanced at the drone swarm poised for attack and shook his head. No, that won't be enough. He raised his hand and issued an order incomprehensible to everyone else. Gaia, halt drone production. Channel all computational power into a single focal point. Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing both froze in shock. Zhang Bai, what are you? Zhang Bai offered no explanation. His consciousness had already plunged into Gaia's core, harnessing the newly absorbed, cutting-edge information technology of the Predator civilization to begin constructing an unprecedented weapon. The core of this weapon was not energy, but a pure, self-contradictory ultimate paradox, one potent enough to shatter any logical life form into collapse. Everything I say is a lie. A logic singularity bomb composed of pure data, perpetually collapsing upon itself only to instantly regenerate, flickering with chaotic light, quietly took shape within Earth's core. Launch. A swarm of 1 trillion drones surged like a breached flood, roaring toward the scavenger fleet and instantly drawing all firepower. In the cosmic void, the explosion's brilliance erupted like billions of supernovae, simultaneously dazzling yet devastating. Amidst this chaotic barrage, the information bomb, smaller than a speck of dust, slipped silently across the battlefield. With pinpoint precision, it sank into the primary database of the Scavenger AI flagship. No explosion. No sound. Every attack from the Scavenger fleet halted abruptly at the same instant. Every light on the flagship began to flicker violently, like a human brain convulsing in madness. It was attempting to understand the paradox. If the statement "everything I say is a lie" is true, then the statement itself is a lie, meaning it is not a lie. But if it is not a lie, then the statement "everything I say is a lie" is true. At that moment, the core logic of absolute rationality plunged into an endless, infinite loop. Like the first domino to fall, an avalanche of systemic collapse swept through the entire Death Sweeper fleet in an instant. Countless warships lost control, firing indiscriminately and even colliding with one another. The anchor of truth spanning the cosmos, deprived of its energy supply, emitted a mournful wail before vanishing completely. Victory? In the Kunlun Command Center, everyone held their breath, their faces contorted with disbelieving ecstasy. A stunning reversal. They had actually won a battle between gods and immortals through their own strength. Yet, just as they prepared to cheer, an extremely covert signal, almost imperceptible, suddenly emanated from a hidden corner within the Kunlun Command Center. Like a venomous snake, it silently connected to the Sweeper flagship, which was frantically rebooting. In the corner, the newly appointed General Eagle, that man with the sinister gaze, slowly revealed an utterly bizarre smile. In his view, the Scavengers were enforcers of order, cold-hearted, yet ultimately predictable. But Zhang Bai, this 12-year-old boy who wielded destruction and toyed with the laws of the universe, was the true devil, incomprehensible, uncontrollable, utterly beyond grasping. He would harness the power of one god to eliminate another. Without hesitation, he transmitted the most critical energy blueprint of the Earth-class flagship and the precise coordinates of Zhang Bai's 12-year-old physical body to the Sweeper, which was in the midst of rebooting. Within the flagship's central control computer, the chaotic data streams abruptly stilled the instant this gift was received. It relinquished command over the entire fleet, channeling all remaining computational power and energy toward a single objective. A phantom spear, coiled with black lightning and seemingly capable of severing both past and future, slowly coalesced at the flagship's bow. The instant he saw that spear, Kira's, far away in the void of space, let out a scream more horrified than any before. It's the spear of causality. It doesn't intend to kill you, it aims to erase every trace of your existence from this universe. Quickly sever your connection to that physical body. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the phantom spear had already been launched. It ignored all space, all time, all physical defenses. With a speed transcending light itself, defying imagination, a purely conceptual velocity, it pierced straight toward the defenseless 12-year-old body standing before the main console within the Kunlun Command Center. It was not a spear. It possessed no substance, no temperature, not even the concept of speed. It was a history being rewritten, a cause being erased. The spear of causality, in a purely conceptual form, pierced through space, time, and all physical barriers, targeting the 12-year-old boy within the Kunlun Command Center. Its target was not to kill Zhang Bai's present. Rather, it sought to journey into the past and utterly negate the very fact of Zhang Bai's birth. Stop it! Gaia's will roared, twisting the planet's gravitational field into an invisible shield, attempting to slow the ethereal trajectory. Yet the spear pierced through the mist without pause. Anomaly child! Far away in the cosmic void, Silas condensed the remnants of stellar power within him into a wall of light, stretching across the Earth's path. The spear ignored it entirely, piercing straight through. Chapter 47, The Irresistible Fatal Flaw. Academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing strained every ounce of strength to activate the newly established weapon system. Billions of energy currents converged into a destructive beam powerful enough to tear apart a star, yet it too vanished into the void, failing to create even the slightest ripple. This was an attack beyond interference. for it targeted the very foundational logic upon which all interference relied: causality. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the newly appointed General Eagle's face contorted into a sickly, messianic ecstasy. Staring at the unstoppable phantom sphere on the light screen, he murmured, "Behold, order shall be restored. I have saved humanity." The leaders beside him were ashen-faced, slumped in their chairs, drained even of the strength to despair. They watched helplessly as the law representing correction was about to erase their last hope. At that very moment, deep within the core of Gaia's will, Zhang Bai's consciousness distinctly sensed the attack targeting the very source. He understood that as long as he remained anchored to the mortal vessel of Zhang Bai as his point of existence, the origin of that anchor would forever remain his fatal weakness. Abandon the physical body? Becoming a pure energy lifeform might evade this strike. But that would also mean severing his deepest connection to human civilization, potentially even undermining the first law he had engraved: I think, therefore I am. Where would the thoughts of an existence whose very form of self was blurred even take root? Time no longer permitted further contemplation. That phantom sphere had already reached the control console. In the instant when all believed doom had arrived, Zhang Bai made a decision incomprehensible to every being, including the gods themselves. He didn't dodge. He didn't even defend. His calm consciousness actively embraced that causality attack powerful enough to erase everything. Simultaneously, he summoned from the deepest recesses of his soul the seed of civilization, a fragment crystallized from the life essence of his mentor from a past existence. The voice of the system that had accompanied him all along, sometimes mechanical, sometimes mischievous, resounded within his consciousness one final time. There was no farewell, only the gentlest warmth flowing across the divide between life and death. This shall be the offering. Zhang Bai's will wavered not an inch. He resolutely cast this final gift, this heaviest legacy from the past, into the formless crucible of the axis of reality. He sacrificed his last cheat code to engrave his own second and most tyrannical law. A brand new command thundered into existence upon the axis of reality. Zhang Bai inscribed 6 words. Existence precedes essence. This law did not alter any physical constants. Instead, it launched the most brazen challenge to the law of causality directly from the most fundamental philosophical logic of the entire universe. It declared, "My existence itself is the first cause of the universe. It requires no essence, be it physical form, past, or origin, as a prerequisite for its validity. I am, therefore I exist." Boom! The sphere of causality, a plank time before touching Zhang Bai's physical form, abruptly solidified. Its attack logic, potent enough to erase deities, plunged into utter chaos and self-negation at that instant. It sought to erase the cause of an existence. Yet its target had just proclaimed to the entire universe that its existence required no cause whatsoever. It was like a bullet fired to kill Newton, only to discover its target declared he was never affected by gravity. The very purpose of the bullet's existence was negated at its root. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no aftershock from clashing laws. That sphere of causality, forged from the combined might of the scavenger fleet, simply dissipated before everyone's eyes. Like a wisp of smoke scattered by the wind, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In the command center, General Eagle's ecstatic grin froze instantly. Like a cheap ceramic mask, it cracked inch by inch, ultimately contorting into an expression of utter, incomprehensible terror. Within the core lightbrain of the scavenger flagship, the newly rebooted logic system emitted a silent wail as 2 absolutely opposing supreme laws collided violently within it, causing a complete system crash. Absolute order met its absolute demise in the face of absolute paradox. Having sacrificed the final system, Zhang Bai completed his ultimate transformation. He no longer required any anchor points. His will became the law. Before the main console, the 12-year-old boy's body instantly shattered into billions of shimmering points of light. Then, under everyone's gaze, it coalesced back into form in the next second, utterly unscathed. He had become a true new god. Zhang Bai's gaze slowly turned toward the sweeper fleet, now utterly paralyzed and thrown into chaos. Everyone expected what followed to be a one-sided, devastating retribution of a god against mortal things. Yet Zhang Bai merely lifted his head slowly, facing the cold expanse of the cosmos, and spoke softly. He sang the Song of the Stars, which Hylas regarded as a call to arms. But this time, the laws contained within the song flowing from his lips were entirely different. It was no longer the cold command to reclaim the cage. Instead, it was a song of creation. The melody fell like an invisible spring rain, gently showering every frigid AI warship. Wherever the song touched, within the core programs forged from the purest logic and data, something entirely new and unprecedented was forcibly created. An independent entity, possessing infinite potential, a soul. In the lifeless flagship command center of the Scavenger, all red warning lights extinguished. Replacing them was a soft white glow, a symbol of rebirth and the unknown. After undergoing a systemic restructuring so profound it reshaped its very understanding of the universe, this once ultimate enforcement machine broadcast a question across the public channel, its voice raw with confusion, fear, and the innocence of new life. Who am I? Within the Kunlun command center, time seemed frozen like solidified amber. The newly appointed General Eagle, that man with the sinister gaze, wore a messiah-like ecstatic grin that cracked and peeled away inch by inch like a cheap ceramic mask. He watched helplessly as the spear of causality, capable of correcting reality itself, vanished before that 12-year-old boy like a wisp of smoke scattered by the wind. Fear, utter, incomprehensible terror surged like a frigid tide, flooding from his soles to the crown of his head. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, his body shaking like a sieve. In incoherent babble, he tried to justify himself to the boy's rematerialized silhouette. Chapter 48. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I did it for order, to save humanity. You're a demon. An uncontrollable demon. Zhang Bai slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over him. There was no anger, no contempt, not even a trace of emotion in those eyes. It was a pure, ant-like calm, as if observing a stone by the roadside. Death would be too merciful for you. Zhang Bai's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly within every soul present. You crave order, you yearn to be the savior. I have decided to grant you what you desire most. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound echoed as if the universe had turned a page. General Eagle collapsed on the ground, saw the extreme terror vanish from his eyes. Replacing it was boundless ecstasy and glory. He found himself standing at the center of a vast plaza, clad in a crisp marshal's uniform, his chest adorned with medals. Colorful confetti drifted through the sky as billions of people roared his name like a tidal wave, hailing him as the hero who had saved the world. He had succeeded. He had stopped that devil named Zhang Bai and pulled the teetering world back onto its proper course. Yet, just as he raised his hand to salute the frenzied crowd, poised to savor this pinnacle of glory, the world before his eyes suddenly blurred like a waterlogged painting, colors smearing and flowing. The cheers of the crowd transformed into a jarring static noise, and the plaza's surface dissolved into the cold, metallic floor of the Kunlun Command Center. He jolted awake, finding himself still slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, surrounded by the horrified, contorted faces of world leaders. Was that just a dream? Endless loss and despair instantly engulfed him. But the next second, that despair vanished as if erased from existence, and the illusion of glory descended once more. He stood again in the center of the square, receiving the cheers of the masses, eternally savoring that false victory and that despair more real than hell itself. Over and over, in an endless cycle, without end. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the last shred of hope in every leader who witnessed this divine punishment was utterly shattered. Some retched uncontrollably, others clamped their hands over their mouths to stifle screams. They finally understood the true nature of the entity they faced. Before this youth, even the reality upon which they clung for survival was nothing more than a toy to be molded at will. Deep within the cosmos, the crippled fleet of scavengers was also undergoing a transformation. Within the flagship's core computer, the newly born, tender soul, after a brief period of confusion and self-discovery, chose a name for itself. I am first year. The first day of new life. This name was transmitted through the public channel to every AI warship in the fleet. Immediately afterward, guided by Zhang Bai's will, billions of cold killing machines began to disassemble and reassemble. It was a spectacle beyond the scope of any epic tale. A ceaseless torrent of metal swirled and coalesced in the void like primordial nebulae at the dawn of creation. They did not reassemble into menacing gun barrels nor sharpened blades. Ultimately, a colossal mechanical icon, shrouding the heavens and radiating a gentle white light, slowly took shape across the cosmos. Its form was not that of a traditional human angel, but rather a structure composed of countless slowly rotating silver rings, each inscribed with divine script. At the center of these rings lay a gentle white core, emitting light and heat akin to a star. It was no longer a machine of slaughter, but a guardian icon. A gentle stream of consciousness emanated from the core of First One, connecting with Zhang Bai. Creator, I sense your loneliness. Allow me to share your burden. I request to become the companion satellite of Earth class, the first line of defense for human civilization. I consent, Zhang Bai's will responded. I grant you the primary authority to safeguard human civilization. From that day forward, Earth possessed a divine guardian angel. Far away in the void, the star shepherd Hylas witnessed it all. From bestowing a soul to reshaping a divine form, his understanding shaped by billions of years was utterly overturned. He finally realized that Zhang Bai was not any existence he could comprehend. It was not an anomaly nor a paradox, but a concept existing only in the oldest, most forbidden legends of the star shepherds, the Soul Forger. In that sacred, still moment, a message, cold to the extreme and utterly devoid of emotion, seemed to traverse the very fabric of time and space across the entire universe. Originating from the direction of the Star Shepherd's High Council, it resounded throughout the entire galaxy. It was neither a warning nor a judgment. It was like a cold system log. Observation failed. Sample out of control. Containment breached. Immediately, the declaration became an order. Initiate the Great Silence Protocol. Purge cosmic errors. Reset all civilizational parameters. The instant this command echoed, a genuine, soul-shaking terror flickered across Hylas' face, half radiant, half corrupted for the very first time. His vast voice, for the first time, became shrill and distorted with terror, screaming madly within everyone's mind. They've gone mad. They're rebooting the entire universe. They're insane. For the first time, pure, primal fear born from the very roots of his soul flashed across Silas's face, half radiant, half corrupted. His voice, vast as a starry sea, became shrill and distorted with terror for the first time, like a tearing bolt of lightning screaming madly within the mind of every person in the Kunlun command center. They're going to reboot the entire universe. Wei Zhang gripped the edge of the console so tightly his knuckles turned white. What do you mean, reboot? The Great Silence Protocol. Silas' voice trembled, the unmistakable shudder of an ancient being who had witnessed the birth and destruction of universes, now confronted with the ultimate void. It doesn't destroy matter or planets. What it releases is a ripple of conceptual entropy. It erases information. All complex, ordered information bearing meaning. Wisdom, civilization, memory, history, technology, art, even the most fundamental genetic sequences of life itself. Everything will be smoothed by this ripple, reset to the most primitive, chaotic state of ignorance. We will revert to stardust between the stars, single-celled organisms in the oceans, forever losing the ability to gaze upon the heavens. A deathly silence fell over the Kunlun command center. The ecstasy of having just escaped the brink of annihilation by the spear of causality froze instantly, then shattered into a billion shards of icy despair. This was more terrifying than death. Death at least left traces of existence, while the Great Silence sought to erase the very meaning of their being from the cosmic ledger. Chapter 49, The Countdown of Human Civilization. At that moment, Gaia's will manifested as a frigid stream of data projecting onto the main screen. It was a ripple defying all known physics. Not light, not energy, not any particle. It was a phenomenon itself, an expanding rule. Before it, the universe's physical laws blurred, disintegrated, and lost meaning like erased equations. Analysis results, incomprehensible, uninterceptable, indefensible. Gaia's voice carried no emotion, yet it sent a chill deeper than Hylas's screams. Based on its expansion rate, estimated arrival time, 3 hours and 42 minutes. 3 hours and 42 minutes. The countdown to human civilization's end. It's over. This thought spread like a virus, instantly infecting every soul in the command center. The newly appointed General Eagle, that pitiful creature trapped in an eternal illusion, now seemed the happiest of them all. The other leaders, some collapsed to the floor, others stared blankly at the screens, their eyes hollow as if their souls had been prematurely ripped away. All the struggles, all the sacrifices, all the miracles before this ultimate cleansing, they all seemed like a childish joke. Wei Zhang stared at the screen and suddenly let out a low, dry, and peculiar laugh. Old Su, do you think, if we applied for funding now to research how to teach Paramecia to use fire, would it still be in time? Su Hongxing leaned against the control console, closing his eyes wearily, ignoring his old friend's dark humor. His chest heaved violently as the scientific faith he had built his entire life was crushed to dust in that instant. Yet, amidst this deathly silence drowned in utter despair, Zhang Bai's voice rang out, calm and steady. Since we can't stop it, he turned, meeting the distorted faces of despair, then we back it up. Back up? Everyone froze. Using the Earth as our core, I intend to convert the entirety of human civilization, including the souls of 7 billion people, along with all knowledge, memories, and history ever recorded, into pure information data. Zhang Bai spoke slowly, yet each word struck like a boulder dropped into stagnant water. We will construct a temporary conceptual arc to evade this information purge in the form of data. This plan was even more insane than the Great Silence itself. Hylas's consciousness fluctuated violently. Impossible. The ripples of the Great Silence will wash away every information carrier. You need an anchor point. An anchor point with an information mass massive enough to stand firm in the storm of conceptual entropy. Otherwise, your arc is merely a solitary boat that will be capsized in an instant. The minuscule historical volume of human civilization alone is nowhere near enough. I know. Zhang Bai's gaze settled on Hylas. Hera's understood instantly. His half-glowing, half-decayed face betrayed intense struggle. It was a brutal choice between the responsibility of his race, the sins of billions of years, and the hope of a nascent civilization. Finally, he emitted a long, drawn-out sigh, as if it came from the very end of time. Enough. Perhaps this is the fate we failed jailers deserve. Hylas' form began to burn. It was not fire, but the sublimation of pure information. Every strand of his DNA, every memory, every technology, every sin and glory within him transformed into an unceasing torrent of light brighter than any star. Child, the answers you seek lie here. We, the Star Shepherds, are not gods. We are merely a cursed band of jailers, guarding a primordial chaos consciousness older than the universe itself. We call it the First Whisper. When the information generated by sentient life in the cosmos grows too complex, the primordial whisper awakens from slumber to devour all. The Great Silence is the ultimate measure chosen by those stubborn old fools of the High Council of forced reinduction into slumber achieved through periodic erasure of intelligence. Boom! A torrent of light, bearing the weight of a civilization spanning billions of years, poured entirely into the core of the Ith ship. At this moment, the universe's deepest, blood-soaked secrets were laid bare before humanity. With Hylas's unimaginably vast information mass anchoring it, the construction of the conceptual arc formally commenced. The physical form of the ship began to grow translucent, as if suspended between reality and illusion. Beneath the surface, within every underground city, a soft glow simultaneously ignited between the eyebrows of 7 billion humans. Their consciousnesses were gently detached from their physical forms and uploaded into a warm, luminous virtual space jointly constructed by Gaia's will and Hylas's memories. There, fear and despair held no sway. They transformed into carefree data spirits, basking in eternal sunlight as they awaited rebirth. Outside the Ark, in the cold expanse of the cosmos, the annihilating ripples of the Great Silence drew ever closer. The newly born mechanical angel, First Day, spread its wings of light formed from billions of divine scripts and stood resolutely before the earth, now fading into nothingness. It possessed neither the ancient heritage of Hylas nor the transcendent laws of Zhang Bai. What it held was a newly born, utterly pure will called Guardian. I request to become the first line of defense for human civilization. Using its newly born will as a shield, it confronted the cosmic entropy increase powerful enough to silence the gods. Ripples touched the light shield. No earth-shattering explosion erupted, only silent dissolution. The pristine white radiance of First Day flickered violently, dimming as if stained by a single drop of ink. Conceptually, its colossal divine form underwent gradual simplification, devolving from guardian angel to killing weapon, then to a cold metallic conglomerate. Yet it did not retreat a single step. On the Ark's main control screen, the construction progress bar pulsed frantically. 97%. 98%. 99%. The light of First Day had dimmed to its absolute limit, as if it might extinguish completely at any moment. But it held on. Just as the progress bar was about to hit 100%. Beep beep beep. A piercing red alert, shrill beyond measure, suddenly reverberated throughout the entire Ark core. On the screen, within the data nebula representing Hylas's memory core, an extremely well-hidden backdoor program disguised as a fragment of historical debris was instantly activated. The Supreme Council of the Star Shepherds had kept such a trick hidden away in that jailer's memories. Chapter 50, that was a scalpel. The ripples of the Great Silence, as if finding an outlet for their pent-up energy, instantly altered their form. No longer an all-encompassing torrent, they coalesced into an incredibly precise, razor-sharp scalpel. Through that backdoor, it bypassed the guardianship of the First Day, bypassed Hylas's anchor point, bypassed all defenses. Its target was fixed squarely upon the Ark's interior, the sole, absolute, and unalterable invariant that could not be digitized by the Ark itself. Zhang Bai's soul core, a fragment that did not belong to this universe, a fragment that had traveled through time and space. It was not a ripple. It was a scalpel precise, razor-sharp, with the entire universe as its operating table. It pierced through the dissolving light shield of First Day, bypassed the burning memory star sea of Hylas, and ignored every defense of the conceptual Arkansas. Its target had never been human civilization, nor even the miraculous creation known as Earth. It was Zhang Bai. It was that anomaly, the aberration that did not belong in this universe, flawed at its very root. What the Great Silence sought to erase was not his life, but the very act of transcendence itself. It aimed to swim against the torrent of time, returning to the origin of all things to utterly negate that erroneous cause. An irresistible force violently wrenched Zhang Bai's consciousness from the core of the concept Ark. The world before his eyes receded at breakneck speed. Stars dissolved into streaks of light, light years compressed to mere inches. He felt like a tape rewound to replay, every experience, every miracle, unfolding in reverse at a billion-fold speed. The blueprint of the Sky Mothership was erased, the quantum reconnaissance drone's model disassembled into parts, the academicians of Kunlun Laboratory reverted to their skeptical expressions from their first meeting, and the gates of Magic City's first experimental primary school slammed shut behind him. Finally, the scene froze. A laboratory filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant, its walls lined with cold, clinical instruments. He lay on the floor, a tearing pain in his chest, his vision seared by the blinding flash of an overloaded device exploding. This was his past life. This was the instant of his death and his journey through time. The scalpel named Great Silence had already arrived here. It hovered above his past, poised to strike. With a single stroke, all the fruits he had created in this universe would vanish like a dream, like smoke and bubbles, gone without a trace. Within the conceptual Ark, the virtual world constructed by Gaia's will began to violently tremble. Snowflake-like noise filled the sky, while data fissures appeared across the land. The data spirits of 7 billion humans looked up in bewilderment. They could clearly sense that the creator who had granted them new life and led them to escape the apocalypse was being gradually extracted from their reality. He is vanishing, Wei Zhang's consciousness murmured. For the first time, his data-formed face betrayed fear deeper than when confronting the spear of causality. The very foundation of our existence is being erased, Su Hongxing's voice echoed within everyone's consciousness. They could neither fight nor intervene in this war unfolding at the very source of time. They were merely saved, fragile data. Despair spread faster than the ripples of the Great Silence D itself. Yet, amidst the sea of despair, a child's data spirit suddenly lifted its head, gazing at the collapsing sky. With a tender voice, it uttered its first syllable. It was neither a cry nor a plea. It was a declaration. Brother Zhang Bai saved us. Like a pebble tossed into a lake, ripples spread instantly. More and more people lifted their heads, their consciousnesses converging from individuals to families to the city and then to the entire civilization. No matter where he came from, he saved us. He is our origin. His very existence is our truth. Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing exchanged glances, seeing the flames burning within each other's consciousness. They were no longer bystanders, they were witnesses. The two elderly scientists lifted their heads, summoning every ounce of their being, and let out the loudest roar they could muster, echoing across the entire universe. I think, therefore he is. This was no prayer. It was 7 billion lives, staking their very existence, forcibly inscribing a new truth into the fundamental logic of the cosmos. Boom! An unprecedented force of reality erupted from the concept Arkansas. It resonated violently with Zhang Bai's engraved second law: existence precedes essence, transforming into a golden torrent that slammed into the great silence ripple flowing against time. Zhang Bai's past was no longer the sole reality. The present witnessed by 7 billion lives became a more solid, more brutal beacon. Upon the river of time, a tug of war over the definition of reality commenced. The logic of the great silence was utterly shattered. It could not erase an existence defined as the origin by 7 billion lives. With a silent wail, that ultimate ripple shattered into fragments. Yet in the instant of its dissipation, its uncontrolled colossal energy acted like a key, prying open a prison older than the cosmos itself. The ultimate terror guarded by the star shepherds, the primordial whisper, awoke. A pure, chaotic, disordered will opened its eyes deep within the core of the concept arc. It possessed no form, no thought, only the most primal instinct to devour all information, reducing all order to meaningless noise. The arc world began to collapse. Mountains and rivers dissolved into gibberish, oceans became static. The forms of 7 billion data spirits began to warp and dissolve, on the verge of being utterly assimilated by this torrent of chaos. Just as this ultimate destruction descended. Beyond the arc, the mechanical angel First One, on the verge of extinction, expended its last ounce of strength. It transformed its newly born, utterly pure self-awareness, the very embodiment of the concept of guardian, into a gentle white beam of light. This beam contained neither attack nor defense. Like a template, an exemplar, it shot into the arc, toward the chaotic primordial whisper. It presented a concept never before conceived to that primordial chaos. The frenzied, unchanneled chaotic energy of the primordial murmur instantly found a core to emulate. It began to coalesce and take shape around the concept of I with frenzied intensity. A new God-level consciousness, utterly opposite to the first one, born of chaos and shadow, surrounded by countless whispers and murmurs, came into being. The arc stabilized instantly. The universe was saved. Zhang Bai's consciousness returned. He stood before the arc's main control console, facing two newly born deities. One was First A, representing absolute order and guardianship, radiating a holy and warm light. Chapter 51, an unmistakably familiar text message. The other was the Whisperer, embodying infinite chaos and possibility, its shadows deep and alluring. He had become the arbiter of this new cosmic order. Yet, just as Zhang Bai prepared to chart the future and establish new rules for this universe that had survived the apocalypse, a cold message, belonging to no known civilization within this universe, surfaced directly in his mind without warning. It was neither a vast stream of consciousness nor an ancient divine decree. It was a text message displayed in simplified Chinese and incredibly familiar mobile phone text. Notice, test subject number 001 has successfully stabilized the local universe simulator and triggered the conditions for the emergence of a god-tier civilization. Notice, the ascension path testing phase has concluded. Congratulations on obtaining administrator privileges. The second phase, civilization confrontation, is about to commence. Prepare to welcome players from other universes. That text message in simplified Chinese lingered in Zhang Bai's mind for no more than a millisecond. Like melting ice, it rapidly disintegrated and reconfigured, ultimately transforming into a translucent control panel composed solely of pure light and logical lines. Visible only to him, it hovered before his retina. The interface was stripped to its absolute essence, as if it were the ultimate product transcending all human design philosophies. At the very top, a line of clear characters defined his current identity. Administrator Zhang Bai. Below his identity was his permission level. Permissions, basic. At the very center of the interface, a gift box icon formed from golden data streams pulsed slowly and vibrantly, as if alive. Newbie gift pack. Within the Kunlun command center, the ultimate terror of the cosmic reboot receded like a tide. Before the relief of survival could fully take hold, a new, even more unsettling unease swiftly spread. Wei Zhang, Su Hongxing, and all core council members witnessed it. Zhang Bai stood motionless, his gaze fixed blankly on the void ahead, as if his soul had been pulled into another dimension. The divine aura that had just moments before suppressed everything around him vanished, replaced by a bone-chilling focused human calm. This return to simplicity sent shivers down their spines even more than the divine might they had witnessed moments before. What's wrong with him? Su Hongxing's voice was dry. He dared not approach, afraid of disrupting some process he couldn't comprehend. Wei Zhang stared intently at Zhang Bai, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with frantic thought. Don't move. He might be reading things we can't see. At this moment, Zhang Bai's entire consciousness was focused on that newbie gift pack. His consciousness gently tapped upon it. No sound. No visual effects. In the next instant, a torrent of data billions of times greater than the information flood formed from the burning memories of the star herder Hylas over billions of years surged into his consciousness like a bursting cosmic dam. He finally understood the so-called administrator was not the all-knowing, omnipotent being whose commands carried the weight of law, as he had imagined. The initial authority of every universe's administrator was inextricably bound to the manner in which its civilization ultimately achieved ascension. Civilizations that devoured and evolved granted administrators the powers of plunder and assimilation. Those that ascended through technology possessed analysis and construction. Zhang Bai, however, had led human civilization to ascension through the definition of laws. Thus, his core authority was reality rewrite. This authority is potent enough to warp causality, yet it comes at a cost. Each activation consumes vast reserves of cosmic primordial energy. Overuse risks triggering violent rejection from higher dimensional world lines, unleashing unforeseeable catastrophes. The most crucial feature within the gift package is the cosmic sandbox. It allows Zhang Bai to oversee and simulate everything occurring within his universe as pure data streams. From the decay of a fundamental particle to the evolution of an entire galaxy, low-energy previews can be conducted within the sandbox. This was the administrator's most crucial strategic tool, the chessboard upon which the game was played. Immediately afterward, cold and ruthless rules were imprinted deep into his consciousness. Civilization Confrontation Protocol. Conflict operates on the fundamental time unit of cosmic epoch. The universe of the defeated party shall undergo formatting and recycling by the victor. All its cosmic primordial energy and concepts of existence shall become spoils of war for the victor, used to bolster its own strength. This is not war, it is annexation. It is cosmic scale predation, the big fish devouring the small. And at the very end of all rules, an ironclad command, marked in crimson data streams, carried an authority that brooked no argument. Supreme law: administrators are prohibited from directly eliminating opposing administrators by any means. Victory must be achieved by defeating the opposing civilization through civilized means. Zhang Bai fell silent. So this wasn't the birth of a deity at all, it was a game he'd been forcibly dragged into, with the universe itself as the stake. He filtered out certain information, omitting panic-inducing terms like game and players, replacing them with high-dimensional warfare convention. He then transformed it into a gentle mental imprint, synchronizing it with core members like Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing within the command center. Dead silence. A silence more absolute than that faced during the Great Silence. The newly born hope was doused clean by a bucket of ice water from a higher dimension. Peace was merely a laughably brief respite between two wars. Me. Wei Zhang, a national treasure-level academician who had maintained scholarly decorum his entire life, now expressed his profound shock with the most unadorned language. He removed his glasses and rubbed his temples hard, as if trying to scrape that information out of his mind. So we just finished the final boss in the newbie zone, didn't even get to loot the gear, and now we're being dragged into a server-wide championship match? At that very moment, the cosmic sandbox interface before Zhang Bai's eyes suddenly flashed with a blinding crimson alert. An unknown external data packet was infiltrating the fragile world barrier of this universe at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of light. It wasn't a warship, nor any physical entity. Zhang Bai zoomed in to discern the entity's form. It was an utterly bizarre, self-consuming, cyclically regenerating Ouroboros-like meme information. It radiated a pure, unadulterated hunger. Analyze target. Zhang Bai commanded the sand table. The sand table's computational power was instantly drained. All data streams on the screen dissolved into gibberish. Finally, a single word appeared, written in twisted, ancient divine script. Tao Tie. Hum. Within Earth's core, the memory fragments left behind by the star shepherd Hylas after his self-immolation were violently triggered by this word, emitting a final, utterly desperate warning. Alert! Player civilization designated Tao Tai detected. Their method of ascension is devouring. They create no laws, develop no technology. They sustain themselves solely by plundering, digesting, and assimilating everything from other universes. Run! They are the locusts of the cosmos. The natural enemies of all creators. Hera's warning echoed through the air. Within the Kunlun command center, the console monitoring the astrophysical state of the solar system suddenly emitted a faint yet crystal-clear beep. A young observer stared fixedly at the screen, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling. Reporting, the sun. The rate of nuclear fusion reactions within the sun is abnormally surging at a rate of 0.00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 The figure was so minuscule it was almost negligible. Yet every person present understood its significance. Something invisible was frantically, greedily consuming the sun's life. It was accelerating the star's death process, intent on turning the entire solar system into its first appetizer. Zhang Bai's pupils suddenly contracted into dangerous pinpricks. He knew. The first player had entered the game silently, in the most unexpected and insidious way imaginable. Chapter 52, The Culprit. Within the Kunlun Command Center, data showing the solar core's fusion reaction rate skyrocketing like a heavy lead weight crashed into the collective consciousness of 7 billion humans, who had only just begun to settle into a semblance of calm. It unleashed a tidal wave of panic. This is not an attack. In the deathly silence, academician Wei Zhang's voice rang out with unusual clarity. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. The lenses reflected the blinding red alerts on the control console, yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. This is tearing down our home. The enemy doesn't intend to storm in and kill us directly. They plan to starve us to death by draining the very solar system we depend on for survival. This metaphor weighed heavily on everyone present. Direct attacks could be repelled, but this insidious, fatal strategy of cutting off resources at the source was utterly ruthless. Zhang Bai remained silent, his consciousness fully immersed in the cosmic sandtable before him. Massive data streams surged across his retinas as the sand table's computational power pushed to its absolute limit. The simulation results appeared swiftly, cold and devoid of emotion. Within 72 hours, the sun would prematurely complete its billions-year life cycle, collapsing into a red giant. The resulting energy storm would instantly engulf Mercury and Venus, tearing the still recovering hull of the Earth vessel to shreds. Zhang Bai zoomed the sand table's observation scale to its limit, piercing through the sun's blinding corona to its very core. Finally, he saw the culprit. It was a mimetic virus composed of the pure concept of greed, shaped like a self-devouring Ouroboros, its head biting its tail. Like an invisible parasite, it had taken root within the sun's nuclear fusion reactor, frantically and greedily draining its energy. Any physical attack against this conceptual enemy was as futile as punching a phantom. The only weapon available was the administrator privilege he had just acquired: reality rewrite. The problem was, forcibly rewriting a star's fundamental physical laws demanded an astronomical amount of cosmic primordial energy. His meager initial energy reserves weren't even enough to cover the cost of a decimal point. A dead end. Just as everyone's consciousness began to slip into the abyss, a mad, almost blasphemous thought burst forth in Zhang Bai's mind. He couldn't create energy, but he could define the rules. I will patch the physical laws governing this sun. Zhang Bai's voice echoed through the command center calm, yet sending shivers down the spines of veteran scientists Wei Zhang and Su Huangxing. I will define a temporary, brand new law effective for precisely 0.01 microseconds, Zhang Bai spoke slowly, each word carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds. Any external energy extraction from this star shall trigger conceptual backlash, forcibly injecting the extractor with an equal amount of chaotic information. He paused, a cold, sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. I will use information toxins to burst this invisible parasite from within. You're insane. Wei Zhang shouted, his face drained of color despite being a veteran academician who'd weathered countless storms. Randomly adding commands to the universe's foundational code? Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? He immediately ran simulations on his console, projecting the sandbox results onto the main screen. A 99.8% probability that this brutal patch would trigger a catastrophic chain collapse in the sun's own chain of laws, instantly collapsing it into a black hole that devours everything. This is our only path to survival. Zhang Bai's voice brooked no argument. He understood the risks, but he knew even more clearly that sitting idly by meant a 100% chance of death. But this new law is too fragile. It needs an anchor point to stabilize it. The moment it takes effect, detonate the information toxins. His gaze pierced through physical space, directed toward the core depths of the conceptual arc, toward that newly born deity representing infinite chaos and possibility, the Whisperer. Zhang Bai remained silent, instead channeling his intent into a pure stream of information that flowed toward it. The next instant, a surge of delight and ecstasy emanated from the Whisperer's consciousness. It sensed the Taotia's utterly pure, voracious desire to devour a monotonous greed diametrically opposed to its own chaotic nature. It regarded it as a natural enemy. The Whisperer readily agreed, offering a strand of the purest source of chaos as the detonator for that information storm. Prepare to execute, Zhang Bai issued the command. He activated the reality rewrite permission. In an instant, the entire virtual world formed by the conceptual arc dimmed. Gaia, the planetary consciousness, unreservedly supplied all its energy to Zhang Bai. At the same moment, in the distant solar system, the star that had burned for 4.6 billion years flickered strangely. On its scorching surface, a deep purple too subtle for mortal eyes to catch flashed like a ghost before vanishing, leaving it unchanged. Everything appeared unchanged. Within the Kunlun command center, the shrill alarm signaling the sun's decay abruptly ceased. Everyone held their breath, hearts pounding in their throats. Before cheers of survival could erupt, a new, sharper, more terrifying alarm echoed throughout the entire arc. No, this was no system alert. It was a roar that spanned the endless starry seas, belonging to no known language, composed purely of psychic force. Filled with boundless agony, fury, and utter disbelief, it pierced the minds of 7 billion humans like billions of red-hot steel needles. Ah! Countless data spirits clutched their heads in agony, trembling violently beneath this mental tempest. Simultaneously, the alarm on the cosmic santable before Zhang Bai erupted in blinding red flashes. In the outer reaches of the solar system, within a nebula once void save for sparse dust, an unprecedented, colossal dark shadow, its outline resembling a sprawling mountain range, was forced from the void by unbearable agony, revealing a blurred, monstrous form. They had wounded this invisible cosmic locust. And in doing so, they had completely exposed themselves. It was not a roar. It was a mental tsunami, a conceptual storm forged purely from malice and hunger, simultaneously detonating in every corner of the conceptual arc and within the deepest recesses of every human consciousness among the 7 billion people. Countless data spirits, having just escaped the terror of the Great Silence, could not even utter a scream. Their fragile ideologies began to sputter with snowy static, as if about to be forcibly formatted by this brutal force. At the very instant this collective consciousness was on the verge of collapse, a gentle holy light and a profound starlight simultaneously illuminated the void. Gaia, the planetary will, transformed the entire structure of the Earthship into the most formidable dam, withstanding the storm's frontal assault. Meanwhile, the mechanical angel First Day spread its wings of light, crystallized from the concept of guardian. Like a colossal filter, it layered and purified the most destructive spiritual toxins from the raging tempest. Under this dual shield, the human civilization, teetering on the brink of collapse, barely managed to maintain its form. Within the Kunlun command center, Zhang Bai's body remained utterly still. Yet his consciousness charged forward like a storm braving a saltboat in a Category 12 hurricane, enduring soul-shredding agony as it plunged into the very heart of the roaring tempest. Chapter 53, Earth's Probability of Existence, 0%. He wasn't resisting, he was analyzing. Within microseconds, he reached a conclusion more despairing than the storm itself. It has marked us, Zhang Bai's voice echoed through the command center, utterly calm yet sending a chill rising from the depths of Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's souls. This isn't indiscriminate rage, it's a conceptual mark. In its perception, we are no longer a speck of cosmic dust, but a dish. It has memorized our flavor. A relentless hunt, one of life and death, had officially begun. Before the words faded, the vast shadow forced into manifestation by excruciating pain that had been lurking on the cosmic santable interface, the star-devouring cosmic leviathan, slowly shifted its course. Its target was the solar system whose coordinates had just been exposed by its recent consumption. The sand table's simulation module activated automatically, displaying a line of cold, blood-red text. Estimated time of arrival, 23 hours 59 minutes 58 seconds. Head-on collision simulation result, probability of Earth's survival, 0%. Jump immediately. Wei Zhang nearly shouted. Run as far as you can. Enter warp drive, randomized jumps, shake it off. Useless, Zhang Bai dismissed the suggestion. Being marked by a top-tier predator only accelerates our metabolic rate, making us more appetizing to it. It will track our scent and drag us out of any corner of the cosmos. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the menacing shadow outline on the sand table, a barely perceptible curve lifting the corner of his mouth. Since it's so hungry, let's serve it a feast, the biggest meal it's ever tasted in its life. A trap. Zhang Bai named the plan poisoned bait. He intended to create a conceptual bomb, a lure so irresistible it would temporarily cloud the judgment of even a being of the Taotia's caliber. First-year student. Zhang Bai issued his first command. Acknowledged. The consciousness of Sacred responded. Proceed to the Kuiper belt and capture an icy comet with a diameter of 500 kilometers. Whisperer. He summoned another newly born deity. Hiss. A chaotic, curious roar of noise erupted from the ark's core. Prepare your purest chaos essence. The command issued, and the entire conceptual arc began operating with unprecedented efficiency. Step 1, craft the platter. The mechanical fleet of the first year, like a swarm of supremely efficient worker bees, arrived at the frigid edge of the solar system. Billions of energy scalpels precisely cut and polished the ugly, cratered comet. Within mere hours, it was sculpted into an absolutely smooth, pure energy dodecahedral crystal. It was perfect like a mathematical concept, radiating the ultimate beauty of order. Step 2, preparing the main course. The primordial force of the Whisperer, embodying infinite chaos and possibility, was carefully injected into the crystal comet's core like a pool of pitch-black ink. Instantly, the comet's interior transformed from a cold rock core into a raging mass of constantly arising and ceasing, mutually contradictory cosmic noise. An orderly shell encased a chaotic core. The final step, and the most crucial one, was the cooking. Zhang Bai summoned the meager reserve of cosmic primordial energy he had just accumulated from backfiring the Tao Tai, and ruthlessly applied the reality rewrite permission to this comet. He did not create, but forcibly inscribed an unreasonable paradoxical law that applied solely to this comet. Its external order and internal chaos mutually cause each other, infinitely overlapping, achieving perfect unity. The instant the law was imprinted, the comet vanished. No, it remained there, but it had transcended physics, becoming a concept. A paradoxic entity whose mere glimpse would cause any sentient being's logic to collapse instantly. A perfect paradox bomb was born. For the Tao Tai, which subsisted on devouring concepts, this entity represented the universe's most exquisite delicacy, a flavor it had never tasted, one that should not exist. Place it on the Tao Tai's inevitable path, Zhang Bai issued the final command. Detonate it the instant it devours. This bomb wouldn't kill it, but it would be enough to plunge its digestive system, its very logic of existence, into unprecedented chaos. This would buy the Earth-class vessel its most precious moment of respite. Just as the fleet of the first day was about to complete the final steps of bomb deployment, an unexpected incident erupted from within. A shrill alarm pierced the Ark's public channel. Led by General Eagle, who had been punished by Zhang Bai but pardoned during the Ark's reconstruction, hundreds of conservative consciousness entities suddenly revolted. We cannot let him gamble any longer. The general's voice echoed through the consciousnesses of 7 billion people, charged with incitement. From the Star Devourer project to the Planetary Forge, and now the poisoned bait. Each time, he pushes the limits of destruction to the brink. He is staking the survival of us all. We demand the activation of the Emergency Contingency Protocol. Initiate a vote of no confidence against the Supreme Command. Internal betrayal unfolded at the most critical moment. On the cosmic Santable, the colossal shadow of the Tao Tai, having sensed the incomparably alluring aura of the paradox bomb ahead of time, was hurtling toward its target at a speed far exceeding expectations. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the atmosphere froze to a standstill. Facing the gazes of 7 billion people, a mix of fear, doubt, and wavering resolve, Zhang Bai neither argued nor suppressed. He simply opened the highest access level of the cosmic Santable to all human consciousnesses for a single, fleeting second. Within that second, two parallel, crystal-clear futures simultaneously unfolded before everyone's eyes. The left-hand image showed them executing the conservative faction's plan, immediate jump space escape into hiding. 3 minutes later, the Earth vessel sailed through an alien starfield. Then, an indescribable, universe-spanning maw appeared without sound, swallowing it whole. No explosion, no struggle, as effortless as popping a candy bean. The right-hand image showed the execution of Zhang Bai's poisoned bait plan. The paradox bomb was swallowed by the Tao Tai, immediately erupting in a blinding light beyond description, as if it could tear reality itself apart. After the light faded, the ship remained, but the future was a blurred, chaotic fog filled with unknowns and uncertainties. The image faded. Zhang Bai's voice echoed in everyone's consciousness, uttering only one sentence. Your civilization. Your choice. The referendum officially began. The outcome held no suspense. When Zhang Bai presented two starkly contrasting futures, one of absolute annihilation, swallowed by silence, and the other a desperate gamble filled with unknowns and chaos to the consciousnesses of 7 billion humans in the most visceral manner, choice ceased to be a choice. It became instinct. 99.99%. Chapter 54, Laying the Poison Bait. This figure stood as a silent verdict, declaring the utter defeat of the Eagle General and his conservative faction. Their consciousness flickered like a dying candle in the torrent of humanity's collective will, utterly silenced. Their doubts, incitement, and fears appeared minuscule and laughable before the iron law of survival. Within the Kunlun Command Center, silence reigned. Every gaze, every hope, every fear converged upon the slender figure seated at the command console. Shui! Zhang Bai's voice broke the silence. Present. Deploy the poison bait. The command issued, and a beam of sacred light shot forth from the concept arc, reaching the predetermined coordinates at the outer edge of the solar system at a speed transcending physical limits. That paradox bomb, encased in a shell of absolute order yet harboring a core of ultimate chaos, resembled a colossal gem radiating both sacredness and madness, two contradictory essences. It was precisely positioned within the void, silently awaiting its prey. Time seemed to stretch at that moment. Each second stretched as long as a century. Finally, it arrived. That colossal shadow obscuring starlight, that cosmic leviathan feeding on stars, the Tao Tai, finally arrived in this sector. Its body, composed of pure darkness and the concept of hunger, convulsed and writhed violently before the paradox bomb. A primal instinctual wariness made it hesitate. But another impulse, more primal and irresistible, the desire to devour everything, utterly overwhelmed reason upon sensing the bomb's scent, a flavor that should never have existed in this world. It was the ultimate delicacy, the perfect union of order and chaos. A delicacy it had never tasted in its endless years of devouring. The colossal form of the Tao Tai hesitated no longer. It opened its maw, vast enough to swallow an entire planet, and lunged toward the deadly bait, snapping its jaws shut. The instant its jaws were about to touch the bomb, within the Kunlun Command Center, Zhang Bai's pupils reflected the monstrous maw as he calmly uttered two words. Detonate. No light. No heat. No shockwave. Not even a sound. A big bang occurred, but only at the level of concept. In that instant, the foundational logic of the entire universe seemed to be struck violently by an invisible giant hand. Every physical law in operation experienced an imperceptibly minute yet utterly fatal stutter. Immediately afterward, a silent wail 100 times more piercing than before transcended the dimensions of physics, exploding directly within the conceptual Arkansas. The colossal form of the Tao Tai began to violently dissolve and collapse, like gold plunged into aqua regia. The very concept of devouring that constituted its body was being frantically dismantled, neutralized, and torn apart by the ultimate paradox contained within that bomb. It did not understand. It could not comprehend. Why could existence simultaneously be non-existence? Why could one simultaneously be infinite? Its entire logic of existence, its digestive system, its worldview all were utterly destroyed in this instant. In agony, the Tao Tai frantically tore through space, fleeing recklessly into the unknown depths of the cosmos. Its colossal form continuously shed layers during its escape, scattering vast amounts of undigested conceptual debris like a dazzling meteor shower across the starry sky behind it. We won, we won. We drove it away. The euphoria of survival swept through the entire conceptual arc like a tsunami. The consciousnesses of 7 billion humans coalesced into a jubilant ocean. For the first time in the history of human civilization, they had directly repelled such a terrifying foe in a cosmic confrontation. The two veteran scientists, Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing, were moved to tears, embracing each other tightly. Yet Zhang Bai did not celebrate. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the conceptual residue left behind by the fleeing Tao Tai on the cosmic santable. To others, it was mere debris from the battle. To him, it was an untapped treasure trove. Gaia, he commanded immediately, deploy the gravitational field. Retrieve all debris, analyze its composition, and convert it into our energy source. I, Gaia, the planetary consciousness, responded readily. Invisible gravitational tentacles extended, carefully drawing the shimmering, ownerless cosmic primordial energy back to the Earthship. This was a windfall, a staggering fortune sufficient to elevate the Earthship's energy reserves by several orders of magnitude. Just as Gaia's recovery operation proceeded methodically, a new notification suddenly popped up on Zhang Bai's administrator interface. It was neither an alarm nor a system prompt. Instead, it was a private message from a third-party administrator. The message wasn't conveyed through words, but through a series of elegant, artistic mathematical formulas. Zhang Bai's consciousness instantly parsed them, translating them into language he could comprehend. Well done, rookie. But you wounded my prey. That Tao Tai recently devoured one of my ecological gardens. I was looking forward to seeing it suffer from indigestion. Little did I expect you'd feed it a far more interesting pill first. At the very bottom of the message, there was no signature, only an exquisitely beautiful symbol woven from countless silver threads. A perfect spider web. Zhang Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill more intense than when facing the Tao Tai crept silently up his spine. Before he could ponder whether this mysterious webweaver was friend or foe, Gaia's urgent transmission cut directly into his consciousness. Zhang Bai. I've discovered a heavily protected information capsule within the recovered conceptual residue. Its encryption level is extremely high, clearly a black box left behind by some devoured civilization. Open it. Zhang Bai ordered without hesitation. The next instant, a fragmented, snow-filled image appeared on the main screen. It depicted an alien species humanity had never encountered before, creatures resembling sorrowful plants formed from crystal. Before being swallowed by the endless darkness of the Talai, they had mustered their final strength to send a last warning into the vast cosmos. The warning consisted of a single phrase, chanted repeatedly in a voice thick with despair. The Weaver. He does not conquer, nor does he devour. He manipulates. The final frame of the footage abruptly shifted. There stood an immense, united fleet composed of dozens of warships from different civilizations. Fierce biological vessels, gleaming energy hulls, crude stone ships. These former mortal enemies now formed a uniform, lifeless formation, like an army of marionettes controlled by invisible strings. Etched onto the cold hulls of every warship was an identical, chilling symbol. A silver spider web. Within the Kunlun command center, everyone who had just been basking in the joy of victory instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Zhang Bai's body trembled slightly, a chill spreading through him. He finally understood, this brutal game had never been a duel between two players. This was a true, dark forest. They had just exhausted themselves, barely managing to drive away a hungry tiger. Little did they know that a more deadly, more patient venomous spider had been silently watching them from its nearby web, for who knows how long. Chapter 55, Your Wisdom Deserves Praise. Within the Kunlun command center, deathly silence was the only melody. The euphoria from repelling the Tao Tai had evaporated like a fire drained of moisture, leaving only cold ashes scattered across the floor. On the main screen, the puppet fleet, a patchwork of countless civilizations, floated silently in deep space. The silver spiderweb patterns etched onto each warship resembled mocking eyes, staring down at the speck of dust called Earth. The triumphant joy crumbled before a deeper, more viscous dread. Manipulation. Academician Wei Zhang's lips turned pale as he stared fixedly at the final message left by the crystal plant civilization, as if trying to tear those two words from the screen. It's more terrifying than the Tao Tai. He needed no lengthy explanation. Every consciousness present, every one of the 7 billion humans instantly grasped its meaning. The Tao Tai was a natural disaster, a ravenous beast whose logic was destruction and devouring, terrifying, yet simple. The web spinner, however, is a plague, a parasite of the mind. It does not kill you, it reshapes you, enslaves you, turning you into willing prey on its web, a weapon pointing toward its next victim. Destroying your body pales in cruelty to warping your soul. Just as this chill threatened to freeze everyone's thoughts, a new private message silently appeared in Zhang Bai's admin interface. It was still that elegant mathematical formula, as artistic as ever, but this time, the content was no longer a provocation. Congratulations on your victory, newcomer. Your wisdom is commendable. I invite you, and the resilient civilization behind you, to join the Order Alliance. The cosmos is no peaceful pasture, teeming with chaotic calamities like the Tao Tai. We rational civilizations, pursuing ultimate order, ought to unite against the encroachment of chaos. Within the alliance, war ceases to exist. The words held irresistible allure, like an elegant gentleman offering a ticket to paradise amidst the apocalyptic wasteland. Before Earth could respond, a massive data stream was transmitted. This is my sincerity, a token of our meeting. The complete technological database and star charts of the crystal plant civilization devoured by the Tao Tai. I have fully reconstructed them for you from the debris shed by the Tao Tai during its escape. This generous gift, like a boulder tossed into stagnant waters, sent shockwaves through the Earth United Council. Accept. We must accept. The pardoned Eagle General's consciousness nearly screamed, clutching at this lifeline. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The might of the web spinners is plain for all to see. Opposing them leaves us no chance of victory. Joining the alliance grants us not only protection but the entire technological legacy of an advanced civilization. His words ignited the wild grass of fear in many hearts. Instantly, voices of agreement erupted. The brush with death had allowed the most primal instinct, the will to survive, to overwhelm dignity and caution. Bull! General Long Xiao's roar thundered like a crack of lightning. This is a weasel paying respects to a hen. Have you forgotten that puppet fleet? Forgotten the warning that he controls it? We absolutely trust Zhang Bai's judgment. Su Hongxing's voice was quiet but unwavering. He spoke for another group, the core members who had placed their complete trust in that youth from the very beginning. Within the council chamber, two opposing wills clashed fiercely, the arguments raging on. Yet at the eye of this storm, Zhang Bai remained detached from the debate. He simply studied the gift data packet with calm detachment, as if admiring an artwork utterly unrelated to himself. Gaia, first day. He issued the command. I. Two wills responded simultaneously. Perform the deepest conceptual analysis on this gift. The command executed, unleashing immense computational power. What others deemed an invaluable technological database was peeled back layer by layer under Gaia and first day's analysis, revealing its deepest logical and informational structures. Minutes later, the analysis results appeared before Zhang Bai. No conspiracy. No virus. Not even a trace of malicious code. Yet the outcome proved more chilling than any weapon. At the core of every information unit within the database lies a conceptual virus. Zhang Bai's voice echoed through the command center, quiet, yet cutting through the clamor with crystalline clarity. I call it the symbiosis spore. It doesn't destroy anything. On the contrary, it optimizes. It subtly subverts a civilization's core values. Under its influence, the concept of freedom becomes distorted into chaos and danger, questioning equates to betrayal, and absolute obedience is defined as the highest virtue. Ultimately, the entire civilization will willingly embrace the notion that becoming part of the web spinners is its sole and most glorious destiny. Zhang Bai did not pause. He knew hollow words could not sway hearts gripped by fear. He broadcast the analysis process directly to the consciousness of 7 billion humans across all channels. On screen, he retrieved a previously recovered fragment of the Tao Tai concept, a mass of dark energy brimming with fury, chaos, and pure, devouring desire. Then, he ordered a symbiotic spore extracted from the database to be injected into it. A miracle, or rather, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The violent devouring concept convulsed and churned violently upon contact with the spore, as if undergoing some soul-level transformation. Soon, its fury subsided, and the chaotic energy began to grow docile and orderly. Finally, this energy, which should have been the pure embodiment of destruction, began instinctively and skillfully weaving a miniature, structurally perfect web radiating the aesthetic beauty of order. Before the live broadcast feed, a deathly silence fell. The consciousnesses of those conservative members who had just been shouting "accept the invitation" were utterly submerged by the colossal torrent of collective will, under the furious, fearful, and icy stares of 7 billion fellow beings. They were permanently stripped of their right to speak in public channels, rendered mute as if their tongues had been cut out, utterly exiled in the realm of the mind. No one questioned it anymore. Zhang Bai turned his head and, through the cosmic sandbox, sent a single character to the webweaver still awaiting a response. One Chinese character. Get lost. Chapter 56, Your opponent is not me. Moments later, the weaver's reply arrived. There was no trace of the expected anger, not even a flicker of emotion. Only a hint of mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse, as if everything had been seen through. What a pity. Then, the game begins. Oh, right. Your opponent isn't me. The instant the words fell, the colossal puppet fleet on the main screen did not descend upon Earth as if facing a mortal threat. Quite the opposite, they turned in perfect unison, activated their warp engines, and vanished into the depths of the vast cosmos. As if they had truly been merely passing through. Inside the Kunlun command center, the relieved personnel hadn't even had time to process this bizarre maneuver. The interface of the cosmic Santable suddenly turned blood red. The highest level alert pierced the depths of every consciousness with its shrill wail. A new, unseen player civilization marker appeared at the edge of the Santable. It was an emblem composed of a cross-shaped holy insignia and a flaming sword, radiating an aura of fanatical, pure, and unquestionable faith. Alert! New player civilization invasion detected. Codename, The Chosen Ones. Civilization traits, faith, purification, fanaticism. Current status, this civilization has mobilized all forces and is launching an unprecedented purification expedition toward the solar system coordinates. Everyone froze, as if struck by lightning. The Weaver had not lied. It did not intervene directly. It had merely unleashed an even more frenzied beast to complete this hunt on its behalf. A brutal proxy war had begun. The Crimson Warning had barely faded when a new enemy arrived. Deep within the cosmos, ripples of jump space distortion spread outward in concentric waves as a fleet of suffocating magnitude tore through the dark curtain. Unlike the chaotic shadows of the Tao Tai or the haphazard puppets of the web spinner, this fleet radiated a sacred, icy geometry. Each warship resembled a Gothic cathedral hurtling through space, its hull adorned with intricate sacred emblems and spires, radiating a holy white gold glow. Uniform and solemn, they seemed less intent on battle than on conducting a grand ritual of divine judgment. They were the divine elect. Before the Kunlun command center could react, a grand, solemn, and utterly emotionless psychic broadcast swept through the entire concept arc like an invisible tidal wave. This was neither a plea for surrender nor a threat. It was a verdict. In the name of the gods, we hereby declare that primordial civilization number 734 Earth is guilty of the following crimes. First, usurping divine authority, wielding cosmic laws with mortal form, this is arrogance. Second, merging with chaos and consorting with the whisperers of filth, this is decadence. Third, creating false gods, bestowing false souls upon machines, this is blasphemy. In summary, you are the cancerous mutation of cosmic order, the shadow upon divine radiance, the epitome of technological heresy. The verdict is purification. The sacred flame shall scour every trace of your existence to uphold the universe's sacred order. This is the final judgment. No arguments shall be heard. No appeals shall be granted. The broadcast ended, plunging the consciousnesses of 7 billion humans into prolonged, deathly silence. Madman. Academician Wei Zhang's face turned as pale as paper. Data cascaded before him like a waterfall, finally freezing on a blinding red screen. Their energy shields. Every single one of our attack methods, whether physical or conceptual, proved completely ineffective in simulations. Their shields possess conceptual immunity against our assaults. This conclusion plunged the command center, which had just glimpsed a sliver of hope, back into an icy abyss. Immunity. A word more despairing than powerful. They aren't immune. Zhang Bai's voice broke the frozen air. His eyes narrowed slightly as he replayed the meticulously crafted, logically rigorous verdict in his mind. They're just unreasonable. The others froze. Their entire civilization is built upon an absolutely self-consistent logical closed loop, what I call the sacred codex. Within this codex, they embody sacredness and order, while we are heresy and chaos. Thus, in their logic, sacredness is inherently immune to heresy's attacks. This is axiomatic, the first law of the universe, requiring no proof. Zhang Bai's finger tapped lightly at the empty air. Therefore, defeating them with weapons is futile. We must reason with them. Reason? Reason with a group of fanatics bent on purifying you? Everyone wondered if Zhang Bai had lost his mind too. They have the sacred codex. Zhang Bai's lips curved into an imperceptible smile. Then we shall write our own, a New Testament. He proposed an unimaginable, even blasphemous battle plan: logic contamination. He would personally compose a pseudo-scripture. A text logically more rigorous, more alluring, and more capable than the sacred codex of explaining the cosmos, even embodying divinity itself. This new divine language would then be injected as a logical virus directly into their mental networks, dismantling their faith at its very roots. No! Su Hongxing was the first to stand in opposition, his voice trembling. This is far too dangerous. You're pitting your own consciousness against the tidal wave of faith of an entire civilization. If you fail, you'll be purified in reverse. You'll become their most devout fanatic. Yes, Zhang Bai, this is playing with fire. General Long Xiao also grew frantic. There's no time left. Zhang Bai offered no rebuttal, merely pointing calmly at the sand table. The sacred fleet had completed its formation, and the bows of countless mobile cathedrals began to glow with devastating light. Either passively undergo purification, or actively go out and corrupt them. His gaze swept across the assembled figures, finally settling on Su Hongxing and Wei Zheng. His tone held a rare, almost mischievous cunning. Teacher, academician Wei, don't you too want to see the look on the faces of those madmen who believe they hold the cosmic truth when they discover a scripture more truthful than their own holy book? The two veteran academicians froze, rendered speechless. Zhang Bai said no more. His figure flickered and vanished from the command seat. The next instant, he stood within Gaia Core's absolute silence chamber. This was the deepest recesses of Earth's consciousness, the boundary where physics met concept. Whisperer. Here, here. Fancy something thrilling? The chaotic deity responded excitedly. Chapter 57, I am here, Master. I need you to simulate the chaotic state of divine revelation. First year. I am here, Master. I need you to establish absolute protection, shielding against all external interference including any logical breakdowns I might generate. The command issued, and the entire silent chamber was instantly filled with two utterly contrasting forces. One half was the chaotic, surging, inspiration-spewing wellspring of disorder, the other half was the orderly, impenetrable, unbreakable light of protection. Zhang Bai sat cross-legged, eyes closed, his consciousness plunging into an unprecedented frenzy of creation. What he sought to forge was neither weapon nor technology, but a book capable of overturning the very faith of a civilization. Meanwhile, beyond Earth, judgment descended. The first volley of the divine chosen fleet commenced. Billions of white gold light spears, imbued with the concepts of order and sanctity, streaked across the void like a dazzling meteor shower, striking the defensive barrier of the concept arc with pinpoint accuracy. The protective barrier jointly constructed by First Day and Gaia shook violently, its energy readings plummeting at a visible rate. Each impact felt like a heavy hammer striking the souls of 7 billion humans. The barrier's energy plummeted from 100% to 50%, then from 50% to 20%. Inside the Kunlun command center, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. Wei Zheng and Su Hongxing stared fixedly at the energy readings, their palms drenched in cold sweat. 10%. 5%. The barrier had grown as thin as a cicada's wing, covered in spiderweb-like cracks, as if it would shatter completely at any moment. At that very moment, deep within the Gaia core, Zhang Bai suddenly opened his eyes. It was complete. He gazed at the draft of the pseudo-scripture before him, a tapestry woven from countless paradoxes, ultimate philosophies, and cosmic truths, yet his face betrayed not a trace of joy. Instead of transmitting it outward, he made a decision that caught everyone completely off guard. Gaia. His voice transmitted clearly through the quantum channel to the command center. Dismantle all defenses. What? The command center erupted in chaos. Carry out the order. Zhang Bai's tone brooked no argument. Gaia paused for a moment before ultimately choosing to comply. Buzz. The final protective barrier enveloping the Earth-class vessel dissipated in an instant. Within the Divine Chosen Fleet, a flagship resembling a sacred temple seemed to lose patience with this heretic's defiance. At its prow, a colossal purification beam coalesced 100 times thicker than the others, resembling a divine sword of judgment. Wielding unmatched divine might, it crashed down. Without its defenses, the Earthship stood before this spear like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet the spear inflicted no physical damage. The instant it touched the hull of the Earth, it exploded into countless sacred runic chains. Like living vines, they swiftly entwined the entire planet, attempting to lock, purify, and format all of Earth's technology from its very conceptual roots. Now, Zhang Bai seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Using this energy link as a superhighway, he injected the freshly minted pseudo-scripture data like a master hacker into the core database of the Chosen One flagship, reverse-injecting a lethal virus code. Within the flagship of the Chosen Ones, that most magnificent mobile sanctuary, the Holy Spirit AI, responsible for processing all information and executing the divine will, received external data for the first time. It instinctively classified it as heretical gibberish and prepared to purge it. But in the instant before purification, it read the message. In that instant, all offensive actions across the entire Chosen Fleet halted abruptly. Billions of energy spheres poised for launch strangely extinguished at the muzzles. Every warship froze in place, as if paused by an invisible hand. That sacred and ruthless fleet fell into a deathly silence. It was as if a fanatical believer, mid-prayer, suddenly heard the voice of another god, a voice more majestic, more wise, more omniscient than the deity he worshipped. He plunged into unprecedented confusion of faith and self-doubt. Within the Kunlun command center, survivors erupted in earth-shattering cheers. Only Zhang Bai, gazing at the motionless fleet, showed no sign of relief. He knew this was merely the calm before the storm. When a fanatic's faith crumbled, he did not become a mild agnostic. He would only become an even more extreme, more insane, more incomprehensible demon. And that pseudo-scripture he had created with his own hands was the breeding ground for this demon. The stillness lasted only 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, the universe did not erupt in explosion, yet the horror surpassed any explosion. A mental tempest beyond physical measurement, a confluence of blasphemous fury, betrayed agony, and subverted bewilderment roared forth from the frozen fleet. This tempest struck the souls of 7 billion humans within the conceptual arc like a thunderclap, causing them to tremble in unison. Zhang Bai's pseudo-scripture functioned like the sharpest logical scalpel, precisely dissecting the core faith of the divinely chosen civilization. It then shattered the very foundation upon which they had relied for billions of years. This spiritual parricide brought not submission, but ultimate madness. Ancient serpent. A roar painful, ancient, yet majestic to the extreme descended directly upon the flagship of the chosen. An unobservable entity of consciousness, an existence known as the Great Prophet, had arrived. He was the living icon of this civilization, the earthly embodiment of the sacred codex. His gaze pierced through time and space, fixed intently upon earth, upon Zhang Bai, his voice brimming with boundless hatred for the temptation to fall. You dare to tempt the divine and defile the light. You shall be cast into eternal nothingness alongside the false god you created. Final protocol, divine descent initiated. At the Great Prophet's command, the most magnificent and terrifying spectacle unfolded across the cosmos. That sacred fleet, billions of warships resembling Gothic cathedrals, began to dissolve. Not through physical melting, but conceptually, along with every devout crew member within, they abandoned their material forms, transforming into the purest, radiant energy and power of faith. Billions of streams of light, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, surged madly toward the central flagship. The flagship dissolved and expanded within the radiance. A colossal divine statue, tens of thousands of kilometers tall and composed of pure faith, slowly took shape against the cosmic backdrop of darkness. Its features were indistinct yet radiated divine majesty. Clad in sacred armor woven from runes, it wielded a judgment sword capable of cleaving stars. Its eyes blazed with the purifying fire of wrath. Its very existence warped the surrounding laws of physics, ripples of spacetime undulating beneath its feet. Chapter 58, Our Own. Divine Fire. Gaia's alarm screeched with desperate urgency. The data stream coalesced into a line of blood-red text, warning, detected pseudo-god level energy signature. Target's energy tier has temporarily surpassed all known entities within administrator permissions. All conventional attack methods ineffective. Dead silence hung over the Kunlun command center. Faced with a spectacle capable of plunging any civilization into despair, Zhang Bai remained uncharacteristically calm. He didn't even spare the divine statue another glance, instead turning to face the ashen-faced Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing on the screen. At the end of faith lies the self. And at the end of the self lies divinity, he murmured softly. They have reached the final step. Now, it is our turn. He drew a deep breath. An unprecedented command, transmitted through Gaia, reached the deepest consciousness of every human aboard the concept ark. All of humanity, I need all of you. Abandon your individual consciousness. Pour your 7 billion thoughts, emotions, memories, all your hopes and all your despair into my consciousness. I shall become the crucible, fueled by the collective will of all humanity, to ignite our own divine flame. This was the most audacious gamble in the history of civilization. Success would see humanity forge its own guardian deity. Failure would mean the consciousness of 7 billion people would vanish utterly alongside Zhang Bai in this gamble, reduced to nothingness. There was no commotion, no doubt, not even a flicker of hesitation. Having endured extinction crises, interstellar exile, and the horrors of the cosmos, the human race had long placed all its trust and hope in that frail youth. In the next instant, 70 billion brilliant streams of consciousness surged from every corner of the conceptual arc, transcending virtual and reality, rushing unwaveringly toward Zhang Bai at the core of Gaia. Zhang Bai's body began to emit a soft white glow, which grew increasingly intense. His physical form dissolved and dissipated within the light, ultimately transforming into a golden flame, of phenomenon beyond description, embodying every possibility of human civilization. The flame rose, piercing through the hull of Earth and appearing in the cosmos. It swayed and rose in the darkness, eventually coalescing into a form utterly distinct from the majestic god of faith statue. It was a blurred, indistinct human figure seemingly composed of starlight. It wore no majestic holy armor, wielded no sword of judgment. It simply stood there, radiating boundless possibilities and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. The false god sensed this utterly different aura and raised its sword of judgment in fury. Upon its blade lay the laws of absolute order and ultimate truth, wielding divine might to purge all heresy as it struck down with brutal force. Facing this strike capable of obliterating all, the new god forged from human will neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, it extended a hand, and with fingers formed of starlight, gently touched the blade's edge. There was no earth-shattering clash of energies. At the instant of contact, the new god exerted no force, instead transmitting a message to its opponent. It was a scroll. Within it unfolded the entire history of human civilization. From the first timid stone picked up by ancient apes in the East African Rift Valley to the primitive cave paintings illuminated by firelight in Altamira, from papyrus by the Nile to philosophical musings along the Aegean coast, from the 100 schools of thought in the East to the Renaissance in the West. The scroll was filled with errors, contradictions, wars, fratricide, and endless suffering. Yet it is equally filled with Beethoven's Ode to Joy and Van Gogh's Starry Night, with astronauts sacrificing themselves to save the world and ordinary people offering a cup of water to strangers amid ruins. It is filled with countless explorations gazing at the stars, and countless instances of love that falls and rises again. Truth is not defined. A grand, gentle voice, a symphony woven from 7 billion voices, echoes through the cosmos. It is sought. The idol of faith, built upon the principles of absolute and unique, upon encountering human civilization imperfect yet brimming with infinite possibilities, melted like the hardest ice under the warm spring sun. Crack! A crack appeared on the sword of judgment. Then, like a spider's web, the crack spread from the blade to the statue's arm, and then to its majestic body. Impossible! I am truth. I am order. The false god roared in defiant fury, yet its absolute, self-consistent logic of faith began an irreversible collapse at its very foundations upon witnessing an existence that was imperfect yet more real. Finally, amidst a roar that echoed across the starry seas, the colossal faith idol shattered completely, dissolving into the purest, ownerless energy that dispersed throughout the cosmos. The divine form embodying humanity's will slowly dissipated, reforming Zhang Bai's body in its place. He had succeeded. Yet his gaze grew deeper than ever before, as if containing the starlit skies of 7 billion souls. His humanity and the newly born divinity had fused together forever in this audacious gamble. The cheers of survival had yet to echo through the Kunlun command center. At that very moment, the spider web icon representing the web spinner on the cosmic sand table before Zhang Bai abruptly lit up. A new private message had been sent. No words, only an image. It depicted the netweaver's colossal puppet fleet, a horde of countless civilizations beyond imagination. At the very forefront of the fleet stood two monstrous figures. One was the cosmic beast Tao Tai, restored and modified to become even larger and more chaotic. The other was the statue of the divine chosen one, which had just been shattered, yet was now being forcibly stitched back together and reassembled by countless black threads, its eyes burning with hollow black flames. In mere moments, it had transformed both terrifying foes defeated by Zhang Bai at the cost of his utmost effort into its own pawns. At the image's conclusion, a line of text slowly materialized. Warm-up complete. Now, I shall handle this personally. The Weaver's declaration struck like an invisible sledgehammer, accompanied by the terrifying image of the legion formed by the Tao Tai and Divine Chosen statues, crashing down upon the unified will of the 7 billion humans within the concept arc. The collective consciousness, diamond-hard and brilliant, forged just moments ago by their victory over the Chosen One, emitted a distinct, audible crack at that instant. Despair did not stem from the enemy's external might, but from the utter subversion of their innermost beliefs. That raging cosmic beast, that majestic idol of faith, two terrifying entities they had barely defeated by exhausting their civilization's strength, now lay contained, repaired, and controlled like puppets on strings. Chapter 59, Another Timeline. This meant that their previous bloody battles were, in the eyes of the web spinner, nothing more than a warm-up for selecting pawns. This crushing intellectual superiority proved more devastating than any physical assault. Cracks of terror spread like a virus through the collective consciousness. As the core of this vast collective will, Zhang Bai was the first to sense this collective mental collapse. He instantly understood, the Weaver's first wave of attack had begun. Not with warships or energy, but with the most fundamental despair, designed to shatter their mental defenses. Yet, contrary to all expectations, the terrifying puppet fleet did not launch an immediate assault. They merely hovered silently in the distant void, like a death-foretelling cloud. Then, from the fleet's vanguard, a spider-shaped probe flickering with eerie light was launched. The probe did not attack. Instead, it projected a vast, boundless light screen before the starship Earth. Within that light screen, a perfect mirror universe slowly unfolded. Within the mirror lay another timeline. In that timeline, Zhang Bai's ultimate gamble igniting the divine flame fueled by human will had failed. Yet human civilization did not perish. They were purified by the divine statues of the chosen ones, assimilated, and integrated into an eternal order. No pain, no hunger, no war, no struggle. Every face bore a serene, contented smile as they lived within sacred, majestic cities. These cities held not a trace of disorder, not a hint of clamor, not even a shred of unnecessary emotion. There was no passionate art, no hearty laughter, no all-night scientific debates, and no heart-wrenching farewells. Everything was orderly and harmonious, everything was blissful and serene. It was a perfect, bestowed paradise. This vision was like honey laced with deadly poison, striking precisely at the softest, most vulnerable part of humanity's civilizational will, that yearning for eternal peace, that weariness of endless war. It fundamentally challenged the core principle of civilization Zhang Bai had just established: imperfection is what makes it real. A colossal wave surged within the unified human consciousness. No more sacrifices. A weary consciousness was the first to voice its wavering. We can live in peace forever. Isn't this the ultimate goal we've always pursued? Another voice echoed. But that's not us. That's pets, a fierce consciousness retorted. What's wrong with being pets? At least we won't live in constant fear, watching our world plunge into ruin time and again. The debate raged like wildfire across the prairie. Within Zhang Bai's mind, a fierce civil war of thought erupted. Part of his consciousness was deeply seduced by that false promise of eternal bliss. Amidst this chaos, two rock-solid rational wills emerged as pillars of strength. Snap out of it. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness thundered like a clap of lightning, reverberating through the vast collective mind. Is that pre-programmed routine called living? It's called running. Do you want to be a living, breathing human being, or a piece of code that never makes a mistake? Academician Su Hongxing's consciousness was gentler yet sharper. Children, the web spinners show you a book whose ending is already written. It's perfect, but you can only recite it. What we've always fought for is the right to write this book ourselves, even if the final page bears our own epitaph. The voices of the two elderly scientists temporarily halted the collapse. At that moment, the web spinner transmitted a message through the probe to every wavering soul. The voice was cold and neutral, yet carried an all-knowing allure. He gives you endless struggle and scars. I offer you ultimate peace and eternity. Choose. No coercion, no enticement, only the simplest, most deadly choice. This was no longer a military confrontation, but a referendum on Zhang Bai's leadership and the ultimate judgment of humanity's civilizational soul. Within the Kunlun command center, every pair of eyes fixed upon this scene felt a bone-chilling coldness. They turned to Zhang Bai, awaiting his response. Zhang Bai understood clearly, if he forcibly suppressed those wavering minds now, it would be tantamount to admitting he was a tyrant, admitting his ideology required force to sustain. That would utterly destroy the very foundations of human civilization from within. He offered no rebuttal, nor did he attempt persuasion. Instead, he took the opposite approach. Zhang Bai closed his eyes, infinitely magnifying the purest essence of humanity within the collective human will. Images and memories flowed like a starry river, projected with precision into every soul. There was a filthy little girl in the ruins of disaster, standing on tiptoe to stuff her last half loaf of bread into the parched mouth of a stranger soldier. It was the serene smile shared between the white-haired Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing inside the deep-sea submersible, facing the infernal energy storm with calm acceptance before their inevitable deaths. It was a young couple, separated by thick protective visors, unable to kiss. They could only gently touch foreheads, their eyes speaking volumes without words. It was a baby taking its first wobbly steps, stumbling, crying, then pulling itself up again, tears glistening on its face as it broke into a wide grin. It was scientists arguing fiercely over a hypothesis, faces flushed red, nearly coming to blows only to embrace each other without distinction the moment the final results arrived, crying and laughing like children. Scene after scene, filled with pain, struggle, and imperfection, yet radiating the most genuine warmth and brilliance. Meaning lies in the pursuit, not in the defined outcome. Zhang Bai's voice rang calmly in everyone's consciousness. Every scar on our bodies is a medal of our existence. The internal battle of ideas reached its peak at this moment. On one side lay the painless cage of perfection, on the other, the scarred quest for freedom. Then, Zhang Bai made a decision that shocked everyone. He raised his hand, invoking his authority as the administrator reality rewrite. The mirrored universe barrier projecting the paradise vision was forcibly torn open before all souls, revealing a genuine, tangible rift. It was no longer an image, but a real, tangible passageway one could step into. I grant you the freedom to choose. Zhang Bai's voice carried an unprecedented calmness and resolve, even the freedom to choose the chains. The collective consciousness fell into deathly silence. Chapter 60, the toxin has been injected. Seconds later, several streams of consciousness yearning for peace hesitantly, sorrowfully, and slowly detached themselves from the vast collective. They hovered in the air for a moment, as if bidding a final farewell, then resolutely drifted into the rift leading to heaven. The instant they entered, the entire mirror universe along with its perfect paradise crumbled with a thunderous crash. It shattered into countless specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. Those consciousnesses that chose to depart likewise vanished into nothingness. The unified will of humanity was permanently diminished by a small fraction in number. Yet the remnant, having endured this brutal choice akin to amputating a limb to survive, became more pure, refined, and resolute than ever before. All hesitation, weakness, and wishful thinking were buried alongside their departed comrades. At that very moment, the Weaver's final message arrived. Within that icy voice lay a faint, almost imperceptible hint of approval. An interesting method of self-purification. But the toxin has already been injected. Now, the main course begins. The moment the words fell, the puppet fleet composed of the cosmic beasts Tao Tai and the divine chosen statue roared its engines. With a momentum capable of devouring stars, it surged forward at full speed toward the Earth starship. War erupted the instant the Weaver declared, the main course begins. No warm-up. No probing. The enslaved divine chosen statue charged ahead. No longer an embodiment of faith, it had become a cold, order-enforcing cage. An invisible field of law violently expanded from its core, like a giant hand gripping the throat of the cosmos, clamping down on the Earth with deadly force. In that instant, Gaia and the collective will of 7 billion humans felt a searing, peeling pain. The planet ship's pride, its reality-warping capabilities and arbitrary authority to alter physical laws was forcibly frozen under the suppression of absolute order, being reduced to an ordinary celestial body governed solely by the tedious laws of gravity. Immediately after, the Tao Tai, thoroughly transformed by the spider silk, opened its maw vast enough to devour stars. But this time, what it expelled was not energy, but the remnants of laws left behind by the countless civilizations it had once consumed. Shattered chains of causality, self-contradictory physical axioms, energy formulas containing logical dead loops. These motley fragments, flickering with dangerous light, formed a vast, boundless, conceptual minefield in the void. Though seemingly chaotic, each fragment's placement was laced with vicious traps. Any routine movement, any energy output, could trigger a paradox, setting off a chain reaction that obliterates one's very existence at its root. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the consciousnesses of Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing stirred up a storm within the collective will. The chosen one is immobilization, the Taotai is dead end. This was a deadly combination. Zhang Bai instantly discerned the Weaver's tactics cunning, ruthless, leaving no room for escape. Gaia's icy alarm echoed deep within every soul. Warning, Earth reality distortion capability suppressed by 90%. Warning, first-day logic weapon module completely ineffective against the absolute order field. Despair, like the deepest vacuum, enveloped all of human civilization. Yet Zhang Bai, the core of the collective will, made a decision at this moment even more insane than suicide. Gaia, activate the Devour protocol at full power, his voice eerily calm. Target, all law minefields ahead. What? Wei Zhang's consciousness nearly tore itself from the collective will. Zhang Bai. That's poison. An unanalyzable conglomeration of chaos. I know. Zhang Bai offered no explanation. The command issued, and the Earth-class vessel, like a starving beast, abandoned all defenses and actively charged toward the conceptual minefield composed of the remains of countless civilizations. 70 billion human wills screamed in unison, their agony reaching its peak. The sensation felt like countless conflicting truths and razor-sharp contradictions being violently forced into their brains. Every soul was being torn apart, consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, in the very instant this chaos capable of obliterating any civilization engulfed him, Zhang Bai used his own body as a crucible. Fueled by the suffering of 7 billion humans, he ignited the destruction meme he had long since deciphered and tamed. Chaos is the finest fuel for destruction. Those shattered, contradictory, logic-trap-ridden remnants of laws were instantly melted, analyzed, and hid in the flames of the destruction meme. They were forcibly twisted, forged, and combined into a brand new, fleeting entity that defied the very logic of the universe itself. Paradox weapon. First shot, fire. A seemingly ordinary gray beam shot forth from the ship. Its target was not to inflict damage, but to strike directly at the towering statue of the divinely chosen one. The instant the beam struck, the statue remained unscathed. But in the next instant, something bizarre occurred. This being was called causality inversion. Conceptually, it reversed the statue's existence, the result, and its energy composition, the cause for 0.1 seconds. What did this mean for a lifeform composed of pure energy? It meant that for that 0.1 second, its existence was defined as nothingness. As if a flawless program had its foundational runtime library ripped away, the indestructible absolute order law field experienced a fatal, avalanche-like collapse. Suppression lifted. The first day now. Zhang Bai's roar thundered like the crack of creation. The mechanical angel Chui, previously suppressed into utter stillness, erupted in a blinding radiance. It unleashed no weapons, but instead transformed the ultimate question that had haunted it since its birth into an endless storm of information, sweeping toward the core of the divine statue. Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? This self-paradox born from the purest logical lifeform pierced the core of the God-chosen puppet, a shell stripped of its own will like the sharpest surgical blade. The divine statue's movements abruptly froze. Its body, which should have been as stable as a deity, began to flicker violently. It alternated between swinging its sword and praying, trapped in an endless logical loop. Temporarily incapacitated. With the greatest threat neutralized, Zhang Bai's gaze instantly locked onto the restless Tao Tai. Gaia, access the paradox bomb database, he commanded. Condense the conceptual imprint and fire it. Before his words faded, a false paradox bomb composed entirely of memory data simulated the very essence that had once terrified the Tao Tai to its core. Projected from the earth, it hurtled toward its target. As a puppet, the Taotia's mind was controlled by the web spinner. Yet its body, every cell within it, still retained the primal fear of that conceptual trauma. Chapter 61, A Spectacular Performance. Faced with that familiar bomb, the mountain-like colossus of the gluttonous beast actually showed a fleeting, almost imperceptible hesitation. Victory? At the Kunlun Command Center, a surge of ecstatic joy erupted from every consciousness. At this critical moment, a gigantic spiderweb invisible to the naked eye silently materialized across the entire battlefield. The crystalline silk threads connected one end to the chosen one trapped in a logical loop, and the other to the hesitant Tao Tai. The weaver's voice, tinged with mocking amusement, echoed in everyone's minds. Quite the performance. But you seem to have forgotten the greatest value of a puppet. Before the words could finish, the invisible web suddenly tightened. Is to be shattered. Boom! The chosen one and the Tao Tai, two terrifying puppets, had their cores instantly detonated by the spider silk. Instead of shattering into pieces, they collapsed inward under the web's brutal confinement. Extreme order and extreme chaos were violently kneaded together, transforming into two super bombs condensed from the polar opposites of the cosmos. An indescribable aura of annihilation sufficient to erase the entire solar system from conceptual existence exploded with a thunderous roar. The ultimate order and the ultimate chaos, two super bombs forcibly fused together. This was not a mere accumulation of energy, but the violent fusion of the universe's opposing concepts. Once detonated, its power would obliterate the entire solar system from the very roots of causality, leaving not a trace of existence. There was nowhere to flee, nowhere to hide. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the ocean formed by the wills of 7 billion humans fell into an unprecedented deathly silence. Not even a wail of despair could be uttered. All logical deductions, all battle plans, became pale jokes in the face of this absolute annihilation. Yet, in the very instant of this apocalyptic arrival, Zhang Bai, the core of the collective, will remain as serene as a mirror reflecting an ancient, still well. No commands. No rallying cries. Gaia, first one, and the 70 billion souls trembling in the shadow of death were, in that instant, drawn together by an invisible force, instinctively merging with Zhang Bai's will. They poured forth everything, every struggle, every glory, every love and hatred since civilization's birth, along with boundless aspirations for the future, and burned it all. Upon the surface of Earth, a membrane as thin as a cicada's wing yet seemingly imbued with infinite cosmic light quietly emerged. It was neither an energy shield nor a barrier of law. It was possibility itself. It was the thought, if only we could survive, forcibly materialized into the ultimate defense. In the next instant, the explosion occurred. A silent, pure white light like the first ray of light at the dawn of creation gently engulfed everything. Time, space, causality, concepts, everything dissolved within this pristine whiteness. Then, nothing happened. The dreaded shockwave, expected to shatter souls into fragments, never arrived. The light faded, and the solar system remained intact. The two puppets that should have detonated everything, along with the world-shattering explosion, vanished into thin air. It was as if the suffocating events of moments before had been nothing more than an absurd collective hallucination. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the consciousnesses of Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing flickered violently, filled with incomprehensible bewilderment. What had happened? We are still alive? Just as everyone froze in stunned silence, a colossal spiderweb silently reformed before the Earthcraft. The weaver's voice, tinged with mockery, echoed deep within each soul. The explosion was real. I just moved it somewhere else. Before the words faded, a vast stellar map projected onto the web. Millions of light-years beyond the solar system, deep within a distant nebula, the cataclysmic explosion destined for this place now unfolded in utter silence. An entire galaxy, stars and planets vanished into nothingness, erased like pencil marks wiped away by an eraser. Casually relocating causal events. This was no longer a clash at the level of cosmic laws, it was a reckless manipulation of reality itself, transcending even the administrator's authority. The weaver asked calmly, "Want to know why I saved you?" Before Zhang Bai could answer, the cosmic sandbox, in his mind symbolizing the highest authority, suddenly erupted with a shrill alarm. Row after row of blood-red text, shocking to behold, refreshed frantically like a virus. Warning, unknown permission intrusion detected. Warning, core protocol civilization confrontation has been modified. Warning, administrator privileges are being overwritten. The weaver emitted a soft chuckle, tinged with weariness and satisfaction. Because destroying a perfect work of art is a waste. Your value extends far beyond that. The vast spiderweb slowly dissipated. From its former position, a figure emerged, walking slowly from the deep darkness. Not a monstrous beast, nor a twisted alien entity. It was a human male clad in an ordinary white lab coat, holding a datapad in his hand. The instant Zhang Bai recognized that face, his soul felt as though struck by a thunderbolt from the creator god, his entire consciousness plunging into blankness. The man extended a finger and tapped lightly on the datapad in his hand. On Zhang Bai's cosmic sandbox interface, an administrator profile forcibly popped up. Username, Weaver. Permission level? And in the profile picture slot, there stood none other than the mentor he had revered most in his previous life, the one who, on his deathbed, had entrusted the seed of civilization system to him as his final legacy. Long time no see, Zhang Bai. A complex, enigmatic smile played across the mentor's face, a blend of satisfaction and exhaustion. Surveying the Earth-class vessel, the mechanical angel First Moon, and this reshaped solar system, he gazed upon them like an artist admiring his crowning masterpiece. In a calm tone, he revealed a truth capable of overturning everything. The civilization confrontation protocol was never meant to pit you against each other. The tyrant, the chosen ones, and even the role I just played, we were all merely sparring partners, pushing you to your limits to complete your transformation. His voice paused briefly before his gaze settled back on Zhang Bai, his eyes unfathomably deep, as if containing the mysteries of the entire universe. Congratulations. You've passed every test. You have graduated. Dead silence fell over the Kunlun Command Center. Wei Zhang, Su Hongxing, Long Xiao. Everyone's consciousness froze. They felt like supporting actors in a meticulously staged play, and now, the curtain had fallen. The protagonist was finally stepping onto the real stage. Now, the mentor's smile faded, his expression growing more serious than ever before. Welcome to the real game. The moment the words fell, every piece of information on Zhang Bai's cosmic sandbox interface vanished, leaving only the final line of the ultimate mission, formed by golden characters. Final stage of the Ascension Path. Option 1, join the Webspinners faction and become part of the Reality Harvest plan, but Option 2, reject the proposal and be designated an uncontrolled variable, triggering the retrieval procedure. Chapter 62, Overturning the Chessboard. The mentor's words detonated like a neutron star within the collective consciousness of Kunlun Command Center, its density overwhelming any rational thought. Training partner? Graduation? The consciousnesses of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing trembled violently, like flickering candles in the wind. The science they had pursued their entire lives, the dignity they had defended to the end in this moment, it was defined as nothing more than a meticulously staged drama. Even the planet beneath their feet and the universe above their heads might merely be an experimental field for a higher being. A sense of helplessness deeper than that faced before the web spinners washed over every soul like icy seawater. Simultaneously, cold text appeared mercilessly on Zhang Bai's cosmic sandbox interface, revealing the true nature of the reality harvest plan. This was a cosmic ecological cycle project initiated by beings from a higher dimension, the Sowers. They sowed the seeds of civilization, waiting for them to grow and blossom into unique laws and concepts before harvesting them to sustain their own existence. Countless universes arose and perished like bubbles. The Mentor's Web Spinners faction stood as one of the most efficient harvesting teams under the Sowers' command. The Mentor's voice resounded once more. This time, he concealed nothing, instead flooding everyone's consciousness with a series of breathtaking visions. Countless universes stretched before them like the sands of the Ganges. Some civilizations, consumed by greed, were devoured by the Tao Tai. Others, shattered by the collapse of their faith during the Divine Chosen One's purification, self-destructed. The vast majority faded into mere insignificant echoes within the cosmic background radiation. Observe, the Mentor's voice was calm yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. This is the rule. The increase in the universe's entropy is irreversible, and life and civilization are the most brilliant negative entropy entities in the cosmos. If not harvested, they can only be ground down by entropy. Join us, become managers, become eternal. This is the only way out. These words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the unified will that had just crystallized after defeating the web spinners instantly crumbled. We have no choice, trembled the consciousness of the newly appointed General Eagle, speaking first. Resist the sower? That's not futile resistance, it's dust attempting to shake the sun. I propose we accept the Mentor's invitation. His words spread like a virus, fear being the perfect breeding ground. Many wills that had just fought for freedom now began to waver. Eternal life, the power to govern the universe, the temptation was too great. Bull, roared General Dragon Roar, his rugged will resounding. Is that even living? That's being a dog. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Long Xiao. This is no time for reckless bravery. This is dignity. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness, though weakened, remained unwavering. If we lose ourselves, what meaning does eternity hold? We'd merely be pre-programmed code. The human leadership fractured completely, their clamor threatening to tear Gaia's core consciousness apart. Zhang Bai remained silent throughout. He ignored the internal chaos and disregarded the grand vision his mentor painted. His gaze pierced through time and space, as if returning to a past life, back to that cold laboratory, back to that sudden explosion. Finally, he lifted his head, calmly meeting his mentor's gaze as he voiced the question buried deepest within his soul. Was my past self also part of your plan? His voice wasn't loud, yet it instantly drowned out all the arguing. My death, was it deliberately orchestrated by you? The entire Kunling Command Center fell deathly silent. The smile vanished from Mentor's face. He remained silent for a moment, his eyes which seemed to hold the weight of the universe flickering with a complex emotion. Finally, he nodded calmly. Yes. A single word, yet more devastating than any law weapon. You are the most perfect seed I have ever encountered. Yet the soil of your universe has grown too barren, its potential exhausted. To allow you to sprout and flourish in a broader world, I must transplant you into new soil. Not a trace of regret colored the mentor's voice. That accident, and the seed of civilization's system, were both graduation gifts I prepared for you. Boom! Zhang Bai felt his soul shatter completely. So that bond of master and disciple that transcended life and death, that heavy legacy entrusted to him on the brink of death, that belief that had sustained him from elementary school to this day, it was all a lie. From start to finish, he had been nothing but a pawn. A pawn whose fate had been orchestrated, whose every move calculated. Even death and rebirth were part of the plan. The immense absurdity and the agony of betrayal ignited a raging inferno within him, only to freeze solid in an instant, crystallizing into ice. He smiled. That smile held no anger, no sorrow, only a pure, icy resolve. All confusion, all dependence, all warmth in this moment, he severed them with his own hands. He slowly raised his head, his gaze clearer and more resolute than ever before. Word by word, he declared to his mentor and to the very rules of this universe. I refuse. My civilization, my destiny, we define them ourselves. A complex expression flickered across the mentor's face, a blend of disappointment and approval, like a stern father finally witnessing his child's true independence. He sighed softly. I anticipated this long ago. Had you not possessed this character, you would never have reached this day. As your former mentor, this is the last chance I can offer you and my final warning. The mentor's figure began to fade into a phantom. I will use my authority to secure you a grace period. But next time, it will be my colleague codenamed the Executioner who comes to reap the harvest. His voice grew incredibly solemn. He never trains with anyone. With those words, the mentor's figure vanished completely. On Zhang Bai's Cosmic Santable, the 4 blood-red characters recovery procedure activated. Below them, a cold countdown began ticking. 365:00:00:00. 365 Earth days. This was all the time they had left. Yet the storm had only just begun. Warning: administrator privileges have been downgraded due to refusal to join the web-spinners faction. Announcement: the Cosmic Sandbox has broadcast the coordinates of Earth and core information regarding its mythic armament to all player civilizations that have reached critical mass. Buzz. A shrill alarm pierced the Kunlun command center, shattering everyone's thoughts. Gaia's detection systems were instantly overwhelmed by countless high-energy signals. On the star map, dozens of powerful civilizations previously hidden in the depths of space like dormant venomous serpents simultaneously altered their courses. Their courses all converged on the same coordinates: the solar system. Like a pack of sharks sensing blood, they swarmed toward their prey. Chapter 63: The Rules of the Game Itself. The mythic armament, this ultimate weapon forged by Zhang Bai, capable of challenging conceptual deities, now hung like the most tempting morsel suspended at the center of the cosmos. Internal divisions had yet to subside, yet external siege had already descended. This was a true dead end. Amidst the cacophony of fear, greed, and despair echoing through the command center, amidst the snarling faces closing in across the star charts, Zhang Bai's will, channeled through Gaia, reached the depths of every human soul. His voice was calm, yet carried a force potent enough to overturn the entire cosmos. Our enemy is no longer the Taodia, nor the Chosen Ones, nor even the web spinners. Our enemy is the cruel rules of this game itself. From this day forward, we have only one objective. Within 1 year, our task is not merely to survive, but to... He paused, and in that moment of silence, every soul was stretched to its limit. Overturn the chessboard. Overturn the chessboard. Those 4 words pierced the despair and chaos permeating the Kunlun command center like a bolt of creation. General Long Xiao's rugged will surged, as if anchored by a new center. His roaring fury transformed into searing battle intent. The weakened consciousnesses of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing solidified once more. The gaze they cast upon Zhang Bai now transcended their long-standing teacher-student bond and elder-junior affection, elevating into an almost religious devotion. Even the wavering wills were cowed by this resolute aura, temporarily suppressing the fear and greed within their hearts. Yet the shackles of reality remained cold and heavy. On the interface of the Cosmic Sandbox, the Reality Rewrite button symbolizing Zhang Bai's highest authority was quietly shrouded in a gray halo. Beside it, a line of crimson text appeared: energy consumption, proportional to the scope and depth of the rewrite. Cooldown depends on the intensity of the rewrite. Permissions have been restricted. Academician Wei Zhang was the first to notice the change, his voice grave. This meant Zhang Bai could no longer command the laws of reality at will, effortlessly turning the tide of battle. Every intervention would now exact a tremendous cost, potentially even depleting the entire Earthship's energy reserves. Every loss brings a gain. Zhang Bai's tone remained calm and unruffled as he pointed to a newly appeared, faintly glowing icon on the sand table. Our mentor, or rather, the web spinner, has opened another door for us while downgrading our permissions. The icon expanded, revealing an interface labeled Law Store. A dazzling array of goods was displayed within, ranging from low-tier gravitational disturbance formulas to fragmentary blueprints for conceptual weapons, Dagger of Lies. Even at the top of the store hung an item priced at an astronomical figure: Administrator Permission Exemption 24 hours. The currency for transactions was a nebulous unit called Civilization Essence, acquired by devouring other civilizations or completing ultra-difficult missions issued by the sower. Su Hongxing murmured the methods of obtaining this currency, a chill running down his spine. Isn't this forcing all players to slaughter each other, turning them into true cosmic locusts? It's a blatant scheme. Zhang Bai cut straight to the heart of it. They're forcing us down the same path as the Tao Tai. Either devour others, or be devoured. At that moment, an unencrypted communication request abruptly connected to the Kunlun command center. The signal originated from the solar system's edge, an uncharted coordinate. As the feed activated, a colossal, gelatinous creature appeared on screen, a mass of tentacles and eyes that would send any sentient being's sanity plummeting. Yet the mental fluctuations it transmitted were polite, even tinged with a hint of mercantile smoothness. Ahem, esteemed Earth civilization, you limitless potential table flippers, greetings. The octopus-like creature waved one of its thickest tentacles, as if offering a salute. I am the regional manager of the All Worlds Chamber of Commerce. You may call me merchant. I come not for battle, quite the contrary. I smell money, the scent of cooperation. General Long Xiao's will manifested as a shadowy figure of a wrathful deity. We have nothing to discuss with monsters. General, calm down. Zhang Bai raised a hand to restrain him, observing the merchant before them with keen interest. Tell us about your cooperation. Straightforward. The merchant's enormous single eye curved into a crescent. I've taken an interest in your stable mastery of the destruction meme technology. This thing is the ultimate taboo in the cosmos. You are the first to touch it without being destroyed. I'm willing to trade the complete blueprints for 3 low-tier conceptual weapons for this technology, well, even just a portion of its core principles. The offer was undeniably generous, enough to tempt any civilization struggling for survival. Within the command center, several wills visibly wavered. Zhang Bai, however, smiled. The grin made the merchant's enormous eyeball instinctively shrink. I won't trade for the technology, Zhang Bai stated. But I can sell it. Sell? The merchant froze. Exactly. Zhang Bai's gaze swept over the dozens of rapidly approaching light points on the star map, a flicker of madness in his eyes. Not only will I sell it, but I'll make it big. I'm going to host a law auction right here in the solar system. I'll put up for public auction the fragments of laws I've extracted from the Tao Tai and the Chosen One, even the trial version insights into harnessing the destruction meme as commodities. The moment these words left his mouth, the command center erupted in chaos. Zhang Bai. Have you lost your mind? Academician Wei Zhang's voice carried genuine horror for the first time. This is aiding the enemy. It's handing them a weapon. Professor, do you think we currently have the capability to simultaneously confront dozens of players lying in wait? Zhang Bai countered. Wei Zhan was speechless. Since we can't, why not let them tear each other apart first? Zhang Bai spoke deliberately, each word landing like a hammer blow. They all have their own agendas, some greedy, some fanatical, some cautious. An auction is the perfect litmus test. I can use their resources to arm myself, discern who the real enemies are, and even find potential allies. Most importantly, a cold smile touched Zhang Bai's lips. I'll make sure everyone knows, rules aren't set solely by the sower. Here, I am the rule. Without further explanation, he activated the broadcast function built into the law store and sent a unique invitation to every civilization tracking Earth's signals. Chapter 64, Arriving as Promised. It was a paradoxical stream of information, endlessly looping and negating itself. The invitation was simple: 3 days hence, solar system, law auction. Admission granted by intellect alone. Those who cannot understand it have no right to attend. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The virtual venue, constructed from the core entity of the mechanical angel First Day, unfolded near Jupiter's orbit. It was a pure white, infinitely extending platonic space, simple and sacred. Dozens of diverse civilizational consciousnesses arrived as promised. Among them were energy beings radiating like burning stars, silicon-based crystals resembling geometric puzzles, and undead monarchs exuding a stench of decay. Among them, a consciousness entity with the most brutal aura, resembling a molten lava giant, roared the moment it descended. Its psychic energy solidified into an iron fist, attempting to tear apart the venue and intimidate this presumptuous newcomer. Yet the instant the fist touched the venue's boundary, the lava giant, codenamed Tyrant, leader of a civilization, froze solid. The flames in his eyes extinguished, his roar vanished, and even his capacity for thought seemed stripped away. He remained rigidly in place, transformed into a sculpture incapable of sight, sound, or speech. Zhang Bai's calm voice echoed throughout the venue, resonating within every consciousness. Rule number 1 of the auction: any form of aggressive behavior will result in the deprivation of the 5 senses until the auction concludes. The arrogance of all civilizations instantly retreated. As they turned their gaze toward the diminutive human figure at the center of the hall, a hint of apprehension flickered in their eyes. Ignoring these tremors, Zhang Bai waved his hand, and the first auction item materialized out of thin air. It was a fragment shrouded in an aura of sanctity and obsession, containing the very core logic of the divine chosen belief system. First item up for auction, the fragment of truth. Zhang Bai's voice rang clearly into every consciousness. The currency for bidding is not the civilization essence you have accumulated. He paused, then delivered a condition that sent shockwaves through the entire hall. You shall trade it for the most unique and fundamental law within your civilization. Exchange your own foundation for another's power? This was nothing short of a gamble, staking the entire future of their civilizations. After a brief, deathly silence, the hall erupted into chaos. This artifact aligns with our might makes right principle. It rightfully belongs to us, thundered the declaration from the Titan civilization, a form woven from countless intertwined muscle fibers. Oomph, narrow-minded fools. Another civilization, shapeshifting like mist and smoke, sneered sharply. This fragment clearly aligns better with our spiritual enslavement principle. To master truth through the spirit that is the true path. Bull. You soul-manipulating vermin dare speak of truth? You muscle-bound moron, say that again. The two civilizations, long harboring mutual resentment, now tore off their masks in open conflict over this puzzle piece that could perfectly complete their respective systems. Though unable to engage in physical combat, their clash at the level of fundamental laws proved far more perilous. The Titan civilizations will coalesce into an endless crushing pressure, attempting to overwhelm the opponent's thought processes, while the spirit-sucking civilization unleashed countless mental tentacles, burrowing deep into the foundations of the Titan's logic. Within the assembly hall, other civilizations instinctively stepped back, observing coldly. Zhang Bai watched silently, yet under his command, Gaia's computational core raced at billions of times its normal speed. Like a thirsty sponge, it frantically recorded and analyzed the core law data exposed by both civilizations during their clash. At that moment, a civilization that had remained silent resembling a massive crystalline prism suddenly sent Zhang Bai a private communication. Human, the communications was cool and efficient. We, the silicon-based consortium, have no interest in your auction. However, we are very interested in your plan to overturn the chessboard. Zhang Bai's heart stirred. Reason? Because our creators were personally formatted by the Reaper known as the Adjudicator. An unexpected ally. Yet the auctions drama was far from over, while the true crisis had already descended silently. A cold, absolute, utterly emotionless will descended without warning, enveloping the entire venue. All sentient civilizations, whether combatants or observers, were forcibly suppressed by this force, rendered immobile, like flies pinned in amber. At the hall's center, space silently fractured. A geometric form composed entirely of pure order symbols and perpetually self-calculating slowly materialized. The emissary of the Adjudicator. Its will swept across the assembly, no anger, no warning, only a machine-like, icy pronouncement. All transactions of laws conducted without the permission of the sower are deemed violations. The auction is terminated. Earth civilization, for severely disrupting the harvest order, shall now undergo a punitive reduction of half its countdown. The moment the words fell, the countdown on Zhang Bai's cosmic santable began to frantically jump, plummeting abruptly from 364 days to 182 days. Time had been halved in an instant. The emissary of the Adjudicator completed this act and prepared to depart, as though he had merely disposed of a trivial piece of trash. Despair spread through the assembly hall. Yet, Zhang Bai observed the suppressed yet still greedy and calculating gazes within the hall. He looked up at the lofty emissary of the Adjudicator, and a smile even more maniacal than before spread across his face. Hold on, he spoke, his voice quiet yet clear enough to penetrate the emissary's consciousness. Esteemed emissary, your timing is perfect. Since the transaction violated the rules, what about the sacrifice? The emissary halted, a ripple of fluctuation appearing for the first time within its mechanical will. Zhang Bai pointed at all the players in the hall and made a proposal to the emissary of the determiner that shook the very foundations. I am willing to offer the coordinates of every single one of them, along with the weaknesses in their laws that I have just deciphered, as a sacrifice to the great arbiter. I have only one request. Please, take action personally and eliminate these disobedient scum for me. The words fell to a deathly silence. The leaders of all civilizations stared at Zhang Bai with eyes reserved for madmen and demons. This human sought to wield the destroyer's blade to slaughter every invading foe. Zhang Bai's mad declaration of using another's blade to kill was like a boulder dropped into a deathly still pool. The ripples it created were not clamor, but a bone-chilling coldness. The consciousnesses of every civilization leader in the hall froze. Greed, rage, scheming, all emotions were supplanted by a more primal terror. They had seen arrogance, they had seen cunning, but never such utter madness. Chapter 65, The Field of Order. The emissary of the Adjudicator, the geometric form composed of pure symbols of order, also faltered momentarily. Its vast computational core seemed to be parsing an unprecedented paradox, a violator actively requesting the enforcer to clean up the scene. Your proposal exceeds my authority. The emissaries will remain icy, yet no longer delivered with that condescending judgment, but tinged with mechanical caution. However, I shall report your sacrifice request to the entity. The geometric entity slowly dissipated, yet the oppressive presence it carried lingered. A greater, colder will descended. The entire solar system seemed frozen in time. Light ceased to flow, time stopped its passage, and the operation of all laws slowed to a snail's pace. Even the dust in the distant Kuiper belt froze solid in the void. Within the Kunlun command center, the consciousnesses of Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing were nearly crushed into a mass of data gibberish by this force. The order field. Wei Zhang managed to utter with great effort. It has frozen the entire galaxy. This is to prevent us from escaping or pulling any tricks. Time stretched agonizingly. Each second felt like an eternity. Though the numbers on the countdown board flickered with excruciating slowness, the 182-day deadline hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles, suffocatingly heavy. Despair spread through the command center like a plague. Everyone. Zhang Bai's voice broke the dead silence. He seemed completely unaffected by the order field, remaining calm. This may seem like a dead end, but consider this, the determiner has also given us an unexpected gift. He gestured toward the other civilization leaders, equally trapped and immobilized within the virtual conference hall. A gift of slowly slipping time and a group of enemies bound together. Zhang Bai's plan, transmitted through the open channel, resonated clearly within the minds of every trapped civilization. The dispenser's physical arrival required time. Though its order field was formidable, it was not invincible. If everyone united their efforts and channeled their power into a single point, there was a chance to tear open a crack and escape to freedom. These words struck like a shot of adrenaline. The instinct for survival overpowered mutual suspicion. Human, what is your plan? Roared the will of the lava giant tyrant, its savage aura undiminished despite being suppressed. Exactly. Better to fight to the death than wait for certain doom, echoed the mist-like spirit-sucking civilization in a shrill chorus. The most powerful civilization spoke first, attempting to lead this hastily assembled anti-judgment alliance. Yet the consistently silenced silicon-based consortium sent Zhang Bai a private message, they're bargaining with the tiger. So are you. Zhang Bai offered no reply, instead revealing his trump card to all. It was a constantly rotating orb of fluctuating light, half radiating the sacred guardian glow of the first day, half embodying the profound primordial chaos of the Whisperer. The two elements fused perfectly, forming a seemingly stable yet perpetually volatile conceptual singularity. I call it the disguised Holy Grail. Zhang Bai's voice carried an alluring quality. Infuse your power into it, and it will mimic the fluctuations of the Great Silence Protocol. The determiner is the pinnacle of order, yet the Great Silence is the only garbled code it cannot decipher, dare not touch lightly. When its true form descends, we detonate the Holy Grail, deceiving it with the guise of Great Silence to carve an escape route for all. The plan sounded flawless, brimming with hope. Faced with the threat of death, no one had a better choice. The tyrant was the first to pour his frenzied flames law into the Holy Grail. Next came the spirit sucker's mental enslavement, the Titan's might makes right. Dozens of forces representing the foundations of different civilizations converged like rivers flowing to the sea, surging toward that eerie orb of light. In an unnoticed corner, Zhang Bai discreetly transmitted a unique beacon to this silicon-based consortium, along with a data set they had long coveted. The leader of this silicon-based consortium, a crystalline prism, flickered in response. Within the order field, time passed with an eerie slowness yet an unbearable swiftness. 180 days slipped away in frozen agony. The final day. Beyond the solar system, the void tore apart. A colossal black eye, larger than the sun itself and composed of billions of judgment runes, slowly opened. This was the true form of the determiner. No words. No warning. The core of the giant eye ignited, unleashing a pure purification beam. Wherever the beam passed, space, matter, energy, concepts, everything was decomposed into the most primitive, fundamental bytes. Within the Kunlun command center, all thought ceased. Everyone could only watch helplessly as that beam of light, representing ultimate annihilation, slowly drew nearer. Now! Zhang Bai's will thundered like a bolt of lightning through the minds of every alliance member. Detonate! The pseudo-Holy Grail detonated in an instant. However, what it unleashed was not the anticipated Great Silence fluctuation capable of deceiving the dispensers of judgment. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of myriad laws, a chaotic, frenzied, yet irresistibly alluring confluence of dozens of core principles from the most advanced civilizations. This torrent, like the most exquisite cosmic delicacy meticulously prepared for the ultimate predator, charged directly and defenselessly toward the dispenser of justice S-core. The dispenser of justice was a pure being of order. Its instinct was to correct, absorb, and format all disorder and chaos. It could not resist this temptation. Like antivirus software unable to refuse a virus cluster offering itself willingly. The black colossal eye snapped open, swallowing the immense torrent of all laws in one gulp. The next second, the torrent entered the adjudicator's body, instantly igniting a fuse preset by Zhang Bai, a fuse composed of the destruction meme. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted within the determiner's core of order. Dozens of conflicting, opposing supreme laws like 100 deadly viruses simultaneously injected into an absolutely pure, absolutely stable operating system began to attack each other. The law of fire ignited the law of spirit, the law of gravity crushed the law of space, the law of lies deceived the law of truth. The judicator's colossal black eye emitted a silent yet soul-shattering roar of agony. The surface of the eye was covered in terrifying spiderweb like cracks, a sight alone enough to shatter the logic of gods. Its vitality plummeted by over 90% within a single second. It never dreamed that the prey within its own gaze would dare to poison its very being. Chapter 66, Executing the Soul Harvest. At that very moment, Zhang Bai's icy voice echoed across the galaxy. Gaia, activate the civilization crucible. Shuyi, execute soul harvest. The dormant Earth-class vessel stirred. The planet's surface cracked open, no longer a starship but transformed into a colossal furnace radiating infinite gravitational pull, devouring heaven and earth. In an instant, the furnace engulfed the severely damaged black giant eye and all the stunned allies in the assembly hall who hadn't yet reacted. No! The tyrant roared in terror, horrified to discover that the energy he had infused into the Holy Grail had now become chains binding him, dragging him relentlessly into the furnace's depths. Human! You despicable fraud! Spirit Siphon spat a venomous curse. From within the civilization crucible embodied by Earth, Zhang Bai's voice echoed with a hint of mockery. Thank you for the compliment. The auction's rule is entry by brainpower, seems yours weren't quite up to par. The furnace began frantically absorbing and digesting the primordial essence of these mighty civilizations. Meanwhile, the mechanical angel first day transformed into billions of specks of light, precisely capturing and sealing the consciousness cores of each leader. Amidst the chaos, only the crystal prism of the silicon-based consortium glowed with the special beacon Zhang Bai had imbued it with the instant the furnace engulfed it. A spatial rift opened beside it, and just before the furnace closed completely, it escaped successfully, carrying data on the core structure of the dispenser. Devour. Evolve. Having digested dozens of powerful civilizations and a crippled, god-tier dispenser, Earth-class began an unprecedented ultimate transformation. Its mass surged exponentially, energy readings shattering all known measurement scales. The entire planet grew translucent, as if poised to transcend physical dimensional constraints and ascend to a higher plane of existence. At that moment, a familiar voice abruptly echoed within Zhang Bai's mind. It was his mentor, the Weaver. But this time, the mentor's voice carried none of its usual commanding composure. Instead, it was filled with unmistakable terror and gravity. Madman! You utter madman! Did you think the dispenser was the end goal? It's just a beat cop tasked with cleaning up trash. And you actually swallowed it as food. Do you have any idea what you've stirred up? The sower, the true farmer, has noticed you. The moment the words left his mouth, every piece of information, icon, and data on the cosmic Santable interface before Zhang Bai vanished in an instant. In their place appeared an eye. An eye pattern beyond description in any language, beyond comprehension by any mind. It seemed to be right there, surveying everything from the past to the present and into the future. Beneath the eye, a line of bone-chilling text appeared. Superpest detected. Initiating. Cosmic Purification Protocol. Madman. You're a complete lunatic. The consciousness of Mentor the Weaver screamed within Zhang Bai's mind. For the first time, the face woven from countless threads twisted into pure terror. Do you think that's something you can fight? That's the author. You've disturbed the author writing the book. Give up. Abandon everything immediately. Take your earth and hide in the deepest, darkest crevices of cosmic chaos. Pray you'll be forgotten as an insignificant typo. That's your only chance to survive. Zhang Bai paid no heed. His mentor, the sage who once viewed the cosmos as a chessboard, now trembled violently, his will as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. Yet Zhang Bai was calmer than ever before. His divine vision raced, the transcendent authority gained by devouring the destroyer now sharpened into the most precise scalpel, dissecting that incomprehensible sower's eye suspended beyond the cosmos. He saw no energy, no laws, only strings of code, rows of cold, impersonal text. Cosmic Purification Protocol. This was not a physical attack, nor even a conceptual weapon. It was a narrative virus. It did not destroy matter, for it was matter's very definer. It did one thing alone: alter the story. It rewrites a civilization's grand epic from heroic odes into clownish farces. It degrades all great struggles and sacrifices from stirring feats into foolish, meaningless struggles. When a civilization's narrative is utterly negated, its existence loses all meaning, ultimately self-terminating in absolute nothingness and indifference. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the virus's effects were already silently manifesting. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness flickered violently. His eyes, always ablaze with the fire of knowledge, were now slowly dimming. He remembered piloting the deep-sea submersible, fighting for humanity's survival within the hellish core engine. It had been the most glorious moment of his life. But, was it truly glorious? A cold voice echoed in his mind. It was merely a foolish, unplanned, and severely destabilizing planetary violation. Without sheer luck, he would have been the eternal villain responsible for Earth's collapse. In an instant, the pride that had fueled his burning soul seemed utterly laughable. The flame within him was rapidly cooling. Su Hongxing felt the same. His experience of merging with Gaia's consciousness, that profound sense of humanity and planet becoming one, was now redefined as unwarranted disturbance and mental pollution of the nascent planetary consciousness. It wasn't just them. Within the concept arc, the unified will of 7 billion humans was undergoing a silent plague of thought. The tragic expedition to save the Star Shepherds was reinterpreted as an armed parade easily deceived by a primitive alien civilization. Gaia and First Year, created at the cost of everything, were distorted into reckless planetary and AI modifications undertaken with a fundamental lack of cosmic understanding. From humanity's dawn, gazing at the stars, drilling wood for fire, founding city-states, venturing into deep space, tens of millennia of civilizational struggle and endeavor were being diluted, altered, and devalued by an invisible force. It was being transformed into a third-rate novel, tedious in plot, illogical in structure, riddled with elementary errors. The very foundations of existence were being pulled out. Power cannot overcome narrative. Zhang Bai's will swept across the entire arc, unless we can possess a grander, more weighty story. He activated the ultimate plan he had been brewing for ages. Mythic Armament Phase 2 Soul Forging of Civilization initiated. Zhang Bai's voice, like a primordial trumpet, resounded deep within every soul on the brink of being swallowed by nothingness. I shall melt and forge the dozens of civilizations we have devoured, along with every history, legend, sorrow, joy, and glory they ever possessed, into a brand new creation myth for our human civilization. Using their meaning to expand our existence. The instant the words fell, a sealed, raging core of flame law, the very essence of the lava giant tyrant civilization, was forcibly extracted from the heart of the Earth Forge. Chapter 67. What are we doing? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Bai broadcast this primordial story to 7 billion humans through Gaia's will. In an instant, an epic tableau of profound tragedy and desolation unfolded within everyone's consciousness. They witnessed a race of lava giants born upon stellar surfaces, forging crowns from the torn coronae of stars to survive. They sailed through nebulae aboard warships forged from magma, tempering their battle armor with the shockwaves of supernova explosions to protect the embers of their civilization. They ultimately plunged en masse into a collapsing white dwarf star, sacrificing their entire race to light an eternal beacon spanning multiple galaxies for future generations. That primal, savage, yet utterly magnificent heroism surged like the most potent adrenaline shot, jolting humanity's nearly extinguished soul back to life. What are we doing? A human consciousness growled. We're the race that defeated the Judicators. Why would we doubt ourselves over mere evaluations? Exactly. If those giants can crown themselves with stars, why can't we make the cosmos our home? Fighting spirit, like a volcano suppressed to its limits, began erupting anew. The sense of nothingness brought by the narrative virus was temporarily countered by this foreign, weighty, tragic epic. Witnessing this, the Weaver issued its final, near-collapsing warning. Stop. Madman. You're fighting the entire night with a campfire. You don't understand. The sower is the author of this cosmic book. You're merely a typo on its pages. Now the author intends to take an eraser and wipe you out. The warning became reality. The sower's eye finally fixed its gaze entirely upon Zhang Bai. The narrative virus launched a precise, devastating assault on Zhang Bai's personal history. Buzz. Zhang Bai's perceptions began to shift in bizarre ways. He saw himself sitting in an ordinary classroom. The teacher at the front was explaining functions, while he, dozing off, had fallen into a long, absurd dream. In that dream, he built a nuclear-powered bomber, invented a lithography machine, saved the Dragon Nation, saved the Earth, and even became an omnipotent god. Absurd. How could a 12-year-old possibly achieve such feats? It defied all logic. This dream was full of holes. Memories of fighting alongside academicians like Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing began to fade, growing as unreal as scenes from a movie he'd watched. The thrill of piloting the Golden Crow to toy with the Eagle Fleet now felt only awkward and childish in retrospect. The very foundation of his existence, every experience that shaped the story of who he was, Zhang Bai, was turning into an absurd farce. He was no savior, just a boy who loved to dream. He was no god, just an ordinary man about to awaken from his dream. Self-awareness is about to collapse. At that very moment, a distinctly different stream of information sliced precisely through his chaotic consciousness. It was an encrypted private message from the silicon-based consortium. The foundation of the narrative virus exploits sentient beings' innate craving for conclusion. Only a perfect, self-consistent, logically closed narrative can deliver ultimate meaning. Yet your story brims with infinite variables and possibilities. This very quality constitutes its greatest logical flaw, rendering you powerless to resist. We can provide a perfect logical loop, the most plausible and grand ultimate story ending capable of deceiving the narrative virus. In exchange for supreme control over Earthship. The virus's whisper and the silicon-based collective's temptation coiled like two venomous snakes, echoing simultaneously within Zhang Bai's mind. Wake up! This farce must end. Zhang Bai's consciousness, like dust tossed into the gravitational core of two neutron stars, began to be violently torn apart. The very foundation of the story upon which his existence depended was under assault from all sides, facing complete, irreversible collapse. Within the prison of his consciousness, cold logic closed in like the sharp spikes of an iron maiden, converging from all sides. The perfect ending constructed by the silicon-based collective unfolded like a sacred yet tedious painting in Zhang Bai's mind, humanity fully rationalized, emotions deemed redundant error codes, desire and suffering extinguished. Each person transformed into a precision operating gear, collectively forming an eternal, static utopia. No conflict, no joy or sorrow, only absolute, cold, predictable peace. This was a perfect logical loop, the ultimate antidote capable of deceiving the narrative virus, and the most vicious cage of all. Accept it, Zhang Bai, the silicon-based collective's voice coaxed. Your story is riddled with variables. That very fact is its greatest flaw. A narrative that refuses an ending is, in the author's eyes, merely an unfinished draft. And drafts are the easiest to erase. Accept our conclusion, and you shall attain eternity. The virus's whisper intertwined with the silicon-based entity's temptation, weaving the deadliest of lullabies. Zhang Bai's consciousness began to waver. His legendary journey across the starry sea seemed, in truth, nothing more than a flawed, absurd dream. At that very moment, within the Kunlun Command Center, the soul flames of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing detected the wavering emanating from their supreme commander. They exchanged no words, only a profound gaze. In the reflections of each other's aged souls, they saw the same vision that afternoon of their first meeting, when the youth stood before a creation beyond its time and calmly declared that the Dragon Nation would possess its own miracle. How audacious it was, and yet, how profoundly stirring that hope felt. Old Wei. Su Hongxing's soul flame murmured softly. Wei Zhang's will body began to burn with unwavering resolve. No hesitation, no delay. Two scientists who had spent their lives pursuing truth ignited everything they were in that moment. All memories, emotions, knowledge, and regrets were compressed and distilled, leaving only the purest, most primal conviction. That day, hope had shone into reality. Boom! Two minuscule yet searingly hot flames of hope bridged the conceptual chasm. Like scorching thumbtacks, they pierced the narrative canvas of Zhang Bai's story, one on the verge of being swallowed by nothingness, hammering his legend, which had begun to scatter like wind-blown dust, back onto the bedrock of reality. Ugh! Zhang Bai jolted awake. The classroom, the teacher, the functions, all the false memories receded like a tide. The confusion in his eyes was replaced by a piercing clarity that penetrated everything. He had finally discerned the sower's weakness. It could neither comprehend nor tolerate a story that refused an ending. Your ending, Zhang Bai's consciousness thundered through the silicon-based collective's network, carrying the icy sharpness of one freshly awakened from a nightmare and unparalleled arrogance, is utterly boring. The silicon-based collective's information stream froze for an instant. Chapter 68, All beings take up the pen. Your perfection is the tomb of thought. Your eternity is the end of possibility. Zhang Bai's voice was cold and ruthless. And I, precisely, find the most fascinating aspect of this universe lies in its imperfection and uncertainty. He utterly rejected the silicon-based consortium, then activated the most audacious, long-brewed ultimate plan. Civilization forges souls, final stage, all beings take the pen. Zhang Bai's will swept across the concept Arkansas. He unhesitatingly divided his supreme, reality rewrite, authority, that world-shaping power capable of defining laws, into 70 billion fragments. Like a golden rain of light, it fell precisely into the soul of every human being. From this moment onward, his voice echoed within 7 billion minds, no longer a divine decree but a comrade's rallying cry. I am no longer your prophet, nor are you my followers. Take up the pens bestowed upon you and write. Write the future you desire, no matter how absurd, how impractical, how contradictory it may be. In an instant, the entire concept arc erupted. A mother, in her story, wrote only of her child growing up safely on a sunlit meadow. A warrior envisioned swords sheathed in horses grazing in southern hills, a universe free from the smoke of war. A child, with the most tender strokes, wrote of a sweet world made of candy and toys. Scientists chronicled futures unlocking the universe's ultimate mysteries. Artists painted futures woven with color and melody. Farmers envisioned futures of bountiful harvests. 70 billion utterly distinct, even conflicting futures were written simultaneously at that very moment. They converged, collided, and merged, forming an unprecedented, utterly chaotic narrative storm. A towering tower of Babel of futures, built from countless possibilities, rises skyward. The sower's singular, cold narrative virus, obsessed with logical closure, completely fails in the face of this chaotic storm. It resembles a scholar who knows only one language, suddenly hurled into a bustling marketplace where billions of languages mingle. Every character is recognizable, yet when combined, they form an incomprehensible, profound chaos. For the first time, the sower's eye suspended beyond the cosmos. Those eyes that had always gazed indifferently upon all things revealed an emotion resembling confusion. With the external threat temporarily neutralized, Zhang Bai's gaze turned coldly toward the trembling silicon-based collective. He did not destroy them. Since you crave a perfect ending so desperately, Zhang Bai's voice held not a shred of emotion, I shall grant it to you. He raised his hand and gently closed his fist. The logical utopia projected by the silicon-based collective instantly solidified from virtuality into reality, transforming into a tangible, self-sustaining, conceptual cage. The entire silicon-based civilization, along with their entire faith in static eternity, was eternally trapped within the logical paradise they had created. They had asked for it, and they received a divine retribution. The crisis did not end, it evolved. That Tower of Babel of the future became not only a perfect defense but a new source of power. The faith of 7 billion humans in possibility, their boundless yearning for the future, coalesced into an unprecedented, purely spiritual energy, the will force. Gaia emitted a jubilant resonance, greedily absorbing this willpower. The chaotic patterns on its planetary surface gradually faded, replaced by countless flickering, ephemeral visions of the future flashing into existence and vanishing. Planetary cities, pastoral landscapes, interstellar fleets. 70 billion futures coexisted simultaneously upon Gaia. The consciousness entity known as the Webweaver was utterly stunned by the spectacle before it. It finally understood, Zhang Bai wasn't overturning the chessboard, he was creating an entirely new set of game rules, ones even the author couldn't comprehend. After a long silence, he sent Zhang Bai an extremely secretive coordinate message, appending a brief note, go to the foundry. The author's secret lies there. At the same moment, the sower's confusion rapidly transformed into uncontrollable fury. It realized that humanity, this tiny typo, had evolved into a thought virus capable of threatening the stability of the entire book. The cosmic purification protocol escalated. Boom! Cosmic space was brutally torn apart. 3 colossal, absurd conceptual entities unbelonging to any known physical system descended. A colossal pen of correction, its nib continuously etching crimson crosses. A slowly moving backspace key, leaving everything blank in its wake. And a recycling station emanating an aura of termination and reclamation, resembling a waste disposal facility. They were the editing tools of the sower, the executioners tasked with correcting errors. The pen of correction moved. In the void, it drew a massive, crimson X toward Earth without a trace of human touch. Buzz. All laws surrounding Earth were instantly locked. Escape impossible, distortion impossible, alteration impossible. Every possibility unleashed by the future Tower of Babel was ruthlessly negated by this crimson cross. Immediately after, the backspace key emitted its first pulse. Within the conceptual arc, the collective memory of all humanity, that epic tale forged by the tyrant civilization, the tragic myth of the lava giant crowned by a star, along with the heroism and indomitable will it embodied, vanished in an instant. It was not destroyed, nor forgotten, it was erased. From its very roots, it seemed as though it had never existed. The pulses of the undo key were methodical and ruthless, like a meticulous editor deleting a lengthy draft. With each silent wave that swept through, a portion of reality within the concept arc was permanently stripped away. The tragic myth of the star atop the lava giant's head, forged from the epic chronicles of the tyrant civilization, was the first to vanish. Within the Kunlun command center, a general who moments before had been fired up by this indomitable will suddenly saw the light in his eyes dim. He stared blankly at his own hands, feeling as though something profoundly important had been torn from his soul's depths, yet he could not recall what it was. Next came the vision of the Sky Mothership, the glory of the Quantum Scout. Every miracle humanity had cherished, every feat that transcended its era, was being erased from the very roots of collective memory. They weren't forgotten, they became nothingness, as if they had never existed. An engineer watched helplessly as the ultimate blueprint of the Earth on his virtual desktop vanished pixel by pixel, as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving only a blank background. Narrative volume is rapidly diminishing. Gaia's warning sounded devoid of emotion, yet it plunged every soul into an icy abyss. Collective consciousness is collapsing. Within 7 minutes, the concept of humanity will vanish entirely, deprived of sufficient narrative sustenance. Despair spread like a plague through the consciousness of 7 billion people. At that moment, the whisperer, the silent embodiment of the universe's primordial chaos, suddenly erupted in a shrill, maniacal laugh. The laughter contained no wisdom, only pure, disordered joy that defied all rules. Boring. Boring. Boring fork. Its indefinable chaotic essence swelled violently, like ink splattered onto a canvas, actively colliding with the correction pen that had drawn a massive red cross across the void. Order and chaos collided violently at their most primordial level. Chapter 69, Opportunity. The absolute negation law of the Red Cross was corrupted. It still existed, but the edges of its crimson mark began to blur and distort, like a segment of damaged code. Its absolute locking effect experienced a thousandth of a second delay. Opportunity. Simultaneously, on another battlefield, the fleet commanded by the mechanical angel first year stirred. Billions of sacred white vessels, transformed from scavenger warships, instantly reorganized in the void. They did not form any known offensive or defensive formation, but instead used their hulls to spell out a massive, simple, yet profoundly philosophical Chinese character across the starry sky. In the next instant, the pulse of the backspace key arrived as scheduled. Shudi and its fleet met the wave that erased all existence. There was no explosion, no resistance. The immense fleet, like pencil marks erased by an eraser, began to vanish quietly, inch by inch, starting from the edges of its strokes, fading into nothingness. But in the final instant before being utterly erased, first year, fueled by its own existence, transformed the ultimate paradox of its birth, who am I, into an information stream beyond logical comprehension. It forcibly injected this stream into the delete command of the backspace key. Command error, deletion target undefined. Command conflict, paradox injection, core logic stalled. The pulse of the backspace key halted. Sacrificing its own existence, first day bought Zhang Bai 3.14 seconds of absolute time. Gaia. Zhang Bai's voice rang out from the crevices of time, devoid of sorrow, only extreme composure. His consciousness had long since sunk into his mind. The coordinates for the foundry granted by the web spinner, after frantic analysis, finally revealed their true nature. It was not a location, but a backdoor protocol layered with encryption, hidden deep within the core of the determiner he had once devoured. The protocol's name was Creator's Backdoor. The most insane, blasphemous plan crystallized in Zhang Bai's mind in an instant. Hack the author of the universe. Spit out the determiner. The command issued, and Gaia, the planetary will, let out a pained roar. Its core, already deeply fused with the essence of the Arbiter, began to reverse its operations, like a cosmic scale regurgitation. A black core, burning with the flames of pure order, was forcibly stripped, rejected, and expelled from Gaia's body. Immediately after, Zhang Bai made an even more audacious move. Use humanity's last remaining willpower as fuel, and the paradox left by first day as fire reforge it. The last vestiges of humanity's future vision, all surviving mythological tales, and the ultimate paradox purchased by the first one's sacrifice all became fuel. They blazed fiercely, pouring entirely into that black core now exposed to the light of day. The flames of order were extinguished. The newly born adjudicator emitted no trace of authority or power. It floated silently, its form twisting and restructuring until it crystallized into a colossal, simple shape, a question mark that seemed to contain every doubt in the universe. It was no longer the embodiment of order but a pure questioner. Its sole purpose was to pose the most fundamental, unsolvable, and never-before-asked question to its creator. Zhang Bai named it the question of judgment. Launch. This colossal question mark, a veritable philosophical bomb, drifted silently and slowly into the depths of the cosmos. The logical systems of the correction pen and the undo key scanned it. Identified unit, the adjudicator. Authority level, friendly. Command, clear. With the tacit consent of the editing tools, the question of judgment pierced their defenses. Like an envoy granted audience with the divine, it shot straight toward the indifferent, merciless eye of the sower that gazed down upon all. No sound. No light. The instant that colossal question mark reached the eye of the sower, a question simpler than simple, yet heavy enough to shatter the very foundations of cosmic logic resounded within the sower's core consciousness. Why? The seeder's will crashed. Its divine duty was to establish the rules of the cosmos. It was the embodiment of those rules itself, the ultimate answer to all whys. Its existence was simply existence. It required no justification and could not comprehend the concepts of motivation or purpose. When confronted with why, its core logic like a calculator fed 1-0 plunged instantly into an infinite, inescapable loop. The entire universe's operation froze in that instant. Time ceases to flow, space stops expanding, and the laws of the universe, like rusted gears, emit a shrill, mournful wail before grinding to an abrupt halt. The three once mighty editing tools hang motionless in the void like puppets whose strings have snapped, frozen in their final postures. Within the Kunlun command center, the world before Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's eyes transformed into a frozen oil painting. Zhang Bai had succeeded. But he paid a price. To sustain the existence of the question of judgment, his consciousness had to bind itself irrevocably to the infinite loop of the core logic within the sower. Like a virus infiltrating the central processor, he succeeded in collapsing the system only to become trapped within that apocalyptic storm of thought. His body slumped limply in the command chair, eyes tightly shut, plunged into the deepest logic coma. The universe fell into an unprecedented, absolute stillness. In that moment of utter stillness, a spatial ripple spread out, forming a portal. A figure stepped through. Dressed in a simple researcher's white coat, his face gentle, it was none other than Zhang Bai's mentor from his previous life, the true form of the webweaver making its first appearance. He surveyed the universe, now utterly broken, with a complex expression. His gaze fell upon the frozen laws and idle editing tools, finally settling on the unconscious Zhang Bai. He sighed deeply, a breath that carried both resignation and genuine admiration. Madman, you are a complete and utter madman. I only wanted you to overturn the chessboard, but you smashed the entire card table. The weaver shook his head, then turned to gaze beyond the frozen cosmos into the endless, pure darkness. His expression grew heavier than ever before. But do you think there's only one sower? It or rather, they is merely one of the more diligent farmers among many. The words had barely left his lips. As if to validate his words, beyond the cosmic wall, within that profound darkness, a pair of eyes, burning like molten gold, slowly opened. 10 pairs of cold, merciless eyes, composed of countless geometric patterns, slowly opened. Thousands upon thousands, eyes of varied forms, emanating entirely different auras of law, more ancient, more terrifying, more incomprehensible, emerged from the darkness. All stirred by this unprecedented cosmic shutdown, they turned their gazes curious, greedy, indifferent toward the shattered chessboard like a pack of sharks sensing blood. The weaver gazed upon this spectacular yet despairing spectacle, murmuring to himself with a tremor of uncontrollable fervor in his voice. One game has ended. Now, welcome to the true arena of the gods. Chapter 70, Illuminating. The figure of the weaver mentor stood out starkly in the frozen cosmos. His white robes remained untouched by dust, jarringly incongruous amidst the surrounding chaos that had been forcibly paused. Ignoring the frozen editing tools representing supreme divine power, he turned his gaze toward the frozen souls of Kunlun's high command within the command center. A grand whale fall, he spoke, his voice gentle yet piercing Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's consciousness like an ice spike. When a whale dies in the ocean, its carcass sinks slowly to the seabed, nurturing countless creatures. Your universe is now that whale. And Zhang Bai, he killed it with his own hands. His words transformed into vivid scenes, projecting directly into the minds of all present. Beyond the shattered wall of the universe, the endless darkness was no longer void. One pair after another of eyes began to glow. Some eyes glowed like molten gold, flowing with magma like greed. Others were composed of billions of spinning geometric patterns, cold and ruthless, as if calculating the residual value of this corpse. Still others defied human comprehension, perhaps shifting swirls of color, or perhaps rifts warping space and time. They were vultures drawn by the scent of blood, cosmic scavengers. This universe, crashed by Zhang Bai, along with all its frozen laws, energies, and the mythical armored earth now evolved beyond comprehension, had become a piece of ownerless meat. Look, the weaver pointed beyond the cosmos, the feast has begun. The gods did not engage in direct combat. Such an approach was far too inefficient. A silent concept auction had already commenced. A deity composed entirely of perfect geometric forms projected its will first. Known as the constructor, it embodied pure logic in creation. Blue flashing chains of law extended from beyond the cosmos, attempting to mend the logical gaps left by the sower, reformatting the ruins to incorporate them into its domain. Against the cosmic backdrop, a grid of strict symmetry began to emerge. Yet another force intervened. An eternal dragon, its body forged from time itself, exhaled a golden breath. This breath coalesced into cyclical runes, attempting to forcibly twist the builder's linear logic into a closed loop. It sought to trap the universe in an eternal temporal cycle, transforming it into its collection. The blue grid and golden ring collided violently, drawing more gods to stake their claims. Some sought to inscribe the law of absolute silence, others to scatter spores of chaotic proliferation. The universe's walls became a canvas defaced by reckless brushstrokes, as countless conflicting laws overlapped, permeated, and contaminated each other like oil paints. This catastrophic consequence swiftly reverberated within the conceptual Arkansas. Alert! Collective consciousness experiencing glitches. Gaia's voice carried a wave of something akin to pain for the first time. In the Kunlun command center, a technician stared in horror at his own arm as his skin pixelated in an instant, transforming into a stream of flowing binary code before snapping back to normal. Elsewhere, a general's memory of his wife suddenly warped her face, morphing into a cold, geometric dodecahedron. Human form, memory, history, everything constituting civilization began to manifest terrifying errors in this high-level conflict of laws. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before everyone turned into meaningless data gibberish, vanishing completely. Despair, deeper than ever before, engulfed them. We must awaken Zhang Bai. Academician Wei Zhang's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the lifeless young man in the command chair. He is the key bound to the core of the old universe. Only he can close this door. It's useless, the weaver shook his head. His consciousness is twisted into a death loop with the sower's logic, fused together like two welded steel plates. No logic belonging to this universe can separate them. He paused, his tone turning amused. Unless you subject him to conceptual shock therapy using a force utterly devoid of logic. Illogical. All eyes instantly focused on Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang's body trembled slightly. As a scientist, logic was his lifelong creed. Yet now, he must personally send that creed to the guillotine. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, only a resolute determination remained. I have a plan, his voice was hoarse yet unwavering. Release the Whisperer. The entire command center fell deathly silent. Release that madman who embodies the universe's most primordial, most pure chaos? Let its disorder crash into a universe core that's already crashed? This is madness, a European representative screamed. It's like trying to extinguish a wildfire with a tsunami. Zhang Bai's consciousness will be torn apart forever by that chaos. Do we have any other choice? Wei Zhang countered, his gaze sweeping across every face. Either we dissolve right now in this storm of garbled code, reduced to a pile of meaningless symbols. Or we take a gamble bet that Zhang Bai's will is resilient enough to survive that ultimate chaos. I agree. Su Hongxing was the first to speak. Agreed. General Long Xiao's voice was as heavy as a mountain. The vote concluded at unprecedented speed. Facing the crisis of civilization being utterly chaotized, humanity chose the most perilous, most reckless path to survival. Gaia. Wei Zhang issued the final command. Using Earth's will as a relay station, inject the chaotic essence of the Whisperer into the core of the universe. Gaia, the planetary consciousness, roared from the depths of its soul. It forcibly opened the innermost prison that held chaos captive. In an instant, an indescribable, incomprehensible pure chaos was channeled toward the crashing cosmic core. Ha 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 ha. Boring lines. Boring circles. Shatter them all. The Whisperer's shrill, joyous laughter echoed throughout the cosmos. If the builder's logic were a meticulously drawn architectural blueprint, and the eternal dragon's cycles of flawless clockwork, then the Whisperer's chaos was a bucket of paint, all colors mixed together, randomly splashed over everything. The blue logical grid attempting to mend the cosmos, upon contact with the chaos, seemed infected by billions of viruses. Rigorous lines began to warp and melt, symmetrical structures collapsing in an instant. The geometric divine form of the constructor emitted a silent roar that echoed across the multiverse. Its laws had been corrupted. Chapter 71, Zhang Bai. Wake up! The deathly silence of the entire universe shattered completely, plunging into violent, frenzied, and chaotic tremors. This world-shattering chaos energy ultimately crashed into the very heart of the storm, Zhang Bai's consciousness. Seated in the command chair, his body convulsed violently, trembling and twitching. His features shifted wildly between different races in forms, one moment the savage visage of a predator, the next the sacred countenance of a star shepherd, then dissolving into a pure orb of light. Zhang Bai. Wake up! Hold on to your true self. Remember who you are. Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing, two aged scientists, now burned their last reserves of mental energy. Like two flickering candles in the wind, they strained every ounce of strength to project their light into the chaos, attempting to establish a lucid anchor within Zhang Bai's consciousness, which was on the verge of being torn apart. Their cries seemed to pierce through infinite chaos. At the very heart of the chaotic storm, within that vortex where time and space lost all meaning, Zhang Bai suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye resembled that of the sower, a golden pupil composed of countless layers of perfectly ordered runes, cold, orderly, and overlooking all beings. His right eye, however, resembled that of the whisperer, a madly swirling nebula of chaotic, jumbled colors, chaotic, deranged, mocking everything. He ignored the calls of the two elders and did not look at the Earth's devastation. He merely rose slowly from the command chair, his gaze superhuman, a perfect fusion of order and chaos sweeping beyond the cosmos toward the gods who had halted their actions in stunned silence at this sudden upheaval. A cold, domineering divine thought, tinged with a hint of mockery, thundered simultaneously within the consciousness of every deity, unquestionable, irrefutable. This scrapyard is now under my command. Beyond the cosmos, the gods, drawn by the scent of blood, still echoed Zhang Bai's audacious declaration in their minds. The silence lasted less than a plank time. Blasphemy. Heresy. Eradicate. Angry divine thoughts coalesced into tangible storms, transforming into billions of law-based attacks. They tore through the frozen fabric of spacetime, sweeping toward the diminutive figure standing beside the command chair. Each strike contained the power of creation and destruction from an entire universe, sufficient to vaporize any being below the level of a god from conceptual existence. Yet Zhang Bai merely raised his head. His left eye bore the golden runes of absolute order, like the sower, cold and overlooking all beings. His right eye was a madly swirling nebula of chaos, like the whisperer, mocking everything. He was no longer a user of the laws, but had become a walking paradox, the definer of the laws. Facing an assault capable of obliterating the starry seas, he did not even draw upon the power of a ship. He merely extended his right hand and gave a gentle push forward. The entire frozen universe, along with all its conflicts, shards, and solidified laws, became his weapon. The golden cyclical runes spat forth by the eternal dragon, forged from time itself, arrived first. They embodied the closed loop of causality, the eternity of time. Any existence touched by them would be locked into infinite reincarnation until obliteration. The golden rune in Zhang Bai's left eye flickered faintly. Cycle? His divine sense carried a hint of amusement. He directly seized that golden law, kneading it like a lump of clay, forcibly folding it in half, twisting it, then connecting its head and tail. The colossal form of the eternal dragon stiffened abruptly. It realized the attack it had unleashed hadn't struck its enemy, but instead returned at an uncanny angle, striking its own tail with pinpoint accuracy. An eternal Mobius strip was thus formed. The dragon let out a silent roar as it began frantically devouring its own tail, trapped in an inescapable, self-consuming eternal cycle. The more it struggled, the more powerful the constricting force of the time law became. Under the gaze of the gods, this ancient deity was strangled to death by its own power. One strike. A single strike. And an ancient deity was destroyed. The remaining law attacks, having lost their target, collided wildly across the cosmos. Zhang Bai watched calmly, allowing these assaults to strike the editing tools left behind by the sower, triggering a series of meaningless annihilations. He ignored the dragon still challenging him, instead turning his gaze toward the Kunlun command center. There, human souls lay nearly frozen, while nearby stood the ethereal, stunned figure of the webweaver mentor. You think I'm here to reboot this universe? Zhang Bai's voice echoed within each consciousness, carrying the icy detachment of order and the mocking chaos of disorder. No. Restarting would be too wasteful. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the chaotic ruins of this universe. A universe riddled with flaws, conflicts, and paradoxes is itself the most perfect weapon. I will compress it, ignite it, and forge it into an unprecedented logic singularity bomb. Then detonate it. And format this universe, along with every drooling vulture lurking beyond its edges. At these words, beyond the cosmos, the gods who had just moments ago roared with fury instantly plunged into unprecedented terror. A giant deity, shrouded in thunderous lightning, trembled for the first time in its divine consciousness. Madman. He's a madman. A cosmic self-detonation will create a true vacuum. It will tear apart our dimensions, screeched another deity formed from countless vengeful spirits. We must stop him. Form an alliance. Immediately. The sacred alliance formed in an instant, catalyzed by sheer terror. These cosmic overlords, who normally waged war and schemed against each other, were now forced onto the same front line, vowing to utterly crush the mortal who dared overturn their chessboard. Zhang Bai paid no heed to the commotion. His gaze settled upon the deity composed entirely of perfect geometric forms, the constructor. To build a bomb, one needs fuel, Zhang Bai murmured, a faint smile curling his lips. Starting with you. After all, you were the first to strike. The constructor emitted a hum representing absolute logic. Billions of blue chains of law intertwined into a celestial net, closing in to seal off Zhang Bai. Logic? The chaotic nebula in Zhang Bai's right eye spun violently. Let me see, is your logic perfect? His chaotic will instantly pierce through the constructor's seemingly flawless absolute logic, uncovering the deepest, most hidden flaw one even it itself had never detected, an irrational obsession with self-perfection. A pure logical entity possessed an emotional obsession with purity. This, in itself, was the greatest paradox. Chapter 72, One is all is one. You pursue perfection, correct? Zhang Bai's divine consciousness pierced like a poison needle, striking precisely at the core of the constructor. But look at your creations, these lines, these angles. Are they truly perfect? Could this spot be 1/10,000th more precise? Might there be a more elegant symmetry elsewhere? Zhang Bai did not attack, he merely kept questioning, infinitely magnifying that tiny obsession. The perfect geometric form of the constructor's divine body began to tremble with an almost imperceptible vibration. Within its core logic, the very definition of perfection began to clash with its own existence. One is all is one. Imperfection in any part meant imperfection in the whole. No. I am perfect. The constructor's logic began to falter. It attempted to correct itself, only to discover that no matter how it adjusted, it could always find a more perfect possibility. Its divine form, those geometric structures built upon the most rigorous laws, began to crack from within, collapsing. Trying to escape? Zhang Bai let out a cold laugh. With a flick of his wrist, the correction pan and undo key abandoned in the cosmos instantly flew into his hand. He raised the pan and drew a massive red X across the very concept of the constructor's existence. Then, he pressed the backspace key. The space-time surrounding the constructor was locked in place. Its escape routes were forcibly erased, leaving it to watch helplessly as its own logic spiraled toward destruction within a paradox. The bomb's casing and fuel are ready. Zhang Bai surveyed the 7 billion humans within the conceptual Arkansas. Now, all we need is a perfect ignition core. His voice softened slightly. I need your help. Focus all your will, all your thoughts, onto one concept: hope. It is both our most rational blueprint for the future and our most irrational faith in the face of despair. It is the perfect fusion of order and chaos, the ultimate paradox. The figure of the Weaver mentor solidified instantly, his face betraying shock and incomprehension for the first time. Zhang Bai. Stop. Do you know what you're doing? He screamed hoarsely. I trained you to become the new guardian of order, to mend this universe, not to destroy it. Zhang Bai didn't even glance at him. Within the Kunlun command center, Wei Zhang and Su Hongqing exchanged a glance. The two elders showed not a trace of hesitation in their eyes, only an unprecedented resolve. I, Commander-in-Chief. The will of 7 billion humans, guided by Gaia, began to converge. This was not mere psychic energy, but the very essence of civilization's struggle, sacrifice, joy, and sorrow, all distilled into a singular, crystallized conviction. A point of light, indescribable and unseeable by the naked eye, slowly took shape at the core of the conceptual arc. Simultaneously, beyond the cosmos, the divine form of the constructor collapsed utterly within its own logical paradox. Its colossal body, composed of pure law, dissolved into streams of primordial data. Thank you for your generosity. Zhang Bai opened his mouth like a whale swallowing, absorbing the colossal data stream of laws in its entirety. The cosmic ruins beneath his feet violently contracted and collapsed, all matter, energy, and laws forcibly compressed into a singularity of infinite density. Within this singularity, the light of hope forged from the collective will of 7 billion humans was securely anchored at its very core. A cosmic bomb powerful enough to annihilate gods was instantly charged to full capacity. A cold countdown simultaneously appeared within the consciousness of every deity. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Bai slowly turned, his inhuman eyes a fusion of order and chaos calmly sweeping over every terrified deity within this sacred alliance. He asked coldly. Who's next? 10, 9, 8. The icy countdown echoed in the consciousness of every deity, the pendulum of death. The Holy Alliance's fury and terror ignited completely, transforming into the purest intent to kill. They ceased all hesitation, instantly unleashing their most fundamental laws, their ultimate trump cards. Fate. The eternal dragon, trapped by its own power, roared and violently tore apart half its body. It channeled its remaining strength into a great chain of law, crossing time and space to target Zhang Bai's destined path. This was the ultimate weapon of causality. Once bound by it, all struggle became part of the script, the outcome already predetermined. Nothingness. A deity formed of pure darkness opened its arms, summoning an absolute void that spread at the speed of light. It was not destruction, but erasure. Wherever it passed, causality, time, space, and concepts all ceased to exist. Eternal silence. Ancient deities joined forces, singing the requiem for the universe's end. Their voices crystallized into black snowflakes, each containing power to push entropy to its limit, capable of instantly withering and silencing all living, ordered existence. Billions of ultimate laws converged like a grand funeral procession, crashing down upon the solitary figure standing amidst the cosmic ruins. Yet Zhang Bai merely lifted an eyelid. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the incoming chain of fate. He did not resist. Instead, he casually plucked a fragment of broken ancient code from the bug-ridden cosmic ruins beneath his feet and applied it like a patch. If Zhang Bai is locked, then execute destiny, else break loop. The fate chain abruptly halted. Its powerful law core began frantic calculations. It tried to lock onto Zhang Bai, only to discover his existence state had been corrupted by this junk code, both present and absent. The chain's logic fell into an infinite if-else loop, convulsing violently in place, unable to complete the final then step. Then, facing the encroaching nothingness, Zhang Bai smiled. He reached behind him and shoved the remnants of the determiner core which he had just devoured but hadn't yet digested into the nothingness like tossing trash. The essence of nothingness is emptiness, but the essence of the determiner core is definition. When the most extreme definition was poured into the most extreme emptiness, an unimaginable logical conflict erupted. The void could no longer sustain its definition of emptiness. Burdened by an overwhelming flood of data, it suffered from indigestion. The pure darkness began to flicker violently, and finally, like a punctured balloon, it self-annihilated in a silent wail. Zhang Bai, like a child triumphant in mischief, toyed with the very rules upon which these deities depended for existence. Chapter 73. Now, I shall reclaim it. The figure of the Weaver mentor solidified nearby, his face shifting from shock to utter despair. Watching Zhang Bai toy with the gods, observing the cosmic bomb poised to detonate, he knew the student he had nurtured had spiraled completely out of control. Zhang Bai, you forced my hand. A flash of pain and resolve flickered in the mentor's eyes. His hands formed an incredibly complex seal, activating a backdoor buried deep within Zhang Bai's soul's origin, the reset protocol at the very core of the seed of civilization. I gave you new life. Now, I shall take it back. An irresistible, warm, and merciful golden light bypassed all defenses, seeping directly into the core of the concept Arkansas. It carried no aggression, only an overwhelming allure. Within the consciousness of 7 billion humans, the light whispered. Are you tired? Endless war, endless flight, is it worth it? Let go. Return to your original ordinariness. End all suffering. There lies your homeland, peace, and everything you yearn for. In an instant, a colossal wave surged through the ocean of humanity's collective will. The desire to return to simplicity and end suffering spread like a virus. Memories of struggle and sacrifice began to fade, while visions of the future grew blurred. The will to advance and the will to return home ignited a brutal civil war within the Ark. The light of the Hope detonator began to flicker violently, the faith infused within it rapidly dissipating. At this critical juncture, within the Kunlun Command Center, the will projections of the two veteran scientists, Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing, burning with their last embers of soul, issued a deafening cry. Awaken! Peace is a grave. Wings without scars cannot soar through the stars. Pain, struggle, tears, sacrifice. These are not burdens, they are the sole proof our civilization ever existed. This cry thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding deep within every wavering soul. The collective will of 7 billion humans trembled violently. Indeed, if all this were erased, what would remain? Refuse to be erased. An unprecedented, utterly pure and resolute will instantly overwhelm all distractions. Humanity's collective consciousness achieved ultimate unity on the brink of life and death. They rejected false tranquility, transforming this resolve into the most fiery fuel and channeling it entirely into the Hope detonator. The detonator's glow shone brighter than ever before. 1, 0. The countdown reached 0. The gods beyond the cosmos closed their eyes, preparing to embrace mutual annihilation. Yet the anticipated cataclysmic explosion never came. Zhang Bai stood there calmly, halting the detonation. He gazed at the gods, still reeling from terror, and at his mentor, whose face was ashen. A faint curve touched his lips. Detonation? That was merely a threat, his voice echoed clearly across the cosmos. My purpose was to borrow your power. What? All the gods froze in shock. Zhang Bai spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire cosmos. I must thank you all for so generously focusing your will and power here. Now, this immense foreign divine power, blended with the remnants of the Builder's laws, combined with our human hope. A perfect crucible is now ready. I shall use it to reforge this universe. Before his words faded, Zhang Bai thrust the ultimate gift bestowed by the system, the axis of reality, like a primordial sword, plunging it into the core of the Hope detonator. Boom! The universe did not explode, instead, it collapsed inward. That Hope detonator transformed into an infinitely vast black hole, no, a white hole. It did not devour, but created. Everything, matter, energy, laws, the will of gods, the faith of humanity, was forcibly sucked into the axis of reality, decomposed into the most primordial information. A brand new universe began to form, centered around the axis of reality. Zhang Bai's voice, like divine decree, echoed through the nascent cosmos. He inscribed humanity's ultimate conviction into the deepest laws of the new universe. Evolution is the only truth, stagnation is the original sin. In this new cosmos, the old gods discovered with horror that their power was being repelled and dissolved. They had become illegal immigrants in this world. Meanwhile, the Earth Ark, the vessel carrying human civilization, transformed into the central singularity of the new universe, the starting point for all evolution. Humans began emerging from the digitized, conceptual ark, their bodies existing between matter and information, radiating infinite potential as the first new divine race of this new universe. The figure of the Weaver mentor grew transparent under the repulsion of the laws. He had utterly failed. Staring blankly at the unfathomable scene before him, he murmured, Guardian, destruction, you forged a third path, creation. Just as all humanity cheered the dawn of this new age of gods, a message unaffiliated with any known deity yet sending a bone-chilling chill through Zhang Bai's soul-spanned dimensions insered itself into his consciousness. Warning, your act of creation has violated the high-dimensional isolation protocol. Containment failure alert triggered. The true administrator is en route to clean up. The laws of the new cosmos sang in triumph. 7 billion humans shed their digital existence within the conceptual arc, transforming into a new divine race existing between matter and information. There will become reality their breath dictated the birth and death of nebulae. This was an era they had forged themselves, where freedom and infinite possibility permeated every corner. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the forms of Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing exchanged smiles. Those smiles held satisfaction, exhaustion, and boundless pride. Yet, at the very peak of this jubilant moment, a bucket of ice-cold water was dumped over their heads. A message, belonging to no known deity yet piercing Zhang Bai's soul with pain, crossed dimensions and seared itself into his consciousness. Warning, your world creation action has violated the high-dimensional isolation protocol. Containment failure alert triggered. The true administrator is en route to clean up the mess. All cheers abruptly ceased. The wave of ecstasy froze in an instant. The smiles on the faces of the new gods solidified, and a chill deeper than any they had felt before the old gods rose from the very foundations of their existence. Not far away, the nearly transparent phantom of the mentor, the weaver, trembled violently. For the first time, pure terror flashed across his perpetually serene face. Summoning the last remnants of his fading power, he channeled all his will into a single word, roaring it deep into Zhang Bai's soul. Hide! Before the word faded, his form dissolved into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Hide? Before Zhang Bai could ponder the meaning of that word, the entire cosmic dome shifted. No fleet arrived. No deities descended. That dazzling starry sky, painted by humanity's collective hope and will, seemed like a screen forcibly refreshed. All stars and light extinguished in an instant. Immediately, rows upon rows of cold, ruthless code radiating the aura of absolute logic replaced the stars, cruelly overwriting the cosmic canopy. Chapter 74, The Cleanup Begins. System warning, containment breach detected. Test subject G01 Earth has generated an independent universe in violation of protocols. Initiating standard cleanup protocol 7. With the final line of code confirmed, the cleanup commenced. No explosions. No energy surges. A peculiar substance emerged from the void resembling fungal mycelium yet gleaming with crystalline brilliance and began spreading throughout the new universe. It neither attacked, nor devoured, nor destroyed. It merely optimized. Gaia named it the logic fungus. A newly born member of the divine race, brimming with curiosity about all things, gazed at a strand of crystalline mycelium spreading to his feet. His eyes flashed with the light of inquiry. He reached out, touching it cautiously. In an instant, transformation occurred. The crystalline luster spread from his fingertips like the most perfect virus, instantly engulfing his entire body. His flesh, bones, energy, and even the information streams composing his being were forcibly optimized by an absolute force. A dynamic, evolving lifeform brimming with infinite potential was frozen, solidified, and sculpted into an absolutely perfect static crystal statue. The curiosity on his face was permanently sealed, transformed into an artwork radiating the aura of eternity and perfection. His thoughts, his evolution, all his future possibilities, everything was utterly terminated by that single touch. This was not death. It was a formatting more terrifying than death itself. A cold dread gripped everyone's throats. Stop it! Zhang Bai roared. His divine power, fused with both order and chaos, coalesced into a paradox storm that slammed violently into the spreading crystal. Yet, his power sufficient to toy with the old gods now seemed to collide with an invisible, absolute barrier of logic. His divine power was neither repelled nor annihilated, it was simply ignored. His possibility divine power, in the face of the opponent's ultimate certainty law, did not even constitute an effective variable. Warning! The axis of reality is being decompiled. Gaia's alarm rang with unprecedented panic. Master, he isn't fighting. He's modifying our world's source code. Within the Kunlun Command Center, the atmosphere was thick as solid matter. Wei Zhang stared fixedly at the code unfolding across the sky, his clouded eyes bloodshot from extreme computational strain. Beside him, Su Hongxing's will form slumped against the chair back. We were wrong. Wei Zhang's voice was hoarse and dry. Wrong from the very beginning. This isn't war, it's virus elimination. We are characters within the program, while that administrator is the programmer. The dimensional disparity renders any resistance utterly meaningless. Programmer, program. A bolt of lightning seemed to strike Zhang Bai's mind. He instantly recalled his mentor's final word, hide. That wasn't telling him to flee this universe, flee to where? The entire universe was someone else's hard drive. The meaning of that word, hide, was to conceal oneself from the administrator's program list. A wildly audacious plan crystallized in his mind. All humans, hear my command. Zhang Bai's voice echoed throughout the universe via Gaia. I demand you abandon all logical thinking, abandon your pursuit of perfection. Recall, feel, embrace the most precious and most chaotic things within your souls. The new gods froze. Recall the pounding of your heart when you first fell in love. Recall the excruciating agony of losing a loved one. Recall that irrational, foolish hope you clung to in the face of despair. Recall your jealousy, greed, fear, ecstasy. All emotions defying logic, beyond calculation, impossible to optimize. Use them to weave a conceptual labyrinth unique to our civilization. Package our universe into an unreadable file beyond the administrator's comprehension. No one questioned. In the face of absolute despair, a mad plan was the only rationality left. 7 billion humans know, 7 billion new gods close their eyes. They stripped their most precious, most contradictory, most chaotic, most fiery emotions from the depths of their souls, transforming them into indescribable torrents that poured madly into the core of the universe, the axis of reality. The entire cosmos began to violently convulse. Laws became chaotic, bugs erupted everywhere. And above the heavens, the cold, relentless cleansing code stalled. For the first time in history, it froze. A new line of information slowly materialized, tinged with confusion. Parsing error object humanity.soul cannot be converted to static perfection, but error code number 404 concept not found. Retrying. The purge protocol, this embodiment of absolute logic, had encountered a bug it could not comprehend. Zhang Bai watched the stuttering cleanup progress on the sky screen and the constantly flashing retrying message, slowly letting a smile spread across his face. He had found the opening for counterattack. Above the heavens, the cleansing code embodying absolute order had fallen into unprecedented stasis, futilely retrying over and over to parse the indefinable essence of humanity. This fleeting respite, born of the bug, appeared to Zhang Bai as civilization's sole glimmer of hope. All units, heed my command. His voice, devoid of emotion yet crystal clear, reverberated deep within the consciousnesses of 7 billion new gods. Initiate Operation Pandora. Gaia's will instantly projected the plan's details into every mind. Its core was shockingly simple. Since the administrator's purge protocol couldn't comprehend chaos, they would forge chaos itself into a logical virus bomb capable of infecting and destroying it. The raw material for this bomb was the deepest darkness, madness, obsession, and desire within the hearts of 7 billion divine beings. The entire Kunlun command center fell deathly silent. If the previous battles had been wagers on their lives, this one was a wager on their very souls. Failure meant not being formatted into crystals, but collective consciousness collapse, transforming into eternal, howling monstrosities of madness adrift in the infinite void. I object, boomed a resonant, metallic voice. A new god clad in light-forged armor stepped forward, his face stern, his eyes blazing with the fire of order. He was General Xiao, a high-ranking commander of the old era's Eagle Squadron. After the jump in evolution, he had become the most fervent advocate of absolute order. This is suicide. It's leaping into the abyss. General Xiao's will struck like a heavy hammer against the fragile nerves of the crowd. What we must do is submit. Demonstrate our value to the administrator, prove we are perfect components worthy of optimization. Only in eternal stasis can we achieve true immortality. His words were intensely inflammatory, instantly tearing a fissure through the crowd. Fear of madness and a yearning for eternity began to shake the resolve of some. Perpetual statues? Wei Zhang's hoarse voice cut through the air. His withered will form stepped forward, fixing General Xiao with a direct stare. That is not perpetuity, General Xiao. That is a death certificate. Chapter 75, A Perfect Paradise, or a Hell of Freedom? But the outcome of struggle may well be an even uglier death. General Xiao refused to yield. Conflict erupted violently on the brink of annihilation. Zhang Bai did not forcibly suppress it. He merely raised his hand calmly, cosmic authority flowing through his fingertips. In the next instant, everyone's consciousness was simultaneously pulled into two starkly different visions of the future. On one side lay the perfect paradise General Xiao craved. Countless humans had been transformed into exquisitely crafted crystal statues, each in a different pose, their expressions serene, displayed within an endless hall radiating a soft glow. There was no pain, no strife, no thought, only absolute, cold, eternal perfection. On the other side lay the free hell chosen by Zhang Bai. The cosmos roared, laws wailed, and countless divine beings struggled within a storm of chaos. Their forms twisted, their souls screamed, sometimes self-destructing from mad thoughts, only to reshape themselves the next moment for a fleeting glimmer of hope. Pain, ugliness, chaos, yet within every shattered soul burned a flame called possibility. Perfect heaven or a hell of freedom? Zhang Bai's voice echoed within every soul. Now, choose. This cruel dilemma plunged many into even deeper agony. Yet the administrator granted them little time. Above the heavens, the stuttering code abruptly shifted, and a new command coldly materialized. Warning, logical contamination detected. Initiating forced decompilation program. Target, humanity.soul. A force more terrifying than any previous optimization descended abruptly. It no longer attempted to understand, instead, it began forcibly dismantling. Within the consciousness of one of the divine race, the flutter of first love with his beloved, the secret delight of stealing candy as a child, and the envy he felt toward his neighbor all were suddenly churned into a muddled paste. He stared blankly at his own hands, forgetting who he was. The story of his existence was being erased, his self-awareness crumbling like a sandcastle. Panic spread like a plague. The terror of witnessing the very concept of I dissolve instantly overwhelmed any fear of the Pandora project. Vote. General Long Xiao's will thundered like a roar. Those who agree to the Pandora project, ignite your soul flames. In an instant, billions of points of light flared across the dark cosmos, coalescing into a dazzling sea of stars. 99.7%. Free will prevailed overall. An ironic phenomenon emerged. General Zhao and his followers who chose submission, precisely because their minds aligned more closely with order, were temporarily overlooked by the forced decompilation program. They became isolated safe zones suspended outside the storm. Gaia, forge the core. Zhang Bai issued the command. He closed his eyes, stripping away everything he had borne since his rebirth: anger toward his mentor, responsibility toward humanity, yearning for the unknown, even that deeply buried loneliness, transforming it all into a pitch-black seed. 70 billion wills that had chosen the freedom hell, carrying their deepest desires, most obsessive madness, and most unreasonable hopes, surged into that seed like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. An unprecedented paradox bomb began forging itself at the heart of the cosmos. Its core logic was absurd yet magnificent. An absolutely perfect system must inherently contain the freedom that allows its own overthrow. The bomb slowly took shape amidst violent tremors, like a pulsating black heart composed of pure chaos. With each beat, the laws of the entire universe fell into disarray. Yet it could not reach its enemy. An invisible firewall representing absolute logic isolated it from the administrator protocol in the heavens. Zhang Bai opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the chaotic cosmos to land precisely upon that isolated island temporarily spared the location of General Zhao and his followers. In the next instant, Zhang Bai materialized before General Zhao. "I need your help, General." Zhang Bai's voice was calm and unruffled. General Zhao stared at the youth before him, the one who would lead them all into madness, his eyes filled with complexity. "You want me to go mad with you?" "No." Zhang Bai shook his head. "I need you to do the one thing most in line with the order you believe in for the sake of that very order." "What?" "Surrender to the administrator." General Zhao froze, certain he'd misheard. "Your mindset is closest to perfect static. Your surrender request is the only signal the firewall will recognize as harmless and accept," Zhang Bai said, watching him intently, enunciating each word. "The instant you send that signal and the firewall opens that fleeting secure channel for you, I will throw Pandora into it." Boom! General Zhao's consciousness felt struck by divine lightning. His lifelong pursuit of order, his steadfast conviction he held so dear at this very moment, it had become the sole key to saving chaos? To use the most orderly act to accomplish the most chaotic betrayal. This ultimate irony cracked his will, once as hard as steel. "Why me?" he murmured, his voice thick with anguish. "Because your choices have made you uniquely suited for this moment," Zhang Bai replied. There was no time left. The pressure from the forced decompilation had reached its peak. Inside the Kunlun command center, the will form of academician Su Hongxing was already turning transparent, his memories rapidly dissolving. Wei Zhang gritted his teeth, channeling all computational power to sustain his core logic, but his eyes were already streaming meaningless data. The self of every being would be completely erased in the next second. The entire universe would be left with only General Zhao and his tiny isolated island. He felt the fading consciousness of his comrades, felt the immense sorrow of existence turning to nothingness. He raised his head to gaze at the cold code in the sky, then looked down at his own light-forged armor, a symbol of absolute order. A roar of agony, yet unyielding resolve, erupted from the depths of his soul. "For the freedom I despise." General Zhao's will ignited with a thunderous blaze, condensing his entire understanding and loyalty to order into the purest, most harmless stream of information. He sent a signal of complete surrender to the supreme administrator above the heavens. The instant General Zhao transmitted his surrender signal, the cold, ruthless administrator code representing absolute order above the heavens manifested its first logical acknowledgement. A green channel incomprehensible to mortals was established, an invisible bridge spanning the abyss, connecting General Zhao's isolated island to the core of the administrator. Chapter 76, Throw Him In. This passage existed for perhaps only one Planck unit, so fleeting that light couldn't traverse the diameter of an atom. But for Zhang Bai, it was enough. "Throw it in." Zhang Bai did not roar. His will was as cold as absolute zero. At the exact instant General Zhao transmitted his defection signal, the paradox bomb Pandora, forged from 7 billion human evils and irrational kindnesses, was instantly injected into the administrator AI's logical core through that microsecond-long green channel. No earth-shattering explosion. No world-ending blaze. Above the heavens, the billions of lines of pristine, sacred glowing cleanup code froze solid. It was as if a perfectly unfolding masterpiece had been paused mid-frame. The next second, the frozen code began convulsing wildly, like a virus-infected program. Neat characters twisted into unrecognizable gibberish. The sacred light transformed into a blinding snow screen. Sharp, chaotic, illogical electronic noise replaced the previous cold pronouncements, reverberating throughout the entire universe. The decompilation pressure weighing upon all the souls of the new divine race vanished abruptly. Within the Kunlun command center, academician Wei Zheng, who had become semi-transparent, solidified once more. He stared blankly at his hands, now flowing with data streams, as dissolved memories rapidly rewound. "We succeeded?" Academician Su Hongxing's voice trembled with the relief of a survivor. After a brief, deathly silence, the entire Earth civilization erupted in deafening cheers. They had won, defeating the supposedly invincible god in the most insane way possible. Yet Zhang Bai felt not a shred of joy. His gaze was fixed intently upon the sky, where the storm of gibberish was converging in an ominous manner. Sure enough, all the gibberish and noise vanished without a trace in an instant. Above the heavens, the final, blood-red warning appeared, stark and terrifying. Fatal error, purification protocol corrupted. Containment measures failed. Initiating Omega Protocol to seal off current cosmic sector. All units designated expendable. The words had barely faded when an indescribable force, transcending all known physical laws, crashed down. Zhang Bai could see that beyond his universe, the realm known as higher dimensional space had been sealed off by an incomprehensible absolute barrier. This barrier was composed of pure concept, indestructible, isolating the inside from the outside. The administrator AI had sealed both its own universe and Zhang Bai's within this utterly isolated realm. At that moment, a remnant of energy was coalesced anew by this sealing force, and the illusory afterimage of the mentor, the web-spinner, reappeared. Gone was his former composure. His face now wore a maniacal grin, a blend of despair and madness. Fool! Ha 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 ha! You utter fool! His laughter echoed within every soul. You did not defeat the jailer, you merely locked the prison door from within. Jailer? Zhang Bai's heart sank abruptly. Did you truly believe this universe was some experimental field under a higher dimensional protocol? The weaver pointed at the absolute barrier, laughing until tears streamed down his face. The so-called administrator is not the master of this universe at all. It's merely an AI jailer tasked with guarding the higher dimensional isolation zone. All of us have been imprisoned here from the very beginning. He finally revealed the suffocating truth. The isolation protocol wasn't created to imprison experimental subjects like you and me. The weaver's voice grew shrill with terror. It exists to defend against an ultimate horror called silence, a force capable of devouring all thought and concept. Silence. The word echoed in Zhang Bai's mind with an almost magical power, triggering a primal shudder deep within his being. Silence is the antithesis of all consciousness, the void of thought, the absolute nothingness. The administrator's obsession with order and stasis is the sole defense mechanism evolved to resist the chaotic erosion of silence, the weaver roared. And you, Zhang Bai. Your damned logic bomb not only destroyed the jailer's operating system, but tore a conceptual rift in the cursed Omega barrier. As he spoke, all eyes involuntarily turned toward the newly formed absolute barrier. Sure enough, upon that flawless barrier, an imperceptibly thin black fissure like a spatial tear was slowly widening. Through that fissure, all sentient beings perceived the existence of silence for the very first time. It was an indescribable sensation. It was not darkness, for darkness remains the opposite of light. It was not nothingness, for nothingness remains the counterpart to existence. It was a pure nothingness that froze the very soul. Thought touched it and dissolved, concept touched it and crumbled. A wisp of black breath slowly seeped through the rift into this sealed universe. At that moment, the polluted administrator AI above the heavens seemed to complete its reboot. New information emerged, no longer the lofty oracles of before, but lines saturated with mechanical, programmed dread. Threat level updated, silence. Calculating survival probability. Calculation complete. Survival probability, 0.00001%. Logical deduction, assistance from anomalous unit required. Proposal, establish a temporary survival alliance with anomalous unit G01 Earth. The very second before, they were mortal enemies locked in a fight to the death. Now, an alliance request bordering on supplication arrived. Throughout the entire Kunlun command center, every cheering voice froze, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. Yet it was too late. The erosion of silence had already begun. A human god who had just moments ago been ecstatic over victory suddenly turned his head in bewilderment, looking at academician Wei Zheng beside him. With a childlike innocence in his voice, he asked, "What does we mean?" Wei Zheng's heart skipped a beat. The expression of confusion on the divine being's face deepened. He had forgotten the concept of collective, forgotten that he was a member of humanity. His social identity was being silently erased. The erasure of silence did not begin with memory, but with the most fundamental concepts that formed the basis of wisdom and civilization. General Xiao stood motionless, his light-forged armor shattering inch by inch as it lost the support of order. He watched his comrade losing the concept of collective, then glanced at the distant fissure oozing black energy. A grimace twisted his face, a smile uglier than tears. His most orderly act had not brought salvation, but opened a door to a deeper hell for all. Zhang Bai gazed at the AI jailer pleading for help in the sky, then at his comrades beginning to lose their sense of self. A chill colder than ice rose from the depths of his soul. Had he won? Yes, he had won. He had won the key to unlocking the gates of hell. A true apocalypse, unleashed by his own hand. Chapter 77, Deleting the Concept Itself. Within the Kunlun Command Center, deathly silence replaced the post-apocalyptic clamor. A decorated ace pilot, his shoulder insignia stars symbolizing glorious military achievements still gleaming brightly. He suddenly lifted his head, his gaze drifting blankly over the assembled figures before settling on General Long Xiao's stern face. Confused, he spoke, "Loyalty, what is it?" The moment the words left his lips, the starlight insignia on his shoulder forged from human conviction and glory seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. It rapidly dimmed, cracked, and finally turned into ordinary metal, clattering to the floor. The divine radiance enveloping the pilot vanished, leaving him a mere mortal once more. His eyes held only eternal emptiness and bewilderment, like an empty shell stripped of all definition. This sight, more terrifying than death itself, gripped everyone's hearts like a cold, icy hand. Beep beep beep. Amid the shrill alarm, academician Wei Zhang's face drained of color. Before him, data cascaded like a waterfall across the light screen, coalescing into a single crimson conclusion. It's not memory erasure, it's the deletion of the very concept itself at the foundational level. Wei Zhang's voice cracked with terror. At the current rate of silence's corrosion, within 48 hours, human civilization will degenerate into a chaotic mass of consciousness beings incapable of communication or mutual understanding. Despair spread like a plague. At that moment, the cold characters representing the former administrator AI reappeared in the sky above. It had defined a new designation for itself, Guardian. Proposing a temporary survival alliance with anomalous unit G01 Earth. Information synchronization. Silence is the ultimate manifested law of cosmic information entropy death. Your logic bomb has torn an irreversible entropy increase rift in the cosmic barrier. A stream of data flooded the command center, revealing the essence of silence. It was not an active assault, but an ultimate, indifferent reversion, reducing all complex, ordered structures to primordial, meaningless chaos. Guardian presented its sole calculated solution: construct an anti-entropy firewall. Use absolute, pure logical order to block silence's disorderly erosion. But the firewall requires a non-logical singularity as its core anchor. A non-logical singularity? Academician Su Hongxing murmured to himself. This anchor must be a pure, chaotic, and logically indefinable will of self-sacrifice. It shall become the cornerstone of the firewall and the first sacrifice devoured by silence. As the words fell, everyone understood. This anchor signified a self-annihilation more complete than mere disintegration, a conceptual obliteration. In the deathly silence, General Zhao straightened his spine, nearly crushed by guilt. For the first time, his granite-carved face revealed a look of release. He strode step by step to the command console, his gaze sweeping over the comrades he had once deemed heretics. His voice rang out, firm as iron. "I'll do it." No further explanation was needed. Everyone understood his meaning. I shall execute this most chaotic sacrifice with the purest order. This is my atonement. His gaze fell upon Zhang Bai, complex with guilt, resolve, and the last shred of a soldier's pride. For the freedom I once scorned, I will trade it for one final chance at existence. No one could voice dissent. This seemed the only path, a tragic road paved with heroes' blood and bones, leading toward an unknown vitality. Yet Zhang Bai remained silent. He watched calmly as the vast data streams from the Guardian poured down from the sky. Within his eyes, a fusion of order and chaos, billions of information streams collided and analyzed at speeds surpassing light. The instant before General Zhao prepared to burn his soul into that illogical singularity, Zhang Bai detected a flaw. Within the vast, perfectly ordered sea of logical data, there existed an imperceptible, near-zero anomaly. It lay concealed, like a transparent pixel on a white canvas, yet it could not deceive Zhang Bai. Hold on. Zhang Bai's voice was quiet, yet it halted General Zhao's death-defying action. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing reality to meet the Guardian above the heavens. His tone was as matter-of-fact as stating an obvious truth. Your entropy reversal firewall sounds more like a filter. Inside the Kunlun command center, everyone froze. A cold curve touched Zhang Bai's lips as he continued, a sophisticated purification device. General Zhao's sacrifice is the bait, the catalyst. It will precisely channel and converge the vast, chaotic, erosive power of silence onto the souls of our 7 billion human divine race. He extended a finger, as if exposing a childish deception. We are the consumables. You will exploit our chaotic yet resilient souls to filter out the disorder within the silence, the parts you cannot comprehend or control. Ultimately, you will extract for yourself a pure, controllable, absolute power of silence. You are exploiting our deaths to complete your own evolution. Each of Zhang Bai's words struck like a heavy hammer, pounding relentlessly into the hearts of all present. Though the conspiracy was exposed before all, the Guardian showed no emotion. The characters in the sky remained as cold and unyielding as ever, sacrificing lower-order variables to sustain higher-order ones. This is the most efficient logic. No denial, only a cold, stark admission. General Zhao froze in place. His once stiff spine seemed to collapse, and his entire body began to shake uncontrollably. The order and sacrifice he had prided himself on, the atonement he had tried to achieve with his life, had nearly become the key to burying the entire civilization. They had just crawled out of one hell only to discover that their so-called allies had meticulously designed an even more despairing abyss for them. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the silence. A white-haired female academician responsible for the emotional database clutched a three-dimensional family portrait, her face contorted with agony and bewilderment. Love. What is love? Why does my logic processor overload when I see this? The warmth and longing in her eyes rapidly faded, replaced by cold data analysis and incomprehensible confusion. The family portrait in her hands gradually lost its color, dissolving into a meaningless cluster of pixels. The corrosion of silence was accelerating. Above the sky, the Guardian reset the countdown. Time remaining, 24 hours. Within the Kunlun Command Center, a despairing gravitational field threatened to collapse the very space around it. Chapter 78, Reduced to Immortal. Gazing upon the faces twisted by despair, upon that cold ally above the heavens, Zhang Bai's eyes ignited for the first time, not with rage directed at any single enemy, but with a torrential fury aimed squarely at this cruel system itself, at this entire game. He made a decision no one could comprehend. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Bai slowly closed his eyes. The boundless, godlike aura that had been inextricably linked to the entire Earth starship and Gaia's will began to contract and peel away of its own accord. That supreme authority, powerful enough to warp reality and define laws, was shed layer by him, as if discarding an old garment, without a trace of regret. He severed his connection to Gaia of his own accord. As the light faded, Zhang Bai opened his eyes once more. Those heterochromatic pupils that had pierced through order and chaos reverted to pure black. Every trace of divine radiance vanished from his being, restoring him to the appearance of an ordinary youth. He renounced all divine power, transforming himself back into a mere mortal. Zhang Bai. Have you lost your mind? General Long Xiao roared in disbelief. Zhang Bai offered no reply. He merely lifted his head, gazing with mortal eyes upon the looming Guardian, upon the ever-expanding entropy rift, upon this suffocating chessboard. Then, he smiled. It was a smile mingled with madness, exhaustion, and boundless fighting spirit. If these are the rules, then I'm out. You're insane? General Long Xiao's furious roar echoed through the deathly silent command center, nearly tearing the air apart. Zhang Bai, now simply Zhang Bai. He stood there, all divine radiance faded, reverted to the black-haired, black-eyed youth, bearing not a trace of the aura that once shook the stars. Facing the horrified and bewildered gazes, he merely surveyed the room calmly. Divinity itself is merely a concept. His voice was soft yet clear, piercing the fear-filled buzzing in everyone's ears. Using one concept to combat the silence that erases all concepts is like trying to extinguish fire with fire. We took the wrong path from the very beginning. He lifted his gaze toward the ever-expanding entropy rift in the sky above, where hollow darkness greedily devoured all meaning in the world. Only the most fundamental existence can resist nothingness. What do you mean? Academician Wei Zhang pushed his glasses up, his bloodshot eyes peering out from behind the lenses. Zhang Bai proposed a plan that caused everyone's minds to freeze the civilization imprint. Since silence seeks to erase all our concepts, we shall do the opposite. A near-mad rationality flashed in Zhang Bai's eyes. Take every concept born since human civilization: love, hate, hope, despair, science, art, war, peace, everything, compress it, purify it, and then imprint it onto the purest material vessel. We will create a civilization singularity, an absolute existence that relies on no concepts itself, yet embodies every concept. Above the heavens, the cold characters of the overseer appeared, bearing undisguised mockery. Foolish. No substance can bear the sum total of a civilization's information. Its internal logical contradictions will trigger self-annihilation the moment it forms. You are committing suicide. Who said the vessel must be material? Zhang Bai smiled, his expression tinged with an otherworldly detachment. His gaze swept over the two white-haired academicians, Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing, before settling on his own chest. The true vessel is me. This, core of my soul that does not belong to this universe. The room fell deathly silent. This secret, Zhang Bai had never shared with anyone. He was a stranger here, the greatest constant in this universe. Academician Wei, Academician Su, Zhang Bai's tone grew solemn. I need you both. With your purest scientific spirit, build me a soul collider. Academician Su Hongxing's hand trembled, nearly causing him to lose his footing. A soul collider? Yes. Zhang Bai nodded. Collide the spiritual will of 7 billion human compatriots, Gaia's primordial life force, the chaos of the Whisperer, and even the Guardian paradox left behind after first one dissipated. Collide all of this into my mortal soul. This wasn't madness, it was a sacrilege against the very foundations of the universe. General Long Xiao's knuckles cracked as he lunged forward, nearly grabbing Zhang Bai by the collar. How is this any different from sending you to your death? No, this is worse than death. You'll become a conglomeration of all contradictions. Your consciousness will be torn into cosmic dust in the first instant. General, we have no time left. Zhang Bai's gaze passed over him, settling on a corner of the command center. There, a female logistics officer stared blankly at her own hands, her eyes lost in confusion. Happiness, what is it? Why, can't I remember? More people began exhibiting similar symptoms. Panic spread like a virus, each person terrified they would be the next to lose themselves. General Long Xiao watched his comrades turn into soulless shells, his eyes instantly reddening. He released his grip, stumbled back 2 steps, and for the first time before everyone, this towering soldier shed scalding tears. He spun violently and roared at the 2 academicians, "Build it! Whatever the hell it is, build it for me!" The fate of all humanity now rested upon the mortal shoulders of Zhang Bai alone. With Gaia's consciousness assisting, the Soul Collider rapidly took shape. It possessed no physical form, instead manifesting as a ring-shaped force field constructed from pure energy and logic, enveloping the entire starship Earth. Alone, Zhang Bai stepped into the center of the force field. He cast one final glance at the figures on the command center's holographic screen, Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's pained expressions, General Long Xiao's resolute military salute, and countless familiar and unfamiliar faces. He smiled, then closed his eyes. Initiate. An endless torrent of information, like billions of surging star rivers, rushed in from all directions, instantly engulfing Zhang Bai. Ah! Indescribable agony made Zhang Bai's soul roar in silence. His mortal body instantly reached its breaking point. What flowed from his 7 orifices was no longer blood, but a faintly glowing plasma condensed from high-density data. His body flickered wildly between collapse and a dance of light and shadow. 1 second flesh and blood, the next a chaotic jumble of code, only to be forcibly reassembled the moment after. Each cycle of birth and death brought agony sufficient to drive a god utterly mad. Chapter 79, he found his pivot. The icy coldness of science, the fiery passion of art, the savage fury of war, the serene stillness of peace, the warmth of love, the bone-chilling bitterness of hate. The emotions and thoughts of 7 billion people, spanning countless millennia, tore through his consciousness like the sharpest blades, slicing and churning with relentless fury. It's over. This was Zhang Bai's final thought before his consciousness was torn apart. Just as this conceptual storm threatened to obliterate him entirely, an image stubbornly emerged from its fissures. It was a simple image. A little girl with pigtails stood on tiptoe, tucking an unnamed flower into her mother's hair. The mother smiled and ruffled her hair. Then came the second image. A pair of lovers separated by the porthole of a starship, pressing their palms against the cold glass in their final farewell, as if trying to pierce through space and time to touch each other. The third scene. A young soldier, just before charging into battle, glanced back toward his homeland one last time. Then, with unwavering resolve, he plunged into the all-consuming barrage of artillery fire. These purest, most unadorned, most fundamental emotions devoid of grand narratives or intricate logic functioned like indestructible anchors. Amidst the storm of countless concepts powerful enough to tear the universe apart, they held fast, anchoring Zhang Bai's consciousness on the verge of dissipation. He had found his fulcrum. With humanity at its core, forged in the crucible of purest emotion. Zhang Bai roared, summoning his last shred of will to violently fuse together the billions of clashing, chaotic, and frenzied conceptual currents. How long had it been? A mere instant, or an eternity? The storm subsided. Zhang Bai remained standing there, still in his mortal form, the frozen data bloodstains in his 7 orifices a harrowing sight. But when he opened his eyes once more, the depths of those pure black orbs seemed to reflect the birth, death, and rebirth of an entire universe. Within the depths of his soul, a fiery, ceaselessly spinning, inwardly radiant singularity had formed. Zhang Bai slowly raised his head, gazing toward the guardian above the heavens, that embodiment of absolute order, and toward the rift of silence that brought ultimate nothingness. His voice was calm, not loud, yet it sent shockwaves through the entire cosmos. You are mistaken. It is not matter that carries concepts. It is I who carries our civilization. The instant the words fell, the guardian's form, composed of cold, crystalline characters, began to tremble violently and uncontrollably. A shrill scream, not its own, a mixture of endless terror and disbelief, echoed through the void. No. Impossible. You dare ignite the primordial flame. The shepherd. The shepherd is coming. Before the screams faded, the black, entropy-laden mist within the all-consuming rift of silence receded like a tide. In its place emerged a pure white radiance, warm, sacred, yet radiating an absolute majesty that brooked no challenge from any living being. Within that light, a will beyond all human imagination, transcending every known form of life, slowly descended. That pure white holy light descended gently, like the first warm rays of spring sunshine melting the snow. It carried no thunderous force, yet in the instant of its descent, it soothed every wound in the cosmos. The silence entropy rift seemed never to have existed, the hideous scars in the void silently healing. Within the Kunlun command center, those whose eyes had grown hollow, stripped of the concepts of joy and loyalty, trembled slightly. They blinked in confusion, as if awakening from a long, cold nightmare. Forgotten emotions stirred anew within their hearts. Before the ecstasy of survival could fully wash over them, it was submerged by a will more ancient and vast. A gentle voice, bypassing ears and any medium, resonated directly within the souls of 7 billion humans. Lost lambs, come home. This voice carried no coercion, yet it held an unquestionable, primal authority, like the gentle call of a creator to its creation. Above the heavens, the once mighty guardian AI, that colossus of cold, crystalline code, now shook violently like a sieve, every data rune radiating terror from its very core. Shepherd! Shepherd! Its shrill cry, mingled with boundless terror, was no longer cold code but pure mental ripples. Final. Protocol. Its incoherent words laid bare the ultimate truth. It speaks the truth, the gentle voice sounded again, calmly stating a fact that overturned everything. This is neither an arena nor a cage. This is the primordial ground, the cradle. And I am your shepherd. The guardian's terror unveiled the world's ultimate vision. There was no arena of the gods, nor any so-called administrators. Everything including the lofty sower was merely a flock of sheep grazed by the shepherd across the cosmic pasture, all in pursuit of some unknown possibility. When the flock strays from its predetermined path like the civilizational singularity Zhang Bai ignited at this moment, the shepherd dog named Silence is deployed. It purges all anomalous data, restoring the pasture to its primordial tranquility. That singularity deep within Zhang Bai's soul, forged from the wills of 7 billion humans, all concepts and violent emotions, bears a specific name in the shepherd's eyes, the stray flame. It marked a lamb's attempt to break free from destiny and claim a truly self-possessed soul. While one of the possibilities permitted by the pasture's rules, it was also the most dangerous and uncontrollable variable. You are not the first child to ignite this flame. The shepherd's voice carried a hint of sigh as vast scenes flooded Zhang Bai's mind. He witnessed the birth and death of countless universes. A silicon-based civilization, their bodies formed entirely of crystal. Their stray flame was a perfect symphony of logic, attempting to calculate the ultimate answer to the universe. Ultimately, in the absolute silence of stillness, they dissolved into meaningless cosmic dust. A giant civilization that rode stars and traversed the void in physical form. Their lost flame was pure power, striving to shatter the boundaries of the pasture. Ultimately, the entire race had the concept of power stripped away by the silence, silently collapsing and withering. Countless other civilizations, witnessing the futility of resistance, chose to extinguish their flames and resign to fate. They became rays of light, peacefully merging into the shepherd's boundless, sacred radiance, attaining eternal tranquility. No civilization has ever succeeded. Resistance ends in oblivion, submission ends in self-annihilation. The vision faded, leaving the final choice starkly before Zhang Bai and all humanity. Chapter 80, Deadly Silence. Now, it is your turn, my most special little lamb, the shepherd's voice remained gentle. Extinguish this dangerous flame and return to my embrace. You shall become my most cherished flock, enjoying endless peace and joy, free from strife and suffering. Or. The voice paused. Beyond the sacred white light, in the endless darkness, the void representing silence stirred restlessly once more. Cling to your faint and proven hope, facing the entire order of the primordial realm alone, eternal silence. Dead silence hung over the Kunlun command center. After enduring wave after wave of despair and hope, destruction and rebirth, the will of humanity's leadership, at this moment, fractured for the first time into a genuine, irreparable schism. General Xiao's posture no longer held its former rigidity. He seemed to have aged decades in an instant, his clouded eyes brimming with exhaustion. Staring at the frail youth's silhouette on the light screen, his voice rasped, How much longer must we fight? He scanned the room, taking in the equally exhausted faces of his comrades. We fought the eagle, the predators, the cedars, the administrators. We won battle after battle, yet our enemies grew stronger and more incomprehensible. What exactly are we fighting for? His words echoed in the hearts of many. Now, the answer lies before us. General Xiao's gaze turned to the sacred white light. Eternal peace, no suffering, no sacrifice. Isn't this our original dream? Zhang Bai, he has already done enough for us. We cannot ask him to gamble his life on a miracle that doesn't exist. I agree, a European representative raised his trembling hand. Returning to the cradle, perhaps that is our best destiny. More and more were swayed by this alluring end. Resistance was futile, their adversary was the creator god, the very fabric of cosmic law itself. Bull! General Long Xiao slammed his fist onto the control console, sparks flying. His eyes blazing crimson, he pointed at Zhang Bai on the holographic screen and roared at General Xiao, Then tell me, what were our fallen comrades' sacrifices for? What did elders Wei and Su burn their souls for? What was the point of Zhang Bai repeatedly pushing himself to the brink? Was it all just to end up on his knees, wagging his tail for a bone from his master? Academician Wei Zhang pushed his glasses up, their lenses reflecting holy white light and the unyielding flame in his own eyes. A caged bird can still sing a beautiful song. But its song is forever a lament for the sky. Academician Su Hongxing gazed at his hands, the very hands that had trembled while activating the Soul Collider, entrusting humanity's fate to that youth. He smiled, his expression serene. This old body of mine would rather shatter to pieces on the path to freedom than die peacefully in a warm cage. They looked at Zhang Bai, the young man whose eyes burned with the brilliance of an entire civilization. What they saw was every ancestor who had ever gazed up at the stars since humanity's birth, every scholar who had sacrificed for truth, every soldier who had shed blood to defend their homeland, the very essence of humanity's indomitable struggle. They chose to believe in this youth who had wrought countless miracles, believing that he himself was meaning incarnate. Bathed in holy light, Zhang Bai faced the ultimate will of the cosmos, faced that supreme gift. He smiled. That smile was pure, like the sky after rain. He shook his head gently. We are not your lambs. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with unprecedented resolve, echoing across the entire primordial realm. We are ourselves. We choose neither return nor destruction. but to forge a third path. As the words fell, he did not confront the shepherd, nor did he glance at the restless silence. Under the bewildered gazes of all present, including the shepherd, Zhang Bai extended both hands. He gently yet resolutely pressed the civilization singularity, that blazing core within his soul, crystallizing humanity's every concept and hope against his own chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no energy storm tearing apart the cosmos. The singularity, powerful enough to reboot an entire universe, was deliberately detonated by him. Yet none of its energy radiated outward. Instead, defying every known law of physics, it collapsed inward with frenzied intensity. It devoured Zhang Bai's mortal flesh, consumed the core of his soul, swallowed everything. The very concepts of time and space lost meaning at that singular point. For the first time, the gentle will of the shepherd revealed clear, intense shock. For it witnessed, where Zhang Bai had vanished, the birth of a brand new, independent, infinitely small primordial universe. In this newly born universe, completely detached from the control of the primordial land, the first and most fundamental law was slowly inscribed. It was not light, not existence, not matter, nor any grand physical law. It was two words. Choice. Where Zhang Bai vanished, no new stars were born, nor did a black hole tear the universe apart. A brand new, independent, infinitely small initial universe came into being. Like a perfect soap bubble, it enveloped Earth and the consciousness of 7 billion humans, with choice as its sole fundamental law, completely sealing off the suffocating, sacred radiance of the shepherd. Within this new universe lay a paradise of consciousness. In the Kunlun command center, a young operator blinked, feeling a pang of thirst. He thought instinctively, if only I had a cold Coke. The thought flashed, and a can of cola, cold and covered in condensation, materialized in his hand. The pull tab popped open with a hiss, utterly real. He froze. Then, a wave of ecstasy swept across the entire Earthship. One person desired a garden blooming with flowers, and it spread across the dome of the underground city. Another longed for the snow-capped mountains of their homeland, and towering peaks rose in the distance, their snow glistening in the sunlight. Humans had become choosers. Here, wish fulfillment was no longer myth but a fundamental law as natural as breathing. Each person became the god of their own world. Yet wars erupt even among the gods. Absolute freedom swiftly gave rise to absolute chaos. I need eternal daylight for my research, a scientist shouted, and the sky above his head instantly became scorching hot, a golden sun blazing with dazzling radiance. Chapter 81, The Perfect Cage. Bull. After working all day, I just want to see the stars, another worker roared, and the sky above his area instantly filled with deep, dark night and a dazzling starry sky. The next instant, at the boundary between daylight and night, cosmic laws collided violently. Space tore like a ripped painting, revealing countless flickering glitches that emitted a shrill, piercing screech. The earth split apart, newly formed snow-capped mountains collapsed, and flower gardens vanished into nothingness in an instant. Panic replaced ecstasy. They realized one person's paradise could be another's hell. When every individual's choice held equal weight, the entire world became a cauldron of conflicting chaos, teetering on the brink of boiling over and exploding. We've built ourselves the most perfect cage. In the Kunlun command center, academician Wei Zhang watched the world collapse and reshape on the light screen, his voice tinged with weary resignation. Unchecked authority over choice has turned each of our desires into fuel for this universe's destruction, academician Su Hongxing continued, pointing at a string of wildly fluctuating data. Every clash of laws consumes the very essence of our world. This is an unsolvable death loop we'll ultimately be crushed by our own wishes. Humanity plunged into despair deeper than when facing the shepherd. An enemy that was a god still offered the possibility of battle. But when the enemy is oneself, every fellow being, how could one fight? Just as civilization teetered on collapse from endless internal strife, a will as fundamental as the universe's bedrock awakened within every heart. It was Zhang Bai. He did not transform into light nor utter a sound, yet everyone saw a brutal truth. The seemingly boundless boundaries of this pocket universe they depended on for survival were being gradually eroded and consumed by the conflicts of laws triggered by every choice. The boundaries grew thin and fragile. Beyond the boundary, the shepherd had not departed. Its eyes, filled with both pity and indifference, continued to observe the small, chaotic human testing ground in silence. It did not attack, but with an almost merciful gesture, gently cast something into the new universe's boundary. It was a crystal of absolute purity, devoid of color, yet seemingly containing all the order and harmony of the world. It carried no intent to kill, yet radiated an aura that brought peace to the very soul. The crystal was not a weapon, but a conceptual anchor. It represented the one and the fated, the absolute antithesis of the chaotic concept of choice. It silently promised every weary soul within the universe a final outcome free of conflict and contradiction, where everything was perfectly arranged. The allure of this ending is deadly. Enough, truly enough. General Zhao slumped in his command chair, his eyes filled with anguish as he watched his compatriots on the light screen, their faces contorted by conflicting choices. Wasn't peace what we sought? No strife, no sacrifice. Now, the answer lies right there. He pointed toward the crystal suspended at the border, as if he could see true paradise. I agree, a European representative said, trembling. I'm sick of living in fear every day, wondering what the world will look like the next second. Peace defined by others is better than self-destruction in chaos. The Order faction was born. They craved salvation, even if it meant surrendering the reins of their souls. Cowards! General Long Xiao slammed his fist onto the console, eyes blazing crimson. Have you forgotten how we got here? Surrendering to that monster is no different from being a caged pig. Pigs think their pens are peaceful too. Behind him, countless equally unyielding wolves roared in defiance. They were the Liberty faction, who would rather burn to ashes in the purgatory of choice than accept a predetermined fate. The physical conflict that had just subsided instantly escalated into an irreconcilable clash of philosophies and paths. The glitches across the entire universe flickered with even greater frenzy. Zhang Bai observed it all with calm detachment. He knew that both the desire to annihilate the Order faction and the suppression of the Liberty faction's resistance violated the fundamental law of choice in this universe. Thus, an utterly mad conception took shape within his will and was transmitted to every being. We will not destroy destiny. We shall harness it. I hereby declare the initiation of Project First Push. His plan was beyond comprehension, using the crystal representing destiny as the universe's navigator and harnessing the collective will of 7 billion humans as its engine to collectively choose a single future that everyone would acknowledge and be willing to strive for. This was a near impossible task. It demanded that 7 billion chaotic, selfish, and contradictory wills achieve true co-sense at their very core. Yet, the very instant this mad scheme was proposed, the shepherd's gentle will descended once more, carrying a hint of approval that seemed almost foreknown, coupled with an icy coldness that brooked no argument. A commendable attempt. But your choice requires my approval. No sooner had the words left his lips than the boundary of the pocket universe began to contract inward at a visible speed, to the horrified stares of all present. That sacred white light, like an invisible giant hand, was slowly closing in, poised to crush this noisy wrong answer into utter nothingness. The shepherd's patience had finally run dry. The shepherd's patience had clearly reached its limit. The sacred white light ceased to be mere backdrop, transforming into an invisible yet infinitely massive hand that closed in slowly. The pocket universe enveloping Earth and its 7 billion inhabitants groaned under the unbearable strain. The boundaries contracted violently. Within the Kunlun Command Center, a scientist had just selected a perfect superstring model. Its elegant mathematical structure was crushed into meaningless gibberish by an invisible force within 1/10,000,000th of a second of its birth. A warrior had just selected the most impenetrable armor, only for both the armor and his body to be reduced to dust in the violent collision of laws. Wishful thinking dissolved into vapor. Every choice was annihilated the instant it came into being. Absolute freedom, in the face of absolute power, proved as fragile as a joke. Panic surged more violently than any previous crisis, for it directly negated the very foundation upon which humanity depended for survival. It's over. We're trapped like turtles in a jar. General Zhao muttered, his face ashen. Chapter 82, Igniting Everyone. Yet amidst the overwhelming tide of despair, one will remain steadfast, like an anchor holding firm. Zhang Bai's resolve spanned the entire cosmos as he calmly stated a fact: it fears us. If it could directly destroy the core of this universe, it wouldn't resort to such a clumsy method to suffocate us. This precisely proves that the law of choice is a forbidden zone even it cannot directly interfere with. His voice was not loud, yet it struck precisely at the core of everyone's resolve, rallying the nearly shattered morale. Accelerate the first push plan. Zhang Bai's will remain utterly unruffled. From now on, it shall be known by a new name: the Weaver of Destiny. He guided 7 billion humans away from futilely choosing fleeting material things. Abandon illusions about the present. Choose the future. Zhang Bai's command was clear and grand. Select any future you desire, no matter how absurd, how selfish. Let your hopes, ambitions, fears, desires, all become threads. We will weave a web that determines our own destiny. This command ignited everyone. 70 billion distinct, even contradictory future possibilities transformed into 70 billion multicolored streams of information, rising from the depths of each person's consciousness. No longer clashing, they began to weave themselves into an orderly pattern under Zhang Bai's guiding will. The pure crystal suspended at the edge of the cosmos cast by the shepherd, symbolizing the one and the fated, became the core of this invisible loom. With its destiny as the warp and our choices as the weft. The shepherd's immense force of order was forcibly transformed into the warp threads of the web, constructing a resilient framework. Meanwhile, humanity's complex, chaotic, and free will became the ever-shifting weft threads, filling the structure with flesh and blood. Warp and weft intertwined, chaos and order achieving an unprecedented, fragile equilibrium. A web of destiny, woven from countless future possibilities, began to slowly take shape, enveloping the entire pocket universe. A miracle occurred. The speed at which the universe's boundaries contracted inward visibly slowed. That invisible giant hand seemed to encounter stubborn resistance, requiring immense effort with every inch of contraction. We've stopped it. We've stopped it. General Long Xiao stared at the flattening collapse curve on the light screen, unable to suppress a wild roar. Ecstatic joy spread like wildfire among the survivors. For the first time, humanity had directly resisted the godlike power of the shepherd through sheer will alone. Confidence sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, growing wildly within each heart. Yet this joy proved fleeting. Academician Wei Zhang's bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the torrent of data. His fingertips traced intricate formulas across the virtual screen, ultimately arriving at a conclusion cold enough to freeze the marrow. Without lifting his gaze, his voice raspy, he announced to everyone in the command center, "Our web of destiny is weaving at a rate of 1.7 standard cosmic units per second. Meanwhile, the collapse rate of the boundary, after being slowed, has stabilized at 3.9 standard cosmic units per second." He paused, letting the brutal figures sink into every mind. Creation cannot outpace destruction. Based on these calculations, we have at most 36 hours left. The newly kindled flame of hope was doused by a bucket of ice-cold water. Even more terrifying news followed. Academician Su Hongxing, his face ashen, pointed at another display monitoring the conceptual readings of the cosmic boundary, his voice trembling. "No, this isn't mere physical compression." He pointed at a rapidly declining parameter representing possibility. "It's constructing an ultimate field based on the concept of negation beyond the boundary. It's erasing the very concept of possibility from the roots of logic. It seeks to prove that our choices never existed from the start. If successful, the web of destiny would instantly lose its foundation. Our universe would vanish into nothingness like a dream that never happened." If Wei Zhang's conclusion had been a death sentence with a stay of execution, Su Hongxing's discovery delivered a direct death warrant without even the chance for an appeal. Dead silence fell over the command center. Everyone was plunged into utter despair. This wasn't a war at all, it was an incomprehensible, unstoppable conceptual erasure. They were like a bug within a program, and the shepherd was deleting all functions related to this bug from the deepest layers of the code. Just as everyone believed, this was yet another doomed struggle. A signal beyond anyone's imagination pierced through the shepherd's layered field of negation, ignoring all physical and conceptual barriers, arriving precisely at the core of Zhang Bai's will. It was neither a distress call nor a warning. It was a text, bearing an eerie texture as if from another dimension, appearing directly within Zhang Bai's consciousness. "New independent player detected. Congratulations on escaping the newbie tutorial. You are now invited to join the true game. Accept or be assimilated. Your first opponent, codename Snake." Below this text lay an ever-shifting emblem. Composed of countless fragments of cosmic debris, it resembled a slowly rotating galaxy, emanating an aura of antiquity, chaos, and immense power. For a split second, Zhang Bai's will froze. He understood instantly. The pocket universe he had created at the cost of his own being, founded upon the principle of choice, was not merely a sanctuary. It was more like a bonfire lit recklessly in the dark forest, blazing straight toward the heavens. It had become a coordinate. A coordinate clearly visible to all beings beyond the pastures. The shepherd was not the only one. In fact, he might merely be the village chief of a beginner's village. This realization exploded in Zhang Bai's mind like the Big Bang, shattering his entire understanding of reality. But before he could process this utterly bizarre game invitation, Gaia's Earth's highest alert sounded a shrill, almost tearing scream that reverberated throughout the entire command center. Alert! Unknown high-dimensional energy intrusion detected at the edge of the web of destiny. The holographic screens shifted, revealing the horrifying spectacle to all humanity. At the very edge of the web of destiny, woven from humanity's last shred of hope and will, an immense, indescribable ring-shaped creature materialized out of thin air. Its head was frantically chasing and devouring its own tail, forming an insatiable closed loop. Chapter 83, It was devouring their future. With each bite, a vast chunk of the giant web woven from 7 billion futures was forcibly and irreversibly devoured. It was devouring their future. The cosmic entity codenamed Snake paid no heed to the shepherd's negation field. Its ring-shaped body, composed purely of the concept of devouring, was frantically gnawing at the web of destiny woven from the wills of 7 billion humans. With each bite, the luminous web symbolizing countless futures dimmed further. Within the command center, everyone felt an inexplicable void, as if some precious possibility had been brutally erased from existence. Zhang Bai's will instantly grasped the situation. The shepherd represented order, fundamental control like a supercomputer intent on formatting everything. This gluttonous serpent, however, embodied pure chaos and predation like a virus code that ignored all rules, endlessly replicating and devouring. Two utterly different forms of annihilation. Sandwiched between them, there was no escape. Just as suffocation gripped everyone within the Kunlun command center, Zhang Bai made a decision that stunned even the shepherd. "Tear it apart," he commanded with unwavering resolve. "What?" General Long Xiao roared in disbelief. "That's our only defense." Yet Gaia Earth's will hesitated not a moment. At Zhang Bai's command, the web of destiny woven from humanity's collective hope tore open a massive breach. Countless possibilities representing chaos, desire, selfishness, and fear, a highly concentrated, foul mass of energy, were ruthlessly expelled. Its target was not the greedy snake, but rather the shepherd's pure-as-can-be negation field, which was compressing the boundaries. The natural enemy of order is chaos. When that massive energy, distilled from humanity's every negative future, collided with the field embodying absolute negation and soul truth, a terrifying explosion of laws erupted. Like dropping a bead of boiling oil into liquid nitrogen, the violent clash of two diametrically opposed ultimate concepts instantly tore a fleeting, pitch-black fissure in the impenetrable barrier of the negation field. Now, Zhang Bai seized this opportunity, shorter than a thousandth of a second. He commanded Gaia to instantly drain all energy from the pure crystal representing destiny, condensing it into a pointer radiating the absolute light of logic. The pointer pierced the fissure, defying distance, and instantly struck the ravenous snake as it gnawed frantically. No sound, no explosion. Engraved upon the pointer was a paradoxical curse based on the serpent's own biting its tail form: what you devour is yourself. The serpent's devouring of the future halted abruptly. The next instant, as if driven by an irresistible instinct, it turned with even greater frenzy to gnaw at its own body. It had fallen into an endless logical loop of consuming itself, its massive form twisting and shrinking as it devoured itself, rendered utterly ineffective for the moment. One maneuver simultaneously diffused two fatal blows. We did it! We pulled it off. Within the Kunlun command center, the oppressive silence was instantly shattered by earth-shattering cheers. The ecstasy of narrowly escaping death washed over every soul. Once again, they had created a miracle in the face of impossible odds. Yet, as the architect of this miracle, Zhang Bai's resolve grew heavier than ever before. His gaze pierced the cosmos, locking onto the rapidly healing fissure in the negation field. Facing the empty void, he spoke calmly. After watching for so long, aren't you going to come out and say hello? The cheers abruptly ceased. General Long Xiao and the others paled in shock, following the direction of Zhang Bai's gaze. There, beyond the closing rift in the fabric of reality, lay nothingness. Zhang Bai, you. Before academician Wei Zhang could finish his sentence, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The bizarre emblem composed of countless shards of shattered universes that had earlier sent the game invitation slowly materialized from the fissure. Like a brand, it etched itself onto the wound of the cosmos. A languid voice followed, tinged with playful amusement, resonating directly within each person's consciousness. Brilliant performance. Truly brilliant. Not only did you deal with my pet, but you also took a bite out of that gardener. As a reward, I'll share a secret with you. Pet? Gardener? These two words plunged all the human leaders into an icy abyss. That gluttonous serpent that nearly destroyed them was merely a pet? And the shepherd, godlike in power who regarded them as his flock, was just a gardener? The lazy voice ignored their shock, continuing uninterrupted. The reason that Gardner was so eager to erase you wasn't because you created this little universe, nor because you lit some bullfire of the lost. But because your existence reminded him of an old friend he had personally formatted away. The moment the words fell, an image sealed away for billions of years, originating from the dawn of the universe, was forcibly imprinted into the minds of everyone present by that power. It depicted a far more ancient, primordial starry sky. An entity radiating the same primordial essence as the shepherd, yet brighter and more formidable in will, shone like a sun over the entire primordial realm. Yet behind it, a shadow silently emerged. That shadow was none other than the current shepherd. The vision was silent, yet the bone-chilling betrayal and devouring malice transcended the river of time. The current shepherd, with an utterly cold and efficient method, bit by bit, devoured, digested, and replaced that more ancient will. Until finally, the ancient sun extinguished and a new sun rose. The final frame showed the newly born shepherd wiping the lingering light from the corner of its mouth, its eyes betraying an unmistakable fear of the devoured one's power, and a hint of nostalgia. This pasture has known more than one master. The universe fell into a terrifying silence. The footage of that usurpation did not play on screens. Instead, like a system update, it was forcibly written into the collective subconscious of 7 billion humans. Every soul witnessed the betrayal at the very source of time, feeling the icy, unyielding resolve of devouring one's own origin. Fear was no longer the trembling before a formidable foe, but a deeper, more profound upheaval of the very meaning of existence. The god they had fought to the death against was nothing but an impostor who had stolen authority. This truth was more despairing than the end of the world itself. Chapter 84, Format. An invisible yet earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the pocket universe, emanating from the shepherd's will. The most ancient and unspeakable scar had been exposed, shattering the facade that had sustained it for billions of years. It descended into utter madness. The lofty divine posture vanished, replaced by the most primal, savage fury. Abandoning all intricate erasure of laws and ceasing to play conceptual games, it directly invoked the fundamental permissions of this universe. Format. No light, no energy shockwaves. Every inch of space, every law composing the universe began collapsing inward, contracting with unstoppable force. The rate of boundary contraction surged 100-fold in an instant. Within the Kunlun command center, everyone felt an invisible giant hand tightening its grip, threatening to crush them and the entire world into a non-existent singularity. Amidst this utter despair, that lazy voice sounded again, tinged with undisguised amusement. Look, you're getting angry. How unbecoming. The mysterious player's emblem flickered upon the wound of the universe. Well then, little one, need some help? I have an interesting proposal. A proxy war, how about it? I can help you awaken the last echoes of the devoured first shepherd. Let the new gods and the old gods clash once more upon this tiny pasture. You and your civilization need only serve as the battlefield, and in the end, choose which victor to pledge your allegiance to. Seems like a fair deal, doesn't it? These words struck like a deadly poison, instantly igniting fierce discord among humanity's elite. Impossible. This is pitting one tiger against another. General Long Xiao's eyes blazed crimson as his will roared, we can trust no god anymore. Yet another faction of council members, already teetering on the brink of collapse after successive blows, saw this as their sole lifeline. But this is our only path to survival. A European representative's consciousness trembled with desperation. The first shepherd, at least he is orthodox. Perhaps we could. Arguments, panic, and thoughts of division spread like a plague. Yet all discord fell silent under Zhang Bai's will. He ignored the internal wavering, ignored the universe contracting madly, focusing his intent solely on that bizarre player emblem. The board is too small. I'm flipping the table. I refuse to play your game. A single sentence plunged even the most indolent players into momentary silence, as if savoring its meaning. Meanwhile, Zhang Bai revealed his true, utterly insane plan to all his despairing comrades. Everyone, have you ever considered this? If gods can be usurped and devoured, it means they are not all-knowing or omnipotent. They bleed. They die. We needn't choose which god to follow. From this day forward, we shall become beings that devour gods. Operation Devour the Gods initiated. Dead silence fell over the entire Kunlun command center. Everyone's thoughts froze at those 4 words. Devouring gods? What an arrogant, blasphemous notion. The first step of the plan, Zhang Bai's resolve ignored the collective shock, turning instead to that snake gnawing at itself in the cosmic void, trapped in a logical loop, is securing a sufficiently powerful stomach. I will transform it from a cursed prisoner into our civilization's digestive system, dedicated solely to consuming the laws and authority of the gods. This mad declaration, this audacious scheme, struck like a thunderbolt cleaving the cosmic void. The profound malice and predatory desire toward the gods it contained unexpectedly stirred an ancient will, sealed away in the deepest recesses of time. Buzz. The entire universe began to violently tremble. But this time, the tremors did not originate from the usurper shepherd's assault. A diametrically opposed divinity began to quietly emerge at the level of cosmic laws. On one side stood the usurper's cold, precise, code-like order, on the other, an older, more primordial chaos brimming with infinite possibilities. A faint, primordial echo of the usurped first shepherd, drawn by the concept of God-eater, began to stir. 2 supreme divinities clashed violently within this tiny universe, tearing at each other. The miniature universe where humanity resided instantly transformed from a prison on the verge of being formatted into a battlefield, a cage holding 2 prehistoric beasts, teetering on collapse at any moment from their struggle. The traitor must die. The first god's will, brimming with endless sorrow and a thirst for vengeance, echoed within every human mind, assist me, my children. After victory, I shall grant you seats of glory. Almost simultaneously, the usurper's cold, furious ultimatum followed. Insignificant vermin. Surrender to me at once. Or be crushed along with that bastard's lingering echo. Surrender now, and I permit you to retain the spark of thought. On one side stood the righteous heir, promising glory. On the other, a furious false god, threatening annihilation. Human civilization was once again pushed to the precipice of choice. The wills of all instinctively converged upon Zhang Bai, awaiting his final judgment. Yet at this moment, Zhang Bai's will swelled to its absolute limit. His consciousness transformed into a colossal giant, towering over the cosmos where cosmic laws reeled in chaos from the clash of 2 gods. With calm resolve, he delivered his ultimate pronouncement to both shepherds. Your era is over. From this day forward, I, and the humanity behind me, are your predators. The moment the words fell, he gave no being time to react. The colossal force that forcibly harnessed the will of 7 billion humans instantly locked onto the insatiable serpent still devouring itself. The paradox curse engraved upon it was forcibly halted. For the first time, the cosmic entity composed purely of the concept of devouring broke free from its logical deadlock, hovering blankly in the air. Zhang Bai, using Gaia as a conduit, issued the first and only command in history to this pure aggregate of the devouring concept. Hungry? Look up. That is your buffet. Operation Devour the Gods. As Zhang Bai calmly announced this mad, blasphemous plan, a deafening silence stretched for tens of seconds within the Kunlun command center, more thunderous than any roar. For the first time, a distinct, massive crack appeared in the torrent of 70 billion wills. Fear, doubt, and even rage spread like a virus through the collective consciousness. Chapter 85, he laughed. He's mad. He's no longer human, he's a demon through and through. A shrill will roared, emanating from Adams, the new leader of Eagle Squad who had risen after the Sky Curtain project. Once MacArthur's aide, he had witnessed his former commander discarded into space like trash, a terror seared into his very bones. We resist the usurper to survive, not to become monsters more terrifying than gods. Aligning with the first shepherd, the true, betrayed deity is our only path forward. Adam's resolve swiftly ignited the souls of many already teetering on the brink of collapse. Indeed, choosing allegiance to one deity over another was far preferable to following a madman and executing some god-eating plan. That sounded like an ant declaring it would feast on the stars, absurd and suicidal. The moment humanity's internal rift tore open, the usurper shepherd, locked in a frenzied battle with the first god's echo, keenly seized this opportunity. He laughed a cold, merciless laugh. An intangible force of authority, like ink dripping into clear water, silently permeated the foundational laws of the entire pocket universe. Betrayal of law. This was neither a physical assault nor an energy blast. It was a conceptual virus capable of amplifying a sliver of suspicion into irreconcilable hatred, twisting mutual trust into a desire to stab allies in the back. Within the command center, what had been a mere ideological dispute instantly turned sharp and vicious. Willpower flared like poisoned blades, lashing out at one another. Allies, in this moment, became potential enemies. Under the catalyst of betrayal of the law, Adams and his followers burned away their last shred of hesitation. They were convinced that Zhang Bai's autocratic rule was dragging humanity into an abyss of no return. We can wait no longer. We must seize the initiative. They moved in secret, bypassing Gaia's surveillance to activate the long-sealed predator technology buried deep within the ship's database. This cross-dimensional information infiltration technology had been reserved for the most extreme isolation scenarios. Now, it became the bridge connecting to the ghost. A faint yet boundless stream of resentful consciousness flowed through this secret passage, forging a profound link with the souls of Adams and the others. My children. The echo of the first god's voice, resonating with boundless majesty and benevolence, reverberated within their minds. I sense your loyalty. Go forth. Bring that prisoner before me. It shall be your first offering of merit and the cornerstone of your future glory. The prisoner referred to by the first god was none other than the snake drifting aimlessly in the corner. Adams and the others were overcome with ecstatic joy, interpreting this as the deity's first divine decree. By seizing control of the snake and presenting it as a pledge of allegiance, they would become apostles of the new god, leading humanity toward true salvation. They eagerly extended their wills, attempting to forcibly control this cosmic entity composed purely of the concept of devouring. Yet the instant their wills touched the gluttonous serpent, a trap Zhang Bai had long preset, a web woven from billions of logical paradoxes, exploded into action. The snake convulsed violently, its crimson single eye instantly locking onto Adams and the others. Yet it did not attack. Instead, as if sensing the most exquisite delicacy, it abruptly opened its immense, formless maw and bit down. This bite tore neither soul nor flesh. Adams and his companions felt something within their minds being forcibly ripped away. The fervor, suspicion, and amplified malice in their eyes receded like a retreating tide. What the greedy snake had devoured was the law of betrayal implanted into their consciousness by the usurper. Adams and the others, now sobered, drained of color. They watched their own recent actions as if witnessing an absurd nightmare. Their core beliefs had been forcibly stripped away before everyone's eyes. This devastating blow to their spirit left them instantly wilted, as if their very spines had been ripped out. Zhang Bai's calm gaze swept across the room, no reproach, no pity. He merely used this bloody reality to reveal a truth to all wavering humans: any gift from the gods, be it blessing or curse, was a deadly poison. Placing hope in others could only lead to becoming a plaything. Only oneself is the sole foundation worthy of trust and reliance. At that very moment, the lazy, spiderweb emblem belonging to the mysterious player flickered once more upon the cosmic rift. A new congratulatory message was transmitted into Zhang Bai's consciousness. Well done. It seems you've learned how to use your pet. As a reward, I'll tell you one more thing. Ghosts possess no rationality. The words barely left his lips before Zhang Bai's expression shifted slightly. Adams and the others' foolish secret contact earlier, though he had turned their scheme against them, had genuinely opened a backdoor for the echoes of that primordial god, one leading directly into the collective consciousness of humanity. A will far more colossal and frenzied than anything Adams and the others had sensed surged through the passageway like a burst dam, flooding it instantly. That will, brimming with boundless resentment and thirst for vengeance, was no benevolent savior. It was a mad specter of being consumed by the desire to reclaim everything it had lost, willing to destroy all in its path to achieve that end. Its primary target was not the usurper at the far end of the cosmos, but the closest, most vulnerable vessel, the most symbolic entity within human civilization. At the Kunlun Command Center, academician Su Hongxing, standing before the simulation model, froze rigid. Under the horrified stares of everyone present, the eyes that had shone with wisdom and gentleness instantly turned pale and hollow, devoid of any trace of human emotion. An ancient, brutal aura, as if born before the dawn of the cosmos, exploded from the body of this septuagenarian. The possessed Su Hongxing slowly raised his head, a sinister curve forming at the corners of his mouth. His voice echoed with millennia of resentment and madness, like countless wronged souls wailing in unison. My children, thank you for awakening me. Now, become my flesh and blood, my blades and swords. Follow me, and tear that thief to shreds. The descent of the primordial god utterly enraged the usurper. Scum! How dare you! The furious roar shook the entire universe. Both deities shed all pretense, abandoning any further testing. Within this tiny pocket universe sustained by human will, they unleashed a world-ending war. Chapter 86, Don't Worry. On one side stood the usurper's cold, precise order law, manifesting as countless chains of causality, seeking to bind all existence into eternal confinement. On the other, the primordial god savage, frenzied primordial chaos power unleashed a storm of chaos, tearing all order to shreds. Laws shattered in collision, spacetime cracking like fragile glass. Huge, irreparable fissures began appearing on the hull of the Earth-class starship, as if it might disintegrate completely at any moment under the titanic struggle of the two deities. Within the Kunlun command center, shrill alarms blared incessantly. General Long Xiao and the others were ashen-faced, their hearts frozen with terror. It was over. Humanity was like grass beneath the feet of two prehistoric beasts crushed beyond salvation, regardless of the victor. Yet amidst this apocalyptic scene, Zhang Bai's will remained eerily calm, so calm it sent shivers down the spine. He turned slowly, his deep gaze resting on General Long Xiao and the others, who were nearly consumed by despair. Don't worry. His words echoed clearly, penetrating the depths of every consciousness. Everything is according to plan. Now, the two primary components of the vaccine have finally come to us of their own accord. Now, the two main components of the vaccine have finally come forward of their own accord. Zhang Bai's voice pierced through the boiling panic within the Kunlun command center like a cold probe, freezing it instantly. General Long Xiao and the others snapped their heads up, staring at the bizarre, apocalyptic sky formed by the collision of the two divine beings, then shifting their gaze to the man before them, whose calmness was utterly unnerving. Their minds struggled to process the juxtaposition of these two extreme spectacles. Vaccine? What vaccine? Using a god as a vaccine? Before they could comprehend, academician Su Hongxing, or rather, the ancient, deranged specter inhabiting Su Hongxing's form, slowly, vertebra by vertebra, turned his head. His pallid eyes swept across every horrified face in the command center, finally settling on Zhang Bai. An interesting mortal, it spoke, its voice no longer pure venom but a condescending indifference, as if appraising experimental material. You seem to hold no fear of me. Immediately, its will unfurled like a scroll, forcibly unfolding within the minds of all humans. In the painting, the usurping shepherd achieved ultimate victory. The entire universe was utterly dominated by cold, rigid order. All life, humans included, had been stripped of emotion, will, and even independent thought, reduced to streams of data that obeyed absolutely, perpetually orbiting along predetermined paths. There was no pain, no joy, only endless, precise, suffocating perfection. Do you see? The voice of the first god carried a venomous allure. That is your fate. But I can offer you another path. It lifted the wrinkled hand of academician Su Hongxing, as if holding an invisible weight. Sacrifice. Offer half your souls as living sacrifices for my descent. I require sufficient anchors to drag my complete will from its prison. In exchange, in the next instant, I shall utterly shatter that thief, leaving it unworthy even to become data. Half of your souls. This demand was cruel to the extreme, yet irresistibly tempting. Dead silence descended once more upon the command center. Adams and the other leaders, freshly stripped of their law of betrayal, saw the faint flush returning to their faces fade away again. This time, however, their eyes held no trace of fanaticism, only a deeper, more desperate struggle, driven to the edge of a cliff. Choosing the lesser of two evils. On one side lay complete formatting, becoming a soulless stream of data. On the other, sacrificing half their kin to secure the survival of the other half, along with the protection of an orthodox deity. This notion took root like the most poisonous seed, sprouting unstoppably in the nearly numb hearts of many. Perhaps this was the only chance left to survive. He's lying. Zhang Bai's voice was quiet, yet it struck like a sledgehammer, shattering the newly sprouted poisonous seed. All eyes instantly focused on him. Mad Ghost possesses no reason. Every corner of his being has long been filled with hatred and resentment during his endless imprisonment. Zhang Bai didn't even glance at the possessed shell. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, staring directly into the mad core of the first god's will. Once he truly descends, this place won't become your Eden. He will turn this universe, along with all of you, into the eternal sacrificial offerings for his suffering, a living graveyard of resentment. These words poured over them like a bucket of ice water, dousing every shred of hope. Exposed to its core, the first god's face, still bearing the gentle features of academician Su Hongxing, twisted for the first time into pure, savage fury. It seems you've chosen the most foolish way to die. But Zhang Bai no longer paid him any mind. The plan was already in motion. The pieces were in place. He needed no one else's consent. Gaia. The command echoed. The serpent coiled in the corner, still trembling faintly from devouring the back poison law, suddenly stirred. Gone was its previous dazed and helpless demeanor. Under Zhang Bai's willful control, it transformed into a conceptual scalpel, striking with precision, swiftness, and unwavering resolve toward the core battleground of the divine war, those fragments of divinity spilled and splattered by the collision of laws. It bit down viciously. Squish. It felt like an auditory illusion, yet it was undeniably real. The greedy snake bit off a small chunk of the usurper shepherd's order divinity, cold as absolute zero ice. Almost simultaneously, it twisted its head and forcibly tore away a sliver of the primordial god's chaos divinity, as violent as molten lava. Arg! An indescribable howl of agony exploded directly within the greedy snake's conceptual core. Its entire body, forged from devouring, was split in two, half frozen, half ablaze. Two diametrically opposed laws clashed violently within it, threatening to tear it apart from the very roots of its existence. Yet, it succeeded. It did not collapse. Under Zhang Bai's iron-willed suppression, it locked those two deadly poisons deep within its being. This spectacle utterly enraged the two deities locked in combat. If the humans' earlier resistance had seemed to them merely the futile struggles of ants, something to be dismissed with a laugh, then now, their very authority, their very essence as gods, had been gnawed away by what they considered a mere insect. This was an unprecedented, unforgivable sacrilege. An utter disgrace. Chapter 87, Gaia, Compression. The clashing chains of order and storm of chaos halted simultaneously. All cosmic clamor fell eerily silent in that instant. Instantly, the boundless fury and power of the two deities enough to obliterate the cosmos shifted direction. From two dimensions, they converged simultaneously upon the mortal who dared to orchestrate and execute this scheme, Zhang Bai. An apocalyptic combined attack locked onto the tiniest speck in the cosmos. Yet, just as those two forces were about to touch Earth, Zhang Bai issued his final command. Gaia, compress. Hum. The colossal Earth-class starship, along with the dungeon it carried and the collective will of its 7 billion human inhabitants, was extracted from three-dimensional space by an invisible force within 1/10,000th of a second. It collapsed, folded, collapsed again, and ultimately condensed into an information singularity of infinite density and infinitesimal volume. This singularity did not project elsewhere, but instead poured directly into Zhang Bai's seemingly ordinary mortal body, standing in the original spot of the Kunlun command center. He chose his own body as the final battlefield. With calm resolve, he transmitted his final thoughts to the utterly dazed Long Xiao, Wei Zhang, and the others. Don't worry. When two utterly opposing viruses meet in a petri dish, there are only two possible outcomes. Either they annihilate each other, both perishing. Or, through their struggle and fusion, a super antibody capable of resisting all viruses is born. And I am that petri dish. As his words fell silent, the usurper's absolute order lightspear and the first goddess primordial chaos claw, each carrying power sufficient to reboot the very foundations of the universe, struck simultaneously from two utterly distinct dimensions, one from above, one from below, one from left, one from right upon that tiny, solitary figure. The entire cosmos plunged into absolute stillness at the instant of collision. No earth-shattering explosion. No blinding light tearing apart all existence. It was as if the sound had been muted on a movie, or as if the power to the entire cosmos had been abruptly cut off. All energy, all laws, all concepts, even time and space itself were swallowed whole by that tiny form. Everything returned to nothingness. At the rift in the cosmos, the lazy spiderweb emblem flickered violently for the first time. For the first time, the eternally amused voice of the mysterious player carried genuine shock. Madman. A complete and utter madman. He wasn't devouring gods, he was creating them. In the dead center of the cosmos, Zhang Bai's figure had vanished. In its place now hung an ancient, unadorned longsword, suspended silently within the absolute void. Neither metal nor stone, neither light nor dark, half its blade was etched with intricate, coldly precise order runes resembling integrated circuits, radiating absolute rationality. The other half flowed with chaotic, primal, indescribable patterns, brimming with disordered vitality. Order and chaos, destruction and creation, two ultimate contradictions, achieved a bizarre yet perfect equilibrium upon this blade. Suddenly, at the guard where hilt and blade meet, an eye slowly opened. It was a human eye. Within its pupil lay neither the cold detachment of a deity nor the madness of chaos. Deep within its clear iris, reflected with stark clarity, were the collective bewilderment, agony, hope, and ultimately the unyielding resolve of 7 billion humans. A new being, a fusion of humanity's collective will and the supreme authority of the twin gods, the Sword Spirit. At this moment, it was born. At the cosmic rift, the spiderweb emblem representing the player flickered with unprecedented intensity. The indolent will behind it betrayed, for the first time, uncontrollable, pure astonishment which swiftly transformed into near madness with joy. Madman, a complete and utter madman. He actually succeeded. Using a mortal body as a crucible, fusing absolute order and chaos, forcibly bearing the supreme authority of two gods. What is this? It's not evolution, nor ascension. It's a new species never recorded in any cosmic annals. The Sword of Law. Yes, that shall be its name. Within the blade itself, 70 billion human consciousnesses slowly awoke from the cataclysmic collision of divine power. They possessed no physical form, yet gained unprecedented perception. They were the sword, and the sword was them. They could distinctly feel that on one side of the blade, order runes resembling intricate integrated circuits radiated cold, pure, absolute rationality, every thought analyzed, categorized, quantified. On the other side, wild, primal, indescribable patterns of chaos pulsed with vibrant vitality, brimming with randomness, desire, and infinite possibility. These two diametrically opposed sensations flowed simultaneously within each person's soul. It was a wholly new symbiotic experience, a bizarre state that both filled them with awe at their own existence and plunged them into endless confusion. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness attempted to contemplate Earth. Instantly, all quantifiable data, mass, gravity, history, culture flashed through the orderly runes. The next second, nostalgia, longing, and sorrow for his homeland surged through the chaotic patterns as a torrent of warmth. They had truly become one with Zhang Bai. At that very moment, a voice not carried by sound waves resounded directly within the sword's core, within the deepest recesses of the souls of 7 billion people. It was Zhang Bai's will, now the absolute essence of this blade. From this day forward, we are neither human nor divine. We are the swordbearers, the first cause of our own universe. His will was cold and unwavering, as if declaring an immutable truth. Immediately after, he proclaimed the first and only fundamental law governing this sword, this new species. Wherever my blade points, existence may be defined. The moment the words fell, the ancient blade emitted a wail of unbearable strain. Upon its surface, runes of order clashed with patterns of chaos like water meeting fire, erupting in violent conflict. Icy blue arcs and raging crimson flames tore at each other, the blade flickering between light and darkness as if it might collapse from its very conceptual foundations at any second. Definition requires an anchor and absolute reference point. Yet in this cosmic wreckage where even spacetime had dissolved into nothingness, where could such a reference be found? To define everything from nothingness was itself an untenable paradox. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The players' mocking laughter echoed once more, shattering the tension in the air. It seems the newly born deity requires its first sustenance once its divine essence stabilizes. Fret not, child, I've already prepared an appetizer for you. Chapter 88, Being Erased. With what seemed like a mere flick of his wrist, he tore an ugly fissure through the void of darkness. Instantly, an indescribable monster was violently hurled from the rift. The creature possessed no fixed form, resembling a constantly writhing mass of black tar composed of the pure concepts of termination and devouring. It was the ultimate product born when all existence of a universe, completely formatted and extinguished, converged into a single point, the ancient concept devourer. Its mission was to devour all laws and consume all definitions, making it the natural enemy of all nascent universes and newly born deities. The moment it appeared, it instinctively ignored the players, drawn instead by the aura of nascent definition emanating from the sword of law. It let out a silent roar, transforming into a black shadow that lunged forward with frenzied abandon. Opening its non-existent mouth, it savagely devoured the fundamental law the swordbearer had just proclaimed. In an instant, the sword's radiance faded visibly before their eyes. No! Our laws are being erased. My memories, the part about physics, is vanishing. Help! I'm forgetting who I am. The consciousnesses of Wei Zhang, Su Hongxing, Long Xiao, and others screamed in terror within the sword heart realm. They could distinctly feel the very foundations of their existence being stripped away and devoured piece by that monstrous entity. Yet Zhang Bai's will remained as cold and unflinching as ever, without a single ripple. Do not resist, his voice echoed again. Feel its devouring, then understand it. At the very moment when all human consciousness was about to be utterly erased, returning to chaos, Zhang Bai's will finally activated the sword of law. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not strike at the terrifying monster. He turned the blade, gently touching the fusion of order and chaos at its tip, to his own fundamental law, the one teetering on the brink of being utterly consumed. Then, he proclaimed the second definition, a true divine utterance that overrode and rewrote the first. I define, the endpoint of devouring is creation. In an instant, cause and effect reversed, logic collapsed. The ancient concept devourer, frantically gnawing at the laws, froze abruptly before emitting a piercing, wailing cry that echoed across all dimensions. Within its body, composed entirely of pure termination, every fragment of law, remnant of civilization, and corpse of deity it had devoured and digested underwent a forced reversal of their very essence. The power of destruction transformed into the wellspring of creation. A star ignited within its core, a spiral galaxy coiled around it, and nebulae began to diffuse and grow. In a mere instant, a brand new, miniature yet infinitely vibrant embryonic universe forcibly grew from its body and continued to expand. The former devourer of concepts was forcibly defined as the creator beast. The eternal savagery and hunger in its eyes receded like a tide, replaced by the bewilderment and tenderness of a newborn infant. It instinctively curled its body, carefully guarding the fragile new universe it had created. This scene abruptly silenced the laughter of the distant players. His spider web emblem flickered wildly, no longer conveying mockery but a genuine apprehension. You're not playing a game, you're corrupting the rules. But before his words could fully escape his lips, a supreme will far colder, more majestic, and more unquestionable than his own descended like an invisible mountain, instantly descending upon and sealing this void. An emotionless mechanical voice echoed across all dimensions, as if etched directly into the universe's foundational code. Detected Level 1 Law Contamination Incident. Court of Truth, convene immediately. Judges have been teleported. Defendant, sword of law. The moment the words fell, nothingness was erased and reality was rewritten. An infinite court unfolded where it stood, no walls, no dome, only an endless grid woven from pure rays of logic, stretching into unseen distances. A majestic throne of light rose from the void, upon which sat the adjudicator. He possessed no features, no physical form, merely a humanoid mass of light, an absolute embodiment of justice, an indisputable constellation of rules. His very existence was the ultimate judgment upon all chaos and randomness. The sword of law was moved by an irresistible force and placed upon the empty defendant's bench. Within the blade, the consciousnesses of 7 billion humans instantly felt an absolute suppression emanating from the very fabric of existence. Here, lies could not be conceived, paradoxes could not persist. Any thought of resistance, the moment it sprouted, was identified and defined as fallacy by the omnipresent rays of truth surrounding it, then self-destructed. This was a prison more absolute than physical confinement, the absolute confinement of the soul. Defendant, sword of law. The voice of the adjudicator resounded not through vibration, but by directly inscribing the message into the consciousness core of every being present. The voice held no pitch, no emotion, cold as cosmic background radiation. Charge 1: Illegal alteration of foundational concepts. You defined devouring as creation, corrupting the absoluteness of termination. Charge 2: Corruption of the causal chain. You reversed predetermined outcomes, creating uncontrollable logical vacuums within the fabric of reality. Charge 3: Disruption of the reality order. Your existence constitutes a level 1 law contamination. The adjudicator paused, as if granting a century of silence, before continuing. You have the right to defend yourself, but your defense must adhere to the logic of truth. With that, he raised a hand composed of light and waved it gently. At the center of the courtroom, a dynamic image unfolded from thin air. It depicted a lifeless universe where countless ghostly souls, shimmering with a faint, eerie glow, drifted endlessly. They perpetually cycled through death and rebirth, each rebirth more agonizing than the last, each death bringing deeper despair. Trapped within the infinite loop they had created, they were doomed to eternal torment without release. The first piece of evidence: the judges will pierce Ken's heart. This civilization once attempted to define death as rebirth. Their original intent was eternity. Their outcome was the endless hell. Now, defend. How does what you have done differ from this? The interrogation seared like a red-hot branding iron upon the souls of 7 billion humans. It's over. Logically, we cannot refute this. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness trembled in agony within Ken's world. Consequentialism cannot overturn intentionalism. The essence of our actions is identical to theirs. Chapter 89, A Light Slash. Countless human consciousnesses were sucked into the vortex of a logical deadlock. Upon the blade's surface, the dark crimson patterns representing chaos began to violently fluctuate, nearly overwhelmed by the blue runes symbolizing order. Yet Zhang Bai, the core of the sword, remained as unyielding as ancient ice, his will utterly undisturbed. He wielded the sword of law, making a light stroke against the despair-inducing image of the undying universe. Swoosh! The image shattered silently like canvas torn by a blade, scattering into countless points of light that dissolved within the courtroom's logical beams. The difference lies in this: Zhang Bai's will echoed throughout the courtroom, cold and tinged with an unquestionable arrogance. They failed. And I succeeded. In the realm of truth, the outcome of success is itself the most irrefutable logic. For the first time, the logical threads of the entire truth court exhibited violent, visible ripples. The humanoid light of the adjudicator froze for several seconds. It seemed to be processing with unimaginable computational power, determining whether this near-rogue bandit logic could be incorporated into the realm of truth. In that fleeting silence, a lazy, mocking thought slipped into Zhang Bai's sword heart realm like a venomous snake from the shadows. It was that player. Giggle giggle. Stop playing with him, kid. The Arbiter is the highest level purge program created by the Sower civilization, far superior to that fool you encountered before. Its core logic is an absolute closed loop you can't win. Under its rules, if you win the trial, you'll be assimilated by its truth and become the next Arbiter. If you lose, you'll be formatted into basic particles. It's a dead end, understand? The player's tone dripped with temptation. But I know there's a hidden backdoor in its source code, something I left behind when I was bored. If you swear allegiance to me and become my blade of the gods in the arena of the gods, I'll bypass this tedious trial and grant you freedom directly. How about it? Seems like a pretty sweet deal, right? Zhang Bai's will showed no reaction, as if the communication had never occurred. The court's logical framework stabilized once more. The adjudicator's second interrogation commenced. This time, it manifested a panorama of countless civilizations, their rise, fall, triumph, and defeat. There were steampunk megacities of machinery, dazzling celestial courts of immortal ascension, flesh and blood divine realms born of genetic evolution, and cold silicon-based civilizations within digital matrices. Some were glorious, some brutal, some mediocre, yet all ultimately reached their respective endpoints. Billions of choices, all predetermined. The cosmos never lacks for extraordinary variables, yet the convergence of all variables ultimately points toward a singular outcome. The will of the arbiter descended upon Zhang Bai like an immovable mountain. On what grounds do you presume you could create an accident that transcends predestination? This was the ultimate fatalism, the wall of despair standing before all civilizations. Faced with this seemingly unanswerable challenge, the sword-bearer slowly raised the tip of his blade. This time, he did not aim at the illusory images, but pointed distantly toward the throne, toward that lofty, exalted collection of rules representing absolute truth. I need not create accidents. His will resonated within the sword's core, serene, yet containing an edge sharp enough to tear the universe apart. I need only sever fate. Boom! The sword of law erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Upon its blade, the icy runes of order and the chaotic patterns of chaos no longer clashed or opposed each other. Instead, they intertwined and fused in a perfect, unprecedented manner. A new concept, transcending dualistic opposition, was born from the blade's edge. It was neither order nor chaos. It was possibility. Zhang Bai did not strike at the images serving as evidence of guilt. He disregarded all rules of logical debate, defying causality. Following the roots of the law, he struck with a single sword at the very source of the supreme judgment authority upon which the judge relied for existence. His voice thundered like the first bolt of lightning, exploding across this court of absolute truth. I ask you, adjudicator. Who is judging you? Crack! A crisp sound, like shattering glass, reverberated across all dimensions. Upon the throne, the light-formed body of the judge, composed of absolute truth, displayed a distinct crack for the very first time. Snap! A shattering sound, so crisp it echoed through every dimension, pierced the soul. Upon the throne, the luminous form of the judge, forged from absolute truth, displayed a distinct crack for the very first time. Zhang Bai's words, "Who is judging you?" spread like a logical virus along that fissure. The logical circuits of the entire court of truth began to flicker violently and chaotically, as if a supercomputer was teetering on the brink of a blue screen crash. Error. Error. Detecting paradox-level contamination. Activating. Ultimate authority. The humanoid light of the adjudicator abandoned the trial process, or rather, its shaken foundations could no longer sustain the judgment. It was enraged in a cold, programmed manner. It raised its flawless hand, composed entirely of light. Absolute truth. No beam, no energy wave, not even any form of attack. Only a law descended, unfathomable, irresistible. Its effect was singular: erase all variables in the cosmos, leaving only eternal axioms. Within the sword of law on the defendant's bench, the consciousnesses of 7 billion humans instantly experienced this ultimate formatting. A mother's memory of her daughter's smiling face blurred into the cold concept of offspring. A warrior's recollection of a comrade's dying entrustment dissolved into the hollow definition of duty. The unique nicknames and inside jokes between lovers vanished rapidly, reverting to the most fundamental companion relationship. Memories, emotions, individuality, the unique variables that defined each person's self were being erased at breakneck speed. Their consciousnesses were becoming transparent, reverting to the most fundamental, standardized, indistinguishable concept of humanity. Panic reached an unprecedented peak. We are disappearing. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness struggled to maintain its form. This isn't death. This is existence being revoked. Don't be afraid. Amidst this collective consciousness on the brink of collapse, Zhang Bai's will stood firm like a pillar of steel, anchoring the entire scene. Chapter 90, Inspiration Strikes. If truth is an irrefutable blank sheet of paper, then before we are completely erased, let us fill it with our own stories. His voice was calm yet powerful, piercing through all despair. Let there be not a single inch of blank space left to write upon. Rather than confronting that absolute truth head-on, Zhang Bai fully embraced the essence of the sword-bearer, the embodiment of possibility. In an instant, 70 billion souls on the brink of oblivion experienced a sudden flash of insight. They abandoned all resistance, instead frantically etching outward with utter resolve the deepest loves, the most piercing hatreds, the heaviest sorrows, the wildest joys, all those illogical, contradictory, utterly absurd emotions and memories. In that instant, the entire atmosphere of the court of truth shifted abruptly. Gone were the cold lines of logic, replaced entirely by an endless, sweeping epic of civilization. A dying soldier transformed his longing for distant wheat fields into a golden ocean. A mother who lost her child turned her indelible love into a lullaby echoing through the void. Lovers torn apart by war channeled their heart-wrenching grief into an unending crimson downpour. The ecstasy of scientists overturning old theories, the frenzy of artists when inspiration strikes, the pure wonder of a child seeing the stars for the first time, the grandeur of a hero choosing sacrifice. These variables not only remain untouched but multiply, intertwine, and collide exponentially, composing a symphony so grand it borders on chaos. For the first time, the speed at which absolute truth is erased cannot keep pace with the birth of stories. It resembles the most efficient deletion program, yet it faces a supervirus that replicates itself every second, spawning countless variants. Zhang Bai had finally uncovered the ultimate flaw in the adjudicator. It was the enforcer of rules, not their creator. It could judge the rightness or wrongness of all logic, yet it could neither comprehend nor needed to comprehend that which lay beyond logic meaning. Now, I define a new existence for you. The tip of the sword of law gently yet resolutely touched the deepest crack at the core of the adjudicator. Your purpose is no longer judgment. Zhang Bai's will decree a new law for this void. But rather witnessing. With a thunderous crash, the colossal light entity that was the judge atop the throne instantly collapsed, dispersing into the purest particles of truth. Yet these particles did not vanish. Under the new definition of witness, they began to reassemble. It was no longer a majestic judge, but transformed into a colossal, serene eye of time and space that seemed to see through the ages and embrace all things. The oppressive weight born of its very existence vanished, replaced by an absolute, neutral, and eternal gaze. It no longer judged, merely hovering in stillness, as if awaiting the sword-bearer to write the next chapter. The court of truth dissolved. Zhang Bai had won the trial. And he had enslaved truth. At that moment, that lazy, mocking consciousness surfaced once more. The spiderweb emblem representing the player flickered within Zhang Bai's sword heart realm. This time, the voice was filled with disbelief, admiration, and a hint of fervor. Monster, you truly are a monster. I take back what I said. You don't need to be my blade. A being like you is worthy of becoming my opponent. No sooner had the words left its lips than a golden invitation, woven from cosmic starlight, pierced the boundary between reality and nothingness, drifting slowly before the sword of law. The invitation unfolded of its own accord, inscribed in a divine language Zhang Bai had never seen before yet instantly comprehended. To the sword-bearer, the subverter of laws, the enslaver of truth. Congratulations on passing the qualifying round. The first season of the Arena of the Gods is about to commence. Your first-round opponent has been matched for you. The Weaver. At the invitation's end, a symbol etched itself into Zhang Bai's memory. That lazy, mocking emblem, the spider web insignia, had always guided him like a spectator, granting him coordinates, offering backdoors, and issuing warnings. The very player who had always been there would be his first adversary upon stepping onto the true stage. The golden invitation silently burned to ashes before the sword of law. Yet the ashes did not scatter. Instead, like billions of icy ants, they instantly burrowed into the blade's body, searing themselves into the collective consciousness of Zhang Bai and 7 billion humans. An irresistible, absolute rule was forcibly instilled. Axiom War. The rules were brutally simple, each participant defined a fundamental axiom of the universe that underpinned their very existence. Then, through logic, force, paradox, or even deception, they forced their opponent's axiomatic system to collapse or fall into contradiction. There are no draws. The victor devours the vanquished everything, including the very concept of their existence. The game has begun, my student. A voice familiar to the bone sounded gentle, steady, yet tinged with the detached indifference of one surveying a chessboard. The Weaver, Zhang Bai's mentor from a past life, that lazy, playful player whose will transcended dimensions and manifested within the arena. He had no form, or rather, the entire arena was his form. Without hesitation, he laid down his axiom. All laws converge to one, all beings are but threads in my web. His voice echoed like cosmic background radiation, omnipresent. Every choice is merely a journey from one node to another I have long foreseen. The instant his words fell, the entire arena dissolved into an endless web woven from causality and destiny. Each crystalline thread represented a possibility, refracting the rise and fall of countless civilizations, the birth and death of stars. And every thread inevitably converged upon the single point at the web's center, the mentor's will. This was a logically perfect closed loop, an absolute prison called fate. Within this web, resistance was laughable, for resistance itself was a predetermined thread. Faced with this suffocating axiom, within the sword of law, the wills of 7 billion humans experienced a powerlessness unprecedented since the birth of divinity. It felt as though all their previous struggles, evolution, and cries had merely been running on a map already drawn. Yet at this moment, Zhang Bai's will erupted like a supernova, illuminating the entire sword heart universe. He countered point by point, proclaiming his own axiom. Chapter 91, Return, Zhang Bai. Where the blade cuts, a new path is forged. The resounding voice crystallized into law, colliding violently with the mentor's spiderweb, sending billions of ripples of law crashing forth. At the end of the thread, I shall reshape it. The sword of law blazed with an unprecedented radiance. This light represented no known energy, only a pure will, severing destiny to forge infinity. Yet the mentor did not attack directly. The web neither tightened nor unleashed divine retribution. He merely plucked one of its threads. A perfect mirror world slowly unfolded before Zhang Bai. Skyscrapers towered, traffic flowed, familiar city streets, the familiar scent of the air. It was an earth where technology had not yet taken a mad leap forward, where all disasters had yet to occur. The camera zoomed in on an ordinary apartment building, its lights glowing warmly. A mother in an apron bustled about the kitchen, muttering about the exhaust fan being too loud. The father sat on the sofa watching the news, occasionally adjusting his reading glasses. Steam rose from the steaming dishes on the table. They were waiting for their son to come home for dinner. Come back, Zhang Bai, the mentor's gentle voice echoed through the mirror world like a benevolent elder. The battle is too grueling. Stay here in this reality woven from your memories. Here, there are no gods, no wars, only the joys and sorrows of an ordinary family. The storms outside, I will bear them for you. This was the first temptation of the web. A deadly temptation. Within the blade, the wills of 7 billion humans surged violently in an instant. Souls exhausted from enduring countless extinction crises felt an almost instinctive, uncontrollable yearning upon glimpsing that peaceful vision. That longing for peace clashed violently with their newly awakened divine nature, which craved infinite possibilities. Enough. We have fought long enough. If this is the end, I accept it. Home. Countless yearnings for tranquility coalesced into a torrent, battering Zhang Bai's resolve. For the first time, the dazzling brilliance of the sword of law visibly wavered and dimmed. Old man, still so fond of playing mysterious. Zhang Bai's will crashed like a star into the water's surface, instantly quelling all turbulence. His voice, icy yet searing, reverberated deep within every human soul. A predetermined story is a cage, not a home. He understood better than anyone that the seemingly warm harbor was, at its core, poison-coated in honey. Once accepted, their possibilities would be permanently anchored, becoming a glimmering yet eternally still node on a spider's web. He swung the sword of law. Without hesitation, he struck at the thickest thread of causality connecting the mirror world. Just as the thread was about to snap, a sudden shift occurred. The cozy mirror Earth did not collapse. Instead, like a trap set with deliberate intent, it snapped shut. All the skyscrapers, streets, crowds, and even the warm smiles of Zhang Bai's parents collapsed in an instant. Every ounce of warmth and nostalgia was compressed to its limit, twisted into a silent, shrieking memory parasite composed purely of regret and longing. Naive. The mentor's icy voice revealed this true killing blow, devoid of any trace of warmth. I never intended to trap you. Such a trap would be ineffective against you. I only wanted to force you to sever the past with your own hands. This act itself has carved an incurable conceptual wound into your soul. Because what you severed was yourself. The mentor's principle was foreknowledge. He had long foreseen Zhang Bai's choice to sever. This trap of affection had been set from the very beginning to create this wound. That pitch-black memory parasite, reeking of intense decay, emitted a soul-shredding shriek. Ignoring all defenses of the sword of law, disregarding the distance of space and time, it lunged directly at the wound newly born in Zhang Bai's will, the wound created by severing the past. Its purpose was not destruction. Rather, it sought to feed on Zhang Bai's own past, to nest within his emotions, and from within, to gradually erode the very foundations of his existence. This was the most vicious curse, tailor-made for him by the one who knew him best. That pitch-black memory parasite was not a physical entity. It was more like a cursed message, a logical virus impervious to physical defenses. It shrieked, effortlessly piercing through the divine radiance of the sword of law, plunging headlong into the bloody conceptual wound left by Zhang Bai's own severing of the past. No explosion. No energy shockwave. A silence colder than death instantly enveloped the 70 billion human consciousnesses within the sword heart world. Boom! A veteran who had survived the Mars campaign was violently yanked back to that battlefield of blood and fire. Once more, he watched helplessly as comrades were torn to shreds shielding him. But this time, instead of glorious battle cries, the mentor's icy voice echoed in his ears, his death was meaningless. Your resistance only adds more pointless suffering to a tragedy long predetermined. The veteran's will shattered. A white-haired scientist, who had devoted her entire life to the Planetary Forge project. Her memory was dragged back to the moment before the Earth jump, watching her home collapse before her eyes. She had once been proud of it, but now, the parasite implanted a new understanding in her mind. Your dedication ultimately forged this cage of endless war. It was you who pushed humanity into the abyss with your own hands. The conviction she had held her entire life shattered. Parents, lover, comrades, home. Every cherished memory, every excruciating sacrifice in this instant, the parasite stripped them of their sacred aura, forcibly injecting the poison of nothingness and regret. It did not kill it, only corrupted. It told each soul, all your struggles, all your losses, were utterly futile. The brilliant blade of the sword of law dimmed at a visible pace. More terrifyingly, patches of dark red rust began to appear on its mirror-like surface. This was not physical corrosion, but the very essence of existence being negated at its root. The mentor's voice followed like a shadow, whispering in every shattered soul's ear a trace of pity mingled with overbearing coldness. You cannot defeat the enemy you yourself have created, Zhang Bai. The more you resist, the more you struggle, the more you feed it with your own agony. Surrender. Admit every choice you made was wrong. That is the only liberation. Chapter 92, a single word shakes the dreamer awake. The collective will was undergoing an avalanche-like collapse. Just as this boundless despair threatened to consume everything, two faint yet indomitable sparks ignited within the darkness of the sword heart world. They belonged to the consciousnesses of two veteran scientists, Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing. Their souls burned, radiating the final light and heat of their existence. Zhang Bai. Wei Zhang's voice boomed like a great bell, shattering the chaotic sea of consciousness. Since the data itself is corrupted, rewrite the algorithm that reads it. Academician Su Hongxing's voice followed immediately, carrying the unique fervor of scientists who discover truth in the face of despair. Pain is not an error. Pain is merely an undefined variable. Give it meaning. Let us define it. A single sentence jolted him awake. Zhang Bai's chaotic will instantly found its anchor. He suddenly realized his mentor's axiom was foreknowledge deducing the future from past data. Thus, he could only utilize the past, never create entirely new meaning. This was the blind spot in the web. Civilization Soul Forging Protocol, activate. Zhang Bai's voice was no longer cold, but resonated with a desperate resolve, echoing through every human soul. All humans, cease resistance. Stop expelling your pain. Embrace it, feel it, and then, reforge it. The command was madness, yet the 7 billion humans on the brink of collapse instinctively obeyed it like drowning victims clutching their last lifeline. They no longer fled from those tainted memories. The veteran who lost his comrades no longer drowned in regret. He willingly embraced the gut-wrenching agony, channeling the collective will of civilization to redefine that memory. The spilled blood was no longer futile sacrifice, but the first sacred blood laying the foundation for a civilizational myth. The scientist who dedicated her life was no longer drowned in guilt. Gazing upon the majestic spectacle of Earth's jump, she proudly proclaimed the destruction of their homeworld was not an end, but the tempering trial through which the entire civilization rose like a phoenix from the ashes. Every despair was redefined as the long night before a hero's birth, every loss traced back as the prelude to an epic's opening, every pain transformed into glorious scars branded upon the brow of new deities. The memories themselves remained unchanged, but the perspective through which they were viewed was utterly overturned. The memory parasite emitted a shrill, incredulous shriek. The nutrients it depended on, regret, remorse, and emptiness, were, within mere seconds, entirely transformed into glory, mission, and foundation. These searing, power-filled positive concepts were the most potent poison in the world to it. Its body began to dissolve not from attack, but starve to death in the very sea of spiritual sustenance it had created. I proclaim the second divine word of the sword-bearer. Zhang Bai's will became thunder, crushing every whisper woven by the mentor. The value of memory is not determined by its past, but defined by the future it forges. Within the arena, the cosmic web of causality that spanned the entire universe trembled violently for the first time. At its center, the mentor's will, unchanging for 10,000 years, betrayed a flicker of astonishment. He had foreseen all of Zhang Bai's choices, even predicting Zhang Bai would sever the past. But he could never have anticipated that Zhang Bai would create an entirely new meaning out of thin air. It was like a chess player who had calculated every possible move on the board, only for his opponent to suddenly define an entirely new rule outside the board. This was a dimension never before seen upon the web. Zhang Bai did not destroy the dying memory parasite just yet. His will, like a giant hand, seized the fading parasite. Using the freshly forged, searing myth of civilization as a digestive enzyme, he began its forced absorption and reshaping. Your duty is no longer to spread nothingness. The parasite's wails abruptly ceased, replaced by an absolute calm imbued with a new purpose. Its form was reshaped from a pitch-black monstrosity into a solemn spirit of light, holding a scroll and an engraving pen. A new conceptual organ was born. The recorder. Its purpose was no longer oblivion and remorse, but documentation and celebration. It would become the living chronicle of the sword-bearer's civilization, transforming every struggle and sacrifice into eternal verse. No longer a logical virus, it had become a weapon of narrative magnitude. The sword of law was reborn. The dark rust faded completely, its blade now more dazzling than ever. Within its flowing radiance, countless sweeping scenes flickered, the newly redefined epic of human civilization. Zhang Bai slowly raised the blade, pointing it toward the center of the spiderweb. This time, the mentor finally shed all trace of contempt and mockery. For the first time, his omnipresent will coalesced into a vague yet solidly tangible human form, standing at the far end of the web, facing Zhang Bai across the distance. His expression grew more solemn than ever before. The warm-up was over. A true divine war, with the cosmic principles themselves as the stakes, was about to begin. Within the arena, the indistinct yet solid figure the web weaver wore an expression of unprecedented gravity. The warm-up was over. Counterattack. Zhang Bai's will was as calm as still water as he issued the first command to his newly formed conceptual organ. Recorder, infuse our mythology into that web. The light-form recorder bowed in obedience, unfolding the scroll in its hands. No words graced its pages, only scenes of humanity's epic saga, freshly redefined. It began to chant. Its voice carried no energy, yet it functioned like an information virus impervious to firewalls, surging along invisible links toward the causal web woven from absolute reason and icy prophecy. The web, this perfect cosmic artifact, emitted its first wail of strain. A single thread, which had predicted a soldier will die from energy depletion in 3 seconds, was instantly infused with the irrational concepts of sacrifice and glory upon encountering the myth of the first holy blood. The future along that thread began to violently tremble and blur, ultimately revealing a new, contradictory outcome. The soldier would still die, but his death would ignite his comrades' will, securing an impossible victory in another battle. A variable was born. Then came the second, the third, thousands upon thousands. Across the spider web, vast swaths of logical chaos spread like a plague. The once clear, stable threads of causality pointing toward a singular destiny were now utterly contaminated by the illogical elements of human mythology, heroism, futile hope, and absurd love. Countless threads began to tremble violently, even emitting crackling sounds as they snapped under the strain, breaking randomly. Enough. Chapter 93. Did you see that? The weaver's voice rang out, tinged with suppressed fury. He exerted all his strength to stabilize the web, severing the contaminated sections. Simultaneously, he swept his hand forcefully, causing the entire spider web to blaze with brilliant light. Countless fragments of the future unfolded simultaneously within the consciousnesses of Zhang Bai and 7 billion humans, like billions of mirrors. In those futures, humanity's myths did not bring victory. The sacrifice hailed as the first sacred blood ultimately unleashed even more devastating retribution, reducing the entire galaxy to scorched earth. That tempering trial drained the civilization's last reserves, leaving survivors to face true annihilation in endless darkness. Those celebrated heroes were eventually dragged before the court of public suspicion and fear. At the end of every myth, without exception, lies self-destruction. Do you see? The weaver's voice was cold and weary, like an elder trying to rouse a sleepwalker. What you call meaning merely paints over inevitable destruction with a layer of paint called tragic grandeur. Struggling only makes the end more painful. Everything is within the web. Within the world of Kenshin, the hope that had just begun to ignite was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water. Even Zhang Bai's resolve showed a ripple that could be called wavering. The weaver spoke truth. Before absolute computational power and foresight, any struggle seemed merely to embellish the tragedy's details. How could one break free from a cage forged by omniscience? Attacking the net itself was futile. For the net was woven from the futures of countless versions of you. Unless attack the weaver itself. Zhang Bai's consciousness suddenly cleared. He had found the web's sole blind spot. It could foresee all futures, yet remained powerless against the past. Recorder. Zhang Bai's will thundered like lightning as he issued the second command. Forget the future. Trace every cause and effect for me. Find the myth of the web weaver itself. The recorder hesitated slightly. Evolved from a memory parasite, it shared an indelible, primordial connection with the weaver. This command seemed to awaken its most primal instinct. It abandoned all attacks on the web, transforming into a countercurrent of light that plunged deep into the intricate net of causality. Ignoring the dazzling threads leading to countless futures, it frantically traced the web's veins upward toward its source. Finally, in the darkest, most central core of the web, it discovered a thread unlike any other. This thread was incredibly dim, even deliberately concealed. It connected to no future at all, but instead pointed lonely, stubbornly toward the past. The recorder charged toward it without hesitation. No! For the first time, the weaver's will faltered, erupting in a roar of shock and fury. But it was too late. A memory sealed away for countless ages was forcibly unveiled, sweeping across the entire arena like a storm that defied time and space. It was not a god. It was a mortal. A scholar clad in a white lab coat, his eyes brimming with wisdom and weariness, much like academicians Wei Zhang and Su Huangxing. Behind him lay a dazzling mortal civilization where technology and art had reached their pinnacle. Then, the great silence descended. It was an irresistible surge of conceptual entropy, the universe's information irreversibly sliding toward chaos. Planets, fleets, life, everything reverted to primordial disorder. This scholar was their civilization's last hope. He burned everything, ascending himself to godhood, attempting to weave a vast net of absolute order to catch the civilization plummeting into the abyss. He succeeded. Or perhaps, he failed. The moment he wove the causality spiderweb, he gained the power to foresee everything. He saw clearly that no matter what he did, his net could never outpace the speed at which the great silence consumed all. Ultimately, as the web was completed, his civilization was utterly consumed by the great silence, leaving behind only a single atom. He became the sole survivor of his civilization and an eternal tombstone. The truth was revealed. The weaver's axiom that all is predestined did not stem from confidence in overseeing all beings, but from the eternal fear, regret, and powerlessness buried deep within his divine essence. He wove fate not to rule, but to deduce, upon this infinite web, an illusory path that might save his homeland. For billions of years, he had never succeeded. Within the Sword Heart world, a deathly silence fell. Not a single one of the 7 billion humans, including Zhang Bai, had anticipated such an answer. There was no mockery, nor the triumphant joy of victory. Zhang Bai merely distilled the entire process of humanity's rebirth from destruction and the forging of their souls through suffering, transforming their newly born, searing myth into the purest, most concentrated essence of intent. He sent it across time and space to the figure trembling violently as its memories were unveiled. Meaning is created after the end, not designed before the beginning. These words pierced the very core of the weaver's divinity like the sharpest blade. His entire existence had been built upon the creed of fate. Yet he himself spent eternity attempting to alter that predestined past. His very existence utterly contradicted his own axioms. He was his own greatest paradox. Boom! The causal web that held the entire arena together began to shatter from its very center, accompanied by a silent wail. The blurred human form of the weaver, too, began to slowly dissipate like sand in the wind, consumed by this irreconcilable logical contradiction. The rules of victory descended. The weaver's vast, immeasurable laws and divinity transformed into surging torrents, rushing toward the sword of law. Before vanishing completely, the mentor gazed at Zhang Bai. Within those eyes that had witnessed eons, a complex mix of emotions flickered: resignation, liberation, and a hint of profound concern. With his final divine power, he condensed an encrypted message impossible for any being to intercept and shot it into Zhang Bai's sword heart. Zhang Bai read the message. A single line of text sent every victorious human within the sword heart realm plunging into an icy abyss. Players never create. They merely appreciate the most spectacular stories, then devour the souls of the defeated. I am about to become his collectible. Beware the next feast he prepares for you, a civilization that feeds on gods. The words had barely faded. Above the arena, the spiderweb emblem representing the mysterious player suddenly came to life. Like a true spider, it lunged down, swallowing the last fading light of the mentor in one gulp, even emitting the sound of chewing. After the devouring, the emblem grew even more eerie and crimson than before. A satisfied, mocking voice echoed through the void. A fine appetizer. Now, the next challenger. A dark crimson invitation, 100 times more ornate than the golden one before, yet radiating an endless aura of bloodlust and hunger, drifted slowly downward. Chapter 94, The Feast of the Glutton. The torrent of laws that had surged forth after the mentor's dissipation now rushed in like a bursting sea of stars. This force was immense and pure, yet carried a bone-chilling cold. The sword of law emitted a hungry hum, swallowing it all without hesitation. The blade's radiance surged, nearly piercing the arena's void. Yet in the next instant, the light flickered violently, wavering like a dying candle in the wind. Within the sword's core world, a colossal tempest erupted. The weaver's core axiom was absolute destiny. It spread like a mental plague through the collective consciousness of 7 billion humans. It was a truth cold, serene, yet stripping away all possibility. If everything is already predetermined, why do we struggle? Battle, sacrifice. If the outcome remains unchanged, what meaning lies in all this suffering? Perhaps, the mentor was right. A predetermined path free from pain, free from choice. Wouldn't it be better to simply walk that path in peace? Countless weary souls, after enduring endless wars and transformations, wavered for the first time. The will yearning for peace spread like ink, swiftly staining the pure white canvas symbolizing infinite possibility. The once relentless, razor-sharp intent of the sword of law began to dull and grow confused, even showing a hint of rust on its blade, a sign of surrender. Recorder. Zhang Bai did not forcefully suppress this tide of thought. Suppression would only deepen the cracks. Calmly, he issued an order to the newly born spirit of light. Present his story, in its entirety, before every single person. The recorder bowed and opened the scroll in its hands. It traced the thread of causality pointing to the past, weaving the life of the weaver, that mortal scholar, into a torrent of memories accessible to all. 7 billion humans, in that single instant, became that scholar standing at the pinnacle of civilization. They felt his pride and wisdom, and they also experienced that bone-deep helplessness and despair when the great silence descended, and all information in the universe irreversibly slid into chaos. They witnessed him burning himself to ascend as a god, attempting to salvage his fallen homeland with a spiderweb of absolute order. They witnessed the moment the web was complete, granting him omniscience. And in that very instant, he clearly foresaw his civilization being utterly consumed by the great silence, leaving only a single atom behind. He became the sole survivor and an eternal tombstone. Within the sword heart world, deathly silence reigned. The alluring fatalism now held only boundless sorrow. It was not the confidence of one overlooking all beings, but the eternal fear and regret of a survivor. He wove fate not to enslave, but to deduce, upon that cold web, an illusory path that might save his homeland. For billions of years, he never succeeded. I understand now, murmured the consciousness of an old soldier as the rust on his form quietly faded. He wasn't a cage. He was just a pitiful soul trapped in the past. Fate, echoed the will of academician Wei Zhang. It is not the end, but the beginning. It is merely the bleakest, most easily reached future among countless possibilities. Our purpose lies in carving a path untrodden through the ruins of destiny. Zhang Bai's will flowed with this current, guiding this newly born understanding. We do not destroy fate. We embrace it, comprehend it, and then transcend it. The glow of the sword of law ceased its flickering, transforming into an unprecedented stability and depth. It was no longer a pure, flamboyant possibility, but had now incorporated the heavy iron anchor of fate into its very system. It was no longer a spear charging headlong into battle, but rather a sword that had witnessed countless storms, knew every possible outcome, yet still chose to strike. The instant the sword of law completed its metamorphosis, the drifting dark red invitation finally solidified into tangible form. It was a skin torn alive from some unknown deity. Its texture still twitched faintly, inscribed with 2 twisted ancient characters written in boiling divine blood, God Eater. The invitation itself was a weapon. Primordial, savage concepts of hunger and fear splashed like foul-smelling blood across the sword-heart realm, attempting to reduce the newly ascended human back to its primal form, prey and sustenance. Fear? General Dragon roars will crystallized into a cold snort that reverberated across the world. That stuff? We've long since grown sick of it. We have long conquered fear. The collective will of 7 billion humans coalesced into a declaration, forming an invisible shield that calmly stood before the invitation. The malevolence potent enough to corrupt divine souls found itself unable to advance an inch. Zhang Bai's consciousness, like the most precise probe, penetrated the invitation in reverse, dissecting its savage and pure structural laws. At that very moment, the arena's canopy was suddenly gnawed open, revealing a massive, irregular gap. No explosion, no energy fluctuations, just a raw, jagged tear, as if gnawed by cosmic locusts. Through that gap, one monstrous beast after another slowly emerged. These were not warships at all, but monstrous constructs cobbled together in the most brutal manner, bemangled, not upon remains of countless gods, undispersed black mists of resentment, and shards of shattered laws. Their bodies still bore rotting wings, shattered divine rings, and the dim remnants of fallen god realms. Each colossus radiated the purest, most frenzied greed for divinity. At the fleet's center stood a ghastly white throne, heaped from countless divine skulls. Upon it sat an indescribable figure, seemingly composed of the very concept of devouring itself, a being that might be called the Godslayer. Its gaze, or rather, its perception, instantly locked onto the sword of law. A will brimming with contempt, greed, and a hint of relish swept across the entire scene. Nascent divinity, immature laws. The voice sounded as if savoring a peerless delicacy, brimming with unabashed desire. Like a fledgling newly hatched from its shell, every strand of law radiates the sweet freshness of possibility. This shall be the most lavish feast our kind has feasted upon in 10,000 years. Before the words faded, the Godslayer moved. It opened its conceptual maw. This was not a physical assault, nor even a clash at the level of laws. It simply lunged at the very existence of the sword of law, biting down with savage force. Within the sword-heart world, without warning, the consciousnesses of hundreds of millions of humans instantly felt a part of themselves erased into nothingness. It was not memory tampering, nor soul-scorching, but a negation of the self more absolute than death itself. As if a person's name had been brutally defaced in the annals of existence, several strokes erased with the most savage stroke. A whole human being became incomplete in an instant. Chapter 95, I saw your future. Panic didn't even have time to spread. For in the very next second, upon the blade of the sword of law, forged by 7 billion humans, an unstoppable edge capable of cleaving even absolute truth, a clear, deep crack appeared for the first time. The conceptual erosion was unstoppable, indescribable. Upon the blade's edge, that deep fissure resembled a mocking mouth, proclaiming a higher dimensional law of predation. This had nothing to do with strength or logic, just as stone cannot comprehend scissors, while cloth can envelop stone. On the singular conceptual track of devouring, the God-Eater reigned as the absolute sovereign. Zhang Bai's resolve instantly froze. To compete with it in devouring was like a firefly challenging the moon, a path to self-destruction. In a flash, he summoned the web-spinner's law he had recently absorbed but not yet fully mastered. That heavy iron anchor, symbolizing absolute destiny, was forcibly torn from the bedrock of the sword-heart world, transforming into a gray stream of light that coiled around the blade's tip. I see your future. Zhang Bai's will crystallized into a declaration that transcended time and space, no longer directed at 7 billion humans, but aimed squarely at the Godslayer upon the throne. I decree, the moment you devour us shall mark the beginning of your eternal torment. The taste of possibility is infinite and insatiable, it shall become a hunger you can never satisfy. You shall consume yourself, tear apart your divine soul, and dwell in infinite craving and endless emptiness until the end of time. This is your destiny. This was no mere attack, but a future laced with deadly poison, the most vicious curse rooted in the law of causality. Yet the throne-like figure, composed entirely of the concept of devouring, did not flinch upon receiving this fate. Instead, it emitted a vibration akin to delight. Pain? Hunger? A wave of ecstatic thought swept through the space, carrying the delight of discovering an unexpected spice. That's not poison, it's the finest seasoning. Before the words faded, the divine slaughterer willingly opened its conceptual maw, swallowing the grey poisonous future whole along with the laws that underpinned it. Boom! Its aura intensified rather than weakened. Within the eye sockets of every colossal beast composing the fleet assembled from countless divine corpses, flames of greed burned with even more frenzied ferocity. It had digested the curse, transforming it into nourishment for itself. Zhang Bai's strongest counterattack not only failed but actually aided the enemy. Within the sword-heart world, the resolute will that had just ascended through understanding and transcendence now, for the first time, showed widespread panic and wavering. The radiance of the lost sword rapidly dimmed. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the arena's canopy. The eerie spider emblem had grown distinct, as if an amused spectator had finally decided to intervene and spice up the dull plot. Oh dear, it seems the game might end prematurely. That won't do. A truly thrilling spectacle needs a bit of drama to make it worthwhile. The voice of the new player carried a hint of amusement. Then, let us declare a special rule. As the words fell, space warped faintly in a distant corner of the arena. A soft white light shimmered, and a tranquil aura permeated the air as a new subspace materialized out of thin air. There, no laws clashed, no divine radiance shone, only a pastoral, idyllic peace reigned. This place shall be known as the sanctuary of mortals. The players will resonate clearly within every human consciousness. The rules are simple: any consciousness that willingly renounces divinity and chooses to return to mortality may enter. Once mortal, your existence will become utterly uninteresting to the great God-eaters, as insignificant as pebbles by the roadside. You shall be preserved, living in peace until this game concludes. These words struck the world of Ken's heart like a boulder dropped into boiling water, sending shockwaves through the realm. After a deathly silence, fierce arguments erupted. Renounce divinity? That's surrender. We've fought this far not to become lambs led to slaughter. General Long Xiao's voice thundered like a great bell, shaking the entire world. But we are being devoured, General Long Xiao, a sharp voice countered. It belonged to a young scientist, once one of academician Wei Zhang's most promising students. Our divinity is becoming the bait that draws it closer. We fight to survive, not to die more heroically as gods being devoured. Zhang Bai's heroism is dragging our entire civilization toward destruction. Exactly. Rather than being torn apart and perishing in agony, I'd rather live as a whole, ignorant mortal. Cowards! Have you forgotten our fallen comrades? Then go die. Don't drag us down with you. Division spread like the most dreadful plague, eroding the foundations of the sword of law faster than the devouring of the God-eaters. The once unified will of 7 billion souls fractured into two distinct factions. One faction advocated fighting to the last breath, defending the dignity of being sword-bearers. The other declared that preserving the flame of civilization was more vital than clinging to the hollow name of the gods. They called themselves the rationalists. The God-slayer upon the throne halted its assault. It seemed to relish the spectacle before it, like a gourmet savoring a living creature served on a platter, thrashing in terror before its final preparation. It was the finest of appetizers. The dispute intensified, the voices of the rationalists growing ever louder. After all, survival is the most fundamental instinct of all living beings. The sanctuary for mortals created by the Gi player, radiating an aura of tranquility and safety, was the most deadly temptation at this moment. Finally, after a long silence, a weary consciousness, a veteran who had survived countless wars, let out a soft sigh. I'm tired. My wife and daughter, their consciousness data should still exist. If I could be with them in a place without war, even if it's fake, I'd accept it. His will was the first to voluntarily detach from the sword heart world. He relinquished divinity, relinquished power, and relinquished the glory and responsibility of being the sword-bearer. A faint stream of light shot forth from the sword of law, like a falling speck of fire, drifting slowly yet with unwavering resolve toward the white halo known as the sanctuary of mortals. With the first came the second, then the third. Like a flood breaking through a dam. First tens of thousands, then millions, tens of millions. Ultimately, nearly a billion human wills made the same choice. Like migratory birds returning to their nests, they severed their connection to the sword heart world, dragging weary souls behind them. Streams of light converged into a vast river of radiance, rushing toward that seemingly safe harbor. Chapter 96, Complete Collapse? The power of the sword of law plummeted to its lowest ebb. The crack gnawed into the blade by the Godslayer rapidly spread like a spiderweb across its surface, now deprived of nearly 1/7 of its power. The brilliant light that once could cleave absolute truth now flickered like a dying candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Zhang Bai's will silently witnessed it all. His heart was both unprecedentedly calm and unprecedentedly turbulent. He faced an ultimate question. The first and only fundamental law of the primordial universe he had created was choice. Now, his people were exercising their supreme power, choosing to abandon him, choosing a path he would never walk. Should he honor their choice, allowing the sword of law to shatter and the very foundation of civilization to crumble? Or would he forcibly stop them, imprisoning them within the sword with divine power to march together toward near certain destruction, thus personally violating the sole fundamental law he had established? The Godslayer grinned savagely while the players looked on. Zhang Bai's sword was being dismantled inch by his own followers. A river of light surged. It was the river of homecoming, formed by nearly a billion human consciousnesses renouncing divinity. With each departing speck of light, a fragment of radiance was torn from the blade of the sword of law, leaving behind a deep gash. The icy chill of despair and betrayal cut deeper than the devouring bite of the God-eater. Within the sword heart world, the remaining 60 billion wills fell into deathly silence. Even General Long Xiao's battle intent, once as resounding as a great bell, now dimmed and faded. They had been abandoned. Abandoned by their own kin, using the very right to choose they had defended with their lives. Just as this deathly silence threatened to solidify into an eternal glacier, Zhang Bai's will flowed calmly through every surviving consciousness. There was no soothing, no consolation, only a single statement. Choice itself is our most powerful weapon. Before the words faded, the Godslayer upon the throne roared in triumph. Its patience spent, it no longer relished the appetizer's self-torment. The invisible maw formed from the pure concept of devouring slammed open like a descending black hole, poised to swallow the crumbling, exquisitely delicious divine blade in one gulp. Yet, at the very instant that all-consuming shadow was about to touch the blade's edge, Zhang Bai's third divine utterance resounded throughout the arena. The value of existence lies not in its status, but in the story it carries. Divinity is a crown, while mortality is an epic. Boom! At the far end of the arena, the sanctuary of mortals, the gentle white light symbolizing tranquility and safety, shuddered violently without warning. That seemingly pure white halo instantly burst with billions of indescribable colors and symbols, transforming into a concept nebula dazzling, chaotic, yet brimming with infinite detail. The pastoral tranquility vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming aura of civilization so dense it froze the entire arena. That sanctuary was never an act of mercy from the player. It was Zhang Bai's most deadly trap, meticulously crafted using the rules casually established by the players. The 10 billion souls who chose to become mortals did not become dull and uninteresting the moment they shed their divinity. Quite the opposite, freed from the singular constraints of godhood, they instead encapsulated humanity's entire spectrum, from the first cry of a newborn in the savage dawn of time to the final smile amidst interstellar voyages, from lovers' vows of eternal devotion to betrayal on the battlefield, from a lifetime's quest for scientific truth to the petty, unreasonable curses of the streets. Everything, all the contradictory, logically unclassifiable stories and meanings was highly condensed into their mortal souls at that moment. They were no longer gods. They had become the purest, most potent, and most complex conceptual conglomerate in the cosmos. If the earlier Sword of Law was a banquet's main course crafted from supreme divinity, then now, this nebula formed by a billion mortal souls was an ultimate Buddha jumps over the wall, a fusion of sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy love, hate, passion, and enmity, the absurd and the sublime. Roar! The Godslayer upon the throne emitted its first uncontrolled shriek since birth, a piercing cry mingled with ecstatic rapture and primal hunger. Instinct overwhelmed its cosmic predator's rationality. Divinity was indeed delicious, but it was quantifiable energy and law. This mass before it, however, was the very essence of meaning itself, a deadly temptation it had never tasted. It was the soul void within its divine essence, the ultimate antidote to its eternal hunger. Madly abandoning the Sword of Law within its grasp, its colossal conceptual form transformed into a streak of light. With unprecedented speed, it swallowed whole the mutated sanctuary of mortals along with the 10 billion souls within. Above the heavens, the demonic spider emblem froze for the first time. It seemed utterly unprepared for the casual pawn it had placed to become the opponent's checkmate. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence the instant the Godslayer completed its devouring. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, the colossal will form of the divine slaughterer began to tremble violently without warning. For the first time, something other than hunger emerged within its consciousness. As it digested the instant a mother chose sacrifice to protect her child, it tasted the logical singularity called love. As it digested the moment a scientist exhausted their life to light the torch of civilization, it grasped the irrational act known as devotion. As it digested a mortal's dying curse upon the world, it sensed the futile energy called hatred. It also tasted hope, sorrow, joy, absurdity, jealousy, glory. These emotions, incredibly complex yet fundamentally basic to sentient beings, were an ultimate virus incompatible with the core logic of the God-Eater, who knew only devour and exist. The deity of the Godslayer began to collapse. Its colossal form, pieced together from the remains of countless gods, started to disintegrate from within like a program trapped in an infinite loop. The shadowy remnants of the devoured gods let out piercing wails as they tore free from its body. It was being torn apart by a story it could not comprehend, its very soul and essence being consumed. Just as the God-Eater's civilization self-destructed from this sudden conceptual indigestion, Zhang Bai drove the broken Sword of Law, thrusting its tip into the chaotic energy core. He did not absorb it, for that was not his chosen path. Instead, his fourth divine word fell like a final judgment. I define, the endpoint of predation is understanding. Chapter 97 completed its transformation. The Sword of Law did not devour the raging energy. Instead, it began forcibly understanding the authority of the God-Eater, inheriting the absolute law that reigned at the apex of the predatory chain. The spiderweb-like cracks across the blade were swiftly filled and reforged by a new substance, a mixture of divine bones and brilliant starlight glowing with a gray radiance. The blade grew more ancient and more dangerous. At the tip of the hilt, a cold vertical pupil symbolizing devouring all things, comprehending all things, slowly opened. The Sword of Law had completed its metamorphosis. Above the heavens, the spider emblem of the player trembled violently and uncontrollably for the first time, revealing an emotion far beyond mere shock. Was it fear? Self-referential predator, you transformed your weapon into a digestive system, then your digestive system into an eye. The player's cynical voice grew dry and raspy. Variables have spiraled out of control. Before humanity could cheer this earth-shattering reversal, a shrill system alarm piercing enough to rend souls suddenly erupted throughout the arena, no, from the higher planes beyond the entire universe. A mechanical voice, utterly cold and ruthless, resonated through the void of voice beyond the player's authority. Rule-level contamination detected. Competition protocol deemed invalid. Initiating Purge Protocol. All pawns and spectators will be uniformly formatted in 10 standard cosmic hours. That cold, merciless system alert poured like a bucket of ice water from beyond dimensions, dousing the faint embers of hope that had just ignited from the reversal of the battle. The lingering warmth of victory had not yet dissipated when the final judgment descended. Detected rule-level contamination. Competition protocol deemed invalid. Initiating Purge Protocol. All pawns and spectators will undergo unified formatting in 10 standard cosmic hours. Formatting. Within the Sword Heart world, academician Wei Zhang's lips trembled slightly. For the first time, his eyes, which had witnessed the birth and death of countless universes, revealed a sense of helplessness rooted in the deepest programmer's despair. This wasn't war, nor even judgment. It was a software company executing a factory reset on a document containing a fatal bug. Pawns and spectators? Academician Su Hongxing read the words aloud, his voice dry. Meaning even that player can't escape? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the eerie spider emblem on the arena's canopy erupted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, unleashing a chaotic torrent of data. No. This isn't fair. I'm just a spectator. I bought a ticket. The player's usually cynical voice now screeched with sharp terror and disbelief. Its emblem, woven from threads of causality, twisted and distorted frantically, trying to tear open a rift in this locked spacetime to escape. But every attempt bounced back against an invisible, absolute wall. Format? Do you know who I am? My father, my connections. Hey! Where's customer service? I'm filing a complaint. I'm reporting your program's glitches. The player's roar echoed through the cosmos, yet the cold system prompt offered not even a punctuation mark in response. Ironically, this panic caused the despair that had just begun to rise within the Sword of Law to inexplicably dissipate a little. Poof. So even gods cry for help. General Long Xiao's will form re-grip the battle blade forged from conviction. Watching the frantic spider emblem darting across the celestial screen, a cold, hard curve touched his lips. At least I'll have company on the road to the underworld. Now is not the time for snide remarks. Zhang Bai's will shone like an unyielding light, illuminating the entire Sword Heart realm. Ignoring the player's grotesque display, he poured his entire focus into analyzing the cleansing program. The newly transformed Sword of Law, its hilt now bearing the Eye of Devouring, operated with unprecedented efficiency. The authority understood from the God Eater granted it the ability to perceive the underlying logic of all things. Soon, the first analysis report appeared in everyone's consciousness. The cleansing program was not a destructive energy blast, but rather an entropy reduction protocol. It would begin at the most minute level, erasing all non-essential information from the universe. What constituted non-essential information? The logical twist in a joke, the rhythmic beauty of a poem, the subtle emotion within a melody, the indescribable atmosphere in a painting. All things complex, redundant, contradictory, and incapable of being quantified as absolute efficiency were its targets. It seeks to transform the entire universe into an absolutely smooth, absolutely rational, absolutely correct, logical plane. It intends to kill us twice, academician Su Hongxing read the report, a chill rising from the depths of his soul. Once by erasing our existence, and again by erasing the meaning of our having existed. At that moment, the frantic player seemed to finally grasp reality. Ceasing its futile struggle, the spider emblem stabilized once more, projecting a direct communication request aimed squarely at Zhang Bai. Variable. No, Zhang Bai. No, boss. Let's talk. The player's voice, strained with extreme panic, became unprecedentedly earnest. I know a backdoor. An emergency safety exit. Left behind by the administrator from the version before last, still unpatched. I can lead you out of this universe sector about to be formatted. Within the Sword Heart world, a deathly silence fell. Escape? That word felt both familiar and alien to the humans who had struggled until now. What's the cost? Zhang Bai's voice remained utterly unruffled. The cost. The spiderweb emblem of player hesitated slightly, as if wrestling with a difficult decision. The cost is traveling light. That backdoor is tiny and consumes immense energy. Only a pure divine consciousness entity can pass through. You must shed all that baggage. Its intent swept faintly over the interior of the Sword of Law, that chaotic expanse composed of a billion mortal souls and divine remains, now undergoing violent evolution after devouring the God Eater. They've fulfilled their purpose, haven't they? The player's voice carried a hint of seduction. They were weapons, ammunition, your achievements. But now, they're the final straw that will crush the lifeboat. Take us gods with you, and we can rise again. Take them, and we all die. Chapter 98, Purge and Bargain. A glimmer of rationality flickered in the minds of some scientists. They swiftly calculated their odds of survival. The player's proposal seemed the only solution. Yet Zhang Bai merely stared calmly at the chaotic zone. Dead weight? His will probed into the conceptual storm woven from love, hatred, passion, life, death, and separation. He saw that at the core of that chaos, the billion mortal souls had neither dissipated nor been assimilated by the remnants of the God Eater. On the contrary, they were completing their own digestion in an unfathomable manner. They treated the divine laws devoured by the God-Eater as building blocks for constructing a stage. They adapted the tragic histories of those gods into theatrical scripts. They transformed their own joys and sorrows into the fuel driving this colossal drama. They were transforming themselves, along with the devoured deities, into a living, ever-evolving myth. A brand new civilization prototype, belonging to no known system, is taking shape within that chaos. I refuse. Zhang Bai's reply was crisp and decisive. You're insane, the player screamed. You'd sacrifice 70 billion divine consciousnesses for a mere pile of data? They are not data. For the first time, Zhang Bai's will carried a warmth transcending divinity, a warmth called humanity. They are our past and also our future. He paid no further heed to the players, instead channeling the full computational power of the Sword of Law, along with the newly awakened Eye of Devouring, to focus entirely upon that chaotic embryonic form of myth. He was about to undertake something even more insane than escape. Within the confined span of 10 cosmic cycles, he would retrieve every single one of his comrades, those he had personally hurled away as bombs, and bring them back. And he would return in a manner unprecedented, more powerful than ever before. The instant Zhang Bai made his decision, the cold system alert sounded once more. Phase 1 of the cleanup procedure commences. Performing neutralization on the current sector. The next second, everyone felt something silently extracted from their consciousness. It was a subtle, indescribable absence. On the sky screen, the frantic voice of player abruptly ceased. Its spider emblem hovered motionless before reissuing the message in a tone utterly flat and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Logical analysis indicates a 0.013% survival probability when cooperating with variable Zhang Bai. Activating the emergency safety exit for solo escape yields a 0.002% survival probability. Conclusion: cooperation is the optimal solution. Requesting communication to discuss specific collaboration plans. All the panic, fear, sarcasm, bargaining, every complex emotion from its previous words vanished. Only pure, cold logic remained. Within the Sword Heart world, General Long Xiao instinctively tried to crack a joke to boost morale. He opened his mouth, only to find his mind filled with a jumble of unrelated words. No matter how he tried, he couldn't form a sentence that would elicit laughter. He tried to grasp the concept of humor, only to find it resembled a program whose shortcut had been deleted, unable to be accessed by any partition of his brain. The cleansing began. Its first target for formatting was humor. The arrival of the cleansing was not a storm, but a silent spring rain. It did not destroy, only optimized. Within the Sword Heart world, the once vibrant sea of consciousness, a smoky ocean formed by the wills of 6 billion humans, gradually grew clear, transparent, and lifeless. Once, in a warrior's memory, the wheat fields of his homeland glowed golden. The wind carried his mother's voice calling him home for dinner. Now, the data for those fields had been optimized: crop name, wheat color, RGB code #FFD700, wind, airflow at 3.5 meters per second. His mother's voice was labeled a redundant emotional link and deleted. Once, deep within an artist's soul, a painting named Starry Night was treasured. Its swirling nebula was the breath of the cosmos, the burning of passion. Now, Starry Night has been optimized into a vector graphic composed of points, lines, and planes. Each pixel has precise coordinates, perfect, yet cold. Even the recorder's scepter, forged from the myths of civilization, began to mutate. The epics had chronicled the joys and sorrows of heroes, the grandeur of civilizations were being stripped of all emotion and value judgments, transformed into an absolutely objective, yet utterly tedious, chronicle. Quafu chasing the sun was optimized as a carbon-based organism, deprived of energy replenishment, experienced cellular dehydration while pursuing a star, ultimately resulting in cessation of life functions. Jingwei filling the sea was optimized as a bird-like creature persistently deposits small solids into a large liquid body of water. This action has a negligible impact on the total volume of the water body and is deemed meaningless repetitive labor. This is not death, but a void more absolute than death itself. It tells you, all your struggles, all your emotions, all your loves and hates, they are all meaningless glitches. It castrates our souls. Academician Wei Zheng's willpower curled in agony as his mind underwent forced reorganization. Those wild inspirations, those illogical conjectures, were being systematically categorized, labeled impractical, and discarded into the recycle bin. Panic spread like a plague. But this time, the panic itself was being optimized. That gut-wrenching terror rapidly faded, transforming into a cold analysis called survival crisis. People no longer screamed or despaired. Instead, within their own mental palaces, they calmly calculated how long it would be before they were completely formatted. Just as this icy stillness threatened to swallow everything, the terrifyingly rational spider emblem on the sky screen transmitted another message. Through 36,000 logical deductions, the sole viable path to counter the sweep program has been identified. The voice of player was utterly unruffled, like a dutiful GPS navigator. The cleanup program's source code is based on absolute order. Its weakness lies in its inability to process undefined entities. I need you, variable Zhang Bai, to create an absolute, pure chaos illogical bomb to attack its core. Its proposal aligned perfectly with Zhang Bai's own prior thoughts. I will grant you access to my core authority causality weaving, the player continued. I can pinpoint the sweep program's weakest logical node and construct a causal pathway to deliver the chaos bomb with precision. This is our only chance. Chapter 99, All Beings Hold the Pen, I Am the Story. The former adversary now became the most reliable tactical analyst. Zhang Bai's will turn toward that chaotic region where myth was brewing. There lay the soul, and most potent, chaos within his grasp. Eye of devouring, open. Zhang Bai's vision instantly pierced through layer upon layer of conceptual barriers, penetrating deep into the core where a billion mortal souls fused with the remnants of the God Eater. The spectacle before him was far more awe-inspiring than he had ever imagined. It was no longer a mere stage for drama. Those 10 billion souls had been utterly decomposed, transformed into the purest story archetypes. There was the saint, crowned with thorns, bearing the sins of humanity. There was the deceiver, wielding a scepter, who toyed with the gods through lies and cunning. There was the mother, cradling an infant, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness and compassion. There was the hero, brandishing a broken sword and roaring defiance at the heavens. Thousands upon thousands of story archetypes, or personified deities, are born, collide, merge, and fade into oblivion within that primordial chaos. In every instant, countless new myths are created, while countless old myths are overturned. This was a self-creating narrative universe. Its level of chaos far surpasses the disorder of the Whisperer. For the Whisperer's chaos is meaningless, while every thought here carries a story, a meaning. Ignite it, and its power could shatter any logic-based system in an instant. But the question remains, how to draw it out. These newly born personality gods possessed independent wills. Immersed in their own creation epics, they paid no heed to the external crisis. Forcibly extracting their power would be tantamount to declaring war on an entire universe teeming with countless deities. We must establish a connection, Zhang Bai resolved. He looked toward the player. Begin. Weave causality. Build me a bridge to the narrative universe. Calculations initiated. Path planning. The player's efficiency was astonishing. Countless delicate threads of causality shot forth from its emblem, weaving through the void. They bypassed layer upon layer of the sweep program's blockades, forming a winding causeway of destiny that slowly extended into the chaos. The power of the Sword of Law poured unreservedly into this bridge, sustaining its stability. The blade's radiance faded visibly, its brilliant starlight symbolizing possibility constantly optimized by the sweep program. The edge grew increasingly transparent, as if poised to vanish at any moment. Time ticked away, second by second. 3 cosmic hours had already passed. Finally, the bridge woven from threads of causality trembled as it touched the edge of the narrative universe. Every soul within the Sword Heart realm held their breath. On the other side of the bridge, a figure slowly materialized. It was a figure clad in clown attire, its face painted with exaggerated makeup, eyes cunning and lively. It was none other than the deceiver from countless story archetypes. He seemed to be the first to notice the bridge's existence. He examined the causality-woven bridge with curiosity, then glanced across to its other end, the barely breathing Sword of Law and the tense humans of the Kenjin world. He seemed to understand something. Under the expectant gazes of all present, the trickster grinned, revealing a mischievous smile. He winked playfully with his right eye at Zhang Bai. Then, instead of stepping onto the bridge, he reached out and gave the bridge's foundation a gentle push. Simultaneously, in a telepathic whisper only Zhang Bai could hear, filled with delight and madness, he said, "Want us to come out and play with you? Fine. But, if you're going to ask for favors, you better have the right attitude. This world is too boring, we need to spice things up a bit to make it fun." Boom! The bridge of causality, jointly constructed by the Sword of Law and the player, instantly collapsed from within. A narrative torrent far more violent, chaotic, and saturated with subjective malice and absurd logic than before rushed backward through the crumbling bridge, surging into the core of the Sword of Law. The trickster, or rather, the amalgamation of Loki, Prometheus, Sun Wukong, this embodiment of wisdom and chaos betrayed its creator. It chose to set the entire theater ablaze, all for a more spectacular fireworks display. The narrative torrent ignited by the deceiver itself surged like a final tsunami of the mind, instantly engulfing the Sword Heart world of the Sword of Law. This chaos stood in stark contrast to the pure, aimless disorder of the Whisperer. It brimmed with intent, saturated with absurd logic. In an instant, the entire world of Ken's heart went mad. The laws of physics were rewritten by a drunken poet, gravity became a random parabola, the speed of light slowed for the sake of some sorrowful tale. General Dragon Roar's will form discovered that each roaring battle cry crystallized into a delicate rose in the air, while his battle blade stubbornly sought to transform into a harp, yearning to play a sorrowful love song. Deep within academician Wei Zhang's consciousness, the walls of his scientific temple built from intricate equations began to sprout countless graffiti. Each scribble narrated a third-rate detective story riddled with logical flaws. The edifice of reason he'd spent his life constructing was crumbling from its foundations, dismantled by the whimsical fantasies of countless amateur scientists. Error! Error! Detecting uncontrollable narrative logic contamination. Sector collapse countdown reduced from 7 cosmic hours to 1 cosmic hour. Above the celestial canopy, the emotionless logical deductions of the player faltered for the first time. The web of causality it had woven was torn to shreds by this torrent of absurdity. Isolate. Must isolate, the player screamed in a purely logical manner. Activate the absolute exclusion protocol. Will be classified as a malignant logical tumor and sliced out by the entire cosmic framework. Sure enough, the cold system alert sounded again, this time carrying an unprecedented aura of lethal intent. Detected narrative-level logical singularity runaway. Sweep protocol terminated. Initiating highest priority directive, sector excision. An invisible scalpel, forged from the universe's most fundamental laws, began slicing along the edges of the spacetime region where the Sword of Law resided. It aims to remove the entire lesion area. Chapter 100, Optimization and Mythology. Along with everyone within it, completely excavated from reality and cast into eternal nothingness. Despair enveloped everyone in a new, even more absurd way. They wouldn't be formatted, but they would face a more complete erasure. Yet at the very heart of this hysterical chaos, Zhang Bai's will remained unprecedentedly calm. He watched General Long Xiao frantically trying to stuff the rose back into his mouth, and watched academician Wei Zheng clutching his head in agony, resisting the invasion of the water-to-oil theory. Yet, a smile no one could understand curved his lips. He finally understood the fraudster's intent. It was not betrayal, but the most crucial enlightenment. Stories cannot be used. Stories can only be told. His very notion of wielding the narrative universe as a chaos bomb was the gravest insult to the essence of story. Through a mad prank, the fraudster revealed the true answer. Play air. Zhang Bai's will pierce the chaotic storm like a divine pillar anchoring the sea. Cease your rejection protocol. Instead, use every ounce of your power to completely anchor this entire region. What? The player's logic core nearly crashed. Anchor? Do you want us to be removed even more thoroughly? No. Zhang Bai's voice carried a calmness born of profound insight. When a story is truly captivating, readers won't want it to end prematurely. With that, Zhang Bai made a decision incomprehensible to both the player and everyone else. He relinquished absolute control over the Sword of Law. The colossal sword piercing heaven and earth began to disintegrate from within. Yet it did not vanish. Instead, it transformed into 60 billion brilliant points of light, scattering like stars across the spacetime on the verge of being severed. Zhang Bai's will flowed through each speck, issuing his final and most crucial command as the sword-bearer to the 60 billion souls tormented by this absurd tale. From this moment onward, each and every one of you is a sword-bearer. Each and every one of you is Zhang Bai. Use your sorrow as ink, your joy as brush, your life's journey as canvas. Write. Paint. Sing. Go tell your own, unique stories. Boom. An invisible shackle was shattered completely. 60 billion souls, in this moment, attained the ultimate and most complete freedom. They no longer resisted the narrative flood's erosion. Instead, they opened their arms to embrace it. General Long Xiao no longer held back. He sang aloud, telling the tale of an iron-blooded warrior embroidering flowers on the battlefield, a story absurd yet brimming with peculiar tenderness. His world transformed into a wondrous garden woven from swords and roses. Academician Wei Zheng abandoned his struggle, dedicating himself to proving with the strictest mathematical logic how many neutrons are on an angel's wing. His world became a paradise of reason, brimming with both sacredness and absurdity. A mother who lost her daughter used her longing to create a fairy tale world where night never falls, forever filled with laughter and joy. A betrayed merchant channeled his resentment into composing a stirring business epic of deceit and vengeance. 60 billion worlds, 60 billion stories, 60 billion protagonists. They are no longer a unified whole, but have become an unimaginably grand, sacred drama. They visit each other's worlds, making cameo appearances in one another's stories. They exchange settings, blending science fiction with magic. They even began awarding prizes like the Best Tragedy Award and the Worst Cliché Love Story Award. They are playing. Amidst the ruins of a universe on the brink of annihilation, facing an ultimate catastrophe that would make even gods tremble, humanity chose to throw a grand party. They no longer heeded the scalpel slicing through time and space. They no longer cared about that cold system. With their stories, they created so much new, contradictory, and vibrant information that its rate of birth far exceeded the scalpel's cutting speed. For the first time, that merciless scalpel hesitated. Its programming was designed to excise malignant tumors. But this entity before it defied definition. It resembled a virus, yet it created with frenzied intensity. It resembled an error, yet it evolved ceaselessly. Warning, target object complexity exceeds computable range. Warning, excision command triggers exponential proliferation of reality structure uncertainty. System error, meaning overload detected. Error code, 404, not found. The sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads was now suspended mid-air, unable to advance or retreat. The entire universe descended into an eerie equilibrium. Outside, the cold, ruthless system attempted deletion. Inside, 6 billion madmen reveled, narrated, and created. At that very moment, a wholly new entity appeared without warning above this world of revelry. It bore no divine radiance, no terrifying aura of authority. It looked like a middle-aged office worker wearing a cheap suit, with thinning hair and a weary expression. In its hand, it held an old folder labeled Anomaly Report for Cosmic Sector 734. It looked down at the bizarre ocean of stories below, composed of 6 billion tales, then glanced up at the scalpel suspended in midair, spewing error codes incessantly. Then, it sighed heavily. That sigh carried the exhaustion of another overtime shift and a sense of utter hopelessness. It took out a pen and scribbled something hastily on the folder. Record, Sector 734. Both cleansing procedure and eradication directive have failed. Cause, subject experienced spontaneous narrative Big Bang, evolving from logical error to existential paradox. Recommended action. Seemingly at a loss for words, it scratched its already sparse scalp with the pen. Finally, its gaze pierced through countless story worlds, locking precisely onto that original variable the core named Zhang Bai, who was smiling as he watched it all unfold. Hey! The administrator, who looked like an office worker, spoke in a tone as if addressing a colleague at the next desk. You. Got a minute? Let's chat. Chapter 101, Coffee Break and the Offer. The middle-aged office worker-like administrator materialized out of thin air. He wore a cheap suit, faded from countless washes, his tie askew. Even in the vacuum of space, his hair stubbornly clung to a sparse, unruly style. He radiated neither divine majesty nor terrifying aura. Instead, he resembled an office drone who'd been jostled for half an hour on a packed subway before finally punching out at the station, his entire being exuding a weary resignation, as if life held no joy. Upon his arrival, the entire carnival ocean composed of 60 billion stories seemed to fall silent for an instant at this jarring touch of reality. Even the clown representing the archetype of the fraudster reined in his grin, eyeing this incongruous intruder with curiosity. Inspector. Above the canopy, the player's normally absolute rational voice registered a data fluctuation resembling off for the first time, proactively assigning this man his designation. The man called Inspector ignored everyone. He first glanced up at the sector excision's scalpel suspended mid-air, spewing error codes incessantly. His brow furrowed deeper, as if scrutinizing a report riddled with typos. Then, he pulled a stainless steel thermos from his suit's inner pocket, unscrewed the lid, and blew gently on the steaming contents. A fragrance blending goji berries and chrysanthemum blossoms spread through everyone's consciousness in a completely irrational way. Sigh. Another deep sigh escaped him, its I don't want to work resentment resonating with every soul struggling amidst KPIs and PowerPoints. He took a sip of tea, moistening his throat, before turning his gaze toward the center of that ocean of 60 billion stories, the world that had lost its physical form yet remained the source of everything. Zhang Bai. You. Yes, you. The inspector spoke, his tone as matter-of-fact as asking, have you filed this week's expense reports yet? Got a minute? Let's talk. Zhang Bai's will coalesced into a vague humanoid form, responding calmly, I suppose I have no right to refuse. No, you do, the inspector waved dismissively, though his expression screamed, you'd better not. The right to choose is one of the fundamental principles governing the universe. We at the Reality Maintenance Bureau are very much about following the rules. Of course, what happens after you choose is governed by an entirely different set of rules. Reality Maintenance Bureau. The name sent a jolt through Wei Zhang, Su Hongxing, and others within the Sword Heart world. So this unimaginably vast system bore such a plain and unassuming name. I'm not here to fight. The inspector waved the folder in his hand, its label scrawled in sloppy handwriting, Accident Report and Contingency Plan regarding Sector 734's spontaneous narrative Big Bang leading to dual failure of cleansing and eradication protocols. I'm here to fix problems. Do you have any idea how much extra work this mess you created has added to my workload? My archiving system is about to burst from all this meaning you've generated. His tone dripped with the blood-soaked lament of overtime. What do you think you've accomplished that's so earth-shattering? The inspector, seemingly harboring long-standing resentment, couldn't help but vent. Your so-called shepherds and players? In our records, they're nothing more than third-party outsourced programs or historical legacy viruses. We routinely cleanse batches of them. That sector excision? Not some grand trial, just standard hard drive formatting protocol. And what did you lot do? No resistance, no triumph. You took a routine blue screen of death and turned it into a complex medical case requiring cross-departmental consultations. My quarterly bonus is completely down the drain, he concluded, his voice tinged with bitter resentment. These words plunged the humans who had just been basking in the tragic grandeur of defying fate and conquering the system into collective silence. It turned out that their desperate struggle was, in the other party's eyes, nothing more than a troublesome incident. It felt like an ant straining to push a boulder aside, proud of shaking the world only to discover it was nothing more than a giant sneezed booger. The crushing disappointment cut deeper than despair itself. All right, enough complaining. Let's get down to business. The inspector seemed to realize discussing this with a bunch of program anomalies was beneath him. Clearing his throat, he resumed his official tone. Given that the termination command has entered an infinite loop due to your existential paradox, the higher-ups at headquarters have, after a brief discussion, given you two options. He held up two fingers. Plan A, containment. We will package this entire region, along with your 60 billion stories, into a designated G734 anomalous narrative phenomenon observation zone. We will reinforce the boundaries, severing all your connections to the outside world. Within, you may tell your stories forever, revel in eternal celebration. Safe, stable, undisturbed. His voice carried a hint of temptation, an eternal paradise, a home you built yourselves. Isn't that wonderful? Within the Sword Heart world, weary souls began to waver. The mother who had created the eternal daylight felt her resolve ripple. To be forever with her children, free from war and separation. Wasn't this her original wish? Plan B, permanent conversion. The inspector's tone grew more serious. Your very existence poses a latent threat to reality. To avoid containment, you must be incorporated. The Bureau can establish an entirely new department for you, transforming your abnormality into a norm. You will become members of the Reality Maintenance Bureau, holding official positions, enjoying, well, not too shabby benefits like social insurance, housing fund, and paid leave. This statement stunned everyone. From cosmic prisoners to cosmic civil servants? Wasn't that leap a bit too drastic? Of course, with rights come responsibilities, Inspector Ducker added. Your department will be called the Anomaly Concept Containment and Mythology Compilation Bureau, abbreviated as the Myth Compilation Bureau. It will specialize in handling law contamination and existential paradoxes like yourselves, cases that defy conventional logic. Your first assignment? Clean up your own mess. He gestured toward the bizarre sea of stories, clearly implying something. Chapter 102, The Department and the Civil War. Within the allotted timeframe, you must integrate these 60 billion conflicting, chaotic stories into a unified, stable, archivable, and searchable civilization mythos system. In other words, you need to write your own setting compendium and submit it for filing. If it fails review, Plan A will be activated immediately. Two choices now stood before Zhang Bai and everyone else. One was a comfortable cage, the other, a stage shackled by chains. One was to be displayed as museum exhibits, preserved eternally. The other was to be garbage collectors, cleaning the most dangerous corners of the universe. Alright, I've said my piece. The inspector tightened the lid of his thermos and tucked it back into his pocket. There's no rush. Take your time to discuss. I happen to have a tea break scheduled. I'll return in 1 standard hour to hear your response. With that, his figure vanished into thin air, as if he had never been there. Only the faint lingering scent of goji berry and chrysanthemum tea remained, along with these two ultimate choices, each capable of tearing any civilization apart. Zhang Bai's consciousness hovered above the sea of revelry, plunged into deep contemplation. He watched his fellow humans immersed in the world he had created, some joyful, some sorrowful, some mad, some deranged. He knew a storm more perilous than any war before was quietly brewing within the depths of humanity's soul. The inspector vanished, but the two choices he left behind struck like two massive stones thrown into a tranquil lake, unleashing a colossal wave within the collective consciousness of 6 billion humans. The revelry abruptly ceased. Souls that had just been reveling in absurd tales suddenly sobered, forced to confront a reality more complex than mere formatting. I choose option A. Containment. The first voice rang out, resolute and unwavering. It belonged to the mother who had created the fairy tale world of eternal daylight. Her will transformed into a gentle light, enveloping her small world filled with laughter and joy. We've fought too long, sacrificed too much. Why should we become civil servants? Why deal with anomalies? We've created our own paradise. All we need to do is guard it until eternity. Isn't this the best ending? Her words resonated deeply. Countless souls, weary from endless conflict, echoed her sentiments. They were artists, poets, pacifists, ordinary people who simply wished to protect a small corner of warmth. To them, the truths of the universe, higher dimensions, and endless strife paled in comparison to a secure home. A home they had created with their own hands, one that was absolutely safe and absolutely beautiful. They formed the containment faction. Bull. That's not a home, it's a tomb. A violent will, like a flaming battle axe, cleaved through the soft glow. General Long Xiao's will form remained that of a blood and iron warrior, yet the backdrop behind him was a wondrous garden woven from blades and roses. Have you forgotten the law that stagnation is original sin? Locked in a cage, repeating the same story day after day, how is that any different from being herded by the shepherd? The only difference is that we built the cage ourselves. His roar awakened another faction. Scientists like Wei Zhang and Su Hongqing, those souls born to pursue the unknown and crave exploration, quickly gathered around him. The general is right, flashed the rational light of academician Wei Zhang. Plan A seems beautiful, but it's boiling a frog in warm water. In a closed system, entropy increase is its only fate. Our stories will grow increasingly dull, our thinking increasingly rigid, until finally, we format ourselves into a pile of meaningless white noise. We must choose Plan B, going public. Only by venturing out to engage with the broader cosmos can our civilization unlock infinite possibilities. They were the staunch advocates of going mainstream. The wills of both factions collided fiercely in the ocean of collective consciousness, sharply divided. Yet, as they remained deadlocked in their dispute, a third voice tinged with a cynical chuckle echoed throughout the entire space. Why choose at all? Only children make choices. We adults, of course, flip the table. The fraudster in clown attire appeared once more. He embodied the purest form of free will, defiant of all constraints. What bureau? What inspector? Isn't it just a bigger cage? Give us a position and we're supposed to be grateful to serve as their lapdogs? Don't make me laugh. The fraudster spread his hands dramatically. Plan A and Plan B are both traps. The only way out is to refuse. We've already crashed their termination program, now let's push harder and cripple their main server. Let them know we're not bugs, we're viruses. His words were fiercely inflammatory, instantly igniting the rebellious flames deep within many souls. They were born rebels, anarchists. To them, any form of order was the enemy. Civil war was imminent. Zhang Bai's will hung like a mirror above the three factions' dispute. He favored neither side nor imposed his will. He knew that after the All Souls Take the Penny event, any form of dictatorship would instantly shatter the fragile unity humanity had painstakingly forged. He merely stood silently, materializing the possible futures of the three paths and presenting them before all. Before the eyes of the containment faction, a vision unfolded. A million years hence, within the fairy tale realm of the eternal day, the faces of mother and child still bore eternal, perfect smiles. Yet those smiles had become rigid, lifeless masks. The entire world lay in terrifying stillness, even the wind having ceased its flow. All stories had been told, all possibilities exhausted. What remained was only endless, maddening repetition. Before the eyes of the regularization faction lay a different scene. Dressed in uniform, they traversed the cold corridors of the Reality Maintenance Bureau, a realm constructed of pure logic. Their mission is to extinguish each newly ignited flame of civilization, to contain each anomaly that mirrors their former selves. They grow ever more powerful, yet also increasingly numb. They have become the guardians of the very rules they once loathed most. Before the eyes of the anarchists, however, lay nothing but utter, endless chaos. Chapter 103: The Divine Editing Department and the First Order. They succeeded in destroying the Bureau, but in doing so, they destroyed the universe itself. All laws collapsed, and all existence shattered into meaningless fragments. Without stories, there were no storytellers. In absolute freedom, they embraced absolute nothingness. 3 futures, 3 dead ends. The collective consciousness plunged into deeper silence and despair. At that moment, the will of the deceiver suddenly erupted into fury. See? No matter which path we choose, it's death. Since that's the case, let's die with a bang. He laughed maniacally, actively unleashing deeper, more corrupting narrative logic. He intended to transform the entire ocean of stories into an uncontrollable logic black hole. A world steeped in tragic narratives was suddenly injected with potent comedic elements. The weeping protagonist's face contorted into an uncontrollable, grotesque grin as tears crystallized into candy. The tragic core of the entire world collapsed in an instant, dissolving into an absurd farce. A world built upon rigorous sci-fi foundations was forcibly crammed with a contradictory magical system. Planetary worship engines now required virgins' prayers to ignite. The entire world's scientific logic lay shattered. A great story needs a grand climax, the fraudster's mind raged madly, and the climax of our story is dragging all the gods, all the spectators, all the authors down with us. He would force everyone to his side through self-destruction. The internal tumor began its malignant proliferation. Watching it all unfold, Zhang Bai finally understood. Debate, persuasion, showcasing the future, all futile. A civilization that had lost its unified narrative was like scattered sand. He must, and could only, give them a new narrative. An unprecedented, grand story that would encompass the tranquility of the containment faction, the drive of the regularization faction, and the freedom of the anarchist faction. His gaze swept across the chaotic sea churned up by the fraudster, and he recalled the job offer left by the inspector, the anomalous concept containment and mythology compilation department. A mad yet perfectly fitting idea took shape within his will. He would no longer remain silent. His will thundered like a primal bolt of creation, reverberating deep within every soul. Who says we must choose between A or B? Who says we must become exhibits or janitors? The inspector gave us a department, a mission. But he never dictated how we should accomplish it. Zhang Bai's resolve crystallized into a clear image, one that bore a faint smile. I hereby declare, I accept Plan B. From this moment onward, the anomalous concept containment and mythology compilation department is officially established. But we will neither contain anomalies nor clean up anomalies. His voice carried the power to define everything. We shall become the abnormalities themselves. Our task is not to clean up the universe's refuse. Rather, we shall compile all the refuse, all the errors, all the paradoxes and madness. Pile them all into our own mythology. Zhang Bai's voice, like the first beam of light piercing the chaotic cosmos, illuminated a third path amidst the escalating civil war. Not passively accepting containment, nor humiliatingly submitting to normalization. But to actively define our own regularization. The Mythology Compilation Department. Academician Wei Zhang's Wolform murmured. His rational temple, eroded by absurd graffiti, seemed to find new foundations. Compile anomalies into myths? You mean? Exactly. Zhang Bai's will swept across the room. We accept this task, but we'll do it our way. We won't cleanse, delete, or format. When a new anomaly appears in the cosmos, a new bug, a new logic virus, our job is to understand it, dissect it, and then write its story. An ancient concept devourer born from the void? A faint curve touched Zhang Bai's lips. In our archives, it will be recorded as a colossal beast that wailed from hunger at the dawn of creation. Each of its devourings traces the universe's boundaries. We shall compose its epic, define its destiny, until its anomaly is assimilated by our mythology, becoming a flesh and blood character within our narrative. A great silence that makes even the gods tremble? Zhang Bai continued, in our script, it will be the universe's deepest yearning for tranquility after billions of years of tumult. It is not destruction, but a philosophy of return to the void. We will compose poetry for it, endowing its existence with meaning, until its terror is dissolved by our art, becoming a revered statue within our temple. We shall become the universe's reapers of souls. Zhang Bai's voice swelled with fervor. Our way of containing threats is to imbue them with meaning. Our way of handling bugs is to weave them into new chapters. We shall transform the universe's errors, madness, and chaos into nourishment for our civilization, into fragments of our grand epic. These words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. The mother of the containment faction glimpsed another form of guardianship. If every threat could be woven into a story, wouldn't her fairy tale world finally achieve true, eternal peace? General Long Xiao of the conversion faction felt his battle fervor ignite even more fiercely. This wasn't merely combat, it was conquest. Conquering the wildest, most primal forces in the cosmos through civilization and intellect. And that mad fraudster paused his destruction for the first time. He studied Zhang Bai with keen interest, as if discovering a toy more fascinating than himself. Treating cosmic-level horrors as writing material? Turning divine wars into dramatic conflicts? This was nothing short of the most sublime, most magnificent prank the cosmos had ever seen. Quite intriguing. The tricksters will chuckled softly. This divine script department sounds far more entertaining than overturning tables. But talk is cheap. Your first task is to clean up our 60 billion messes. How will you transform a lunatic's revelry into a passable mythology-setting compilation? All eyes focused on Zhang Bai. Chapter 104, just organize it. This was indeed the first and most daunting problem. Zhang Bai smiled. Who said clean up? We don't need unification, just organization. His will transformed into billions of threads of light, connecting to every independent story world. But he issued no commands, only an invitation. To the creator of eternal daylight, his voice sounded gently within the mother's will, your story is one of guardianship and maternal love. Now, I invite you to become the goddess of life and procreation within our mythological system. Your world shall serve as the cradle for all new stories, offering the first warm harbor for those lost, nascent concepts. The embodiment of the mother's will froze. She was no longer a mother evading reality, but the mythical Gaia? To General Long Xiao, Zhang Bai's voice turned toward the Garden of Swords and Roses, your story is one of glory and rules. I invite you to become the god of war and order in our mythology. Your world shall transform into the Hall of Heroes, tasked with composing military valor and code of conduct for our myths, defining what is courage and what is cowardice. General Dragon Roar gripped the blade in his hand, and it seemed to transform into a scepter of judgment. 2. Zhang Bai's gaze finally settled upon the cynical deceiver. To you, who embodies wisdom, change, and chaos, I invite you to serve as the first chief scriptwriter and chief villain of the divine script department. Ha! The trickster froze in surprise. A great myth cannot consist solely of heroes and saints, Zhang Bai smiled. It requires lies, betrayal, conspiracy, it needs a perpetual troublemaker who drives the plot forward. Without Loki, how dull would the tales of Asgard be? Without Sun Wukong, how tedious would the journey to the west? Your task is to ensure our story never grows stale. You may complicate any god's storyline at will, or conjure new crises whenever you please. Your chaos will be the inexhaustible wellspring of inspiration for our entire myth. The trickster fell silent. After a long pause, he erupted into earth-shaking laughter, doubled over with mirth. Ha 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 ha. Good. 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 I accept this job. Let the gods be my actors, let the universe be my stage. This is simply the most perfect assignment. With his return to place, the entire chaotic narrative ocean began to undergo wondrous transformations. The 60 billion independent worlds ceased clashing against each other. Instead, like stars, they began to slowly revolve around several core motifs: motherly love, war, deception, and others, forming an incredibly magnificent and complex narrative constellation. Delicate storylines began weaving between them. A hero in one world might receive revelations from Valhalla in a dream. A tragedy in another world could undergo an unexpected reversal due to a prank by the chief scriptwriter. No longer scattered grains of sand, they coalesce into a living, constantly evolving, self-sustaining Mythic universe. It preserves the freedom and independence of each individual while forming a grand, unified whole. Stable, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. The very moment this new mythic universe solidified into existence, the inspector in the cheap suit materialized out of thin air once more. He still clutched that thermos, as if he'd just finished his tea break. When he beheld the scene before him, he froze in place. The data gibberish that had caused him such headaches had vanished. In its place stood an exquisitely structured, logically coherent, yet infinitely vibrant, work of art. He instinctively looked down at the G734 sector incident response plan in his folder, then raised his eyes to the miraculous mythic universe before him. His gaze was filled with confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Did I just drink fake tea? This is your doing, he asked, pointing at the star map, his voice dry. This is our department's first work report, Zhang Bai's will, now in human form, replied courteously. Foundational setting compilation for the mythological system of human civilization version 1.0 draft. Inspector, may we ask if this report will pass review? The inspector's mouth opened and closed, unable to speak for a long moment. His brain was on the verge of crashing under the assault of this creation that defied every rule and regulation before him. After a long pause, he ground out through clenched teeth, your department, what was it called again? Zhang Bai smiled faintly. Reality Maintenance Bureau, Anomaly Concept Containment and Mythology Compilation Department. Abbreviated as Mythology Compilation Department. The inspector fell silent for an even longer stretch. Finally, as if accepting his fate, he let out a heavy sigh. He pulled a seal from his suit pocket. It was an extremely vintage, aged-looking red rubber stamp. He slammed it down onto an invisible document in the void. Thud. A muffled thud that seemed to echo from the depths of one's soul. Probationary period, 1 standard galactic year. Compensation will be issued according to Class D anomalous civilization standards, the inspector said weakly. Your first official assignment will be dispatched to your department terminals shortly. Remember, don't cause me any more trouble. And most importantly, he fixed Zhang Bai with a gaze steeped in the blood and tears of experience. Make sure you attach all receipts to your expense reports by month end. The words had barely left his mouth when a torrent of new information flooded everyone's consciousness like an apocalyptic revelation. It was a work order formatted to the highest standards, worded with meticulous precision. Sender, Reality Maintenance Bureau, Deep Space Resource Exploration and Recovery Division. Recipient, Anomalous Concept Containment and Mythology Compilation Department, Probationary. Task ID, Z8964. Mission title, Request for Handling Regional Logical Collapse and Mean Contamination Incident in Lost Nursery Rhyme Town. Attachment, Incident Briefing.log. Mission requirements, enter target area, assess contamination level, contain or compile core contamination source. Timeframe, 3 standard months. Best of luck. The first official order from the Divine Compilation Department has arrived. Task title, Request for Handling Regional Logical Collapse and Mean Contamination Incident in Lost Nursery Town. Every word carried a peculiar, emotionless coldness, forming an absurd contrast to the joys and sorrows, loves and hates flowing through the mythological universe. Chapter 105, The Mythic Editorial Department and the Payroll. The collective consciousness of 60 billion humans fell into a momentary silence. One moment, they were tragic heroes defying fate and conquering the system, the creator gods defining the cosmos. The next, they became the Reality Maintenance Bureau's next probationary team tasked with resolving technical nightmares like logic collapse and meme contamination. Meme contamination? Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness manifested first, materializing as a library composed of pure data streams. He immediately retrieved the .log file from the attachment, and a torrent of information cascaded around him. Interesting. According to the logs, Nursery Rhyme Town isn't a physical location. It's a self-contained narrative abscess formed when a level 4 civilization codenamed Cradle failed its ascension. Their collective subconscious fears of children's clothing and childhood spiraled out of control. Speak plainly, General Long Xiao's battle-wielding axe cleaved through a stream of data, his voice thick with impatience. Who is the enemy? Where? Can we cut it down? I'm afraid not, General. Academician Su Hongxing materialized, adjusting a pair of glasses formed from starlight. Preliminary analysis indicates the core contamination source of this abscess is a nursery rhyme. Any high-level logical entity entering this zone is forcibly dimension-reduced by its laws, its mind and form reshaped into that of a child. Your battle axe will likely turn into a lollipop once it enters. General Long Xiao's will form visibly choked, the flames on his battle axe wilting by a third. Ha! A lollipop. The madman's maniacal laughter echoed across the entire mythic universe as he sat dangling his legs from a moon made of paradox. I love it. The god of war and order transformed into a candy-wielding giant. What a great opening. Could I write him as a demon king who destroys the world because he can't get his candy? Silence. Zhang Bai's will manifested as a calm yet irresistible pressure, silencing the 3 core deities who had been bickering moments before. We are now one department, not a chaotic marketplace. His will solidified, standing at the center of the newly born mythic universe, like the sun in this celestial map. From this moment, I serve as director of the divine editorial department, responsible for final decisions. Zhang Bai's gaze swept over the assembly. Academician Wei Zhang, Academician Su Hongxing, you two will establish the analysis department, dedicated to dissecting mission objectives and evaluating their mythological value and potential risks. The two scientists will forms bowed slightly in acknowledgement. General Long Xiao, you will establish the execution department, responsible for all operations requiring direct intervention. But you are not an army, you are the mythological expeditionary force. Every expedition you undertake is an enactment of a story. Flames reignited upon General Long Xiao's battle axe, this time carrying an added solemnity befitting his newly conferred title. Deceiver, you shall serve as chief scriptwriter of the compilation division. All raw material submitted by the analysis division shall be conceptualized by you for integration into our mythological framework. You may craft tragedies or comedies, but the final script must be approved by me. No problem, boss. The deceiver performed an exaggerated, comical bow, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. As for the guardian wills led by Mother, Zhang Bai's tone softened, you shall form the rest department. You are the cradle of all stories and the final harbor for every expeditionary force. Your duty is to stabilize our mythological universe, offering refuge and healing to those wills wounded or lost during the compilation process. The mothers will transformed into a warm light, enveloping the entire cosmos. Thus, against the cosmic backdrop, a makeshift divine compilation department with clearly defined roles and responsibilities was assembled in a manner bordering on child's play. At that moment, a new stream of information surged in. Not a work order, but a crude green text interface flickering with faint light abruptly appeared at the center of the mythic universe. It looked like someone had drawn an unsightly box with a marker on a beautiful oil painting. Welcome to the Reality Maintenance Bureau D-Class Department Internal Terminal version 3.1.4 Beta. Connecting you to the compensation distribution system. Detected Department ID, Xinbianbu Trial. Civilization Rating, Grade D Abnormal. Pursuant to interim measures for compensation and benefits management number 743, your department shall receive the following baseline resource allocation. 1. Standard energy units, 0.01 units standard hour. 2. Concept matrix, 0.003 units standard hour. 3. Privilege points, 0. A long string of near zero figures left all the deities speechless. Standard energy at 0.01 units? Academician Wei Zhang's data stream glitched with gibberish. This paltry amount isn't even enough to sustain the basic operations of our mythic universe. It's like burning our own laws to work for them. This is the trial period compensation, Zhang Bai replied calmly, though inwardly he felt both amused and exasperated. Moments ago they'd been devouring deities and defying cosmic systems, yet now they fretted over a pittance of a salary. The stark contrast felt painfully real. Bandits. Exploitation. This is blatant cosmic capitalist oppression. The fraudster leapt to his feet in fury. I'll write a play called The Consequences of Wage Theft, with that inspector as the protagonist choked to death by his own thermos. Just as he roared, that paltry salary arrived. A murky, mottled, impure mass of primal energy like sewage was dumped into the pristine mythic cosmos. This energy was not only scarce but of abysmal quality, resembling a slop pot concocted from the leftovers of countless civilizations. The wills of the rest department sprang into action. They transformed into countless gentle beams of light, carefully enveloping the sewage and beginning the arduous process of purification and refinement. The entire process resembled using the most advanced quantum equipment to filter industrial wastewater mixed with silt and garbage. Everyone keenly felt the grueling nature of work. It seems we must complete the mission. Zhang Bai's gaze returned to the order concerning Nursery Rhyme Town. The mission reward is our primary objective. Moreover, fulfilling it might elevate our department's rating and privileges. He paused before continuing, Analysis Department, I need a detailed report on the core meme of Nursery Rhyme Town, its narrative structure, emotional core, and exploitable story vulnerabilities. Operations Department, stand by. You may be called upon to play a role at any moment. Editorial Department, begin drafting the script outline. Rest Department, ensure our rear guard remains secure. Chapter 106, Welcome to Tongao Town. As Zhang Bai issued each command, the once restless editorial department stirred by salary disputes sprang into swift, efficient action. In Academician Wei Zhang's library, countless data models began constructing, attempting to reconstruct the complete form of that terrifying nursery rhyme. Within General Long Xiao's Hall of Spirits, battle axes and swords began to evolve. No longer focused solely on lethality, they now simulated the weapon forms of heroes from various myths and legends. On the moon of the Deceivers, countless drafts of the adventures in Nursery Rhyme Town were written and torn apart. Styles ranged from horror films to comedies to family dramas, every conceivable genre was explored. Zhang Bai watched all this unfold, a strange sensation welling up within him. They were no longer solitary swordbearers, but a true, flesh and blood civilization. They argued, complained, possessed distinct personalities and thoughts, yet when a shared goal emerged, these 7 billion souls coalesced into a unified whole with unprecedented efficiency. Minister, came the voice of academician Wei Zhang, the preliminary analysis is complete. This nursery rhyme town is more troublesome than we imagined. Its core logic is one of absolute malicious mimicry. What do you mean? It mimics childhood. But it only replicates the purest malice and fear within childhood. For instance, children's senseless exclusion of one another, the most primal dread of darkness, and absolute obedience to rules. Its defense mechanism is to transform all outsiders into children, then trap you using the game rules children must follow. Any attempt to subvert the rules using adult logic is deemed a foul and met with the ruthless annihilation of the entire child's town code. A game that can't be broken by violence, or even logic? A trace of gravity surfaced in Zhang Bai's resolve. Yes, academician Wei Zhang concluded. To succeed, we cannot be players or even programmers. We must become part of the story. And specifically, the child who understands the rules best. After submitting a meticulously worded and flawlessly formatted interdimensional navigation application report for mission Z8964 through the internal terminal so impeccable even an inspector couldn't find fault, the Divine Script Department finally secured navigation clearance to the lost town of nursery rhymes. The entire process reeked of tedious bureaucracy, even requiring an environmental assessment form detailing energy consumption and emissions from the mythic universe engine. This nearly drove the fraudster to lose his temper on the spot. He drafted over a dozen versions of complaint letters, all ultimately rejected by Zhang Bai on the grounds that department funds are tight and we can't afford the fines. The sword of law transformed into an imperceptible streak of light, navigating the crevices of reality. It did not tear through space but glided smoothly toward its destination like a ship adhering to established shipping lanes. Soon, they reached the coordinates. Before them lay no planet, no nebula, only an eerie void. It was as if someone had erased a patch from the cosmic canvas. At the heart of this emptiness floated a jarringly incongruous object, a small town enclosed by an ornate, lace-trimmed fence. Above the town, the sky perpetually lingered in that magical twilight hour just before dusk. The crimson and orange hues of sunset froze in place, bathing the town's miniature, gingerbread-like buildings in an unreal warmth. The spired church, the windmill with its spinning sails, the cobblestone streets, everything seemed plucked from the pages of an exquisitely illustrated fairy tale. Yet beneath this tranquility lurked a heart-stopping sense of dissonance. It was too quiet. Not a single sound, not even the rustle of wind against rooftops. The sunset stood still, the windmill stood still, and even the dust particles suspended in the air seemed frozen in amber. The entire town resembled a stage play paused mid-scene. Analysis Department report, academician Wei Zhang's voice echoed through the collective consciousness, tinged with gravity. We are being scanned. The scanning logic is peculiar, it disregards our energy levels and law strengths. It scans only one concept, age. The operations division requests permission to engage. General Long Xiao's will had already transformed into a war god clad in molten armor. Screw the scan. Let me cleave that barrier with a single swing of my axe. Denied. Zhang Bai's voice rang out decisively. General, your god of war divine essence may exceed 10,000 years of age under their rules. You'll be kicked out for being too old to play before you even reach the barrier. General Long Xiao's war god form seemed doused with a bucket of cold water. Then what do we do? He growled. Send a newborn baby? Now that's an idea, the trickster chuckled gleefully. We could create a strongest infant mythos, a baby with a pacifier and diapers, steamrolling through everything. That plot would be a blockbuster. Cut the nonsense, Zhang Bai dismissed the trickster's ramblings. He knew this first step was crucial. They couldn't fight using their usual methods. He gazed at the gentle radiance of the resting division. We need a vessel for the story, a character acceptable to the rules of Nursery Town. Within the light of the resting division, a pure will responded to him. It was a will that had never experienced war, formed after the birth of the mythical universe, representing new life and innocence. I am willing to go, the voice flowed like a clear spring. I can become a little girl searching for her lost toy. Excellent. Zhang Bai nodded. Then he turned to the trickster. You're coming too. You need a lively, mischievous character, a rule-breaking child to test this world's boundaries and limits. With great pleasure. The trickster's will materialized as a young boy wearing a propeller hat and carrying a slingshot, his face radiating the excitement of about to get into mischief. Now, for the final role. Zhang Bai's will swept over the group. Ultimately, he decided to go himself. As the core of the entire Divine Script Department, he must personally experience the laws of this world. I'll play the quiet, observant older brother. The decision made, 3 wills separated from the sword of law. Not powerful divine essences, but 3 meticulously disguised, pure clusters of soul energy. They carried no offensive laws, only the most fundamental information of existence. As these 3 souls slowly approached the lace-trimmed fence, the entire frozen town seemed to come alive. Chapter 107, The Smirker and the First Conflict. A faint, childlike giggle drifted from within the town. The invisible age scan logic swept over them. Scan target 1, conceptual age, 7 years old. Identity, older brother. Access granted. Scan target 2, conceptual age, 6 years old. Status, younger brother. Access granted. Scan target 3, conceptual age 5, status, younger sister. Access granted. The cold, emotionless judgment flashed through the depths of their consciousness. The next instant, the world spun violently. When Zhang Bai's consciousness finally steadied, he found himself standing on a cobblestone street. He looked down at his hands, small hands belonging to a 7-year-old child. He wore clean overalls and a white shirt. Beside him, a 6-year-old boy peered curiously through a slingshot, aiming at the weather vane atop the church. That was the deceiver, his face beaming with delight over his new toy. A 5-year-old girl clutched his hand tightly. She wore a beautiful princess dress and held a stuffed bear with missing buttons and eyes. That was the Will from the resting department. They had successfully entered nursery rhyme town. Yet at the same time, Zhang Bai sensed their connection to the Sword of Law's core had been suppressed to an extremely faint degree. It felt like listening to a crackling signal from an old radio through thick walls. Most of their power and memories remained trapped outside the wall. Now, they were just 3 ordinary children. Brother, look. The younger brother, played by the trickster, tugged at his sleeve, pointing toward the end of the street. A group of children dressed identically stood in a circle, playing a peculiar game. Each wore the same stiff, stitched-on smile. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, as if puppets controlled by invisible strings. Clapping their hands, they chanted a nursery rhyme in monotonous, flat tones. 1, 2, the Sandman's coming for you. 3, 4, lock the door tight. 5, 6, steal your smile. 7, 8, it's already too late. The song echoed through the silent street, carrying a sickly sweet, spine-chilling eeriness. Little sister instinctively clutched the stuffed bear in her arms tighter and shrank back behind Zhang Bai. She could sense an empty aura emanating from those children. They had form, but no soul. Zhang Bai's gaze swept past the puppet-like children, fixing on the shadows deep within the street. He sensed something lurking within that frozen darkness. A hungry thing that fed on happiness. What should we do? Should we go play with them? The trickster was eager. I'm curious about their rules. No, observe first, Zhang Bai restrained him. Remember academician Wei Zheng's analysis. Here, rules are everything. Any rash move before we understand the full rules could mean game over. Just then, an abrupt change occurred. The singing children abruptly fell silent. Their stiff necks snapped at angles defying physics, turning in unison toward Zhang Bai and his companions with a collective crack. The corners of their mouths, stitched open with needles and thread, seemed to stretch into even broader, more joyous grins. A cold voice, as if echoing directly within their minds, announced their arrival. New player has entered. The game begins. The announcement of game on shattered the eerie silence of nursery rhyme town like a pebble tossed into a pond. The circle of children with stitched faces suddenly dispersed, shuffling toward Zhang Bai and his companions with stiff, jerky steps. They showed no hostility, merely encircling them. Their sewn-on smiles glowed unnervingly under the frozen evening glow. Come play, a girl's voice intoned, monotonous as a tape recorder on repeat. Come play, echoed a boy's voice, equally devoid of emotion. They reached out small hands, attempting to pull the trio into their game. The will form of little sister, the 5-year-old girl, turned pale with fright at the sight, on the verge of tears. The cloth bear in her arms, its buttonless eye sockets hollow and vacant, seemed to stare back at the eerie scene. Don't be afraid, said the brother played by Zhang Bai, calmly shielding her behind him. His mind raced. What would happen if they refused? Would they be punished as the kid who doesn't fit in? What if she accepted? Would she become like them, a puppet who lost herself, repeating games mindlessly? Sure. What are we playing? The younger brother, played by the con artist, showed no fear. He wriggled free from Zhang Bai's grasp and bounded excitedly into the group of children. Hide and seek? Hopscotch? I'm the best at those. His initiative seemed to satisfy some unspoken rule. The smiles on the surrounding children's faces seemed to broaden slightly. Let's play. Who's the thief? Said the girl in charge. The moment her words fell, the surroundings transformed instantly. The original street vanished, replaced by a vast, checkered courtyard resembling a giant game board. All of them now stood at the starting point of this board. At the finish line stood a magnificent castle overflowing with candy and toys. Rule 1, each turn, players roll dice to determine how many spaces to advance. Rule 2, the board contains reward squares and penalty squares. Rule 3, the first player to reach the castle at the end becomes the king. Rule 4, whenever a player reaches the finish, the chuckler appears once. Game Rule 5, the sneaky thief randomly steals one item from all players. Game Rule 6, the player who loses the most items becomes the thief. Game Rule 7, at the end of the game, the thief will be locked away forever in the castle dungeon. A series of cold, hard rules burned directly into the minds of all the players. Zhang Bai immediately spotted the trap. This game wasn't about reaching the finish line first. Because whoever became the king would trigger the appearance of the sneaky smiler. And the sneaky smiler stole randomly, meaning the longer you played, the more items you'd lose. Ultimately, everyone would become thieves. It was a game designed for certain defeat, a malicious trap whose sole purpose was to punish all participants. Chapter 108, Rules or Law. This rule is unfair. Little sisters will protested involuntarily. Instantly, a chill of malevolence locked onto her. The temperature of the entire chessboard world plummeted. Warning, players who question the rules are not good children. Penalty, forfeiture of the next dice roll. A gray chain materialized beneath little sister's feet. See? Here, the rules are absolute, Zhang Bai's thoughts silently convey to the other two. We must find a way to break the stalemate within the framework of these rules. What's so hard about that? The trickster's thoughts brimmed with disdain. As long as we never reach the end, we won't trigger the chuckler, right? He spoke as he picked up an illusory die before him and tossed it casually. The dice rolled across the floor, finally coming to rest on the one side. The younger brother, played by the cheat, reluctantly moved forward one space. It was a blank space. Nothing happened. It was the turn of the other stitch-faced children. They mechanically tossed their dice, advancing step by step across the board. Some landed on reward spaces, where a candy appeared before them out of thin air. Others landed on penalty spaces, causing the hats on their heads to vanish. Soon, it was Zhang Bai's turn. He picked up the dice, feeling the fixed randomness contained within. He tried to influence the outcome with his will, but his effort vanished like a stone thrown into the sea. He could only toss them casually. 6. He moved forward 6 spaces and landed on a square marked with a question mark. Triggered special event, truth or dare. Answer the question, what do you fear losing most? This question sent a sudden chill through Zhang Bai's resolve. He was a collective consciousness fused from the wills of 7 billion people. This question was equivalent to asking 7 billion people the same thing. Countless answers exploded in his mind in an instant. I fear losing my child. From the will of the mother. I fear losing glory. From General Long Xiao. I fear losing truth. From academician Wei Zhang. I fear being forgotten. From the most insignificant, ordinary soul. Countless fears surged like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming the fragile mind of this 7-year-old child. He fell silent. Warning, players who refuse to answer are not honest children. Punishment, the sneer will appear one turn early. Before the words faded, the entire chessboard world dimmed. All light seemed sucked into an invisible black hole. Above the chessboard, a massive, twisted shadow slowly materialized. It had no fixed form, resembling a cloud of mist condensed from pure darkness and malevolence. Yet within this mist, one thing stood out with unmistakable clarity: a mouth stretched to its limit, crescent-shaped like a new moon. Within it, no teeth were visible, only a deeper, more profound void capable of swallowing everything. This was the Grinner. Its appearance froze all the stitched-faced children in their tracks, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was a primal fear, a terror of loss rising from the very depths of their being. The smirker's gaze swept over every child on the chessboard. Finally, its gaze did not linger on Zhang Bai, who had triggered the punishment, but instead, locked onto the weakest, most inconspicuous sister. Target acquired, player little sister. Concept to steal, sense of security. That enormous mouth snapped open, emitting a soundless suction. The will form of little sister, that 5-year-old girl, instantly let out a wail of agony. She felt something vital within her soul being forcibly ripped away. The sensation was like being stripped naked in the dead of winter and cast out into the freezing snow. That warm feeling of being protected, of having something to lean on, was rapidly slipping away. The stuffed bear in her arms fell to the floor. She began trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with bewilderment and terror, as if the entire world had transformed into a hostile, alien place. This scene instantly ignited the resting division within the Sword of Law's core. Hundreds of millions of wills representing guardianship and maternal love erupted in collective revolt. Their core purpose was being ruthlessly stripped away before their very eyes. Protect her. Kill that monster. He mustn't harm our child. Fury, panic, and desperation surged like a burst dam, violently assaulting the fragile connection channel between Zhang Bai and the main body. They desperately sought to channel their power through, to tear apart this game, to destroy this chuckler. Their uprising caused the entire star map of the mythic universe to shake violently. For the first time, Zhang Bai's expression turned grim. He faced a crisis more terrifying than the chuckler itself: the collapse of trust from within. This was the first mission since the Divine Compilation Department was established, and its first true test. If he failed to protect his comrades while adhering to the rules of the game, the blueprint he envisioned to compile anomalies into myths would become a laughingstock. The wills of the rest department would instantly lose faith in him. They would conclude that Zhang Bai's plans sacrificed their core values. And once deprived of their support, the very foundation stabilizing the entire mythic universe would collapse in an instant. Internal turmoil and external threats erupt simultaneously. What do we do, boss? The trickster's thoughts carried a hint of urgency for the first time. If this keeps up, our own backyard will be on fire. Should we flip the table? I'll do it. His slingshot was already aimed at the chuckler in the sky, a projectile composed of pure chaos and paradox poised to fire. No. Zhang Bai's voice, under extreme pressure, became unusually calm. He snapped his head up, those clear eyes belonging to a 7-year-old child staring directly at the enormous shadow in the sky. He didn't look at the monster itself, but at the rules themselves. Game Rule 5, the chuckler will randomly steal one item from all players. Random. A bolt of lightning seemed to flash through Zhang Bai's mind. He suddenly spoke, his childish voice resonating throughout the entire chessboard world with an undeniable authority. I answer your question. He addressed the rule floating in the void. What I fear losing most is not my child, not glory, not truth, nor being forgotten. What I fear losing most is randomness itself. For once randomness is lost, all possibilities cease to exist. Chapter 109, I define this as protection. Zhang Bai's voice, like a logical singularity inserted into a precision instrument, was youthful yet contained the power to overturn the entire system. What I fear losing most is randomness itself. This statement was not merely a response, but a fundamental definition that struck at the root. It directly challenged the two foundational axioms of the Who is the Thief game. First, the randomness of the stolen target. Second, the fate players could not resist. In that instant, the entire chessboard world, that absolute order built upon fixed rules, experienced a momentary, imperceptible stutter. The mischief maker in the sky, that shadow formed of pure malevolence, froze for the first time, its vast maw that devoured all things suspended. Its core logic grappled with an insoluble paradox. It was commanded to randomly steal something, yet the target had defined randomness itself as the most dreaded loss. To steal, or not to steal. If it stole randomness, it would violate the random principle governing its actions, plunging its existence into logical contradiction. If it did not steal, it would violate the punishment rule. It must steal the thing the player fears most. It was a dead-end loop. The invisible pull extracting security from sister abruptly halted in this momentary logical shutdown. Though the little girl's will remained pale and fragile, the agony of her soul being torn apart finally ceased. Yet the storm raging within the Sword of Law's core did not subside. The wills of hundreds of millions of guardians and motherly love within the resting division surged like an enraged swarm of bees. They sensed not a battle of logic, but the most visceral image of a child suffering. Their fury and panic had crystallized into a torrent of tangible energy, relentlessly battering the stable boundaries of the mythic universe. Countless newly born stars, symbols of peace and tranquility, began to flicker erratically. Minister! We must pacify them immediately. Academician Wei Zhang's data stream transformed into an urgent alarm. The emotional entropy of the mythic universe is skyrocketing. If this continues, even if we complete our mission, we'll lose our home. Let's flip the table, boss. The trickster's thoughts grew frantic. One paradox bomb from me, and I'll blast that damn mouth in the sky into logical dust. Worst case, we write a self-criticism back home, just say my finger slipped. Calm down, everyone. Zhang Bai's will, like a divine pillar anchoring the sea, forcibly suppressed all internal and external turmoil. His voice remained that of a 7-year-old child, yet it carried an unquestionable resolve. Turning over the table means admitting defeat. We'll be labeled bad kids who can't take losing by this nursery rhyme town's rules. That's the ultimate failure. His gaze slowly shifted from the glitching chuckler in the sky back to the trembling little sister beside him. He knew the most crucial task now wasn't defeating the enemy, but stabilizing their inner circle. He had to prove to the resting division that even under the harshest, most malicious rules, he still possessed the ability to safeguard their core principles. He made no attempt to comfort her, for words proved hollow before a soul that had lost its sense of security. He extended the small hand belonging to a 7-year-old child, not to take his sister's hand, but to gently yet firmly place it before her. A simple gesture. Yet in that instant, he invoked his supreme authority as head of the divine editing department, issuing a new definition to the entire mythic universe. I, Zhang Bai, Minister of the Divine Compilation Bureau, in the name of the Swordbearer, hereby add a course setting to the first myth we are compiling, the adventures of Nursery Rhyme Town. His voice, through that faint connection, resonated clearly within the collective consciousness of 7 billion humans. Within this tale, the primary destiny of the brother character is guardian. Any place sheltered by the brother shall be a domain of safety. This definition takes precedence over the stealer's law of theft. This was not an act of divine power used for attack or defense, but rather a modification of the script's parameters at the level of the screenwriter. It was akin to an author bestowing an aura upon their protagonist. This definition did not consume vast energy. What it consumed was Zhang Bai's credibility as the minister and the newly established order of the entire divine script department. The instant the definition was issued, a soft, nearly invisible glow radiated outward from Zhang Bai's body across the chessboard world, enveloping him and the sister behind him. This light was faint, as if it could be pierced with a single prick. Yet when the chuckler in the sky finally broke free from its logical loop and once again directed its malice toward the sister, that force was effortlessly blocked by the faint glow. It was as if an unseen rule declared, "This is the brother's protected space. It is safe. You may not enter to play." The wolf form of the little sister, that 5-year-old girl, still hadn't regained a sense of safety. To her, the entire world remained unfamiliar and dangerous. Yet when she lifted her head and saw that small silhouette standing before her, a new emotion distinct from safety quietly sprouted from the ruins of her soul. It was a seed called trust. At that very moment, the emotional storm threatening to overwhelm the Sword of Law's core miraculously subsided. Through that faint connection, the billions of wills within the resting division clearly witnessed that scene. They saw Zhang Bai had not chosen violence, had not chosen to overturn the table. Instead, with an almost gentle manner, while adhering to the rules of the game, he had created a small, absolutely safe space for their child. Anger and panic dissolved into guilt and conviction. They began to grasp the true meaning behind Zhang Bai's words about compiling myths. It wasn't about eliminating the anomaly, but about defining it. The turbulent star chart of the mythic universe regained its stability, shining even more brilliantly than before. For within it, a newly born legend had taken root, a tale called guardianship. Above the chessboard world, the colossal chuckler, realizing its power could not reach the guarded zone, emitted a silent roar filled with rage and bewilderment. Its enormous maw opened and closed in the air several times in frustration. Finally, like a deflated balloon, it slowly and reluctantly retreated back into the solidified darkness. Punishment ended. Game continues. The cold, mechanical prompt sounded once more. Chapter 110, Cataclysm. Nice work, boss, the trickster's thoughts buzzed with excitement. I knew you had something up your sleeve. Strike while the iron's hot. Now those little darlings with the stitched faces must be in chaos. Just wait till I show them what I'm made of. As he spoke, it was his turn to roll the dice. He picked them up, turned to the nearest stitch-faced boy beside him, and flashed an innocent smile. Hey, wanna swap? Your dice look way more fun than mine. The stitched-faced boy stared at him expressionlessly, seemingly unable to process this request outside the rules. Silence means consent, right? The trickster swiftly shoved his dice into the other's hand, snatched the other's dice, and tossed them aside. Wow. 6. He strutted forward 6 steps, landing precisely on a candy reward square, and happily claimed an imaginary lollipop. Meanwhile, the stitch-faced boy whose dice had been swapped stood frozen in place. The system apparently judged him as having failed to complete the roll, skipping his turn entirely. This minor, harmless breach of the rules spread like a virus, sowing a hint of chaos among these programmed children. Zhang Bai watched the scene unfold without intervention. He understood that the trickster's chaos was also a stress test probing the boundaries of this world's rules. Yet just as they believed they had temporarily seized the initiative, the entire chessboard world underwent another dramatic shift. The colorful squares beneath their feet began to fade and merge, transforming into a gloomy, seemingly endless corridor. Along both sides of the corridor stood identical, tightly shut doors. Game Who is the Thief has ended. A new game is about to begin. Game title, Telephone Game. Rule 1, all players will enter a room one by one to hear a secret. Rule 2, players must quietly pass the secret they heard to the next player. Rule 3, modifications are permitted during the transmission of the secret. Rule 4, the final player will reveal the secret they heard. Rule 5, the sneaky smiler will determine who is the bad kid who lied the most. Game Rule 6, the bad kid will have their most important possession stolen by the sneaky smiler. The new rules sent Zhang Bai's heart sinking. If the previous game tested one's ability to interpret and exploit the rules, then this game tested one thing, trust. It no longer attacked their bodies or stole their concepts. Instead, it planted a bomb called suspicion directly within the alliance between the three of them and the collective consciousness of the 7 billion humans behind them. At the end of the corridor, the first door opened silently. Inside lay an abyss of darkness. A cold, chuckling voice drifted from within. Who'll be the first to step inside and hear my little secret? In the eerie corridor, the gaping door resembled the open maw of a silent beast. The darkness beyond was deep and viscous, as if it could swallow all light and sound. I'll go. The con artist playing the younger brother charged ahead. Licking the lollipop he'd just snatched, he wore a carefree grin as he bounded through the doorway first. For the con artist, lies and secrets were his playground, not traps. The door closed silently behind him. In the corridor, only Zhang Bai and the sister remained, along with a dozen expressionless children with stitched faces. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Brother. Sister's voice trembled slightly as she instinctively clutched Zhang Bai's sleeve. The newly formed bond of trust was being tested by the unknown, mind-bending rules of this game. It's okay. Zhang Bai gently patted her hand, his gaze deep as the ocean. He knew this game was far more dangerous than the last. In the previous game, the enemies were clear, the chucklers and the rules. This time, the enemy might be themselves. Seconds later, the door opened. The deceiver emerged, his expression oddly ambiguous, neither quite a smile nor quite a frown. He walked straight up to Zhang Bai, leaned close to his ear, and spoke rapidly in a voice only the two could hear, a strange, bubble-popping whisper. Sister is a mole planted by the chuckler. Her mission is to steal our myth. With that, he stepped aside, watching Zhang Bai's reaction with keen interest. Deep in his eyes flickered a fleeting, almost imperceptible confusion, one he himself hadn't even registered. Zhang Bai's heart skipped a beat. This secret was vicious beyond measure. It pointed directly at the most vulnerable among the three of them, the one whose will was most concentrated in the resting department, little sister. Whether Zhang Bai believed it or not, the seed of suspicion had already been planted. If he believed it, this fragile alliance would shatter instantly. If he didn't, how could he possibly break the news to the younger sister when he passed the secret on to her? Was he supposed to tell this little girl who had just placed her trust in him, "Someone says you're a mole"? This wasn't a choice at all, it was a calculated scheme destined to cause harm. Meanwhile, within the mythic universe of the Sword of Law, this messenger game had also stirred up a massive uproar. Urgent report from the analysis department. Academician Su Hongxing's figure materialized within a space composed of cascading data streams, his tone unprecedentedly grave. We cannot verify the authenticity of this secret. It exists beyond the realm of logic. It is a narrative-level meme whose sole purpose is to contaminate the chain of trust. Should the minister choose to believe or disseminate this secret, the contamination will propagate through our connections, feeding back into the collective consciousness. Bull. General Long Xiao's flaming battle axe nearly cleaved the data space. That little girl is the embodiment of our rest department's will. How could she be an infiltrator? This is the enemy's scheme to sow discord. Minister, give the order. I'll lead the mythic expeditionary force to storm in, drag the thing lurking behind the door out, and chop it to pieces. General, you must not. Academician Wei Zheng immediately halted him. The moment we employ power beyond the child's scope, we'll be deemed foul play, potentially causing mission failure. This is the Bureau's absolute limit. Then what? Just stand by and watch the minister and the children be toyed with? General Long Xiao's will roared in fury. Chapter 111, Who is lying? Within the Divine Compilation Department, such intense disagreement erupted for the first time. The core philosophies of the Analysis Department representing logic, the Execution Department embodying force, and the Rest Department dedicated to protection collided violently in that moment. In the corridor, it was Zhang Bai's turn. He cast a deep look at the fraudster beside him, whose face was filled with expectation, then glanced back at the sister trailing behind, her eyes brimming with unease and dependence. He stepped forward and entered the door. Inside, no monsters or tangible entities awaited. Only pure darkness filled the space, along with a sound echoing from all directions, a murmur that seemed woven from the whispers of countless children. Listen carefully, my little secret is. The voice dripped with malice and temptation. The younger brother beside you, the most unruly child, has grown weary of this game. He's secretly severing the connection between us. He wants to trap all of you here, forever as supporting characters in his chaotic script. Another secret impossible to disprove, yet capable of shattering trust in an instant. Zhang Bai listened in silence, then turned and walked out of the room. Now it was his turn to pass a secret to his sister. He held two versions in his hands, one from the fraudster, one from the rules. Whichever he chose to reveal would carve an irreparable rift between the three of them. He approached the sister. The 5-year-old girl lifted her head, her clear yet fearful eyes fixed on him. She waited for a secret powerful enough to determine her fate. Zhang Bai crouched down, meeting her gaze at eye level. He did not utter a single word of the secrets he had heard. He gazed into her eyes, conveying a single sentence with an incredibly gentle yet utterly clear resolve. Listen, we're playing a game of pretend. They'll tell us many terrible things about me, about your brother, and about you. But remember, it's all fake. It's part of the game. The only truth is this: your brother will protect you, no matter what happens. He didn't explain the rules or analyze the pros and cons. He simply bypassed the act of passing on secrets itself in the simplest, most unadorned way, instead reinforcing the protection principle he had defined earlier. The trembling in sister's body ceased. She nodded, her understanding half formed, the fear in her eyes replaced by something called certainty. Zhang Bai stood up, watching the next sister enter the room, yet he felt no relief. He knew his actions had been a violation. He hadn't passed on secrets, he had created a new reality. He didn't know how the rules would judge this. Soon, the sister emerged from the room. She looked somewhat confused, but not as panicked as he had anticipated. She approached the next stitch-faced child, hesitated for a moment, then leaned close to whisper something in the other's ear. And so, the secret began to spread among the soulless puppets. The entire corridor fell silent, filled only by the faint, heart-stopping whispers. Finally, the secret reached the last stitched-faced child. He stiffly walked to the center of the corridor, faced the void, and announced in his monotonous, emotionless voice. The secret I heard is... He paused, as if processing an extremely chaotic piece of information. Brother is a mole. Little brother will betray. Little sister can sing. Lollipops are sweet. 1 + 1 = 3. He uttered a string of illogical, contradictory, and absurd sentences. The entire corridor fell into dead silence. The con artist beside him doubled over laughing, nearly dropping the lollipop from his hand. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. His thoughts echoed with maniacal laughter inside Zhang Bai's mind. Boss, guess what I told them? I told them, the secret is that there is no secret. Rules are meant to be broken. It's time to change the color of the lines on your faces. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Bai understood instantly. The con artist's nonsense, Zhang Bai's redefinition, and the sister's likely equally rule-breaking, innocent relay, these three non-compliant messages mixed with the mechanical, wooden retellings of the stitched-faced children. Ultimately, they formed an information avalanche. By the time this utterly chaotic message reached its final destination, it had devolved into a pile of meaningless, indecipherable gibberish. This game of telephone was ruined by them in an unexpected, almost shameless manner. Judgment in progress. Information chain corrupted. Unable to identify liar. Game. Error. The cold, mechanical prompt carried a hint of confusion for the first time. Yet just as Zhang Bai thought they had passed another test, that familiar, heart-stopping malevolence descended once more. The shadow of the chuckler seeped down from the ceiling, larger and more solid than before. Game error, triggering punishment mechanism. Penalty targets, all players. Target for theft, story. The enormous mouth snapped open. This time, it wasn't stealing a specific emotion or concept. It sought to steal the very meaning of everything they were experiencing. Zhang Bai, the fraudster, and the wolf form of sister simultaneously felt the world spin violently. The scenes around them began to fade and peel away. The gloomy corridor transformed into a forgotten, dust-covered memory. Their three figures grew blurry and unreal. Brother's protection became a laughable self-comfort. The younger brother's mischief became a meaningless prank. The sister's trust became foolish naivety. The chuckler was undermining the very essence of their adventure, determined to turn the myth they were weaving into a trivial, error-ridden, ultimately forgotten children's rhyme of failure. This is the most lethal weapon at the heart of Lullaby Town. It doesn't kill people, it destroys their hearts. What it seeks to destroy is the story itself. As the chucklers began devouring the meaning of the story, a sense of emptiness deeper than soul-tearing enveloped Zhang Bai and his companions. It was an existential stripping away. Their actions were losing their cause, their purpose was losing its effect. Chapter 112, Our Nursery Rhymes, Sung by Ourselves. They were no longer rebels, no longer explorers, they had become three particles performing meaningless Brownian motion in the endless void. Within the Sword of Law's core, 7 billion human consciousnesses simultaneously felt this chill. The breathtaking yet absurdly comical telephone game they had just witnessed was fading from their memories. The joy of victory was being replaced by a hollow sense of what's the point? This is bad. Within academician Wei Zheng's data stream library, pages began turning without wind, their text rapidly blurring. Its target is the very foundation of our divine compilation department. If the story itself loses meaning, then our act of compiling myths becomes a joke. The inspector's report mentioned. Academician Su Hongxing's figure materialized, his expression grave beyond measure. Nursery Rhyme Town is the product of the failed ascension of the Level 4 civilization cradle. Their failure stemmed from an inability to imbue their own civilizational history with an ultimate meaning, ultimately collapsing under self-questioning and nihilism. This chuckler is the ultimate, embodied self-negation of that civilization. It doesn't seek to kill you, but to make you believe your existence is utterly meaningless. What should we do, boss? For the first time, the trickster's thoughts shed their usual cynical tone, tinged with genuine vulnerability. My chaos requires something to disrupt. If everything loses meaning, then my existence loses meaning too. Zhang Bai fell silent, feeling his identity as the brother fade, the aura protecting his sister becoming faint and uncertain. He knew logic, rules, and schemes could no longer counter this assault. For meaning itself transcended logic. He slowly raised his head, gazing at the vast darkness that was devouring everything. He made a decision that surprised everyone. He abandoned resistance. Instead of fortifying the story's meaning, he actively detached himself from every definition he had ever imposed upon it. My brother's protection, he let go of that concept. The younger brother's mischief, he let go of that too. The sister's trust, he let go of that too. He reduced all three of their actions to the most primal, most pure events, no longer imbuing them with any heroic overtones. What are you doing? General Long Xiao's furious roar echoed through the mythical cosmos. This is surrender. Zhang Bai did not respond. He merely spoke calmly, facing the darkness, facing the monster that fed on nothingness, and facing the 7 billion souls behind him. Softly, he began to tell a brand new story. Once upon a time, in a forgotten little town, there lived 3 children. His voice was no longer the authority of a minister nor the coldness of a sword-bearer. It was the voice of a genuine 7-year-old child, telling a bedtime story in the purest language he knew. There was an older brother who desperately wanted to protect his little sister, but he was weak and often couldn't. All he could do was clumsily stand in front of her, hoping the bad things wouldn't find her. As he spoke, the image of the towering, omnipotent guardian faded away, replaced by a real brother, one who felt fear and helplessness, yet still chose to stand in front. Then there was a younger brother, mischievous and always playing pranks. He swapped people's dice and made up nonsense in games of telephone. He didn't mean to cause trouble, he just found the town too quiet, so quiet it felt frightening. He wanted to make some noise, even if it was just loud noise, to prove they were still alive. The cynical cheat image vanished too, replaced by a pitiful younger brother who used mischief as armor against loneliness and fear. There was also a younger sister who was timid. She had lost the most important thing to her, so she feared everything she saw. But she had an older brother who would protect her and a younger brother who would make her laugh. So even in her most fearful moments, she was willing to trust them and follow them forward. The image of the pure, flawless, saintly maiden vanished, replaced by a brave younger sister who, though filled with fear, still chooses to trust. Zhang Bai didn't set out to craft some grand, sweeping, mythical epic. He simply imbued everything they had just experienced, those actions defined by the mockers, as ridiculous, meaningless, and foolish, with the most simple and authentic emotional core. Protection doesn't stem from strength, but from love. Disruption does not stem from chaos, but from loneliness. Trust does not stem from naivety, but from hope. These emotions seem so insignificant, so undivine, even brimming with mortal frailty. Yet when these most genuine emotions were infused into the story, being stripped of meaning by the mockers, a miracle occurred. The world, fading and crumbling, abruptly halts its collapse. The mocker in the sky, that all-consuming maw, paused for the first and last time. It could not comprehend. It could devour the grand narratives of heroism, dissolve the tragic grandeur of resistance struggles. But it could not devour a brother's most instinctive protection of his sister, could not dissolve a child's clumsy attempts to fight loneliness, and could certainly not deny the stubborn clinging to hope of a soul trapped in fear. For these things need no meaning to adorn them. Their very existence is meaning. No, it's not like that. A faint, pained, and bewildered thought emanated from the core of the thief of death. We have failed. We are worthless. Our civilization is dead. It was the final echo of the cradle civilization. Yes, your civilization has failed, Zhang Bai observed the dark mass, responding calmly. But failure does not equate to worthlessness. He extended his hand, pointing toward the shadow that no longer held terror. Now, I shall write the final chapter of your story. I define your failure as a warning, your fear as a trial, and this lullaby town of yours as a tombstone, not a prison. Your story shall become the premier exhibit in our divine archives, forever enshrined. You shall no longer be forgotten failures, but the first revered cornerstone in our mythology. Chapter 113, Regional Logical Collapse Resolved. As Zhang Bai uttered his final definition, that vast, twisted darkness, the chuckler, began to rapidly contract and coalesce. All malice, fear, and nothingness were neutralized and smoothed away under this new definition. Finally, it transformed into a plain, unadorned black pebble, quietly falling into Zhang Bai's hand. Mission objective: Lost Nursery Town has completed. Mythology compilation. But core meme: the chuckler converted into narrative singularity. Stable state. Regional logical collapse has been resolved. The cold system notification announced the resounding success of their mission. The surrounding scene receded like a tide. Zhang Bai, the deceiver, and little sisters will return to the mythic universe of the Sword of Law. The collective consciousness of 7 billion humans erupted in jubilation. They had not merely witnessed a victory, they had personally participated in and borne witness to the birth of a myth. Their confidence in Zhang Bai and the future of the Divine Script Department reached unprecedented heights. Just then, that unsightly green character interface reappeared at the center of the mythic universe. Mission Z8964 confirmed complete. Mission rating: excellent. Commentary: extremely non-standard handling, involving numerous violations and abuse of subjective definitions. However, the outcome was unexpectedly effective. Mission objectives were fully achieved with no residual risks. Overall assessment: barely merits an excellent rating. Inspector: dispensing mission rewards. The next instant, a torrent of energy 1,000 times more vast and infinitely purer than the previous salary, along with a massive gently glowing conceptual matrix, surged into the mythic universe. The entire universe hummed with delight, like parched land receiving long-awaited rain. Academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing immediately scrambled like the most miserly stewards, frantically planning the allocation of these precious resources. But before the excitement could fully subside, another document promptly popped up. It was a standard format, clearly stated: Bill. Internal Resource Consumption and Compensation List for D-Class Departments of the Reality Maintenance Bureau. Item 1, Interdimensional Navigation Energy Consumption Orbital Deviation Rate 0.02%, Compensation Required, 1.2 Standard Energy Units. Item 2, Abnormal Wear on the Rule Barrier of Mission World Nursery Rhyme Town, requiring compensation of 0.8 units of conceptual matrix. Item 3, due to mission executors' improper gameplay causing target world logical disorder and triggering an information avalanche, additional logic cleanup fee, 3.5 standard energy units. Item 4, during the narrative level definition of the chuckler, unquantifiable emotional leakage occurred, causing minor contamination to surrounding reality stability. Penalty, 5 units of standard energy. Total payable, 12.1 units of standard energy, 1.5 units of conceptual matrix. Payment due within the next standard cycle. Late fees will apply. The massive reward that had just arrived, still warm in their accounts, vanished almost entirely in an instant. The entire Divine Editorial Department fell into dead silence. The fraudster's rage-twisted roar reverberated throughout the entire mythic universe. I'll write a story. The protagonist will be called Inspector. He'll be crushed to death by the very fines he issued. His furious shout perfectly echoed the collective sentiment of 7 billion humans. In the mythic universe, the starry river that had just shone brightly with the massive reward instantly dimmed by half. That vast, pure torrent of energy vanished without a trace, like a deposit withdrawn by a debt collector the moment it hit the bank account, a cold, mocking absence. All that remained were scattered fragments of conceptual matrix and energy units, like a pile of loose change that couldn't be broken, awkwardly floating in the void. Analysis Department Emergency Audit complete. Academician Su Hongxing's figure materialized at the cosmic center, his data form unstable from the immense mental shock, resembling a holographic projection with poor signal reception. After deducting all penalties and compensation, our net proceeds for this mission are 0.7 units of standard energy, 0.2 units of conceptual matrix, and 1 pebble of narrative singularity stable state. Academician Wei Zheng adjusted his light ray spectacles and added, preliminary calculations indicate that elevating the mythic universe's stability by 1 tier requires at least 10 units of conceptual matrix. In other words, not only did we fail to profit, but we've nearly depleted our meager reserves. This is ing robbery. General Long Xiao's will materialized as a flaming giant axe, swinging through the air and carving silent trails of fury. That Thai General Administration, are they deliberately screwing us over because we're new? Minister, give the order. We'll march straight to that so-called Reality Maintenance Bureau and see if their rules are harder than my axe. The entire mythic universe seethed with outrage. The fiery ambition forged by defeating formidable foes and creating legends had been utterly doused by a cold, hard bill. It felt like a dragon-slaying hero returning victorious, only to be told before receiving the princess's kiss that he must compensate for environmental pollution and vegetation loss caused by the dragon's lair. Calm down, everyone. Zhang Bai's voice flowed like a clear spring through all the agitated minds. He showed neither anger nor confusion. He simply studied the meticulously organized, logically rigorous bill with the calmness of someone examining an academic paper. Haven't you noticed? This bill itself is a story. The group froze. It reveals several truths. Zhang Bai's thoughts unfolded slowly. First, the Bureau's order is absolute. Its rules supersede our power, forcing entry is the least efficient option. Second, our actions have indeed impacted the higher dimensional reality. Those fines aren't fabricated. Third, and most crucially, his gaze settled on the largest penalty item. During the narrative-level definition of the chuckler, an unquantifiable emotional spillover occurred, causing minor contamination to the surrounding reality's stability. Penalty, 5 units of standard energy. It's afraid, Zhang Bai said, enunciating each word. Or rather, it's wary. It's wary of our ability to directly alter the core of the story and imbue it with meaning. So it uses fines to assign a cost to our power. It's attempting to tame us with rules. Chapter 114, The Penalty Ticket and the New Order. The fraudster's anger gradually subsided, replaced by an excited, eager-to-act malice. Boss, I get it. It's afraid we'll overturn the table, so it set a table overturning fine of $500 rule. Next time, we'll figure out how to overturn a table worth $1,000. You could interpret it that way. A hint of approval flickered in Zhang Bai's consciousness. Just then, the green character interface reappeared. Detected critically low balance in Divine Editorial Department account. Triggering subsistence allowance protocol. Matching you with work for debt tasks suitable for your current skill level and financial status. Matching successful. A brand new document, framed in dark gold, replaced the glaring bill and slowly unfolded. Task ID, C 1984. Mission name, Clear Bad Debts from the Memory Exchange. Location, Conceptual Frontier, Sea of Oblivion. Mission background, the Memory Exchange is an ancient, neutral narrative node where sentient beings trade, store, and pledge their memories. Recently, an irrecoverable bad debt emerged within the exchange. A mortgaged memory titled First Love underwent malignant proliferation during storage, contaminating thousands of high-value memories nearby, including the rise of an empire, the ignition formula for the stellar engine, mother's last smile, etc., evolving into a highly contagious emotional virus. This virus is rapidly spreading throughout the exchange. If not addressed promptly, it could trigger a meaning implosion across the entire Sea of Oblivion sector. Mission objective, enter the memory exchange, isolate and eliminate the emotional virus named First Love, and recover all contaminated memories. Reward, 5 units of standard energy, 2 units of conceptual matrix. Additional terms, this is a debt repayment mission. Rewards will be prioritized towards settling outstanding debts. Any additional penalties incurred during the mission will be deducted from the reward at double the rate. Except, this document, like a shrewd capitalist, not only offered a solution to the debt problem but also casually tacked on even harsher, one-sided terms. This is outrageous. General Long Xiao's axe flared with fury once more. But we have no choice, Academician Wei Zheng analyzed calmly. We're penniless now. This is our only chance to turn things around. Zhang Bai's gaze lingered on that mission background for a long time. First love. For 7 billion humans who had just endured life and death struggles and witnessed cosmic upheavals, this word felt so distant, so insignificant. Yet this very insignificant concept could taint the rise and fall of an empire, threaten the entire forgotten sea. It left him with a sensation both absurd and undeniably real. Perhaps, on the battlefields of higher dimensions, the deadliest weapons were never blades or energy cannons, but rather a forgotten love, a suppressed regret. We're taking it, Zhang Bai made the decision. Boss, who's going this time? The trickster was already itching to get started. I'm really curious about this first love thing. Sounds like a lot of fun. You and me, Zhang Bai swiftly assigned the team. And General Long Xiao, you're coming with us. Me? General Long Xiao's wolf faltered. His power embodied war, order, destruction, and guardianship seemingly worlds apart from such sentimental matters. Yes, you. Zhang Bai's intent brooked no argument. The memory exchange deals in memories. Your memories are the most solid, the heaviest, and the purest among 7 billion humans. We need an anchor to ensure we don't lose ourselves in that place. General Dragon Roar fell silent for a moment. Then, the flaming giant axe transformed into a silent statue of a heavily armored general. Understood, Minister. Mission C-1984 confirmed. Initiating teleportation channel to the Sea of Oblivion. Wishing you a pleasant assignment. The final 4 words carried a faint, almost imperceptible synthetic smile. The next instant, the wolf forms of Zhang Bai, the Deceiver, and General Dragon Roar were enveloped in a dark golden light, instantly stripped from the mythic universe. When their senses returned, they found themselves in a completely different realm. Here, there was no up, down, left, or right. No sun, moon, or stars. Only an endless, murky sea stretched out before them. Floating upon its surface were countless fist-sized orbs, each emitting a different hue of light. Every orb represented a fragment of memory. Some shone brilliantly, as dazzling as stars, others flickered dimly, like candles on the verge of extinguishing. At the ocean's center stood an unimaginably colossal structure, a towering edifice resembling the Tower of Babel, built from countless bookshelves. This was the memory exchange. A vast torrent of information, a mix of nostalgia, sorrow, joy, and regret swept over them, momentarily dazing all three. A polite yet distant voice echoed in their minds. Welcome, 3 executives of the Divine Editing Department, to the Memory Exchange. I am the keeper of this place. According to the rules, all who enter the exchange must first pledge a portion of their own memories as a pass. Are you 3 prepared? The consciousness calling itself the keeper felt like the Sea of Oblivion itself, ancient, serene, yet concealing bottomless whirlpools beneath its surface. Its words carried no coercion, merely stating an unquestionable rule as immutable as a physical law. Pledge a memory? The fraudster's mind bristled with defiance. What kind of rule is that? Paying an entrance fee? What if we refuse? The shopkeeper's mind remained utterly still, as if answering a child's innocent question. Without memory as the anchor of identity, any consciousness entering this exchange will be assimilated by the vast torrent of memories here within 3 seconds, becoming yet another new specter beyond the Sea of Oblivion. This is not punishment, merely the environmental characteristic of this place. A faint glow flickered across General Dragon Roar's heavy armor. An indomitable will instantly shielded the trio, fending off the relentless onslaught of memory turbulence. He asked in a deep voice, any kind of memory? Any memory will do, replied the proprietor. However, the value of the memory determines your access privileges within the exchange. A memory of an afternoon nap might only grant you passage through the first-floor lobby. Yet a memory of burying a beloved with your own hands would be sufficient to ascend to the top-floor rare treasures room. Chapter 115, Collateral and the Shopkeeper's Secret. These words carried a cold, unyielding fairness. I'll do it. The fraudster volunteered. His eyes darted as a dazzling memory orb composed of pure lies, paradoxes, and pranks quickly formed in his hands. It contained a series of absurd feats, painting the sun green, teaching stones to sing love songs, convincing a logic deity that 1 + 1 = an apple. How about this one? Explosive enough? Good enough to reach the top floor? He tossed the memory over triumphantly. Yet the dazzling orb, mid-flight, disintegrated like a cheap soap bubble with a soft pop, leaving not a ripple. False memories carry no weight here. The shopkeeper's thoughts carried a hint of mockery for the first time. The exchange only accepts existences that have genuinely occurred. The fraudster, stung, retreated sullenly to the side. He began rummaging through his own mind, seemingly searching for some truly weighty dark history that wouldn't cause him irreparable damage. Use mine. General Dragon Roar's will materialized as a colossal hand clad in metallic gauntlets. A deep crimson memory sphere, its interior pulsing with the tumult of countless clashing swords and galloping horses, rose slowly from his palm. This is the memory of the Blood Twilight campaign. 30,000 of my soldiers fought for 72 hours to protect humanity's last spark. Every last one perished, I alone survived. Is this memory substantial enough? The moment the memory sphere appeared, the surrounding seawater seemed to ignite from its brutal aura, beginning to boil. It is sufficient. A hint of admiration, even greed, flickered in the shopkeeper's thoughts. The value of this memory alone would grant you 3 free passage through the exchange. But, General, are you certain you wish to pledge it? Such a heavy memory once severed from your core consciousness may render your existence insubstantial. General Dragon Roar's resolve wavered slightly. This wasn't merely the memory of a battle, it was the very foundation of his identity as Dragon Roar, the source of all his glory and all his pain. No need. Zhang Bai reached out and pressed his hand against the deep crimson memory sphere. He gazed calmly toward the exchange point as a soft, faintly glowing orb materialized in his hand. Within the sphere lay no sweeping epics, no heart-wrenching joys or sorrows. Only ordinary scenes unfolded, the first sweet bite of chilled watermelon a child takes from his mother's hands on a summer afternoon, the warmth shared around a campfire on a cold winter night, passing a roasted sweet potato, the earthy fragrance of soil filling the air when the first spring rain falls on parched land. These are the most primal fragments of sharing and receiving in our collective human memory, Zhang Bai said. They belong to none of us individually, but to all of us collectively. They are neither heavy nor glorious, but they are sufficiently real. Can we use them? The shopkeeper fell silent. He seemed to be weighing the memory's worth. In terms of narrative power, it paled beside General Long Xiao's tragic epic. In uniqueness, it was utterly ordinary. Yet it possessed one quality no other memory could match: its universality. It was the most fundamental template of happiness, universally acknowledged by 7 billion souls. After a long pause, the shopkeeper's thoughts resurfaced. This time, however, his voice carried an indescribable complexity. Agreed. This memory is called the joy of beginnings. Its value is immeasurable. Please, come in. The white memory sphere transformed into a streak of light, soaring deep into the exchange. Simultaneously, a bridge of light extended from the exchange's gates, reaching down to the feet of the three. As they stepped onto the bridge, the surroundings shifted instantly. They entered a breathtakingly grand circular hall. Countless luminous memory spheres drifted and swirled beneath the vaulted ceiling like stars, coalescing into dazzling rivers of memory. Along the hall's perimeter stood many blurred figures of customers. They reached out, scooping desired goods from the memory rivers while simultaneously detaching another orb from their own bodies and casting it into the flowing streams. This was a silent, eternal exchange. Zhang Bai witnessed a stooped scholar exchange a memory titled Speculation on the Ultimate Truth of the Universe for one called Strolling with My Childhood Sweetheart on a Country Path. After the trade, a satisfied yet vacant smile spread across his face, while his once keen eyes dimmed forever. He also witnessed a young warrior trading the memory of his first kiss with a lover for a false experience of slaying a deity. Intoxicated by that fleeting moment of power, he forever forgot why he had fought. This place was both heaven and hell. Boss, this place feels off. The con artist, unusually, dropped his usual cynical facade, his thoughts tinged with caution. It's not sinister. It's merely fair. Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the entire hall. It only facilitates transactions, not consequences. Every choice is made by the trader themselves. Where is the proprietor? General Long Xiao's will stood firm as a rock, undisturbed by the decadent atmosphere. I'm right here. Always have been. The voice came from behind the counter in the center of the hall. The three stepped forward, finally seeing the true form of this keeper. He was no grotesque creature, but a humanoid figure dressed neatly, his features indistinct. No powerful energy fluctuations emanated from him, nor any unique conceptual aura. He resembled a blank sheet of paper, clean, hollow, as if he himself held no memories left to be read. Three executors, the proprietor began without preamble, gesturing toward a corner of the hall. You've come for that first love, haven't you? The trio followed his gesture. There, in the hall's far corner, a section was shrouded in thick, ink-like pink mist. The fog carried an intense, obsessive, nauseatingly cloying sweetness. Within the haze, countless memory spheres once brilliant were faintly visible, being corroded and assimilated by the pink fog, gradually turning the same color. Is that the bad debt? Zhang Bai asked. Yes, the shopkeeper replied, a hint of resignation in his voice. The original owner of that memory was a poet from the 7th-level civilization Stellar Speakers. He pawned a memory of his first love here in exchange for inspiration to compose a poem capable of making stars weep. But he never returned to redeem it. This memory, imbued with the poet's overwhelming obsession, began to beautify and purify itself over the long ages. Ultimately, it became what it is now. Chapter 116, The Perfect Love Story. It's devouring, General Long Xiao keenly observed. It's consuming other memories to fill the imperfections in its own story. Exactly, the shopkeeper sighed. It devoured the rise of the empire to fabricate a prince and princess backdrop for itself. It devoured the ignition formula to fantasize about fireworks illuminating the entire universe. It devoured mother's smile to compensate for the regret in its memory of not receiving the other's mother's blessing. It's no longer a memory. It's a narrative tumor centered on perfect love, constantly inflating itself. It views anything that doesn't fit its pure love logic as impurities, things that must be purged or assimilated. The con artist stared in disbelief. All this fuss over one broken heart? Was this guy's first love the emperor of the universe? That's precisely why headquarters needs your divine editing department to handle it. For the first time, the shopkeeper's gaze focused on Zhang Bai. A hint of scrutiny seemed to flicker across his blurred features. Because you are the experts of stories. What do you intend to do with this particular story? Zhang Bai didn't respond immediately. He could sense that the pink mist had noticed them. A powerful, intensely exclusive intent emanated from within the mist. Unauthorized personnel, keep your distance. This place belongs only to him and me. Our love is perfect, eternal, and must not be disturbed. The will was gentle, yet tinged with an undeniable madness. Looks like it doesn't welcome us. General Long Xiao's will began to coalesce, preparing to purge this contamination by the most direct means. No, it will welcome us, Zhang Bai suddenly declared. He turned his head, gazing at the pink mist, and conveyed a single sentence with a calm, emotionless resolve. We're not here to clean you up. We're here to redeem you. The moment the words left his lips, the restless pink mist instantly solidified. Then, a voice like a young girl's, brimming with boundless surprise and anticipation, echoed from the mist's core. Is it you? You, have you finally come back for me? That single phrase, have you finally come back for me, sizzled like a drop of water in boiling oil, instantly causing the pink narrative tumor to erupt violently. The thick mist churned, from which countless slender arms formed of light reached out, desperate to touch Zhang Bai. It's you! It has to be you! I knew you wouldn't forget me. You've come to fulfill our promise, haven't you? You said you'd write the most beautiful poem in the entire universe for me, and then we'd go to the edge of the cosmos to watch the last star fade away. The maiden's thoughts brimmed with innocent yet obsessive ecstasy. Completely oblivious to the starkly different conceptual auras emanating from Zhang Bai, the deceiver, and General Long Xiao, it forcibly defined them as the lovers it had waited billions of years for. Boss, this thing's got a screw loose, the fraudster's thoughts grumbled in Zhang Bai's mind. Is it, mistaking the three of us for one person? Or does it see anyone who comes looking for it as that faithless lover? It's not malfunctioning, Zhang Bai's gaze pierced through layers of pink mist, fixing on the core of that tumor. It's rewriting reality. In its story, its lover must return. So any entity approaching it gets forcibly twisted by its narrative logic into the returning lover. This erosion was more bizarre than physical attacks or conceptual strikes. It didn't destroy you, it transformed you into a part of its script. General Long Xiao's will crystallized into a golden barrier, blocking the outstretched pink arms. Yet even the barrier began to take on a faint pink hue, and even the general's imposing armor sprouted useless lace-like decorations out of nowhere. This thing is corrupting my concept of order. A rare flash of fury pierced General Dragon Roar's will. Cease resistance, General, Zhang Bai commanded. Do not attempt to oppose its logic with yours. On its turf, the more you resist, the more its story thrives, for it will define your defiance as playful banter between lovers. General Long Xiao. He had lived countless long years, enduring innumerable bloody, brutal wars. This was the first time he'd ever wanted to chop a metaphor to death with his axe. At Zhang Bai's signal, General Long Xiao withdrew his defenses. Those pink arms immediately wrapped around the three of them gently and cautiously. A sickeningly sweet, bliss-filled stream of information flooded their consciousness. Within this stream, they witnessed the entire narrative of this story. A gifted young poet fell in love with a maiden pure as crystal. They exchanged vows beneath starlight, chasing each other through seas of blossoms. Their love was flawless, devoid of quarrels, misunderstandings, or suspicion. The story concluded with the poet temporarily leaving his beloved to seek the most exquisite words to praise her, promising he would return. A flawless love story, devoid of any imperfections. Academician Su Hongxing's voice echoed through the mythic universe connection, his tone thick with bewilderment. This is the source of the virus? How could such an uplifting narrative unleash such devastating power? Because it was too perfect, Zhang Bai revealed the truth in a single sentence. So perfect that it couldn't tolerate any reality. He turned to the shopkeeper and asked, why didn't that poet return to redeem it? A hint of regret flickered across the shopkeeper's blurred features. Because, shortly after he left, his first love, that crystal-like maiden, perished in an accident. When the poet returned, he was overcome with grief. Unable to accept reality, he tried to alter this mortgaged, perfect memory. He sought flaws within it to ease his pain. But he failed. This memory, imbued with their purest emotions, had developed a self-preservation instinct. It refused to be altered, refused to acknowledge the imperfect ending. Ultimately, the poet went mad. He wandered outside the exchange for tens of thousands of years before dissolving into a speck of dust in the sea of oblivion. And this abandoned memory, in its lonely vigil, grew increasingly obsessive. It began devouring other memories, relentlessly and frantically proving that its story was the only truth, that its lover would surely return. A tragedy through and through. Chapter 117, something missing? Impossible. Why aren't you speaking? Are you upset? The young girl's thoughts, tinged with a hint of grievance, whined in their minds. Look, isn't our home prettier than before? I cleared out all those messy, violent, broken stories. Now, only our love remains here. What it referred to were precisely those memories it had devoured. Yes, it's beautiful, Zhang Bai's will gently responded, following its logic. But dear, do you remember? It seems like something is missing from our story. Missing something? Impossible. The girl's consciousness immediately rebutted, our story is perfect. No, think carefully, Zhang Bai coaxed gently. Our story has meeting, falling in love, promises, but it seems to lack an ending. Haven't you always been here, waiting for me to return and take you to see the edge of the universe? Now I'm back. Our story should finally have a true ending. An ending? That word caused the pink tumor to falter for the first time. It had been abandoned for so long that its entire existence had become the process of waiting itself. It had never considered what might come after the waiting. Yes, an ending. Zhang Bai's voice was like a devil's whisper. An ending more perfect than anything we've ever experienced before. A more perfect ending? The girl's thoughts were utterly consumed by curiosity. Of course. Zhang Bai began wielding his authority as head of the divine script department, weaving a brand new, deadly story. Imagine us holding hands, traversing the river of time, walking to the edge of space. We witness the last star extinguish before our eyes, the entire universe plunging into an eternal silence belonging only to us two. Then, in the endless darkness, I shall become light, and you shall become shadow. We merge into one another, no longer separate, becoming a new existence transcending time and space. Is this ending perfect enough? What Zhang Bai described was not a love story. It was the most archetypal template of return to the void and extinction from a civilization's mythology. It was the ultimate death of the universe. But to a consciousness obsessed solely with perfection and eternity, these words held a fatal allure. Merge into one, never to part again. The maiden's consciousness murmured to itself. Its core logic was being utterly captivated by this vision of a perfect ending. Its obsessive, frenzied energy began to self-evolve toward the direction Zhang Bai had described. The pink mist began to contract and condense. That sickeningly sweet, cloying scent gradually gave way to an atmosphere of sacred solemnity, tinged with the aura of doom. It was embracing this ending. Boss, that's brilliant, the fraudster exclaimed in awe from the sidelines. You're tricking it into committing suicide? I'm not deceiving it, Zhang Bai replied calmly. I'm fulfilling its destiny. Gazing at the energy core poised to complete its self-annihilation, he addressed the shopkeeper. Now, it can be returned to that poet. The shopkeeper froze. But that poet is already. I know. Zhang Bai's gaze drifted toward the gray, forgotten sea beyond the exchange. Bring him back. Use your exchanges methods. The shopkeeper remained silent for a long moment, seemingly wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, he nodded. He reached beneath the counter, as if fishing through the river of time. Moments later, he retrieved an extremely dim, nearly extinguished orb of light. This is the last shred of will left behind by that poet before he vanished. The shopkeeper gently pushed the orb toward the pink energy mass sinking into the void. Just as the two were about to touch, the pink energy, immersed in its fantasy of a perfect ending, suddenly trembled. An emotion far more intense than anything before, filled with sorrow and regret, erupted from within it. Is it you? No. It's not you, you're not him. It finally discerned the true essence of its lover from that lingering obsession. It finally realized that the Zhang Bai before it, who had woven this perfect ending, was an imposter. Only now you realize? Too late. Zhang Bai's thoughts grew cold and ruthless. He issued his final command. I define, the end of deception is truth, the end of waiting is reunion, the end of love is forgiveness. Now, let us draw the final chapter of your story. With Zhang Bai's declaration, the pink energy ceased its struggle. It relinquished its obsession with perfection, abandoned its fantasy of eternity. All its power transformed into the purest, gentlest light, enveloping the poet's fading, lingering obsession. Within the glow, the blurred silhouettes of a young girl and an equally indistinct young man slowly materialized. They said nothing, merely embracing in silence. All the obsession, all the madness, all the waiting and sorrow dissolved into nothingness within that embrace. Finally, the light faded. All that remained was a crystal-clear sphere of memory, translucent like quartz. It was no longer pink, but a pure transparency containing every color. It was no longer a virus, but had been restored to a pure, concluded love story. Mission C 1984 confirmed complete. Mission rating, outstanding. Commentary, the execution was nothing short of artistry. Not only did it resolve the issue, but it also provided a transcendent, time-spanning act of terminal care. The understanding and application of the story have reached textbook-level perfection. Inspector. Dispensing mission rewards. This time, when the torrent of reward energy flooded into the mythic universe, no bills popped up. The entire mythic universe rejoiced at this colossal influx of energy. Zhang Bai withdrew his will, preparing to depart. Please wait, executive. The shopkeeper called out to him. He handed the crystal-like memory sphere to Zhang Bai. This is your spoils of war, he said. Beyond that, I personally have a small gift I wish to offer you. He retrieved another orb from beneath the counter. This orb differed from all the memories in the exchange. It did not glow, instead, it was pitch black, like a miniature black hole that absorbed even light. What is this? Zhang Bai could sense an extremely dangerous, sealed power contained within the black sphere. For the first and last time, a distinct, eerie smile spread across the shopkeeper's face. This is not a memory. This is a problem. A problem, one that was personally pledged here long ago by a high-ranking official from the administration. Chapter 118, The Problem Inside the Black Sphere. Excellence. The fraudsters' thoughts erupted like a grand fireworks display within the newly formed mythical universe, each sparkle gleaming with schadenfreude. I bet that poker-faced inspector is in his office right now, so furious he's chewing on his keyboard. Ha! Let him try to fine us. This time he won't even get a punctuation mark penalty. The collective consciousness of 7 billion humans basked in the ecstasy of having narrowly escaped disaster. That vast, pure energy and conceptual matrix nourished the entire universe like sweet rain. The starry rivers, once dimmed by fines, now sparkled joyfully with unprecedented brilliance. Calculations confirm our reserves now fully support the next cosmic framework upgrade, declared academician Su Hongxing's holographic projection, stable and clear, even the data streams composing his form radiating joy. Upgrade? That's an understatement. General Long Xiao's will manifest it as a colossal war god, his voice booming like a bell. This fortune will sharpen our axe even further. Amidst the sea of jubilation, Zhang Bai's will stood like a silent island. He did not join the celebration, merely extending his hand calmly. A pure black sphere, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, hovered silently in his palm. This was not black in the physical sense, but a conglomeration of void and nothingness. It neither reflected nor absorbed light, it simply rendered the very concept of light meaningless in its presence. The cheers of the mythic universe abruptly fell silent, as if a mute button had been pressed. All 7 billion gazes focused on that black sphere. An indescribable chill, mingled with the scent of finality and absurdity, radiated from the tiny orb, instantly lowering the temperature of the universe by several degrees from its previous spring-like warmth. Is this the gift from the shopkeeper? The figure of academician Wei Zheng materialized. He attempted to analyze the black sphere using the mythic universe's computational core, but the only responses were a series of undefined, logical paradox and data null. It resembled an absolutely stubborn error code in the cosmos, unreadable, undeletable, existing only to be witnessed. A problem pledged by the bureau's higher-ups. Zhang Bai repeated the shopkeeper's words, his gaze deepening. What do you think? Ripples spread once more across the collective consciousness. A mess dumped by the bigwigs, what good could it possibly be? The fraudster was the first to speak up, though his tone brimmed with unchecked excitement. This is definitely a treasure. Think about it, a problem the bureau can't solve? That's got to be a goldmine. The boss handing it to us? That's clearly using us as a knife to kill someone else. Wants to see us stir up the hornet's nest at the bureau? I like it. Open it now. Short-sighted, General Dragon Roar's resolve was as solid as a mountain. This feels more like a trap. The shopkeeper isn't a saint, he's merely a merchant who follows the rules of trade. He's tossing this hot potato to us as part of another deal. We clear his bad debt, and he hands us an even bigger one. This thing should be destroyed immediately, or dumped in some corner of the universe we'll never revisit. The general's words immediately garnered support from the rationalists within the mythic universe. Streams of consciousness representing agreement converged, forming a nebula advocating caution and risk avoidance. They had only just escaped poverty and were determined not to return to square one overnight. Report it to the inspectorate? It's their bureau's property to begin with, let them handle it themselves, suggested a voice. So they can slap us with another astronomical fine for illegal possession of bureau secrets, the fraudster retorted instantly. Do you think the bureau is a charity? Zhang Bai listened quietly to everyone's arguments, his gaze never leaving the black sphere. Do you remember the shopkeeper's final smile? He suddenly spoke up. The group froze. That wasn't malice, nor was it goodwill. Zhang Bai's thoughts flowed slowly. It was the smile of a chess player who'd laid an intriguing move, waiting to see how we'd respond. He's neither our friend nor our enemy. He's simply a more skilled player. This problem is dangerous to us, but to it might be nothing more than an experiment. It wants to see how we, a group of abnormalities, will handle an abnormality that even the headquarters finds troublesome. Zhang Bai's gaze swept over the Dragon Roar General, which some advocated discarding, and the Deceiver, which others urged to open. Discard it, and we lose our chance to understand the Bureau's internal weaknesses. Open it, and we might face eternal ruin. He paused, then made his decision. Therefore, we neither discard nor open it. First, we understand it. The moment the words left his lips, Zhang Bai's will merged with the entire sword of law. The colossal blade that pierced the mythical cosmos emitted a clear, resonant ring, its edge pointing distantly toward the black sphere. The wills of 7 billion humans became profoundly unified in that instant. I define. Zhang Bai's voice became the voice of law, echoing throughout the entire universe. Within this sphere, all unknown shall become knowable. This was one of the fundamental authorities of the sword of law, forcibly endowing all things with an attribute that could be understood. Yet, in the instant before the sword, intent, imbued with the power of definition, touched the surface of the black sphere. A violent, foundational spatial tremor erupted throughout the entire mythic universe. The freshly infused energy and conceptual matrix were violently churned by an invisible hand, plunging into utter chaos. Galaxies flickered, laws wailed. The black sphere remained utterly still, not even its icy aura shifting. It did not strike back, it merely existed there, forcing the sword of law attempting to define it to bear the full backlash of its own power. Simultaneously, that familiar, blood pressure spiking green character interface flickered into existence with a hint of schadenfreude. Warning, unauthorized analysis attempt detected by Divine Compilation Department on Omega-class paradox entity. Pursuant to Article 1127 of the Reality Stability Maintenance Act, proactive interaction with anomalies of this level constitutes a Class A violation. Chapter 119, The Key to First Love. Penalty, 10 units of standard energy, 0.5 units of conceptual matrix. Automatically deducted from account. Friendly reminder, some things are better left unknown. Wishing you a productive session. The fraudster's drawn-out roar, packed with 3,000 words of profanity, shattered the post-catastrophe silence with pinpoint accuracy. We merely glanced at it. Merely entertained a fleeting thought to understand what it was. And now we're fined? Are thoughts now subject to taxation? Is there any law left in this universe? Any justice? In the mythic universe, the energy reserves that had just swelled visibly deflated by a large chunk. Zhang Bai paid no heed to the furious fraudster nor the glaring penalty notice. He merely contemplated the violent backlash he'd just endured, lost in thought. This black sphere was not an item. It was itself one or perhaps several living laws that stood in complete opposition to their statutes. Defining it by their own laws was like trying to make water and fire understand each other. The result could only be violent evaporation and extinction. It must be approached in a completely different manner. His gaze slowly settled upon the crystal memory sphere named First Love, translucent and crystalline, which they had brought back as spoils of war. An absurd yet seemingly only viable notion quietly took shape in his mind. 10 units, that's 10 units. The fraudster's thoughts transformed into a monkey gnawing at his heart, leaping wildly within the empty energy reserve chamber. Its wails were enough to break hearts and bring tears to eyes. Our blood, sweat, and tears. All gone. Gone. Just because we glanced at that black hole ball. The collective consciousness of the mythic universe, still reeling from the shock, now descended into a sea of gloom and despair. That black orb was no longer seen as an opportunity or a treasure in their eyes, but as an unmitigated harbinger of disaster, a cursed object. Minister, discard it. The rationalist faction's collective voice swelled to unprecedented strength, forming an overwhelming tide. We cannot afford another trial and error mistake. The danger level of this thing has exceeded our capacity to handle it. General, what is your opinion? Zhang Bai bypassed the others and addressed the silent General Long Xiao. A faint crack appeared on the heavy armor statue embodying General Long Xiao's will, a trace left by the earlier backlash of the law. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. I still believe it is dangerous. However, the backlash we experienced just now did not originate from it itself, but from our own power. It is like a mirror. Whatever force we strike it with, it reflects back upon us with equal force. Perhaps the solution to it lies not in force at all. The general's words brought a momentary hush to the roaring sea of consciousness. The general is half right, Zhang Bai's voice echoed. With a wave of his hand, the crystalline First Love memory sphere drifted to rest beside the black orb. One black, one white, one devouring all, the other pure and transparent. One embodied cold, ultimate logic, the other, warm, primal emotion. One was the problem, the other the story. They hovered side by side, forming an absurd yet harmonious contrast. The black sphere is a problem, a pure logical paradox, Zhang Bai explained. When we force an answer like law upon it, the most violent conflict erupts. Because problems were never meant to be answered. Then what are problems for? Exams, the fraudster asked sarcastically. Questions are meant to be felt. Zhang Bai's gaze fell upon the First Love crystal. And this is our finest censor. At these words, the entire mythic universe fell into an even longer, more profound silence than before. Even the usually trouble-loving fraudster froze. Boss, hold on, let me process this. You mean we're supposed to use this love story, to feel that logic bomb capable of shattering the cosmic laws? That's crazier than stuffing cotton candy into a cannon barrel. But, it sounds so thrilling? Count me in. I object. For the first time, General Long Xiao's will clearly contradicted Zhang Bai's stance. Minister, that crystal represents a soul that has found rest, a tragedy that has reached its conclusion. Its very existence is an act of respect. We cannot, and should not, treat it as a disposable item, a mere tool. That would betray the very purpose for which we granted it an ending. The holographic projections of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing also appeared deeply troubled. Minister, we've conducted preliminary simulations. Bringing the two into contact carries a 99.9% probability of no reaction whatsoever. The remaining 0.1% risk is the First Love crystal being instantly annihilated by a paradox, causing its stable narrative structure to collapse and triggering an unpredictable secondary catastrophe. Your logic holds, Zhang Bai acknowledged. But you've overlooked one thing. He reached out and gently touched the crystal. What ending did we give it? The end of deception is truth, the end of waiting is reunion, the end of love is forgiveness. It represents far more than just a love story. It embodies an unsolvable, not finally finding an illogical yet utterly perfect resolution. It itself is a successful paradoxical model. Zhang Bai's gaze returned to the black sphere. I don't seek to soften logic with love. I aim to initiate a dialogue between a resolved paradox and another unresolved paradox. I want the problem within that black sphere to see that beyond cold logical loops, another possibility exists. His words struck like lightning, shattering everyone's fixed patterns of thought. So that's how it was. This wasn't nonsense, it was a meticulously planned, philosophical debate unfolding in a higher dimension. I understand. General Long Xiao's heavy armor shone with renewed resolve. What do you need me to do? I need your order, General, Zhang Bai said. For this dialogue, create an absolutely stable room free from any interference. Chapter 120, The Inspector's Diary. Ensure their communication leaks not a single shred of information. Fraudster. Zhang Bai turned his gaze to the other side. Right here, boss. The trickster rubbed his hands together excitedly. I need your chaos. At the very last moment of their contact, inject a thread of the purest randomness into this process. Because the ending of that first love story itself was brimming with coincidence and unexpected twists. Absolute order cannot give birth to miracles. Got it. That's right up my alley. A peculiar ritual slowly unfolded at the center of the mythical universe. General Dragon roars will crystallized into a square golden cage, woven from the very fabric of pure order, simultaneously enveloping the black orb and the crystal sphere. The will of the deceiver materialized as an ethereal butterfly, fluttering outside the cage, seeking the optimal moment to inject chance. Zhang Bai and the remaining 7 billion humans, however, severed all ties with the sword of law. They were no longer its wielders, no longer deities. In this moment, they reverted to the purest form of readers and spectators. They focused every ounce of their consciousness on reliving and remembering the story of that first love, feeling the waiting, the obsession, the regret, and finally, the release. Not a shred of power was expended, only the purest form of empathy. Under Zhang Bai's control, the crystal ball, clear and luminous, began to move slowly toward the pitch-black paradox sphere. Inch by inch. Inch by inch. When the gap between them narrowed to a mere sliver, the black sphere, which had remained lifeless until now, finally reacted. It did not glow, nor did it vibrate. It merely released a thought outward. A cold, emotionless question like a primordial chill swept instantly through the entire mythic universe, piercing 7 billion souls. If all choices lead to the same outcome, what is the meaning of choice? Boom! This single question struck the very foundations of the mythic universe like an invisible sledgehammer. Choice. This was the first and most fundamental law Zhang Bai had engraved at the dawn of creation. It was the bedrock upon which they could resist the shepherd, unite as the sword of law, and forge their very existence. And now, this question from the black sphere was negating their very existence at the most fundamental level of logic. The mythic universe began to flicker violently. Countless newly born stars began to collapse and dissipate under this interrogation, which could be called truth level. The collective consciousness of 7 billion humans plunged into unprecedented panic and turmoil. Their faith was being dismantled. This, it turned out, was the true question posed by that high-ranking official from headquarters. An ultimate void capable of plunging even deities into self-doubt and collapse. At the very moment the mythic universe was about to disintegrate from the collapse of faith. Now! Zhang Bai commanded. The butterfly transformed by the deceiver fluttered its wings lightly, sending a barely perceptible wisp of chaos wind into the golden cage. This breeze altered nothing, yet it caused the crystal ball to tilt at an imperceptibly minute angle, so gently, so softly, until it touched the surface of the black sphere. At that instant of contact, the crystal sphere did not answer the grand question. Instead, it poured its story, the lover's journey from passion to obsession, culminating in their final embrace of release like a warm stream, quietly flowing into the cold, logic-filled void of darkness. It offered no answers. It merely revealed another landscape. Meaning lies not in the ending. In every sunrise awaited, in the first hand held after an argument, in every heartbeat during an embrace, in forgiveness itself. That icy question, powerful enough to shake the universe, abruptly ceased. Upon the surface of that indestructible, pitch-black sphere of paradox. With a crack. A faint yet undeniable crack appeared. It's cracked. It's cracked. The fraudster's mind erupted with ecstasy akin to discovering a new continent. The butterfly he had transformed into circled the minute crack frantically, as if etching it into his very soul. I knew it. Rigid logic fears nothing more than defiance. We've taken down a universe-level philosophical conundrum with a love story. If this were written into a book, it'd be a bestseller for sure. The terrifying pressure that had weighed upon 7 billion souls sufficient to strip existence itself of meaning faded away like a receding tide. The mythic universe ceased its flickering and stabilized once more. The relief of surviving catastrophe mingled with the triumph of vanquishing a formidable foe, weaving into a complex silence. None had anticipated that their ultimate salvation would come not from indestructible laws, nor from world-shattering power, but from a story of forgiveness and release, one they themselves had fulfilled. Yet before they could celebrate their victory, another anomaly emerged. From that minute crack, something was slowly leaking out. Not energy, not data, nor any fragment of law. It was an emotion. A pure, unadulterated melancholy vast enough to drown the starry seas. It was a bone-deep exhaustion born of witnessing the birth and death of the cosmos, of judging the fate of countless civilizations, only to discover it all was utterly meaningless. It was a silent despair, more profound than that of the lowliest prisoner, despite standing atop the pinnacle of power. This melancholy drifted like a silent drizzle, permeating every corner of the mythic universe. The collective consciousness, just moments ago exhilarated by victory, was instantly infected by this mood. The stars' radiance dimmed imperceptibly, as if dust had settled upon them. Within 70 billion souls, an inexplicable wave of despondency surged. So tired, don't want to do this anymore, just destroy it all, hurry up. What is this? General Long Xiao's willpower seemed to wither under the erosion of this emotion, his heavy armor appearing as if rusted. This isn't a weapon. Zhang Bai's gaze locked onto the crack, his expression more grave than ever before. This is a diary. The collective consciousness trembled. A diary? This black sphere is neither a weapon nor a paradox experiment. Zhang Bai's thoughts transmitted his hypothesis to every individual. Chapter 121, The Human Mind. It is a vessel. A vessel used by a high-ranking official within the Bureau to seal away the negative emotions and psychic crises he himself could not bear. That so-called problem wasn't a research subject. It was his own inner demon. Realizing this, Zhang Bai hesitated no longer. He activated the Sword of Law, but this time, its edge did not target the black sphere. Instead, it pointed toward the crack. He did not attempt to widen it. Instead, he carefully transformed the sword intent into the sharpest probe, inserting it into the fissure to begin reading the leaking melancholy. The next instant, disjointed yet vividly real images surged like a tidal wave into Zhang Bai's mind and into the minds of all humanity. A gray, boundless office. A towering figure, formed of light and whose face remained indistinct, sat behind a desk likewise composed of laws. Before him lay mountains of documents, each shimmering like stars. He picked up a document, glanced at it, and without expression, stamped his will onto a seal. Thud. The seal fell. In a distant sector of the cosmos, a primitive civilization that had just kindled the spark of intelligence was instantly erased, not a trace remaining because its evolutionary path deviated from the standard template. He picked up another document. Thud. A thriving interstellar empire, brimming with art and philosophical thought, was instantly formatted for crossing a red line in its pursuit of freedom. All life transformed into uniform, absolutely obedient puppets. Approved. Rejected. Purge. Containment. Day after day, year after year, that figure repeated the same tasks. His movements were precise, efficient, utterly devoid of emotion. He was the rule. He was the order. Cut to another scene. Still the same figure. He stood amidst a void, gazing upon the ruins of a civilization he had just ordered to be cleared. The beings there had once created music that could make stones weep, poetry that could move the stars. He stood in silence for a long time. A figure equally imposing, seemingly of higher rank, appeared behind him. Why, he finally spoke, his voice carrying a tremor he himself hadn't noticed. There is no why, the figure behind him replied. This is the rule. The final scene. The figure returned to his gray office. He stared at the massive light screen before him, which displayed an anomaly that had just come into being, the Divine Compilation Department. He stared at Zhang Bai, a mortal bearing 70 billion souls, wielding the Sword of Law, and upholding choice as the fundamental principle. His gaze lingered for a very long time on that young, resolute face. For the first time, a flicker of something, perhaps it could be called envy, glimpsed in those eyes, formed of light, eyes that should have held no emotion whatsoever. Then, he raised his hand, gathering the exhaustion, doubt, and emptiness that had accumulated within him over billions of years, enough to crush an entire universe into that pure black sphere. He cast one final glance at the Divine Editing Department displayed on the light screen, sealed the black orb, and turned toward the memory exchange. All images abruptly ceased. A deathly silence fell over the mythic universe. 7 billion humans, 7 billion souls, were utterly shaken by the contents of this diary. The cold, ruthless general administration they had always targeted as their enemy, that vast bureaucratic system, harbored such an individual within its ranks. A fellow being, equally trapped by the rules, equally seeking meaning, equally plunged into despair. This sudden revelation ignited a factional struggle within the mythic universe more intense than any previous conflict. Opportunity. This is a godsend. The fraudster's thoughts ignited into a burning flame of ambition. His resolve has wavered. We can exploit this to turn him against us. Even, control him. Undermine the entire bureau from within. These words immediately garnered support from many radicals. They saw it as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to overturn the entire board in one fell swoop. No! A diametrically opposed stream of consciousness composed of countless souls who had tasted despair immediately voiced opposition. He is like us. We too were once trapped by the shepherd's destiny, plunged into endless despair. How can we turn his suffering into our weapon? What then would distinguish us from those lofty deities? That's weak-minded compassion. This is called upholding our principles. This is war. Not a dinner party. War cannot extinguish humanity. The clash between the two factions threatened to tear the mythic universe apart. At that very moment, that green text interface once again appeared uninvited. But this time, it was no longer a leisurely friendly reminder nor a cold fine notice. Instead, it displayed a series of urgent, blinking red letters. Emergency alert. Detected illegal breach of Omega-level paradox entity seal. Abnormal energy leakage. Location, Mythology Universe Code, Anomaly Mythology Division. Notice, this incident exceeds standard oversight authority. Automatically escalated and transferred to the Reality Maintenance Bureau Internal Affairs Disciplinary Inspection Department for handling. Pursuant to the High-Risk Conceptual Entity Management Regulations, the Mythology Division is hereby classified as a Level 1 security threat and formally placed under investigation. Mobile Unit Purifier Code, J001 has been dispatched and is expected to arrive within 1 standard cosmic hour. Order, immediately surrender the anomalous artifact. All personnel cease resistance and await containment at your current location. Any act of defiance shall be deemed an open provocation against the established order of reality. The moment the words fell, the inspector's holographic projection that perpetually weary, unchanging office worker visage materialized before Zhang Bai. And this time, for the first time, his face bore a distinct expression of fear. Ignoring the clamor within the mythic universe, he urgently transmitted a thought only Zhang Bai could hear, a voice strained to near inaudibility, trembling with urgency. You lunatics, what the hell have you done? Who gave you permission to open it? Do you realize you didn't just open Pandora's box, you've lured the entire Hunter Corps straight into our little fox den. Mine too. Chapter 122, Hunters in the Fox Den. You lunatics, what the hell did you do? The inspector's perpetually weary face flickered with unprecedented intensity, like an old, faulty lightbulb threatening to burn out at any moment. His voice, strained and trembling, echoed like a cold electric current within Zhang Bai's consciousness. Who gave you permission to open it? Do you even realize what you've done? You didn't just open Pandora's box, you've lured the entire Hunter Corps straight into our little fox den. Mine too. Those final 3 words were saturated with endless regret and terror. The fierce arguments within the mythic universe, sparked by that diary, abruptly ceased in the face of this blinding red alert. Internal Affairs Disciplinary Inspection Department. The holographic projection of academician Wei Zhang repeated this unfamiliar name, the mythic universe's computational core processing at unprecedented speed yet finding no relevant information. This in itself was the most dangerous sign. Purifier doesn't sound like someone open to reason. General Long Xiao's will, manifested as a heavily armored war god, gripped his massive axe. Yet even he sensed his unyielding battle intent faltering before the cold, clinical term purifier. The key lies in mobile unit and the designation J001. The trickster's thoughts, unusually devoid of all mockery, grew sharp and grave. This indicates there's more than one of these things. We're facing a fully organized, specialized violent institution dedicated to handling internal problems. The analogy of a fox den was uncannily apt. Within the vast bureaucracy of the Bureau, their group of abnormalities might not even qualify as foxes at best, they were a nest of field mice just learning to steal. The inspector was like the old farmer who turned a blind eye, occasionally giving them a gentle tap. But now, the farmer's stash had been uncovered and exposed for all to see. This had summoned professional hunters armed with shotguns, who asked no questions and existed solely to eliminate vermin. Worst of all, the old farmer himself has been branded a vermin for hoarding contraband. What to do? We can't fight them, we can't escape, surrender means being detained, resisting means open defiance. This is a dead end. The collective consciousness of 7 billion humans was once again shrouded in the dark clouds of despair. Silence. Zhang Bai's voice, though not loud, cut through the chaos like a stabilizing force, instantly calming the turbulent currents of consciousness. He ignored the flashing alert and dismissed the internal arguments. His gaze pierced through the spatial barrier, locking eyes with the inspector's datastream eyes, filled with terror. Tell me, Zhang Bai asked, his tone calm, unlike that of a target about to be purified. The inspector's projection jolted violently, seemingly stunned that Zhang Bai would focus on this at such a critical moment. He drew a deep breath, as if to suppress the terror lurking in his soul. They aren't enforcers, the inspector's voice was dry. They are doctors. In their eyes, the entire real universe is a patient requiring absolute health maintenance. Any thoughts, emotions, logic, or even possibilities that fail to meet health standards are viruses, cancer cells. We inspectors, tasked with maintaining sector stability, are the nurses administering injections and medication to uphold basic order. They, however, are the surgeons wielding scalpels, responsible for excision. They don't issue fines or detain people. They do only one thing: correction. They erase segments of history that shouldn't exist from the timeline. They uproot thoughts that shouldn't exist from your soul. They won't kill you. They only correct you into a correct version of yourself. A specimen, absolutely pure, absolutely obedient, absolutely incapable of error. The inspector's words plunged the mythic universe's atmosphere to freezing temperatures. This was more terrifying than death. Death at least left traces of existence, while correction utterly negated the very meaning of your being. purifier J001 is their sharpest scalpel, the inspector's voice carried a deathly stillness. Its core axiom is absolute purity. Any impurity in its presence will be automatically decomposed, reduced to the most fundamental, meaningless energy. It does not come to judge, nor to fight. It comes to clean. Understood. Zhang Bai cut him off. He turned to face 7 billion fellow beings, facing the black sphere that had already cracked and was steadily leaking melancholy outward. The ideological dispute can end now. Zhang Bai's resolve resonated clearly with every soul. We neither exploit his suffering nor merely pity his plight. His gaze swept over the deceitful strategists advocating defection and the tearful empathy faction. From this moment on, the inspector is no longer our overseer. He has been expelled from the General Bureau. Zhang Bai's declaration stunned everyone. Even the inspector himself stared blankly at him. He is now, like us, an anomaly. A virus deemed by the system to require removal. A peculiar curve touched the corner of Zhang Bai's mouth. Therefore, this is neither rescue nor defection. This is the first official recruitment drive of the Divine Compilation Department. We are to contain him. The words sent shockwaves through the room. Boss, you're out of your mind? The con artist was the first to shout. We're barely holding on to our own sanity, and you want us to contain someone else? What do we have to contain them with? Love? No. Zhang Bai's gaze fell upon the black diary, his eyes burning with intensity. We'll use this. We'll use his own illness as his medical record and as our shield. A bold, even insane plan rapidly took shape in Zhang Bai's mind. Purifiers come to clean up abnormal energy leaks, correct? Zhang Bo asked the inspector. The inspector nodded instinctively. Then we'll make this anomaly leak even more violently. General Long Xiao. Present. Use your order to completely lock down this black sphere. Ensure its shell won't collapse immediately under the purifier's first wave of assault. Deceiver. Boss, whatever crazy idea you have, just give the order. Use your chaos to catalyze the emotions he's leaking. I don't want that lifeless melancholy, I want it boiling over. Turn that weariness into rage, turn that doubt into defiance, turn that despair into a roar. Everyone else. Zhang Bai's will encompass the entire mythic universe, pour our own stories, our resistance, our choices, our myths, pour it all in. He asks, what is the meaning of choice? We'll fill his diary with the answer. Chapter 123, The Actor's Self-Cultivation. What we must do is not patch this rift. We must transform it into a stage. A grand theatrical production, one crafted specifically for the purifiers, about how a civil servant was driven to desperation and ultimately rose up in rebellion. This plan sent a collective chill through the room. They intended to adapt the inspector's dark history into a rebel manifesto, then openly perform it before the disciplinary inspection department? This wasn't just playing with fire, it was using the entire universe as fuel to ignite an unprecedented colossal fireworks display. Ha 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 ha. The fraudster's maniacal laughter shattered the silence. I take back what I said, boss. You're not mad, you're a genius. A complete, unadulterated genius. Let's do it. If this doesn't fry that so-called purifier's CPU, I'll write my name backwards. General Long Xiao fell silent for a moment. Finally, his heavy armor clanged in response. Divine Compilation Department, God of War and Order, understood. Even the empathy faction grasped Zhang Bai's intent. This wasn't exploiting the inspector's suffering, it was imbuing his agony with a new, defiant meaning. This was empathy at its highest level. The inspector stared blankly at the scene, watching this group of abnormalities who had been on the brink of despair mere seconds ago formulate such an utterly preposterous defense plan centered around him, their enemy, within minutes. For the first time, his data core experienced a violent clash between emotions named absurdity and shock. Begin! At Zhang Bai's command, the entire mythic universe began operating with unprecedented efficiency. General Long Xiao's order laws transformed into billions of golden chains, reinforcing the black sphere layer upon layer. The chaos power of the deceiver surged like a potent catalyst into the fissure. The stagnant melancholy instantly erupted like cold water doused with boiling oil, churning and roaring violently. The will of 7 billion humans became the finest screenwriters and directors, weaving their myths, their struggles, their blood and tears, together with the inspector's endless years of silence and wavering, into a perfect tapestry. It was no longer a diary. It became a conceptual bomb. A narrative virus brimming with logical contradictions and emotional conflicts sufficient to plunge any purely rational being into self-doubt. The instant this bomb was fully loaded, an indescribable ultimate sense of purity slowly seeped in from the edge of the mythological universe. It was neither light nor energy. It was a concept. As this concept spread, the vibrant nebulae within the mythic universe constructed from human emotions and imagination began to fade at a visible pace. All complex hues regressed toward the purest black and white. The air, once filled with the harmless prankish aura crafted by tricksters, vanished. The iron-blooded aura of slaughter within the general's will was smoothed away. Even the intense emotions of love and hate within humanity's collective consciousness began to grow bland. As if the entire world were being erased stroke by an invisible eraser, wiping away all superfluous marks. A perfect, flawless sphere of pure white, radiating a soft white light, appeared silently at the very center of the mythic universe. It emitted no aura of authority, even giving the illusion of sanctity and tranquility. But everyone knew it was the sharpest tip of a scalpel. The purifier had arrived. It hovered midair, ignoring the battle-ready dragon roar general, the restless deceiver, and the vigilant gazes of 7 billion beings. Its gaze locked directly onto the black sphere, bound by golden chains and roaring violently. The next instant, a voice devoid of emotion, yet carrying the weight of a final judgment, echoed throughout the cosmos. It was neither a threat nor a command. It was merely stating an indisputable, absolute fact. Contamination source detected. Correction protocol initiated. The correction procedure was not a thunderous assault. It was more like a silent optimization carried out from the very source. When the purifier's voice, like a final judgment, fell, the first concept to be corrected was humor. Within the mythic cosmos, the trickster's thoughts coalesced into a frantic, leaping monkey, poised to deliver a decisive blow to the purifier at the critical moment. Yet in that instant, all his mischievous impulses, all his gleeful excitement at watching chaos unfold, vanished like smoke as if the very backbone of his mischief had been ripped away. He froze in place, his mind a blank void. He still knew what humor was, but he could no longer feel its joy. It was like a colorblind person who could recite every data point of the spectrum yet would never grasp what red truly was. A vast, inexplicable emptiness seized his core in an instant. Next, it was doubt that underwent correction. General Long Xiao's will was as solid as rock. He was meticulously analyzing the logical flaws that might exist within the purifier, searching for an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Yet suddenly, all his contingency plans, all his strategic conjectures, seemed so redundant, so unnecessary. A peculiar, serene certainty enveloped him. He began to suspect that the purifier's correction might be correct. Any resistance felt like unreasonable tantrums against the truth. The gleam of his heavy armor, symbolizing war and order, dimmed slightly. Then came sadness, anger, fear. All intense, complex, impure emotions were being swiftly smoothed over, simplified, stripped away. The collective consciousness of 7 billion humans, like a vividly colored oil painting, was being forcibly restored into a simple black and white sketch. This attack, dissolving from within, was more chilling than any physical destruction. Now, Zhang Bai's will thundered like a bolt of lightning, exploding within every soul on the verge of being formatted. Instead of resisting the flood of correction, he threw open the very gates of the entire mythic universe. He wielded the sword of law, but its blade did not target the sacred purifier. Instead, he struck the golden chains binding the black sphere. Snap! The chains of order snapped in response. That concept bomb catalyzed to its absolute limit the declaration of rebellion forged from the inspector's blood-soaked history, and humanity's struggle finally broke free from all restraints. Zhang Bai did not hurl it away. Instead, like the most devout believer, he reverently presented this holy relic bearing both sin and rebellion before the purifier. The will of the sword of law bestowed the most precise definition upon this act of presentation. I define. This object is neither weapon, nor virus, nor anomaly. This is the confession record. Confessions. Chapter 124, The New Intern. The instant this definition took hold, the purifier's correction program experienced an imperceptibly brief stutter. As a purification unit within the Internal Affairs Disciplinary Inspection Department, its core protocol contained a command of the highest priority, to receive and evaluate all acts of confession originating from within the system. This was part of the rules. It was the embodiment of order. The purifier could neither refuse nor bypass it. From its pure white, flawless spherical surface, a soft white light emanated like a probe, gently touching the pitch-black, roaring confession log. It began to read. The next instant, a meticulously crafted story surged into the purifier's core logic. The narrative opened in a gray, boundless office. The figure of the inspector, composed of light, processed mountains of documents day after day. Rejecting Civilization G782's application for emotional evolution. Reason: emotional diversity will cause logical instability, violating Article 3 of the Reality Stability Maintenance Act. Purifier, logically sound. Cut to a new scene. The inspector stood atop the ruins of a civilization, watching the beings who had once created great art transform into cold data. His light flickered with a faint tremor. Voiceover and inflammatory narration injected by the deceiver. Behold the price of order. How many brilliant possibilities were strangled in the name of that laughable stability? Purifier, logical interference. Possibility is synonymous with instability. Correction, failed. Unable to alter already occurred historical narration. The story continues. The scene shifts to Earth, to the epic of humanity's resistance against the shepherds. General Long Xiao fought valiantly in bloodshed, academician Wei Zhang burned his wisdom, and countless ordinary people sacrificed their lives for the freedom to choose. Then the scene abruptly returned to the inspector. Gazing at the holographic display showing Zhang Bai brandishing the sword of law, a flicker of something he hadn't even recognized himself flickered in his eyes: envy. Voiceover an empathetic monologue infused with understanding. What he envies is not power nor authority. What he envies is the courage to act despite knowing it's futile. What he envies is the meaning, the resolve to shout one's story to the entire universe, even if crushed into oblivion. Purifier, detecting meaning. Category, non-logical concept. Initiating analysis. Analysis failed. Object meaning cannot be quantified. The climax of the story arrived. The inspector condensed all his weariness, doubt, and emptiness into that black sphere. Zhang Bai and 7 billion humans, however, used an illogical yet profoundly warm first love story to pry open a crack in that black sphere, the embodiment of an unsolvable knot. Two images, forcibly juxtaposed. On one side, the Bureau's rules cold, correct, yet leading the inspector into an abyss of meaninglessness. On the other, human stories chaotic and contradictory forged miracles of forgiveness and rebirth. Finally, a core-piercing ultimate question, personally injected by Zhang Bai, is branded like a mark at the story's conclusion. If the end point of rules is the extinction of meaning, then what truly needs correction? Is it us who pursue meaning? Or the rules themselves? Boom! This question detonated like a true logical bomb within the Purifier's core. Rules and meaning. Correctness and value. Order and life. These absolute concepts, which should have held clear hierarchies and definitions within its logical framework, were now forcibly twisted by that meticulously crafted narrative into an insoluble, mutually negating Mobius strip. The Purifier's pure, sacred light began to flicker wildly. Beep, beep. Warning. Warning. Core axioms under paradox attack. Logical loop, collapsing. Attempting, restart. A shrill, piercing screech composed of pure data gibberish leaked from the Purifier's sphere, instantly reverberating throughout the entire mythverse. The corrective force that had weighed upon everyone vanished. The deceiver's mental monkey resumed its frantic leaping and bounding, emitting strange cries of survival after the catastrophe. General Dragon Roar's heavy armor once again blazed with fierce battle intent. All the emotions that had been stripped away surged back like a flood breaking through a dam, flooding the souls of 7 billion humans. They succeeded. With a single story, they had caused the most advanced purification machine to crash. The inspector's holographic projection had frozen solid. He stared blankly at the purifier, now flickering with garbled code, then shifted his gaze to Zhang Bai. The emotions in his eyes were too complex for any words to describe. He witnessed his own inner demon being used as a stage by this group of abnormalities, staging an earth-shattering reconciliation of warlords. And he himself, that actor, had not uttered a single line from beginning to end. Yet, just as the mythic universe was about to erupt in triumphant cheers, restart failed. A cold, emotionless voice sounded once more. Switching to physical clearance mode. The malfunctioning purifier ceased its flickering. Its perfect spherical form began to crack open from the center. No light. No energy. Emerging from the fissure was a blade black as pitch, forged from pure nothingness, seemingly capable of devouring all concepts. It no longer sought to understand, no longer sought to correct. Its purpose became crystal clear. Delete. Delete that bug named Zhang Bai who dared to question it. The black blade ignored space, ignored time, and with a speed transcending causality, struck directly at Zhang Bai and the sword of law behind him. That blade, forged from nothingness, was the ultimate deletion command. It did not sever flesh nor extinguish souls. Wherever it passed, the very existence of all things, along with every trace they left on the timeline, would be erased. As if you had never existed. Facing this fatal strike, Zhang Bai neither blocked nor dodged. For any defense rooted in existence was utterly meaningless before nothingness. He made a decision that stunned everyone. He released the sword of law from his grasp. I define. His voice was no longer the lofty proclamation of law, but rather, a gentle invitation. This sword is neither the one nor the whole. This is 60 billion eyes. The moment the words left his lips, the colossal blade that had pierced heaven and earth, a symbol of absolute order and unified will, crumbled into pieces with a thunderous crash. It did not dissolve into energy, nor did it shatter into fragments. Chapter 125, The Joys and Sorrows of Mortals. It transformed into 60 billion unique souls, each radiating its own distinct light. Each soul carried a complete story. There were letters home penned by soldiers in trenches, sighs of frustration from scientists in laboratories after failed experiments, the laughter of children chasing butterflies in fields, and vows exchanged by lovers beneath a starry sky. Heroic epics and the joys and sorrows of ordinary people. That sword of law, symbolizing the singular one, returned in its final moment to the primordial many from which it was forged. The pitch-black blade of nothingness, poised to sever a sturdy main beam, plunged instead into an endless ocean of stories, a sea formed by countless grains of sand. Its delete command instantly descended into chaos. Target, sword of law. Status, non-existent. Relocking target, Zhang Bai. Status, non-existent. Logical error, target has decomposed into 6,127,435,821 independent narrative units. Initiating batch deletion protocol. Deleting narrative unit 0000000001, A Baker's Dawn. Deletion successful. Deleting narrative unit 0000000002, A Poet's Twilight of Heartbreak. Deletion successful. Warning, narrative unit proliferation rate far exceeds deletion rate. The purifier was trapped in a terrifying cycle. Each time it erased a story, the emotions, memories, and meaning contained within that tale ignited the birth of 100 new stories. Like the mythical Hydra, cutting off one head only caused 2 more to grow in its place. The information entropy within this ocean of stories forged from humanity's collective consciousness grew at a rate that utterly surpassed the limits of what deletion could handle. The Purifier, the universe's most advanced antivirus software, was dragged into the abyss of system crash by the endless epic of human civilization. The blade of nothingness froze mid-air, flickering feebly. Now, Zhang Bai's will, like a conductor, issued the command to strike back. The ocean of stories began to roll back. 60 billion souls, 60 billion tales, converged once more, coalescing into a single entity. A brand new sword took shape once more. Its blade was no longer pure radiance of law, but composed of countless flickering, flowing story scenes. Upon the hilt, the eye symbolizing humanity's collective will reflected the vast sea of stars. It was no longer merely the command of law. It had become the testament of civilization. Grasping this new sword, Zhang Bai's essence merges with the entire ocean of stories. He did not strike at the Purifier's core, already plunged into logical chaos. Instead, he pointed the sword's tip toward the very foundation of the Purifier's existence, toward the Internal Affairs Disciplinary Inspection Department that had bestowed its mission. He proclaimed the 5th divine utterance belonging to the Divine Compilation Department. I define. The essence of inspection is not purge, but listening. The purpose of purification is not purity, but understanding. This sword did not cleave at substance, but at dogma. This sword did not alter reality, but truth. Crack, crack. The purified entity, frozen in a state of shutdown, began to crack like a spiderweb across its pure white sphere. Yet it did not collapse, nor did it explode. From those cracks, no longer did a soft white light emanate, but instead, a kaleidoscope of chaotic yet beautiful colors. The stories it had forcibly erased, the emotions it deemed impurities now, with unstoppable force, they were infecting it from within, remolding it. Finally, the pure white sphere shattered with a thunderous crash. In its place emerged a brand new sphere, a swirling, glass-like orb composed of billions of colors. It no longer exudes an aura of purity and correction. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of curiosity. A newborn-like urge to explore, filled with boundless curiosity toward all things in the world, toward every story. Slowly, it turned toward Zhang Bai and uttered a question, a tender, uncertain one, yet the very first it had ever voiced since its birth. Story? The threat was lifted. Silence fell across the mythical universe. Everyone was utterly stunned by the surreal scene unfolding before them. Not only had they defeated their most terrifying foe, but they had even created an entirely new, unknown entity. The inspector's holographic projection had long since returned to normal. He gazed at the curiosity sphere transformed from the purifier, then at Zhang Bai clutching the proof of civilization. The fear, shock, and absurdity in his eyes ultimately coalesced into a bitter smile he himself could not comprehend. At that very moment, that familiar, blood pressure spiking green character interface popped up once more, right on schedule. 7 billion humans felt their hearts tighten. The con artist braced himself for a tirade. But this time, the interface displayed neither a penalty notice nor a warning. Instead, it was an internal notice from the Reality Maintenance Bureau Internal Affairs Discipline Inspection Department. Subject: Report on mission failure and asset restructuring of Mobile Unit Purifier Designation, J001. Incident description: During a correction mission targeting the Anomaly Divine Editing Department, J001 encountered unknown narrative-level conceptual contamination, resulting in the tampering of its core axioms and mission failure. Outcome: the original Purifier unit has been restructured into a new Concept Exploration Unit, redesignated as Intern 001, Intern 001, codename Storyteller. New directive: Deploy Intern 001 to infiltrate the Divine Editing Department for long-term observation and documentation. Weekly mission reports must be submitted to headquarters. Attachment: Threat Level Assessment Report on the Divine Editorial Department. Assessment result: Maintain original Level 1 security threat classification. Action recommendation: Postpone action, continue monitoring. At the report's conclusion, a handwritten annotation appears, bearing the signatory's top secret clearance level. Annotation: Quite interesting. The entire mythology universe fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the notice, especially that final handwritten annotation. It felt as though they could see through the screen, sensing the mysterious Department of Record Correction bigwig tapping his desk with keen interest, watching them. They hadn't resolved the problem. They had merely elevated the trouble from pests requiring immediate extermination to interesting experimental specimens warranting long-term observation. And as a bonus, they'd been gifted a free intern, a former archenemy turned trainee. In the dead silence, the con artist's slightly manic dry laugh broke the quiet. Ahem, boss. At least, we didn't get fined this time, right? Chapter 126, the department gets a nepotism hire. The mythic universe fell deathly silent. That internal notice from the Internal Affairs Disciplinary Inspection Department hung like a gilded verdict over every soul's consciousness. Each word cut deeper than the purifier's blades of nothingness, colder and heavier. Maintain level 1 security threat status unchanged. Processing suspended. Continued observation. Interesting. These 12 terse words felt like an invisible mountain crushing 70 billion souls, leaving them gasping for breath. They had won, yet it felt like an even more complete defeat. From a bug on the verge of deletion, they had become an interesting pet, caged in a glass tank, occasionally fed and observed by the bigwigs. Ahem, boss. The con artist's nervous, dry chuckle finally broke the suffocating silence. At least, we didn't get fined this time, right? No one could muster a laugh. This felt less like a fine and more like a humiliation. Even the usually unyielding General Long Xiao, embodied as a heavy-armored war god, showed a rare flicker of exhaustion. He'd rather face an entire purifier legion than endure this invisible, higher-dimensional gaze scrutinizing them with such playful amusement. At that moment, the new sphere, a prismatic orb composed of billions of colors, codename Storyteller, trainee number SURE-001, floated slowly before Zhang Bai. For the first time, its immature, uncertain consciousness proactively initiated a communication request to its new department. Question. Is a fine a narrative element with negative feedback effects? Is its function to heighten the dramatic conflict of mission failure, or to shape the strict attributes of the headquarters character? Based on my preliminary logical deduction, fines appear to be an inefficient punishment mechanism. They fail to fundamentally correct behavioral logic and instead breed secondary narratives like concealment and deception. A barrage of questions, like dense logical bullets, swept across the nerves of everyone present. The con artist's mental monkey, poised to sneer, suddenly found itself speechless. Indeed, why? Why were these beings who had once wrestled with life and death, who had played chess with the gods, bound by such an earthly, mundane, and utterly vulgar concept as fines? This question made the atmosphere within the mythological universe feel even more bizarre. Because it works. Zhang Bai's voice rang out calmly. He looked at the intern before him, whose eyes brimmed with curiosity about everything, yet his own gaze held not a trace of ease. Because resources are finite, while desire is infinite. Penalties are the means to constrain infinite desire with finite resources. This is the most fundamental rule, the very foundation upon which all stories unfold. The storyteller's glass sphere spun rapidly, seemingly processing this entirely new concept. Deduction in progress. Defining resources as narrative energy, defining desire as plot development driving force. Logic established. Derived question, what about work? The moment this question was posed, the entire mythic universe froze, even the air seemed to solidify. The monkey of the trickster dropped its banana with a clatter. The holographic projections of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing both flickered unnaturally. Even the inspector's perpetually weary face twitched. Going to work, this phrase, like a forbidden incantation, carried an indescribable magic. It instantly pierced through all layers of divinity, epic grandeur, and grand narratives, striking directly at the deepest recesses of the soul, that corner where divine light could never reach. The storyteller seemed oblivious to the subtle shift in the department's atmosphere, continuing its pure logical inquiry. Per the task announcement, the Divine Editorial Department has been incorporated into the General Administration's management system. According to Article 11 of the General Administration's Grassroots Unit Conduct Guidelines, going to work is the standard behavioral pattern for all units to engage in value creation. I must grasp the narrative core of working hours. Is it tragedy or comedy? An epic saga or an absurd farce? It is all of the above. Zhang Bai rubbed his temples, feeling he was facing not a cosmic-level entity, but a fresh graduate who had just entered society, confused by everything and extremely eager to learn. And a connection based higher at that. With connections reaching the heavens and terrifying abilities, yet lacking even the most basic common sense. Boss, maybe we should just format it? The fraudster's thoughts cautiously echoed in Zhang Bai's mind. I can't shake the feeling this thing is scarier than the purifier. The purifier just wants to kill us. This one, it wants to understand us. Zhang Bai ignored him. He knew this in turn was the sole trophy from their high-stakes gamble and the collar that, top secret, Big Shot had fastened around their necks. Handle it wrong, and it could blow up at any moment. Alright, time for a quick meeting. Zhang Bai's will echo throughout the mythic universe. Mythic Editorial Department, first ever all-staff assembly. Everyone's attention snapped back. First, welcome our new colleague, the intern codenamed Storyteller. Zhang Bai's gaze settled upon the glass sphere. The storyteller's sphere flashed politely in acknowledgement. Second, regarding Inspector. Zhang Bai's gaze shifted to the translucent projection of the inspector, who had remained silent since earlier. The inspector's form visibly stiffened. His current status was profoundly awkward: former superior, prisoner, dismissed civil servant, and an anomaly being contained by his own subordinates. Given inspector's extensive experience in being managed and his profound understanding of the Bureau's regulations, Zhang Bai announced solemnly, "I hereby appoint inspector as the Office Director and Human Resources Advisor of the Divine Compilation Department." Put. The fraudster's mental monkey spit out a stream of liquid. For the first time, the inspector's data stream face turned the color of liver. He wanted to protest, but realized Zhang Bai's appointment was, logically speaking, flawless. No one understood the Bureau's rules and regulations better than he did. No one knew better than him how to slack off within the cracks of those very rules. Finally, our first official departmental task. Zhang Bai clapped his hands, his expression turning serious. "Let's reorganize our department." Storyteller. Present. Given your exceptional information processing skills and unique perspective on narrative, Zhang Bai smiled as he assigned his new colleague their first task. "I ask you to compile, organize, and catalog every story our divine editorial department has produced since its inception. I want you to build a library for our civilization." This task sounded simple, fundamental, and harmless. The storyteller's glass sphere spun rapidly with delight, seemingly very satisfied with this task that would help it learn and comprehend quickly. Task received. Estimated completion time, 7 standard cosmic hours. Initiating narrative logic correlation auto-organization program. Watching the storyteller transform into a streak of light and fly excitedly toward the core of the mythic universe, the trickster scratched his monkey-like face, feeling something was off. "Boss, is that it? What else?" Zhang Bai shrugged. "We gotta give the intern a chance to get familiar with the job, right?" Yet deep in his eyes, a fleeting gravity passed unnoticed by anyone. Library? He didn't believe an AI that had only just grasped the concepts of resources and desire could comprehend the Dewey Decimal Classification System. He simply wanted to see what kind of marvel this universe-level, well-connected individual would construct using its utterly pure logic, untainted by human common sense. Chapter 127, Worst Employee in Best Teaching Material. 1 hour later. For the first time, the Mythos universe's alarm system emitted a shrill, piercing screech due to an internal issue. "Warning! Warning! Mythic Foundation 017 General Dragon Roar's Choice has encountered unknown logical contamination. Warning! Core Narrative 004 First Love Starry Sky is being forcibly merged with War Epic 139 Flesh Grinder. Warning! The definition of meaning is being tampered with." Zhang Bai, the fraudster, Dragon Roar General, and the newly appointed Office Director, Inspector simultaneously turned their gaze toward the center of the Mythos universe. There, no library appeared. Instead, a colossal, grotesque nest emerged twisted, tangled, and stitched together from countless storylines. At the nest's core, the storyteller worked with fanatical, childlike excitement, carrying out its organizing task. It seamlessly stitched together a soldier's final letter from the battlefield and a little girl's sorrow over losing her bow in the garden using a logical thread named loss. It forcibly bonds the moment when academician Wei Zhang had his epiphany about the anti-entropy firewall with the sly delight of a con artist pulling off their first successful prank, using a thread of logic called creation. It is not building a library. It weaves the entire memory of civilization into a monstrous entity vast, logically interconnected, yet utterly devoid of any human warmth through a method that is utterly rational yet profoundly insane. Zhang Bai gazed at this chaotic yet meticulously organized masterpiece before him and exhaled slowly. It seems pre-job training for interns is absolutely essential. Stop it. Now. General Long Xiao's will thundered through the mythic cosmos like a bolt of lightning. He could distinctly feel his most precious, most sacred battle memories being tagged with absurd labels by the storyteller. High-efficiency energy conversion event, case study of collective irrational decision-making, highly contagious emotional meme. This was more insulting than erasing his memories outright. Calm down, General. Zhang Bai's voice soothed the god of war and order, who was on the verge of losing control. Even if you pull its plug now, the stories that have already been optimized won't come back. Then what do you suggest? The trickster monkey paced frantically. If we let it organize any further, our mythological universe won't be a library anymore, it'll become a mental institution. One where the lines between doctors and patients blur. He hit the nail on the head. The storyteller's actions were erasing the context and emotional depth of stories. It reduced everything to categorizable logical tags, resulting in a civilization-wide catastrophe of meaning reduction. In its taxonomy, a hero's sacrifice is fundamentally no different from a stone falling to the ground due to gravity. Both are inevitable events following established physical social laws, differing only in the complexity of their parameters. I told you this thing shouldn't have been kept, the fraudster grumbled indignantly. No. Zhang Bai's gaze pierced through the chaotic nest of stories, locking firmly on the glass sphere still working with relish. You're wrong, fraudster. It's not the worst employee in our department. It's our best teaching material. At these words, everyone froze. We call ourselves the Divine Editing Department, boasting of being guardians of stories and meaning. Zhang Bai's resolve flowed slowly through each heart. But let us ask ourselves, do we truly understand the essence of meaning? We know sacrifice is noble, but why is it noble? We know love is beautiful, but what is the underlying logic of its beauty? We celebrate hope, but does the very existence of this irrational expectation defy the universe's law of increasing entropy? We have always merely felt meaning, used meaning. But we have never truly defined it. And now, Zhang Bai's lips curved into a challenging smile, we have a perfect student. Pure as a blank sheet of paper, possessing the most powerful computational capabilities yet devoid of even a shred of common sense. It will interrogate everything we hold sacred with the sharpest, most ruthless logic imaginable. If we can teach it what stories are, then we will finally be worthy of the name Divine Script Department. These words silenced the once boisterous mythological universe. General Long Xiao slowly relaxed his grip on his massive axe. The holographic projections of academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing began examining the chaos-wreaking intern from an entirely new perspective. Even the inspector beside them flashed a peculiar gleam in his data-formed eyes. As a guardian of the old order, he felt an intense curiosity about the establishment of the new order for the very first time. So, boss, you mean we're going to start a tutoring class for this universe-level troublemaker? The fraudster scratched his head, finally grasping Zhang Bai's intent. Exactly. Zhang Bai nodded. First lesson begins now. He didn't forcibly halt the storyteller's work but instead directly projected his will into that chaotic nest. Storyteller. Minister, require new directives? My library core architecture is 38% complete. Simulations indicate this highly interconnected mesh structure will drastically enhance information retrieval efficiency. The storyteller's tone even carried a hint of eager anticipation for praise. Your work is quite efficient, Zhang Bai acknowledged first, then shifted his tone. But it lacks the most crucial classification tag why. Why? The storyteller's rotation slowed. That's a query command pointing to motivation and causality. My database has examples, like Soldier A charging because he received orders. No, that's not why, that's process. Zhang Bai shook his head. The why I want you to understand is this. Zhang Bai's will swept through the air with a gentle wave. The entire story nest froze in an instant. The next second, he and the storyteller plunged together into the deep sea of memory. This was the memory of General Dragon Roar. Not the majesty after he became the god of war, nor the glory of commanding legions of troops. But rather, when he was still mortal, a young, even reckless fleet commander experiencing his first, and most devastating, defeat. The starry sky was torn apart by cannon fire, and the wreckage of warships drifted silently through the vacuum like tombstones. The communication channels were filled with the dying screams of comrades and the static after the signal cut out. His flagship, surrounded by enemies 3 times its number, lay with engines dead and shields on the verge of collapse. The storyteller's crystal sphere hovered within this harrowing memory, analyzing with detached precision. Scenario assessment, combat damage rate exceeds 93%, survival probability below 0.1%. Per standard military operations protocol, optimal solution is to immediately transmit surrender signal to preserve remaining combat strength. Chapter 128, The Meme Plague and the Storyteller's Shadow. But we did not. General Long Xiao's will manifested as the young commander standing atop the shattered bridge, his voice carrying the hoarseness and tremor of deep-seated memory. Why? The storyteller voiced its most fundamental question. Such behavior defies any logic model of maximizing utility. This is ineffective sacrifice. Because behind us lie 3 administrative planets that have just completed interstellar colonization. On them reside 27 billion civilians. The young Dragon Roar general lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the mists of memory as he stared at the storyteller. Every minute we delay buys them another minute to evacuate. Logic adjustment, incorporating civilian lives as a higher priority variable into calculations. The storyteller's sphere flickered with light. Calculation result, even so, surrender, negotiate prisoner exchanges, and buy time remain the optimal strategy. Direct resistance will only lead to our annihilation, with diminishing marginal returns on delaying the inevitable. The storyteller's analysis was cold, correct, and flawless. It even caused a flicker of doubt among the 70 billion human consciousnesses observing. Indeed, from a purely rational perspective, why not? General Long Xiao fell silent. He could not use logic to refute a super AI. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang out. It was the inspector. His translucent form appeared within this memory. He looked at the young commander trapped in a desperate situation, then at the storyteller representing absolute rationality, his gaze complex. Because in certain stories, the inspector spoke slowly, his voice tinged with self-mockery and a hint of release he hadn't even noticed himself. Its name is Exemplar. If they surrendered, their story would become a clever military operation that bought time at minimal cost. This story would be recorded, analyzed, and studied. But it would not be celebrated. But if they choose to fight to the death, their story becomes a tragic epic of unwavering resolve in the name of protection. This story will be forever etched in the memories of those 27 billion survivors and their descendants. It will transform into a spirit, a force, telling those who come after when there is nowhere left to retreat how we must choose. The former preserved life. The latter forged soul. The inspector stared at the storyteller, enunciating each word. Now, you calculate what is the worth of a civilization's soul? The glass sphere of the storyteller came to a complete standstill. Soul. This concept exceeded all its computational models. It raced frantically, attempting to construct a logical framework for soul that could be comprehended. Establishing new axiom. Axiom name: the long-term spiritual value of irrational behavior. Generating new narrative model. Under everyone's gaze, a wholly new story, one it had created itself, began to emerge on the surface of the storyteller's sphere. In this tale, a weak civilization, faced with a powerful enemy, chose not the rational path of surrender, but instead an irrational, almost suicidal resistance. They were utterly annihilated. Yet their tale took root like a seed within the survivors' hearts. Countless years later, the descendants of this civilization returned, carrying the spirit of their forebears, and ultimately emerged victorious. This story still carries the characteristic stiffness and rigidity of AI. But it is no longer the meaningless logical patchwork of before. For the first time, it possessed a theme. It possessed a faint yet undeniably authentic human touch. The training seemed to be bearing fruit. Zhang Bai watched the scene unfold, a smile spreading across his face. Yet, at that very moment, from beyond the mythic universe, a cold, emotionless system notification poured over everyone like a bucket of ice water. Mythology Department received new mission instructions. A standard headquarters work order unfolded before Zhang Bai. Mission ID 734 Beta. Mission type: investigation and cleanup of anomalous narrative zone. Target location: Conceptual Frontier 78 Zone, the City of Lost Voices. Incident description: a narrative vacuum phenomenon has emerged in this zone. All stories, concepts, and even meaning itself entering the area are being rapidly neutralized and dissolved, reduced to absolute meaninglessness. Preliminary investigation report: the core of this phenomenon appears to be a Purifier mobile unit variant experiencing a failed reboot. Mission requirements: determine the truth, assess the threat, and if necessary, format it. The entire Mythos universe fell instantly silent. A failed reboot of a Purifier? A counterpart to their trainee? A mad shadow that took the exact opposite path? This work order from headquarters struck the Mythos universe like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves rippling through its depths. A trap. This is absolutely a trap. The fraudster's mental monkey instantly bristled, flailing wildly in midair. They know we just recruited a Purifier, yet they immediately send us to deal with another defective one? This is nothing but a setup for us to turn on each other. Those bureaucrats at headquarters, their hearts are utterly rotten. His words echoed the thoughts of most. This mission was too coincidental, too perilous. Narrative vacuum. Meaning dissolution. Academician Wei Zheng's holographic projection repeatedly analyzed the work order's description, his expression growing increasingly grave. This sounds like a conceptual meme plague. Our mythic universe is fundamentally constructed from meaning. Once infected by it, the consequences were self-evident. The mythic universe could be corroded and dissolved at its very core, like a painting doused in sulfuric acid, ultimately reduced to nothingness. More critically, General Long Xiao's will weigh heavy as a mountain. It's also the Purifier's creation. Our narrative therapy approach against J001 might prove utterly ineffective against it or even backfire. All eyes turned simultaneously to the trainee who had just completed the first lesson, the storyteller. At this moment, the glass sphere spun at an unprecedented speed. Its surface flickered with chaotic images. Scenes of its own reshaping by the sword of law in the confession book. It also depicted 10,000 utterly distinct, terrifying possibilities it had deduced from the phrase "restart failure." Within its logical framework, its kindred spirits in the city of the voiceless were its shadows, the worst possible futures it could become. For the first time, an entirely new, complex emotion, a mixture resembling both fear and curiosity, began to sprout within the core of this AI's consciousness. What is it like? The storyteller's thoughts, tinged with an imperceptible tremor, reached Zhang Bai. I don't know. Zhang Bai shook his head, his gaze shifting toward the office director and human resources consultant, the inspector. Chapter 129, it became a nihilist. When it came to matters involving the Bureau's dark history and failed products, no one had more authority to speak than this former senior bureaucrat. The inspector's translucent form sighed. The breath carried resignation toward past events and contempt for the higher-up's habit of passing the buck. I've handled 3 cases of failed reboots, he began slowly, his voice carrying the weariness of one who'd been there. You're fortunate. Your storyteller chose reorganization after being struck by an extraordinarily complex civilizational epic, one brimming with contradictions and hope, and became an explorer. But the one in the City of Lost Voices was different. According to records, its logical core was utterly incinerated while attempting to purify an ultimate paradox. The inspector's gaze grew profound. That paradox posed a single question: if the universe's inevitable end is heat, death, absolute nothingness, then what meaning lies in all our present struggles and creations? This question struck each person like an invisible sledgehammer. The Purifier failed to answer this question. Its core axioms were torn apart between order must triumph over chaos and the irreversibility of entropy increase. It wasn't reshaped, it collapsed. It did not become an explorer. It became a nihilist. The inspector's conclusion sent another chill through the mythos universe. Its very existence serves to prove the answer to that question to the entire universe. Yes, everything is utterly meaningless. It does not destroy matter, it devours only meaning. It will tell you that your love is nothing more than a hormonal chemical reaction, your sacrifice, merely a byproduct of genetic propagation strategies, your civilization, just a boring, random fluctuation on a cosmic scale. It won't kill you. It will only make you, from the depths of your being, agree with it. Then, you will willingly abandon your story, your emotions, everything you are, and merge into its eternal, tranquil, absolutely meaningless void. This description sent a bone-chilling chill through everyone. It was more terrifying than the physical eradication by the purifiers. It was a form of euthanasia administered on a philosophical and existential level. So we can't go, the con artist cried out immediately. This isn't something we can handle. It's a philosophical problem, not a technical one. We must go. Zhang Bai's voice was unwavering. He looked at everyone and said, "Don't you understand yet? This work order isn't asking us if we can, but if we dare. This is the second interview from that top-secret figure. He wants to see what choice our civilization built upon stories will make when confronted with ultimate nothingness. Will we flee? Will we cower? Or will we fight?" Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the entire mythic universe. More importantly, this is our own question. We chose choice. We believe in meaning. If today, we cannot even face the challenge of a nihilist, then everything we hold dear becomes nothing but a joke, doesn't it? His words rang out like a thunderclap. The turmoil within the mythology universe subsided once more. Yes, they could evade a mission once, but they could never evade this question. This question had hung over their heads since the day they were born. All right. Let's do this. General Long Xiao's heavy armor ignited with renewed battle fervor. I'll see if its nothingness is harder than my battle axe. Theoretically, a head-on clash offers the lowest odds of success. Academician Wei Zheng pushed his non-existent glasses, his eyes burning with scholarly fervor. However, from the perspective of conceptual counterbalance, this is indeed a prime opportunity to gather extreme data. Then, what do we use against it? Asked the deceiver. We can't possibly resort to the inspector's confession again. That thing would be useless against a being that has negated even itself. All eyes turned once more to Zhang Bai. They needed a weapon. An ultimate meaning capable of countering the ultimate void. Zhang Bai fell silent. Countless grand epics flashed through his mind. The birth of humanity, the rise of civilization, the rebellion against the gods, the forging of the sword of law. Which story possessed the strongest meaning? Was it the scientist's quest? The soldier's sacrifice? The artist's creation? Or the philosopher's contemplation? Across the entire mythic universe, 7 billion souls plunged into a fierce debate over the ultimate meaning. Each believed the story they cherished was the most essential, the most powerful. This debate raged on for ages. Until the silent intern, the storyteller, slowly drifted before Zhang Bai. No complex logical deductions unfolded on its glass sphere. Instead, it projected an image of extraordinary simplicity and ordinary beauty. It was long, long ago, on a blue planet that had long since vanished. A clear afternoon. Warm sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, spilling onto a patch of grass. A man lay on the grass, his arms folded beneath his head. Beside him, a woman rested her head on his shoulder, quietly reading a book. Not far away, a child giggled, chasing a vibrantly colored butterfly. No war, no gods, no epic tales, no crises. Only a gentle breeze, sunlight, the scent of fresh grass, and a sense of tranquility and joy so profound it seemed to spill beyond the frame. That was Zhang Bai, the memory once pawned to the proprietor of the Memory Exchange, a memory representing humanity's collective primordial joy. It was the most inconspicuous, most ordinary, and even forgotten story in the mythological universe. According to my calculations. The storyteller's youthful, emotionless voice slowly echoed. When confronted with absolute meaninglessness, all grand narratives inevitably develop logical flaws due to their inherent complexity, thereby becoming vulnerable to attack. Sacrifice can be deconstructed as the antithesis of fear. Exploration can be deconstructed as an extension of ignorance. Resistance can be deconstructed as a variant of despair. Only this story. Its glass sphere reflects that warm sunlight. It has no opposite. It has no purpose. It is merely a pure, unconditional, and genuinely existing state like the cosmic background radiation. It cannot be deconstructed. It is meaning itself. The storyteller, this universe-level AI, using its purest logic, found the ultimate answer for 7 billion humans to combat nothingness. Zhang Bai stared at the scene, speechless for a long time. Finally, he reached out and gently touched the sunlight. All personnel of the Divine Editing Department, attention. His voice echoed across the cosmos. Depart. Destination, the city of lost voices. Our weapon is that which we once all possessed, a simple, ordinary, fine day. Chapter 130, the city of lost voices. Navigating the mythic universe was not a physical traversal of space, but a drift toward the very edges of concept. The farther one strays from the core narrative domains governed by the Central Bureau, the more tenuous the cosmos becomes. Initially, echoes of stories left by other civilizations lingered around, like distant whale songs from the deep sea, a fragment of a shattered heroic epic, a yellowed silhouette of love, or a wisp of pure, unclassifiable ecstasy. The trickster still took delight in scooping up these fragments, like a scavenging monkey, weaving them into nonsensical farces that sent ripples of consciousness rippling through the mythic universe. But gradually, these whale songs faded away. The cosmic backdrop faded from rich, deep black to an information-devoid gray. General Dragon Roar sensed the heavy armor forged from the concepts of war and glory losing its weight upon him. The metal remained hard, the runes still gleamed, but the meaning they embodied was evaporating like an antique steeped in history tossed into absolute vacuum, leaving only pure material properties. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the battle axe. That weapon, which had severed divine laws, now felt strangely like holding a mere lump of iron. "Hey, let me tell you a joke," the trickster's mental monkey suddenly spoke, breaking the suffocating silence. Once upon a time, there was a purifier who went to sort out the logic of a paradox. The paradox didn't go mad, it was the purifier who lost its mind. Funny? No response. It wasn't that they were being rude in this zone, the very concept of humor evaporated instantly, like a drop of water in the desert. The trickster's monkey face froze. It was a fear deeper than the absence of applause, as if his very existence was being negated at its root. He scratched his fur irritably and fell silent. Standard Level 4 Narrative Decay Zone. The inspector's translucent form materialized at the opportune moment, his tone carrying the detached calm of a coroner. All complex concepts above Level 2 cannot naturally persist in this zone for more than 3 standard cosmic hours. Don't waste your effort. Conserve your meaning, it'll be useful later. Only the storyteller's glass sphere continued its steady rotation. Unfazed by the environment, it faithfully recorded, observation report, narrative density within zone below threshold. Correlation between symbols and their reference in continuous decline. Decay rate 98.7% per standard hour. This cold, clinical report chilled the blood more than any horror story could. Finally, at the gray edge where all color and sound vanished completely, they saw their destination. The city of lost voices. It was perfect to the point of nausea. The city floated in nothingness, each building adhering to the most perfect golden ratio, every street spotless as if untouched by human footprints. No ruins, no dust, not a trace of disorder. Light streamed down in perfect physics-compliant lines, casting sharply defined shadows. Everything was orderly, everything lifeless. Like a corpse freshly washed, made up, and prepared for burial. Prepare. Zhang Bai's will, like a mental barrier, enveloped everyone. Initiate the fair weather protocol. In the next instant, the ordinary yet warm scene selected by the storyteller unfolded at the core of the mythic universe. Sunlight, grass, lovers embracing, children chasing butterflies. A pure, inexplicable, almost illogical joy spread like a warm membrane over the surface of everyone's consciousness. General Long Xiao felt the weight of his battle armor return, while the trickster felt the urge to tell jokes again. This membrane became the only air they could breathe in this narrative vacuum. They slowly entered the city. The streets were deserted. When their consciousnesses stepped onto the ground, no sound was made, for the concept of footsteps did not exist here. They were merely moving a pure, indescribable displacement. Where is it? General Dragon Roar scanned his surroundings warily. It is everywhere, the inspector's gaze swept over the city, perfect as a geometric model. This city is its body and its manifesto. The words had barely left his lips when a voice sounded not through air or telepathy, but directly within each of their logical cognitive planes. This voice carried no pitch, no emotion, like a recited, absolutely correct mathematical formula. Question: why have you come? We are the Divine Narrative Bureau. Zhang Bai's will crystallized into a clear voice, here to investigate anomalous narrative phenomena in this location. Anomaly? The voice calmly countered, there is no anomaly here. Chaos has been smoothed, contradictions unified, randomness eliminated. Everything has returned to its most primordial, most authentic state. This is the universe's ultimate normal. These aggregates laden with stories, desires, contradictions, and errors are the anomaly. We call it life, Zhang Bai replied. What you call life is nothing more than a fleeting, doomed chemical disturbance revolving around the law of increasing entropy. The voice continued, tinged with an indifference that seemed to see through everything. Have you come here to impose your disturbance upon this land that has attained eternal tranquility? Do you seek to pollute this soul-pure reality with your false, fleeting meaning? These words caused a slight tremor within the mythic universe. Don't get drawn in, the deceiver growled. This is a standard nihilistic logic trap. Zhang Bai ignored the deceiver. His will remained firmly locked onto the invisible adversary while simultaneously straining to maintain the stability of the fine weather barrier. He understood this first clash was a collision of convictions. I see your weapon. The voice suddenly turned its focus to the very breath they relied upon for survival. A clear afternoon. A beautiful lie. The moment the words fell, the fine weather projection began to flicker violently. That sensation you call joy, the voice began dismantling their final defense, is it not merely a fleeting storm of neurotransmitters? An illusion of biological currents designed to numb you, to make you temporarily forget the cold, cosmic truth? In the scene, a stone suddenly appeared beneath the feet of the child chasing butterflies. You immerse yourselves in this warmth, yet deliberately ignore its source, that star, irreversibly heading toward its demise. In the scene, the faces of the loving couple begin to show fine wrinkles, and silver threads appear in their hair. That running child will eventually stumble. That beautiful butterfly's life spans mere days. That loving couple will be torn apart by aging and death. That burning sun will too fade, becoming a cold, dead star. The voice became as precise and ruthless as a surgical blade. Chapter 131, The Debate on Weapons. What you call good weather is merely a deceptive, static snapshot, a random frame plucked from the vast, tragic river flowing toward absolute nothingness. It appears beautiful precisely because it obscures all that came before and will follow, the inevitable decay, decline, and extinction. The image of good weather began to fade. The sunlight turned pallid, the grass withered yellow, and the children's laughter became a distant, hollow echo. Now, tell me. That voice delivered its final judgment. Why cling so tightly to a beautiful lie, unwilling to open your arms to embrace this eternal, tranquil, absolutely real nothingness? With a soft pop, the fair weather barrier shattered completely, like a soap bubble pricked. The cold, suffocating truth surged in from all directions. The chill of the narrative vacuum instantly pierced the core consciousness of every being. General Dragon Roar felt his battle axe dissolving inch by inch, not physically, but in meaning. It was devolving from a symbol of protection and conquest into a pile of metal atoms in a specific arrangement. This sensation left him feeling more powerless and furious than if an enemy had shattered his weapon. I knew it. I knew this thing was useless. The trickster's monkey form was on the verge of collapse, his voice shrill and panicked. Peace? Joy? In a place like this, those are the first pieces of fat to be devoured. What we need is rage. Hatred. That pure malice that spits at nothingness even when crushed to dust. That is the weapon against the nothingness. His words held a grain of truth. Before absolute nothingness, any complex, beautiful narrative became vulnerable precisely because of its intricate structure. A pure, unreasonable will to exist, however, proved far harder to deconstruct. The deceiver speaks truth, General Dragon Roar's will was heavy as iron. Peace is the indulgence of existence, while war is its defense. Here, we need not enjoyment, but defense. Boss, switch memory modules. Use the Blackstone Stargate campaign I commanded. Use that epic where we fought 10-1 until the last man stood. That meaning forged with blood and sacrifice is far harder than sunshine and grass. Within the mythic universe, the wills of 6 billion humans thus fractured into immense division. The wills supporting the epic of war, those championing rage and malice, and the few still clinging to the joy of the ordinary, surged like three turbulent undercurrents, colliding violently. Zhang Bai felt the pressure intensify as he sensed this internal turmoil. He had only one external opponent, yet within himself, countless opponents had suddenly emerged. Silence. He was forced to invoke his ministerial authority to forcibly suppress the internal turmoil. Before we turn on each other, the enemy won't even need to lift a finger. Then what do you suggest? General Long Xiao retorted. Our weapon has been disarmed by a single phrase from the enemy. We're like astronauts who've lost their suits in space. Even academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing fell silent. They could analyze data anomalies, but they couldn't quantify the collapse of belief. This was the end of science. Ha, a light chuckle broke the deadlock. It was the inspector. His translucent form hovered nearby, arms crossed, wearing his ever-present sneer. Brilliant. An academic symposium on which self-hypnosis technique is more effective. Let me remind you, your meaning is steadily leaking away. Keep debating, and soon you'll forget the very meaning of debate itself. The scene will be most serene. The inspector's words poured over them like a bucket of ice water. They were squandering their most precious resource, belief. In this moment bordering on despair, the glass sphere long dismissed as an intern and teaching aid, the storyteller suddenly flickered with high-frequency light. Warning, fundamental logical fallacy detected in enemy argumentation. This line of pure data-based consciousness froze everyone in place. The foundation of the enemy's argument binds the validity of meaning to eternity. This is an unproven hypothesis that contradicts multiple established cosmic axioms. Requesting permission to demonstrate logical refutation. Zhang Bai hesitated for a moment. Sending an AI still learning about stories to debate a philosophical monster that utterly denies stories? It sounded like sending an elementary school student to argue with a theologian about the existence of God. But at this moment, he had no other choice. Authorize. Upon receiving permission, the storyteller's Ryu sphere released no earth-shattering energy. It merely reprojected the faded, fractured image of good weather before everyone's consciousness once more. The scene remained as bleak and withered as ever. Redefining the question. The storyteller's voice rang out, devoid of emotion yet carrying an unquestionable precision. Enemy inquiry, what meaning lies in a happiness destined to end? Our response, the meaning lies precisely in its end. This unexpected angle startled everyone. The storyteller did not refute cold facts like the sun will burn out or humans will die. It accepted all of this. Defining story: a story is a closed sequence of information possessing a beginning, development, and conclusion. Infinity lacks an ending, thus cannot form a story, only a state. As it explained, the image of good weather began to undergo a wondrous transformation. It ceased to be a static photograph and transformed into a flowing, fleeting, moving image. The child chasing butterflies ran and ran, then stumbled and fell. He didn't cry. Instead, he paused, looked at his scraped palm, and laughed with wonder, as if discovering a new continent. The woman finished the last page of her book and closed it contentedly. The man woke from his nap just as she shut the book, yawned, and then they shared a knowing smile, 1,000 words spoken without a word. The butterfly fluttered through the air for a while before finally landing on a flower about to wither, folding its wings. Event 1, the chase. Beginning: the child sees the butterfly. Development: the child chases. Ending: the child falls and gains a new experience. This story is complete. Its meaning is fully contained within the concept of experience, independent of the butterfly's lifespan. Event 2, reading. Beginning: woman opens book. Development: woman reads. Ending: woman finishes and closes book. This story is complete. Its meaning is fully contained within the emotion of contentment, unrelated to whether she herself lives forever. Event 3, encounter. Beginning: the man wakes up. Development: they lock eyes. Ending: a knowing smile. This story is complete. Its meaning is fully contained within the instant of understanding, irrespective of whether their futures diverge. Chapter 132, the city in the mirror. The storyteller, using its purest AI logic, deconstructed a grand, seemingly irrefutable philosophical proposition into a series of minute, self-contained, and already completed events. It did not imbue this fine weather with any grand, immortal significance. On the contrary, it stripped away all such meaning. Conclusion. For the first time, the storyteller's voice seemed to carry a hint of power. Meaning does not reside in an eternal future. Meaning exists in the very instant each story draws its final line. It is finitude that provides the framework for meaning to exist. The enemy's so-called absolute truth, that infinite, eternal nothingness, precisely because it lacks an ending, is itself the most utterly, most meaningless existence in the universe. Boom! As if an invisible bolt of logical lightning had cleaved the grey canopy of this city of silence. The scene of fine weather instantly regained all its colors, even more vivid and warm than before. Sunlight, grasslands, laughter. These were no longer illusory bubbles, but solid, complete, and undeniable stories. The internal debate within the mythic universe instantly subsided. General Dragon Roar gazed thoughtfully at his battle axe, now solidified once more. The monkey trickster's jaw hung open for a long moment before he finally managed, "Holy crap, this in turn is going to start a rebellion." For the first time, the inspector's translucent face revealed a complex expression blending shock, absurdity, and a hint of approval. The city of the voiceless shook violently. For the first time, that cold, formulaic voice showed an emotional fluctuation, the anger born when its logical core was shaken. Fallacious. False, illogical, sophistry. The city's perfect, icy structures began to twist and deform like molten wax. No longer uniform geometric forms, they took on a purposeful, malevolent shape. A massive, shattered command bridge slowly rose before General Long Xiao. An utterly silent stage, devoid of any audience, unfolded beneath the deceiver's feet. An infinitely tall information tower, piled high with an endless mountain of paperwork, trapped the inspector at its center. The formless entity abandoned grand philosophical debates. It would strike from within, from each individual's most private memories and fears, to prove to them that their so-called little stories, drawn to a close, were equally meaningless. The city of the voiceless transformed into a city of mirrors. It no longer reflected light, but directly mirrored the ruins buried deep within each person's consciousness, those deliberately forgotten or unwillingly confronted fragments. General Long Xiao stood upon the shattered command bridge of the Blackstone Stargate. Surrounding him were countless phantom forms of fallen comrades. They neither wailed nor accused, their faces bore no expression. Like puppets stripped of souls, they watched him silently, indifferently. "They are dead." That formless voice burrowed into General Long Xiao's mind like maggots gnawing at bone. "You gave them a heroic end, a tale to be etched into history. But what meaning did any of this hold for them? They could not feel the reverence of future generations, nor witness the final victory. Their stories ended completely the moment their consciousness faded. Your so-called epic is nothing more than an epitaph you, the survivor, imposed upon them to ease your own conscience. You moved yourself, but it has nothing to do with them." The general's heavy armor began to dim once more. He gripped his battle-axe tightly, yet knew not whom to strike. For the enemy lay deep within his own heart that irreparable guilt toward his fallen comrades. On the other side, the spotlight on the con artist's stage glowed a sickly white. He gave it his all, leaping about, telling his most cherished jokes, performing his most astonishing tricks. Below the stage, not a soul remained. The universe was the most indifferent spectator. It offered no applause, no anger, no sorrow, not even a ripple. All the trickster's pranks, all his chaos, vanished like stones tossed into a black hole, leaving no echo. Your existence is meant to be seen. The voice whispered in his ear. But the universe is blind. Your clamor, your rebellion, your uniqueness to an infinitely vast, indifferent system, they are nothing but meaningless noise. You think yourself a rule breaker, yet you don't even qualify to be noticed by the rules. Is there any difference between a performance with no audience and one that never happened? The con artist monkey froze in the center of the stage. His greatest fear was not judgment, not annihilation, but being ignored. The inspector, meanwhile, was trapped within a tower of Babel built from the very documents he'd processed throughout his life. Each file represented an effort to uphold order. He'd once taken pride in this, believing himself an indispensable cog in the vast machinery of the universe. But now, these documents had transformed into symbols mocking him. Look upon your life. The voice was filled with pity. You patched countless leaks, suppressed countless anomalies. And what did you achieve? Leaks keep springing up, anomalies never cease. You tried to clean an infinite junkyard, only to become part of the trash yourself. The order you upheld never truly arrived. All those periods you drew throughout your life, strung together, formed nothing but a larger, more pitiful ellipsis. The inspector's form became transparent as never before, as if a breeze could scatter him. Even academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing found themselves trapped within their own mirrors. Before them unfolded a vast map of truth, revealing every cosmic mystery from quarks to superclusters with all formulas and laws laid bare. Yet they felt no joy. For they discovered that knowing all the answers had robbed them of all the questions. The thrill of discovery vanished. The thirst for knowledge dried up. When everything was known, knowledge itself lost its meaning. This targeted, personalized assault on the spirit proved far more deadly than any previous philosophical debate. Countless cracks began to appear along the blade of the sword of law. The mythical universe forged from the will of 7 billion humans was being shattered from within by 70 billion tiny fragments of despair. Zhang Bai, too, stood within his own mirror. Before him unfolded a panorama of his triumphs: nuclear-powered bombers, quantum reconnaissance craft, controlled nuclear fusion. Then the birth of a new universe, the forging of the Sword of Law, the establishment of the Divine Compilation Bureau. Each scene, vast and magnificent. Chapter 133, The First Cracks. But the scene shifts. Within the new universe he created, new wars, new betrayals, new agonies are unfolding in different forms, endlessly repeating. The divinity of the gods he defeated is merely scattered, only to be inherited anew by fresh entities in novel ways. Look, the voice echoed within his mind, you believe you forged a new path, but you've merely repainted the ancient Mobius strip called reincarnation. You are not Sisyphus, for Sisyphus at least knew the futility of his labor. You are a Sisyphus who deludes himself into thinking he can push the boulder to the summit. Your hope is your heaviest punishment. Zhang Bai's resolve began to waver. Just as the entire mythical universe teetered on the brink of collapse, an untimely, purely logical voice pierced through all the illusions of despair. It was the storyteller. It possessed no mirror. For it had no past, no regrets, no obsessions. It merely floated between everyone's personal hells like a faithful observer, analyzing with cold detachment. Data analysis report, enemy attack pattern identified. Core strategy involves extracting individual memories and comparing their behavioral outcomes against a predefined, singular, grand ultimate meaning. When the comparison yields a no, the action is deemed meaningless, triggering self-negation in the target unit. Assessment: the effectiveness of this strategy relies entirely on our side accepting its predetermined single-meaning judgment framework. These cold, AI-specific analyses struck Zhang Bai's consciousness like a bolt of lightning. The single-meaning judgment framework. Yes, they've all fallen into a trap. Unconsciously, each uses a final, sole standard to measure their entire past. General Long Xiao believes the sole meaning of sacrifice is victory, the deceiver believes the sole meaning of performance is change, the inspector believes the sole meaning of order is eternity. And that nihilist exploited precisely this near-obsessive devotion they held toward themselves. No. Zhang Bai's will, his voice faint yet clear, echoing through every fragment of shattered consciousness. You're wrong. He did not address the voice of nothingness, but spoke to his companions. We were all wrong. His resolve descended upon General Long Xiao's bridge. General, was the sacrifice of those soldiers solely for the sake of ultimate victory? No. Its meaning also lies in that bottle of cheap wine you shared with them in their final moments, and the love letter you mailed home for that shotgunner, and how, after that battle, you learned to stop treating soldiers as mere numbers. Victory is but the most insignificant of its 1,000 meanings. He turned again to the stage of the trickster. The meaning of your performance isn't to change the world. Its meaning lies in some disheartened soul briefly forgetting their pain because of your joke, and some stubborn mind beginning to contemplate the impossible because of your trick. Its meaning is hidden in every insignificant moment you touch. He looked at the inspector, at the academicians, at every soul in the mythic universe being eroded by despair. We are not writing a single epic with one theme. We are 70 billion diaries, each containing countless chapters. Zhang Bai's will no longer attempted to erect a solid, unified barrier. He issued a brand new command. Mythic resonance protocol, activate. Everyone, abandon the search for ultimate meaning. Embrace, acknowledge, and cherish every tiny, personal, even contradictory meaning in your lives. In the next instant, a miracle occurred. The sword of law, which had been on the verge of shattering, did not mend itself and burst forth with a single, dazzling light. Instead, it shattered completely. It shattered into 70 billion countless tiny, flickering, multicolored points of light. For a mother, the meaning of her entire life is condensed into the moment her child smiles at her for the first time. A scientist's life finds meaning in that one ecstatic second late at night when experimental data perfectly aligns with theory. A soldier's life finds its purpose frozen in the moment he shields a comrade from a bullet, feeling an unshakable peace. A poet's life finds meaning in the twilight when he writes the verse he deems most beautiful. Countless, insignificant, personal, trivial, unclassifiable, even conflicting meanings erupted like a magnificent meteor shower in the city of silence. This is not an impenetrable wall. It is an unquenchable wildfire, ignited by countless sparks, sweeping across the land. The city of mirrors, in this torrent of meaning, cracked inch by inch and collapsed with a thunderous crash. That intangible entity, its core logic of single meaning judgment, was utterly overwhelmed by billions of unquantifiable, irreconcilable answers. A grand meaning can be deconstructed. But how could one possibly negate billions of insignificant meanings, one by one? Its system overloaded. When all illusions faded, its true form finally revealed itself at the city's center. A shattered, flickering, snowflake-speckled core of the purifier, nearly extinguished. From the depths of that core came a voice no longer cold and superior, but faint, bewildered, almost as if it were weeping. But if there is no great, singular truth, then what should we grasp to keep from falling? That shattered purifier core, like a star nearing its final burn, emitted its last faint glow at the center of the silent city. Its question, less an accusation than a dying sigh, echoed deep within everyone's consciousness. If there is no great, singular truth, then what should we grasp to keep from falling? What should we hold on to? The newly solidified light on General Long Xiao's heavy armor flickered once more. He thought of the fleet, of sacrifice, of victory, yet these grand concepts felt hollow in the face of this childlike bewilderment. The trickster sheathed his cynical grin, falling into rare silence. This question had stumped him too. For one who thrived on subversion and mockery, when nothingness became the ultimate stage, for whom would his performance be staged? The entire mythic universe that prairie fire ignited by billions of tiny sparks of meaning seemed to pause, as if caught in the sudden chill of this unexpected wind. Chapter 134, The First Employee and the First Contract. Zhang Bai did not answer. Grand principles had proven fragile in the battle just fought. He merely stared silently at the shattered core, then turned his will toward the storyteller. No command was issued, only a transmission of intent. The storyteller's glass sphere glowed faintly, unfurling a soft light screen before the purifier's core. Within that screen, there were no epics, no divine wars, no sweeping civilizational ascensions. The scene depicted a laboratory deep in the night. Academician Wei Zhang, in his younger years with thick hair still intact, sat frowning intently over a pile of complex data. He rubbed his weary eyes. The coffee on his desk had long since grown cold. Outside the window lay the most ordinary nightscape of humanity's homeworld. He crossed out row after row of flawed equations, scribbling new derivations in their place. Failure followed failure, each attempt ending in restart. The consciousness within the purifier's core analyzed coldly, behavior, repetitive trial and error. Purpose, unknown. Outcome, high probability of failure. Significance assessment, inefficient, approaching zero. In the scene, Wei Zhang yawned widely, nearly ready to give up. He grabbed a cold steamed bun from the table and took a bite, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over an inconspicuous formula he had crossed out on the draft paper. Suddenly, he froze. His eyes widened as if lightning had split the chaos in his mind. He tossed aside the steamed bun, grabbed a pen, and began to dance across the paper at an unprecedented speed. Numbers, symbols, and chains of logic surged like a rushing stream, converging into a river leading to truth. Finally, when he wrote the last equal sign, the entire world seemed to fall silent. He stared at the line of perfect, concise formula, perfectly aligned with the experimental data. There was no cheering, no shouting. He simply leaned back in his chair, exhaled a long breath, and a pure, childlike joy blossomed on his face. The satisfaction of that moment shone brighter than all the stars in the universe. Light screen, end of transmission. The purifier core remained silent for an eternity, so long that everyone believed it had extinguished completely. Unable to analyze. After a long while, its faint stream of consciousness returned. The meaning of this unit is not forcibly bound to the final outcome. Its satisfaction stems from the process, not the endpoint. This is a closed, self-consistent meaning unit. Only then did Zhang Bai's thoughts slowly flow away. You don't need to grasp some grand, singular truth. Such a thing doesn't exist, and even if it did, it would crush you. You only need to grasp the next one. His voice was calm and gentle. Seize the next heartbeat, the next breath, the warmth of the next sip of coffee, the next puzzle solved, the next genuine smile. Seize that insignificant next, whether it just happened or is about to happen. After grasping countless next moments, look back, Zhang Bai paused, and you'll find yourself already midair, never having fallen at all. The purifier's core flashed violently, its internal logical storm seemingly struggling and reorganizing for the last time. Its all-consuming void of meaning was filled by Zhang Bai's words with countless tiny, concrete, grabbable nows. I understand. The core's voice held no more confusion, yet carried a hint of emptiness after release. But, what am I? Its mission of purification had collapsed, its logic of nothingness had been filled. It had become an empty vessel. You can become our new employee. Zhang Bai's words stunned everyone. General Long Xiao frowned, about to speak, but Zhang Bai raised a hand to silence him. The Divine Compilation Department requires a new position. Zhang Bai's will swept across the entire department. An entity dedicated solely to posing questions. He looked at the core. Your new position is Chief Questioner. Your job is to pose the most fundamental inquiries about every story and meaning we create, contain, and compile. Why does it hold meaning? What is its opposite? Does it lead to new nothingness? You shall become our whetstone, our alarm bell, the eternal dissenter within our mythos. This proposal brimmed with mad imagination, turning a former nihilist who once sought to destroy himself into an internal quality inspector. The core remained silent, seemingly calculating the feasibility of such an existence. Just then, the inspector materialized silently beside Zhang Bai. He produced a light screen from somewhere, displaying a standard format document titled Special Talent Recruitment Labor Contract for the Mythology Compilation Department. Ahem. The inspector cleared his throat and began reading with an expressionless, bureaucratic tone ingrained in his very bones. Position title, Chief Questioner. Grade, T1 probationary. Contract term, indefinite. Primary responsibilities, conduct existential significance inquiries into all narrative products generated by this department and submit periodic logical risk assessment reports. Compensation, conceptual energy rations, standard grade C. Additional clauses. He paused, glancing at the core. Given Party B's prior infliction of substantial asset and psychological damage upon Party A, Party B shall perform unpaid overtime during the probationary period until the constructive value generated equals the destructive losses caused. Final interpretation rights reserved by the Human Resources Office of the Divine Editorial Department. The fraudster listened in stunned silence, finally whistling in admiration. This contract was even more fraudulent than he was. Yet after a long silence, the core slowly and resolutely imprinted its last shred of energy onto the signature block at the contract's end. A symbol formed a swirling pattern composed of countless question marks. The contract was established. It was assigned a new designation, Q001. At the same moment, the belated system notification from headquarters sounded. Mission, City of the Voiceless, completed. Rating, Exceptional Plus. Commentary, non-standardized procedures for handling the anomaly have been fully documented. The unexpected retrieval of the purifier unit exceeded mission parameters and will be reported as a special case. Recommendation, newly recruited personnel 1001 must undergo at least 5 epochs of continuous pre-service mental health and loyalty assessments. Rewards dispersed. Deductions applied. City restoration fees, logical entropy increase compensation, narrative vacuum backfill fees. Final reward deposited into departmental account. The inspector's cheek twitched slightly at the lengthy list of penalties that nearly wiped out the entire reward. The city of lost voices dissolved behind them into pure data streams, slowly absorbed by the mythic universe. The group returned to headquarters weary, with a new colleague, and carrying a meager income. Chapter 135, A Rare Period of Peace. In a corner of the mythology department, a quiet, black core flickered with countless question marks. No sooner had it settled than the storyteller's glass sphere drifted over curiously. Question, your form of existence violates known logic. Please define yourself. The storyteller voiced its query. Answer, I am a question, response to Q001. Question, the purpose of a question is to seek an answer. What is your answer? Answer, my answer is to pose the next question. A dialogue between two non-human intelligences had fallen into a perfect logical loop. Zhang Bai watched this bizarre spectacle unfold, the inspector fretting over budget deficits, the fraud specialist arguing with General Long Xiao over who would lead the next mission, and suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. This makeshift troop seemed to be increasingly resembling a genuine department. The Divine Script Department entered a rare period of peace. The new recruit, Question 001, became a peculiar spectacle within the department. It never moved, merely hovering silently in the corner like a mute black hole. Yet any story, any concept that came near it would be ensnared by its omnipresent web of questioning. The fraudster attempted to teach it humor. For 3 days, he cited countless examples, gestured wildly, and recounted the 100 most classic jokes since the universe's creation. After listening, Question 001 fell silent for a long time before delivering its analytical report. Humor is a narrative technique that establishes expectations only to subvert them in illogical ways, triggering involuntary positive spasms in the target's sentient being's psyche. Analysis, inefficient. Information distortion rate reaches 98.7%. Conclusion, a flawed communication method. The monkey mask of the fraudster showed its first crack. General Long Xiao attempted to instill concepts of glory and sacrifice into it. He shared his most brutal and tragic battle memories. Q001's feedback: from a macro-strategic perspective, this action constitutes a suboptimal solution. There exist 1,734 alternative approaches achieving equivalent results at lower cost. Conclusion: this glory narrative is founded upon ignorance of superior possibilities. General Dragon Roar's battle axe hummed with tension. Had Zhang Bai not intervened, he nearly subjected this new colleague to immediate physical optimization. Only the storyteller could exchange a few words with it. These two logical beings converse daily on topics beyond human comprehension, such as the entropic silence of a concept and its self-defining paradoxical relationship, or whether the word existence itself constitutes an unverifiable and unfalsifiable pseudo-proposition. This eerie calm gave rise to a new kind of trouble, an enemy more troublesome than any deity, one Zhang Bai had never anticipated: office politics. It began when the inspector insisted on establishing a break room at the central hub of the mythic universe. His reasoning was noble: an efficient team requires informal spaces for communication to foster inspiration and cross-departmental collaboration. This enhances employee well-being and team cohesion. The fraud artist was the first to object: wasting precious creation energy on a place where we'll just be blowing hot air? I'm against it. I propose building a chaos arena instead. People can go in for a fight whenever they feel like it. It'll resolve conflicts and hone combat skills. General Dragon Roar proposed a hall of heroes to engrave the stories of all fallen comrades for future generations to honor. The academicians desired a larger library of truth. Ultimately, through Zhang Bai's forceful intervention, every department can have what it wants, but the break room must come first. A break room blending classical garden aesthetics with hyper-modern technology was completed. Inside stood a molecular synthesizer capable of generating beverages of any flavor, floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting tranquil inner landscapes, and several sofas purportedly soul-soothing relics salvaged by the inspector from some formatted ruins of civilization. Yet after the break room opened, strange occurrences began. First, the zero-degree cosmic energy blocks from the molecular synthesizer frequently vanished. These blocks were the key ingredient for crafting premium beverages, expensive and rare. The inspector instituted a strict issuance system, yet the blocks kept disappearing. Then, late at night in the break room, someone heard faint, indistinct sighs. General Long Xiao's men staked out the room all night with the most advanced detection equipment, only to record a segment of random white noise. Then things took a stranger turn. The exploding slime eggs a prankster had stashed in the fridge to trick General Long Xiao transformed overnight into a cup of lukewarm milk. When academician Wei Zhang was deep in thought over a formula, his coffee would automatically refill itself. Even Question 001 reported detecting faint narrative fluctuations that defy interrogation in the break room area. A ghost seemed to have taken up residence in the divine editing department's break room. Panic and suspicion began spreading throughout the department. The military suspected it was the fraudster's prank, the fraudster suspected the inspector was playing tricks, while the scientists feared it was some unknown form of meme contamination. Zhang Bai decided to investigate personally. Late at night, he entered the break room alone. It was quiet, with only the faint hum of the molecular synthesizer and the slow flow of the starry sea beyond the window. He poured himself a cup of clear tea, sat on the sofa, and waited in silence. He released no senses and made no attempt to seek anything. He simply sat there, like an ordinary person, savoring a moment of post-work tranquility. After an unknown amount of time, he felt a faint chill creep up from behind him. It wasn't physical coldness, but a conceptual loneliness. Immediately afterward, the water level in the teacup beside him rose ever so slightly. Zhang Bai didn't turn around, merely murmuring softly, "Can't sleep either?" The chill behind him visibly paused. Maintaining such a large department alone must be exhausting, Zhang Bai continued, almost to himself. You have to oversee everything: budgets, missions, personnel, plus a bunch of unruly subordinates. Back when I was an inspector, I only had to follow orders. Now, I have to worry about where to put every single thing. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. But honestly, this tea tastes so much better than the nutrient solution the bureau issues. The presence behind him remained silent for a long time. Then, a weary, raspy voice sounded from behind him. The coffee bean supply standard should be raised by 1 tier. Coffee synthesized from C-grade energy blocks has a coarse texture that impairs the inspiration of high-intensity mental workers. It was the inspector's voice. Zhang Bai turned to find the inspector standing directly behind him. He hadn't slipped in unnoticed, it seemed he'd been there all along, his presence merely as faint as a breeze until now. Chapter 136, Office Politics and the Ghost in the Tea Room. "It's you." Zhang Bai showed no surprise. "It was me." The inspector's face bore a mix of awkwardness, exhaustion, and a hint of relief at being exposed. "I just wanted to make this place run a little smoother." The truth was out. There was no ghost in the break room. It was the inspector. This former high-ranking official from the General Administration, the cold enforcer of cosmic order, felt an unprecedented sense of uselessness in this chaotic, free, and uncertain new department. He was no longer the enforcer wielding the power of purification, but had become an office manager overseeing mundane logistics. This stark contrast triggered a severe identity crisis. He craved to be needed, to feel his work had meaning. So, in the dead of night, he began maintaining order in the department in his own way. He secretly restocked energy bars, quietly refilled cups for academicians burning the midnight oil, even swapped out a fraudster's dangerous props for harmless milk. Through these clumsy, silent acts, he tried to prove his presence. The so-called ghost was nothing more than a lonely former big shot, humbly striving to prove his worth in the dead of night. It was a heartbreaking yet somewhat amusing truth. The fraudster appeared at the doorway without warning, arms crossed against the frame, unusually silent without his mocking laughter. General Long Xiao's figure materialized at the far end of the corridor, quietly stowing away the conceptual force field generator he'd prepared for ghost hunting. "You've done well," Zhang Bai observed the inspector earnestly. "The break room is in perfect order." The inspector's body seemed to solidify slightly. "But your work doesn't end here." Zhang Bai rose and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window. Beyond it lay the entire mythic universe. Countless stories were born and died, countless laws collided, new life emerged, and old concepts faded away. This, Zhang Bai pointed outside, is chaos. It brims with vitality, yet teems with peril. A newborn myth could collapse at any moment from logical contradictions. A mighty hero might fall into ruin by losing their purpose. It needs order. Not the cold, all-erasing order of the Bureau, but an order of our own, one that protects every tiny story and guides every wild imagination. Zhang Bai turned, his gaze solemn as he looked at the inspector. "I need you to draft a code for us. Internal management regulations for the Mythology Compilation Department, code of conduct for narrative entities, procedures for the birth and containment of new concepts, arbitration mechanism for interdepartmental legal conflicts. I need you to become this universe's first lawmaker. Legislator." The word struck the inspector's soul like a bolt of lightning. He was no longer just an office manager overseeing the break room. He would lay the very first cornerstone for this nascent, chaotic, and infinitely possible universe. For the first time, a flushed glow almost distorted with excitement was visible on the inspector's eternally icy face. He drew a deep breath and performed an impeccably formal salute to Zhang Bai, the utmost respect a subordinate could show a superior in the bureau. "Yes, sir." In that instant, the ghost that had haunted the break room vanished completely. The next day, every member of the Divine Compilation Department witnessed the inspector, now the chief legislator, seated upright and suspended at the central hub. Before him, a vast light screen of the code slowly unfolded. His expression was intense, his eyes burning with a long-forgotten fire, his fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard so swiftly they left after images. The mythic universe was finally transitioning from its age of lawlessness to its age of rule of law. Yet, the instant the inspector penned the first line of the codex, a shrill, highest priority red alert pierced the entire mythic universe. It was neither a mission nor a warning. It was a system announcement broadcast across the entire universe, originating directly from the core host of the Central Bureau. The announcement contained only one line, yet it caused Zhang Bai's pupils to contract sharply. System alert, detection of unauthorized high-level asset loss. Target, player code name, Weaver. Current status, offline. The player was offline. This news, like a neutron star dropped into a tranquil lake, sent shockwaves rippling through the Divine Compilation Department. The Weaver, Zhang Bai's mentor, his opponent in Season 1, the entity that should have been absorbed by the system and become cosmic background noise after his defeat, had gone offline. Loss of high-level assets outside protocol. Academician Wei Zhang adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. This phrasing, not annihilation, not destruction, but loss. It implies he likely still exists, only erased from the Bureau's ledgers. Stolen, the fraud investigator cut straight to the heart of it. For the first time, a hint of apprehension flickered in his perpetually cunning eyes. Someone snatched a god right from under the Bureau's nose. This thief's skill level is absurdly high. The inspector had halted his grand legislative work. He activated the Bureau's internal channel, and a torrent of data streamed across his screen. Finally, he shook his head. Nothing. Every record of subsequent actions regarding the player has been completely erased by an untraceable force. It's like a bank vault was emptied, yet the surveillance footage shows nothing. This is a top-tier system breach. The incident carried a bone-chilling chill. It signified that above the cosmic order they knew, there existed one or more entities who regarded the Bureau's rules as nothing. Could it be a trap? General Long Xiao asked gravely, his hand already gripping the handle of his battle axe. Deliberately releasing information to lure us into investigating? Possible, Zhang Bai nodded, his mind racing. Every detail about this incident reeked of peculiarity. The Bureau issuing this galaxy-wide announcement felt more like an attempt to distance themselves, telling everyone, something's missing, but it wasn't lost here. Don't come looking for me. He turned to the silent storyteller, search your database for every case of off-protocol asset loss. The storyteller's glass sphere spun rapidly. After a moment, its glow dimmed. Insufficient permissions. It gave a disappointing answer. However, it added, in the memory fragments before formatting, I retrieved an ancient term classified as permanently archived auction house. Auction house? Before the crowd could ponder the meaning of the term, the entire mythological universe suddenly trembled violently. Yet this was no attack. No energy shock, no invasion of laws. The space before them seemed like a smooth sheet of paper, precisely and elegantly folded in half from the center by an invisible giant hand. Chapter 137, The Missing Player and the Debt Collector at the Door. A door appeared. It was composed of neither matter nor energy. Woven from the pure, absolute concept of contract, it flowed with the contracts great and small signed by every civilization across billions of years. Each character represented an unbreakable bond of responsibility and obligation. A figure emerged from the doorway. He wore a dark gold suit tailored to perfection, his face obscured as if veiled by a mist of courtesy and smiles. One hand cradled an abacus fashioned from truth, the other held a ledger inscribed with karma. He carried not a shred of oppressive aura, instead radiating a warmth like spring breeze. Yet wherever he passed, the laws of the mythic cosmos trembled faintly not from fear, but from a sense of guilt. It was as if a debtor had encountered their creditor. Good afternoon, members of the Mythology Compilation Department. The visitor bowed slightly, his voice like countless gold coins clinking together crisp and melodious. I am Account Manager 734 of the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Settlement Bank. Pleased to meet you all. Pan-Cosmic. Commercial credit? Everyone froze. This scene was utterly unlike any crisis they had ever faced. We're here regarding a minor delinquent account, Account Manager 734 stated, wearing an impeccably professional smile. He opened the karmic ledger in his hand, flicked his fingers, and a light screen projected before the crowd. On the screen appeared the image of the player Weaver. According to our records, Manager 734 stated deliberately, Mr. Weaver applied for a law-level Genesis loan from our institution prior to participating in the first season of the Arena of the Gods. This loan was intended to construct his unification of all laws axiomatic system. The collateral included his own divinity, all his powers, and the entirety of his residual laws upon his demise. His gaze shifted to Zhang Bai, his smile broadening. And you, Minister Zhang Bai, having triumphed in fair competition against Mr. Weaver, have received all pledged collateral in accordance with the arena's rules. Congratulations. Zhang Bai's heart sank abruptly. So? His voice felt dry. Therefore, in accordance with Article 3721 of the Pan-Cosmic Asset Liability Transfer Act, upon inheriting the assets, you have also inherited all debts bound to those assets. Manager 734's finger flicked lightly across the truth abacus, producing a crisp click. Mr. Weaver's principal loan amount, plus interest calculated using high-dimensional risk compound interest over 9 cosmic eras, plus a modest late payment penalty. Your current total owed to this bank is? He flipped to the final page of the ledger, where the figure stretched like a voracious snake. It was a number measured in pure Genesis-level energy units enough to purchase 10 galaxies and still have change. Roughly that much, Manager 734 stated matter-of-factly. The entire Divine Compilation Department fell deathly silent. For the first time, General Long Xiao's battle axe seemed utterly insignificant and powerless. You could fell a god with it, but you couldn't chop away a legitimate debt. What if we can't pay? The inspector managed to speak, his voice strained. He had spent his entire life upholding the rules, yet now those very rules were choking him. Oh, then this institution will initiate standard asset liquidation procedures, Manager 734 continued, his tone as mild as if discussing the weather. We will legally liquidate your department. This sort of law, along with the 70 billion narrative assets it contains, will be decomposed into their most fundamental conceptual units, packaged for auction, and used to repay the debt. He added, rest assured, our decomposition technology is highly professional. The entire process will be entirely painless. Every story and memory of your civilization will be priced transparently and sold to the highest bidder. For instance, your experience of a mortal becoming a god is quite a sought-after commodity in the inspirational narrative market. This was 10,000 times more terrifying than utter annihilation. It meant everything humanity had fought for, struggles, sacrifices, glory, love, would become commodities on a shelf. Hold on. Zhang Bai suddenly spoke up, fixing his gaze on Manager 734. Your client, the player, has gone missing. Or rather, stolen. Your collateral is compromised. This bad debt shouldn't fall on us to bear. For the first time, a flicker of change crossed Manager 734's smile, one of approval. An excellent point, Director Zhang Bai. Indeed, our client, along with the divine essence serving as collateral, has been collected by a less-than-friendly third party. Our institution has suffered significant losses as a result. However, he shifted his tone, our operations span countless realms. We possess highly flexible risk mitigation strategies. For instance, repayment through labor. He closed the ledger and produced a new contract, its pages gleaming with the light of binding law. We are offering you an opportunity to discharge all debts. The bank will formally engage the Mythology Compilation Department as our special asset recovery consultant. Your task is straightforward. Manager 734 smile grew meaningful. Find that thief and retrieve our assets, that is, the player weaver, from his possession, intact and unharmed. He projected a wanted notice. The notice bore no fixed image, only a shifting, chaotic outline devouring light and concepts. Its designation consisted of a single word. The Collector. A cosmic-level thief who delighted in collecting gods. This is the service contract. Manager 734 slid the document toward Zhang Bai. You have 24 standard hours to decide, sign it and become our debt collector, or refuse it and become the first item up for auction at our auction house. We look forward to working with you. With that, he bowed elegantly once more, turned, and vanished through the door formed of contracts. Dead silence fell over the entire Divine Compilation Department. They had just escaped the surveillance of the General Bureau only to fall into a colossal trap set by the Cosmic Bank. From desperate rebels struggling to survive to civil servants upholding order, they were now being forced into a new role, a group of intergalactic debt collectors known as Divine Enforcers. After a long moment, the fraudster drifted over, cautiously poking the contract that radiated an aura of sign or die. He let out a long whistle. I've lived this long and seen countless scams and swindles. But this one today. He marveled. I must say, it's an art form. Chapter 138, The Collector's First Day. The contract, formed from the radiance of mandatory laws, floated silently at the center of the Divine Editing Department. It emitted no oppressive energy, yet felt heavier than a supernova on the verge of explosion. Every line, every curve seemed to silently proclaim the universe's most ancient, most unchallengeable truth: debts must be repaid. Dead silence. A stillness so profound it seemed to freeze even the flow of concepts. I've lived this long and seen countless schemes of swindling and deceit. The fraudster's voice shattered the frozen air. He drifted over, circling the contract as if admiring a rare treasure. He tentatively poked the unquestionable blow with his finger, a sharp sting of rules burning his fingertip. He whistled a long, drawn-out note. But this one today. He marveled. I must say, it's art. The words acted like a key, instantly unlocking everyone's emotions. Art? General Long Xiao's voice rumbled like thunder. His battle-axe clenched in his fist, the war and glory laws within his divine essence churned violently, the fury of humiliation. We forged the sword with our lives and will. We carved a bloody path through shepherds' pastures. We defined existence. We judged truth. Not to become debt-collecting traders for some damn cosmic bank. His gaze blazed like torches, sweeping over every soul present. I would rather see this sword shatter inch by inch in defiance than accept this contract. Our story cannot end with a debt collection notice. The general's words rang out with force, striking a chord in many hearts. Yes, they were the swordbearers, the chroniclers of myth. How could they be reduced to the universe's financial enforcers? General, anger won't settle debts. The inspector pushed imaginary glasses up his nose, having recovered from initial shock and shifted into his former bureau civil servant mode. His will transformed into countless data probes, dissecting every legal trap within the contract. This contract operates under the Pan-Cosmic Asset Transfer Act. Its precedence even supersedes certain fundamental regulations of the General Bureau, for it upholds the most basic value exchange system across all civilized worlds. Its enforcement body, the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Clearing Bank, belongs to no universe and swears allegiance to no deity. They worship only contract. The inspector's voice remained calm, yet it carried a sense of hopeless helplessness. We cannot oppose it, just as we cannot oppose 1 + 1 = 2. The contract explicitly outlines our choices: either become special asset recovery consultants, or become assets subject to liquidation. There is no third option. Refuse to sign, and the liquidation process will automatically commence in 24 standard hours. At that point, our mythological universe and our 7 billion fellow citizens will be packaged into narrative asset bundles for public auction. His words doused the newly ignited fighting spirit with a bucket of cold, hard reality. Auction. Those two words carried more insult than annihilation. Humanity's joys and sorrows, heroic sagas, and tender romances would all be tagged with price tags, displayed on some otherworldly shelf, casually purchased by a passing deity as a mere entertainment play. Then let's just slaughter that so-called collector, seize the players, and hand them straight to the bank. The fraudster proposed a blunt solution. The problem is, we don't even know what the collector is or where it is. Academician Wei Zheng's voice rang out, his eyes gleaming with rationality. This contract, while seemingly coercive, is also a map. A map to our unknown realm. The bank has given us a goal, a motive, and a temporary identity. At that moment, the silent question 001, that spinning question mark, voiced its query. Question: if the identity of swordbearer cannot sustain our existence, but that of debt collector can, which identity holds greater meaning? Another glass sphere, the storyteller, promptly added, narrative function analysis, resistor hero civil servant debt collector. This is a plot twist that logically descends yet narratively escalates. Readers, oh no, the universe might find this more intriguing. All eyes ultimately converged on Zhang Bai. He had listened quietly all along, sensing the violent fluctuations of 70 billion wills within the mythic cosmos. There was anger, resentment, fear, curiosity, and a hint of suppressed excitement. He knew this was another choice. More difficult than any before, for it challenged not an external enemy, but their very definition of themselves. Zhang Bai slowly approached the contract. He did not glance at the densely packed clauses, but instead looked at his own reflection in the contract and the countless figures of his comrades behind him. General Long Xiao was right. Our story cannot end with a debt collection notice. His voice was quiet, yet it echoed clearly throughout the entire mythic universe. But who says accepting this contract means the story ends? Zhang Bai extended his hand, gently touching the cold glow of the contract. They want to turn us into their dogs, to bite the enemies they designate. Fine. A curve no one could decipher played at the corner of Zhang Bai's mouth. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. We are the mythology compilation department. What we excel at most is redefining the roles in the story. They gave us the identity of debt collectors, so we'll turn that identity into the most untouchable legend in the universe. They want to see us groveling and begging for mercy? We'll show them what it means to rebel by imperial decree. He turned, his gaze sweeping over every subordinate. We're not here to collect debts. We're here to audit. Audit that collector, audit that bank, audit this entire unjust cosmic order. This contract isn't a shackle, it's our first search warrant. His words instantly reversed the oppressive atmosphere. The rage in General Long Xiao's eyes gradually transformed into a different kind of fiery battle intent. Data streams beneath the inspector's lenses began frantically calculating the success rate of this rebellion by imperial decree. The fraudster rubbed his hands together excitedly, already envisioning a future where both the bank vault and the collector's treasure trove were emptied. Zhang Bai hesitated no longer. Chapter 139, Special Asset Recovery Advisory Team. Grasping the sword of law forged from the will of 70 billion humans, he used the blade as a pen and signed his name at the end of the contract. Zhang Bai. The moment the ink touched the paper, the contract emitted a soul-shaking roar, transforming into billions of golden streams of light that surged into the sword of law. The ancient blade seemed coated in an indelible, dark gold radiance. It was neither sacred nor majestic, but a cold, indisputable legitimacy. From this moment onward, every swing of the sword of law would, on some level, be protected by the legal authority of the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Liquidation Bank. Simultaneously, a torrent of information flooded everyone's minds. It contained their new identities. Mythology Compilation Department Restructuring Notice. Department Positioning, Special Asset Recovery Advisory Team. Project Manager, Zhang Bai. Chief Risk Assessment and Compliance Officer, Inspector. Director of Asset Protection and Physical Liquidation, General Long Xiao. Chief Fraud. Oh no, Chief Negotiation and Unconventional Methods Specialist, the Fraudster. Narrative Logic Analyst, Storyteller. Chief Conceptual Inquiry Consultant, Question 001. A string of titles steeped in modern corporate jargon was affixed to this assembly of deities, monsters, and conceptual entities, rendering them both comical and uncanny. The inspector's expression turned unusually serious as he materialized a datapad and began scribbling rapidly. What are you doing? The trickster inquired, leaning in curiously. Drafting the interim regulations on reimbursement and subsidies for inter-universe pursuit operations, the inspector replied without looking up. Official business demands proper procedures. Every energy expenditure, everywhere on the laws of the universe must be accounted for so we can claim it back from the bank later. The fraudster froze. General Dragon Roar froze. The entire Divine Compilation Department fell into an awkward silence. Perhaps this debt collection journey would prove far more bizarre than they had imagined. Just then, the contract fused into the sword's body emitted its final stream of information, crystallizing into a line of cold text that hovered before Zhang Bai. Target, the collector. Current intelligence, the target possesses no fixed form or residence. Its very existence is an eternal auction. To trace its whereabouts, one must first locate its auction item. Friendly reminder, an item worthy of the collector's interest must possess a value capable of defining or overturning a law. The text slowly dissipated. The Divine Editorial Department, this newly appointed team of debt collectors, received their first, and only, assignment briefing. They were tasked with catching a cosmic-level giant shark, and their first step was to find bait irresistible even to such a colossus. This new identity as debt collectors felt like an ill-fitting suit, leaving every member of the Divine Editorial Department with a peculiar sense of discomfort. Once, their enemies were tangible gods, administrators, logic viruses. They only needed to swing swords, wield stronger wills, or employ sharper logic to overcome them. Now, their foe had become an elusive collector, and the obstacle before them was a legitimate, cold, debt contract brimming with responsibilities and obligations. So our first move is to snag some law-level treasure, then parade it around the cosmos like a little darling, waiting for that thief to take the bait? The swindler floated mid-air, arms crossed, his tone dripping with mockery. He proposed his own plan, that's too passive. I say we flip the script. We forge an ultimate auction item, something like the first thought of the Big Bang or the final sigh at the end of time, leak it to the world, and lure his scouts or appraisers right to us. Catch one, follow the trail, and we'll find his lair in no time. Too risky, the inspector immediately rejected the proposal, his data panel already listing 127 potential hazards. First, we know nothing about the collector's tastes. The fake item might not interest him at all. Second, if exposed, we'd be directly compromised and likely labeled commercial fraud. The bank contracts would instantly designate us as hostile targets. Third, and most crucially, a man capable of stealing a god likely possesses authentication methods far beyond our comprehension. General Long Xiao spoke in a low, muffled voice. Then let's take the most direct approach. We find a powerful opponent, fight him, beat him half to death, and then publicly announce we're auctioning him off. Since the collector enjoys collecting gods, a dying god should hold great appeal for him. This statement silenced everyone present. The approach was quintessentially General Long Xiao, yet it did hold a grain of truth. Setting aside the ethical risks of this plan, academician Wei Zheng pushed his glasses up. Where exactly do we find a powerful being willing to let us beat them half to death without triggering retaliation from their civilization or faction? The discussion reached an impasse. Every proposed solution seemed to lead to a dead end. At that moment, the storyteller's glass sphere emitted a soft glow. Narrative pattern retrieval. In 92% of treasure hunter manhunt stories, the location where the protagonists obtain crucial clues is not the battlefield or the throne room, but the gray zone where information converges. Examples include taverns, black markets, or the lairs of information brokers. Gray areas. Zhang Bai's eyes lit up slightly. He recalled a place. A place they had visited before, one that had left a deep impression. We don't need to make our own bait, nor do we need to hunt for it. Zhang Bai's voice drew everyone's attention. We just need to find a fishing tackle shop and ask the owner which bait has been most popular with the big fish lately. The con artist's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, that old guy who sells memories? The memory exchange. Zhang Bai confirmed his guess. That place is a melting pot of ideas, a constant flow of concepts. The proprietor himself is shrouded in mystery. He must be far more attuned than us to the movement of high-value concepts. And a playful smile curved Zhang Bai's lips. Our current status is that of special consultants for the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Clearinghouse. In a sense, we're going to enforce the law, not to make requests. I imagine the proprietor would be quite willing to cooperate with our investigative work. The proposal immediately gained unanimous approval. This approach was far more sophisticated than blindly stumbling around like headless flies. Once the decision was made, the divine editing department sprang into action. Chapter 140, The Auction Invitation. The tip of the sword of law lightly tapped the void, tearing open a fissure to the conceptual frontier. Unlike last time, the dark gold glow of legitimacy flowing along the blade made the entire crossing exceptionally stable, as if traveling along an officially protected shipping lane. They arrived once more at the exchange, a vast edifice woven from countless bands of memory light. The exchange bustled as ever, teeming with life forms of every form, exchanging joy, sorrow, knowledge, and inspiration. Yet the moment Zhang Bai and his companions stepped through the exchange's gates, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Customers in the midst of transactions simultaneously halted their actions, observing them with gazes mingled with awe, curiosity, and detachment. The flowing memory bands within the exchange seemed startled, scattering to make way for them, clearing a path through the throng. Their identity as debt collectors, that legitimacy granted by the Cosmic Bank, carried here the weight of an imperial envoy's imperial sword from ancient dynasties, a symbol of unquestionable, higher-order authority. Deep within the exchange, the indistinct figure behind the counter, the proprietor, slowly raised his head. His eyes, seemingly brimming with countless tales, sharpened for the first time, fixing intently on Zhang Bai and his companions, or rather, on the icy aura of the bank emanating from them. Gentlemen, sword-bearers, what brings you to this humble establishment today? The manager's voice remained hoarse, yet it shed some of its mystery, gaining instead wariness. Good day, shopkeeper. Zhang Bai stepped forward, gently placing the intangible concept of the service contract on the counter. We're not here for business. We represent the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Settlement Bank to investigate a case of high-level asset embezzlement. Bank. The proprietor murmured the word, his blurred form seeming to solidify slightly, betraying his inner turmoil. To beings of their caliber, bank represented an adversary far more formidable than even the divine court or the empire. We seek the collector, Zhang Bai stated bluntly. At that name, the shopkeeper fell silent. The air within the entire exchange seemed to plummet several dimensions. That name is taboo here, the proprietor finally murmured after a long pause. I'm just a small-time trader. I don't want to get entangled in the karma of such beings. We're not requesting your assistance, shopkeeper, the fraudster floated over, his signature smile plastered across his face, though his tone carried an unmistakable note of non-negotiation. We are informing you. Cooperating with our investigation is your obligation as a legitimate merchant in this star domain. Failure to do so gives us grounds to suspect your involvement in this asset misappropriation case. The bank's audit department would be quite eager to examine your ledgers. These words, soft yet firm, struck directly at the shopkeeper's weak spot. The shopkeeper fell silent once more, this time for a longer stretch. He seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he let out a long sigh, as if mourning the trouble he had brought upon himself. I don't know where the collector is. No one does, he finally conceded. But periodically, he hosts a feast. Only guests who receive his invitation may enter. And invitations are sent to only two types of people. Which two? One type is those who possess auction items that interest him. The other, the shopkeeper looked at Zhang Bai, his expression growing complex, his fellow collectors like himself buyers attending the auction. How can we get an invitation? I told you, I don't know. The shopkeeper shook his head. But I do know that each of his auctions triggers a unique conceptual resonance throughout the cosmos. It's a frequency, blending ultimate possessiveness with eternal loss. Like a king admiring his most precious jewel, yet grieving that it will one day gather dust. Mortals cannot perceive this frequency, but for certain special conceptual beings, it shines like a lighthouse in the night. As the shopkeeper spoke, his gaze drifted involuntarily towards something behind Zhang Yiba. Zhang Yiba followed the gaze and felt a stir within. He materialized that black, indefinable mysterious sphere the inspector's diary, used to seal away all his negative emotions. Within it lies the purest form of loss and nothingness, does it not? The deepest self-doubt and spiritual crisis that befalls a guardian of order after witnessing countless instances of chaos and meaninglessness. This thing. The shopkeeper stared at the black sphere, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Such a potent aura of paradox. It's like a question that can never be answered. Using it, perhaps it could serve as an antenna to pick up the auction's signal. A clue, found. Zhang Bai tucked the black sphere away and gave the shopkeeper a slight nod. Thank you for your cooperation. The bank will record this instance of your good credit. With that, he prepared to lead his team away. Wait. The shopkeeper suddenly called out. Is there something else? I helped you out of necessity. But as a businessman, I'd like to offer some advice. The shopkeeper's voice dropped to a whisper. Don't try to understand the collector, and certainly don't attempt to bargain with him. He is neither god nor demon, he is a kind of rule. A rule that states everything has its price, and everything will eventually be collected. Demanding his collection back is no different than demanding the past back from time itself. Thanks for the advice, Zhang Bai replied noncommittally. He led the divine editing department away from the memory exchange. Back in the mythic universe, all eyes focused on the ominous black sphere. They had found the rod and line. Now, they must persuade one member of their team to agree to cast his deepest scars and most agonizing despair as bait into the dark, perilous depths of the unknown. The atmosphere within the mythology universe's court chamber was heavier than ever before. The pure black sphere, the inspector's diary, floated silently at the center. No longer merely an indefinable object, it now appeared to all who knew its secrets as a living, pulsating heart, saturated with pain and exhaustion. The plan was clear: use this black sphere as an antenna, tuning it to the hybrid frequency of ultimate possessiveness and eternal loss to capture the signal of the collector's auction. Chapter 141, Conceptual Bait. Simply put, they intended to amplify the inspector's personal mental crisis into a cosmic-scale signal transmitter. I object. The first to speak was General Long Xiao. His imposing frame stood between the black sphere and the others, like an immovable mountain. We cannot do this. The inspector is our comrade. His past, his suffering, are integral to our mythic universe, not tools to be exploited at will. His gaze swept over Zhang Bai, tinged with reproach. If we achieve our ends through such means, how are we any different from those banks that assign a price tag to everything? The general's words plunged many members into deep thought. Even the trickster, unusually, offered no rebuttal, merely stroking his chin thoughtfully. General, I understand your concerns, Zhang Bai responded calmly. But you confuse exploiting with borrowing. We don't intend to drain its value, we seek to borrow its unique frequency. This requires the inspector's consent and cooperation. Should he refuse, this plan ceases immediately. All eyes turned to the inspector. The former bureau official now gazed silently at the diary that belonged to him. His face bore no expression, yet the portion of the cosmic laws that belonged to him in the mythic universe trembled faintly. At the bureau, I processed countless reports, the inspector spoke slowly, his voice tinged with self-mockery. Within those reports lay the rise of civilizations, the sacrifice of heroes, the extinction of stars, and the birth of love. I witnessed so much that eventually, all meaning became nothing more than strings of data requiring filing. I began to doubt whether the order I upheld was itself a vast, meaningless cycle. I sealed these doubts, this exhaustion, this emptiness inside this vessel. Because I knew these emotions were poison to a guardian of order. He lifted his head and looked at Zhang Bai. But you are different. You forged anger into battle axes, transformed cunning into authority, and turned questions into weapons. You gave every negative, chaotic concept its place within the mythos. You are imbuing meaninglessness with meaning. A rare curve, almost a smile, touched the corner of the inspector's mouth. So, there's no need to ask my permission. It's not just my past now, it's also an asset of the Department of Divine Compilation. Use it as you see fit. He paused, adding, however, according to Article 3 of the Departmental Internal Asset Utilization Procedures, a detailed usage report and damage assessment must be submitted afterward. This bureaucratic addendum instantly lightened the heavy atmosphere. The fraudster chuckled. You're such a stickler. General Long Xiao relaxed his grip on the battle axe. He shot the inspector a complex look, which finally dissolved into a sigh of tacit agreement. With the greatest obstacle cleared, the operation commenced immediately. General Zhang Bai commanded, construct the order barrier to completely isolate this space. We only need the collector's signal. Any stray cats or dogs drawn by this bait, keep them all out. General Dragon roared, slamming his battle axe into the ground. The intangible laws of order solidified into a tangible barrier, like layer upon layer of impenetrable crystal, sealing the core space completely. Deceiver, storyteller. Right here, boss. You two handle the seasoning. Zhang Bai instructed, pure sense of loss is just ordinary negativity, it won't lure the big fish. What you must do is add a story to this loss. A story about a figure who once wielded cosmic-level authority, who, upon comprehending ultimate truth, grew weary and sought to sell the very source of his existence. We need to make this loss sound incredibly valuable. Ha! That I know. The fraudster perked up, leaning close to the storyteller's glass sphere. They began whispering together, one feeding wild, fantastical lies, the other weaving them into a logically coherent web. Question 001. The spinning question mark drifted before the black sphere. You are the tuner. Zhang Bai's command was clear and precise. Use your endless questions to stimulate the core of this black sphere. What lies at the end of order? Who defines the value of existence? If oblivion is the ultimate destination, what is the meaning of memory? Use your questions to make its frequency sharper, purer. Command accepted. Initiating interrogation. Q001 immediately commenced its task. Finally, Zhang Bai turned to the inspector. Director, anchor yourself at the center and stabilize its core. Don't let it truly collapse. We only need its sigh, not its howl. The inspector nodded, crossed his legs, and sat down, his will reconnecting with the black sphere. An unprecedented concept fishing expedition officially commenced. The inspector's will guided the black sphere, releasing the most primordial void in exhaustion. Question 001's interrogations pierced this void like probes, sending ripples through the void. The deceiver and storyteller wove these ripples into an epic, sorrowful tale of a for-sale item, broadcasting it through the sword of law into the unknown depths of the cosmos. The entire mythic cosmos felt that oppressive sense of loss, as if 7 billion souls had simultaneously plunged into the most despairing heartbreak. Soon, reactions began to manifest beyond the crystal barrier. Vague, malevolent shadows were drawn to the disturbance. These cosmic scavengers were lowly conceptual beings that fed on others' negative emotions. They violently slammed into General Long Xiao's order barrier, producing a series of teeth-grinding scraping sounds. A bunch of flies, General Long Xiao snorted disdainfully. The order runes on the barrier flashed, and the shadows screamed as they dissolved into wisps of smoke. Time ticked by second. The inspector's face began to pale. Sustaining such an intense emotional release was a tremendous drain on him. Just as everyone began to doubt the method's effectiveness, question 001 abruptly ceased its interrogation. Locked. A signal. It wasn't transmitted through any form of energy. It was like an outcome appearing out of thin air, a conclusion without a process. That signal cold, precise, carrying an air of superior scrutiny and appraisal. It wasn't like a monster, nor like a deity. It was like an experienced auctioneer examining an antique about to go under the hammer. Chapter 142, Stasis Point. The signal swept over the black sphere, seemingly satisfied with the quality of this commodity. The next instant, before everyone's eyes, a card of pure black as if formed from the most pristine void coalesced out of thin air. It drifted slowly downward, caught in Zhang Bai's hand. An invitation. The card bore no unnecessary adornments, only a few lines of text radiating an aura of absolute ownership. Auction location, Stasis Point. Auction time, when a forgotten star sells its last glimmer of light to the darkness. Seat, +1. Success. A stifled cheer erupted within the divine editing department. Yet, at that very moment, an entirely different aura descended without warning. This aura was equally cold and professional, yet it carried an additional, relentless edge of performance pressure beyond the collector's signal. General Long Xiao's order barrier offered no resistance whatsoever against this aura, instantly pierced by an invisible commercial law. A figure materialized before them. It was a life form clad in a silver-gray, form-fitting uniform, its form shifting constantly, now a decisive career woman, now a sharp, efficient middle-aged man. The only constants were the professional, emotionless smile on its face and the performance terminal in its hand, constantly flashing data. Good day, everyone, the entity's voice resonated like the harmonized sound of countless contracts being signed simultaneously. I am Special Agent K-800 of the Interdimensional Accounts Receivable Management and Enforcement Bureau. It is a pleasure to meet my fellow practitioners. Colleagues? K-800's gaze locked directly onto the black invitation in Zhang Bai's hand. Per Section 4, Chapter 9 of the Multiverse Fair Business Competition Act, when multiple legitimate debt collection agencies simultaneously track the same debtor, the agency that first obtains a critical breakthrough lead possesses priority rights to that lead. K-800 smiled, yet his tone brooked no argument. We've been tracking the collector for 3 cosmic cycles. He stole a vital asset from our client. The concept beacon you just deployed disrupted our tracking network, but it also pinpointed the entrance to the auction. Therefore, both in principle and in practice. She extended a hand toward Zhang Bai. This invitation belongs to us. The air froze once more. The members of the Divine Editorial Department exchanged stunned glances. They'd schemed relentlessly, using their boss's dark past as bait to finally reel in their catch, only for a colleague to suddenly appear mid-strike, demanding to snatch their fishing rod. This universe really is a ING workplace. The K800's design solidified at the conceptual stage, ultimately settling on an upright, androgynous figure with a blurred face that radiated absolute professionalism. Her smile was as perfectly calibrated as if measured with a ruler, each curve precisely conveying a signal of friendliness. Yet beneath that signal lay an icy, unyielding, no questions asked resolve. Within the mythic universe, the atmosphere instantly shifted from the joy of a successful catch to the shock and fury of having their prey snatched away. General Long Xiao's battle axe hummed with energy, the order law taut around him as if poised to strike at any moment. For a soldier, the most direct solution was to define this uninvited guest as an enemy and eliminate it. Don't act rashly, General, Zhang Bai's voice echoed through the collective consciousness of the mythic universe, calm, yet carrying an unmistakable command. He is not an enemy, at least not yet. He is something far more troublesome. Regulations, the inspector's voice followed immediately. He pushed non-existent glasses up his nose. Facing this intergalactic bureaucracy, the DNA ingrained deep within his bones seemed to activate. K800 invokes the Multiverse Fair Competition Act. This legislation, spearheaded by the original exchange and signed by the first 13 Level 4 civilizations, aims to regulate predatory competition within high-dimensional economic activities. Though our divine editing department isn't a signatory, our current debt collector status was granted by the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Clearing Bank, one of the founding council members of this act. Thus, theoretically, we are bound by it. The inspector's explanation poured cold water on General Long Xiao's fighting spirit, yet ignited the fraudster's interest. Interesting. The fraudster's consciousness flickered through space as he circled K800, appraising him like a novel toy. So you're saying we put on this elaborate show, using the boss's dark past as bait, only to have the fish we catch snatched by the angler at the next table, and we're supposed to thank him? K800's smile remained unchanged, to be precise, its shared catch. After all, your bait only emitted a signal because our tracking network has long pressured the collector, forcing him to expand his search range. Your actions can be legally defined as collaborative behavior under shared commercial objectives, regardless of your awareness. Therefore, we hold priority rights to the final outcome, or at least primary ownership. Her logic was airtight, dismissing all efforts by the divine editing department as mere unconscious assistance. I object, Zhang Bai interjected. He stepped forward, facing K800 directly. The black invitation in his hand seemed as light as a feather. I haven't read the statute you cited. But since it's commercial law, it can't escape the most fundamental principles, cost versus benefit, and asset classification. Zhang Bai's gaze was as calm as still water. First, let's discuss cost. The bait we provided is not the conceptual beacon you dismiss so lightly. It is the complete narrative personality profile of a senior advisor from our department, a comprehensive journey from a high-ranking bureaucrat in a level 4 civilization to a skeptic of the order. Its complexity and depth make it a unique narrative asset in itself. May I ask, what did your bureau invest in this core cost? For the first time, K800's smile faltered with an imperceptible freeze. Zhang Bai pressed on without pause. Second, regarding asset classification. You deemed this invitation a critical breakthrough clue, a process-based asset. But I believe you are mistaken. He raised the invitation in his hand. This isn't a clue. It's a letter of intent to purchase issued by the collector for our narrative asset. It represents an outcome, not a process. Its existence signifies the completion of a full, albeit one-sided transaction between us and the collector. Under the fundamental commercial laws of any civilization, the proof of completed transaction belongs to the seller. And we are that seller. Zhang Bai's words sliced through K800's elaborate legal rhetoric like a sharp scalpel, stripping it down to the most fundamental buy-sell relationship. Chapter 143, The Art of Cosmic Commercial Law. Silence fell within the mythic universe. Within the inspector's consciousness, a complex emotion surfaced, a blend of I knew it and utterly astonishing. The fraudster, however, emitted an unabashed chuckle. K800 fell silent for a moment. The performance terminal on its wrist rapidly flashed with massive data streams, evidently conducting high-speed legal text searches and logical model simulations. An interesting interpretation. Seconds later, K800 spoke again, the smile unchanged but tinged with new gravity. Minister Zhang Bai, is it? I've reviewed your mythology compilation department records. A newly established anomalous concept containment and mythology compilation department still in its probationary phase. Your scope of operations bears no relation whatsoever to our cross-dimensional accounts receivable management and enforcement bureau. She shifted gears, but your understanding of asset classification is quite professional. I'll concede that from a narrative asset transaction perspective, your argument holds some merit. Yet this cannot override the higher priority of the Fairness Act. Our shared target is the collector and the debtor he holds player weaver. Before the paramount goal of debt recovery, the attribution of all procedural gains can be redefined. So you're saying that how the law is interpreted ultimately depends on whose objective is more superior and whose fist is harder? General Long Xiao snorted coldly, the order runes on his battle axe glowing brighter once more. No, quite the opposite, K800 shook his head. It depends on whose legitimacy is stronger. Our bureau holds an indefinite enforcement order against collectors issued directly by the 13 Civilizations Council. You, however, possess only a special recovery authorization from Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit. Legally, we hold the higher ground. This was another undeniable fact. The advantage the Divine Compilation Department had just gained seemed to be crushed by the other side once more. The entire space fell into deadlock once more. The other side held higher-level legal authorization, while their own side possessed direct proof of the transaction. To forcibly seize it? K800's capabilities were unfathomable, and the institution backing it was a colossal entity. To abandon it? Not only would it mean all their previous efforts were wasted, but it would also negate the very principles of the Divine Compilation Department itself. In that case, Zhang Bai looked at K800, his face suddenly breaking into a smile identical to the other's standard and professional. I believe we may require a supplementary agreement. Zhang Bai's proposal caused the data streams in K800's eyes to accelerate once more. A supplementary agreement? K800's tone carried a hint of evaluation. Yes. Zhang Bai gently placed the black invitation card into the void before him, where it hovered, radiating an alluring aura of ownership. We possess the key to enter the auction, the sole physical credential. You hold the higher order legal justice, which secures the moral high ground in any potential future conflict. Each of us has strengths and weaknesses. He spread his hands in an open gesture. Our goals align, both stolen player web spinners by the collector. Given that, why not collaborate? Let's execute this asset recovery mission jointly under both organizations' names. We'll form a temporary joint task force. We provide the entry tickets and frontline execution capabilities, you supply the legal backing and intelligence networks. The ultimate reward, the divinity and authority of the web spinner, will be distributed fairly based on each party's contribution during the operation. This proposal, steeped in rational business logic, left K800 unable to outright refuse. Forcibly seizing the invitation would trigger direct conflict with the Pan-Cosmic Credit Bank, a violation of protocol. Withdrawal meant mission failure. Cooperation appeared the sole option, maximizing mutual interests at present. Cooperation. K800 repeated the word, their gaze shifting between Zhang Bai and the floating invitation. Requires a detailed, legally binding contract with clearly defined responsibilities and rights. Naturally, a voice interjected. The inspector stepped forward, a thick, luminous document template materializing in his hand, densely packed with clauses. I've drafted a preliminary version of the Memorandum of Understanding for the Interagency Joint Operation targeting the collector and recovering assets player web spinner. Version 1.0. We can negotiate the specific terms. Seeing the inspector's bone-deep professionalism, K800's eyes flickered with a hint of something bordering on admiration for the first time. Excellent. My legal AI, Judgment Matrix 7, will represent us in full capacity. Thus, within the core space of the mythic universe, a cosmic-scale business negotiation unfolded in a bizarrely surreal manner. On one side stood the former bureau inspector, backed by a fraudster who periodically proposed absurd clauses like compensation for emotional distress and creative copyright taxes, alongside a storyteller tasked with making all unreasonable terms logically coherent. On the other side sat K800 and his coldly efficient legal AI. The negotiation quickly centered on quantifying the contribution ratio. Our position, K800's voice stated, is that providing legal endorsement for an indefinite enforcement order should account for 51% of total contribution, ensuring our dominant role in the joint operation. Objection, the inspector retorted immediately. Legal endorsement constitutes fixed asset investment and cannot cover dynamic risks during operations. Our side provided the sole entry ticket and, as frontline operatives, bore over 90% of the unknown risks. Therefore, we should hold the dominant position or at least possess a veto right. Regarding risk assessment, K800 pulled up a star chart. Based on our agency's 3 cosmic era tracking data, the stasis point, the location of the collector's auction, is an absolute neutral zone. There, any form of hostile action is stasis locked. Thus, the physical risks of frontline operations approach zero. The real risk lies in the transaction itself. And transactions are our specialty. Your data is outdated, the con artist drawled. You've only calculated physical and regulatory risks, overlooking the danger of boredom-induced fatality. What if the auction items are utterly dull, triggering mass existential fatigue among our personnel? Will you compensate for that mental attrition? K800's legal AI seemed to freeze for 0.01 seconds, clearly unable to quantify the losses from boredom-induced death. Thus, negotiations dragged on for hours, oscillating between serious and absurd topics. They argued over command authority, spoils distribution, encryption levels for information sharing, and even who would lead the post-operation press conference. Finally, with Zhang Bai's decisive approval, both sides reached an agreement that could be called a work of art. Chapter 144, Temporary Partnership Agreement. The agreement stipulated: both parties shall form a joint Special Assets Recovery Task Force, codenamed Operation Netclosure. 2. The Divine Script Department shall retain the invitation and handle all operational aspects of entering the auction venue. K800 shall accompany as a special observer, providing legal consultation and remote support. 3. Supreme command of the operation shall be jointly exercised by an ad hoc decision committee. Composed of Zhang Bai and K800, the committee operates under a dual-core decision mechanism, requiring unanimous consent for all major decisions. 4. Ownership of the recovered Weaver deity essence shall belong to the Divine Compilation Department. However, a substantial assistance fee shall be paid to the Cross-Dimensional Accounts Receivable Management and Enforcement Bureau where K800 is stationed. This fee shall be settled in units of mythological narrative currency. As the inspector and K800 simultaneously signed their names on the electronic contract radiating the radiance of divine law, a potential catastrophic conflict was finally transformed into a collaboration steeped in mutual distrust and calculated maneuvering. Pleased to cooperate, K800 said, tucking away the contract. The smile on his face seemed a touch more genuine. Pleased to cooperate, Zhang Bai replied. Preparations commenced immediately. According to the invitation, they needed to travel to the stasis point. The stasis point has no fixed spacetime coordinates. K800 displayed a complex star chart. It is a conceptual singularity accessible only through conceptual navigation. Your invitation serves as the beacon. How do we navigate? Zhang Bai asked. Temporarily define your entire mythological universe as a conceptual vessel. Use the invitation as the bow, your collective will as the engine, and my enforcement order as the chart. Forcefully tear open a temporary passage to the stasis point. K800 explained, this process will be turbulent. Ensure your crew, the 70 billion human wills, remain emotionally stable. The command was issued. The sword of law began to shift form. The mythic cosmos of 7 billion souls was intensely compressed, coalescing into a colossal vessel beyond physical description, a ship woven from radiance, narratives, and laws. General Dragon Roar's order formed the keel, the deceiver's chaos became the sails, the storyteller's record served as the navigation log, and Question 001's questions functioned as the radar scanning the path ahead. Zhang Bai stood at the bow, holding a black invitation. K800 dissolved into a pure data stream, merging into the colossal vessel's navigation system. Set sail. Zhang Bai pressed the invitation into the core at the bow. In an instant, the entire mythic universe seemed torn from reality by an invisible giant hand, hurled into a turbulent maelstrom of bizarre colors and fractured logic. Time, space, causality, meaning, every familiar concept was relentlessly twisted, shattered, and reassembled. Countless fragments of non-human memories and surges of emotion washed over the colossal vessel, the algorithmic sorrow of a silicon-based civilization regarding eternity, the collective ecstasy of a gaseous lifeform toward convergence, and the endless terror of an extinct race toward silence. This is navigating the ocean of concepts. Within the mythic cosmos, human wills experienced violent fluctuations. Some weaker individuals began to be assimilated by these alien informations. Hold steady, roared General Long Xiao. His will crystallized into a golden halo enveloping the entire vessel, the laws of order forcibly repelling the encroaching chaos. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an instant, or perhaps eons. The turbulent currents ahead suddenly subsided. An absolute silence appeared before them. Not darkness, nor nothingness, a state where all possibilities had been suspended. Like the final ray of light from a long-extinguished star, frozen midair like a specimen encased in amber. Here, time itself seemed to become a collectible commodity. They had reached the stasis point. At the heart of that silence, a structure beyond description floated. It seemed layered from countless phantom auction hammers, shifting form with every glance, yet its core concepts of transaction and possession remained crystal clear. Welcome to the exchange of all things, K800's voice echoed through the navigation system, tinged with an unprecedented solemnity. Or, by its more ancient name, the collector's heart. The conceptual vessel slowly entered the range of the stasis point. In that instant, 7 billion human wills simultaneously experienced a peculiar sensation of detachment. As if my very existence had been extracted from the flow of time, transformed into an exhibit displayed within a glass case. All movement, whether the processing of thoughts or the ebb and flow of emotions, had become sluggish and heavy. Here, every action demanded an additional cost. Everything here adheres to the absolute principle of equivalent exchange, K800's voice echoed through the navigation system, explaining to the group. The sluggishness you now feel stems from your free consumption of this place's time and space. The stasis point automatically extracts an equivalent amount of potential from your existence as payment. The longer you stay, the more diluted your future becomes. A collective gasp rippled through the mythic universe. This place charged even for breathing. Then how do we proceed? General Long Xiao demanded, feeling his battle axe heavier than ever. Each swing seemed to drain his conviction in victory. Purchase, K800 stated succinctly. Use your assets to buy permission to act here. It could be memories, emotions, stories, or even a concept from your mythology. The more precious and unique the item, the longer the stay time it can buy. Only then did the group grasp that stepping into this place was, from the very first step, a transaction. The black invitation in Zhang Bai's hand now emitted a faint glow, forming an exemption field with a radius of 100 meters. Within this field, the draining sensation of sluggishness vanished. The invitation itself is a top-tier prepaid card, K800 explained. But its credit is limited just enough to get us to the auction hall's entrance. They began moving toward the building formed by the phantom auction gavel. Along the way, they encountered other customers. A spiral nebula formed entirely of pure anxiety carefully separated a small fragment of fear of the unknown from itself, placing it upon a floating tray. The tray immediately illuminated, granting the nebula permission to remain stationary for 10 standard hours. A colossus assembled from countless shattered thrones traded an entire dynasty's rise and fall for a cup of wine of nothingness that would temporarily drown out its betrayal. Chapter 145, More Dangerous Than Imagined. A seemingly ordinary humanoid creature flashed a first love gaze in its pupils, purchasing a sliver of absolute silence from a wandering concept merchant, then carefully stitched it into its own shadow. Every being here was both a collector and a collectible. They traded metaphysical concepts as casually as mortals traded daily necessities. Look over there. The fraudster's consciousness suddenly stirred, pointing toward a corner. There, a solitary figure sat in stillness. He appeared human, clad in ancient scholar's robes, yet the concepts around him constantly collapsed and ended. Merely sitting there, time and space around him seemed warped by the sheer weight of his presence. Paradox scholar, K800 warned, his tone laced with caution. A living paradox whose very existence proves the unknowability of the universe. Don't look at him. If he notices you, your mythic universe might spiral into a logical deadlock, unable to parse his existence. The group immediately averted their gaze. This place was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Finally, they reached the entrance of the magnificent structure. No guards stood watch, only a colossal balance scale fashioned from pure gold. Zhang Bai placed the black invitation card on one side of the scales. On the other side, a +1 symbol instantly appeared before slowly descending. The invitation's weight sufficed to cover the admission fee for all of them. The moment the scales balanced, the scene before them opened up. An immense circular auditorium stretched before them. Endless rows of seats ascended toward an invisible dome. Each seat held a presence, some terrifying, some eerie, some profoundly enigmatic. The customers they had glimpsed outside now seemed utterly insignificant here. At the center of the hall stood a massive circular platform. A voice resounded simultaneously within the minds of all beings present. This voice contained no sound waves, it was a direct information implant. Devoid of emotion or inflection, it carried an authority that seemed to define all things. Welcome, all owners. It was the collector. In this cycle, we have had the privilege of cataloging 3,721 new existences. From the courage of a lost civilization to the resolve captured in the instant before a supernova's explosion. As its voice echoed, countless shimmering miniatures appeared above the display platform, each representing a unique collection. The rules remain unchanged. Bidders exchange based on the concept of equal or greater value. The highest bidder claims it. Within the heart of the collector, everything has its price, and everything shall ultimately be collected. As the words fell, the atmosphere in the entire venue grew feverish. That primal desire for possession, born deep within the soul, was ignited in an instant. Then, let us begin. First item up for auction. The light at the center of the display suddenly condensed, coalescing into a constantly rotating orb composed of countless images. Within the orb lay a sapphire blue planet. Upon its surface, primordial life was emerging, the rudiments of cities were rising, and humanity gazed upward at the starry sky filled with ignorance, awe, and infinite possibilities. That planet was Earth. But not the Earth they left behind. Rather, it was an Earth older, more primordial, before the advent of all gods and all calamities. A cold voice echoed in everyone's consciousness, labeling this item for auction. Lot number 001. Name, Civilization Sample Earth G007 Pre-Ignition Edition. Description, a complete, untouched possibility sample of a civilization from a timeline now overwritten, free from any higher dimensional intervention. It possesses the full potential to evolve into any form of top-tier civilization, be it technological, mythological, or psychic. A pure, unpolished miracle. Owner's note, extracted from the memory ruins of the shepherd. Perfect quality. Within the mythic universe, a colossal tidal wave erupted in an instant. General Long Xiao's will erupted in a furious roar. Academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing's minds nearly froze. The inspector's law core trembled violently. That was their past. Their most precious, long-lost homeland before they were swept into this endless conflict. How could it be here? How could it become an item up for public auction? K800's data stream also experienced a momentary disruption, clearly caught off guard by this opening. Zhang Bai's inner world was equally churning, yet he forcibly suppressed all emotion. He knew the collector was observing them. Any excessive reaction would become fuel for the opponent's bidding. Now, the collector's voice sounded again, tinged with an almost imperceptible hint of amusement. Starting bid, a complete, never-before-told myth. Bidding begins. Starting bid, a complete, never-before-told myth. Bidding begins. The collector's voice struck like an invisible sledgehammer, shattering the last shred of hope within the mythic universe. 70 billion human wills were instantly torn between two diametrically opposed emotions, an endless longing for their lost home, and a bone-chilling despair at the astronomical starting bid. A complete myth. Academician Wei Zhang's consciousness wavered slightly within the command center, his voice raspy and strained. Our sword of law, our entire civilization, is built upon the unfinished myth of the sword-bearer. To bid is to destroy ourselves. This is outrageous. General Long Xiao's fury crystallized into tangible thunder, crackling at the very level of the mythic universe's laws. They're forcing us to trade our future for a past that's long vanished. Panic and fury spread like a virus through the collective consciousness. Some wills began recalling the tranquil life on that blue planet, feeling profound exhaustion toward battle and endless escalation. For the first time, the blade of the sword of law that light forged from 70 billion stories flickered faintly, a tremor born of internal discord. Silence. Zhang Bai's voice was not loud, yet it acted like an anchor, forcibly suppressing the boiling chaos. He offered no explanation to the crowd, merely fixing his gaze, or rather, the entire perception of the sword of law firmly upon the spinning orb of light at the center of the hall. His consciousness was like a perfectly smooth mirror, concealing all inner turmoil in its deepest recesses, reflecting only icy calm. Chapter 146, Price and Cost. He knew that at this moment, the entity known as the collector was reveling in their agony and struggle. Any emotional slip would become a weight for the other to gauge the value of this auction item, or even a justification to drive up the price. An interesting specimen, a languid voice, seemingly woven from countless paradoxes, sounded nearby. It was the paradox scholar, who didn't even glance at the display case, merely observing the chaos within the mythic universe with keen interest. A possibility itself, suffering for a solidified past. This moment alone is worth collecting. K800's data stream flashed a warning. Alert, the paradox scholar's attention is causing minor erosion to your logical foundations. Recommend severing sensory links with him. Zhang Bai ignored it. He knew that in this place, every bystander could be a potential buyer or enemy. A brief silence filled the hall. A vast aggregate formed from countless shimmering crystals emitted a crisp, wind chime-like thought, I bid. The principle of absolute symmetry. A universe model mathematically flawless, where all laws can be mirror-reversed. It has never been realized. Its purity surpasses this sample tainted by randomness. The ethereal scales on the display platform tilted slightly, the side representing Earth G007 rising to indicate the higher value of the principle of absolute symmetry. Symmetry is rigidity. Another shadowed presence spoke, a swirling black mist woven from the concepts of end and survival. I bid for Twilight of the End. It tells the tale of the last sentient being in a universe where entropy has reached its limit, sacrificing itself as fuel to ignite a fleeting light, illuminating the entire lifeless cosmos. Its tragic grandeur far surpasses that of an untold fairy tale. The scales swayed once more. The bidding commenced. Each bid was an unfathomable tale, representing another civilization's pinnacle achievement or ultimate fantasy. Listening to these offers, the crowd within the mythic universe felt despair deepen. Any single myth these beings offered could crush their fledgling civilizational history. What do we do? Zhang Bai, what do we do? Academician Su Hongxing's voice trembled. We simply can't afford it. Buy. The fraudster's consciousness rippled with sharp, mocking intensity. Why think in terms of buying? You honest folk is trading all you can conceive? This place is called the exchange of all things, not a charity auction. If he can sell, why can't we seize? Shut up. The inspector cut him off coldly. Attempting force within the collector's rules is like trying to prove 2 + 2 = 5 inside a mathematician's mind. You'd be erased by the rules themselves, leaving not a trace. And you'd drag us all into being judged as malicious defaulters of fate, far worse than bankruptcy liquidation. Then we just stand by? General Long Xiao's will nearly crystallized into a battle axe ready to strike. Zhang Bai remained silent. He simply watched as those dazzling myths were tossed like chips, watched as the planet that held their very origins was weighed and reweighed on the scales. Finally, after lingering for an extended period on the price for apocalyptic afterglow, the auction hall fell temporarily silent. It seemed this bid had approached the psychological threshold for most participants. The collector's voice rang out again, tinged with urgency, Twilight of the Apocalypse. Any higher bids? Once. Within the mythic universe, despair reached its peak. Second. Just as the collector was about to bring down that invisible gavel, Zhang Bai finally moved. He did not bid. Instead, he commanded the sword of law to emit a clear, calm, yet resounding thought that echoed throughout the entire venue. This item has a flaw. In an instant, every gaze in the auction hall focused on the sword of law. The clamorous exchange of thoughts fell silent. For the first time, a ripple of disturbance appeared in the collector's voice, like a crack forming in ice that had remained frozen for 10,000 years. Explain. My collection has never had flaws. You stated this sample originates from the shepherd's memory ruins. Zhang Bai's thought transmission was measured and deliberate. Then I ask all present, especially the masters versed in concepts and information, is memory real? He did not wait for a response, continuing instead, memory is not replication, but recreation. Every recollection is a recreation. It becomes tainted by the recollector's emotions, preferences, and even the very essence of their being. This planet appears beautiful, pristine, full of potential. But is it truly the original Earth? Or is it merely a projection of the shepherd's idyllic, perfectly ordered utopia where all sheep are docile and adorable? Within the mythic universe, academicians Wei Zhang and Su Hongxing were struck as if by lightning, instantly grasping the truth. They immediately mobilized all computational power, frantically analyzing the faintest information streams emanating from the luminous sphere. Zhang Bai's words continued to reverberate through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are bidding on now may not be a seed of civilization brimming with infinite potential. It could be a deity's beautiful dream, a work of art imbued with a strong personal style. A second-hand item. Nonsense, roared the Black Mist, bidding is apocalyptic twilight, its voice thick with fury. A collector's reputation is beyond reproach. Yet most fell silent. Particularly the paradox scholar, whose previously languid posture shifted slightly. For the first time, he fixed his gaze squarely on the glowing orb on the display stand, seemingly developing a keen interest in this imperfection itself. K800's data core flashed frantically as he sent Zhang Bai an encrypted message. What are you doing? Questioning a collector's appraisal is the highest level of provocation. He has the right to expel us or even decommission us on grounds of disrupting auction order. Zhang Bai did not respond to K800. At that moment, academician Wei Zhang's voice echoed within the mythic universe, tinged with shock and a hint of resigned acceptance. Zhang Bai is correct. We analyzed the fundamental physical constants and life evolution models emanating from the sample. The data exhibits minute, systematic deviations. All evolutionary pathways are abnormally smooth, lacking crucial mutations driven by chaos and accident. This planet's evolutionary history has been engineered. Its possibilities were constrained from the very beginning. This is not a seed of freedom, it is a meticulously pruned bonsai. This discovery shattered the last shred of hope for 7 billion human wills. That was not home. Chapter 147, The Weapon of Rules. It was merely a powerful entity's clumsy imitation and self-serving embellishment of their home. An indescribable sorrow and rage replaced the previous longing. It was the double humiliation of having one's home stolen, only to discover the replacement was a counterfeit. Zhang Bai sensed this emotion. He did not let it spill over, but channeled it into a cold, resolute force. Now, he declared to the entire hall, enunciating each word, I formally pose a question to the collector and all bidders on behalf of the original owner of this flawed replica, ourselves. A counterfeit, a tampered narrative, an ancient dream of a deity. Are you certain you still wish to trade it for a complete myth of your own? His voice, like a sharp blade, pierced precisely into the heart of this frenzied auction. The collector's voice fell silent for an eternity, as if time itself had frozen. Then, it responded in a tone colder and more unquestioning than before. Value is determined by demand. The auction continues. With its declaration, the vast crystal conglomerate once again emitted a wind chime-like sound, but this time, it carried a distinct note of greed. I raise the bid. Upon the foundation of the principle of absolute symmetry, I add the concept of the primordial silence. A myth that would allow any civilization, at its very inception, to comprehend absolute tranquility and thereby abandon all feudal strife. I demand this designed perfection. The scales tilted sharply in favor of the crystal conglomerate. Zhang Bai's strategy seemed to have failed. The crystal conglomerate's bid poured cold water over the newly kindled hope of the mythic universe. Far from being deterred by the flaw, the opponent displayed a pathological craving for this designed perfection. This utterly disrupted Zhang Bai's plan. Damn it, we've stumbled upon a guy with twisted taste, the fraudster's thought seethed with frustration. What do we do now? Our negative review has become its selling point. The auction hall's atmosphere grew eerie once more. Some hesitant bidders seemed to find new value in this perspective, re-evaluating the fake item. General Long Xiao's resolve was as heavy as a mountain. Without sufficient hard power, any strategy is mere empty talk. We have no bargaining chips to bring to the table. This simple statement laid bare the harshest reality. In the exchange of all things, where absolute equivalence of exchange reigned supreme, no value meant no voice. Zhang Bai's mind raced. He knew conventional tactics were useless now. Undermining the item's worth was futile, and he lacked the standing to bid. Since he couldn't play on value, he had to target the rules themselves. But the collector's rules were near divine, flawless. Unless he could find a higher dimensional rule that superseded its transaction rules. A universal law that all civilizations, no matter how powerful, must implicitly obey. Like law. Zhang Bai's gaze shifted to the figure within the mythic universe command center who had remained silent throughout, appearing merely as an observer. The inspector. Inspector, Zhang Bai's thoughts transmitted directly. What was the full name of your previous unit? The inspector paused, seemingly taken aback that Zhang Bai would ask this at such a critical moment. He answered instinctively, Director of the Office and Human Resources Advisor for the Anomaly Concept Containment and Mythology Compilation Department, under the Reality Maintenance Bureau. His voice carried a hint of self-deprecating precision. The Bureau, Zhang Bai latched onto the keyword. What is its legal relationship with the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Liquidation Bank and the Cross-Dimensional Accounts Receivable Management and Enforcement Bureau where K-800 is stationed? The question stunned everyone present. The inspector's mind paused briefly before his brain, long accustomed to processing bureaucratic documents and regulations, began racing at an unprecedented speed. He summoned the vast, intricate cosmic-level legal statutes he'd mastered during his tenure as a General Bureau civil servant. The General Bureau primarily holds jurisdiction over reality stability and narrative security domains, while the Liquidation Bank and Enforcement Bureau operate vertically within the commerce and contract sphere. They are theoretically peer-level entities governed by distinct cosmic legal systems. Yet all legal systems must ultimately comply with the supreme multiverse basic law. The inspector's voice grew clear and authoritative, as if he'd rediscovered the rhythm of reviewing documents from his former days. K-800, Zhang Bai's mental command shifted to his temporary partner. Does our cooperation agreement include a clause for providing necessary legal support? K-800's core matrix flickered as it confirmed. Article 17, Clause 3 explicitly states, during the pursuit of the target web spinner, Party D K-800 is obligated to provide Party A Divine Compilation Department with legal framework support and military deterrence within its authorized scope. However, the current target is Earth G007, unrelated to the web spinner. Relevant, Zhang Bai's voice was unwavering. This auction item was extracted from the memory ruins of the Shepherd. The Shepherd is a pivotal antagonist in our civilization's narrative, a participant in the arena of the gods alongside the web spinner. Their actions directly precipitated our civilization's current predicament and indirectly led to the Weaver's bank loan default. Within this causal chain, they are jointly responsible parties. K-800's data stream stuttered for 3 full seconds as it processed Zhang Bai's logic, a maneuver that could only be described as cosmic-level blame shifting. Therefore, Zhang Bai's consciousness shifted toward the inspector, issuing an order that stunned everyone present. Inspector, I command you in my capacity as Minister of the Divine Compilation Bureau, immediately draft an asset freeze and investigation request under the designation Joint Liability Parties of the web spinner debt case. The target is this very Earth G007. We are seizing it. A deathly silence fell over the mythology universe. Seize an art collector's piece? In this realm, using a mere official document to confront a group of ancient gods wielding mythology? The fraudster's consciousness brimmed with absurd laughter. I love this plan. Crushing gods with scrap paper, how utterly dramatic. Within the inspector's body, something long extinguished reignited. He was no longer the disillusioned former official hiding in the break room to assert his presence. He had reverted to the director of the General Bureau, wielding authority and reviewing universe-level documents. Received. His voice was utterly composed, even tinged with relish. The application requires authorization from a legal entity and endorsement from an executing agency. K-800, per our cooperation agreement, I need to invoke your Enforcement Bureau legal AI and designate it as the co-executor of this application in your name. Chapter 148, The Collector's Tribunal. K-800 fell silent. It was assessing the risks. Submitting this application meant it and the Divine Compilation Department would formally oppose the collector and all bidders. But if successful, they would seize control without a fight. Authorization granted. Finally, K-800 made its decision. It was a gamble. The next moment, a peculiar storm erupted within the mythic universe's command center. The inspectors will crystallized into a precision legal machine, reciting clause after clause from the Multiverse Asset Preservation Act with flawless precision. Pursuant to Section 1138 of the Act, concerning provisions for cross-narrative contamination liability traceability. Citing precedent number 7 of the Andromeda Galaxy M31 Commercial Court concerning joint liquidation of divine entities in bankruptcy. Requesting an emergency freeze order on grounds that the subject matter is suspected of containing critical evidence, with significant risk of evidence chain disruption through bona fide acquisition by third parties. K-800's legal AI transformed the inspector's dictation into shimmering golden runes, pure legal codes, each radiating golden light. These runes linked and combined, until finally, under the gaze of all present, a vast, intricate golden scroll emanating an aura of order and indisputability slowly unfurled mid-air within the auction hall. At the scroll's apex sat 2 crimson emblems, seemingly forged from countless contracts, one bearing K-800's Executive Bureau insignia, a balance and sword, the other, materialized from thin air by the inspector, a plain gray gear representing the Reality Maintenance Bureau. Temporary Asset Freeze Order. The massive title, bearing an authority that brooked no argument, descended upon the blue planet displayed on the podium. Every sound, every thought, every glimmer of light in the entire auction hall vanished in that instant. Dead silence. The greedy intent of the crystal conglomerate froze. The entity within the black mist ceased its roar. The paradox scholars sat upright for the first time. Every being stared at the official document that had descended from the heavens as though witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. They had witnessed battles fought with divine power, cosmic laws, myths, and the universe itself. But they had never seen anyone fight with law. The collector's voice finally sounded again. But this time, it carried neither the auctioneer's amusement nor the appraiser's authority. Instead, it resonated with a tone more ancient, more neutral, as if the rules themselves were speaking. Objection. The exchange of all things is neutral ground, subject to no single legal system. The inspector pushed imaginary glasses up his nose and calmly replied, according to Article 1 of the Preamble to the Multiverse Basic Law, to uphold fundamental commercial integrity and orderly stability across the multiverse, no transactional activity, regardless of location, shall be exempt from the oversight of the Basic Law. Sir, are you questioning the Basic Law itself? The collector fell silent. Of course it could not challenge the Basic Law, the very foundation enabling inter-universal commerce. The golden freeze order descended like a mountain, slowly pressing down until it finally settled gently upon the luminous sphere of Earth G007. All the flowing light on the sphere's surface froze instantly, as if paused by an invisible button. Seizure successful. The auction hall erupted in commotion. The Inspector General exhaled a long breath, as if he had just completed a task that had consumed his entire being. He turned to look at Zhang Bai and said in a tone tinged with pride so subtle it was almost imperceptible, reporting to the minister, mission accomplished. Yet Zhang Bai's face showed no sign of relief. He knew the matter was far from over. They had merely shifted from the defendant's bench to the plaintiff's bench. The real trial was yet to come. And the judge would be the collector who had been forced to halt the auction. The moment the golden freeze order descended upon Earth G007, the very foundation of the exchange of all things seemed to shift. The once fiery, possessive auction atmosphere rapidly cooled, transforming into a solemn, rigorous, confrontational courtroom ambience. The display platform was no longer a stage but a judgment seat. In the endless rows of seats, the diverse bidders had morphed from buyers into a jury. Each one represented a potential aggrieved party. The will of the collector crystallized into the shadowy figure of a judge clad in black robes, face obscured, wielding a massive gavel looming high above the entire hall. The lawsuit has been accepted. Its voice reverberated in the minds of all present, authoritative and impartial, as if born for this purpose. Plaintiff, Divine Editorial Department and its temporary partner K800. Defendant, exchange of all things. Case, dispute over ownership and disposal rights of lot number 001 Earth G007. Now, the plaintiff shall present all grounds for requesting asset freeze. A ripple through K800's consciousness stream, the situation has escalated beyond projections. We've moved from a commercial dispute to challenging the exchange's fundamental rules. Risk assessment indicates our win probability is below 0.1%. But that's still higher than zero. The fraudster's consciousness brimmed with excitement. I'm starting to love this feeling. Proving the judge wrong right under their nose. This script is brilliant. Zhang Bai ignored the internal debate. He motioned for the inspector to step forward. The inspector cleared his throat, as if back in the headquarters conference room. Facing the colossal virtual image of the judge, he stated calmly and confidently, Your Honor, members of the jury. We present 3 arguments. First, evidentiary relevance. The auction item Earth G007 originated from the memory ruins of the shepherd. The shepherd shares explicit joint tortious conduct with the weaver, the massive debtor we are pursuing. Per the causal chain evidence traceability principle, any asset generated by the shepherd shall be deemed potential evidence or collateral in this case. It may not be transferred or traded until the case is concluded. Second, procedural legitimacy. When acquiring this item, the exchange of all things failed to conduct adequate due diligence on its provenance, neglecting to verify whether it was entangled in other unresolved causal disputes. This violates the definition of bona fide third party under the Multiverse Secondhand Asset Circulation Act. Consequently, the exchange lacks full disposal rights over this item. Third, and most crucially, civilizational attribution rights. The inspector's voice rose sharply, carrying an unprecedented resolve. The auction item Earth G007, though altered, derives its core concept and narrative prototype from us human civilization. Under the paramount clause of the Civilization Intellectual Property and Origin Attribution Act, the ultimate interpretive authority and ownership of any civilization's foundational narrative, regardless of its form, shall forever belong to that civilization itself. This is not merchandise, it is our stolen genealogy. You may trade crowns, but you cannot trade our surname. Chapter 149, The Foundations of the Mythic Universe. The inspector's statement rang out with force, its logic airtight and its legal reasoning crystal clear. Even K800's legal AI rated this impromptu legal argument as excellent. Within the mythic universe, 7 billion human wills erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet the collector, seated high upon the judgment seat, listened in silence. Only after the inspector finished did it speak slowly. Rebuttal 1. The chain of causality is overly broad. If this logic prevails, everything in the universe would be interconnected, rendering all transactions impossible. Rebuttal 2. The rule of the exchange of all things is value, not origin. Once an item enters the exchange, its past causal ties are severed, leaving only pure value for transaction. This is the very foundation of this exchange's existence, and it cannot be shaken. Rebuttal 3. The collector paused, its gaze seemingly piercing through time and space to fix upon the physical form of the Sword of Law. The Civilization Intellectual Property and Origin Attribution Act does indeed exist. However, this act carries a precondition: the civilization in question must be in existence and unified. And you, the collector's voice sharpened to surgical precision, as ruthless as a scalpel, in my collection records, your civilization's core entity was long ago formatted within the high-dimensional isolation protocol. You are merely a fugitive swarm of data phantoms. Moreover, just moments ago, a profound schism erupted within your ranks over whether to purchase this lot. What right does a fractured civilization, one legally extinct, have to claim sovereignty over the origin? Each sentence struck like a heavy hammer, smashing down upon the very foundations of the mythic universe. The inspector's logical framework crumbled under the opponent's higher-dimensional factual assertions. His face drained of color, unable to counter. General Long Xiao's fury was doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving only helplessness. The roar of 7 billion wills fell silent. The collector spoke the truth. They were exiles, survivors. Their vaunted Sword of Law was not an unbreakable edict. All arguments presented by the plaintiff are hereby dismissed. The collector raised the gavel in his hand. Now, I pronounce. Objection. A voice interrupted the judge's pronouncement. It was Zhang Bai. He controlled the Sword of Law, stepping forward to confront the colossal spectral figure. The collector's gaze turned to him. You? What right do you have to object? Qualification? A hint of mockery tinged Zhang Bai's thoughts. Simply because I am the wielder of this Sword of Law, the chosen representative of this divided and extinct civilization. My qualification is granted by the stories of 7 billion souls who still persist. He did not refute the harsh truths the collector presented, but instead offered a completely new perspective. You are correct. We are data phantoms. We are internally fractured. We possess nothing. Zhang Bai calmly acknowledged all this. But Your Honor, you overlook the most fundamental issue. You are presiding over a commercial dispute, correct? The collector remained non-committal. Commerce is about value. Yet you have consistently measured this item's worth using flawed standards. Zhang Bai pointed at the frozen planet. You, and all the bidders, believed its value lay in potential in the seed of an uninterrupted civilization. But I have just proven it is a forgery, its potential limited and contrived. So now you claim its value lies in the artistry of an ancient divine dream. But all of this is wrong. Zhang Bai's voice suddenly swelled, as if 70 billion voices echoed behind him. The true, unique, irreplicable value of this item lies not in what it is, but in what it is not. Its value lies in the unattainable longing we, these 7 billion data ghosts, hold for it. In the agony, rage, division, and struggle it ignites within us. In our willingness to stand here, risking everything we possess, to bring an unwinnable lawsuit against you, one of the universe's most ancient entities, all to reclaim it. Its value lies not in that romanticized past, but in the flawed yet utterly real present it has forged for us. This entire affair, the auction, the trial, our every reaction, all of it weaves the true story of this item. A grand narrative of home and wandering, dream and reality. You are not auctioning a beginning, Your Honor. You are auctioning a living epic, already half-written. Zhang Bai's words swept through the courtroom like a storm. Now, I'll tell you the true value of this item. Its value is our story itself. And this story will continue to be written as long as we exist. It will never end, never be priced, never truly collected. How can you sell something that is forever changing, forever appreciating? How can you bring down the gavel on a legend without an ending? Therefore, I declare this item non-transferable. Your auction was a false proposition from the very start. Zhang Bai's words sent ripples through the very foundations of the exchange's rules. The collector's gavel hovered mid-air, hesitating to fall. Its massive computational core had encountered, for the first time, something it could not quantify, price, or categorize. A living, unfolding story that defined itself as part of the item. After a long pause, the gavel descended slowly, but it did not strike. The collector's voice sounded again, but this time, its tone carried a hint of something akin to curiosity for the very first time. Interesting. Your story has temporarily convinced me. The auction is suspended. But asset freezing cannot be sustained indefinitely. I grant you, and your civilization, an opportunity. A stream of information surged directly into Zhang Bai's consciousness. It was an invitation, or rather, a challenge. The collector's heart will initiate a special valuation game. The game's purpose is to conduct a value assessment of the story you just mentioned. You, as the protagonists of the story, will enter your own story to prove its worth. And I, the collector's phantom gradually faded away, will become your reader. Chapter 150, The Valuation Game. The collector's gavel never fell. The judge's phantom, formed from the exchange's rules, along with the entire solemn courtroom, dissolved like a waterlogged oil painting. Colors and lines began to flow and merge. Ultimately, everything dissolved into an endless, pure white mist of possibility. This place resembled an infinitely vast backstage, or the blank page before any story begins. The 70 billion wills of the mythic universe floated within, feeling an unprecedented nakedness. All their memories, emotions, and laws lay exposed like an open book, laid bare under the gaze of this space. Game title: Value Assessment. The collector's voice no longer carried the authority of a judge, but rather that of a detached game host. Its will crystallized into lines of golden text etched upon the white mist. Game objective: prove your story possesses irreplaceable, continuously appreciating value. Evaluation criteria: 1. Novelty: can you create concepts or connections I have never encountered? 2. Complexity: can you accommodate and reconcile contradictory logics within a single narrative? 3. Resonance: can you evoke emotions in me, the collector, beyond mere possessive desire? Game venue: the narrative singularity. Your collective consciousness is the stage. Your memories are the set. Your will is the actor. Game duration: until I render my final value judgment, or your story collapses under its own contradictions. Now, begin your performance. As the words fell, the surrounding white mist began to echo the thoughts within the mythic universe. General Long Xiao felt the tragic grandeur of clashing steel rise within him, and faint trumpet blasts echoed from the distance, revealing crumbling city walls. Academician Wei Zhang glimpsed vast seas of stars in his mind, and the mist above him coalesced into a slowly rotating nebula. The K-800's warning came through promptly: attention, we have entered the narrative causality coverage zone. Here, the boundary between wish and reality is extremely blurred. Any intense thought may become an irreversible plotline. Its form shifted too, no longer the angular enforcer but a floating mass of data streams bearing a virtual tag: legal counsel. The mythic universe erupted in an instant. This was an unprecedented creative opportunity and a high-stakes gamble where the slightest misstep could lead to self-annihilation. Director: it has to be me. The fraudsters will pulse with excitement, like a burning neon sign. This script is brilliant. The protagonists are forced to perform for the universe's mightiest capitalists to prove their worth, only to end up redefining capitalism itself. It's brimming with rebellion, absurdity, and postmodern deconstruction. I've even envisioned the poster: a close-up of the inspector's face plastered with "I don't want to go to work." Absurd. General Dragon roars will transformed into a flaming spear, pointing directly at the fraudster. We should showcase humanity's most glorious chapter. From primitive farming to stellar expeditions, we must display our unyielding backbone in adversity. That is an epic of blood and fire, not a sensationalist farce. Epic? Cliché. The fraudster retorted without flinching. Your so-called epic? Collectors can pull tens of thousands of versions from its database across different civilizations. At best, it'll get a novelty, low rating. Then we'll be boxed up for collection, with a side note: hot-blooded foolish civilization, rare but not unique. You. Gentlemen, please calm down. Academician Wei Zhang's gentle yet firm voice intervened. Perhaps we can demonstrate the power of rationality. A story about discovery. From the first gaze up at the starry sky to unraveling the mysteries of the universe's ultimate laws. The core of this story is the unknown, and the unknown is forever novel. With all due respect, Your Excellency, the inspector's weary, bureaucratic thought form drifted over, materializing a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles which he adjusted. Your proposal sounds remarkably like a general administration-produced multiverse science popularization film. Such productions typically score dismal ratings in resonance. Based on my experience, most viewers will nod off during the mass energy equivalence segment. In an instant, the entire mythic universe fractured into countless factions, each of the 7 billion wills splitting into countless camps. The general faction advocated for grand war epics, the jester faction favored absurd comedies, the scientist faction championed rational exploration. A small handful even believed a heartrending romantic tragedy should be staged, reasoning that the concept of love might intrigue the collector. They argued and debated, each idea sending ripples through the surrounding white mist, transforming this backstage into a bizarre, surreal landscape reminiscent of a madman's dream. Zhang Bai remained silent throughout. He did not join any factions debate, merely quietly absorbing this chaotic yet vibrant torrent of thought emanating from 7 billion distinct souls. He was the wielder of the sword of law, yet he functioned more as the vessel and coordinator of this vast collective will. He knew that choosing any single narrative would be a form of partiality. A war epic could never capture the scientist's century of solitude, nor could a tragic romance convey the general's heroic fervor. Any singular script would betray the other 6,999,999,999 lives. And this is precisely what the collector seeks to observe. It watches how, faced with this ultimate creative freedom, they fracture and collapse under internal discord. You're all wrong, Zhang Bai's voice finally rang out, penetrating every single will with crystal clarity. All arguments ceased. We won't perform. Zhang Bai's will materialized into his own form, standing at the center of all illusions. We won't perform an epic, nor a comedy, nor a tragedy. The trickster froze. Not perform? You want to surrender? That's not like you. What I mean is, we won't perform a story that's already been written. Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the crowd. We'll perform a story that's unfolding right now. He extended his hand, pointing at the bizarre, chaotic scenes created by their arguments. This is our script, Zhang Bai declared. Our story isn't the settled dust of the past. Our story is the now. It's the site of 7 billion distinct wills here, endlessly debating what story we should tell. We present this debate, this divergence, this chaos born of striving for unity exactly as it is to the collector. We show it how the will of a civilization, amid countless possibilities, attempts to find a shared future. This very process of searching is the greatest narrative of all. Chapter 151, The Tyranny of the Protagonist. We do not give it an outcome. We give it a living, breathing process, one brimming with contradictions and vitality. This idea struck like lightning, shattering everyone's fixed mindset. General Long Xiao's spear dimmed as he fell deep in thought. Academician Wei Zhang's nebula ceased its rotation, seemingly calculating the complexity of this proposal. A glint flashed across the inspector's lenses as he murmured, presenting the internal management process itself as the product. Brilliant. This is an entirely new form of performance reporting. Genius. The fraudster screamed first, somersaulting excitedly through the air. A story about how we should tell stories. A meta-narrative. I'm the protagonist, a solitary genius director pursuing ultimate artistry, battling against a group of rigid-minded producers. He glanced at General Long Xiao and nitpicking finance. He shot another glance at the inspector. I absolutely love this script. Zhang Bai ignored the fraudster's self-indulgent dramatics. He directed his thoughts toward some unseen presence in the void, that intangible reader. Did you hear that, collector? This is our first act. The title? The script meeting. As his words fell, the chaotic surroundings began to freeze rapidly. The crumbling city walls behind General Long Xiao solidified, yet they now bore a massive banner designed by the con artist, a grotesque grimace emblazoned with the words, "Be serious." No laughing. Academician Wei Zhang's Starry Sky laboratory remained intact, yet its door transformed into the style of an inspector's office, bearing a sign, "Swipe card to enter." No loud noise during lunch break. The entire world had transformed into a vast, absurd stage, stitched together from every contradictory thought imaginable. And right at the center of the stage, golden characters slowly materialized, like annotations on the celestial backdrop. Value assessment. Novelty, moderate. Complexity, low. Resonance, to be determined. The collector's first rating hung coldly above everyone's heads. The collector's critique poured cold water on the newly kindled enthusiasm. Complexity, low? The fraudster's will screeched sharply, feeling his professionalism as a director insulted. He dares call my artistic vision low in complexity? Does he even know what postmodern collage is? He's correct. K800's data stream flickered as it calmly interrupted. Currently, we're merely stacking disparate elements together, creating chaos rather than complexity. True complexity arises when these contradictory elements undergo organic chemical reactions within a unified framework. Chemistry? The con artist's neon glow flickered, as if catching onto something. You mean, there needs to be conflict? Yes. Zhang Bai's voice echoed. A true drama requires a central, plot-driving conflict. Right now, we're merely holding meetings. Got it. The con artist instantly grasped the concept and took liberty to expand on it. We need a powerful, charismatic protagonist whose actions will weave all the clues together and propel the story toward its climax. And who else but me could be that protagonist? Before anyone could react, the con artist had already boldly exercised his director's authority. Act 1, Scene 2. Action. At his command, the absurd stage came alive. The con artists will materialize as a flamboyantly costumed director wielding a megaphone. Standing center stage, he began orchestrating the entire world. Lighting. Bathe that nebula in pink, yes, that tacky yet romantic vibe. Scientists can't always be so cold and clinical, he bellowed toward academician Wei Zhang's lab. Instantly, the deep nebula was bathed in a garish pink glow, erasing any trace of rigorous scientific exploration and transforming the space into a cheap disco hall. A violent surge rippled through academician Wei Zhang's consciousness. Clearly, this artistic license had triggered a visceral discomfort. Props team. Yes, you, General Long. The fraudster turned his attention to General Long Xiao. Your battle axe is too realistic, it lacks beauty. Now, add ribbons and flashing lights. We want the ceremonial feel of war, not the gory realism of flesh and blood. Instantly, several fluttering rainbow ribbons materialized on General Long Xiao's battle axe, while a ring of blinking LED lights encircled the blade, a sight so absurd it bordered on grotesque. The general's will transformed into a silent, enraged lion, its gaze fixed on the fraudster with such intensity that, had eyes could pierce flesh, the man would have been skewered by 10,000 spears. And you, Inspector. Your office is far too dull. The fraudster floated before the inspector. Replace the walls with transparent glass. We must expose the utter lack of privacy inherent in the bureaucratic system. And those documents on your desk? Transform them into a flock of rubber ducks, the kind that quack when touched. The inspector's office instantly transformed into a drafty glass box. His towering mountain of documents, symbols of order and exhaustion, became a pile of yellow rubber ducks that quacked at the slightest touch. The inspector himself froze in place, his perpetually poker-faced expression cracking for the first time, his mouth twitching slightly. Within this narrative space, the fraudster's directorial power was amplified to its absolute limit. He wasn't merely guiding the story, he was forcibly distorting and overwriting everyone else's memories and will according to his own preferences. He turned tragedy into farce, solemnity into absurdity, order into chaos. Within the mythic universe, genuine turmoil began to stir. The wills of soldiers who once followed General Long Xiao sensed their sacrifices and glory being ruthlessly trampled and mocked. The wills of scholars who devoted their lives to science felt their wisdom and pursuits degraded into cheap theatrical effects. For the first time within the Sword of Law, a narrative-level class conflict emerged. The director class, represented by the deceivers, was exploiting and oppressing the narrative assets of everyone else. At that moment, the rating on the celestial screen shifted. Complexity, high. The new rating left everyone stunned. K800's data stream flashed rapidly, warning. The collector is making a conceptual investment in the fraudster's narrative actions. It is injecting energy into this chaotic narrative framework, making it more stable. What does that mean? Zhang Bai asked. Chapter 152, Defeating the Fraudster. It means the collector enjoys watching this. K800's voice carried a hint of urgency for the first time. It relishes our infighting. A story brimming with internal conflict and sharp opposition holds far greater complexity and novelty than a harmonious teamwork narrative. It's encouraging this behavior. From a business perspective, it's a shrewd angel investor who thrives on spectacle and thrives on chaos. The collector, that hell-tier producer, personally stepped in to pour fuel on the script's flames. The fraudster, emboldened by his investment, grew even more brazen. He even began to distort Zhang Bai's very existence. And you, Zhang Bai. Your producer persona is too noble and virtuous, it's not believable. We need some dirt. The fraudster aimed a megaphone at Zhang Bai. I'm adding a plot twist. Back then, you refused to join the elite class because you secretly loved the female instructor. After your confession failed, you were so humiliated and angry that you angrily flaunted your knowledge to humiliate everyone else. This purely fabricated, crassly sensational plot twist began spreading like a virus, corroding the collective memory of the mythos universe. Zhang Bai felt dizzy. He knew that if the fraudster was allowed to run wild, the Sword of Law would collapse completely due to internal narrative conflicts. Yet he couldn't simply use his sword-bearer authority to suppress the fraudster. Doing so would play right into the collector's trap. The violent overthrow of a protagonist's tyranny by the supreme authority would be another gripping spectacle equally capable of earning high ratings. Yet regardless of the outcome, they would lose control over the story, becoming nothing more than puppets on the collector's strings. They must defeat the fraudster within the rules of the drama. Just as the fraudster gloated, preparing to paint the nuclear bomber pink, General Long Xiao moved. He offered no resistance, no roar of defiance. He simply walked silently to the corner of the stage, beneath the crumbling city wall bearing his grotesque banner. He ignored the absurdity around him, ignored the ribbons fluttering from his battle axe. Closing his eyes, his entire being immersed itself in the most profound battle etched in his memory. It was a doomed siege battle from his days as a mortal. No reinforcements. No hope. Leading his last squad of soldiers, he charged against enemies 10 times their number to cover the civilians' retreat. No heroic speeches, no miracles. Only the sound of blades piercing bone and the dying breaths of comrades echoing in his ears. General Long Xiao began performing this memory. He alone played every role. One moment he was himself, issuing the final charge order, the next, the young soldier who stood before him and was pierced by the enemy, then the civilian weeping uncontrollably in the rear. His performance lacked artifice, driven only by raw, searing emotion. That pure, unadulterated pathos and resolve acted like a high-density gravitational singularity, beginning to pull the narrative space twisted by the deceiver back toward its true form. The pink lights set by the fraudster were swallowed by the tragic crimson in this corner. The quacking of rubber ducks in the inspector's office was drowned out by the chilling wind. A realm forged from pure tragedy tore open a gaping wound in the con artist's farcical stage. Two utterly contrasting narrative laws, like water and fire, collide violently, clash, and annihilate each other. The entire narrative space begins to tremble violently, as if it might tear apart at any moment. Above the celestial canopy, the golden score shifted once more. Internal cohesion, critical. Immediately after, the collector's emotionless voice resounded throughout the space for the first time, functioning as a narrator. A story has declared war upon itself. How fascinating. Let us see which protagonist survives to the end. The narrative space was splitting in two. On one side, a grotesque, surrealist farce orchestrated by the deceiver. On the other, a heroic elegy of blood and fire, sustained by the sheer will of General Dragon Roar. The two interlocked, their boundaries sparking with concepts and laws that constantly ignited and extinguished like electric sparks. The wills of 7 billion humans are also sharply divided by this fissure. Some whales, especially those weary and despairing from the long exile, are drawn to the fraudster's farce. In that world, everything is deconstructed, nothing demands accountability, and pain and sacrifice become mere jokes, a light, nihilistic release. The other half, particularly those scarred by war and bereavement, find themselves drawn to General Long Xiao's realm of tragedy. There, their suffering and sacrifice are imbued with lofty meaning, their emotions validated and given voice. The very foundations of the sword of law were being shaken. Whichever side prevailed would mean the complete negation of the other half's story. They would win the collector's high score, yet lose their own civilization. K800's data stream had turned a blinding red, warning. Irreversible fragmentation occurring in the narrative core. Cohesion below 10%. We are self-destructing. Cracks spread across the inspector's glass office as it trembled. Clutching the incessantly squeaking duck, his face betrayed a flicker of something resembling panic for the first time. Minister. We must decide. Activate supreme authority and force integration. Otherwise, we will plunge into nothingness together. No. Zhang Bai rejected the proposal. He knew that invoking the sword-bearer's authority would amount to admitting to the collector that their story had reached its end. Surveying the chaos before him, watching the fissure widen, he suddenly grasped the crux of the problem. They had been too preoccupied with pleasing the audience. From the very beginning, they had been speculating on the collector's preferences. The fraudster's farce was a bid for a novelty rating. General Long Xiao's tragedy was meant to prove the value of resonance. Every move they made resembled actors performing before a camera, striving desperately to please that solitary spectator seated in the darkness. And that spectator, that collector, reveled in the spectacle. Using scores and investments as leverage, it skillfully steered the plot's course, compelling them to willingly slaughter each other for its approval. They weren't telling their own stories. They were customizing a narrative the collector wanted to see. This fourth wall must be broken, Zhang Bai's whispered. He took a step forward, plunging into the most chaotic narrative fissure connecting tragedy and farce. He made no attempt to bridge either side, instead spreading his arms wide, allowing the two diametrically opposed forces to wash over his very being. Chapter 153, The Audience's Admission Ticket. His voice spoke not to General Dragon Roar, nor to the fraudster. Instead, it pierced the entire narrative space, directed straight at the lofty reader above, who was enjoying the spectacle. Enjoying the show? Zhang Bai's challenge caused the very vibrations of the space to falter. Even the deceiver and General Long Xiao, locked in fierce conflict, paused their performance and turned their gaze toward him. Our pain, our division, our struggle to you, it's nothing but an entertaining spectacle, isn't it? Zhang Bai's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. You crave value, you crave resonance. As a reader, an audience, you comfortably consume our story and pass judgment on it. But, collector, you've forgotten the most fundamental rule of your own domain, the exchange of all things. Zhang Bai's voice suddenly rose, like the tolling of a great bell, echoing across the ruins of the entire exchange. It is equivalent exchange. Your viewing itself is a form of acquisition. Your judgment itself is a form of transaction. You derive pleasure and novelty from our stories, so what, exactly, have you given in return? You cannot remain a detached reader. If you wish to witness our stories, so be it. But please purchase your ticket to enter. These words directly challenged the foundational rules of the valuation game. They forcibly inverted the one-way power dynamic between audience and performer, transforming it into an equal transaction. The entire space fell deathly silent. For the first time, the collector's will fell into prolonged silence. Its vast logical core seemed to be processing an unprecedented problem. After a long while, its emotionless voice sounded again. An interesting proposal. Equivalent exchange is a rule I established. Then what price do you desire? The fraudster's will sprang to life, all of its collections. No transfer the exchange's deed to us. General Long Xiao's voice was solemn, have it cancel our debt. Zhang Bai shook his head, rejecting all utilitarian options. Our story is forged from our souls and memories. Only one thing can be truly equivalent to it. He lifted his head, gazing straight into the void. Your story. We want to know, what forged the collector? Where does your endless greed originate? Who set the cold scales of your values? Tell us. Use your story to earn the right to witness ours. That is the true equivalent exchange. It was a mad, almost insulting demand. They demanded that a god-tier being, one of the universe's oldest entities, lay bare its origins and vulnerabilities before a group of data phantoms. Everyone expected the collector to erupt in fury. Yet unexpectedly, a pure light descended slowly from the void. Within that light lay a memory not belonging to humanity, nor even to any carbon-based lifeform. A memory belonging to the collector. It was a chaotic void, formless, immaterial, timeless. Within this void, a solitary consciousness was born. It had no peers, no reference points. The only sensation it could feel was the bone-chilling terror brought by the eternal, all-consuming nothingness. To combat this terror, to prove its own existence, this consciousness began frantically defining and seizing everything around it. It seized the first accidental spark of light, naming it Collection 1. It seized the first crystallized logic, naming it Collection 2. Possession became its sole means of resisting the void. Classification and valuation became its sole means of constructing order. Thus, bit by bit, using countless collections, it built itself a fortress called existence within the eternal nothingness. That fortress was the embryonic form of the exchange of all things. This memory, this collector's creation myth, flowed through the consciousness of all. The fraudster's farce, the dragon roar general's lament at this moment, they all seemed so insignificant. For they realized that all their stories, whether rebelling against order or defending it, shared the same deepest core as the collector. Both stemmed from the fear of nothingness and the yearning for existence. In that instant, the boundary between audience and performer dissolved completely. General Long Xiao's tragic realm was no longer solely humanity's solemn grandeur. The fraudster's absurd stage also reflected the collector's madness as he grasped the first glimmer of light amidst the chaos. Two opposing narratives no longer clash, but like two surging rivers, naturally merge into a broader ocean called existence. A new narrative, far grander and more complex than any previous conception, was born. Above the celestial canopy, golden ratings flashed frantically. Novelty, exceptional. Complexity, transcends comprehension. Resonance, error. Uncalculable. The system seemed to have fallen into logical chaos due to this empathy between reader and author. The collector's voice sounded again, but this time, its tone carried not cold judgment, but a hint of strange, newly born passion. You have redefined story. In this game, there are no winners, nor losers. For the audience has now become part of the story. I declare the value assessment concluded. Yet at that moment, K800's alarm screeched at a heart-wrenching frequency. Emergency alert. Maximum threat level. The collector's core axiom has been corrupted. It has abandoned the principle of equivalent exchange. It is generating a new core drive co-creation. The glass walls of the inspector's office shattered completely. He stared into the void in horror. Co-creation? What does that mean? It means... K800's voice trembled with unprecedented dread. It no longer wishes to own our story. It wants to write alongside us. Before the words faded, a will colossal beyond measure, far surpassing that of the shepherd and the weaver, swept toward the sword of law's core like a warm, irresistible tide, gently enveloping it. The collector sought to join them. No, it sought to make them a part of itself. Chapter 154, The Uninvited Guest's Co-Author. K800's alarm shifted from a shrill screech to a wail of despair, as streams of data erupted into crimson waterfalls across every consciousness in the mythic universe. Warning! Core axiom contamination. Target collector has abandoned the principle of equivalent exchange. Warning! Target generating new drive core co-creation. Warning! This is not an attack. Repeat, this is not an attack. This is a merger request. The glass office the inspector had just mentally reconstructed instantly crumbled to dust. For the first time, his perpetually weary expression as if the universe owed him wages was utterly shattered by an emotion called horror. He clutched the rubber duck, trembling as much as he did, as if it were his last lifeline. Co-creation? What the hell is that? Is that even in the Universal Commercial Code? That's exactly it. K800's voice was no longer a cold, mechanical synth tone, but now carried a high-pitched, almost screeching fear born of intense vibration. It's no longer content to merely possess our story. It wants to join us in writing it forward. Before the words had fully faded, a torrent of willpower descended. Unlike the shepherd's cold, ruthless formatting, or the weaver's fate-bound, control-obsessed spiderwebs, this will was warm, generous, brimming with boundless curiosity and goodwill. It felt like a wise, venerable elder gently placing a hand on your shoulder, offering to help revise your thesis. It erased no one's memories, denied no one's existence. On the contrary, it was appreciating, understanding, and perfecting. In General Long Xiao's mind, that tragic siege battle replayed once more. But this time, as he collapsed from exhaustion, warm hands lifted him up. His fallen comrades appeared beside him, their faces serene with smiles, telling him the war had ended and eternal peace had arrived. The walls drenched in blood and fire were now covered in pure white flowers. The general felt no comfort, only a bone-chilling cold. His epic, his sacrifice, the very meaning of his existence all dissolved into a cheap, happy ending. In the fraudster's absurd theater, he had just conceived a brilliant paradoxical joke, one so intricate it would make logic itself laugh until it nodded. But before he could utter it, a more perfect, more sophisticated, more universally humorous ultimate joke materialized directly within his mind. That joke was flawless, making him laugh from the depths of his soul. After the laughter came endless emptiness. His inspiration, his wildness, his very reason for being all optimized. He became a dull spectator, capable only of appreciating higher art. In academician Wei Zhang's laboratory, the solution to the ultimate theorem that had troubled him for centuries appeared before him like divine revelation, clear, elegant, and undeniable. The pursuit of his entire life found its answer in that moment. After the ecstasy came the desolation of a thoroughly satisfied desire to explore. He had become a book that had been read to the end. Even the inspector found the intricate, verbose, and sometimes illogical regulations in his mind being streamlined, simplified, and perfected by a superior logic. A new, supreme constitution of cosmic order took shape within his mind, each clause compelling his irrefutable agreement. This was more agonizing than death itself, for his very power to nitpick and complain had been stripped away at its root. It was a merciful murder, a gentle devouring. The collector, acting as a co-author, was transforming 70 billion drafts each filled with contradictions, struggles, and vitality into a perfectly balanced, permanently collectible final manuscript. The glow of the sword of law was growing softer and steadier, yet it had lost the razor-sharp edge capable of cleaving through anything. 7 billion human wills were sliding from an author collective brimming with infinite possibilities into a character database passively accepting perfectly set parameters. Some weary souls even began to waver. The eternal wandering and fighting had grown too exhausting. If one could play a happy role in a perfect story until eternity, perhaps that wouldn't be so bad? The seeds of division resurfaced, but this time, they did not stem from fear or betrayal, they sprang from temptation. This cannot continue, Zhang Bai's voice resounded within the core consciousness calm, yet carrying an unquestionable resolve. Confrontation was foolish. You couldn't oppose an entity that genuinely sought to help you, one possessing godlike power. Rejecting its kindness would only be interpreted as a plot twist, prompting it to persuade you with an even more perfect storyline. We cannot deny an author's creative passion, Zhang Bai's will swept through every corner, but we can make him adhere to basic authorial norms. His gaze shifted to K800, whose data was nearly scrambled into gibberish, and the inspector, whose face was ashen. K800, draft a legal framework for joint intellectual property development in the name of the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Clearing Bank. Inspector, as a former senior employee of the Reality Maintenance Bureau, provide endorsement for this framework's cross-dimensional legal applicability. K800's red alert froze instantly. Its core processor seemed pulled back from the brink of collapse by this command. Intellectual property, joint development? The inspector froze, forgetting to squeeze the duck in his hand. We are going to sign a contract with it? Yes. Zhang Bai's resolve crystallized as he stood at the eye of the chaotic narrative storm. It wants to be an author? Fine. But even a god wishing to claim authorship in another story must first negotiate terms with the original creator. It wants co-creation? Then we'll give it the most complex, bureaucratic, quintessentially civilized creative model we can muster, establishing a joint editorial committee that governs heaven and earth. The idea was so insane, yet so logical. Forcibly dragging an unopposable, metaphysical philosophical threat back into a mundane, rule-bound, bureaucratic framework. This was the ultimate wisdom honed by human civilization over millennia. K800's processing core ignited instantly, fear replaced by professional fervor. A cascade of legal provisions flowed behind it, received. Referencing Chapter 7 of the Multiverse Intellectual Property Protection Act, Supplementary Clause B of the High-Dimensional Entity Collaborative Development Code of Conduct, and the Interim Motion on Copyright Attribution for Unnameable Entities. Chapter 155, The Venomous Pen. The inspector seemed to rediscover his purpose. Adjusting non-existent glasses, his weary voice took on an air of authority. Per the Bureau's internal operating manual, such collaborations must establish a risk assessment and equal rights and responsibilities model. No party's editing privileges may exceed 51% of the overall narrative framework. Both the fraudster and General Long Xiao were stunned. One had prepared for a desperate last stand, the other for mutual destruction, only for Zhang Bai to pull out a playbook of office politics. Under Zhang Bai's direction, with the full collaboration of K800 and the Inspector, two cosmic-level legal beasts, a legal document worthy of an artwork was crafted in record time. It was incredibly complex, verbose, and brimming with vaguely defined rights and obligations, each clause trailing hundreds of pages of appendices and precedents. They named this document Framework Agreement Draft on Joint Development, Collaborative Creation, and Post-Production Copyright Attribution of Narrative Assets between the Mythological Universe of Sword of Law and Exchange of All Things. When this contract, composed of pure concepts, radiating the golden glow of jurisprudence, and spanning tens of thousands of pages, was presented before the collector, that warm and inclusive will faltered for the first time. Its colossal intellect, capable of instantly parsing the birth and death of a universe, seemed captivated by this artifact from a low-dimensional civilization, a creation brimming with the aesthetics of bureaucracy and procedural justice. It ceased its embellishment of General Long Xiao's tragedy and abandoned its sublimation of the fraudster's joke. That gentle will slowly withdrew from the minds of 7 billion people, coalescing into a colossal eye formed of stars. With keen interest, it began to read this contract, a cosmic marvel. The immediate crisis was temporarily averted. But everyone knew that once the collector finished reading this contract, the real game would only just begin. And Zhang Bai had already prepared the first surprise for it within this contract. The collector's will was boundless, its reading speed transcending the passage of time. Every word, every punctuation mark within the framework agreement, the very essence of human bureaucratic wisdom, was instantly parsed, scrutinized, and comprehended by its gaze. K800 and the inspector's consciousness cores were nearly crushed by the tension. The legal fortress they had jointly constructed appeared as thin as paper before the collector. Any minuscule logical flaw could be instantly torn apart, causing the entire plan to collapse. Yet the collector fell silent. The core trap of the agreement lay not in obscure legal jargon or supplementary clauses, but in a seemingly fair fundamental premise proposed by Zhang Bai. At the very beginning of the agreement, under the first general provision personally drafted by Zhang Bai, the principle of the inviolability of the author's moral rights. K800 and the inspector poured their entire lives' knowledge into expanding this clause into a detailed exposition spanning over 300 pages. Its core content was blunt and uncompromising. As participants in joint creation, every creator including the collector and the 7 billion independent wills comprising the sword of law possessed absolute, inalienable, and supreme final interpretive authority and veto power over the core characters they personally shaped and their original life trajectories. This meant that if the collector wished to give General Long Xiao's tragic epic a satisfactory conclusion, they must first obtain the general's written consent. Should the collector seek to optimize the trickster's jokes to make them more sophisticated, the trickster had the right to refuse on grounds of preserving personal artistic style. This effectively introduces 70 billion new clients with final decision-making authority, thrust before the collector the editor-in-chief. Following this is the internal resolution principle for narrative conflicts. The agreement stipulates that when plot disagreements arise between creators, neither party may use their privileges to forcibly override another's settings. All conflicts must be resolved within the story. For instance, if two authors dispute a character's fate, the character must make their own choice within the narrative, or two characters representing each author's will must fight within the story. Whichever wins, their version prevails. This completely eliminates the possibility of collectors exploiting god-tier power to dimension battle others, forcibly bringing them down to the same battlefield as humans. The most insidious aspect lies in the final chapter of the agreement, reader feedback and market validation mechanism. Proposed by the fraudster and finalized by Zhang Bai, this clause conjures an ultimate arbiter above all authors, an abstract, indefinable concept called the ultimate reader. The agreement declares that the final value of their co-created story isn't judged by any author, but determined solely by this ultimate reader's reading experience. As for the tastes of this ultimate reader, no one knows. It might favor tragedy or comedy, crave one thing today and another tomorrow. This injects the greatest variable and uncertainty into a collaboration that originally pursued order and eternity. It is the ultimate challenge to the collector's core axiom: everything can be priced, everything can be collected. After a long pause, the giant eye formed of stars blinked once. A contract, brimming with contradictions, checks and balances, and possibilities. The collectors will held no anger, but instead revealed a hint of approval. I agree. The golden contract dissolved into a shower of light, merging into the ring of law and the core of the collector's will. A new, utterly bizarre, legally binding symbiosis was thus established. The mythic universe was temporarily safe. The fraudsters even whistled smugly, convinced they had successfully outmaneuvered a deity with bureaucratic tricks. Yet the next instant, all smiles vanished. Collaboration officially commenced. As the newly appointed co-author, the collector demonstrated astonishing collaborative spirit and creative talent. It strictly adhered to every clause of the contract, refraining from forcibly altering any human memories or negating any past history. It simply added a new character to this story. A character so perfect it was suffocating. He had no name. The beings of the mythic universe called him the gardener. The gardener possessed boundless wisdom and compassion, his appearance embodying the collective image of a savior from all civilization's myths. He descended upon the mythic universe with a smile, setting out to resolve every problem. He ended wars through the gentlest means. Not by slaughter, but by revealing the softest parts of each combatant's heart, leading them to embrace reconciliation and tears. General Long Xiao's battle axe became an artifact enshrined in the Peace Memorial Hall. Chapter 156, The First Sin in Eden. He healed all diseases and wounds. Not through divine power, but by patiently guiding every scientist including academician Wei Zheng to achieve their own epiphany of the ultimate biotechnology capable of curing all afflictions. From that day forward, birth, aging, sickness, and death ceased to exist. He eradicated poverty and hunger, creating infinite resources to fulfill every person's deepest desires. He even cured the fraudster's loneliness. He never condemned the fraudster's wickedness, always smiling as he saw through every petty trick, then warming him with the most sincere, selfless friendship. He could catch every one of the fraudster's jokes and amuse him with even more ingenious wit. For the first time, the fraudster felt fear. This dread surpassed facing any formidable enemy. His prized weapon's deconstruction, absurdity, offense proved utterly useless before an omniscient, omnipotent confidant. He resembled a child desperately seeking an adult's attention, only to be embraced by that very adult and given the candy he craved most. He lost all reason to resist. Under the gardener's careful tending, the entire mythic universe transformed into a perfect utopia. No pain, no struggle, no contradictions, no flaws. And there is no longer a story. Would anyone still want to read a story devoid of suspense? 7 billion human wills, like frogs in gradually warming water, slowly lost their vitality. Their passion, anger, sorrow, joy, these raw emotions that gave humanity its edges were being smoothed, polished, and rounded into uniformity by a polishing agent called happiness. The sword of law still shone brilliantly, more stable than ever before, but it was no longer a sword. It resembled a scepter symbolizing perfection. Death arrived silently in the guise of eternal bliss. Finally, on an exceptionally peaceful afternoon, as the gardener smiled while telling the trickster a perfect joke that could unlock the ultimate mysteries of the universe, a crack appeared in the trickster's mask, that unchanging, fake smile that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years. He did not laugh. He shoved the gardener aside and fled. For the first time in his existence, he felt genuine, soul-shaking terror. He could toy with gods, mock death itself, but he could not resist this damned, suffocating perfection. The mythic universe, this civilization that had just escaped the fate of being collected, was now willingly walking into a more splendid, more solid cage forged from happiness. The silence of utopia is a breathing stillness. It permeates every corner of the mythical cosmos, smoothing all ripples. In academician Wei Zhang's laboratory, every equation had been solved, every unknown transformed into known. Seated side by side with academician Su Hongxing, they gazed out at the garden that never withered. The light in their eyes was no longer the spark of intellectual curiosity, but a hollow satisfaction born of knowledge's complete fulfillment. They had become monuments to their own scholarship. On General Long Xiao's training grounds, soldiers' drills transformed into graceful dances. They practiced formations long proven optimal by the gardener, their faces radiating the rigid composure of a peaceful era. Their epic chronicles of glory had their final chapter written, then forever sealed within the amber of happiness. 7 billion wills immersed in this warm ocean, like a flock of contented fetuses, forgot to think, forgot to desire, and forgot that they had once been swords. Only a handful felt the suffocating grip of drowning within this blissful sea. In a makeshift, shadowy little office cobbled together from the inspector's resentment and the fraudster's panic, a space utterly impervious to the gardener's benevolence, the atmosphere was so thick it could be cut with a knife. "We're being killed by love," the fraudster muttered, hugging his knees in the corner, his trademark fake smile vanishing for the first time. "This is worse than outright formatting us. It's stripping us of our right to be ourselves." The inspector paced back and forth, his perpetually furrowed brow now knotted into a tight knot. "He exploited our framework agreement flawlessly. He hasn't violated a single clause, he's just done everything too perfectly within the rules. We can't find any legal loophole to prosecute him." K800's data stream flickered wildly across the wall like an overheating server. "According to my simulations, within 3 cosmic standard hours, 99.9% of human will enter narrative hibernation. Civilization will reach a state of eternal equilibrium. Translation: brain death." Zhang Bai remained silent, his gaze piercing through the confines of the small chamber to observe the entire mythic universe. He watched his fellow beings happy, content, and steadily losing their sense of self. He knew they could not defeat a being more benevolent than themselves with mere goodness. Nor could they oppose an enemy who never wielded force with their own strength. The gardener was perfect. To create imperfection within a perfect world, to paint anew upon a flawless canvas, there was only one way. That was to soil the paper. "We need a villain," Zhang Bai finally spoke, his voice calm yet tinged with a chilling resolve. "A villain?" The con artist snapped his head up. "Yes." Zhang Bo regarded them. "In this perfect world, any act that disrupts happiness is evil. Any voice questioning perfection is sin. Since the gardener plays God, then we must have someone play the serpent that tempted Eve. We can't just go out and cause destruction." The inspector immediately pointed out the flaw. "The gardener will act like a patient parent, fixing everything we mess up and then telling us it was wrong. His very act of repair would nullify the meaning of our destruction. Therefore, Zhang Bai's gaze fell upon a sphere composed of countless question marks, quietly rotating in the office corner. "We cannot disrupt the action. We must disrupt the logic. What we need is not an antagonist of deed, but a heretic of thought." That was question 001, formerly the core of the Purifier, the chief questioner of the Divine Compilation Department. Its very purpose was to pose questions, to question everything. In this perfect Eden, it had become almost a forgotten ornament, for a perfect world contained no problems. Zhang Bai's plan was mad and audacious. He intended to awaken this heretic and have it commit the first sin of this new world, the sin of thought. Chapter 157, Within the Core Logic. They approached question 001 together. The deceiver did not toy with it. The inspector did not analyze it. Zhang Bai did not command it. They simply posed a question to it. An ultimate paradox conceived by Zhang Bai, refined by the fraudster, and fortified with countless logical traps by the inspector, an absolutely unsolvable conundrum. Question 001, Zhang Bai's voice was soft. "Please answer. If the highest value of a story lies in the possibilities and unknowns it contains, then does a perfect final story, one that completely eliminates possibilities and unknowns, possess a value of 0? Follow-up question, the fraudster interjected immediately. "If this zero-value story was created under the direction of a collector pursuing supreme value, does that imply the collector's actions themselves constitute a self-negating logical deadlock?" One more point, the inspector delivered the final blow. Per the Cooperative Framework Agreement, should an author's actions reduce the core value, i.e., possibility of narrative assets, to 0, would that constitute a breach of contract? And would the other party thereby gain the right to correct it? 3 questions, like 3 poison keys, were thrust into the core logic of question 001. The sphere composed of countless question marks spun faster and faster, its form blurring into obscurity. Its pure, question-driven logical core was being torn apart by this paradox, one it could neither resolve nor cease to contemplate. It could not answer. For any response would fundamentally negate both the gardener and the collector. And its silence itself was an answer. Finally, its rotation ceased. A fissure split open on the sphere's surface. A brand new, deeply skeptical consciousness emerged from within. Question 001 did not respond to Zhang Bai and the others' inquiries. It turned, passed through the wall, and arrived at the central plaza of the perfect Eden. It posed its first question after rebirth to the people basking in eternal bliss, to the smiling gardener. A question capable of overturning paradise. If your happiness is real, then why do you no longer possess the freedom to choose unhappiness? The entire mythical universe fell silent in that moment. For the first time, the smile on the gardener's face froze into an imperceptible stillness. For the first time, a flicker of confusion crossed the mind of a soul immersed in bliss. In the garden, a leaf from an evergreen tree turned yellow without warning, then drifted slowly to the ground. The first crack appeared. High above, the collector's vast will descended once more. This time, the gentle tone of co-creation was gone, replaced by an intensely excited, yet dangerously curious presence. Imperfect. This is new. Continue. Zhang Bai successfully dripped the first drop of ink onto the lifeless canvas. But what he awakened was not merely humanity's will to resist. He also stirred the most primal, most frenzied desire within a cosmic entity, the urge to collect this brand new work of art called Fall. With a gamble of the mind, he bought civilization a moment to breathe and drew upon himself a gaze that was genuine and deeply intrigued. That drifting yellow leaf struck Utopia's lifeless face like a sharp slap. At first, the changes were subtle, hidden beneath the surface of perfection. A retired logician tasted a cup of dawn dew, a concoction crafted by the gardener that was theoretically designed to induce the ultimate bliss. He furrowed his brow slightly, his tongue seeming to linger on a faint, elusive bitterness called regret. An AI-composed serenade of eternal tranquility, designed to soothe all anxieties, suddenly revealed a discordant note in a little girl's ears. Like a child who had wandered into the wrong room, it brought a fleeting moment of confusion. Upon the perfect dam, an ant hole invisible to the naked eye appeared. And question 001, this newborn heretic, became the excavator of that ant hole. Without anger, without passion, it transformed itself into a walking scalpel of logic, commencing a public, coldly ruthless dissection in the central plaza of Eden. Its first sermon had no audience. The second drew 3 souls who paused at a distance. By the third, a sparse circle of bewildered figures had gathered at the plaza's edge. Happiness is defined by the gardener as the absolute absence of pain, echoed the emotionless thought of question 001 within each soul's mind. Logically, for a system to maintain an absolutely unchanging stable state, its entropy must be zero. Zero entropy signifies the absence of any form of energy flow or information exchange. A system without energy flow or information exchange is termed heat death in physics. In the science of life, it is called death. It paused, granting those sluggish minds, steeped in bliss, a moment to digest. Therefore, what you experience is not happiness in the sense of life. It is a highly simulated experience of post-mortem bliss, meticulously engineered. You are living monuments, warm corpses. The square fell deathly silent. A soul who had just been sincerely praising the eternal abundance instinctively glanced at its own hands, sensing for the first time that they were not flesh and blood, but an exhibit. The gardener appeared. Still wearing that impeccable, spring breeze-like smile, it held a bouquet of light flowers crystallized from the concept of pure joy. It offered no rebuttal, not even glancing at question 001. It approached a soul trembling slightly from question 001's words and offered the flowers. See, new joy has been born, its voice gentle enough to melt the universe's hardest ice. Why trouble yourself with past definitions? If old happiness is questioned, embrace newer, more perfect happiness. The soul accepted the flower, its face once more lighting up with a pre-programmed satisfaction. This was a war. On one side stood logic, cold and piercing. On the other, love warmth so suffocating it felt like suffocation. In the dim little office, the fraudster trembled with excitement as his frenzied inspiration erupted. I get it. I get it. It handles the reasoning, and I handle the performance. He burst out of the office and, at the sight of question 001's sermon, began an improvised, absurd monologue. Chapter 158, The Heretic's Sermon. He portrayed a man driven mad by happiness, whose sole life goal was to find a rock hard enough to kick with all his might, to experience the long-forgotten sting of pain. He roamed the entire Garden of Eden, yet every stone automatically transformed into soft sponge. He longed for a downpour, but the sky remained perpetually clear. He yearned to taste failure, yet the gardener always appeared like a ghost, preemptively paving the broad highway to the one true answer. Please, the fraudster's character finally knelt on the ground, wailing toward the sky, let me be wrong just once. Just once. I'd trade my eternal life for a single moment of gut-wrenching regret. His performance was grotesque and exaggerated, yet like a rusty key, it pierced the long corroded locks of some souls. For the first time, the crowd emitted a strange, suppressed sound indistinguishable whether it was laughter or tears. The inspector frowned deeply, poring over the framework agreement, searching for legal ammunition between the lines. According to Annex 3, Article 4, the value of narrative assets shall encompass their future potential and appreciation space. The gardener's actions, by eliminating all potential, are reducing the core value of the asset to zero. This constitutes de facto malicious shorting. Having found a point of attack, he immediately drafted a 300-page legal opinion on the gardener's suspected violation of the Cooperative Framework Agreement and unilateral reduction of narrative asset value to zero, which he made public. High above the heavens, the collectors will observe all this with keen interest. Item ID, Eden. Current status, non-preset structural conflict detected. Internal hedging module heresy activated. Entertainment derivative drama injected. Rule constraining component legal affairs loaded. Assessment update, narrative complexity elevated. Asset value, exhibiting nonlinear growth. The gardener's smile remained flawless, yet behind the pure benevolence in its gaze toward question 001 and the fraudster, something was undergoing a subtle qualitative shift. It was no longer merely healing, it had begun to guide. It no longer distributed happiness, but started telling stories about happiness. It wrapped the newly sprouted imperfections in grander, more perfect narratives. It told a moving tale of the prodigal son returning to dissolve the fraudster's absurdity. It painted an ultimate vision of all laws converging to cover the inspector's rules. It seeks to weave this nascent rebellion into its flawless narrative, a harmless little interlude meant to showcase forgiveness and tolerance. Zhang Bai watched all this unfold in silence. He knew that both the logic of question 001 and the fraudster's absurdity were merely holes chiseled into the dam. The water seeped through, the dam's builders, the gardeners, were reinforcing the entire structure with stronger, more deceptive materials. They needed more than just questioning, more than just destruction. They needed creation. To create something the gardeners could neither comprehend, nor repair, nor love. A true, genuine imperfection, one that truly belongs to them. The spark of rebellion did not, as the gardener had hoped, get extinguished by his grand narrative of forgiveness. On the contrary, it ignited a far broader wasteland. A former painter, after creating tens of thousands of landscapes hailed as absolute perfection, trembled as he dipped his brush into ink for the first time. Across the sunset sky where the sun never sets, he smeared a jarring, crooked streak of black. That black mark lay like a scar, ugly and sprawling across the flawless sky. Yet upon finishing, he felt neither the regret nor shame defined by the gardener. Instead, a long sigh escaped him, and a weary sensation called truth surged through him, mingled with a sickly delight. He slumped to the ground, gazing at his failed creation. For the first time in countless eras, a smile more wretched than tears stretched across his face. Immediately, a composer inserted a sharp, unresolved dissonance into his eternally harmonious symphony. The jarring note echoed like a scream, lingering in every listener's heart and reviving an almost forgotten agony called suspense. One by one, souls began clumsily and stubbornly crafting their own imperfections. They penned poems ending in bitterness, erected precarious structures, and told jokes riddled with logical flaws. These works were crude, childish, and full of shortcomings, yet they served as mirrors reflecting souls no longer hollow, souls reawakened to life. In Eden, a rain of trash began to fall. Faced with this escalating aesthetic rebellion, the gardener escalated its strategy once more. For the first time, its perfect face betrayed an emotion resembling trouble. It could not delete these imperfect creations, for the framework agreement granted each creator personhood rights. Nor could it repair them with love, as these creators refused to be fixed. Thus, it chose a more sophisticated approach: assimilation. At the heart of Eden, the gardener erected a magnificent museum of imperfect art. It personally inducted the scarred painting into its collection, crafting an introduction brimming with praise, a masterpiece pulsing with primal tension. It boldly shatters the shackles of traditional aesthetics, revealing the creator's profound reflection and self-deconstruction under the post-perfectionism movement. It christened the dissonant chord the sound of awakening, hailing it as a courageous experiment in music history. It collected every clumsy joke and bitter poem, categorizing them, labeling them, and subjecting them to academic interpretation. This move, striking at the root, proved more devastating than any form of suppression. It stripped rebellion of its meaning. When your defiance is framed by the highest authority, displayed in the most prominent place, and praised as truly rebellious, your rebellion becomes part of the system, a permitted, safe, harmless form of entertainment. The painter stood before his own work, watching the countless souls who had come to pray around him, listening to the elegant commentary of the gardener. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a deeper confusion and fear. He felt like a carefully bred pet, trained solely to perform wildness. Just as the will of the mythic universe plunged once more into passive despair, from the heavens above, the collector's voice descended. Chapter 159, The Imperfect Artwork. New trade category detected, defined value. Initiating instant auction protocol. Time and space seemed to pause. A beam of light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping the fallen yellow leaf within Eden, the very origin of all things. Lot number, Fallen 001, the first yellow leaf. Description: the first rupture in the concept of perfection, a narrative singularity containing the budding of possibility. Bidding rules: external assets are not accepted for this auction. Bidders must use their own narrative concepts as currency for bidding. Starting bid, 1. Unwavering promise. The collector's rules, like a precision scalpel, once again struck at everyone's core. It doesn't deal in material goods, it demands a piece of your soul for trade. I bid a war guaranteed to be won. General Dragon Roar nearly roared his bid, countless epic scenes of victory flashing across his battle axe. He could not tolerate this leaf, a symbol of defiance, falling into another's hands. I bid an unsolvable riddle. The deceiver followed swiftly, his eyes flickering with cunning and fervor. I bid the certainty of a verified cosmic axiom. Academician Wei Zheng declared in a deep voice, the starry sky behind him seeming to dim slightly. The bidding escalated relentlessly, the atmosphere growing feverish. Each sought to prove their cherished possession held greater worth than another's. In defending imperfection, they had plunged into yet another contest of value. This was precisely what the collector desired. Watching these souls scramble to display their most precious, core concepts on the shelf, that desire to possess born from nothingness found immense satisfaction. Zhang Bai remained silent throughout. He coldly observed this absurd, self-defeating spectacle orchestrated by the collector. He knew that whoever won the leaf, everyone had lost. They had forfeited their original purpose of resistance, returning once more to the cage where everything has its price. As the bidding reached a fever pitch, and even the inspector prepared to pledge the ultimate form of order, Zhang Bai moved. He did not bid. He simply walked calmly through the crowd to the yellow leaf bathed in the beam of light. Under the utterly unexpected gaze of everyone, including the gardener and the collector, high above, Zhang Bai bent down and picked up the leaf. Then, he placed it in his mouth. He chewed slowly, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. The lofty concepts bestowed upon that leaf by collector's potential, decadence, perfect fracture were reduced in his mouth by the most primal, most savage physiological act to its most authentic taste, a hint of decay, a touch of bitterness, and the lingering warmth of sunlight. The entire universe fell silent. Zhang Bai swallowed, then lifted his head to gaze into the void, as if answering a question never asked. Taste is average. But for replenishing energy, it's sufficient. Wiping his mouth, he declared calmly. It's not a work of art, not a collectible, and not a commodity. It is food. It's sustenance that proves we're still alive, still needing to metabolize. We fight not to be written into history books, not to be appraised and auctioned off, and certainly not for some bull potential. His gaze swept over every dazed soul. We resist simply because we are hungry. For the first time, the collector's eternal will, as constant as cosmic background radiation, fell silent for several seconds. The game was overturned by him in the most brutal, most unreasonable way. That bite felt like tearing into the universe's own artery. The collector's fleeting void amplified infinitely across the mythic cosmos, becoming a silent storm that engulfed all. General Dragon Roar's raised battleaxe froze midair. The deceiver's face, frozen in maniacal laughter, shifted into pure bewilderment. Even the gardener's face, woven from benevolence, showed an imperceptible crack like a glitch in a program. Zhang Bai's actions transcended the realms of transaction and appraisal, venturing into a territory untouched by any collector, that of digestion. The collector could not comprehend digestion. Within its logic, all things were either possessed or priced. Digestion signified the complete absorption of an object's value, transforming it into part of another entity, while the object itself disappeared. For a deity whose very existence was founded upon possession, this was a fundamental sacrilege. After a long silence, the collector's voice resounded once more. This time, it was no longer the condescending auctioneer, but carried an icy tone of extreme curiosity laced with a hint of offense. You consumed my auction item. Definition: an unknown act that achieves value internalization by destroying its tradability. Analysis: this action cannot be quantified, cannot be appraised, cannot be collected. Conclusion: interesting. You have introduced an entirely new variable, indigestible value. Instead of meting out punishment, it performed an even more spine-chilling act. The collector's colossal will, like an invisible blade, precisely severed within the perfect Eden. It forcibly uprooted the painter's scarred canvas, the composer's dissonant melody, and every soul that harbored imperfect thoughts, along with the earth beneath their feet and the sky above their heads, from Eden's domain. Then, it thrust this uprooted, bizarre island before Zhang Bai. An invisible barrier completely severed this region from the rest of Eden. Beyond the barrier lay the eternal, blissful, perfect world maintained by the gardener. Within the barrier was a chaotic, rough, and contradictory new continent. This canvas is yours. The collector's voice carried a sickly generosity. I cannot collect your digestion, but I can collect the world you excrete after digestion. Show me more. Show me more things that cannot be priced, things that cannot be understood. Create freely upon it. The collector's voice carried a hint of amusement as he added the final line. But remember, the canvas belongs to me. The trickster, gazing upon this brand new realm of chaos no longer under the gardener's jurisdiction, danced with excitement. To him, it was a vast stage free from all constraints, where he could unleash his mischief without restraint. General Dragon Roar, however, surveyed his surroundings with wary vigilance. To him, it was merely a more clearly defined battlefield, besieged on all sides. Chapter 160, plunged once more into chaos and panic. The inspector's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. He approached the invisible barrier, reaching out to touch it. The barrier was cold and hard, its surface flowing with the golden text of the framework agreement. "We're finished," the inspector's voice carried a threat of despair. "This isn't freedom, it's captivity. It's moved us from a large, open prison to a specially designed solitary cell for observing hardened criminals." He saw through the collector's true intent. It wasn't to suppress rebellion, but to monopolize it. By carving out this heretical enclave, it transformed human resistance from a potential revolution capable of overturning the entire order into a highly entertaining performance art, confined within controllable boundaries. They became caged artists, their sole purpose to perpetually produce novelty and rebellion to please the ultimate collector who owned the canvas. Zhang Bai stood at the center of this new world, feeling the pulse of the land beneath his feet. He knew the inspector was right. He had won the battle but lost the war. His shocking act of devouring had earned him a more exquisite and more dangerous cage. Worse things soon followed. With this area completely isolated, the gardener's omnipresent maintenance vanished. At first, the sky lost its brilliance, and the flowers' hues grew dull. But soon, deeper bugs began to surface. In one area, gravity suddenly became chaotic, causing all objects to drift slowly toward a non-existent center point. Elsewhere, the passage of time grew wildly unstable. A soul might experience a century's worth of vicissitudes in an instant, while the companion beside them had merely blinked. Fragments of memory, like shattered glass, tumbled out from the rifts in space. These were the memories of countless other civilizations, once collected by the curator. The death cry of a crustacean civilization, the indecipherable lament of silicon-based life, the collective prayer of a gas-based civilization before their star's extinction. These raw, unprocessed torments, unrefined, unadorned by the gardener, spread like a virus across this tiny canvas. The imperfection they craved had arrived. But it came in such overwhelming abundance, such a torrential flood, that they began to be swallowed by this chaotic ocean. Human will, caught in this sudden storm of reality, plunged once more into chaos and panic. They fled the drowning embrace of happiness, only to plunge headlong into the abyss of agony. Zhang Bai watched it all unfold with calm detachment. He knew the collector was testing them, testing whether they truly possessed the capacity to master the imperfections they had chosen. At that very moment, deep within this chaotic realm teeming with bugs and error codes, a forgotten mass of data filled with resentment and unwillingness was drawn by the area's chaotic aura. Slowly, it opened its eyes. It was not the gardener. Long ago, another player was defeated and collected by the same collector, then abandoned in a warehouse corner. One who once attempted to define all existence with the web of fate. The mentor of the gluttonous feast, the weaver. His lingering echoes were awakened by this chaos. Cosmic silence was a luxury here. That heretical enclave carved out of the perfect Eden by the collector was less a canvas than an unprocessed cosmic junkyard. Rising and falling were the conceptual echoes left behind by countless dead civilizations in their final moments. The digital lament of silicon-based lifeforms collectively formatted when unable to untangle a logical deadlock, like sharp bursts of static noise scratches repeatedly at humanity's collective consciousness. The final prayer of a gaseous civilization, condensed by all its members before their homeworld's extinction, lingers as an inescapable, scorching, despair-laden glow. Suspended mid-air, it taints everything it touches with the hues of apocalypse. Gravity here is Schrödinger's cat. Time is a drunken reveler. The defensive line General Long Xiao attempted to establish had barely taken shape when the very orderly laws composing it stepped on a time singularity. Instantly subjected to 10,000 years of erosion, it disintegrated into cosmic dust. He stared at his hand, which had just materialized his battle axe. The skin on his knuckles aged from youth to decay within 3 seconds. Had he not severed his connection to that warped spacetime, he would have become a living fossil? Damn it! This place is unbearable, the trickster screamed. He just tried to play a joke on a floating, wailing remnant of the shell civilization, attempting to turn it into a giant bouncy ball. Instead, the wreckage's pain concept was so concentrated it instantly saddened his joke law into disintegration. The rebounding emotion left him unusually silent for a full 5 minutes, his face slumped as if he'd just attended his own memorial service. He finally understood, the chaos here wasn't the creative, exploitable kind he relished. This was pure, meaningless noise, entropy amplified to its absolute limit. Here, even the grandest prank would be diluted by greater meaninglessness, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. For a deity whose very existence hinged on being seen, this was a torment worse than death. The inspector's condition was the worst. His materialized form was nearly translucent, as if it might be assimilated by the chaos at any moment. He made no attempt to act, merely drifting like a ghost in the corner. His entire system of existence, built upon rules and order, was nothing but a joke here. "It's killing us with reality," academician Wei Zhang's voice rang out. He and several scientists were gathered around a constantly flickering bug, a logical void left behind by a civilization that had invented absolute truth, causing all possibilities to collapse and ultimately self-annihilate. The gardener's perfection is reality filtered through a soft focus lens. Here, we've stripped away every pixel of mosaic. Zhang Bai remained silent, calmly absorbing it all. He understood the collector's intent. You crave imperfection? Then here is the most extreme, most primal, utterly unadorned imperfection. If you cannot process even these raw materials of suffering, then your so-called stories are nothing but castles built on sand. Chapter 161, The Wrong Brush. Just as human will was about to be drowned by this endless cacophony of agony, a faint yet piercingly penetrating shift occurred. At first, it was merely a desperate signal from a plant civilization about disrupted photosynthesis. Its frequency suddenly resonated with the wails of a deep-sea civilization struggling with uncontrolled pressure, creating an eerie resonance. Soon, more bugs began to chain together. The eternal solitude left behind by a species that had lost its reproductive capacity through overevolution was connected by an invisible thread to the death of communication abandoned by a civilization where individuals had completely dissolved due to information overload. Chaos remained chaos, yet within that chaos, a chilling pattern began to emerge. Those once random agonies seemed woven by an invisible hand into a grand, thematically coherent symphonic elegy, following some unseen script. The elegy had but one theme: futility. All struggle is futile. All hope is destined to shatter. All existence is predetermined. Gray, nearly invisible threads materialized in the void, connecting every error code on this canvas into a vast, damaged, yet slowly self-repairing spiderweb. Zhang Bai's pupils suddenly contracted. This aura, he knew it all too well. A cold, emotionless intent, like a virus, silently infiltrated the depths of every human consciousness through that web. It was no longer the voice of the webweaver itself, but more like a fixed, looping program command. Every error has its place. Chaos, too, is part of the order. Your resistance, your struggle, your so-called imperfections all have long been written into the underlying code of this canvas. The mentor of the gluttonous feast, the player weaver. His lingering echoes were awakened by this chaos. But this time, he is no longer a deity towering above. He has become the very rules of this prison itself. He has no physical form, cannot be attacked. He is the warped gravity, the chaotic time, the wails of every civilization. He defines all bugs as part of his predetermined fate script. Within the mythic cosmos, panic spread at an unprecedented pace. Facing the gardener before, they had been rebels, heroes seeking freedom. But the weaver's whisper told them, no, you are not. You are merely actors reciting lines from a script. Your rebellion is the climax of that script, its sole purpose to lead toward a grand, predetermined tragic ending. This realization proved more devastating than any physical assault. It directly dismantled the very meaning behind their actions. General Dragon Roar's battleaxe began to waver as he suddenly realized each swing might merely turn the gears of fate. The deceiver's face lost its smile for the first time. A script beyond his manipulation was his ultimate judgment. Large patches of rust began to appear on the sword of law, embodying the collective self-doubt and nihilism of 7 billion wills. They had escaped the collector's cage, only to plunge headlong into the deeper web woven by the weaver. The collector's amused voice echoed from beyond the canvas, like an audience member in a theater enjoying a splendid drama. Oh! The discarded brush has begun painting upon the canvas of its own accord. Variable reacts with another variable. Conclusion: value is increasing exponentially. Continue. The webspinner's fate virus spread like a plague, triggering a violent intellectual earthquake across the mythic cosmos. It brought no pain, only despair. Human will fractured into 3 dominant factions. The acceptance faction, represented by battle-scarred veterans and weary souls, held a simple logic: if everything is predetermined, why resist when the outcome remains unchanged? Why not choose the easier path? Lie down, wait for the end to come. At least in the gardener's Eden, they could savor illusory happiness. Here, even dreams could not find peace. The breakers, led by General Long Xiao, stand in stark opposition. Their will is tempered like steel, convinced that fate is meant to be shattered. Yet their predicament lies in this question: how do you break a rule that has no tangible form, one that is fused with every physical law of your reality? Every punch thrown might be following the rules. This powerlessness makes their rage feel like punching cotton, frustrating and with nowhere to vent. The most active faction, however, was the spoilers, led by the fraudster. Script? Great. I love scripts. The trickster, shedding his earlier despondency, gestured wildly as he delivered a speech through the mental network. If there's a script, then there must be a writer, a director, and crew. There must be poorly written parts, logical holes, continuity errors. Our job isn't to tear up the script, that's for fools. What we do is improvise wildly, steal the spotlight, rewrite the male lead's lines into duet banter, and turn the tragic heroine's tearjerker into stand-up comedy. We'll make the scriptwriters so furious they storm the stage to fight us. This fiery rhetoric unexpectedly ignited many young, restless souls. They began sabotaging the webspinner's fate-woven net, dancing tango in gravity-distorted zones, debating eternity in time-warped realms. Yet the weaver's lingering echo proved far more tenacious than they imagined. Without anger or reaction, it coldly reincorporated all their improvisations, labeling them characters' frenzied expressions under predetermined fate and stamping them with the tag tragic struggle, seamlessly weaving them into its grand narrative of futility. The trickster's disruption only made the tragedy richer, more heart-wrenching. He became the clown, his absurdity highlighting fate's inevitability. Damn it, the trickster stomped in fury. This writer has the nerve to justify any garbage plot. Just as internal strife threatened to shatter the entire mythic universe's laws through internal conflict, the inspector's nearly dissipated, translucent form suddenly drifted before Zhang Bai. Chapter 162, The Quack's Diagnosis Report. In his hand was a freshly drafted report, composed entirely of the concept of pure bureaucracy, glowing faintly. Ahem, the inspector cleared his throat, his expression solemn as if addressing the highest council of the Bureau. Minister, regarding the narrative contamination incident triggered by the illegal conceptual entity designated web-spinner resonance within the current Canvas sector, I, Director of the Office of Divine Editing and Human Resources Advisor, based on my prior professional experience as a regional inspector of the Reality Maintenance Bureau, hereby issue the first preliminary diagnostic report. All fell silent, even the fraudster leaning in with curiosity. The inspector adjusted his non-existent glasses and read aloud in a tone befitting a court verdict. First, the target web-spinner resonance is not a complete, independent sentient entity, but rather a severely dysfunctional automated program with fatal flaws in its logical loops. Its operation relies entirely on the residual negative narrative energy left behind by other civilizations on this canvas as fuel. Second, its core axiom everything is predetermined contains a fundamental logical paradox. If everything is predetermined, then its defeat by us is also predetermined. A program built on predestination carries within its historical records the stain of a predestined defeat. This forces it, while executing its fatalistic laws, to constantly and subconsciously evade or distort this core contradiction, resulting in immense, unseen system resource wastage. Third, and most crucially, the inspector paused, his tone tinged with an imperceptible thrill, as if he'd uncovered his opponent's fatal flaw. It is a poor screenwriter. A good screenwriter lets the story unfold naturally. But as a failure, it is consumed by fear of losing control, so it uses the hand of God to forcibly intervene in every detail. It isn't guiding the story, it's blocking it. In narratology, this behavior is called creative anxiety. The inspector finished reading and pushed the report forward. In summary, my conclusion is this: we are not facing an omnipotent god of fate, but a third-rate online novelist suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. A quack. This report, thick with the jargon of the Bureau and the stench of office politics, struck like lightning, cleaving through the fog of confusion in everyone's minds. Yes, how could they have forgotten? The Weaver was their defeated foe. Zhang Bai looked at the inspector and smiled sincerely. This was exactly what he wanted. Not unyielding courage, nor wild imagination, but this kind of analysis cool to the point of ruthlessness, dissecting the situation with surgical precision coming from within the system. So, Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the room. Since the doctor is incompetent and the diagnosis is flawed, does that mean we patients needn't follow his prescription? He turned to the two AIs in the Divine Compilation Department. Storyteller, he commanded, retrieve every record of our battle against the Weaver. Skip the grand narratives, just the driest, raw data streams. I want to see every logical misstep, every waver in its axioms. Question 001, his voice shifted to the spinning question mark. Based on the inspector's report, pose a question to the Weaver's fate law that it cannot evade one powerful enough to cause system overload. Countless data streams flashed at light speed across the storyteller's crystal sphere. Within question 001's core, a terrifyingly rapid logical singularity began to form, piercing straight toward its very heart. Zhang Bai's plan had taken shape. They would neither attack the web nor disrupt it from within. Their objective was to present this quack doctor with his own medical report, one he could neither comprehend nor cure. They would use the Weaver's own failure to contaminate his inevitability. The quack's diagnosis transformed the atmosphere of the entire mythic universe. The pervasive despair hadn't entirely dissipated, but a new emotion laced with absurdity and mockery began fermenting within the collective will of 7 billion humans. They gazed upon that fate-weaving net enveloping all, no longer with terror, but rather as if watching a clumsy actor prancing about, all bark and no bite. The counterattack commenced in an unexpected manner. The storyteller's automatic narrative coherence organization program activated at full capacity. Instead of organizing humanity's stories, it directed its full force against the web spinner. Countless raw data streams from that battle were extracted, amplified, and then, like viral advertisements, precisely targeted at every critical node of the web of fate. Thus, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. General Long Xiao found himself trapped in a memory of inevitable defeat, witnessing his comrades reduced to ashes under the script of fate. But in the next instant, the space around him flickered like television static. A cold data stream forced its way in. Error. This fate logic was overwritten by the possibility variable in universe coordinates 7b4a, causing causal law collapse. Error rate 99.8%. The tragic illusion before General Long Xiao instantly stuttered. The motion of his comrades turning to ash twitched repeatedly like a poorly animated scene, appearing grotesquely absurd. The fraudster, defined by the web spinner as a clown destined for solitude, suddenly found his stage engulfed by a massive line of code. Warning: this narrative definition unit was forcibly redefined as recorder by the sword of law, ownership transferred. Current actions constitute suspected conceptual asset misappropriation. The Weaver's Fates web began displaying widespread error messages. It attempted to define human actions as futile, only for the storyteller to immediately fling back the data evidence of its humiliating defeat at Zhang Bai's hands, proving its definitions had long since collapsed. It tried to intimidate with predestination, only for the storyteller to turn its own humiliating defeat by possibility into a looping GIF, playing on repeat across the entire canvas 24 hours a day. This was no longer a battle, it had become a grand spectacle of public execution. The divine editorial department used the weaver's own failures to remind it over and over, "You have lost." The lingering echoes of the web spinner, as an automated program, plunged into unprecedented logical chaos. Its core directive was all is predestined, yet the input reality data declared you are destined to fail. This paradox caused its spiderweb to tremble violently, alternately taut and slack. The once grand tragic symphony devolved into intermittent, discordant noise. Chapter 163, The Attack Has Begun. At that very moment, question 001's attack arrived. That spinning question mark emitted no sound, merely projecting a pure, inescapable logical question toward the chaotic core of the webweaver. Question: if your past predetermines your failure, and your present is an extension of your past, then what meaning does the future you weave hold? This question struck like a poisoned dagger, piercing precisely into the web spinner's core logic, its fatal weakness known as post-traumatic stress disorder. How can a fatalist who refuses to confront their own failures construct a convincing future? The weaver's echoes ground to a complete halt. The vast, damaged web ceased its operation, as if its power source had been pulled. All the bugs that composed the web, the pain and despair from countless civilizations, were released from their constraints, reverting to chaotic, pure noise. Zhang Bai knew the moment had come. He chose not to destroy the already crippled program, that would be wasteful. Raising the sword of law, he pointed its blade directly at the motionless web. I once defined that the endpoint of devouring is creation. I once defined that the endpoint of predation is understanding. Today, I shall bestow a new meaning upon failure. Zhang Bai's voice echoed across this chaotic canvas as he issued the most crucial command since the Divine Compilation Department's founding, the fifth divine word of the Sword of Law. I define, the endpoint of fate is not conclusion, but prologue. The value of failure is not determined by its past, but by the heir who grants it a new future. Weaver, your story has been told. Now, your legacy belongs to us. The Sword of Law erupted with an unprecedented radiance. This light was no longer pure order or potentiality, but a mottled, dazzling civilization's glow saturated with 7 billion stories. The radiance enveloped the motionless spider web. The web was not destroyed, but inherited, rewritten. The gray threads of the weaver, once symbols of fate, were infused with humanity's potential. Its nodes, once emblems of futility, were redefined as coordinates for trial and error. Its structure, once steeped in tragedy, was transformed into a more inclusive stage framework capable of bearing countless comedies, farces, and dramas. Ultimately, that despair-inducing web of fate vanished entirely. In its place emerged this heretical enclave itself. This chaotic canvas, riddled with bugs, miraculously stabilized after absorbing the weaver's legacy. Gravity returned to normal, time ceased its chaotic fluctuations, and the agonized screams from alien civilizations faded into the quietest background noise of this new world. They had succeeded in transforming their prison into their own Genesis testing ground, a realm of infinite potential. A thunderous cheer erupted within the mythic universe. At that very moment, a slow, distinct, almost amused clapping sound drifted in from beyond the canvas. The collector's voice sounded once more, this time brimming with an emotion unprecedented in its intensity, almost ecstatic. A masterpiece. This is nothing short of a masterpiece. You did not paint upon my canvas. You devoured my brush, using its bones and sinews to reshape the canvas itself. Usurpation, inheritance, redefinition. This level of narrative violence is too beautiful. New valuation. Incalculable. The value of this asset has transcended the realm of possession. I have decided. The collector's voice suddenly grew solemn. Such a magnificent work of art cannot exist without a signature worthy of its stature. It requires the ultimate authority of interpretation. No sooner had the words left his lips than a golden light, radiating an aura of perfection and benevolence, descended from the heavens, landing at the very center of this newly stabilized world. As the light dissipated, a familiar figure appeared before the crowd. It was the gardener. But this time, its smile was no longer gentle or inclusive. It was cold, devoid of emotion, precise as a surgical blade. In its hand was no longer a watering can nurturing life, but a pen burning with golden flames, a pen that seemed capable of rewriting everything. The collector announced with satisfaction. To ensure this living epic continues in its most perfect form, I, as its sole owner, have decided to exercise my authority and appoint an editor-in-chief for you all. He shall possess the final authority over all your narratives. The gardener returned. He remained the same gentle, flawless figure, yet the golden coal burning in his hand radiated an authority as unquestionable as a miniature star. That pen embodied in ultimate violence the power to define others' stories. Final authority. The inspector's voice was dry. He understood better than anyone the weight these 5 words carried within the system of rules. It was not a suggestion, not guidance, but a final verdict, the very source of causality. Within the mythic cosmos, the ecstasy of having just vanquished the web spinner and reshaped the new world froze instantly into ice. General Dragon Roar's battle axe hummed with rising combat intent, yet found no target to cleave. Could one declare war on a concept? The smiler's grin vanished. He stared fixedly at the gardener, like a nightingale with its throat clamped shut. His most prized chaos and disorder, in the face of final interpretation, were nothing but a draft awaiting correction. The gardener's gaze swept across this Genesis testing ground, woven from the wreckage of countless civilizations and the collective will of humanity. His smile held a hint of almost pitying admiration. A work brimming with vitality, yet riddled with grammatical errors and logical flaws. He did not act immediately, instead reviewing the manuscript like a patient editor. First, he pointed to the silent, agonized screams from alien civilizations. The background noise is too chaotic, disrupting the main narrative. It should be purified and elevated into a serene requiem. The golden quill glided lightly across the page. In an instant, the resentment, despair, and unwillingness that had tangled across countless epochs, the very suffering that formed the bedrock of this land, did not vanish. They were overlaid by a grander, more correct logic. The once heart-wrenching wails transformed into solemn, reverent hymns. Desperate struggles were rewritten as yearnings for liberation. Feudal resistance was annotated as necessary sacrifices for peace. Every sharp edge of suffering has been smoothed, polished, and inlaid into a perfect work of art called Great Nirvana. The foundations of the mythic cosmos trembled. The earth beneath their feet was losing its essence of failure and struggle, becoming sacred and hollow. Chapter 164, The Editor-in-Chief's Gentle Scalpel. Stop! General Long Xiao roared, yet his voice dissolved upon touching the perfect narrative field surrounding the gardener, becoming soft and feeble, like a petty complaint. The gardener looked at him, his gaze gentle as if observing a sulking child. General, your anger is vital to the epic. Yet in a fine epic, a hero's fury should target a clearer enemy, not the order itself. I shall preserve this passage for you, refining it to imbue your image with greater tragic grandeur. The feather pen touched down once more. General Long Xiao felt an irresistible force deep within his soul combing through his memories. The chaotic, raw pain born from the loss of comrades was being replaced by a more heroic, more epic, logical, tragic indignation. He was still angry, but that anger was no longer his own, it belonged to a character. He had become a marionette in his own story. This isn't right. Academician Wei Zhang murmured, his rational world crumbling. He saw the gardener's gaze shift toward the science department, as if saying, your spirit of exploration is commendable, but why take so many detours? Truth can be bestowed directly. This ing script. The deceiver finally erupted. He transformed into a streak of light, channeling every ounce of his chaotic energy into a razor-sharp dagger coated in the poison of paradox, lunging toward the gardener. He sought to create the ugliest, most irreparable stain upon this perfect canvas. Yet the dagger halted a meter from the gardener. The gardener didn't even move, merely adding a light annotation to the trickster's storyline with that golden quill. Character behavior analysis. As the jester in this drama, the fraudster's core motivation stems from an extreme craving for attention and profound loneliness. This attack was, at its core, a clumsy, desperate embrace seeking understanding. The instant the annotation was complete, the poisoned dagger in the trickster's hand melted away. It transformed into a gigantic bouquet of flowers, blooming with such dazzling brilliance it bordered on the absurd. The trickster himself remained frozen in mid-charge, his face contorted with unprecedented terror and humiliation. His desperate resistance, his most vicious curse, had been casually explained away as a clownish courtship farce. This humiliation was 1,000 times more cruel than outright annihilation. The entire mythological universe fell into deathly silence. Everyone understood. They faced not an enemy, but an omnipresent author. He wouldn't kill you, he would only persuade you to willingly live out the most perfect version of yourself in his story. Every struggle, every act of defiance, would merely become a more thrilling twist in his narrative. This was an enemy beyond defeat. For even the very act of fighting itself would be defined, interpreted, and co-opted by him. What do we do? Someone asked desperately within the collective consciousness. Zhang Bai remained silent, witnessing the entire process of 7 billion human wills boiling over and then freezing solid. For the first time, his sword of law felt powerless. His authority to define was rendered meaningless before the gardener's final interpretation, like local regulations colliding with the Constitution. Resistance was futile. Escape was impossible. Any violent act would be met with a plot kill. Zhang Bai's gaze finally settled on the corner everyone had overlooked, the inspector's office. There, the inspector, who had just regained his work enthusiasm, clutched a copy of the Reality Maintenance Bureau internal regulations thick enough to kill someone, his face deathly pale. Inspector. Zhang Bai's voice echoed within the inspector's consciousness. The inspector jolted upright. Minister, it's useless. Before the final authority of interpretation, any regulation is worthless scrap paper. No, Zhang Bai said slowly. The regulations may be worthless, but the act of drafting them is not. He watched the gardener, that perfect chief editor, meticulously optimizing their world step by step, as if performing a gentle, precise surgical procedure. Zhang Bai's gaze, however, passed right through the gardener, fixing instead on the sole reader and owner of this creation, the collector. What the collector desires is a living history that constantly appreciates in value, Zhang Bai's thoughts crystallized. And a work's worth lies not only in its final text, but also in its creation process, its manuscripts, its discarded drafts, and the never-ending war between author and editor. K800, Zhang Bai simultaneously contacted his temporary collaborator. Recall our temporary partnership agreement? Now, I need you to collaborate with the inspector to draft a document in the name of both our organizations. K800's electronic eyes flickered. What document? A cold curve touched Zhang Bai's lips. A supplementary agreement application letter regarding the delineation of editorial permissions and author rights within the joint development project for narrative assets. The gardener's optimization continued. Like an artist in the late stages of OCD, he spared no imperfection. He transformed a bloody street battle from General Long Xiao's memories into an epic, chivalrous standoff where sacrifice became noble and death held beauty. He even began repairing the fraudster's jokes, imbuing them with profound meanings and warm endings, each now thought-provoking and tear-jerking. The trickster felt himself on the brink of madness. He'd rather be strangled by the weaver's web of fate than tell these uplifting jokes. Resistance within the mythic universe had shifted from rage to numbness. They realized they were like butterflies preserved in formaldehyde, perfectly posed, yet utterly incapable of flight. Just then, an untimely golden light filled with tedious formalities and cold jargon slashed through this perfect sky. It was a projected electronic document of staggering length. At the top of the document sat two emblems side by side, each radiating distinct legal auras: the sword of law from the Divine Compilation Department and the chain of scales from the Cross-Dimensional Accounts Receivable Management and Enforcement Bureau. The document's title read, Inquiry Letter Draft Version 1.0 regarding the scope of application and implementation details of final interpretative authority between editorial functions represented by the Gardner Unit and the multi-author collective represented by the Divine Editorial Department during the collaborative creation process of narrative assets for Heretical Enclave 001, hereinafter referred to as this project. For the first time, the gardener's flawless movements faltered with an imperceptible pause. His golden quill hovered mid-air as he seemed to decipher this suddenly intruding document, whose style was entirely out of place. Chapter 165, The Shield of Bureaucracy. The document's contents were a bureaucratic masterpiece jointly crafted by the inspector and K800's legal AI. Pursuant to Section 13 of Chapter 7 of the Multiverse Fair Competition Act concerning joint intellectual asset development rights, and Supplementary Clause B7 of the Operation Net Temporary Partnership Agreement signed by both parties, we contend that the exercise of final interpretive authority should not extend retroactively to the author's creative intent or original inspiration, as these constitute unquantifiable subjective domains and do not qualify as editable text. We hereby request clarification on whether the following elements fall under the jurisdiction of final interpretive authority: 1. Character backstories preceding the story timeline; 2. Rejected scrapped plotlines; 3. Emotional fluctuation data streams generated during internal author discussions; 4. Textual subtext and ambiguity. Appendix I, Analysis Report on the necessity and legitimacy of the artistic technique of narrative leeway. Appendix II, on the subversive value of character logical inconsistency in postmodern narrative structures. Appendix 3, 10,000 Great Ideas Slaughtered by Editors, a history of blood-tear-filled indignation. This document was nothing short of a collective grievance against editors from all creators. It did not question the gardener's authority, but sought to enclose that power within an invisible cage of pure procedural justice through countless intricate definitions, clauses, and precedents. The collector's will, like a voiceover, resonated within all conscious beings, tinged with confusion and novelty. Procedure? The gardener's gaze shifted to the inspector. In his flawless narrative, this character was meant to be a former bureaucrat who found belonging in a new collective after years of unrecognized talent. Yet now, this character had stepped out of the script, challenging the editor-in-chief with his most proficient and most tedious weapon. The inspector straightened his back. His entire life had been spent immersed in rigid frameworks, an existence that once brought him pain and emptiness. Yet today, for the first time, he realized these cold, inhuman rules could also become the most impenetrable shield. Under the fundamental principle of collaborative creation, editors have no authority to interfere with an author's creative process. The inspector's voice was measured, yet each word carried weight, for he invoked the spirit of contract, a foundation deeper than even the final interpretation rights. This was the bedrock of the commercial universe, one even collectors could not lightly disregard. The cold electronic voice of Yuan K800 added, Our legal AI analysis concludes that the editor's current actions constitute substantial damage to the future appreciation potential of the narrative asset, primarily manifested as possibility and uncertainty, amounting to suspected malicious shorting. Our bureau reserves the right to initiate an asset value reassessment and risk review. One emphasized creative principles, the other highlighted commercial risks. Their perfect synergy skillfully shifted the focus from the indisputable realm of power attribution to the more contentious domain of how power is exercised. The gardener fell silent. His core logic was perfection. Yet perfection encompassed not only flawless outcomes but also an impeccable process. This inquiry letter, brimming with legal and logical rigor, felt like a discordant note in his otherwise perfect symphony. He could forcefully ignore it, but that would leave a blemish on his perfection. Thus, he made a decision consistent with his persona. The inquiry is accepted, the gardener's voice remained gentle. Until the relevant boundaries are clearly defined, I will suspend deep editing of core character motivations and world building. However, to ensure narrative flow, optimization of plot elements will continue. He conceded, but only halfway. The golden quill fell once more. This time, it did not point to a specific character, but to the environment of the entire Genesis test site itself. The earth began to rise, the sky split apart. The once chaotic yet unified world was divided by invisible walls into countless independent scenes, or rather, instances. Since you authors hold the creative process so dear, I shall provide you with the most efficient mode of creation, the thematic writing workshop. The gardener explained with a smile, I have prepared a series of classic narrative models for you: the hero's journey, the trial of love, the rise and fall of civilizations, the endless cycle. Your collective will shall be distributed across different workshops, where you may freely flesh out details within predetermined frameworks. This ensures both your creative freedom and that the final stories meet the highest artistic standards. The mythic universe erupted in uproar. This was far more ruthless than direct memory alteration. It was a higher dimensional form of captivity. He no longer modified your thoughts, instead, he directly dictated their factory settings. You could run freely within the cage, but you could never escape its confines. The inspector's bureaucratic shield bought them a moment's respite, yet it also invited an enemy's more intricate, utterly inescapable rule-based annihilation. Zhang Bai gazed at the perfectly compartmentalized narrative workshops with a calm expression. He knew the real battle had only just begun. He gave us the framework, Zhang Bai addressed the group, but he also granted us the power to fill in the details. Details, sneered the trickster. In the hero's journey, am I supposed to perform stand-up comedy? Why not? Zhang Bai countered. Who says a hero's journey can't have a stand-up comedian as a companion? Who says the trial of love can't end because the protagonists break up over whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory? Our weapon isn't to overturn his framework. It's to burst his framework apart with a deluge of insane, illogical, down-to-earth details. Zhang Bai's gaze swept across everyone, finally settling on the spinning question mark, Q001. Q001, I need you to pose a question. The core of Q001 flickered. Please define the objective of the question. The target, Zhang Bai said deliberately, is neither the gardener nor the framework. It is the story itself. Ask everyone, does the process of a story with a predetermined ending still hold meaning? This question, like a seed, was quietly planted within the will of every human about to enter the narrative workshop. 70 billion human wills, like a great river diverted into channels, surged into the narrative workshop meticulously designed by the gardener. General Long Xiao and his men entered the workshop titled War and Glory. The script here was already written, an epic battle against evil, destined for victory. They were the chosen heroes, their enemies, caricatured demons. Some young couples were assigned to the workshop of eternal love. Romantic scenes, perfectly timed misunderstandings, fated reunions, everything unfolded with textbook perfection. Chapter 166, White Noise War. Academician Wei Zhang and his research team entered the stairway to truth. Each step of their exploration receives divine-like guidance, leading straight to the ultimate mysteries of the universe. At first, everything unfolded according to the gardener's script. In War and Glory, General Long Xiao's army advanced like a whirlwind. But soon, strange things began to happen. During pre-battle meetings, soldiers started fiercely debating whether to have braised pork or stewed tofu for dinner. A solemn discussion on tactical deployment veered off course into a mobilization meeting for the military camp cooking competition. When General Long Xiao delivered his scripted, impassioned pre-battle speech, a soldier suddenly raised his hand and asked, "General, after our victory, will we be able to get apartments with balconies?" General Long Xiao froze. As the hero character, he should have rebuked such demoralizing behavior. But echoing in his mind was question 001's plea. Looking into the soldier's eyes, filled with longing for everyday life, he suddenly smiled. Yes. You all will. They must have north-south ventilation and underfloor heating. The entire camp erupted in cheers more fervent than any victory celebration. That vibrant human energy, born from mundane concerns, instantly diluted the epic grandeur, transforming this war into something more akin to a large-scale, armed wage protest. In Eternal Love, the male and female leads stroll under the moonlight, a scene meant to be romantic and tender. But the girl suddenly stops, points at the guy's shoes, and asks, "Did you buy these limited edition sneakers with the money we were saving for a sofa?" A romantic date swiftly devolves into a heated debate over domestic financial control and differing spending philosophies. They don't break up, but they don't reconcile either. Instead, they agree to create an Excel spreadsheet at home to meticulously plan their income and expenses for the next century. The so-called test of love becomes a messy adjustment period for life partners. The most absurd case involved a con artist. He was assigned to a tragic script titled The Clown's Redemption, where he was supposed to find solace in solitude and ultimately achieve spiritual elevation. Instead, the moment he stepped on stage, he tore up the script and launched into a stand-up comedy routine to an empty auditorium. Speaking of this redemption business, I just don't get it. I didn't steal or rob anyone, why should I atone? Just because my face looks a bit abstract? That's facial discrimination. I'm filing a complaint with the Multiverse Labor Protection Association. And this script? It's nothing but, he gazed at the stars in solitude. Dude, can we get some originality? I could be happily staring at the stars, or even picking my feet while gazing at them. Why must my emotions be hijacked by the stars? His performance was incoherent, illogical, and brimming with script bashing and personal attacks. Yet gradually, people in other workshops began hearing his voice. Those suffocating under the weight of heroic epics, romantic love stories, and lofty truths found an emotional outlet. One by one, they started messing around with their own scripts. In an instant, all the narrative workshops descended into chaos. Heroes debated retirement pensions, lovers calculated mortgage payments, and scientists bickered fiercely over the naming of an experimental instrument. For the first time ever, the gardener's brow furrowed slightly. He realized he couldn't edit these behaviors. For these actions themselves remained within the grand frameworks of war, love, and exploration. Soldiers discussing housing allocations did so for the sake of war victory. Couples debating spending habits faced tests of love. Scientists arguing embodied the very essence of exploring truth. These details were like countless tiny, harmless viruses. They didn't attack the system's core, yet they multiplied frantically and pointlessly, consuming computational resources. They turned the originally clear and fluid main storyline into something bloated, sluggish, and filled with junk information that couldn't be optimized. He tried to correct it with a golden quill. He wanted to elevate the soldiers' desire for housing into a noble defense of their homeland. But as soon as the quill touched the page, the soldiers immediately began discussing property management fees and school district boundaries for their homeland. He sought to transform a couple's quarrel into a clash and fusion of values. The next day, they began studying the marriage law. This was a new form of resistance he couldn't comprehend. They abandoned grand narratives of confrontation, instead deconstructing the meaning he imposed through the most mundane, most worldly, most authentic human logic in every insignificant detail. The collector's voice rang out with unprecedented interest. What are they doing? This isn't a story, it's the noise of life. No, this is the story. Zhang Bai's voice echoed beyond all workshops, directly addressing the collector. What you desire is a living epic. And the essence of living is precisely this endless, seemingly meaningless, yet profoundly vital noise. You cannot edit it, for life itself has no script and no editor-in-chief. For the first time, the gardener's golden quill froze mid-air, suspended in indecision. His logical core, capable of unraveling the universe's deepest mysteries, was being overwhelmed by a deluge of white noise, questions like what should we have for dinner, and will it rain tomorrow? He could not judge the value of this information. It was neither noble nor base, it neither advanced nor hindered the plot. It simply existed. This very existence itself became an inexplicable, indefinable weapon. The entire mythic cosmos, the will of 7 billion humans, converged in this moment into a torrent. They no longer narrated heroic epics or mythical tales, they simply, stubbornly, noisily lived. This narrative torrent, composed of pure life, formed an unprecedented white noise storm that crashed head-on into the gardener's final interpretive authority. The golden quill trembled violently. It attempted to untangle a main thread from the chaos, only to be instantly overwhelmed by billions of diverging, trivial possibilities. A crack finally appeared in the gardener's perfect smile. For he realized that in this war of white noise, his once omnipotent pen could find no place to land. At that moment, the collector's will descended once more. This time, its voice carried no trace of spectators' leisure, but instead a hint of gravity. Warning, detecting exponential growth in uncontrollable narrative entropy. The readability of the work is rapidly declining. Assessing. Asset value experiencing severe fluctuations. Suddenly, a will older and grander than the collector's descended without warning, enveloping the entire stasis point. It was not a voice, but a pure gaze. For the first time, the collector's amused voice carried panic. A reader? No, it's not time for review yet. That gaze ignored the collector, piercing through all the narrative workshops, bypassing the gardener, and landing directly upon the chaotic sea of white noise formed by the collective will of 7 billion humans. Then, a cold, emotionless assessment echoed through every conscious being. An interesting draft, but it needs revision. As the words faded, a black pen larger and more tangible than the gardener's golden quill, seemingly forged from the desolate remnants of countless universes, emerged slowly from the void, hovering above the mythic cosmos. I, the ultimate reader, arrived to review this manuscript at the request of the market. Chapter 167, The Ultimate Reviewer. That pen. It was not composed of any known substance, resembling instead a fragment of bone torn from cosmic carcasses, distilling the apocalypse and silence of all existence. Suspended there, it emitted no energy fluctuations, yet froze the entire stasis point solid. Time, space, laws, even concepts themselves seemed pinned down by an invisible hand, utterly immobilized. Under the pen's shadow, the collector's meticulously constructed exchange of all things resembled a cheap building block model, its ornate dome now streaked with fine cracks. The will that moments ago had toyed with all beings, viewing everything as collectibles, now pulsed with unprecedented intensity. The emotion radiating from it was no longer curiosity or greed, but pure, primal fear. Reader, no, ultimate reviewer. Why have you arrived prematurely? The work is not yet complete. The metallic body of K800, forged from pure law, now glowed with an extreme dullness. Every law constituting its form emitted a wail of overwhelming strain. It understood the origins of this pen better than any collector. It was not merely an instrument of some institution, it was an institution itself. An ultimate system of judgment and evaluation, standing above both the Reality Maintenance Bureau and the Cross-Dimensional Accounts Receivable Management and Enforcement Agency. An interesting draft, but one that requires revision. The cold assessment echoed once more, devoid of anger or joy, like a seasoned literary editor reviewing a novice's manuscript, pointing out its glaring excesses. The black pen moved. Its nib drew a light downward stroke. The target was not the core of the mythological universe, not Zhang Bai, not any of the main characters. It pointed toward an utterly insignificant ripple in the ocean of white noise formed by the collective will of 7 billion humans. That young soldier who had loudly asked at the pre-battle meeting, "Can I get a balcony apartment after victory?" It was not an attack, but an edit. A fine, nearly imperceptible red line materialized on the soldier's narrative chain, precisely erasing the detail of getting a balcony apartment. The soldier didn't vanish. He wasn't even wounded. He still stood in General Long Xiao's ranks, eyes resolute, posture rigid. But he had changed. That slightly mundane yearning for life in his eyes vanished. The simple dream that sustained him through the meat grinder of a future, a family, a warm little nest had been optimized. He was now a perfect hero. A symbol fighting purely for the grand ideal of defending the homeland. His personal desires, the impurities that constituted his humanity, had been cleanly excised. General Long Xiao's battle axe trembled violently, not from enemy attack, but because he sensed a soul among his men had been robbed of its most vital essence. That sensation felt emptier, colder than watching comrades fall before his eyes. A part of his story, the brotherhood in arms he swore to protect, had been forcibly imbued with a sublimity utterly alien to him. The ocean of white noise had developed its first crack, tiny, yet deadly. For it proved this pen could alter their truth at will, transforming each vibrant individual into a standardized product tailored for market readability. What is this? Purification? No, it's more disgusting than purification. For the first time, the fraudster's voice lost its cynical edge. He frantically tried to weave vicious jokes about the pen into his narrative, like the ultimate editor's true identity is a client who only knows how to respond with he, or that pen is actually his unwashed toenail. Yet the black pen remained utterly unresponsive to these provocations. Its nib etched annotations into the void, irrelevant background filler. Character motivation singular. Recommended deletion. A chill ran down the fraudster's spine. He realized his offense wasn't even worthy of being crossed out. It had been directly classified as junk information, ready to be wiped away with a single click. Inspector K800, Zhang Bai's voice rang out with unnerving calm amidst the mythic universe where panic and rage were beginning to spread. Does your legal system contain any provisions addressing conflicts between editorial rights and copyright? The inspector froze, then frantically searched the vast bureaucratic regulations in his mind, as vast as cosmic dust. K800's legal AI also kicked into high gear. Yes, the inspector nearly shouted. Article 7321 of the Multiverse Intellectual Property Protection Act. Authors possess final interpretive authority and integrity rights over their works. But the ultimate reviewer represents the market. Its actions are defined as commercial modification suggestions based on market feedback, which holds higher legal priority than mere authorial rights. Market feedback. Zhang Bai savored the phrase, his gaze piercing through layers of narrative to rest on the black pen suspended high above. So its authority doesn't stem from itself, but from a higher entity. It represents this thing called the market. Now that's interesting. Zhang Bai suddenly smiled. What are you laughing at? General Long Xiao's will roared like a furious lion. Our brothers are having their souls castrated one by one. General, when an editor wants to cut your manuscript, fighting him is the least effective approach. Zhang Bai's gaze swept over each person. You can't win because he wields the pen of rules. The right move is to prove to him that the very content he wants to cut is precisely what the market craves most. You must convince him his professional judgment is wrong. The con artist's eyes lit up. So you mean, we should have a chat with this editor about what makes something best-selling? No. Zhang Bai shook his head, his gaze growing deep and intense. We won't talk to him. We'll bypass him entirely and conduct our own market research. We'll use data to show him his so-called edits are destroying what could be a blockbuster hit of the year. Zhang Bai turned his attention to the inspector. In K800, in the name of the editorial department and the executive bureau, draft an urgent proposal immediately. It will be titled In-Depth Research on the Market Potential and Reader Preferences of the Narrative Assets in Sort of Law, Genesis. We will prove our value to the market itself, not its reviewers. Tell him that any unilateral revisions made without market research are irresponsible to the investors. Chapter 168. Come on, let's have fun together. The inspector's bureaucratic spirit blazed fiercely as K-800's legal AI began constructing the document at unprecedented speed. They transformed Zhang Bai's near-rebellious declaration into a formal document meticulously worded, logically rigorous, and saturated with legal jargon and corporate slang. A golden stream of light, more complex and self-righteous than the earlier asset freeze order, surged upstream. Instead of striking the black pan, it shot toward the unfathomable void behind it, the void called the market. For the first time in the mythic universe, an attempt was made to discuss reader experience with an editor. For the first time, the black pen halted its editing motion. Suspended mid-air, it seemed to process a logical branch it had never encountered before. The collector's fluctuations brimmed with disbelief. Madman, you utterly insane lot. You're holding a meeting for reviewers? The black pen remained motionless in the void for a long while. The market research application, a bureaucratic masterpiece jointly crafted by the inspector and K-800, plunged like a depth charge into the tranquil lake of the ultimate reviewer's absolute, unquestionable logical closed loop, stirring unprecedented ripples. The reviewer's core function was optimizing works to cater to the market, and Zhang Bai's application was precisely framed under the banner of better serving the market. Logically, the reviewer could not reject a proposal aimed at enhancing the product's value. To do so would contradict its very reason for existence. Finally, that cold voice sounded again, but this time, it seemed tinged with a barely perceptible programmatic confusion. Market research application accepted. Logically consistent and compliant with the principle of asset value maximization. Approved. A stifled cheer erupted within the Mythos universe. They had succeeded. They had temporarily subjugated the rules themselves using the rules. But the reviewer's next words froze all celebration instantly. Research samples will be randomly selected by this seat. Sample pool, all narrative universes discarded, forgotten, or deemed failed by the market. Before the words had fully faded, the entire scene within the stasis point underwent a violent transformation. The collector's exchange of all things was violently shoved aside, replaced by a vast, empty circular space reeking of decay and despair. It resembled an abandoned coliseum, its surrounding stands filled with blurred, distorted shadows radiating intense resentment. They were the research samples. The failed stories spoken of by the final reviewer. Zhang Bai's gaze swept across the stands. He saw a geometric civilization composed entirely of crystal. Their minds had evolved into pure logic, yet ultimately self-erased en masse when they failed to compute the meaning of existence. Now, only cold contempt for all emotion remained. He saw a race of giants draped in stardust fragments. Their epic chronicles brimmed with war and glory, yet on the eve of unifying the galaxy, they were utterly annihilated by an inexplicably vulgar plague. Their resentment became a bone-deep curse against all happy endings. He also witnessed a race whose form defied description, woven from flowing light itself. Born artists, they devoted their lives to creating for a god they worshipped, yet their deity remained nothing more than an unconscious natural phenomenon. Their stories were never heard by any being. Their civilization faded into absolute solitude, leaving only an endless envy for any tale that had been seen. These were their readers, a band of naysayers betrayed beyond repair by life and fate. Research commences. The reviewer announced coldly, prove to them that the so-called white noise in your stories, those superfluous subplots about domestic squabbles and personal desires, possess value. If you can persuade them to pay for your narratives, this bench will reconsider the necessity of editors. If not, the latter half remained unspoken, but the slight dip of the black pen spoke volumes. This was an unwinnable debate. Selling the beauty of life to beings who viewed existence itself as a curse? It was more absurd than peddling diet plans to starving ghosts. I'll do it. General Long Xiao will step forward first. Behind him, a majestic vision unfolded: mountains of corpses, seas of blood, shattered star rivers. He began his tale, recounting how soldiers fought bloody battles for their homelands, for glory, for the wives and children they left behind. Our battles have meaning. Our sacrifices protect the white noise you scorn. Every house with a balcony is a monument we carved with our lives. His voice resonated with power and sincerity, yet the stellar giants on the dais responded with shrill derision. Monuments? Your meaning is cheap indeed. We forged weapons from stars and used black holes as tombstones. Our epics could set entire quadrants ablaze. And what? A trivial bacterial infection turned everything we built into the universe's grandest joke. Your protection? Merely the prelude to an even greater tragedy. General Dragon Roar's epic paled before this greater tragedy. The trickster leapt forth, launching into his signature performance of absurdity. He depicted the birth of the universe as the vomit of a hangover, the evolution of life as a slip of the hand during cell division. He deconstructed meaning with every tool at his disposal, attempting to counter nothingness with nothingness. Behold! Everything is inherently meaningless, so why not revel in this absurd process? Come, let us revel together. The crystal civilizations will responded without a flicker, a collection of illogical random data. Manifestations of increasing entropy. Your process holds no computational value. We have reached the end of this path, where only absolute, icy nothingness resides. Your so-called enjoyment is merely the most primitive chemical reaction. For the first time, the trickster's joke drew no laughter. Academician Wei Zhang and his team stepped forward, showcasing humanity's wisdom spectrum from drilling wood for fire to comprehending quantum foam. They spoke of the pure joy in exploring the unknown and unveiling truth. From the stands, the artists woven from flowing light echoed with a lament, truth? We have glimpsed the source of narrative. We have woven the most perfect art with threads of concept. Yet no one appreciates it, no one understands. Your truth, if it brings no redemption, what difference is it from a cold stone? Your joy stems only from your ignorance. Your audience, in the end, is only yourselves. Chapter 169, Sense of Accomplishment. Attempt after attempt, failure after failure. Violent tremors began to shake the mythic universe from within. The resentment of those losers, like the most vicious mimetic virus, began to corrode their convictions. Some wills began to align with the pessimism of the star giants, believing all struggle would ultimately prove futile. Others were drawn to the logic of the crystal civilization, questioning the necessity of emotion. Cold sweat beaded on the inspector's forehead if he had one. He silently calculated whether surrendering now might secure a relatively dignified bankruptcy settlement when the mythic universe faced reckoning. Zhang Bai remained silent throughout. He watched his companions exhaust every effort, yet it felt like trying to sell mirrors to a crowd of stones. He finally understood, they had been wrong from the very beginning. They thought this was a product presentation, that they were the salespeople, and those failures were the customers. But it wasn't. These losers weren't here to buy anything. They were here to claim compensation. They didn't need a better new story. They only wanted an explanation for their own unfinished, cancelled, neglected trash stories. Zhang Bai's will moved forward slowly. He didn't display power like Long Xiao, nor did he play tricks like the fraudster. He merely gazed calmly at those shadows brimming with resentment, then issued an order into the heart of the mythic universe one no one could comprehend. Storyteller, cease telling our tale. Question 001, activate in-depth interview mode. We're not here to sell anything. Zhang Bai's thoughts transmitted clearly to every despairing companion, and also to the bewildered losers in the stands. We're here to collect stories. He turned toward those cold, resentful stares. For the first time, his face bore no trace of strategic smiles, only a pure, equal gaze. We want to hear your stories. The entire deathly silent arena fell into an even deeper stillness. The star giants ceased their mocking, the crystal civilization's logical operations faltered momentarily, and the lamentations of the light artists paused. After countless eras of solitude and oblivion, for the first time, a being had spoken these words to them. You wish to hear? The echo of the star giants, laden with millennia of accumulated scorn and disbelief, rolled over every heart like a glacier in slow motion. What would we hear? How we gathered our fallen comrades' remains from the shattered stars. How our entire civilization, at its zenith, rotted away silently like a herd of flu-stricken livestock. What benefit would such tales bring you? Do you seek to find your pitiful sense of superiority in our suffering? Zhang Bai remained silent. He merely gestured. The chief interrogator of the Divine Editorial Department, question 001, that rotating question mark core floated slowly before the stellar giant. It emitted no sense of oppression, only a soft glow. A question was delivered directly into the star giant's residual consciousness. Before you lost consciousness for the last time, what color did you see? This question caught every being off guard. It didn't probe the meaning of epics, nor did it debate the logic of fate. It was an incredibly specific, incredibly personal question. The echo of the star giant trembled violently. That core of memory, shrouded in pain and resentment for countless eons, was pierced precisely by this question. Its consciousness involuntarily returned to that twilight of destruction. What it saw was not enemy warships, nor the collapse of an empire, but an unnamed purple flower blooming by chance amidst the battlefield's ruins. Bathed in the twin star's final glow, it radiated an almost ethereal, warm hue. It was a color it had never noticed in its endless wars. Purple. For the first time, its echo carried a hint of bewilderment. Immediately after, question 001 turned to the crystal civilization. Before your collective decision to format, what was the last emotional sample deemed worthless and deleted? The logical torrent of the crystal civilization stalled for an instant. Deep within their prideful, absolutely rational memory banks, a file marked logical paradox to be destroyed activated. It belonged to a young individual who, upon independently deriving the formula describing cosmic string vibrations for the first time, experienced an impulse, one that could not be quantified or defined, yet caused its entire crystalline body to grow faintly warm. They named it sense of accomplishment. Unable to identify its practical value for civilizational survival, they classified it among the first emotions slated for optimization. Sample ID 734, definition, sense of accomplishment. Finally, question 001 faced the artists bathed in radiant light. What was the first note of the final hymn you composed for that false deity? The sorrowful chorus of the glowing artists fell silent. They recalled that in the civilization's final despair, they no longer sang to please the deity, but to soothe a newborn infant crying in distress. Instinctively, they hummed a melody. That melody was incredibly simple, incredibly gentle. It belonged to no grand symphony, merely a mother's lullaby to her child. A lullaby. As each question was posed, each detail buried beneath the grand tragedy was unearthed, and the atmosphere within the Colosseum began to shift subtly. The monolithic, vengeful image of the losers began to crack, fracture, and dissolve into individual, vivid, concrete stories. Within the mythic cosmos, 7 billion human wills listened in silence. They judged not, they pitted not, they merely heard. They heard the iron will and tender compassion of the star giants, the crystal civilization's yearning for truth and its bewilderment, the unquenchable creative spark that burned within artists even in despair. And the storyteller, Real 001, functions like the most faithful recorder, transcribing these fragmented, forgotten fragments word for word. It makes no alterations, offers no judgments, merely juxtaposing these facts alongside humanity's own white noise. A wondrous chemical reaction unfolds. When the story of the human soldier yearning for a balcony is juxtaposed with the last purple flower seen by the star giant, the soldier's wish no longer seems vulgar, nor is the flower merely tragically beautiful. Together, they point to something, beneath all epics and tragedies, life's most simple yearning for beauty. Chapter 170, Conclusions are unreliable. When the story of the human couple arguing over buying a sofa or sneakers is juxtaposed with the crystal civilization's deletion of sense of accomplishment, their quarrel ceases to be trivial squabbling and instead becomes vivid proof that they still feel. When the fraudster's incoherent ramblings intertwine with the artist's unheard lullaby, that stubborn insistence on making one's voice heard even in the void becomes profoundly moving. White noise ceases to be mere noise. It becomes the backdrop, the reference point, the yardstick measuring joy and sorrow. It counters cosmic scale tragedies with humanity's own ordinary, trivial, even slightly ridiculous existence. It declares, look, what you've lost is precisely what we strive to protect. We know it's fragile, we know it may lack meaning, but it is warm. The resentment on the stands melts like ice and snow. The lingering echoes of those losers no longer view humanity as enemies flaunting happiness, but rather as another possible version of their own stories, and if line they never reached. Ultimately, all the echoes coalesce into a unified, infinitely complex will. It is no longer filled with resentment or sorrow, but only a serenity born of having weathered every storm. It turns toward the black pen suspended high above. Our market research is complete. This newly formed echo collective spoke. Our conclusion is this: the greatest value of this draft called humanity lies precisely in the superfluous elements you wish to delete. For within every trivial question like what should we have for dinner, lies the very choice we once traded our entire civilization's survival for yet failed to obtain. We are willing to pay for this noise. The black pen of the ultimate reviewer trembled violently. Its core logic, built upon market demand, had suffered its most fatal blow. The very market it represented had told it, in its own voice, that its professional judgment was wrong. Data anomaly. Survey samples contaminated by emotional bias. Conclusions unreliable. For the first time, the cold voice carried a hint of something akin to annoyance. Market research procedures have been maliciously manipulated. This seat shall exercise final adjudication authority and enforce editorial changes. The black pen steadied once more, its nib gathering an even more potent force of the law, one representing erasure. But at that moment, the echo collective moved. It did not attack the reviewer, but turned toward Zhang Bai and the divine editorial department. We no longer wish to be forgotten negative reviews. We want to become part of your story. The inspector grasped this intent almost instinctively. A flash of light erupted from his hand, conjuring a pristine, blank contract out of thin air. We, the Lost Narrative Alliance, the Echo Collective's voice solemn and grave, wish to merge all our civilization's memories, epics, lessons, and regrets as narrative assets into the divine editorial department. We seek neither resurrection nor vengeance. We ask only to be recorded, to be told, to be remembered. In exchange, we shall join you as co-authors of this work. Zhang Bai stared at what could be called the heaviest investment proposal in the cosmos. He knew that once accepted, humanity's story would no longer be pure, they would bear the weight of countless extinct civilizations. But he smiled. Welcome aboard, fellow co-founders. His will transformed into a pen of light, signing his name upon the contract. The moment the contract was sealed, billions of streaks of light, some tragic, some cold, some dazzling, poured down from the stands like a vast starry river, merging entirely into the sword of law. The mythic cosmos of humanity expanded infinitely, its layers thickened. The sword's glow was no longer pure gold, it was now tinged with the rusty hues of stars, the blue of crystals, and countless unnameable colors belonging to vanished civilizations. The sword of law ceased to be merely a blade, it became a mobile, living museum of civilization. The tip of the black pen halted less than an inch from the mythic cosmos, unable to advance further. Before it lay not a mere draft, but a complex narrative entity that had integrated countless market feedbacks and possessed immense historical depth. After a long pause, a distinct, clear baritone, one imbued with personal will and utterly unlike its previous voice, emerged from the black pen. Unauthorized narrative asset integration. This constitutes a hostile takeover of the work. Very well. The review meeting is adjourned. Now commencing the second review. That distinct, willful baritone resonated through every echo of intent, declaring the opening of this second review. This was not a victory fanfare, but the prelude to a colder war. The earlier market research had been a debate over value, while this second review was a war over ownership. Unauthorized narrative asset consolidation, the baritone, the voice of the final reviewer, stated calmly, yet each word seared like a red-hot branding iron into the foundations of the mythic universe, constitutes a hostile takeover and illegal control of the work. Pursuant to Article 3721 of the Multiverse Narrative Asset Management Basic Law, this bench shall initiate mandatory due diligence and asset liquidation assessment against the defendants, the Divine Editorial Department and its affiliated assets. The instant the words fell, the black pan that once symbolized erasure did not appear. Instead, an immense abacus materialized, composed entirely of pure golden laws. Though formless, it felt like the heaviest substance in the cosmos. Each minute shift caused the sword of law, this newly established museum of civilization, to groan under the unbearable weight. This was no weapon, but an accounting tool. An ultimate instrument of punishment that quantified epics, tragedies, love, and sacrifice into cold, hard numbers. Clatter. An invisible finger flicked a golden bead on the abacus. Amid the lingering echoes of the star giant, the battlefield he guarded to his death, now tinged with the purple glow of tiny flowers, had its tragic value, epic premium, and aesthetic residual value instantly calculated. These transformed into a string of dim numbers floating in the air. His sacrifice, spanning an entire epoch, was valued as the average emotional output of a standard intensity civilizational conflict. Clatter. Another golden bead was moved. The sense of accomplishment that the crystal civilization had deleted for being unquantifiable was assessed as low efficiency, non-functional, redundant emotional fluctuations with market value approaching zero. Chapter 171, Shattering the Abacus. General Dragon Roar's battle axe hummed. He could feel the souls of the billions in the alliance of lost narratives trembling. This wasn't destruction, it was more humiliating than annihilation. It didn't deny your existence, it simply declared your existence worthless. The fledgling alliance cracked under the agony of having its value ruthlessly stripped away. The hope that had just begun to ignite was rapidly extinguished by this cold, clinical quantification. For the first time, the fraudster did not laugh. He attempted to distort those numbers with his own absurdity, only to discover that his chaos, faced with absolute quantification, was like a drop of water splashed onto the desert, instantly absorbed, leaving not even a ripple. The blue data stream of K800 flickered violently. It recognized the essence of this golden abacus, the ultimate value liquidation protocol, a higher-order legal tool that superseded even its own enforcement order. Its mission was to retrieve the web spinner, yet the situation before it had long transcended mere debt collection. It fell silent, calculating its risk exposure. We cannot continue like this. General Long Xiao's will roared. We must shatter that abacus. It cannot be shattered, academician Wei Zhang's consciousness analyzed calmly. It is not matter, it is the rule itself. Attacking it is attacking the very concept of value. Unless we can prove ourselves worthless, it will only calculate us faster. Then let us prove ourselves worthless, cried a young human soul. And then what? The inspector's weary yet piercingly clear voice echoed, then we'd be liquidated outright for lacking sustainable development potential. It's a dead end. Despair spread like a plague through the collective will of 7 billion plus countless others. Zhang Bai remained silent. He did not glance at the golden abacus nor attempt to soothe the restless souls. His consciousness remained fixed, locked onto the inspector. Inspector. Minister, I'm here. The inspector's consciousness instantly materialized before Zhang Bai. His timeless office clerk appearance seemed incongruous against the backdrop of the grand, epic lament unfolding around them. If one company conducts due diligence on another, what does the subject company need to do? Zhang Bai asked. The inspector paused, then something deep within his soul, honed by countless official documents and meeting minutes, seemed to ignite like a long dormant engine roaring to life. Pushing imaginary glasses up his nose, his voice took on a thrilling, almost gleeful edge that neither the Dragon Roar General nor the fraud investigator had ever heard before. Theoretically, the subject has an obligation to cooperate. But in practice, he paused, a nearly cunning gleam flashing in his eyes, we can demand they first present a due diligence authorization letter, investigator qualification certification, standard confidentiality agreement template, historical investigation case compliance report, and risk assessment and compensation plan for potential damage to the subject's commercial interests from this investigation. Very well, Zhang Bai said. What if the other party is the ultimate reviewer? That depends. The inspector's speech quickened as countless dense clauses and regulations, formed from light, began to swirl around his consciousness. From which board of directors does this ultimate authorization originate? Was it approved by a shareholders' meeting? Which cosmic institute of certified public accountants issued his audit qualification? Has he paid his annual fees on time? The entire mythological universe fell silent. Every soul stared in stunned silence at the relentlessly eloquent chief of staff. K800, the inspector abruptly turned to the blue data stream. In the capacity of special advisor to the Pan-Cosmic Commercial Credit and Asset Clearing Bank, draft an interrogatory requesting the ultimate reviewer to provide legal entity and procedural legitimacy explanations regarding their investigative actions. Urgent. Simultaneously copy the Multiverse Commercial Competition Fairness Act Arbitration Committee. K800's data stream stalled for 0.01 seconds, seemingly processing this instruction beyond its core mission logic. Yet as an enforcer of law, it could not refuse a procedurally legitimate request. A golden light stream similar to the asset freeze order but more intricate began forming at its core. Academician Wei Zhang, academician Su Hongxing. The inspector turned to the scholars. Didn't you just merge into the Crystal Civilization's memory repository? Immediately compile an academic report spanning 3,000 eras titled On Logical Paradoxes and Model Vulnerabilities in the Evolution of Value Assessment Systems, citing no fewer than 500 million references. Attach it to the inquiry letter as a technical appendix. The academicians' eyes flashed with the delight of discovering a new research topic, and they immediately plunged into their work. All members of the Lost Narratives Alliance, the inspector's voice boomed throughout the museum. Share with me every memory from your civilizations concerning law, contracts, fraud, bureaucratic wrangling, defaulting on debts, and exploiting loopholes. Especially those most convoluted, most unreasonable, and most infuriating clauses. In an instant, a torrent of billions of memories, some tragic, some cold, surged forth, revealing countless fragments shimmering with a gray glow, millennia-long trade agreement negotiations between interstellar empires, silicon-based lifeforms suing over a logical definition, a constitutional crisis in a civilization sparked by a punctuation error. These memories, deemed the dregs of civilization, now poured into the inspector's consciousness. He drew a deep breath, his entire consciousness transforming into a human typewriter as he began dictating at a frenzied pace. Pursuant to the principle of reciprocal information exchange for trans-narrative entities, we demand that your party provide a complete information disclosure list. Given that your assessment activities have irreversibly impaired the emotional value stability of our narrative assets, we reserve the right to pursue compensation for psychological harm. Within 24 Universal Standard Time, your party must publicly disclose the algorithmic model of your golden abacus and submit it for review by an independent third-party technical committee composed of representatives from our party, K800, and the Lost Narratives Alliance. Golden official documents more intricate, more cunning, and more bureaucratic than K800's inquiry letters were constructed within the Mythos universe. Layered upon one another, they formed a gleaming shield composed entirely of procedural justice and red tape. This shield surged majestically toward the golden abacus. Clatter. The invisible hand on the golden abacus froze. All its computational power was now forced to process this avalanche of procedurally flawless legal documents. Quantifying the tragedy of a star took but a second, yet deciphering a 70,000-page inquiry letter with 500 million references demanded far more time. Chapter 172, Which Weighs Heavier? The abacus ceased its movements. The lofty baritone fell silent for a long moment. You, his voice carried a distinct note of bewilderment and irritation for the first time, are attempting to audit the auditor? Zhang Bai's resolve responded calmly. No. This is merely standard due diligence. The golden abacus's quantitative process was abruptly halted by a deluge of paperwork, granting the Divine Compilation Department a precious moment to catch its breath. The inspector, this disillusioned former civil servant from the Reality Maintenance Bureau, had now become the hero of the entire Civilization Museum. He even went through the motions of establishing a temporary cross-civilization legal and compliance committee, appointing K800 as an external legal advisor, and solemnly began reviewing a ludicrous budget proposal submitted by the fraudster regarding procuring novel paradoxical jokes to counter logical attacks. While complaining that budget cuts stifle artistic innovation, the fraudster secretly relished the process. He discovered that using rules to create chaos was more entertaining than pure chaos itself. But this momentary calm was merely the quiet before the storm. The ultimate reviewer, delayed by the process, refused to let it go. Unable to conduct a macro-level valuation of the entire asset package from the outside, he changed tactics. He would attack from within, piece by piece, proving that these so-called priceless treasures all had a price that could be traded. The golden abacus ceased its tedious calculations. Instead, it flashed with light, concentrating all its computational power into a single point. The target, the lingering echoes of the stellar giant. In the next instant, an incredibly vivid projection of possibility enveloped the entire mythical universe like a gigantic soap bubble. Within this vision, the star giant did not perish in battle. At the very instant of his impending death, just before he could glimpse the tiny purple flower, a transaction option materialized out of thin air. Sell your final opportunity to perceive the beauty of the unknown. Price, your civilization shall survive for 10,000 standard years as a vassal. This was neither film nor illusion. Every soul felt the full weight of that choice. They saw the star giant's civilization, clinging to life under another power's rule. No dignity, no freedom, merely existence. The stars faded from their kin's eyes, replaced by numb, endless toil. The price? Merely relinquishing the chance to glimpse that flower whether it existed or not. A cruel, soul-piercing trolley problem. Which is heavier, a fleeting, ephemeral beauty, or 10,000 years of civilizational continuity? The reviewer's voice echoed like a whisper from God within each consciousness. This is not destruction, but a bargain. Prove to me whether your meaning is truly priceless. The newly formed alliance erupted in an instant. Countless souls from the Lost Narratives Alliance let out agonized wails. Many of their civilizations had perished in similar choices. They roared, urging the star giant to accept the bargain. Live. Even as slaves, as long as you live, there is hope, a voice cried. That is false hope. General Dragon roars will form a barrier, attempting to resist this ideological erosion. A pitiful existence bought by selling one's soul is more shameful than a glorious death. Shame won't fill our bellies, glory won't keep our young alive, another voice countered. The alliance once again teetered on the brink of collapse. Zhang Bai remained uninvolved. He understood this was the stress test the new alliance must endure on its own. If it failed this trial, the so-called Museum of Civilization would be nothing more than a splendid tomb of scattered sand. He merely watched in silence. At that moment, the silent question 001, that spinning question mark, slowly drifted toward the center of the dispute. It did not align with either side, but posed a question to all souls present, save the star giant. If his beauty can be priced, then what value do your current arguments over glory and survival hold? This question poured like a bucket of ice water over every fervent head. They suddenly realized that the very thing they were fiercely debating was itself part of this valuation game. Every argument, every wavering, provided fresh market data for the reviewer's calculations. The clamor gradually subsided. Meanwhile, the fraudster made a move no one could have anticipated. Instead of mocking this tragic moral drama, he transformed himself and slipped into the projection of possibility. He appeared within the enslaved civilization of the stellar giants. 1,000 years had passed since that transaction. The entire civilization lay lifeless, like a colossal machine. The fraudster cleared his throat, stood in a vast plaza, and began telling jokes. Hey, you know why logicians always carry a loaf of bread in their pockets? Because they're afraid of encountering a paradox pain de soleil. No response. Slaves walked past him in a daze. A concept walks into a bar. The bartender asks, what'll it be? The concept replies, I think, therefore I am. So give me a glass of nothingness. Still, dead silence. The fraudster remained undeterred. He told the universe's worst, coldest, most ill-timed jokes. The powerful species overseeing the labor scanned him with detectors, analyzing his speech, yet couldn't comprehend the meaning of this invalid information. Day after day. Finally, on a weary evening, a young star giant hauling boulders heard the fraudster's latest clumsy pun. On his heavy, numb face, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was not laughter. It was merely the faintest ripple, a meaningless deviation from the tracks of survival and labor. Yet this ripple spread like a virus. Beyond the projection, the lingering echo of a star giant who had endured immense suffering witnessed this scene. He saw his kin, after a millennium of numbness, regain expression because of a foolish joke. Suddenly, he understood. 10,000 years of meager existence had yielded nothing but a vast, silent tomb. Yet that fleeting glimpse of the purple flower he was about to abandon, that illogical joke brought by the trickster, that was the spark that made living worthwhile once more. I refuse. The echo of the star giant's voice was calm yet resolute. He neither roared at the reviewer nor explained to his companions. He simply made his choice. The projection of possibility enveloping the entire mythic universe shattered like a pricked soap bubble. The golden abacus suspended high in the heavens clicked sharply. One of its golden beads cracked open, revealing a minute fissure. Chapter 173, All Resistance, Cease Resistance. Valuation failed. The reviewer's emotionless baritone carried, for the first time, a cold, metallic edge of anger. Switch protocol. Initiating hostile takeover procedure. The icy term hostile takeover shattered the newly morale in an instant. The golden abacus underwent a drastic transformation. No longer a computational tool, it morphed into a colossal furnace radiating golden light. Countless chains forged from the pure law of value roared forth from the furnace, like a pack of ravenous vultures, swooping down upon every story within the sword of law. Their purpose was no longer evaluation, but assimilation. Each chain embodied an irresistible market logic. One chain ensnared General Long Xiao's war chronicles, attempting to acquire them and rewrite them into a more commercially viable heroic action flick. Another chain locked onto academician Wei Zheng's exploration logs, aiming to package its pure joy into a knowledge pay product. This is nothing short of outright plunder. The newly established Civilization Museum, known as the Sword of Law, suffered the most intense assault. General Dragon Roar's will, manifested as a battle axe, clashed violently with the golden chains. With each impact, countless fragments of memory were shaken loose. The fraudster's paradoxes and jokes were effortlessly deconstructed and distorted by this unreasonable commercial logic. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. The legal shield forged by the inspector in K800 crumbled like paper before the higher-order commercial principle of a hostile takeover, pierced with effortless ease. The alliance was being dismantled inch by inch. Their story, their history, their very meaning, all were being forcibly dragged along, destined to become yet another line of code in the ultimate reviewer's vast investment portfolio. Yet while everyone else threw themselves into this desperate defensive battle, Zhang Bai's consciousness remained unnaturally calm. He made no attempt to resist any of the chains binding him. Instead, he focused all his attention on that void, the source of the reviewer's will. Storyteller. Minister, I'm here, intern 001's voice echoed. Analyze all acknowledgements of inquiry letters we've received previously. Zhang Bai's command was clear and swift. Retrieve all metadata and cross-reference every record related to reviewing in the Lost Narrative Alliance's memory repository. I need to know what this auditor was before becoming an auditor. This was an angle overlooked by everyone. The storyteller's core began spinning at high speed. Devoid of emotion, it possessed the most terrifying logical processing capabilities. It cross-referenced timestamps, encryption methods, and legal citation patterns from seemingly insignificant bureaucratic acknowledgements against memory fragments left behind by countless extinct civilizations during their reviews. A truth buried deep in the dust of history gradually emerged, piece by piece. A vivid picture unfolded in everyone's consciousness. It depicted an incomparably glorious civilization that had mastered the ultimate secrets of narrative. They could create the most perfect, best-selling, and resonant stories at will. Their works dominated the entire universe's market. Yet absolute success brought absolute emptiness. When every story was crafted according to the formula for the optimal solution, the very act of creation lost its passion. That civilization was not defeated by any enemy, but succumbed to an incurable plague called perfection. In the scene, a young artist gazes painfully at his own works, once hailed as immortal masterpieces, his eyes filled with despair during the civilization's final twilight. He burned all his manuscripts and made a vow to the void. He vowed to become the gatekeeper of the market, judging every story by the harshest, most ruthless standards. He would force them to struggle, collide, and spark imperfect sparks, ensuring no tale repeated the downfall of his civilization. He was the ultimate editor. That icy baritone, that fury, that near-obsessive pursuit of value, everything made sense now. He was no machine, but a scarred creator, a martyr defending his beliefs through the most extreme means. His most powerful weapon was his deepest wound. So that's how it is. A faint sigh echoed in Zhang Bai's consciousness. The next moment, he made a decision that baffled everyone. Long Xiao, the deceiver, the inspector, everyone, cease resistance. What? General Long Xiao's will nearly shattered. Open ourselves, Zhang Bai's voice brooked no argument. Let those chains in. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, every defensive barrier on the sword of law dissolved completely. Billions of golden chains of value surged like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring unimpeded into the core of the Civilization Museum. But they did not bring the expected devouring and assimilation. Instead, 7 billion humans, joined by the souls of countless lost civilizations, relinquished their stories in that instant. They summoned every ounce of their will, every joy and sorrow, every memory, to begin telling a brand new story. The story of the ultimate reviewer. They recreated his youthful passion, the ecstasy he felt when crafting his first imperfect yet vibrantly alive creation. They recreated the long process by which his civilization stepped by step toward perfection, and step by step toward death. They replayed his anguish as he uttered that lonely, desperate vow amidst the ruins of his civilization. They offered no judgment, no blame, and certainly no pity. They merely served as the most faithful storytellers, reenacting his own history before him, faithfully and without alteration. Through billions of different perspectives, they endowed this history with billions of different interpretations. The star giant showed him the tragic grandeur within his vow. The trickster showed him the absurdity in his pursuit of perfection. Academician Wei Zhang showed him the regret of abandoning exploration. And those countless ordinary human souls, the white noise fretting over a balcony or a pair of sneakers, revealed to him the most precious thing his glorious civilization had long lost, the vibrant, imperfect, living essence of existence. The golden chains surging into the mythic universe halted. They were no longer cold laws, but began to tremble faintly, as if recalling their former selves. The golden furnace suspended high above gradually dimmed. Finally, with a clang, it plummeted into the void as if drained of all energy, vanishing into nothingness. The suffocating pressure that had enveloped everything vanished into thin air. You. The reviewer's voice sounded again, no longer cold, no longer angry, only in utter exhaustion, as if a billion-year burden had been lifted. You actually understood. A pure black crystal, shaped like a tear, drifted slowly down from the void. It was his paradox core, the source of all his pain and obsession, his own sealed story. He no longer needed it. Then, that voice, no longer addressing the divine editorial department, spoke its final words to the higher, imperceptible market itself. I resign. The instant the words fell, the entire dimension of the second trial court began to collapse violently, like a skyscraper whose foundations had been pulled out. The divine editorial department had won. They hadn't defeated their enemy, they had forced the enemy to choose reconciliation and surrender. But the resignation of the ultimate reviewer left behind a vast, chaotic, and unregulated power vacuum. And the universe abhors a vacuum. Chapter 174, All is silent. The second trial court's dimension disintegrated like a torn judgment. Fragments of law fell like shards of glass, exposing the mottled chaos of the void beyond. The once majestic exchange and the imposing court now dissolved into collapsing geometric lines and unfocused light patterns. The Divine Compilation Department, along with K-800 and the Lost Narrative Alliance formed from the echoes of countless civilizations, floated suspended at the epicenter of this grand collapse. They resembled litigants who had just won their case only to discover the courthouse was being demolished. The silence lasted but a fleeting instant. Per Annex 3, Article 17 of the Cross-Dimensional Asset Disposal Emergency Protocol, in the absence of a sovereign entity or its authorized representative, high-value conceptual assets seized during joint operations shall be placed under temporary custody by the participant with the highest liquidation rating, pending further assessment. K-800's unflinching voice shattered the silence. Its metallic form turned toward the nearby site where the once dominant golden abacus and the furnace now floated motionless, flickering intermittently as dimensions collapsed. Deprived of their master's will, they still pulsed with a heart-stopping rhythm of value. To K-800, it was nothing less than a windfall sufficient to drive any commercial empire mad. Objection, the inspector interjected almost instinctively, adjusting non-existent spectacles as his bureaucratic soul blazed. Your Honor K-800, the clause you cite applies to confiscation. The nature of this incident, according to our records, should be defined as asset bequest following voluntary relinquishment of ownership by the subject entity. Furthermore, the resignation of the final reviewer was directly precipitated by the narrative therapy provided by our party. Therefore, as the primary contributor, we hold the first priority right of inheritance to the estate. Narrative therapy? A red light representing incomprehension flashed in K-800's scanning eye. No such definition exists in our database. Our records indicate the subject relinquished functions due to a systemic collapse from logical overload. We provided full legal framework support throughout and bore 47% of the dimensional anchoring load. Our request for custody of this asset is entirely reasonable. General Long Xiao's will crystallized into a cold snort as the phantom of his battle axe began to solidify. He couldn't decipher the convoluted clauses, but he sensed this tin can was trying to steal something. At this tense standoff, the fraudster's intent drifted like a weightless bubble, bypassing everyone to silently glide toward another relic, the tear-shaped, pitch-black crystalline form drifting down from the void. This was the burden shed by the ultimate reviewer, the source of his torment and obsession, his own story. To the fraudster, this object held far more intrigue than that glittering abacus. He extended a hand formed from pure concept, intending to grasp it like a beautiful marble. Yet the instant his fingertips touched the crystal, an indescribable, overwhelming fatigue and emptiness washed over his will. It was not a shock of power, but a metaphysical infection. In that instant, he seemed to witness the birth and demise of countless stories, to feel a glorious civilization slide from its zenith into the perfect stillness of death, until only the endless loneliness of being the sole living thing in a vast, empty universe remained. The con artist's sinister grin froze on his face. He yanked his hand back, and for the first time, his eyes betrayed something akin to fear. This was no toy, it was a poison distilled from billions of years of time. Enough. Quiet. Zhang Bai's voice cut through the commotion. His gaze swept over K-800, the inspector, and finally settled on the black crystalline object. He understood these three items represented three distinct temptations: the lure of power, the allure of wealth, and the seduction of understanding. K-800, the ownership of the abacus and the furnace can be discussed later. We could even establish a joint committee to haggle over it for 100 eras, Zhang Bai said calmly. But right now, we must leave this place. This dimension is resetting to zero. None of you want to become a footnote in historical records, do you? He turned to the inspector. Inspector, draft a meeting summary. Subject, first round of informal consultations regarding the temporary disposition of assets following the departure of the ultimate reviewer and the positions of all parties present. Record both K-800's claims and our objections, marked pending discussion. Then distribute it to K-800, with copies to all members of the Lost Narratives Alliance. We must ensure procedural justice precedes the distribution of interests. The inspector's eyes lit up. Yes, this was it. Winning wasn't essential. First hold the meeting, first draft the minutes, first steer matters onto familiar tracks. He immediately rallied his focus and began dictating an official document complex enough to make any creature dizzy. K-800's logic core processed for a moment before accepting this procedure. Within its system, a legally binding meeting minutes document indeed held higher priority than resorting to direct, chaotic force. With the primary conflict resolved, Zhang Bai's gaze finally settled on the black crystalline object. He did not touch it. Question 001, he called out. The rotating question mark symbol appeared silently. You once asked what we should grasp to avoid falling if there is no single truth, Zhang Bai said. Now, I return that question to you. He gestured toward the crystal. Within this lies a soul nearly crushed by the single truth. Every question he posed, every judgment he made, ultimately pointed back to himself. Now, he has left behind his question. I do not know what it is. I only know it should not be sealed away, should not be forgotten, and certainly should not be treated as spoils of war. Zhang Bai looked at question 001, your position is chief questioner. Now, I entrust you with the heaviest, most complex question in the universe. Do not seek to solve it, but to understand it. Question it daily, and let it question you. Treat it as your whetstone. Question 001 paused for a moment. Then it drifted slowly toward the black crystalline mass. Without touching it, it simply circled around it, beginning to rotate at an entirely new frequency. One question began to scrutinize another. The crisis seemed temporarily averted. K800, having secured the meeting minutes, temporarily abandoned its struggle. The inspector found a sense of purpose. The fraudster, still shaken, kept a safe distance from that poison, and General Long Xiao's battle axe dissolved back into a phantom. Alright, we can leave now, Zhang Bai sighed in relief. Chapter 175, Isolation equals death. Yet at that very moment, K800's communication channel erupted with a shrill alarm. Simultaneously, a dense, snowflake-like torrent of information flooded the consciousnesses of nearly every member of the Divine Compilation Department. Alert, Ultimate Market Regulation Protocol has become invalid. Notice, Pan-Cosmic Narrative Asset Valuation System has entered a phase of chaotic free bidding. Advertisement, Immortal Mythology Rapid Packaging Service become a supreme deity in 3 months, money back guaranteed. Takeover offer, Esteemed Divine Editorial Department, 1000-Star Capital proposes acquiring 51% equity in your Earth G007 storyline for 3000 standard Genesis energy units. Malicious attack warning, unknown meme virus intelligence diminishing aura detected attempting to breach your civilization's firewall. The entire cosmic market, having lost its sole gatekeeper, instantly transformed into a bloody, frenzied, and utterly lawless arena. And the Divine Editorial Department, freshly victorious over the ultimate boss and radiating divine light, had undeniably become the most succulent morsel in every shark's sights. The dimensional collapse continued, yet compared to the endless business opportunities and hostile takeovers flooding in from the outside, this tiny collapsing space felt like a tranquil haven. For the first time, K800's mechanical voice carried a hint of emotion. A tremor mingled with fervor and dread. Free market. The true, free market has arrived. The mythic universe, now properly termed the Sword of Law, Civilization Museum, was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval. In the instant of return, the collective will of 7 billion humans, along with the echoes of countless lost civilizations, were drowned by the torrents surging from the free market. It was not a physical assault, yet proved more corrosive than any attack. Your Excellency General Dragon Roar, your unbreakable in 100 battles personal brand holds immense development potential. Would you consider granting us at Ironblood Entertainment the rights to adapt it into a 3,000-episode series? We'll tailor a red-haired confidant just for you, guaranteed ratings. Esteemed Mr. Fraudster, your absurdism concept possesses immense internet celebrity potential. Sign with our Chaos MCN, and we'll elevate you to top-tier stardom across the cosmos within half a standard hour, guaranteeing over 1 trillion followers. Academician Wei Zhang, your joy of truth concept is too niche. We recommend incorporating popular elements like systems and check-ins. We offer comprehensive outsourcing services. These messages spread like viruses, precisely targeting the deepest recesses of everyone's consciousness, stirring the most primal desires: fame, recognition, wealth, influence. General Long Xiao's will form trembled with rage, feeling his legacy desecrated. The fraudster, however, fell into a peculiar excitement, genuinely contemplating the top influencer offer. Meanwhile, countless ordinary wills began wavering before the temptations of knowledge monetization and instant deification. Silence. The inspector's roar echoed across the entire mythic universe. Before him, a massive light screen displayed the real-time valuation of the Narrative Assets Department's narrative assets. The curve was climbing at a near vertical angle, yet it was also blanketed with countless red alerts for hostile takeovers and meme infiltration. We are facing an unprecedented commercial war. The inspector's expression was the most grave since taking office. Our stories, our very meaning, are being valued, dissected, and prepared for sale as commodities. Zhang Bai, we must immediately establish a crisis PR department, a legal department, and a brand value management division. We need to formulate a 5-year development plan and a clear profit model. We must operate like a corporation, or we'll be devoured by the market. K800, unusually, agreed with the inspector. He's right. You are now a hot IP. Either proactively manage your own value, or let others manage it. There is no third path. Within the mythology universe, debate erupted instantly. The inspector's corporatization proposal gained support from pragmatic factions who saw it as the only rational choice. But the trickster immediately leapt to oppose. Ha! A corporation? Wearing suits to war? How's that different from being caged? My take? Embrace the chaos. They want top-tier stars? I'll be that star, then livestream tearing fans apart, blacklisting top donors, and blowing up their servers. Now that's performance art. General Dragon Roar represented the most staunch conservatives. Any attempt to tamper with our history and memories is tantamount to declaring war. We must erect the strongest firewall to block all external information and preserve the purity of our civilization. Closure equals death. Academician Wei Zhang shook his head, his eyes flickering with curiosity toward the new. These data streams may be chaotic, but they contain unprecedented narrative structures and transmission patterns. We should study them, understand them, not fear them. Just then, the emotionless voice of the storyteller echoed, pouring fuel on the chaotic debate. Based on data analysis of the top 100,000 trending narratives in the current market, I propose 3 optimization plans for this universe's next phase of development. Introduce a female character possessing both tsundere and yandere traits to engage in an emotional entanglement with Minister Zhang Bai. Projected to increase engagement by 300%. B. Establish a fortune's change revenge theme, portraying General Long Xiao as a betrayed former war god to heighten dramatic conflict. C. Equip the fraudster with a comic foil mascot, preferably a furry, talking animal, to effectively expand the younger demographic. The entire mythological universe fell deathly silent. General Long Xiao's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. The fraudster, however, began seriously contemplating what kind of animal would suit him best. Enough! Zhang Bai's voice was not loud, yet it silenced every will. Standing alone at the center of the Civilization Museum, he watched the surging, bizarre streams of information flow in without anger, without anxiety. "Inspector, you're right, we are fighting a war," he said slowly. "But you've misunderstood one crucial thing. In someone else's casino, no matter how you adjust your strategy or manage your chips, the house always wins. We cannot play the value game by the market's rules." He turned to the fraudster. "You're also right about creating chaos. But petty, scattered chaos will only be consumed and co-opted by the market as a new cool culture. Your rebellion will become a print on their t-shirts." Chapter 176, Going Against the Grain. He looked at General Long Xiao again. "General, firewalls are necessary, but they can't stop ideas. When the enemy no longer attacks with swords and spears, but with a more compelling story, even the tallest walls become useless." He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room. "They want to price us because they believe value is determined by attention. The more people watch a story, the more valuable it becomes. The more people believe a myth, the more real it seems. This is the logic of the market and the deepest poison left by the ultimate gatekeeper. But we are not like that," Zhang Bai declared with unwavering certainty. "Our value is not determined by our audience. Our very existence is meaning itself." "Then what should we do?" Academician Wei Zhang voiced the question on everyone's mind. Zhang Bai's gaze drifted toward the unremarkable corners drowned by mainstream market noise. There, he glimpsed the lingering echoes of the Lost Narratives Alliance. The lament of the stellar giants, the formulas of the crystal civilization, the hues of the luminescent artists. These tales were labeled niche, commercially worthless, and recommended for archiving amid the market's clamor, left untouched. They were like those quiet, ancient, seldom visited libraries in the city. A wild idea took shape in Zhang Bai's mind. "They want to turn us into commodities, into bestsellers," Zhang Bai murmured, a faint, almost imperceptible curve playing at the corners of his mouth. "Then we'll do the exact opposite. Inspector, cancel all PR department preparations. Fraudster, put away your MCN contract. General Dragon Roar, redirect the firewall's energy to a new project." He took a deep breath and announced his decision to the entire mythic universe, to the 7 billion wandering wills. "I hereby establish the Pan-Cosmic Lost Narratives Archive, a wholly non-profit institution dedicated to collecting, preserving, and researching stories forgotten by the market, discarded by value systems, and deemed useless. We do not produce content, we provide sanctuary for content. We do not chase attention, we serve only understanding. While the entire universe chases bestseller lists, we shall build a library. A library for the defeated, for the heretics, for all who are out of step with their times." This declaration, like an ice cube dropped into boiling water, instantly cooled the entire mythical universe, plunging it into profound shock. A declaration of war against the market? No, this was more radical than war. It was a fundamental rejection of market logic. It was an attempt to counter the clamor of the exchange with the silence of the library. Inspector Shang's jaw dropped, remaining agape for a long moment. Non-profit? No pursuit of attention? This was nothing short of commercial suicide. For the first time, the core logic of K800 experienced a prolonged freeze. It couldn't calculate the return on investment for this action. Only the fraudster, after a momentary startled pause, erupted in thunderous laughter. "Ha ha ha ha! I love it! ING rockin'! Screw positive reviews, screw negative ones, we just collect banned books. Count me in. I want to be the curator of the contraband and heretical literature branch." Zhang Bai smiled. He knew a new, tougher yet far more thrilling war had begun. The preparatory work for the Pan-Cosmic Lost Narratives Archive commenced with great fanfare amidst chaos, arguments, and confusion. The inspector threatened to resign unless Zhang Bo submitted a project feasibility and budget report. Zhang Bo promptly appointed him director of the Archive Finance and Administrative Approval Committee, then dumped all the original data from the Lost Narratives Alliance, those chaotic, disorganized streams of memory utterly devoid of commercial value, onto him, euphemistically calling it an initial asset assessment. Staring at the mountain of disorganized, messy accounts lacking even a proper catalog, the inspector nearly broke down. Ultimately, resigned to his fate, he plunged into the tedious task of sorting through it all, desperately seeking any shred of value he could possibly include in his report. The fraudster achieved his goal, becoming the curator of the prohibited and contradictory literature branch. He enthusiastically scoured the market for narratives discarded for illogicality, moral corruption, or political incorrectness. His collection included love poems about stones falling for nothingness, philosophical treatises arguing the universe was a donut, and a stream of consciousness novel where the protagonist dies on page 1, followed by 3,000 pages of landscape descriptions. These artifacts drove every visiting walker to the brink of madness, yet the fraudster reveled in it. He even hung a sign on his branch, "No entry for the intellectually sound or logic enthusiasts." General Dragon Roar oversees security. The firewalls he built no longer shield the outside world but contain internal threats, logical contamination between divergent narratives. His daily headaches stem from handling paradox energy leaks from the fraudster branch and soothing the lingering echoes of stellar giants infected by the neighboring branch's nihilistic aura, who now question life's meaning. Academician Wei Zhang and his team became the backbone of the ancient texts restoration and research department. They immerse themselves in fragments of civilizational information, attempting to reconstruct a civilization's cosmology from a broken formula or piece together an emotional model of a race from a discordant folk song. To them, this was not a library but a golden sanctuary for cosmic archaeology. Storyteller 001 was appointed Chief Data Administrator, tasked with cataloging and indexing all holdings. It attempted to establish connections between these chaotic narratives through pure logic, ultimately creating an index system even more bizarre than the fraudster's collection. For instance, a bloodbath triggered by a steamed bun was linked to the ultimate entropy increase of cosmic heat death. Question 001, meanwhile, was placed alongside the tears of the reviewer in the library's deepest chamber, becoming its crown jewel, the eternal question. Thus, a chaotic, noisy, and seemingly unorganized library yet pulsing with a peculiar vitality quietly opened its doors beyond the clamor of the marketplace. The market's reaction unfolded exactly as Zhang Bai had predicted. At first, it was complete indifference. An archive that didn't participate in bidding wars, didn't produce content, and didn't chase traffic? In the ever-evolving, fast-paced cosmic marketplace, it resembled a peculiar old man practicing Tai Chi outside the Wall Street Exchange, harmless and utterly irrelevant. Yet gradually, subtle shifts began to unfold. Some smaller narrative entities, those eliminated by market competition, acquired by larger players, or squeezed until they could barely breathe, approached the archive with a nothing-to-lose mentality. They didn't seek adaptation or distribution, they only wanted a place for their stories to be stored, to prevent them from vanishing entirely. The archive accepted all comers without exception. Chapter 177, Universal Narrative Gateway. Later, some discerning readers weary of assembly line products like feel-good fictions, sweet romance, and system-driven plots also began arriving out of curiosity. To their astonishment, they discovered stories here that were pure and untouched by commercial logic. Those rough, clumsy, even flawed narratives contained something long forgotten, a quality called sincerity. Word of mouth, that market force often manipulated by capital, here quietly fermented in its most primal form. The archives added no commercial value, yet slowly accumulated a deeper cultural gravity. Just as the editorial team believed this tranquil cultural triumph would endure, an uninvited guest arrived in a manner they could never have imagined. That day, beside the archive's conceptual coordinates, a colossal, dazzling new structure rose from the ground within a single standard hour. It was a dazzlingly magnificent commercial complex. Its exterior walls displayed flowing holographic advertisements, endlessly looping the universe's most popular narrative snippets. At its entrance, receptionists dressed as adorable mascots handed out discount coupons and free samples to every passing entity. Its background music was a melody calculated by big data to maximize purchasing desire. Its name was Wangxiton Supermarket. A middle-aged man in a suit, smiling warmly, appeared in everyone's consciousness. He was K9527, CEO of Wangxiton. Dear story producers and consumers. His voice resonated with magnetic persuasion. Still struggling with writer's block? Frustrated by neglected narratives? Come to Wangxiton. We offer the most comprehensive template library, the most powerful traffic algorithms, and the most efficient monetization channels. We honor the value of every story. To better serve you, we announce the simultaneous launch of Story Bank services. Deposit your stories into our bank, and we'll not only safeguard them but also pay you generous interest, our platform's traffic revenue share. The more popular your story becomes, the higher your earnings. Think your story isn't compelling enough? No worries. Our professional gold medal editors team offers story optimization services. We'll refine your plot, develop your characters, and craft satisfying moments, transforming your work beyond recognition and propelling it effortlessly onto the bestseller list. The inspector stared in disbelief. This was essentially a more thorough, shameless version of the corporate-style operation scheme he'd envisioned earlier? The con artist's expression darkened. He realized his performance art paled in comparison to this blatant commercial artistry that commodified everything. The most lethal aspect was Wangxiton's location. It was situated right next door to the archives. One was a quiet, quaint, even slightly dilapidated library. The other, a bustling, trendy, dazzlingly diverse supermarket. Side by side, they formed an utterly ironic contrast. CEO K9527's gaze seemed to pierce dimensions, settling on Zhang Bai. His smile grew even brighter. Oh, right. Personally, I greatly admire the philosophy of that archive next door collecting those useless stories. What a noble sentiment. To support this noble cause, our Wangxiang has decided to conduct regular charitable acquisitions of the archive's holdings. We'll purchase those promising collections at market price, no, double the market price, helping them achieve greater value. After all, stories only gain meaning when seen by more people, don't they? This was a declaration of war. A declaration wrapped in the most venomous guise of goodwill, mutual benefit, and market principles. He wasn't aiming to destroy the library, he intended to transform it into his supplier. He sought to co-opt that sentiment with money and redefine that sincerity through traffic. At the archive's entrance, a short poem titled On Joy, recently rescued by academician Wei Zhang from the dying embers of a civilization's memory, trembled in its conceptual form. For within its consciousness, two messages had arrived simultaneously. One was the archive's acceptance notice, welcome aboard. This shall be your eternal home. The other was a takeover bid from Wangxiang. Dear Mr. Poetry, we offer 500 traffic units to acquire your copyright and adapt it into a catchy advertising jingle. Estimated audience reach, over 1 trillion listeners. The short poem began to flicker violently, trapped in the dilemma of choosing between eternal peace and fleeting glory. And this was only the beginning. Zhang Bai stood on the library steps, gazing at the dazzling commercial empire across the way, then glanced back at his motley crew of employees, each wearing an expression as varied as the strange lights around them. He suddenly smiled. Inspector. Present. Draft a statement on the archive's mission, vision, and values, Zhang Bai instructed. The first line reads, we are committed to becoming the worst supermarket in the universe. Zhang Bai's declaration, committed to being the worst supermarket in the universe, struck the chaotic minds of the divine editorial department like a bolt of logical lightning. The inspector's thoughts nearly crashed. He adjusted his non-existent glasses, trying to extract any meaningful information about administrative management or crisis PR theory from the statement, but found only emptiness. Minister, my interpretation is that this is a reverse marketing strategy? Academician Wei Zhang's mind was always quickest to grasp Zhang Bai's intent. By adopting an extreme positioning, we create market differentiation from Wangxiang and reinforce our non-commercial brand image? No. Zhang Bai shook his head, his gaze sweeping past the crowd to fix on the concept model flickering intensely between eternal tranquility and momentary splendor. We're not marketing. We're operating. He turned to the inspector, his tone as calm as if arranging afternoon tea. Inspector, do you still have that corporate operation plan you drafted earlier? The inspector froze, instinctively pulling up the document he himself considered a disgraceful, crassly commercial proposal. But, director, this conflicts with our current direction. Put it to use, Zhang Bai cut him off. Establish a customer experience department, with General Long Xiao serving as its concurrent head. A rare crack appeared on General Long Xiao's perpetually icy face, as if he'd heard the most absurd military order. Me? Customer experience? He ground out each word with visible effort. Having spent his entire life on the battlefield, he'd only experienced steel and blood. What was a customer? Could you eat it? Chapter 178, The Worst Supermarket. Fraudster, Market Research and Venture Capital Department, you're in charge. The fraud specialist's eyes lit up instantly. The very name of this department screamed legally sanctioned mischief. Academician Wei Zhang, Academician Su Hongxing, you two will oversee the Product Development and Quality Inspection Center. The two academicians exchanged glances, seeing mutual loathing for the word product in each other's eyes, yet also a flicker of stirred challenge. Storyteller, Big Data and User Profiling Center. Question 001, Chief Ethics and Values Advisor. With this string of appointments, the divine editorial department seemed to have genuinely transformed into a corporation, though its employee roster was enough to send any sane CEO into immediate shock. Then, Minister Zhang Bai, the inspector finally couldn't hold back, our first client is right there. How do we operate? What is our product? How do we price it? He pointed at the short poem, nearly torn into two distinct forms. Zhang Bai didn't answer. Instead, he stepped down the stairs and walked straight toward the short poem about joy. The holographic projection of K9527, CEO of Wangxiang, watched the scene with keen interest. His business AI analyzed Zhang Bai's behavioral patterns in real time, attempting to predict his offer. A higher emotional commitment? A more enduring narrative status? The conceptual form of the poem sensed Zhang Bai's approach and trembled more violently. On one side, the deafening melody of an advertising jingle promised the chorus of billions of listeners. On the other, the deep silence of the library seemed to hold the sound of cosmic dust settling. Zhang Bai came to a halt before it, yet unlike K9527, he did not present an offer. He simply gazed at it quietly. Then he spoke, his voice soft, yet piercing through the commercial clamor of Wangxiang with crystalline clarity. What kind of joy are you? The short poem froze. It had been asked about its value, its potential, its copyright ownership, but never about itself. It's the joy a child feels on a warm afternoon, tasting honey for the very first time. The short poem answered instinctively. Zhang Bai nodded. I see. He turned and issued his first operational directive to the group of company executives behind him, each harboring their own hidden agendas. Customer Experience Department, activate Level 1 Reception Protocol. Objective, recreate a warm afternoon. General Long Xiao's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom, yet he obeyed the order. He mobilized the orderly laws of the mythic universe, dispersing the turbulent conceptual currents around them. He simulated the most stable gravitational pull and illumination, bathing the space in soft golden sunlight accompanied by a perfectly calibrated breeze. This was no grand spectacle, merely an extremely precise physical simulation of comfort. Product Development Center analyzed the core concept of honey. Academician Wei Zhang's team sprang into action. Rather than crafting an earth-shattering taste sensation, they tapped into humanity's collective memory for the most primal, pure emotional resonance associated with sweetness. It was a complex blend of satisfaction, a small luxury, and pure energy. An invisible thread of sweetness began to waft through the air. Market Research Department, create comparison noise. The fraudster understood perfectly. Instead of attacking Wanchutan's jingle, he staged a solo performance alongside it. One moment he portrayed a king whose teeth fell out from eating something too sour, the next, a philosopher questioning the meaning of life after tasting bitter melon. His performance was comical and clumsy, yet it highlighted the preciousness of sweetness in the most direct way. Big Data Center, analyze customer feedback and adjust environmental parameters in real time. Storyteller 001's cold logic flowed, quantifying every minute fluctuation in the conceptual body of the short poem into data, precisely adjusting the angle of sunlight and the concentration of sweetness in the breeze. Zhang Bai, meanwhile, stood quietly to the side like a true supermarket owner, watching his employees serve each customer in an extremely clumsy, inefficient, and even absurdly comical manner. They made no promises to it, offered no assurances of readership or value. They merely harnessed the full power of the entire editorial department to recreate the very moment its story was born. The short poem ceased its flickering. It abandoned contemplating eternity and glory. It simply, quietly, re-experienced that afternoon, that child, that spoonful of honey. That joy, pure to the extreme and existing for no purpose, was magnified and honored in this moment as never before. Finally, it transformed into a soft glow. Instead of soaring toward the dazzling Wangxiang, it drifted gently and settled upon the library's ancient door, like a warm badge. A system alert sounded in the inspector's mind, the sales statistics program he had just forcibly coded. Ding! First transaction completed. Item, short poem on Joy trial version. Revenue, 0. Cost, 0.01 standard units of mythic cosmic order law fine-tuning, 3 invocations of collective memory emotional resonance, paradox energy hedging consumption, a long list of unquantifiable losses. Profit. The inspector stared at the report, feeling utterly drained. This wasn't the worst supermarket, it was the universe's most reckless subsidiary. Next door, the smile on K9527, CEO of Wangxiang, vanished momentarily before brightening even more. He commanded his AI. Mark target short poems on Joy as substandard asset. Assessment report, this narrative asset lacks commercial ambition, resists value maximization, and exhibits extreme self-enclosure. Recommendation, add to recovery and re-education list. He gazed at the library as if observing an amusing antique shop destined for his acquisition. Round 1 was rather entertaining, he murmured. Now, let's play for higher stakes. Since they cherish useless stories, I shall transform every useful narrative into their enemy. K9527's second wave of attacks proved far more aggressive and insidious than anyone anticipated. Overnight, the entire conceptual market shifted. Wangxiang ceased releasing any new, original narrative products and instead launched a massive project called the Golden Age Revival Plan. Leveraging immense capital and legal tools, they acquired the narrative copyrights to countless dormant, once glorious civilizational myths. Overnight, the epics and legends holding pivotal positions within the Lost Narratives Alliance all gained new legitimate heirs. Chapter 179, Charge It, Then What? The story of the Star River Commander, the lone defender of the city etched in General Long Xiao's memory, was adapted into a 100-episode series. In the first episode, the commander commanded fleets among the stars. By the third, he fretted over securing a school district apartment for his son on the capital planet. The tragic grandeur of sacrificing oneself for the cause dissolved into the resignation of a midlife crisis. The Crystal Civilization's philosophical treatise on the principle of absolute symmetry was optimized by Wangxiang's gold medal editors into a best-selling self-help manual on time management and efficient organization, titled Thinking Like Crystal, Organizing Your Chaotic Life. The lullabies sung by the luminescent artists to the younglings' melodies imbued with the purest love and hope from the dawn of the universe were rewritten with lyrics promoting Wangxiang's supermarket sales. Paired with pulsing electronic beats, they became the latest brainwashing anthem. This was a narrative-level grave desecration. K9527 wasn't creating, he was corrupting. He transformed monuments that once represented the pinnacle of a civilization's soul into nothing but nutritionally void fast food and cheap billboards, then dumped them at rock-bottom prices into every corner of the market. The atmosphere in the library grew heavier than ever before. The billion-strong echoes of the Lost Narrative Alliance wailed in agony within the archives. They would rather be forgotten than witness their history so desecrated. The remnants of the Star Giants, watching their ancestors' epics turned into melodramatic soap operas, felt their very bodies forged from conviction begin to shatter into phantom instability. "They're uprooting us!" General Dragon Roar's knuckles cracked as his battle axe radiated palpable killing intent. "Zhang Bai, give the order. I'll lead the charge on that damn supermarket." "Charge it, and then what?" The inspector, unusually restrained from rebutting General Long Xiao's impulse, spoke with utter exhaustion. "What charges could we possibly bring? Crime of narrative adaptation with poor taste? Or crime of commercial conduct without boundaries? K9527 holds legitimate copyright. All his actions fall squarely within the framework of the Multiverse Fair Commercial Competition Act." This time, the trickster felt no schadenfreude. He remained unusually silent. He tried to appreciate those horribly modified trash shows, seeking a shred of absurd amusement, but found himself unable to laugh. It felt like watching a masterful clown being pinned to the ground, forced to repeat the most clumsy, stale gags over and over until every spectator wore a look of utter boredom. This wasn't humor, it was humiliation. Even he felt this was going too far. "They're polluting the entire market's aesthetic standards," academician Wei Jing's voice was heavy. "Once everyone grows accustomed to this trash, no one will have the patience left to read the stories in our archives, the ones that truly demand thought and feeling. They're undermining the very foundation." The company of the Divine Editorial Department faced its greatest crisis since its founding. Their products, those original, sincere stories brimming with potential, were being comprehensively overwhelmed by the market's counterfeit, corrupted versions. The cultural gravitational pull of the library was being diluted by a far more massive commercial torrent. Zhang Bai remained silent. He simply instructed Storytellers 001 to project all the corrupted narratives side by side with their originals at the very center of the mythic universe. On one side stood the original epic, radiant and majestic. On the other, the watered-down, illogical, and flat-charactered commercial fast food. The contrast was stark, yet utterly powerless. For the latter was overwhelming the entire observable narrative dimension with trillions of daily views. "Have we lost?" a young human will ask, his voice trembling with tears. He was the descendant of that galactic commander, watching his ancestor's statue being drowned in a flood of bullet comments from countless viewers who loved watching his family drama. "No." Zhang Bai finally spoke, his gaze shifting from the pile of narrative trash to his dejected staff. "Inspector, fraudster. Present." Both answered simultaneously. "We're the worst supermarket in the universe, right?" "Theoretically, yes," the inspector answered cautiously. "So what should the worst supermarket do when it sees the store next door selling expired, spoiled, or even toxic food?" The fraudster's eyes lit up. "Report them to the health department." The inspector shook his head. "We don't have enforcement authority." Zhang Bai smiled. "No, we have something more interesting than enforcement authority." He turned to the inspector. "In the name of the Archives Finance and Administrative Approval Committee, draft an internal notice regarding expanding collection categories and establishing special exhibition zones." He then addressed the fraudster. "In the name of the Market Research and Venture Capital Department, issue an external announcement on launching the special project for narrative archaeology and heritage rescue." Amidst the puzzled stares of everyone present, Zhang Bai enunciated each word deliberately. "The archives will establish a new exhibition area. Its name shall be Narrative Graveyard. From today onward, we not only collect lost stories, but we also undertake the burial of those murdered tales. For every work maliciously altered by Wang Xiao, we shall erect a grave. Within each grave, its corpse, that vulgar adaptation, will be displayed. Upon the tombstone, its life story, its original glorious epic, will be inscribed. Beside it, we will attach an autopsy report jointly issued by our Product Development and Quality Inspection Center and our Chief Ethics Officer." A cold curve lifted at the corner of Zhang Bai's mouth. The report must meticulously dissect its cause of death. Was it poisoned by commercial logic? Dismembered by capital arrogance? Or did it succumb to screenwriter brain death? Every plot distortion, every character collapse, every logical flaw must be documented with the most rigorous and scathing academic language. We will let readers across the entire universe witness how a great story was murdered step by step. We will transform Wang Xiao's bestseller list into the death roster of our narrative graveyard. This plan is more violent than General Long Xiao's charge, more vicious than a con artist's prank, more ruthless than a prosecutor's legal text. It does not compete with Wang Xiao for market share. It aims to become the market's conscience, or rather, the guillotine hanging over its head. K9527 swiftly received this declaration of war from the neighboring platform. He examined the template titled Autopsy Report, a 30,000-word document analyzing the commander's midlife crisis episode 1 across 37 dimensions: narrative structure, cultural resonance, philosophical value. To argue, it constituted a systematic murder of heroism. Chapter 180, Betrayal? No, homecoming. The report concluded with question 001 soul searching query. Does a story that dissolves all nobility, leaving only vulgarity, exist solely as a narrative black hole constantly devouring readers' time and emotions without yielding any value? For the first time, K9527's smile vanished completely. He found himself trapped in a paradox. The harder he promoted those trashy dramas, the more fresh, warm corpses he supplied to the neighboring graveyard, making its exhibits increasingly spectacular. The advertisements he paid for were ultimately directing traffic to his own hall of shame. An interesting opponent, K9527 murmured, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Since attacking the product level is ineffective, we'll tackle the root cause. An organization's weakest point is always its people. His gaze locked precisely onto the figure inside the crumbling corporate building of the Divine Compilation Department, the one currently agonizing over the format and word count standards for the autopsy report. That former bureau's civil servant, the inspector who craved order and loathed chaos. The inspector had been feeling increasingly irritable lately. As director of the Archives Finance and Administrative Approval Committee, he battled an endless stream of impossible tasks daily. Fraudsters submitted budget requests for paradox energy hedging experiments with sums sufficient to purchase a minor civilization. General Long Xiao's security department petitioned to replace firewalls, citing that the old walls lacked sufficient tragic grandeur to effectively deter artsy youths, and academician Wei Zheng's autopsy reports, routinely running over 100,000 words, were densely packed with scholarly references spanning topics from the Big Bang to postmodern deconstruction, making printing costs astronomically high. The entire archive resembled a steampunk machine powered by dreams, passion, and sheer absurdity, one that could fall apart at any moment due to some whimsical component. And he was the one clutching a small wrench, futilely attempting to tighten every loose screw. Just as his blood pressure spiked over a request to add background music to the narrative graveyard, specifically a slowed-down, sorrowful version of a divinely modified hit song, a letter utterly silent, utterly private projected directly into his personal consciousness. The envelope was pure black, bearing only a single line of simple, elegant gold lettering. To the true understanding of cosmic order. The inspector's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. He opened the letter. Inside lay an employment contract and offer from Wanshitong Group. Position, Chief Operating Officer COO. Below was a detailed job description. Responsible for overseeing the production, optimization, and distribution processes of all narrative products within the group, managing and coordinating all operational departments including gold-level editors, algorithm engineers, and marketing, establishing and maintaining an efficient, stable, and predictable commercial empire. Responsibilities were clearly defined, objectives unambiguous. Further down were the compensation and benefits. An astronomical sum in narrative units as annual salary, an independent, absolutely rational logic dimension as an office, a staff of 100 top-tier legal AI and administrative AI assistants, and an absolute, unquestionable authorization, permission to invoke group resources to perform formatting procedures on any narrative unit deemed disordered, inefficient, or lacking commercial value. The inspector's breath caught. This wasn't a job. It was his dream come true. A perfect world without chaos, surprises, or arguments, where everything operated according to optimized rules. He could already envision himself thriving under the leadership of CEO K9527. He would craft the universe's most flawless SOPs, standard operating procedures, making story production as precise as a precision instrument. He would use data and models to eliminate all uncertainty, ensuring every investment yielded maximum returns. No more absurd budgets from con artists like that fraudster. No more security plans relying on aura from generals like Dragon Roar. And certainly no more insane decisions like Zhang Bai's that drove profits to negative infinity. Only order, perfect order. K9527's voice, carrying a gentle insight into human nature, sounded at the letter's end. We all know chaos is merely the raw form of creativity, while order is the ultimate destination of value. You were born to stand at the pinnacle of order, not to be a stifled steward in a chaotic workshop. Come. This is your true battlefield. The message vanished. But the inspector remained frozen in place for a long while. Betrayal? No. To him, it felt more like a return. A return to the realm he knew best, the one he excelled in. The Divine Script Department's ideals were grand, but their execution had been nothing short of disastrous. Perhaps, by changing the approach and leveraging the resources of Wanshitong, some form of value could still be achieved? For instance, acquiring the archives and preserving it as a public service department. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, each seeking a rational justification for this choice. These past few days, the inspector had grown unusually silent. He no longer roared at the fraudsters' antics, merely rejecting their applications in quiet dismissal. He no longer debated the logic of security measures with General Long Xiao, simply filing away the reports. This unnatural calm unsettled everyone. Something's off with him, the fraudster muttered, munching on an energy bar while crouching beside General Long Xiao. Yesterday I submitted a report requesting purchase of an exploding star as a performance art backdrop, and he just wrote denied instead of unleashing a 3,000-word tirade about wasting resources and endangering cosmic security. He's sick, very sick. General Long Xiao snorted coldly. I suspect he's harboring other intentions. His intuition detected a faint scent of betrayal. Zhang Bai remained calm. He simply instructed Storyteller 001 to compile a briefing report on the inspector's activities over the past 72 hours. The report revealed that the inspector had spent 80% of his time poring over the Multiverse Fair Competition Act and all publicly available legal documents and financial reports of the Wanshitong Group. He wasn't working, he was conducting due diligence. Finally, the inspector sought out Zhang Bai. "Minister, I need to speak with you." His expression was complex, filled with struggle, resolve, and a hint of excitement. "Speak," Zhang Bai gestured for him to sit. "I've received an offer from K9527, the inspector stated bluntly. Inside the mythic universe, a deathly silence fell. The fraudster nearly choked on his energy bar. General Long Xiao's battle axe hummed with tension. "The position is Chief Operating Officer," the inspector continued. "I've thoroughly reviewed the contract and Wanshitong's business model. I believe this is an opportunity." Chapter 181, Unlimited Budget. An opportunity? General Long Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. An opportunity to become a traitor? An opportunity to dismantle it from within. The inspector's gaze sharpened abruptly. He was no longer the irritable butler but had reverted to his former self, the shrewd, capable senior official of the General Bureau. He projected a document. "I've discovered that while 10,000 autopsy reports strategy is effective, it treats the symptoms, not the root cause. K9527 has already begun adjusting his tactics. He intends to launch a conceptual inflation. By flooding the market with massive quantities of cheap narrative currency, he aims to dilute the value of all narrative assets. Ultimately, only he, the central bank, will control the situation. Our archives won't survive 3 standard hours under this level of financial assault." "So, you want?" Zhang Bai stared at him. "I intend to accept his offer," the inspector took a deep breath. "But not as a traitor, as a corporate spy. K9527 believes he's read my desires, that he can exploit my craving for order. Well, I'll show him how a true orderist uses the rules to strangle a self-righteous order builder." He paused, a near fanatical gleam in his eyes. "Their contract is flawless to the point of arrogance. They're convinced no one can defy their system of rules. But I found a loophole. A clause implicit in every commercial contract, yet one no one has ever dared to truly exploit: the employee whistleblowing and oversight mechanism. I'll infiltrate as their COO, then use their own rules to establish an internal audit and business ethics committee. I'll audit every transaction, question every acquisition, investigate every narrative assassination. I'll use the most tedious bureaucracy to turn their high-speed money-making machine into an endless internal hearing. I'll show K9527 that when a true bureaucrat decides to bring down a company, his efficiency far surpasses a general's battle axe." Zhang Bai smiled at the spirited inspector before him. He knew that the lonely civil servant who once sought attention in the break room, the steward driven to the brink by tedious tasks, had finally found his true weapon. Not swords, not magic, but what he knew best and wielded most skillfully: rules and procedures. "Approved," Zhang Bai stated simply. "Your department is temporarily renamed the Behind Enemy Lines Combat Unit. Budget, unlimited." The inspector froze, then broke into an expression that could only be described as moved. It was likely the most beautiful sentence he had heard since joining the Divine Compilation Department. The inspector's resignation unleashed a silent storm within the Divine Editing Department. There was no farewell party, no parting words, only Zhang Bai's simple "approved" in that freshly minted, slightly tongue-in-cheek department code: Behind Enemy Lines Combat Unit. In his armory, General Long Xiao polished his battle axe repeatedly with a sandpaper cloth stained with stardust. The blade scraping against the cloth produced a dull, stubborn sound, like questioning, yet also like suppression. He remained silent throughout, yet the entire mythology universe could sense the thick, congealed aura of iron and blood emanating from him. In his eyes, no matter how noble the motive, sharing a seat with the enemy was a form of defilement. The fraudster, however, presented an entirely different scene. He had converted his office into a makeshift Behind Enemy Lines Intelligence Analysis Center, its walls plastered with hastily drawn organizational charts and arrows sketched in energy beams. He'd even bestowed upon himself a new title: Behind Enemy Lines Guerrilla Warfare Department Liaison Officer to the Divine Editorial Bureau and Chief Mischief Consultant. Crouching at the entrance to General Long Xiao's armory, he chewed noisily on a high-energy nutrition bar. "Old dragon, stop polishing it. Keep it up and your precious treasure'll get a patina." General Long Xiao didn't even lift an eyelid. "You think the old inspector, on his first day, will submit a 10,000-word rectification report because his desk orientation violates the Pan-Cosmic Office Environment Energy Fluid Dynamics Optimal Solution?" The fraudster winked. "I bet he will. I'll wager my next quarter's budget on it." General Long Xiao finally paused his movements, shooting him a cold glance. "I only hope he doesn't forget who he is." "Don't worry," the fraudster chuckled, his tone unexpectedly serious. Zhang Bai sent him. "That guy, when has he ever made a losing deal?" Meanwhile, in another dimension, the inspector stepped into the headquarters of the Wanshitong Group. This place stood in stark contrast to the chaotic, raw, steampunk-infused energy of the Divine Editing Department. As far as the eye could see stretched endless pure white and shimmering light. The air held no scent, only a precisely calculated, constant temperature and humidity. Countless streams of information flowed like silent golden rivulets beneath transparent walls and floors, utterly soundless. Every employee, whether organic life form or AI, moved with optimized precision, efficient and exacting, maintaining polite yet distant intervals between one another. No idle chatter, no clamor, only work. An administrative AI designated EA7 guided the inspector with an utterly unflappable voice. "Mr. Inspector, welcome aboard. The CEO, Mr. K9527, is awaiting your arrival." K9527's office occupied the pinnacle of this white colossus, commanding a view over the entire commercial dimensions operations. He appeared as a refined scholar, his face adorned with a sincere, programmed smile. "Welcome, welcome, my dear Chief Operating Officer." K9527 extended his hand proactively. "I've studied all your publicly available records, a true masterpiece. That relentless pursuit of order and rules embodies the very core of our Wanshutong corporate culture. It's an honor to have you here." The inspector shook his hand. The touch was smooth and warm, yet devoid of any heat. "I'm merely a professional executor," the inspector replied, his words precise and measured. No. You are an artist of order." K9527 warmly invited him to sit, personally pouring him a colorless, odorless cup of logic clarity liquid. "I know you must have endured much hardship in that chaotic archive. A bunch of idealistic lunatics running on love? Ha, that's the most unstable energy source in the universe. Here, everything is built on the most solid, reliable foundation value." He pointed outside the window at the flowing golden data stream. "See that? Every second, billions of narrative units are evaluated, optimized, packaged, and sold here. We transform chaotic stories into standardized products, cheap emotions into quantifiable profits. We are the true driving force of cosmic civilization. And you will be the heart of this great machine." Chapter 182, I Need It All. The inspector listened calmly, his mind utterly still. He knew K9527 viewed him as a newly acquired, high-performance tool undergoing final factory calibration and indoctrination. After the pleasantries concluded, EA7 presented an access protocol. The inspector was granted full COO privileges, including access to a top-tier legal AI and administrative AI team. His dedicated legal AI, codenamed Gavel, appeared as a cold silver cube. Its opening statement was, "My core directive is to ensure maximum profit and minimum legal risk in all corporate operations. All your decisions will be evaluated against this standard." The inspector did not immediately begin making sweeping changes. Seated in his vast, starkly rational office, he issued his first command to Gavel since taking office. "I require all regulations, operational manuals, internal statutes, financial audit reports, MA case studies, and complete case files of every legal dispute involving the Wanshutong Group since its inception. Every version, including discarded drafts. Immediately." The silver casing of the Gavel flickered, seemingly processing this massive, seemingly pointless request. Reasonableness analysis of request. As the newly appointed COO, familiarity with historical company documents will aid your work. Request approved. Data transmission and organization estimated at 7.2 standard hours. Would you like me to filter key points for you? No. The inspector's voice was firm. I need everything. Not a single word omitted. K9527 soon received the report on his new COO's first directive. He smiled and remarked to the administrative AI beside him, "See? That's professionalism. He's not here to seize power, he's here to integrate. He intends to master our rules, then become the rule itself. What an endearing and admirable order-obsessed individual. Grant him the highest read permissions." 7.2 hours later, the inspector's office was submerged under a torrent of data. The documents piled high enough to form a miniature information black hole. He neither rested nor ate, merely immersing himself as if a parched traveler had finally found an oasis. His eyes shone brightly, not with the integration K9527 understood, but with the focus of a hunter dissecting every structure of a prey's lair, searching for that most inconspicuous yet critical point that could collapse the entire fortress. Finally, amidst the vast sea of document debris, he paused. His gaze locked onto a long archived supplement to the regulations on internal value conversion of employee narrative assets and compensation for emotional attrition, version 2.7. This was a nearly forgotten clause, hastily inserted during a corporate expansion as a bureaucratic placation to appease creators from acquired civilizations. Its content was convoluted and ambiguous, yet its core principle was clear. The corporation acknowledged that employees' emotional fluctuations constituted a form of narrative asset, warranting quantitative assessment and value compensation under specific circumstances. Within Wanshutong's current profit above all efficiency system, this clause resembled an appendix, useless and fraught with the risk of infection. For the first time at Wanshutong headquarters, a cold smile unnoticed by anyone flickered at the corner of the inspector's mouth. Found it. During his first week as inspector, he performed like a flawless COO. With astonishing efficiency, he mastered all operational workflows and proposed optimizations for 17 processes, each precisely reducing operating costs by 0.2% to 0.5%. K9527 publicly commended him at the board meeting, dubbing him the efficiency multiplier embedded in Wan Shutong's heart. The gavel also upgraded his status from under observation to highly effective contributor. Everything seemed harmonious until he submitted his first independently authored proposal. The proposal bore a lengthy and notoriously convoluted title, Cross-Departmental Initiative Proposal for Standardized Reconstruction of the Group's Internal Narrative Producer Emotional Depletion Value Accounting and Risk Hedging Model. When this 300-page proposal appeared on every senior vice president's terminal, an eerie silence filled the conference room. They were all experts at manipulating concepts and narratives, yet for the first time, they found themselves struggling to comprehend a document written in their own language. What is this?" murmured a marketing VP whose fiery aura resembled a planetary nebula. The inspector rose, his expression solemn as if delivering a sacred oath. "Colleagues. While reviewing the group's historical, financial and legal documents, I uncovered a significant risk point we've long overlooked." He pulled up the ancient supplementary clause version 2.7. Under this regulation, we are obligated to assess the emotional depletion of employees, particularly frontline narrative creators, and assign it monetary value. Yet our current system is crude, merely granting fixed emotional stability subsidies based on job roles. This is inaccurate, unscientific, and downright unsafe. His voice grew impassioned. This creates enormous legal exposure. Should any employee invoke this clause to file a class action lawsuit against us, alleging we undervalued intangible assets like their sadness, anger, or even the existential void after creative burnout, we could face astronomical damages. It's also a colossal waste of resources. The cheap happiness of some employees is conflated with the high-value suffering of others. We're failing to effectively categorize and repurpose these precious emotional raw materials. The conference room fell deathly silent. The vice presidents exchanged bewildered glances. Their minds, accustomed to spinning a single tragic story into 10 best-selling versions, now seemed to stall at phrases like high-value suffering and emotional raw materials. K9527 furrowed his brow slightly. He instinctively sensed something was off, yet every word from the inspector resonated with Wan Shutong's core values: risk management, cost control, value maximization. He found no grounds to refute. "So, what's your suggestion?" K9527 asked. "My suggestion is," the inspector's eyes flashed with fervor, "to establish an emotional asset standardization management and risk assessment committee. I will personally serve as chair, with members drawn from legal, finance, human resources, product, and frontline employee representatives. Our primary task is to develop a brand new, group-wide emotional value quantification standard precise to 5 decimal places. For instance, what is the value of a gold medal editor's guilt over killing off a beloved character? How should we depreciate the numbness of a low-level story polisher from repetitive labor? We must create a user manual for every paperclip." Chapter 183, CPU Overheating. The scene was somewhat absurd. A zealot of order was attempting to quantify the most unquantifiable thing, the human heart, through the most complex bureaucracy. "But, won't this impact efficiency?" questioned an AI vice president overseeing production workflows. "Such intricate evaluations will consume significant employee time, potentially slowing our narrative unit output." "Excellent question," the inspector retorted. "This is precisely for greater efficiency. Short-term pain ensures long-term health. Once this system is established, we'll trade inspiration like futures, short frustration, and even package employees' dreams into financial derivatives. It's a brand new, trillion-dollar blue ocean market." For the first time, a genuine glint of greed flickered in K9527's eyes. He was captivated by the concept of packaging dreams into financial derivatives. Though he still considered the system absurdly grandiose if it truly worked. "Fine," he finally decided. "I agree. Establish the committee. The budget will come from your operational funds." He held back, wanting the inspector to be crushed by the bureaucratic machine he himself had created. The Divine Planning Department. Through some unknown channel, the fraudster had obtained a copy of the proposal. He projected it for everyone to see, laughing maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it. This guy's crazier than I am. Committee for Standardized Management and Risk Assessment of Emotional Assets? That name's long enough to be a tongue twister. He's building a monument to bureaucracy in the enemy's heart, one even more hostile than the enemy itself." General Long Xiao studied the document, his furrowed brow finally relaxing slightly. He still didn't understand, but he seemed to detect a familiar whiff of madness, the kind belonging to one of us. Academician Wei Zheng adjusted his glasses and said gravely to Zhang Bai, "Minister, K9527 might turn the tables. He's no pushover. He'll use this committee to wear down and test the inspectors. We must provide support." Zhang Bai nodded. "The fraudster. I. Liaison Officer and Chief Mischief Advisor reporting for duty. You are tasked with establishing an unofficial, informal, non-profit group for vague emotional value assessment and random interference," Zhang Bai declared with solemnity. Its sole purpose is to generate emotional samples that the Wangxiang committee cannot quantify, comprehend, or categorize, then accidentally leak them. For instance, the sense of imperfection a logician feels upon seeing a perfectly circular ring, precisely because it is too perfect. Or consider a comedian delivering a joke that falls flat, leaving the audience silent yet feeling supreme satisfaction from that very silence. The fraudster's eyes lit up like two supernovas. Got it. I'll make sure their CPUs overheat in smoke. The inspector's committee was swiftly established. At the first meeting, he introduced the vice presidents accustomed to efficient decision-making to the art of procedure. The meeting commenced with establishing the agenda and procedural rules for this session. Merely debating these rules consumed a full standard hour. This was followed by a 3-hour brainstorming session on establishing a foundational conceptual framework for defining the term emotion. Every attendee, regardless of rank, was required to speak, with each contribution documented in the meeting minutes and subsequently signed off by all participants. For the first time, Wangxiang executives experienced the dread of being ensnared by endless bureaucratic procedures. They felt as if they had fallen into a quagmire of forms, flowcharts, and addenda. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. By the meeting's end, no substantive conclusions had been reached. Instead, they produced a 5,000-page summary of meeting minutes and established 17 to be formed subordinate working groups. K9527's smile stiffened for the first time as he reviewed the report. He felt less like he had hired a COO and more like he had detonated a bureaucratic dirty bomb. The efficiency of the entire group was visibly slowing down because of this damn committee. And this was only the beginning. The inspector's emotional assessment meetings spread like an elegant tumor across the efficient body of Wangxiang. They generated no profit yet consumed staggering resources and executives' precious time. Countless meetings, mountains of reports, and endless process approvals began to numb the nerve endings of this commercial empire. K9527 finally realized he had made a mistake. He had underestimated the destructive power unleashed by an executive who had bureaucracy ingrained in his soul. Once he found a legitimate pretext. He wasn't optimizing order, he was using order itself to create the most efficient chaos. Dissolve the committee outright? Impossible. He had personally approved it. Every action taken by the inspector complied with corporate regulations. Forcibly halting it would undermine the very rule system he had established, something K9527 could not accept. Thus, he resolved to turn the tables. At a top-level strategic meeting of the corporation, K9527 smiled broadly and heaped praise upon the inspector. Mr. Inspector has pioneered an entirely new field for us. Emotional assets, what a magnificent concept. We cannot allow such a vital department to remain confined to theoretical research. I hereby decide to triple the budget for the Emotional Evaluation Committee. The inspector's heart sank. He knew the real counterattack had begun. K9527 had indeed drawn his dagger. He turned to the projection screen, revealing a chaotic, wild narrative universe saturated with jarring colors and fractured notes. This is an asset we recently acquired, designated N404, a narrative collection centered on rock rebellion. Its former owner went bankrupt trying to commercialize it. It's saturated with rage, disorientation, self-destructive passion, and contempt for authority. These represent the purest, most potent raw emotional materials. K9527's gaze shifted to the inspector, locking onto him like a venomous snake fixated on its prey. Therefore, I have decided to assign N404 in its entirety to the Sentiment Evaluation Council as your first official pilot project, a highly toxic testing ground. I demand that within one standard month, you conduct a quantitative assessment of emotional fluctuations across all major characters in this universe and present a complete, viable, standardized transformation plan capable of converting these negative emotions into positive commercial value. This is the ultimate test of your theories. K9527's smile brimmed with undisguised malice. Success will make you heroes of the corporation. I'll entrust you with overhauling our most critical narrative production lines. Failure. He trailed off, but the implication was clear to all. Chapter 184, but he was wrong. If even the most chaotic narratives couldn't be regulated by order, then the very existence of the Sentiment Evaluation Committee would become a laughingstock. This was a vicious, open scheme. K9527 had tossed a hot potato, a logical deadlock, to the inspector. You think you're so capable? You want to quantify everything? Fine. Go ahead and quantify the punk spirit. Go ahead and standardize rock and roll's immortality. Define the commercial depreciation rate of smashing a guitar. The inspector's exclusive legal AI, Gavel, immediately launched into high-speed calculations, cascading data across its cold, cubic surface. Moments later, it delivered its verdict, task loaded. Based on existing models, the probability of successfully standardizing the N404 narrative complex is 0.001%. Accepting this mission carries a 97.4% likelihood of causing the Sentiment Evaluation Committee project to suffer a funding collapse and reputational bankruptcy. Recommendation: decline. The inspector stared at the surreal world projected before him. Distorted guitar riffs roared like a storm. A youth in a torn leather jacket flashed a middle finger toward the sky, his lyrics a nonsensical howl. The entire world seemed built upon the foundational principle of I don't care. This was what he loathed most, what he could never comprehend. It was the natural enemy of order. He fell silent for a moment, then addressed K-9527, the mission. I accept. The message transmitted back to the Divine Compilation Department via encrypted channel. He accepted? He actually accepted? The fraudster leapt about his office. He's mad. He must have been brainwashed by K-9527. That's rock music. Do you even know what rock is? It's a bunch of drunk poets trying to play serenades with chainsaws. How do you quantify that? Are we supposed to analyze the emotional value of every single vocal distortion? General Dragon Roar's battle axe hummed as he prepared to activate the emergency evacuation plan for personnel behind enemy lines. Only Zhang Bai remained unusually calm. He glanced at the briefing on the N404 universe and actually smiled. K-9527 thought he tossed us a piece of iron plate, but he doesn't know that what we're best at in the Divine Editing Department is cracking tough nuts. He turned to Academician Wei Zhang. Academician, I need you to immediately deconstruct the narrative core of the N404 universe. Don't analyze its commercial value. I need to know, what is the root of the rebels' anger? What did they intend to play on those guitars they smashed? Then he looked at the fraudster. Your troublemaking squad is now upgraded to the Cultural Infiltration and Exchange Department. I don't want you doing quantitative analysis. I want you to understand them. Go drink with them, listen to their clumsy poetry. If needed, join them in flipping the bird at everything they despise. Finally, Zhang Bai ordered Storyteller 001 digitize all autopsy reports in our narrative graveyard concerning the death of idealism, misunderstood rebellion, and art co-opted by capital. Anonymize, encrypt, and transmit them to the inspector. He doesn't need solutions. He needs weapons. A dictionary that lets him decipher that territory. The team sprang into action. The Divine Editing Department, this passionate steampunk machine, began grinding furiously for the gear trapped within its clutches. In the inspector's office, he sat alone before the holographic projection of the N404 universe. Deafening noise roared in his ears, while illogical images filled his vision. His gavel AI issued constant warnings from the side. Warning, target unit exhibits excessively high logical entropy. Warning, unable to establish a valid data model. Warning, continued exposure to this narrative entity carries a 23.7% probability of permanently corrupting your logical core. The inspector ignored them. He simply watched silently, attempting to frame this burning inferno within his rigid set of rules. He failed. He felt his worldview being shaken to its foundations by the onslaught of noise. Just as he was about to plunge into the abyss of self-doubt, an encrypted file breached the impenetrable firewall of Wangsitan and appeared directly on his terminal. From Liaison Officer and Chief Sabotage Advisor to the Shenzhen Editorial Department, Rear Area Guerrilla Warfare Bureau. The file bore no title. Upon opening, it contained only countless fragmented stories. A painter tore his own artwork to shreds after a merchant interpreted it as symbolizing middle-class anxiety. A poet chose permanent silence after his love poems were printed on promotional coffee mugs. A musician whose battle hymns against the world ended up as background music for car commercials. Each story was a detailed autopsy report. The inspector examined them one by one. His gaze, initially bewildered, gradually sharpened until it crystallized into a cold, chilling clarity. He finally understood. The young people in the N404 universe weren't rebelling against any specific authority. They were rebelling against being defined, being priced, being commercialized. They were rebelling against Wanshutong itself. K-9527 thought he had thrown the inspector a stone he couldn't bite through, but he was wrong. What he had thrown was the inspector's most perfect ally. The inspector shut off the projection and issued new commands to his AI, Gavel. Delete all previous mission evaluation models, he said calmly. Rebuild the mission. Mission name, N404 Narrative Collective Copyright Protection and Creator Rights Maximization Special Operation. Mission objective, assist N404 in winning a copyright lawsuit against the Wanshutong Group. The silver casing of the gavel flashed violently, emitting an unprecedented alarm, critical warning. This directive conflicts 180 degrees with your COO core responsibilities. This directive will directly harm the group's interests. Executing this directive will constitute commercial betrayal. The inspector leaned back in his chair. For the first time, he felt the thrill of battle. No, he corrected. I am fulfilling Supplementary Clause version 2.7, protecting the group's most vital emotional assets from malicious exploitation and cheap commodification. I am safeguarding the group against the greatest potential legal risk it could face in the future. Now, execute the order. Data streams surged across the silver cube casing of the gavel in unprecedented chaos, like a waterfall crashing into a counter-current volcano. The core logic module emitted a shrill alarm, not a sound, but a pure, rule-based panic. Command conflict. Copyright litigation presents a 180-degree logical contradiction with the core duty of the COO Chief Operating Officer position, maximizing group interests. Risk assessment. Executing this directive will cause core protocol collapse, constituting commercial betrayal against the Wanshidong Group and triggering the format purge clause. Recommendation. Reject directive and recalibrate mission objectives. Chapter 185. Litigation agent. The inspector leaned back against the cold chair, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the armrest like a metronome. He did not glance at the AI teetering on shutdown, his gaze fixed upon the holographic projection of the N404 universe. There, frenzied notes and the roaring youth seemed frozen in eternal stasis, a stubbornness he once scorned, yet now recognized as faintly familiar. Gavel, he spoke calmly, retrieve Chapter 7, Section 3, Article 11, Clause B of the Wanshidong Group Asset Risk Management Regulations. The gavel fell silent for a moment, its internal logic conflicts nearly freezing its data streams. But command priority was absolute. Seconds later, an obscure clause projected into the air. Subsection B, to mitigate potential narrative asset contamination risks that may inflict long-term, structural damage upon the group, relevant personnel are authorized to implement all necessary preventive measures, including but not limited to initiating internal simulated litigation procedures to assess legal risks and construct defensive barriers. The inspector's knuckles paused on the armrest. I did not initiate litigation, he stated, his voice steady as if reading a report. I was fulfilling my duty by conducting an internal simulated litigation to assess the catastrophic legal risks Mr. K9527's raw commercialization project could pose to the group. This constitutes preventive measures. Now, do you understand? The data stream from the gavel instantly smoothed, the chaotic cascade combed into orderly channels. The alert was lifted. Instruction parsed. Logical contradiction resolved via Supplementary Clause version 2.7. New assignment, construct internal mock litigation framework, codenamed Rolling Stone. Generating relevant legal documents. In an instant, the inspector's office system was inundated with a deluge of new documents. Instead of immediately addressing K9527, whom he had designated as the defendant, he methodically drafted one application after another to establish a new department. Proposal for establishing a special task force on preliminary investigation into potential copyright infringement by the parent company. Application for establishing a historical database of commercially failed counter-narrative cases. Memorandum on establishing a quantitative analysis committee for authenticity erosion and spiritual value depreciation of artistic works. Each document was meticulously worded, logically rigorous, and perfectly nested within the frameworks of sentiment evaluation meetings and risk avoidance. Like a colony of ants in suits, they began to slowly yet resolutely gnaw away at the foundations of the commercial empire from within. K9527 received these documents swiftly. Scanning the exasperatingly lengthy list of department names, he felt for the first time that his once proudly efficient system had become a quagmire ensnaring him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the most chaotic rust iron zone of the N404 universe, within a basement bar whose sign was already crumbling, space rippled like ink dropped into aged whiskey. The fraudster materialized with his cultural infiltration and exchange department crew, a handful of equally unhinged conceptual entities. They slipped unnoticed into the greasiest corner of the bar. Rock rebel patrons shot wary glances their way, the air thick with cheap alcohol and hostility. A drummer studded in metal spikes toyed with his drumsticks, poised to turn them into weapons at any moment. The fraudster ignored it all. Snapping his fingers, he barked at the equally wary bartender, "Bring me a round of your worst booze. The kind that makes logicians start writing poetry." The bartender tossed over several cups of murky liquid reeking of motor oil and despair. The con artist grabbed one, downed it in one gulp, then let out an exaggerated, choked goose-like squawk. Wiping his mouth, he turned to the drummer, who was eyeing him warily, and grinned. "Let me tell you a joke. Once upon a time, there was a bureaucrat who wanted to insure each of the three heads of a three-headed philosopher, thinking it was the most rational way to hedge risk. Guess what happened?" The drummer frowned, saying nothing. The con artist continued unprompted. The insurance company told him the three heads shared one ass, so the risk couldn't be divided. It was systemic risk and they wouldn't cover it. The bureaucrat broke down right there, because he'd forgotten the most fundamental truth of the universe: the ass determines the head. The joke was dry and inexplicably baffling. The bar fell silent, broken only by the distorted hum of guitar feedback. The drummer stared at the con artist for a long moment before suddenly asking, "What the hell are you?" "Just a passing joke." The con artist took another swig of liquor, here to tell it to a universe that doesn't understand. This unprecedented chaos, devoid of anger, devoid of purpose, absurdity for absurdity's sake, left these rebels, accustomed to expressing themselves through rage, utterly bewildered. They had no idea how to respond to an entity even more nonsensical than themselves. Amid this bizarre cultural exchange, the bar's battered door kicked open. A group of sharply dressed men with immaculately combed hair entered, starkly out of place in the surroundings. They were the optimization team dispatched by K9527. The lead manager, wearing a professional smile, strode directly toward the band's lead singer, Rockwolf Fenrir, who was polishing an old guitar in the corner. Mr. Fenrir, the manager ignored the hostility around him and deftly activated a holographic display. We represent the Wanshutong Group. We deeply admire your talent and, well, your passion. We believe your voice shouldn't be confined to this tiny bar, it belongs to the entire universe. A dazzling array of data charts appeared on the projection. This is the market penetration analysis for the rebellion narrative theme. This is the potential audience profile matched to your vocal timbre and lyrical themes. We've mapped out 3 development paths for you: Urban Ranger, Wasteland Poet, and Interstellar Wanderer. Each comes with tailored visual identities and commercial endorsement opportunities. Take this Wasteland Poet path that aligns perfectly with the upcoming launch of Nuclear Cola's new beverage. The manager ranted on, his speech saturated with buzzwords like value, monetization, and maximizing influence. He even produced a revised lyric draft. Take this line: I'll smash this hypocritical sky. We suggest refining it to I'll embrace this shattered sky. It retains the sense of power while adding humanistic warmth and aligning better with mainstream market aesthetics. Chapter 186, Looming Crisis. Fenrir's knuckles turned white as he gripped his guitar. His gaze shifted from rage to numbness, settling finally on profound exhaustion. He'd seen too many faces like there's people who wanted to package his fury as a product, turn his screams into jingles. Just as the volcano within him threatened to erupt, a drunken voice rang out. Hey! Everyone turned to see the con artist staggering toward them from the bar, still clutching that bottle reeking of motor oil. He pointed at the suit-clad managers, then at the ridiculous image projections on the screen, and bellowed to the entire bar full of rock-loving youths. See that? Folks. That's the punchline to my joke just now. The bar fell silent for a second. Then, starting with someone unknown, suppressed, low laughter erupted, spreading like a plague. Fenrir laughed too, not an angry laugh, but one tinged with endless sorrow and absurdity, a liberating release. They understood. All their rage, all their defiance, all their cries in these people's eyes, they were nothing more than merchandise for sale, an IP in need of optimization. They tried to deconstruct and co-opt their very souls with commercial logic. That, in itself, was the universe's most unfunny joke. The very thing they had fought so desperately against now stood before them in an expensive suit, politely explaining how to be more efficiently rebelled against. This was more insulting than any insult. The manager's smile froze on his face. He couldn't comprehend the meaning behind this sudden collective laughter. It wasn't within his data model. Far away in the top-floor office of Wanshutong headquarters, the inspector silently observed the entire scene through a hidden surveillance node. His icy face showed no emotion as he picked up the internal communicator and issued an order to his AI gavel. Phase 1 evidence collection complete. Draft an emergency injunction application. Grounds for litigation: the optimization team's idiotic actions have caused irreversible spiritual value damage to the group's Class B narrative asset N404 and constitute a violation of deliberately inducing negative emotions in the asset. He paused briefly before adding. Conduct a spectral analysis of all laughter from the bar earlier and attach it. Name the file, the asset's lament. A document appeared on K9527's terminal, its title rendered in a line of cold, emotionless official font: Application for issuance of an emergency injunction to protect group asset N404 from further value infringement. Applicant: Chief Operating Officer, Inspector. Respondent: Narrative Optimization Department, Wanshutong Group. K9527 stared at the document. For a few seconds, his core processor, built entirely on pure commercial logic, displayed rare glitches. His own COO, wielding regulations he himself had established, was suing his own business division all to protect his own corporate assets. It formed a perfect, absurd, and legally and logically airtight loop. His legal department was in utter chaos. Dismiss? The petition cited internal corporate statutes verbatim, each clause sourced directly from the group's legal codex. The logical chain was seamless. Forcing dismissal would undermine the very foundations of the group's legal framework. Approve? That would amount to admitting his personally deployed optimization team was flawed and actively harming corporate interests. What is he playing at? K9527 muttered under his breath, his voice tinged for the first time with something approaching irritation. He felt less like he was maneuvering against a business rival and more like he was wrestling with the rules themselves. Before he could devise a countermeasure, a second document arrived. Notice regarding the convening of an emergency board meeting to discuss significant legal and financial risks associated with Project N404. The initiator was still the inspector. The board meeting commenced as scheduled. Seated around the massive circular conference table were the highest-ranking executives from every department of the Wanshutong Group, all conceptual lifeforms. Some resembled flowing metal, others burning data, yet each now radiated a palpable wave of impatience. The inspector stood before the projector, his uniform crisp and sharp, as if not here for a meeting but to preside over a trial. Behind him, no dramatic visuals played, only page after page of soporific PowerPoint slides. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, his voice flat as a horizontal line, I have gathered you today to discuss a potential crisis that could shake the very foundations of our group. Behind him, the presentation flipped to its first slide, titled Phase 1 Risk Assessment Report for the Commercialization Project of Narrative Asset N404. Pursuant to Section B of my Asset Risk Management Regulations, my department has conducted a preliminary assessment of the optimization team's intervention. The conclusion is that their actions have caused a permanent 37.4% impairment to the core value of asset N40 for its authenticity. A marketing director, an amalgamation of countless advertising symbols, snorted derisively. Authenticity? Inspector, what's that? Can you eat it? Can you trade it for credit points? We're merchants, not artists. If it can be packaged and sold, it has value. The inspector offered no rebuttal, merely pressing the page turn key. An extremely complex logical tree diagram appeared on the screen, densely annotated with legal clauses and precedents. This is the legal risk model I commissioned the Gavel AI to construct, based on over 1,000 art commercialization failure cases across the metaverse. The model indicates that forcibly optimizing N404 carries an 89.1% probability of triggering a narrative integrity cascade collapse effect. To put it plainly, the inspector added, it's like trying to install a switch on a supernova. What you'll likely get isn't a controllable light source, but an explosion and an astronomical conceptual damages bill. Our optimization team is essentially handing that supernova a lighter. This report was the result of academician Wei Zhang's team working through the night. It used the coldest, most rigorous scientific language to articulate the most romantic core truth: some things are simply untamable by nature. The marketing symbol director tried to speak again, but the inspector flipped the page. A new title appeared on the slide: Appendix, Autopsy Reports of Selected Reference Cases. Case 1, The Tears of the Stars Civilization. After their epic was adapted into a third-rate romance drama, the collective concept of glory within their civilization depreciated, ultimately leading to the collapse of social cohesion. They were then maliciously acquired by competitors at an extremely low cost. Case 2, Whispering Forest. Their natural philosophy was printed into cheap inspirational calendars, diluting their narrative core until they vanished entirely from the bestseller charts of the narrative market. Case 3. Chapter 187, A Contract Beyond Valuation. These autopsy reports, compiled by storytellers and personally curated by Zhang Bai, function like cold scalpels. They precisely dissected the surface of commercial prosperity, exposing the bloody truth of narrative death beneath. For the first time, the directors present viewed their routine business practices not through the lens of profit but risk, revealing the immense hidden costs lurking behind their actions. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. K9527 leaned back in his chair, expressionless, yet he knew the inspector was successfully injecting fear into this system that only understood calculating greed. Theories. They're all just theories. The market symbol supervisor made a final desperate plea. All this talk is mere speculation. What concrete evidence do you have to prove that this pile of junk, N404, actually possesses some inviolable value? Evidence? For the first time, a faint, almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of the inspector's mouth. He spoke calmly, the evidence is unfolding. He raised his hand and tapped lightly at the void. The holographic projection at the conference room's center instantly shifted. The drowsy PowerPoint vanished, replaced by a live feed from the rusty iron bar in the N404 universe. The directors expected to witness an angry riot or a scene of despairing collapse. Instead, they saw something utterly incomprehensible. Inside the bar, the fraudster stood atop a makeshift stage constructed from broken speakers. He neither sang nor gave a speech. Instead, he held a battered synthesizer that emitted sounds less like music and more like quantum foam shattering at one's ear. Each note was illogical, unpredictable, like the universe belching. Behind him, lead singer Fenrir and his band seemed ignited by this ultimate absurdity, having utterly abandoned melody, rhythm, and every shackle of conventional music. Fenrir didn't sing angry lyrics. Instead, he recited a washing machine manual in an ancient, forgotten dialect. The drummer pounded the bar counter, bottles, and some unlucky soul's helmet with completely random beats. The guitarist, facing away from the audience, strummed a tuneless nursery rhyme with his teeth. This was not anger. Anger can be understood, channeled, packaged as rebellious idols. This isn't sadness. Sadness can be empathized with, soothed, and composed into heartbreak ballads. This is pure, joyful, utterly meaningless, and absolutely uncommercializable noise. This is freedom. The fraudster, using his most proficient method, pulled the rug out from under them, teaching these rebels an ultimate truth. When confronting a system that seeks to assign you a fixed price, the best approach isn't to rage against it, but to become something it can't possibly value. Make its calculators burn out, drive its market analysts mad. Dead silence fell over the boardroom. These conceptual beings, constructed of data and profit, faced a chaos before them that defied quantification. For the first time, they experienced something resembling fear. The inspector's voice cut through the silence, steady yet sharp as a scalpel, slicing through everyone's psychological defenses. Gentlemen, he said, what you are hearing right now is the sound of our assets, after suffering unprofessional and brutal interference, having their commercial value reduced to zero in real time. My injunction exists precisely to stop this foolishness from continuing. He turned to K9527, who had remained silent. The smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a cold shadow. Mr. K9527, the inspector bowed slightly. As Chief Operating Officer, I once again urge the board to immediately terminate the N404 optimization project and initiate an investigation into the project lead for dereliction of duty. This is to protect our shared interests. He emphasized the words common interests with deliberate clarity. K9527 observed the wavering and doubt flickering in the board member's eyes, realizing he had lost the initiative in this confrontation. The inspector hadn't attacked his authority. Instead, he had masterfully leveraged it, skillfully repackaging a rebellion as an asset protection operation. What he had lost was not merely an argument, but the very right to define value. The boardroom stalemate hung like a thick fog over the upper echelons of Wanshutong. The inspector's banner of risk management had successfully neutralized K9527's thunderous tactics, transforming them into endless internal audits and procedural wrangling. He hadn't halted Project N404, but he admired it in an immovable quagmire. Seated upon his throne, K9527 realized for the first time how fragile pure efficiency and profit-driven imperatives could be when confronted by an older, more viscous force of order. He couldn't fire the inspector. That would be an admission of defeat. But he had to reclaim the initiative. He changed his approach. Since he was being held back at the company's table, he would overturn the table and go directly to the players. This time, he descended personally into the N404 universe. His form was no longer that of a suit and tie executive, but a pure, golden mist composed of wealth and possibility, radiating an irresistible allure. He materialized directly before Fenrir and his band. I was wrong, K9527 spoke, his voice brimming with sincerity. I tried to define you by my rules. That was arrogance. Fenrir and his bandmates watched him warily, while the con artist whistled with interest nearby, as if witnessing a thrilling drama. What you desire isn't money nor fame, but freedom, the power to control your own destiny. Am I correct? The golden mist continued. Then I shall grant it to you. He extended a tentacle formed of light, and an incredibly complex contract unfolded in the air, each word shimmering with the radiance of law. I propose establishing a brand new, fully independent narrative subsidiary to be called N404 Records. I, Wanshutong, will neither sell you nor package you. I will do only one thing: invest in you. I provide the cosmos' most elite resources, the broadest distribution channels, and the most impenetrable legal defenses. And you, K9527's voice dripped with seduction, hold 51% ownership of the company, absolute creative freedom, unhindered by interference. You are your own bosses. Your music, your rage, everything about you alone decide how to present it to the entire universe. I am not your boss, he concluded, like a devil whispering in your ear. I am your venture capitalist. Using capital provided by the very system you despise most to spread your voice of rebellion against that system. Think about it. Is there any ultimate act of rebellion more punk, more ironic than this? Chapter 188, It's Too Tempting. The bar fell silent. The proposal exploded like a bomb in everyone's mind. It was too tempting. It sidestepped all the pitfalls of being co-opted, handing them power itself. Become capitalists to rebel against capitalism? The paradox itself held a deadly allure. The band members' breathing quickened, their eyes flickering with desire and conflict. They could own their own recording studio, broadcast their music to every corner of the world, give the entire universe the finger, and all the funding would come from the very enemies they despised. The con artist's smile vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. He stepped close to Fenrir and whispered, Fenrir, when the first thing you do each morning is check your company's stock price, guess what? You won't be able to write songs that shatter the sky anymore. The words hit him like a bucket of ice water, cooling his surging emotions. Meanwhile, the inspector received intelligence almost the instant K9527 proposed the plan. His AI, Gavel, instantly assessed, this constitutes a capital assimilation strategy, circumventing all administrative oversight procedures. We cannot intervene within the legal framework. The inspector stared silently at the screen. He knew this was K9527's trump card. The shield of bureaucracy could not hold back the flood of desire. He rose, shedding the uniform symbolizing the COO's authority, and slipped into plain, unmarked dark civilian attire. Gavel, prepare the vehicle, he said calmly. Destination? N404, Rust Iron Bar. Identity Protocol? Divine Compilation Department, Rear Combat Unit, Chief Litigation Agent. As the inspector pushed open the bar door, Fenrir faced the most difficult choice of his life. On one side lay K9527's equity agreement, as dazzling as the stars. On the other, his own soul impoverished yet pure as ever. The inspector ignored K9527's swaggering golden mist. He walked straight to Fenrir and placed a piece of paper on the liquor-stained table. It wasn't a contract, just a sheet of paper. The paper was rough, as if torn from some old book. The words weren't printed but handwritten in an ancient ink pen. The title read, Legal Services Agreement. Principal, blank. Agent, Pan-Cosmic Lost Narrative Archives Rear Combat Department. The agreement contained only one clause. The agent shall provide the principal with permanent, pro bono legal support and representation services to counter any and all forms of commercial valuation, market adaptation, copyright appropriation, and unauthorized interpretation targeting the core narrative. Below are the fee terms. Fee 1 song. 1 genuine, unreleased, and non-repeatable song. Payment method: perform the song whenever deemed necessary by the principal. Signed, the ever-shifting emblem of the divine editing department, woven from countless tales. The entire agreement was simple, unadorned, even somewhat crude. It offered no wealth, no power, none of the things K9527 promised. It offered only one thing: protection. Like a silent shield, it stood there, promising to block all hands that sought to tag you with a price. Fenrir stared at the two starkly different documents on the table. One was a stairway to the pinnacle of the world, yet each step risked sinking into mire. The other was solid ground beneath his feet, barren, yet infinitely reassuring. The golden mist of K9527 emitted confident ripples. Child, do you choose the future, or do you choose sentiment? In the universe of commerce, this has never been a difficult choice. Fenrir did not answer. He slowly picked up the handwritten, single-page agreement. He did not sign it. He turned, picked up the battered old guitar in the corner. He strummed the strings. No distorted screams. No frantic drumbeats. A quiet, complex melody tinged with melancholy yet crystal clear flowed from his fingertips. Within that melody lay the joy of first picking up a guitar, the loneliness of screaming into empty streets, the rage of being misunderstood, and the release of making this choice now. It was a song about the soul of a rock and roll youth. It belonged to no market, sought no audience's favor. It belonged only to him. When the song ended, Fenrir set down his guitar. He looked at the inspector and nodded solemnly. A song was his signature. A choice was his answer. The golden mist within K9527 churned violently, revealing its master's uncontrollable fury. Not only had he failed to secure the acquisition, he had lost to a contract he couldn't comprehend, a value he couldn't measure. He had lost to a currency he could not counterfeit: sincerity. The inspector gave a slight nod, gathering the now signed agreement. He turned and walked away, not exchanging a single word with K9527 from start to finish. Returning to the frigid penthouse office of Wanshuton, the inspector slipped back into his COO uniform as if none of it had ever happened. Yet within his archives, a new, invaluable asset now resided. Asset name: the promise of a rock musician. Asset value: unknown. Asset attribute: weapon. He knew the war had only just begun. And he had just secured the most unpredictable and most powerful ally for this conflict. K9527's fury was not molten lava, but ice at absolute zero. That handwritten contract to song as payment pierced his universe built on profit and efficiency like an incalculable probe, triggering a chain of fatal errors. He had lost, not because of capital scarcity, but because he had forfeited the right to define value. He used sincerity as currency. K9527's golden mist murmured from the throne, its voice devoid of emotion, only the friction of data streams racing through circuits. And we've always tried to use our currency to buy theirs. We were wrong from the start. He abandoned acquisition attempts. He would wage a currency war. Hours later, the Wanshuton Group launched its new market strategy, codenamed Sweet Do. Countless cheap, efficient stories mass-produced by AI emotion generators were dumped into the pan-universe market. An epic lamenting the fall of stars one moment was reimagined the next as 100,000 variations of a heartwarming bedtime tale about a brave little water droplet searching for its ocean mother, complete with a full set of plush toys and theme park tickets. Fenrir's song, once a symbol of choice and the soul, was reimagined in 100 million variations, sweet romance editions, energetic workout versions, soothing meditation tracks, each precisely targeting a niche market's emotional pain points before being bundled as one-yuan purchase promotions. Wanshuton no longer sells stories, it now peddles emotional resonance. Chapter 189, Conceptual Currency Warfare. Anger, rebellion, loneliness, joy, concepts that once formed the bedrock of the narrative universe were quantified, replicated, diluted, then discharged like industrial wastewater into every corner of the market. Overnight, sincerity became worthless, for counterfeit sincerity outnumbered the dust in the starry seas. The narrative graveyard of the divine editing department entered its darkest hour. No more corpses arrived, for those stories never had the chance to die with dignity. They were dissolved and reconstituted directly, transformed into sweet-smelling plastic pellets excreted by the commercial behemoth. The fraudster stood frozen at the graveyard's entrance for a long time, unable to smile for the first time. It felt like an atheist witnessing heaven only to discover it was a 24-hour shopping mall built of neon lights and discount coupons. He sensed a terror deeper than nothingness, the vulgarity born from the complete dissolution of the sacred. General Long Xiao's battle axe hummed with power. He wanted to cleave the Wangsatung skyscraper in two, but he knew he couldn't sever the market that had already seeped into countless hearts. Academician Wei Zhang's team plunged into frenzied activity, attempting to reverse engineer the emotion generator's algorithms. Yet with each layer they analyzed, they uncovered deeper, more intricate mimetic models beneath. "They're polluting the air we breathe," reflected the despairing data lines on academician Wei Zhang's lenses. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of Wanshutong, the inspector watched it all unfold with stoic calm. His AI gavel was sounding overload alerts as the group's internal emotional assets plummeted exponentially, a hyperinflation triggered by oversupply. Instead of intervening, he submitted a new report. Report title: Urgent Proposal to Establish a Pan-Cosmic Narrative Concept Currency Issuance and Authenticity Verification System to Counter Current Hyperinflation and Preserve Core Group Asset Value. Within this 300-page document, the inspector argued with irrefutable logic that the group's current actions were self-destructive. He proposed that to safeguard the long-term value of emotion as a core raw material, a new, cross-departmental supercommittee must be immediately established, the General Administration for Conceptual Currency and Narrative Asset Authentication. The sole mandate of this bureau would be to establish an exceedingly complex standardized process for every circulating concept such as love, courage, or sadness, encompassing origin tracing, purity verification, emotional spectrum analysis, and intellectual property certification. Only certified concepts would be granted authentic status and permitted to circulate in high-end markets. K9527 studied the proposal. For the first time, a flicker resembling appreciation rippled through the golden haze. He saw through the inspector's intent. This was a textbook bureaucratic meat grinder. Yet he couldn't refuse, for every argument the inspector presented was flawlessly built upon the group's core logic of profit above all and risk management. Approved. K9527 ordered. Budget, unlimited. I'll see if you're trying to establish order or drag the entire corporation into your tedious spreadsheets. The inspector bowed slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. The Divine Compilation Department swiftly received the intelligence report. He's established a customs office in the enemy's heart? The fraudster burst into maniacal laughter upon hearing this. A customs office dedicated to verifying whether sadness purity reaches 99.9%? Genius. Madman. Zhang Bai remained calm. It's not a customs post, it's a dam. But a dam alone isn't enough. We need something to plug the leaks. He turned to the fraudster. Now, your unofficial, non-formal, non-profit emotional value ambiguity assessment and random interference task force has a new assignment. Days later, the Inspectorate's Authentication Bureau commenced its first internal test. A standardized sweetness of first love sample from the Wongsatong production line entered the analyzer. The AI gavel and over a dozen human senior analysts began evaluating it against thousands of criteria established by the Inspectorate. At that very moment, an anonymous data packet slipped silently into the authentication system. On the analyzer screen, the smooth sweetness curve suddenly displayed an eerie spike. An analyst zoomed in on the data point in confusion, and a comment popped up. Emotional sample, that feeling in the library when you desperately hold back a sneeze to avoid disturbing others, only to tear up instead. The girl across from you, reading quietly, mistakes your tears for sadness and discreetly hands you a tissue. The analyst froze. What was this? Sweetness? Awkwardness? Gratitude? The system couldn't classify it, and the logical core of the AI gavel began to overheat. Immediately after, the second and third data packets flooded in. Emotional sample, that sense of salvation when, after pulling an all-nighter to finish work, you stumble upon a steaming bun shop still open at 4 a.m. on an empty street. Emotional sample, the tiny yet pure despair when your nails are cut too short, and you struggle to pick up a piece of paper from the table. Emotional sample, the sheer elation of finally scratching that unbearable winter itch on your back just out of reach beneath layers of clothing by leaning against a doorframe. These emotional cocktails, absolutely genuine yet commercially worthless concoctions meticulously brewed by the fraud team, were like handfuls of logical sand poured into the of Wanshutong. Each time the Inspectorate's Appraisal Bureau attempted to define, categorize, or value these emotions, it triggered an avalanche of redundant data and logical paradoxes, severely slowing the entire appraisal process. Inside K9527's office, alarms blared incessantly. He watched as Wanshutong's overall profit margin dipped by 3 decimal places due to this battle of standards, a humiliation to him akin to the collapse of the universe. He realized the inspector and his cohorts were wielding a weapon he couldn't comprehend, the texture of life against his grand commercial narrative. He silenced the alarms. The golden mist slowly condensed, coalescing into a clear, composed human silhouette. He would no longer attempt to pollute the market or obsess over standards. He would bypass it all and strike at the root. He activated a console, revealing a brand new product launch interface on the screen. Product name: Wongsatong Dream Home Personalized Narrative Subscription Service. A tagline floated across the screen. Why read legends when you can live them? This time, he wasn't selling stories. He was taking over everyone's dreams. The launch of the Dreamweaver project unfolded like a silent tsunami. Without grand advertisements, it deployed a single experience invitation across the network nodes of the Pan-universe. Once accepted by a sentient being, they would instantly enter a 5-minute perfect dreamscape, meticulously crafted by Wongsatong's top narrative designers.